You awakened as the most useless 4S level divine profession in history, the life exchanger. All you had to do was bind to an opponent in battle and commit suicide, and they would die as well. The entire school mocked you as the top tier trash, but you couldn't help feeling smug, because since birth, you possessed a terrifying regenerative ability. Even if you were chopped down to a single piece of flesh, you could regrow your entire body. Even the money you used to register for the divine profession awakening came from selling your own organs, so you had no fear of self-harm. The school beauty, Lu Ruyan, who had previously misunderstood you, took pity and invited you to join her team, though she had awakened as a 3S level weapon master. To protect your secret, you declined. Just as you were about to walk away, the school bully gathered a swirling vortex of wind in his hand and strode toward you. He had publicly declared his pursuit of Lu Ruyan, and today, your repeated interactions with her had humiliated him. You stared back defiantly, unbothered by the threat of a mere first-level divine profession. Move, you're in the way. The bully, Xia Zishuan, paused for a moment before laughing. You think you're hot stuff just because you awakened a 4S level profession? You simply shrugged. What do you think? Don't think just because you're from the Xie family conglomerate, you can push people around. Who the hell do you think you are? Xia Zishuan flew into a rage. No one dared to embarrass him in public. Two gales erupted from the ground, laced with razor-sharp blades. Today, I'll show you the power of a windmaster. If you've got the guts, trade lives with me. The surrounding students murmured. Even though Ling Jian awakened as a 4S level life exchanger, he can't just use his skill recklessly. It could cripple or even kill him. Facing the oncoming attack, you didn't hesitate to bind to him. The onlookers recoiled in shock. Is he insane? He's really going to trade lives with Xie Zishuan? Hell's Howl of Life Exchange. You activated your skill without hesitation. At that moment, several wind blades sliced through your body, leaving gaping wounds that bled instantly. You chose not to heal immediately, avoiding suspicion. On the other side, Xie Zishuan, now bound as the target, bore identical wounds. Under the Hell's Howl effect, he suffered double the pain. Agonized screams tore from his throat, turning the faces of the spectators pale as they backed away further. It really is Hell's Howl. The life exchanger is terrifying. Xia Zishuan quickly pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket and gulped it down, the pain subsiding significantly. He couldn't tolerate such humiliation and roared. Is that all you've got? If you've got the guts, kill me. Do you dare? He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I heard you have a little sister. If you kill me, I'll make sure she lives a fate worse than death. A murderous glint flashed in your eyes. No one threatened your sister. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. The next second, your hands grip your lower abdomen, forcefully tearing it open to reveal the organs inside. Many girls in the room have already covered their eyes in terror. Madman, this person is truly insane. A massive scar appears on Xia Zishuan's stomach, and fear finally grips him. Though he had taken painkillers, the sheer sensory shock of watching his own body being torn apart was far more horrifying than the pain itself. Xia Zishuan continues to scream wildly. What are you doing? How dare you hurt me? My father won't let you get away with this. The Xia Corporation won't let you go. You grit your teeth, reach into the gaping wound, and crush his kidney before yanking it out. What Xia Corporation? All of you combined aren't worth a single strand of my sister's hair. Shattered organs spill onto the ground, and Xia Zishuan lets out a blood-curdling scream. No, stop. You stop right now. Beside them, Lu Ruyan, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, rushes off to fetch the principal. A golden, humanoid silhouette gradually materializes behind you. Your innate ability, Undying Corpse, has been triggered. You self-righteous people, thinking you're superior just because you were born into privilege. Today, I'll teach you what true equality means. You tear out another piece of internal organ, and the floor is instantly drenched in blood. Xia Zishuan shrieks, blood already bubbling from his mouth. You can't kill me. In response, you reach straight for his heart. Oh, really? Xia Zishuan feels his heart constrict, instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. Just then, Principal Su Yun, having heard the commotion, rushes out at top speed. Ling Jian, stop this at once. Su Yun takes in Xia Zishuan's deathly pale face. Su Yun heard the news and rushed out as fast as she could. Seeing Xia Zishuan's pale face, his stomach dripping with blood, and pieces of his internal organs flowing out, her heart was also a little anxious. After all, he was the young master of Xia's group, and it was not good to explain his death in the school. Lin Jian turned a deaf ear and stared at Xia Zishuan. You think I don't dare to kill you, do you? A person like me, who is in a precarious situation, do you think I will be afraid of you? As he spoke, his hands gradually pressed harder, his heart almost stopped breathing from being pinched. Xia Zishuan, you quickly apologized to others. Su Yun quickly grasped the crux of the matter and shouted towards Xia Zishuan. Xia Zishuan was also really scared. He could already feel the feeling of his heart gradually stopping beating. In front of death, all dignity and face were worthless. Lin Jian, I was wrong. You Please spare my life. His eyes were terrified and he begged in a low voice. So you're also afraid of death? It's okay, I'll die with you and accompany you on your way. Lin Jian made a gesture to crush his heart. Xia Zishuan was so horrified that he fell to his knees with a plop and cowed out several times. Master Lin, please don't kill me, please, I really know I'm wrong. Xia Zishuan cried bitterly. He really did not want to die. There is still so much money and beautiful women did not enjoy. How can he give up to die? The surrounding students watching were silent and shocked. They were used to seeing Xia Zishuan being arrogant and domineering. Kneeling down and kowtowing to his master was really the first time. At the same time, they also had a deep fear of Lin Jian. This person is a madman, and should never be messed with in the future. Lin Jian slowly let go of his hand, unlocking the life exchange contract between the two sides, wrapping the wound with his clothes, pretending to stagger a few steps, about to run out of stamina, but in fact, his internal organs had long been repaired. Xia Zishuan's drug effect had passed, the whole person was paralyzed on the ground, and was hurriedly carried away by the school doctor who arrived behind him. After the awakening of the clergyman, physical ability have a substantial increase. Burst 2 kidneys, he will not die, but also need to find a kidney source as soon as possible. Don't ing buy my kidneys to install, right? Lin Jian muttered a few words in his heart and prepared to leave, but he was stopped by Su Yun. Lin Jian, how can you go back in this state? Quickly go to the infirmary. I'm fine. Lin Jian didn't want to expose his secret. Why are you such a stubborn person? Su Yun looked at the time and said towards Qin Xiu, help me send him to the infirmary, the higher-ups meeting is about to start, it's hard on you. It's fine. Qin Xiu watched her leave and turned his head to see that Lin Jian was about to disappear around the corner. He hurriedly chased after her and called out, hey, you're really not afraid of death? Lin Jian turned a deaf ear and continued to walk with his head buried in his hands. Talking to you, are you a donkey? Qin Xiu quickly chased after him and forcefully shoved a bottle of medicine into his hand. Go back and get well, whether you team up or not, don't disgrace the Divine Capital Academy. Lin Jian looked at the bottle of medicine in his hand and was slightly surprised. The Yuan Qi liquid was powerful and had limited resources, money might not even be able to get it, even for the Xie family it was an extremely rare drug. Qin Xiu was actually willing to take it out and give it to himself? No need, I'll definitely take first place in this Divine Realm trial, it's you, don't disgrace the Divine Capital Academy, keep the medicine for yourself. Lin Jian threw the medicine bottle back into her hand and continued to walk forward. You? Dream on, with me here, you don't want to take first place. Qin Xiu was a little angry, but quickly calmed down, looking at Lin Jian's lonely and silent back gradually fading away, her heart was quite touched. This person's temper was foul and hard, but he had a lot of backbone. It was a pity that he was about to die. In the suite on the top floor of the Divine Capital Mansion, Xia Zishuan was lying on the bed, his eyes closed tightly and his face pale. Next to him stood a doctor and a middle-aged man. The doctor put down his stethoscope and said, Mr. Xia, your son's body is no longer in any serious trouble, but it's still necessary to find a kidney source as soon as possible, and it's not recommended for him to get out of bed before he gets a new kidney. I understand, thank you Dr. Zhang. Xia Xinghua nodded slightly, letting people send Dr. Zhang away, and Xia Zishuan, who was lying on the bed, woke up. Dad, Xia Zishuan looked sad and angry, choking, you have to avenge me, I want that broken body. Xia Xinghua didn't speak, lit a cigarette and slowly said, what kind of urine do you have that I don't know? How much right and wrong have you caused over the years and how much ass have I wiped for you? Xia Zishuan's lips moved, and in the end, he didn't dare to speak. You're saying that person is a SSSS level life-changing master? Xia Xinghua asked. Right. He also has a sister? That's right. Xia Zishuan's eyes instantly lit up, he values her as a sister. Dad, you immediately send someone to arrest his sister. Xia Xinghua narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a while. You're just as stupid as your mom. If you don't learn to be smarter, you won't be able to get a single penny of the family's fortune. Do you hear me clearly? Xia Zishuan's face changed slightly. He quickly said, Dad, I know I'm wrong. Wrong about what? I shouldn't have caused trouble. Stupid bastard. Xia Xinghua cursed and shook his head. A life changer is like a madman with a nuclear bomb strapped to his body. This bomb we have to find a way to put away. When the time comes, even if we don't do anything, it will be a great deterrent to others, understand? Xia Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and said, then I'll have someone kidnap his sister here, so he won't dare disobey. Xia Xinghua smoked a cigarette and thought for a moment, I'll send someone to do this, you can recuperate at ease. But he is a life changer. What's wrong with a life changer? Life-changing masters also have only one life, don't they? You said he values his sister, how much? Xia Zishuan thought for a moment and said, the kind that can fight for her life. That's right then, as long as his sister is in our hands, we are not afraid that he won't give in. This kind of person is easy to control, impulsive and brainless. As long as we grab his lifeblood, we can make him do anything. Xia Jingwa took a deep breath of smoke, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. 6, bring manpower, go and do an errand, be quick. Lin Jian was on his way home when he received a call from the school. The Divine Realm Novice Realm is opening soon, come back first. He didn't hesitate to turn around and rush towards the school. The Divine Realm trial was very crucial, especially for newly awakened clerics like him. It was the capital to earn the first bucket of gold. As long as he was able to enter the rankings in the Divine Realm trial, not only would the school be rewarded, the city leaders would be rewarded, and the country would also hand out rewards. Maybe by the time the resources piled up, his sister's illness could be easily cured. Be sure to take first place. Lin Jian secretly resolved in his heart that only the first place reward would be the most generous. There were already quite a few people gathered in front of the school's Divine Realm Gate. These were the clerics that had awakened in the school this year, but their qualifications were all very ordinary. The school leader was tirelessly explaining the do's and don'ts of entering the Divine Realm, and as Lin Jian absent-mindedly listened, he turned his head to see Qin Xiu looking at himself from a short distance away. First place is mine. Qin Xiu lifted her chin slightly and looked at him with a provocative gaze. Lin Jian felt amused and said, let's make a bet then, just bet on who can take first place. Fine, what's the bet? Bet on a condition. Lin Jian's gaze traveled around her body and smiled, a condition that can't be refused no matter what you do. As if she could see through his thoughts, Qin Xiu instantly turned red and rebuked, I knew it was ill-intentioned. I'm the one with bad intentions. If you don't even have this much courage, why are you still competing with me for first place? Just bet. At this moment, hundreds of doors in the hall lit up at the same time, and Qin Xiu walked towards one of the doors in large strides, saying as he walked, I hope you can come back alive. Lin Jian also chose a door and walked in. The different doors led to a random piece of area in the Divine Realm, which could hide dangers or great opportunities. Chapter 5 Trials begin, First Kill Shock. Stepping into the gate of the Divine Realm, light flowed before his eyes, and in an instant, Lin Jian could smell the strong odor of blood. Opening his eyes, what presented itself was a strange landform. The mountainous terrain was densely forested and surrounded by miasma. If it wasn't for the fact that the people who came in were all awakened divine priesthoods, if they were ordinary people, they would have been killed the instant they stepped foot. Due to the different portals of entry, Lin Jian went into this area alone, and at the same time, Qin Xiu was also transported into another area alone. And outside the Divine Realm, Principal Su Yun and a group of teachers, and even Xie Jingwa of the Xie clan were all watching the movements inside. Inside the Divine Realm Novice Realm. Lin Jian looked around and didn't notice any danger. He wanted to explore, but he didn't expect a wild monster to violently emerge from the mountain forest on one side. Several long feet, 8 of them, and nearly a meter long, running wildly up, spear waving, coupled with that hideous face, it is clearly a spider. Monster, Sphinx Spider. Rank, F. Talent, Corrosive Venom, can release venom through the spider spear, spider silk, corroding flesh and blood. Skill, Big Dipper Spider Web, tough, rich in toxins, can be controlled, and causes dizziness. This is an F-rank wild monster, the Sphinx Spider. Lin Jian looked at the attribute panel of the human-faced spider, but Lin Jian was surprised to come across it so early, but was not the least bit panicked. This Divine Realm trial, the rankings were very important to Lin Jian. Any opportunity to gain points should not be missed. Life exchange contract, open. In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, Lin Jian formed a seal and released it, enveloping its human-faced spider in energy. Life swap Hell Whale. The skill was unleashed, and in the face of the human-faced spider wielding a spider spear, Lin Jian didn't panic, but instead adjusted his angle to allow the arriving spider spear to attack the vitals. Giggle. The spider spear penetrated and blood spilled out, but as a life changer, the Sphinx spider had long been locked on, and the damage Lin Jian suffered, it needed to take double. The human-faced spider's spider web burst out, and it was actually like covering the sky, lunging towards Lin Jian. It was planning to strike first. Before Lin Jian, the life-changing master, killed the other party first. However, in the face of the spider webs that were coming at him, as well as the negative venom that was seeping out, Lin Jian didn't choose to avoid it. Any other life-changing master wouldn't dare to be so reckless, but Lin Jian was different. The spider web bound it, the venom invaded it, but it didn't have half the effect, and the hellish whale caused the human-faced spider to suffer great pain, so it only had to brandish its sharp spider spear and stab towards Lin Jian. Straight to the vitals. Lin Jian purposely picked the abdomen, and the moment the spider spear penetrated, the human-faced spider's abdomen instantly exploded. The place where the spider silk was originally stored instantly shattered. Along with the abdomen exploding, the spider with a face was also killed one after another, and the exploded abdomen exploded with spider webs and blood, which was splattered all over the place. On the contrary, Lin Jian was unhurriedly pulling out the spider spear directly from his body. At that moment, outside the divine domain, Su Yun and the others looked at the screen in front of the divine domain, which displayed the status of the various trainees who had entered, as well as their trajectories of movement. Although they couldn't see the real situation, they were able to get a general idea of what was going on. At the same time, it was also possible to switch to the designated trainee. This time, one SSS grade weapon master and the other is a SSSS grade life-changing master. How about the weapon master? We all know, why don't we take a look at the life-changing master? Xie Jingbo proposed. As the head of the Xie family, his weight was not low. He opened his mouth. Su Yun could only agree. She also wanted to know what was the situation of that Lin Jian who was like a madman. This place? It's the swampy wet forest of the novice realm, right? Even though the human-faced spiders that appear in this place are only F-ranked, they are fatal to life-changing masters. Even though the life-changing master can exchange his life for a life, the human-faced spider's toxin is terrifying, so I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold out and die first before the human-faced spider does. When a life-changing master encounters this kind of situation, I'm afraid that it's only fateful. I'm afraid that this guy will be the first to be eliminated. A group of teachers looked on and instantly distinguished where Lin Jian was, and looking at the map, it showed that Lin Jian had already run into the human-faced spider, and the chances of winning this could be said to be completely non-existent. Principal? What should we do? Someone died right at the start of the trial, and it's still an SSSS-ranked priesthood. Some of the teachers got nervous. The life-changing master was worthless, but the SSSS-ranked priesthood had value and was important to the school. As Su Yun watched, her heart was equally incredibly tense. A life-changing master running into a sphinx spider. That wild monster was the life-changing master's toughest opponent. Unless Lin Jian exchanged 1 for 1. But then he would die himself. Even though it's a SSSS-ranked profession, it's an inconspicuous profession like a life-changing master. This guy is afraid he won't survive. Xie Jingbo said, personally coming over, he was here for Lin Jian. He wanted to see what was different about this SSSS-ranked life-changer. Even though he was acting crazy, if he didn't have any skills, he wouldn't have to bother. Just like that, in the eyes of all the onlookers, Lin Jian encountered a human-faced spider as soon as he went in, which was bad luck and certain death. Divine Realm Novice Realm Trial Map-wide notification. SSSS rank life-changing master Lin Jian killed the F-ranked man-faced spider, completing the map-wide first kill. First kill points +1. In the next moment, voices rang out from the novice realm and even outside of the divine realm, as loud and long as bells, reaching everyone's ears. First kill of the entire map. First kill rewarded with 1 point. At this moment, Su Yun froze, and Xie Jingbo also froze. How long did it take to enter? Not even half an hour, and after encountering an extremely difficult spider, how could a life-changing master kill it so quickly? The point is, he didn't die? How did this happen? At this moment, all the people participating in the trial had just entered the novice realm, and even many of them were still familiarizing themselves with the environment and strategizing to form a team, but Lin Jian had already completed his first kill. Hearing the voice, Lin Jian also raised his eyebrows. Raising his hand, he looked at the watch on his wrist, which was a special prop used to record the Divine Realm trial rankings. At the same time, they could also use the watch to check the rankings and their points. On the watch screen, Lin Jian was in first place with a difference of 2 points, but this was just the beginning. When the others slowed down and got ready, the gap in points, the jousting would also officially begin. Looking at the spider web that had fallen out on the ground, Lin Jian directly collected it. Although the Sphinx spiders were rank F, the lowest ranked of the wild monsters, their spider webs were a material for forging implements, as well as an upgrade material. After awakening a profession, one would be equipped with some equipment based on the profession's characteristics, and these equipment needed to be crafted, which also required materials. The biggest source of materials was the wild monsters within the divine realm. Lin Jian was already short of money, and for the sake of his sister, he didn't have any extra money to craft equipment. Ding! Killed F-rank wild monster, gained experience value 1. To level up to level 2, 100 experience points were needed. And killing wild monsters to gain experience points was the easiest method. Getting experience points, Lin Jian was also satisfied and had a perception of the Divine Realm Novice Realm. Naturally, he wouldn't continue to procrastinate. He packed up and set off alone, heading deeper into the mountains. As the saying goes, when things are done, the deeper you go, the deeper you go. Of course, the full map notification made this name of Lin Jian become noticeable. Chapter 6 Shocking the whole scene, points climbing? The first kill notification of the entire map not only shocked Principal Su Yun, Xie Xinghua and the others, but even the rest of the people who had entered the novice realm were incredulous. At that time, in the novice realm, within the Land of Buried Bones mini-map, relying on his own SSS-ranked weapon master, Xin Xiu began to prepare himself after entering the Buried Bone Land. In order to take first place, Xin Xiu was full of confidence. However, just as she was about to make her move, the sound of a map-wide notification rang out, instantly causing Xin Xiu to freeze. Yes, him. How is this possible? He's a life-changing master, a single person. How is it possible for him to make his first kill so quickly? Xin Xiu listened to the broadcast and uncertainly looked at the rankings once more, realizing that at this moment, Lin Jian had already taken the lead. This was difficult for Xin Xiu to accept. There's no way I'll lose to you. Xin Xiu snorted coldly. Even though she wasn't in the same place, rankings-wise, Xin Xiu, would never be weak. Her profession was a weapon master. As an SSS-ranked divine profession, the talent likewise possessed two. One was homemade and the other was weapon gain. Using a weapon of a different level could increase the group damage and the chance of a second kill. Xin Xiu didn't believe that he, a weapon master's divine priesthood, was still no match for a sewer's life-changing master. The most amazing thing about the SSS-ranked divine priesthood weapon master was the talent homemade, which could be used through the divine priesthood to gather together the materials to create an exclusive weapon master's weapon. The power was immeasurable. In the middle of thinking, a wild monster instantly broke out from under the dry land. Monster, Black Skeleton. Rank, F. Talent, Hardened Steel Bones, can reduce physical damage by 10%. Skill, Fearless Charge. When activated, attack power is increased by 5% and all attributes are increased by 1%. Seeing the black skeleton appear, Xin Xiu did not spoil Instantaneous Outbreak, although it is a weapon master, but at this moment she has not yet worn a weapon, after all, just awakened priesthood. But even so, divine priesthood advantage, the attack power is amazing. Even the black skeleton, which is known for its defense at level F, cannot resist and is easily exterminated. Outside the divine realm, the rankings changed, and Xin Xiu's name followed suit. In the end, he's an SSS-ranked divine weapon master. I think it won't take a while for Xin Xiu to surpass Lin Jian. Watching Xin Xiu's ranking rise and continue to grow, he actually surpassed Lin Jian in a short period of time. A life-changing master is a life-changing master, even if the priesthood rank has reached SSSS, but this profession is pulling crotch. There are quite a few human-faced spiders in that place. Killing one might be a fluke, but with an extremely large number, it's hard to say. Xie Xinghua opened his mouth to comment, sounding like he didn't hold out hope for Lin Jian, and looked like he couldn't wait for Lin Jian to die. One could also hear that this guy was because of his son's matter. But in reality, Xie Xinghua was trying to see if this Lin Jian had any value. That crazy ruthlessness, coupled with the profession of a life-changer, it was best to use it as a pawn. Of course, Lin Jian had to reflect the value, otherwise, Xie Xinghua didn't mind letting Lin Jian die along with his sister. Quickly look. Lin Jian is moving again. Isn't he a life-changer? How come so many human-faced spider markings have appeared around him? So many of them, wouldn't he be dead if a higher-ranked one appeared? Not to mention the grade, but the number, he won't last long. Someone exclaimed, only to see that on the screen, markings appeared around Lin Jian, and those markings represented none other than the human-faced spiders. The numbers were staggering. How long could a life-changing master, who had no active attack skills, just rely on life-changing, hold out? At this moment, even Su Yun and Xie Xinghua all felt that Lin Jian was in for a rough ride. Novice Realm, Swampy Wet Forest. After solving a Sphinx spider, Lin Jian intended to speed up his progress, but then, Xin Xiu caught up with the rankings, causing Lin Jian to be a bit surprised. There was nothing he could do, so in order to catch up with the rankings and get first place, Lin Jian didn't hesitate to cut his palm and use his own blood to attract more Sphinx spiders. Along with more and more Sphinx spiders appearing, Lin Jian acted. With his heaven-defying self-healing, coupled with his life-changing master's ability, Lin Jian only did one thing, and that was to expose his vitals, bind his target, and complete the kill. The speed was fast, and the rankings climbed amazingly. Easily resolving one F-ranked human-faced spider after another, Lin Jian was practically stress-free with his heaven-defying self-healing. However, just as Lin Jian was feeling relaxed, a prompt rang out. Wild Monster, Swamp Blood Bat. Level, Grade E, Talent, Radar Lock. Talent, radar lock, can lock onto the opponent based on their scent and anticipate danger. Skill, psychedelic sonic control, can put the target in a 5-second stun. The sudden appearance of the E-ranked swamp bloodbat was a surprise to Lin Jian. F-ranked wild monsters were just the bottom of the barrel, but E-rank was even somewhat powerful. It wasn't easy to deal with for newcomers who had just awakened their priesthood. However, this was for other priesthood newcomers. As for Lin Jian, with the self-healing ability coupled with the life-changer ability, a mere E-rank wasn't a concern. Only to see this E-rank swamp bloodbat come up and cast the skill Soundwave. In an instant, a sense of weightlessness and dizziness swept up, making it difficult for Lin Jian to control himself. Noticing that his body wasn't right, Lin Jian didn't hesitate. Divine Chain Binding, the skill Hellwhale was cast, and in an instant, that feeling of dizziness slowed down quite a bit. The E-class swamp bloodbat that had sensed something strange let out a strange cry, and while it continued its sonic attack, it took advantage of Lin Jian's inability to return the favor and charged straight out. Sharp claws and fangs swooped in, attempting to kill Lin Jian while he was disoriented. Damn it! This Soundwave can even mess with the mind. As he watched the bloodbat come over, Lin Jian couldn't avoid it, and while he was annoyed at the bloodbat's skills, Lin Jian's restless heart gradually settled down. Change Life Divine Chain Binding. Gritting his teeth, he cast Divine Chain Binding, but it also forced Lin Jian to spit out a mouthful of blood. Under the control and attack of the bloodbats, even though he had the ability to reverse his natural self-healing ability, it was ultimately somewhat affected. After all, the sonic attack had interfered with the mind. Change Life Hellwhale. One after another, the skills were unleashed, and only then did Lin Jian feel a little better in his heart, and the damage he received became so much more. But on the contrary, Bloodbat wasn't calm. Hell's Whale caused him to take multiplied damage, and all of the original vicious attacks were returned to its body. Sensing the difference, the swamp bloodbat didn't hesitate and turned around, intending to run away. This action was also a surprise to Lin Jian. He had just bound and cast his skills, and this bloodbat ran away? According to reason, even if it took some damage, it would still be angry and try to attack, but this bloodbat was like it sensed the danger. Perhaps it had something to do with its talent. Want to run? Too late. Lin Jian wouldn't give it a chance to escape. That soundwave interference was a real headache. If he let it slow down, he would be in trouble. Lin Jian didn't hesitate and aimed a fatal blow at himself. The damage from Hell's Whale was doubled, causing the bloodbat that had just escaped some distance to instantly burst out in a scream and eventually fall down. Chapter 7: Seek Your Own Death? As the saying goes, if you injure the enemy 1,000 times, you lose 800 times. However, with the self-healing ability, Lin Jian didn't lose a single bit. Even the gifted undead battle body was activated. Before the bloodbat managed to escape, he killed it. Other people's life changers were exchanging lives for lives, having losses and even losing their lives. But Lin Jian's was just like wearing resurrection armor, with anti-armor on, so who could stand up to this? If you're here and you're running out of blood, the wild monsters won't be able to hold out either. Ding! Killed an E-class swamp bloodbat, gained 10 points and 100 experience. Ding! Level up! Killed a swamp bloodbat and gain the Night Eyes exploration skill. With the death of the E-rank monster, Lin Jian's level increased and he gained an additional skill, and his attribute panel changed. Name, Lin Jian. Profession, Life-Changing Master. Level, 210-500. Talent, Divine Chain. As you level up, the number of targets you can bind increases. Current number of bindings, 2, Undead Battle Body, triggering the undead spirit after a life change and permanently increasing physical and mental strength. Skill, Hell Wailing. The pain suffered by the body will be doubled on the target. Pain multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 50 meters outside of the main body. Range increases with level. Physical Strength, 0.02%. Spiritual Strength, 0.02%. Night Eyes Exploration? I didn't expect to get a brand new skill after upgrading. This skill, which is completely replicated from the Sphinx Spider, is a good one. Lin Jian stroked his chin, shook off his blood, and scanned the surrounding area, which was currently at the edge of the swampy wet forest, and had yet to go deeper. The deeper inside, the more advanced and dangerous the wild monsters encountered, but the accompanying point rewards were also more generous. Since I have Night Eyes, why don't I just do a big job? I'll see how Qin Shou can catch up. Lin Jian had a cross look in his eyes. Right now, the points between him and Qin Shou were biting each other very tightly. Whoever slacked off would fall off. Furthermore, if they wanted to get out of this swampy wet forest, they had to take care of the swampy wet forest's boss. Peshawar. Outside the divine realm. Originally, as they watched Lin Jian being surrounded by a large number of spiders with human faces, everyone thought that Lin Jian would surely die, but those spiders died one after the other, and not only that, Lin Jian's points were also increasing crazily. At that speed, he was already leading Qin Xiu by a tiny margin. Hiss. How did this Lin Jian do it? So many Sphinx spiders, even F-ranked, and he, a guy who just awakened his priesthood, managed to kill them all. Could it be that under a SSSS-ranked divine priesthood, even a trash profession like a life-changer could become strong? Everyone was silent, they knew very well how the life-changing master profession was. But what Lin Jian had shown was extraordinary, even if they couldn't see the exact reality, the points, the data represented everything. It's not like there haven't been other low-end professions with SSS-ranked divine priesthoods before, but, even if it's an SSS divine priesthood, it doesn't change the strength of the profession. Su Yun was silent for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone. However, he was blissfully unaware that fire had appeared in the eyes of Xie Jinghua on the side. A life-changing master like Lin Jian was the most suitable to use as a force for the Xie family. The better Lin Jian performed, the more excited Xie Jinghua became. As long as he had his sister at his disposal, Lin Jian would only be at his mercy. Quick, look! Lin Jian is moving at high speed. I'll go, how does he remember to be in a hurry here? And the route is strange. No, headmaster, it looks like he's going to the booze location in the swampy wet forest. He's completely bypassing the wild monster guards. Abruptly, someone exclaimed out, instantly causing Su Yun, Xie Jinghua and the others to tense up. Their eyes were dead set on the map. Although the swamp wet forest was not a high-level copy, and the strength of the wild monsters was limited. But, it was the location of the boss. Is this kid looking for death? Xie Jinghua's eyes narrowed. Lin Jian's previous performance had been shocking. Being able to compare himself to an SSS-ranked divine weapon master had already impressed the profession of life-changers. But now, he actually presumed to challenge the boss of the swamp wet forest? The boss of the swamp wet forest is the swamp ghost hog, ranked at D rank. It's the highest ranked within the swamp wet forest. Even though Lin Jian just went through a battle, even if he's leveled up, he's still a low-level transmuter. It's simply impossible to challenge a rank D. Headmaster, let's make a move. This is a trial. Besides, there's never been a life-changer like Lin Jian before, and besides, he's an SSSS-ranked priesthood. It's not good for the school. The few teachers on the side were already getting anxious. Originally, none of them were optimistic about the life-changing master, and they even thought that Lin Jian was one of the first to be eliminated. But no one had expected that not only did he get the first kill, he was even able to compete with the SSS-ranked divine weapon master. Such a person could no longer be treated as a waste profession. At this moment, Su Yun was similarly frowning and hesitating in her heart. She namely wanted to step in to protect Lin Jian, but once she thought of Lin Jian's character, she hesitated. Besides, this was a trial, it would be a loss of honor if she made a move. This swamp ghost pig, it's a nightmare for freshman transmuters. Over the years, many of your school's outstanding freshmen have died in its mouth. If I remember correctly, there were even S-ranked ones that died as well. Is Principal Su really going to sit back and do nothing? Xie Jinghua opened his mouth. It wasn't convenient for him to intervene as an outsider spectator, but he also didn't want Lin Jian to die just like that. However, just as Xie Jinghua finished his words, changes were rising. Quickly look! Lin Jian has already gotten to the swamp ghost pig. This guy is really crazy. A low-level transmuter actually dares to challenge a copy boss. Doesn't he know the terror of a D-rank wild monster? One by one, they looked at the map and watched as Lin Jian and the swamp ghost pig had already met, and at this moment, even if they had stepped in to save them, it would have been too late. This kid, is he reckless? Or does he have other means? Xie Jinghua narrowed his eyes and surveyed. Whichever it was, in his opinion, Lin Jian would definitely die. Even though he had lost a good undercard, he had indirectly avenged his son. This guy. Su Yun's eyes were dead set on the map, and as she watched Lin Jian still moving at a high speed, her heart was getting more and more nervous. It was too late to strike now, this guy was already very close. Can it be that Lin Jian's SSSS-ranked priesthood can have a way to deal with the swamp ghost pig? Principal, what if he can do it? Suddenly, someone coldly voiced the opposite opinion, instantly causing everyone to freeze. But in the next second, Su Yun's low and angry voice rang out one after another. Bull! A freshly awakened life-changing master, a low-level life-changing master, you expect to be able to compare to a swamp ghost pig? Su Yun's words made everyone's hearts clearer. This guy is simply seeking his own death. Su Yun gritted her teeth, but she was deeply powerless. No one could stop her from seeking death herself in the trial. Chapter 8: Dueling Bosses. This guy ran into the swamp ghost pig. Suddenly, under the shocked cries, everyone's gazes were dead set on the map. At that moment, within the Divine Realm Novice Realm, at the swamp wet forest boss, Lin Jian arrived, relying on his new skill Night Eyes to explore all the way, avoiding unnecessary trouble while also pinpointing the location of the swamp ghost pig. Wild Monster, Swamp Ghost Pig Boss. Rank, D. Talent, Gravity Domain, controls gravity within the swamp and can suppress 50% of the opponent's combat power. Skill, Tyrannical Rush, instantly explodes with 3 times its own speed and power, increasing its attacks by 150%. Skill, Ghost Thorn Jungle, within the gravity field, ghost thorns erupt from the swamp, group control. Lin Jian fixed his eyes. The swamp ghost pig had already appeared in front of him, and the successive attributes presented surprised Lin Jian. 2 skills? This is a D-rank wild monster? Lin Jian encountered a D-ranked wild monster for the first time, and it was also the final boss of this swampy wet forest. Giggling. The swamp ghost pig's scarlet eyes exploded with a ferocious light, accompanied by a low roar from its mouth, venting its dissatisfaction with the provocateur. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't hesitate. On the way here, he had kept up his Night Eyes exploration, but now he couldn't continue to maintain it. However, since he had found the swamp ghost pig, Lin Jian didn't need to prevent danger anymore. Was a life-changing master afraid of danger? If the skill wasn't on, then naturally he was afraid. But Lin Jian's life-changing master was fearless of danger. The reverse heavenly self-healing gave him full confidence, and even if the skill wasn't open yet, Lin Jian would still have plenty of time. Just as Lin Jian was about to make his move to use the divine chain to bind the swamp ghost pig, the swamp ghost pig actually ran wildly without saying a word. It was extremely fast, and in the middle of the swamp, it was like walking on the ground. On the contrary, Lin Jian's movements within the swamp weren't as convenient as it was. Bang! Interlocking his arms and protecting his body, Lin Jian was still knocked out by the swamp ghost pig. Not only that, wherever it touched, the sleeves and even the skin on his arms were quickly eroded, revealing bright red flesh in an instant. Not speaking of martial arts. The sudden attack left Lin Jian speechless. This was worthy of being a D-ranked wild monster, and it was so decisive in its actions. However, Lin Jian wouldn't let the swamp ghost pig take the initiative next. Change of life divine chain binding. Change life hell whale. The skills were on, but the swamp ghost pig wasn't the slightest bit intimidated. A D-ranked wild monster was not on the same level as an F rank or an E rank. Even though it was bound, the swamp ghost pig still attacked constantly, continuously launching attacks towards Lin Jian. At that moment, outside the divine realm, Su Yun's face was low. Looking at the map where Lin Jian and the swamp ghost pig had collided together, they knew that they had already exchanged blows. But when they said they were exchanging blows, what they saw was the swamp ghost pig unilaterally crushing Lin Jian. Headmaster, this time, Lin Jian is dead. A life-changing master's ability isn't enough in front of the swamp ghost pig, not to mention, he's not even level 10 yet. It's a low-level occupation. Each of the school teachers had a heavy face. Originally, Lin Jian, an SSSS-ranked divine priesthood, even if he had brought a sewer profession with him, could be of great benefit to the school's promotion. Not to mention, Lin Jian had also displayed unusual strength. Listening to her teacher's words, Su Yun's heart had long since sunk to the bottom at this moment. She knew Lin Jian as a student, he was dependent on his sister, and in this era of universal transmigration, the law of the jungle was even more evident. It was not easy for him to awaken the priesthood, but now he has lost his life. It really was fate that turned to pick on the suffering people. I know, right now, although he's not dead yet, the swamp ghost pig has a certain degree of self-healing within its own swamp, which is exactly where the life-changing master is most deadly. To put it bluntly, life-changers had no active attack skills. Once the wild monster had high defense or possessed the ability to self-heal, then the life-changers were 10 dead. Also based on this judgment, they had always thought that it was impossible for Lin Jian to live. Seems like quite the reckless fellow. Xia Jingguan narrowed his eyes, calculating in his heart. If Lin Jian died, then he could only seek revenge on his sister. The Xia family, however, never suffered humiliation. At this moment, Divine Realm Novice Realm, Swamp Wet Forest. After the skill was activated, the swamp ghost pig's offense didn't weaken, and it attacked towards Lin Jian one after another. In contrast, Lin Jian's strategy was much simpler. The moment the swamp ghost pig attacked, he took the damage himself while also launching an attack on the swamp ghost pig's vitals. Even though his profession wasn't combat-oriented, the physical abilities of those who had awakened to the priesthood had all been improved to a certain extent. Not to mention, Lin Jian was still an SSSS-ranked priesthood. Bang! The fist fell and slammed into the swamp ghost pig's head, but the tusks had already penetrated Lin Jian's arm, and the blood couldn't stop flowing out. At the same time, a bloody hole that had been penetrated similarly appeared on this swamp ghost pig's body. With the Hell's Whale skill, it was similarly taking the attack, and the damage was doubled. Come on! Let's see who can afford to wear it out. Lin Jian roared, competing with himself, an automated humanoid blood bank, in terms of consumption? He wanted to see how strong a D-rank wild monster could be. In a flash, both sides attacked and tore at each other like they didn't want to die. Soon, one person and one monster, the pitch-black swamp under their feet had turned into a pool of blood. Giggle. Giggling. The swamp ghost pig pulled away, its body covered in scars, and its pupils brought up scorn when it looked at Lin Jian. It was obviously a low-level life changer, but it had managed to last for so long. A human, even a transmuter, couldn't have this much blood flowing out. The swamp ghost pig raised its head to the sky. The natural gravity field was exerted, and in an instant, Lin Jian's body weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, and he actually felt like he couldn't breathe. Ready to charge? Lin Jian watched the swamp ghost pig talent cast, and thought that it would use its skills next. But he didn't expect that after the swamp ghost pig's backside, it actually sucked up the surrounding mud and protected its body. And the injuries on its body actually began to show a self-healing condition. Self-healing? You want to use self-healing to counteract the damage caused by Hell's Whale? Compared to me, you're still a bit young. Lin Jian's eyes showed a fierce color. This boss, he was going to kill it. He'd also take the first place in the trial ranking. As long as he had those generous rewards, he would have the money to cure his sister. Come! Lin Jian shouted, his anger pulled full, and against the oppression of the gravity field, he backhanded a blow at himself. It went straight through the chest. As this blow came down, Lin Jian's mouth opened and a mouthful of blood was spat out. But there wasn't the slightest bit of pain on his face. Instead, a touch of madness surged upwards. Puffing. The hellish whale inflicted damage, causing the swamp ghost pig to instantly rage. Throwing off the swamp ghost pig instantly roared, its entire body rolling in black gas, and the swamp under its feet boiled up. One after another, a bone splinter protruded from the swamp, sharp and with corrosive poison. The speed of the swamp ghost pig soared. Tyrannical charge. Ghost thorn jungle. The two skills were executed at the same time, instantly controlling Lin Jian to death. Even though the swamp ghost pig would receive heavier injuries, it didn't believe that as long as it instantly killed this low-level life-changing master, it wouldn't die with its own self-healing ability. Chapter 9. First in the trial. The swamp ghost pig chose to throw its weight around and fire two skills in a row just to wipe out Lin Jian directly. Otherwise, if they let Lin Jian toss and turn, his little self-healing ability wouldn't be able to keep up. With tyrannical rush and ghost thorn jungle cast, Lin Jian seemed to be controlled to death, but in reality, he was waiting for the swamp ghost pig to come over with a look of madness on his face. Bang! Tyrannical charge erupted and ruthlessly crashed into Lin Jian's body. In the next moment, Lin Jian's body was split apart in an instant, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. It was comparable to the ancient torture of splitting a horse in half. The full force of a D-ranked wild monster, a wild map boss, Lin Jian, a low-level life-changing master, couldn't block it at all. In an instant, the body was scattered on the ground like parts. And after the swamp ghost pig saw this scene, its entire body instantly exploded in the next second as well. Until the pig's head rolled down, a scene of panic instantly appeared in those scarlet pupils. Lin Jian, who was originally too dead to die, actually began to heal itself. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Outside the divine realm. Along with the simultaneous disappearance of the swamp ghost pig and Lin Jian's markings on the map, everyone was dumbfounded. How did this happen? The swamp ghost pig is dead too? It can't be. Even though Lin Jian is a SSSS-ranked divine priesthood, there's only one life for a life changer, so how could he get this kind of boss dead? This is the same death? One by one, the teachers were dumbfounded. In their perception, they had already defaulted to Lin Jian's death from the moment he arrived at the swamp ghost pig's side. But they didn't expect that the swamp ghost pig had died as well. This Lin Jian, a low-level profession, managed to kill a D-ranked wild monster. It's really not simple. What's the point of not being simple? He's still dead? Such good potential, he had to go and die. For a while, some people lamented, while others felt that they deserved it. After all, newcomers to the transmogrifier, even if it was a weapon master with an SSS-ranked divine priesthood like Qin Xiu, a combat-oriented profession, at the top of the heap, it was just a fight against E-ranked wild monsters. Lin Jian, a support profession, or a cannon fodder like a life-changer, dared to challenge a D rank? Wasn't this just asking for death? I didn't expect this Lin Jian to have this kind of ability, but unfortunately, even the greatest ability is useless when a person is dead. Xie Jingguo looked like a rabbit dying, but Suyin felt a little bad in her heart. Inform down, let people take care of. Suyin originally wanted to open his mouth and let people take care of Lin Jian's sister, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an alarming cry. Quick, look at the scoreboard. Surprisingly, it's not Qin Xiu in first place. Isn't Lin Jian dead? How can there still be points? And there are so many more at once. At this moment, everyone looked up and on the scoreboard, Lin Jian's points instantly skyrocketed. 1,000 points. Good lord, a full 1,000 points ahead. Just as everyone was shocked and dismayed, a loud voice rang out, and it was none other than the Divine Realm's notification. Divine Realm Novice Realm Map Wide Notification, SSSS Ranked Divine Cleric Life-Changing Master Lin Jian has successfully killed the replica Swamp Wet Forest boss. Completing this trial, the first one to pass, rewarded with 1,000 points. 500 experience points for killing the boss. The full map notification rang out, and in an instant, inside and outside the Divine Realm, everyone exploded. No, it can't be. The Divine Realm must have misjudged. Lin Jian is dead, how can there still be a reward? Everyone, look, Lin Jian's mark, the mark is lit up. Don't life changers exchange lives for lives? Can it be that he still has a body left? At the sight of the mark lighting up, everyone's heart set off waves of shock. A life changer, an inconspicuous profession that was even seen as cannon fodder, was able to emerge with this kind of glory on this day. It was truly amazing. Is this guy a monster? Is the SSSS priesthood different? Xie Jingguo was similarly stunned by this scene, but then he thought that such a talent would be his own life preserver in the future. Not dead. Not dead. This Kid S situation, the above will be very interested. Suyun's originally extinguished fire rekindled at once, with excitement in his eyes. At the same time, Divine Realm Novice Realm Buried Boneland. Qin Xiu was panting heavily, his entire body lying on the ground, sweating as if he was deflated. In order to catch up with the points and even overpower Lin Jian, she had been fighting the entire time. She was looking at pulling away, but she hadn't expected that the full map notification would ring out again. And this time, Lin Jian had actually directly killed the boss, passing the trial. This made Qin Xiu unable to believe it. It's obviously a life-changing master, why is it so powerful? Jian Lin, what secret are you hiding? Qin Xiu bit her red lips tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness, but when she thought about the bet with Lin Jian, this face couldn't help but burn. Passing the first kill, leading by 1,000 points. Qin Xiu no longer had a chance to catch up, and she didn't even dare to mess with the boss of the copy she was in. Inside and outside of the Divine Realm, everyone was shocked by the crazy moves Lin Jian had made, and no one knew exactly how he had done it, and how he survived the swamp ghost pig. As for Lin Jian, who was the person in question, at this moment, with his heaven-defying self-healing ability, he had recovered as good as new. Craning his neck and stretching his arms, looking at the dead swamp ghost pig, Lin Jian also let out a long breath. Looking at the points ranking, the corners of his mouth also brought up a smile. This is stable. The points were far ahead, and the number 1 ranking was a must. Ding! Killed the swamp wet forest boss, gained 1,000 points and 500 experience value. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade. Gained the skill gravity confinement. Leveling up, skill talents have been strengthened, and a brand new skill has been acquired. This trip earned him money. Of course, what really made him happy was getting first place in points, which would lead to a generous reward. And his sister would be saved. SSSS level Divine Master Lin Jian has passed the test and will be teleporting away soon. The trial is about to close. Along with the sound of the Divine Realm notification, the trial was finally coming to an end. Chapter 10 Rewards are abundant. Suddenly bad news? Is the trial over? When someone cleared the level, the trial would end, and Qin Xiu had thought about catching up with the points, but from the moment Lin Jian killed the boss, it was no longer possible for her. Even though Qin Xiu was ranked second, she was thrown off by a gap of 1,000 points. This was a huge blow to Qin Xiu. Divine Realm Square. One by one, the newcomers were teleported out, some with heavy loads, some dragging half of their lives, and some intact. However, Su Yun Xiejingwa and the others' gazes were all absent from them, and even Qin Xiu, the SSS-ranked Divine Cleric Weapon Master, didn't have much of an expression on the faces of the crowd after coming out. That was until Lin Jian appeared. Really? Alive. And intact. Looking at Lin Jian, the school teachers all stared with wide eyes and went up to Lin Jian. They hated to find a single injury from Lin Jian's body. As a life-changing master, he had killed so many wild monsters, not to mention even the boss. But the whole person hadn't suffered a single loss? This was a bit outrageous. Lin Jian, congratulations on winning first place in the trial. Su Yun stepped forward, a smile on her face. For the school to be able to produce such a genius transmuter, this was meant to be a good thing for the school, for her as the principal. Principal Su, when will the reward be given? Lin Jian didn't ink. What he was most concerned about was the reward. Only with a generous reward would he have the chance to save his sister. As for pleasantries and whatnot, it was unnecessary. Su Yun was also made a bit embarrassed by Lin Jian's question, and then said, the rewards from the city and the state will be a bit later. The school gives. Boom. Su Yun hadn't finished speaking, but he saw a black car outside the school traveling in. The license plate in front of it was clearly the license plate of Jiang A01. The person who came was none other than the mayor of Jianhai. The rewards from the city can be given even now. The car just stopped and the voice came over. Su Yun Xiejingwa saw the visitor and rushed forward to greet him. Even these two, they only had to keep a low profile in front of the mayor. Mayor Zhao, why did you come over? Su Yun asked knowingly, the first in the trial, and it was still an SSSS-ranked priesthood. It was even unprecedented to kill a boss in the trial. Such a character had long alarmed the people above. Mayor Zhao waved his hand slightly and didn't respond directly, but instead walked straight up to Lin Jian. Looking up and down, a smile hung on his face. Good, young and talented, SSSS-ranked priesthood, a life-changer can actually have such a high priesthood rank. You achieved first place. According to the rules of the trial, the city will reward you with a villa in the center of the city, and in addition, provide $3 million in funding. When Mayor Zhao said this, the rest of the people immediately smacked their lips and were filled with envy. A villa in the center of Jianhai would start at 5 million, and now it was said to be given away with 3 million in funds. This reward simply made people's eyes red. Thank you, Mayor. Lin Jian wasn't polite. Right now, he needed money the most. With this money, his sister would be saved. As for the resources needed for a transmigrator's cultivation, there were still rewards from the school that hadn't been given, and the country might give rewards. No need to thank you, you're a SSSS-ranked priesthood. This is the first one in Daxia. Even though it's a life-changer profession, it's not trivial. If you perform well, the country will focus on cultivating you. Mayor Zhao patted Lin Jian on the shoulder, but outside of his words, there was something else. Focus on cultivation only if you perform well. The first in this trial, the performance is already very good, but for the country, a life-changing master profession, obviously the attraction is still not enough. You are Miss Qin Xiu, right? Not bad, not bad. Second place score. The above is already recommending you to enter the Supreme Priesthood Academy. You have to be prepared. Mayor Zhao's gaze turned to Qin Xiu. When these words came out, everyone also cast envious gazes. The highest priesthood academy was a high-level academy amongst the great Xia transmigrators. Not only were there abundant resources, but to enter it, one would be a human being. And those who could be selected had to be at least an A-ranked priesthood. Only, the SSSS-ranked divine priesthood Lin Jian was not selected. Instead, the second Qin Xiu was looked at, the reason for which was well known to everyone. The life-changing master profession was really weak, and even though he had achieved first place in the trial, he still couldn't be compared to a weapon master. Despite being invited by the Supreme Priesthood Academy, Qin Xiu was not happy at the moment. It wasn't until Mayor Zhao left that Qin Xiu realized that Lin Jian didn't have any emotions the entire time, and the only thing he expressed was his interest in the rewards. Jian Lin, don't be discouraged. Even though you're in the life-changing master profession, if you can level up with your divine priesthood rank, you'll inevitably enter the divine priesthood academy as well. Su Yun stepped forward and relieved, while also giving the school's rewards. These materials, as well as resources, are all suitable for life-changing masters. Use them as the school's rewards for you. Many thanks. Lin Jian nodded his head and accepted it nonchalantly, originally intending to leave straight away. After all, his sister was still at home. But before he could leave, Xia Jingguo walked up. Student Lin Jian, it's a pleasure to meet you. You performed very well in the trial, although you don't have a chance to enter the Divine Clergy Academy. However, you can join my Xia family. Whether it's financial power or resources, my Xia family can afford to give just as much, including curing your very sick sister. Xia Jingguo revealed a kind face, but the meaningful look in his eyes was something that showed Lin Jian to be unkind. He had almost killed his son, but at this moment, he still wanted to solicit himself? This Xia Jingguo really wasn't simple. Sorry, not interested. Lin Jian finished speaking and directly left. Watching Lin Jian go, Qin Shou clenched his teeth and still followed. This trial, Lin Jian was out of the limelight, and although he had gotten a generous reward, the best was not. It was only because his profession was a life-changer. A profession that was unremarkable and served as cannon fodder, so he lost the chance to enter the Divine Clergy Academy. While being in this trial, Qin Shou was aware that Lin Jian's strength was definitely not an unusual life-changing master. Lin Jian. At the doorway, Qin Shou called out to Lin Jian. I'll send you back, I'm sure you'll be able to get in for the Divine Clergy Academy. Qin Shou said it seriously, but Lin Jian hadn't taken it to heart. There's no problem sending me, I thought Miss Qin Shou had come over to honor the bet. Speaking of the bet, Qin Shou's face suddenly brought up a blush, and didn't explicitly say so, but instead gestured for Lin Jian to get into the car. That look, stealing feeling. Car. Lin Jian teasingly looked at Qin Shou, such a delicate beauty, it was impossible to say that there wasn't some manly thoughts. What do you want to do about the bet? Qin Shou didn't dare to look directly at Lin Jian, originally thinking to come out and comfort Lin Jian for fear that he'd count on him because of what happened in the Divine Office Academy. However, he had forgotten about the matter of the betting contract, and seeing as Lin Jian didn't put the Clergy Academy in the slightest bit in his mind, this also made Qin Shou curious. Do what? Of course is to do what a man should. Tut tut. Before the words were finished, the cell phone in his pocket was ringing, so Lin Jian had to swallow his words back and pick up the phone. Lin Jian, your sister has been kidnapped, there are so many people, our neighbors can't stop them. Chapter 11, There's something to ask. The sudden phone call from his neighbor instantly made Lin Jian lose his mind of flirting with Qin Shou. Seeing Lin Jian's face lowering and even starting to appear ruthless, it made Qin Shou not help but recall the scene when Lin Jian dealt with Xie Zixuan at that time. Lin Jian, what happened? Qin Shou was a bit uneasy. Originally, he was worried that Lin Jian had thoughts because he wasn't treated fairly, and now Lin Jian's low-pressure emotions made Qin Shou a little worried. My sister was kidnapped. Lin Jian's fists clenched as he looked at the car and then at Qin Shou. Please, send me there. Lin Jian and his sister were dependent on each other, and it could be said that his sister was everything. Since childhood, even if he suffered from what kind of humiliation, cold-eyed mockery, Lin Jian never cared. He understood that living at the bottom was not what he wished for, but if it hurt his sister, then it was a different story. Even if he turned over, he would turn this day upside down. Okay, driver, hurry up and drive. Lin Jian, say the location. Qin Shou realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately rushed to greet them. Although Qin Shou had pride that belonged to herself, she wasn't some unseen, pretentious princess. Instead, she was happy to come into contact with those who had strength, talent, and more importantly, character. Although Lin Jian had had a little friction with her, neither side was the type of person to care, and in the trial, Lin Jian had even won the respect he deserved. A low-level life-changer, a sewer-like profession, could be more powerful than a top profession like a weapon master. Soon. Zhanghai City's border district, an old and dilapidated neighborhood, where all the people who lived here were the bottom of this era, people who couldn't awaken their priesthood and couldn't get a firm foothold amongst the common people. The residence of Lin Jian's siblings was here. As soon as they arrived, Lin Jian helped run out, so fast that even Qin Shou, who was following them, was startled. A life-changing master could actually have this kind of speed? This was truly amazing. Auntie, where did they take my sister? Who are those people? Looking around the room, the narrow and simple room was only furnished with a bed, while there was bedding on the floor. This was where the siblings lived, because his sister was seriously ill. Lin Jian only had to take on all to make it work. No, not sure, Lin Jian, that person who left said that you offended someone you shouldn't have. and left you a note. The older woman was so frightened by the ferocity that filled Lin Jian's body that she seemed to stutter when she spoke. Trembling, she took out the note. Lin Jian opened it and the madness under his eyes surged once more. Xia Zishuan. Lin Jian said these words through gritted teeth, and Qin Xiu on the side instantly understood. Seeing that Lin Jian wanted to go straight to the Xia family, Qin Xiu hurriedly stopped him. You're crazy, aren't you? They're doing this because they want you to send yourself to the door. The Xia family's power in Jianghai isn't small, and there are a lot of transmutants, so what are you going to fight them with now? Qin Xiu hurriedly opened his mouth. If he let Lin Jian go to the Xia family at this time, then Lin Jian would be ruined. Even if he took first place and received all sorts of rewards, he couldn't compare to the Xia family. When Qin Xiu said this, it was hard to stop the anger in Lin Jian's heart, and now that he thought back, the words that Xie Zhenghua had said to himself at that time had long since been traced. Am I just going to watch them take my sister away? This group of... Lin Jian gritted his teeth in anger. Even though he knew what Qin Xiu meant, he was still unwilling in his heart. Under universal transfer, ordinary people had no status, much less the right to speak. Even the alliance government would not make things difficult for a rich and powerful family for an ordinary person. Even though Lin Jian had awakened and become a transmuter, he still wouldn't be taken seriously. The results of the previous trial were the best proof of this. I'll go back and think of a way. Right, Lin Jian, you can go to the principal. You're an SSSS ranked cleric after all. The alliance government has certain protective measures for clerics. Especially for family members. It might be able to help you. Qin Xiu was also in a hurry at the moment, and even though Lin Jian was unwilling to go begging, he had no other choice. Fighting hard with the Xie family was the next best thing. Originally life had just picked up. Lin Jian didn't want to end up making both himself and his sister desperate. Well, many thanks. Lin Jian responded. Qin Xiu looked at him like this, listening to the raw word many thanks, knowing that Lin Jian had high self-esteem. Immediately, he hurriedly said, thank you for what? Consider it our bet, you can't make any more excessive demands on me. Qin Xiu pretended to have a haughty demeanor, but he looked at Lin Jian and froze slightly. However, before he could open his mouth, Qin Xiu urged. Split up, I'll let you know as soon as I have news. After saying that, Qin Xiu and Lin Jian left together. Lin Jian re-entered the school. At that time, Zhanghai First Middle School. Ever since the end of the trial, the school was in a busy state. After all, this time, a few very good seedlings had appeared amongst the people who had awakened the priesthood in the first middle school. This was a good thing for the school. In addition to Lin Jian's SSSS-ranked Divine Priesthood, Qin Xiu's SSS-ranked Divine Priesthood Weapon Master was receiving a lot of attention from above. Even the people from the Supreme Priesthood Academy had rushed over to deal with the relevant matters. In addition, there were also 4 A-ranked priesthoods, and one of them was the A-ranked priesthood Wind Master Xie Zishuan. At this moment, inside the conference room, Su Yun was dealing with the people from the Priesthood Academy. Everyone, the first place winner of this trial, Lin Jian, is an SSSS-ranked priesthood, which is unheard of, and I think he is equally qualified to enter the Supreme Priesthood Academy. It should also be respected. Isn't this disposition of yours too hasty? Su Yun frowned. This time, the people from the Divine Clergy Academy came over and asked for several people in one breath, and Lin Jian was not among them. This person, well, the priesthood level is unheard of, but there's no one who can prove that an SSSS-level priesthood must be powerful, but don't forget that he's just a life-changing master. The academy won't spend energy and resources to cultivate a cannon fodder. The other party had a firm attitude. Even though Lin Jian's SSSS-ranked priesthood was unprecedented, his status, however, was inferior. The conference room was full of arguments, while Lin Jian had already arrived at the door at this moment. The voices from inside kept coming as well. This person, Lin Jian, we've investigated him as well, there's nothing redeeming about him, to put it bluntly, he's a life-changer profession, it's useless to have a good priesthood rank. There's no value. Principal Su doesn't need to say more. The words just fell. Su Yun was about to continue speaking, but the door was pushed open. Lin Jian? Why did you come over? Su Yun froze, clearly not expecting Lin Jian to appear at this time. Lin Jian's sudden appearance had left Su Yun at a bit of a loss for words, and she had originally thought to fight for Lin Jian. But the attitude of the Divine Vocational Academy gave Su Yun a headache. Principal Su, causing trouble. Lin Jian sincerely thanked Su Yun. Originally he wanted to come to Su Yun and seek some help as Qin Xiu had said. But the words he heard on the outside made Lin Jian realize that Su Yun was just a principal and wasn't that capable. Letting her help would instead add to her troubles. I came here because I have something to ask for, it's not for the Divine Clergy Academy. Chapter 12, Value? What's the point of proving it? For the first time, this was the first time after Lin Jian was reborn into this world that he spoke words of mutual request. Originally, Lin Jian thought that after awakening the priesthood and getting the reward for the trial, he would be able to cure his sister and have something to rely on in this world. But the cruelty of reality told Lin Jian that the current him was too weak. So Lin Jian could only do things his own way. Something to ask for? Lin Jian, let's talk outside. Su Yun quickly realized that it was perhaps her sister's condition that had worsened that could make Lin Jian say such things. Lin Jian had no connections, no relationships, and if he hadn't awakened his priesthood, Su Yun wouldn't have seen him. However, Lin Jian refused. Principal Su, this matter is rather troublesome. You're from the Divine Clergy Academy, and I've heard that the Alliance has a certain amount of shelter for transmigrants. My family was kidnapped by Xiejingua, and I need you guys to bring my family back safely. Lin Jian didn't hesitate and stated his thoughts very directly. However, hearing these words, a few people from the Divine Clergy Academy laughed. Especially one of the men. After hearing Xiejinghua's name, the look on his face became intriguing. Xiejinghua? The Xia family group, but one of the supporters of my Divine Clergy Academy's residency in Grand Xia, is considered to be an addition to the Divine Clergy Academy. Although they are insignificant, but you? A life changer, slandering others is a crime. When these words came out, the corner of Lin Jian's eyes twitched viciously. He hadn't expected that within this Divine Clergy Academy, there were still people related to the Xia family. Whether or not I'm slandering, you guys can check yourselves. Don't you guys just think that I'm just a life-changing master with no relationship background, and have no value to you guys? Do you guys understand life-changing masters? Lin Jian's words were resounding, and instead, he questioned the people of the Divine Clergy Academy. The man from earlier was about to snap and reprimand, but was stopped by one of them. The Supreme Priesthood Academy was created by the alliance government formed by the major powers under the era of universal transmigration, and is also the party that has researched the priesthood the most thoroughly. You're just a newcomer who just became a transmuter, how dare you say that? The one who spoke was an elderly old man, his eyes incomparably sharp as he gazed straight at Lin Jian. In response, Lin Jian snorted coldly. Raising his hand, he didn't hesitate to tear a piece of meat from his other arm, extremely fast and vicious. He didn't even blink. Until it was dripping with blood. Frighteningly, the people present froze. However, in the next second everyone's pupils contracted up as they looked at Lin Jian in shock. The place that had been torn off was actually rapidly healing. This is what a life-changing master is, a SSSS-ranked priesthood life-changing master. It's not the same as those D-rank C-rank life-changing masters you've seen. Now, do you guys feel worthy? Lin Jian knew that if he wanted them to step in and make the Xia family release him, he could only make them see the value. This was the optimal solution. Even though it might expose his own abilities, Lin Jian gave his own explanation for this. Moreover, his own self-healing ability could be controlled to a certain extent by himself, making it seem less perverse. Self-healing? A life changer actually has the ability to self-heal? No wonder it's a SSSS-ranked priesthood, so it turns out that with a high priesthood rank, the profession is also affected. A few old men from the Divine Clergy Academy were filled with shock. How could they not expect that the life-changing masters that they regarded as cannon fodder and didn't put in their eyes had this kind of change? So that's how it is. No wonder your kid dared to go for the boss. Not bad, not bad. SSSS-ranked priesthoods are indeed powerful. A few of you all know about Lin Jian's claim, so please also step in and resolve it. After all, persecuting the family members of a transfiguration master, this is something that the alliance government won't allow. Su Yun hurriedly spoke. After learning what the Xie family had done, she realized why Lin Jian had come over. However, after these words were said, the people from the Divine Clergy Academy began to hesitate. Although there's a self-healing ability, it's limited after all. The late stage of a transmogrifier can easily obliterate a person, so although there's some value, it's not enough. However, we can make an exception and admit you into the Clergy Academy. As for your family's matter, that's your own conflict. We also investigated before. You nearly killed an A-ranked wind harnesser, Xiejinghua's son. The old man continued to speak. The meaning of his words was obvious. It's fine to let you enter the Divine Clergy Academy, but it's not worth it to go against a Xie family for you. Even if a Xie family was insignificant in front of the Divine Clergy Academy, it wasn't worth it all the same. After understanding this meaning, Lin Jian laughed. It was just an icy laugh. Heh, so the Alliance Government and the Divine Office Academy have this kind of virtue. Then you will remember what you said today. As for the Clergy Academy? I'm sorry, I haven't really looked at the Divine Clergy Academy yet. Lin Jian snorted coldly, wanting to rely on the so-called Alliance Government clearly wouldn't work. And the people of the Divine Office Academy were just the same. All of them were a bunch of dog-eyed guys. At this moment, Lin Jian seemed to better understand the saying from his previous life that heaven and earth were unkind and took everything as ruminants. Lin Jian thought that after becoming a transmigrator, there would be a change, but now it seemed that it was only himself that had changed, not this world. After saying this, Lin Jian directly turned around and left. Seeing this, Su Yun's face also brought up worry, and she hurriedly chased after him. Lin Jian! Don't be impulsive. The Alliance Government won't work, we have other methods. Su Yun hurriedly stopped, the kind of ruthless madness that Lin Jian had used on Xie Zixuan before, she had seen it with her own eyes. Even if he, the life-changing master, had brought self-healing abilities because of his priesthood rank, there was ultimately a limit. The Xie family was a dragon's den to the current him. Principal Su, I've caused you trouble, I'll take care of the rest myself. When this path didn't work, Lin Jian had already decided to solve it in his own way. Don't be impulsive, the Alliance Government was formed by all the major powers around the globe, but this is Daxia, there's still the Daxia government, I can go and ask. There might be a chance. Su Yun hurriedly said, although nowadays, the relationship between the Daxia government and the Alliance government was delicate, and under the universal transfer, the strength of each country changed, creating some awkward situations. But Su Yun believed that with a talent like Lin Jian, he shouldn't be buried. Hearing Su Yun's words, Lin Jian's complexion was slightly stunned. Forget it, I don't like begging for this kind of thing, I appreciate Principal Su's feelings. After saying this, Lin Jian didn't stay any longer and left the school straight away. No one could help, so Lin Jian relied on himself. No matter how powerful he was, even if it was a dragon's den, even if it was a mountain of swords, if he touched the scales, one life for 100. If Lin Jian didn't even have the means to protect his sister's safety, who was he to survive in this world of the weak and the strong? After leaving the school, Lin Jian ran over to where the Xie family was. However, just halfway there, he was stopped by Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu came in a hurry and was out of breath. But after seeing Lin Jian's expression, Qin Xiu obviously understood. Chapter 13, Last Help, Blood Enhancer. Can't it work on the principal's side? Qin Xiu tried to calm her breathing and opened her mouth to inquire. After she went back, she immediately contacted her family, originally thinking that she could help Lin Jian this time by virtue of her family's background. However, she hadn't expected that the family gave a firm attitude and wasn't willing to do such a thing for the sake of a life-changing master. The Xie family was not to be feared, but the Qin family also had their own considerations. No one would offend someone for the sake of a small person, even if the person they offended wasn't insignificant in their eyes. There's no need to trouble Principal Su, it's someone from the Divine Clergy Academy. No news from your side either, right? Rather, I've caused you all trouble. Lin Jian didn't like owing others, this time Su Yun Qin Xiu had the intention to help, but couldn't do anything about it. Even so, Lin Jian felt that he had taken their favor. Therefore, he had guessed that Qin Xiu's side had no good news. Seeing Lin Jian ask this, Qin Xiu's face was also a bit embarrassed. I didn't convince the family. But this is a bet between you and me, what do you need, just say it, I will definitely help you. Qin Xiu opened her mouth and spoke, this kind of words were perhaps the maximum she could say and the maximum she could help. After hearing these words, Lin Jian laughed lightly, alright, you and I don't owe anyone anything in the first place. I'll take care of the rest myself. Lin Jian had already made up his mind, so he naturally didn't want to bother anyone else. However, when these words left his mouth, Qin Xiu was in a hurry. She was such a delicate beauty, and at the moment, her face was filled with anger. Hey! What do you mean by that? I didn't submit to you during the trial, and I was the one who lost the bet, am I the one who can't afford to lose? Besides, I'm still waiting to fight you. Qin Xiu spoke forcefully, holding out her attractive breasts and speaking with a straight face. Lin Jian was a bit surprised when he looked at her in this manner, he didn't expect that she would be so calculating when he just casually made a bet with her. Didn't you already go and ask for me? Even if the bet has been completed, hurry back. Lin Jian still had to go to the Xie family, so he didn't want to delay. Can't. It's not complete until it's done. I know what you want to go to the Xia family alone. What's the difference between that and sending yourself to your death? Qin Xiu immediately objected, talking sense. What's the difference between death and humiliation? Besides, who said that I would definitely die? Lin Jian responded calmly, but the calmer he was, Qin Xiu instead felt more terrifying. The Xia family is only powerful in Jianghai, it's not considered a really big family. However, amongst the Xia family, there are a dozen or so C-rank priesthoods, and their ranks are probably all around the 10th level. And Xie Jinghua himself is a B-rank priesthood and a wind master, but his rank has already reached level 16. As long as he completes the transfer, the priesthood level could potentially be raised to a rank. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Qin Xiu spoke in exasperation, but Lin Jian could hear that she was telling herself about the Xie clan situation. However, with the details, Lin Jian would be able to act much better. I'm going even if I have no chance of winning. Lin Jian's response was very dry, as if he was holding out for certain death, but in reality, with his heaven-defying self-healing, even if he was blasted into powder, as long as there was enough time, Lin Jian would still be safe and sound. His own heaven-defying self-healing ability was Lin Jian's biggest card. What had been displayed in front of the Divine Clergy Academy earlier was merely something that had been deliberately suppressed by him. Besides, they all thought it was brought on by the SSSS-ranked priesthood. You're unbelievable. Qin Xiu huffed and grunted, but when she saw that Lin Jian was about to leave, she immediately became anxious again. Wait. Qin Xiu pulled on Lin Jian's hand, only just pulling on it, and then letting go in the next second. Her face became a little unnatural. This is for you. This is a blood-strengthening agent, used on top of the transmutation army, something that is explicitly banned from flowing out of various countries, and it will allow you to gain more strength in a short period of time. It can at least give you a boost of about 10 levels, but once the time passes, you will suffer a horrifying backlash, and there is a great possibility that you will die. If you can survive it, you will also be able to gain some benefits from it and level up. Qin Xiu said, directly handing an encapsulated blood-strengthening agent to Lin Jian. This was something that she had secretly brought out, and it was also because of her family's refusal that Qin Xiu had no choice but to do so. She had seen Lin Jian's madness and knew that she couldn't stop him. Therefore, wanted to help as much as possible. This thing. Lin Jian looked at it, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to ask Qin Xiu why she didn't spare any effort to help herself, but she had a haughty face and obviously wouldn't say anything. Remember, time is only 2 hours. After 2 hours, if you don't make it out of the Xie family, then you hurry up and take it, I can still send you there. Qin Xiu was helping Lin Jian one last time in his own way. With his kind of status, he couldn't get close to the Xie family. Looking at Qin Xiu like this, Lin Jian also hesitated. After considering for a moment, Lin Jian then nodded, count me as owing you a favor. What love? What are you talking nonsense about? I just think it's weirdly unfortunate if you die, I haven't even split the difference yet. Qin Xiu said stubbornly, and Lin Jian let out a laugh and directly opened the blood-strengthening agent. This was the first time he had heard of this thing, but from Qin Xiu's description, it was clearly an extremely high-risk thing. It was high risk for others, but for Lin Jian, that wasn't necessarily the case. As the strengthening blood agent was injected, Lin Jian only felt his entire body become sore, a wave of berserk power continued to rage, and his level began to change. Ding! Forced injection of enhancing blood agent. Level up 1, 2. Level up 10. Along with Lin Jian's limited time leveling up, his entire aura changed the same. Watching the changes occur on Lin Jian, Qin Xiu knew that it was working. Get in the car, this place is close to the Xie family. Don't waste time. Chapter 14 Killing the Xie family. The enhancement of the blood strengthening agent directly increased by 10 levels. According to Qin Xiu, the effects brought by the blood strengthening agent were very strong, but at the same time, the side effects were also extremely great. Within 2 hours, this energy would continuously destroy Lin Jian's flesh until it ended. If he couldn't hold on, Lin Jian would die. In the car, Qin Xiu transformed into a top female driver and roared all the way. Even if she passed by a fish seller, the stall could be deflected by the speed of the car. Soon. Xia family. Xia family in Jianhai covers a large area, is a huge manor. As the premier wealthy consortium in Jianhai City, their financial power was top-notch in the region, so the Xia family manor was protected by transmigrators inside and out. Here it is. Lin Jian, be careful. Xin Xiao had a worried look on her face and opened her mouth to remind her. Lin Jian didn't respond, he just opened the car door and walked straight towards the manor. The entrance to the manor. Stop. Just as he arrived, 2 guards at the entrance stopped Lin Jian. Private manor, no entry. The 2 guards immediately blocked, with a fierce look on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't bother to rub it in with them. Exchange of lives, divine chain binding. Binding 2 people at once. Change of life, hell's whale. With the skill cast, Lin Jian was no longer polite and raised his hand to strike, not towards the 2 men in the past, but without hesitation, piercing through his own chest. Plop. Blood flew, and the 2 guards were just about to taunt, but their faces changed drastically, instantly turning pale. Looking down, at some point their chests had been opened up with bloody holes. You are a life changer. The voices ended abruptly, and the people fell down one after another. Lin Jian stepped forward and blasted open the iron door with a punch. Now that the strength of his physical body had been boosted, he was able to match the strength of combat-oriented professions. Along with the gate blasting open, an alarm went off throughout the Xie family manor. In an instant, a dozen or so people rushed out, all clear of transmutations. Every single one of them was a C-ranked priesthood, and all of them had a career level of around level 10. Despite the large number of people, Lin Jian didn't care. Change life, divine chain binding. Life change, hell whale. Life change, night eyes exploration. Successive skills were on full blast, and Lin Jian's cold eyes gazed at the dozen or so people rushing in. Facing their skill attacks, Lin Jian didn't back down. Boom! As the successive attacks fell, Lin Jian looked bruised and battered. Every single one of them was a fatal wound, and blood couldn't stop flowing out. However, under the cover of blood, the flesh and blood quickly repaired, and there was no damage to Lin Jian. On the contrary, these transmutants couldn't hold up. All the damage they had inflicted on Lin Jian would be returned directly through Hell's Whale, and the power was 13 times greater. Ah! He's a life changer. In an instant, the manor was filled with miserable screams. One by one, the transmutators fell one after another. At this moment within the manor, Xie Jinghua looked at the scene in the courtyard, but his face brought up a smile. Beside him, Xie Zishuan, who had already recovered, was looking at Lin Jian with a resentful expression. Dad, we wasted so much manpower just to integrate him? This guy's skills are bizarre. Why don't we just kill him without doing anything? Xie Zishuan held a grudge against Lin Jian, nearly killing him last time. Now he was messing around so much in his own house. What was even more terrifying was that a dozen or so people had attacked together and couldn't do anything about him. At this moment, Lin Jian was covered in blood, walking step by step like a demon from hell. What do you know? This kid is a SSSS-ranked priesthood. His life changer is different from others. It's a life-preserving talisman when used properly. Xie Jinghua clearly had an imperative stance towards Lin Jian. As long as he took it, the Xie family would have one more thing to fall back on from now on. Go, meet this guy. Xie Jinghua was naturally prepared for publicly kidnapping someone. He also knew that an impulsive nature like Lin Jian was bound to not give up. Sending him directly to his door also spared him the trouble of going through all the trouble. At this moment, inside the courtyard, exterminating more than a dozen people at once, Lin Jian had no fluctuations in his heart. Just the lives of these dozen people were still far less than his own sister. Lin Jian, how dare you come to my Xie family? In the next moment, Xie Zishuan's flailing appearance reappeared. Following that, Xie Jinghua's father and son walked out as well. Zhen Lin, you're so grandiose that you killed a dozen people from my Xie family. This matter won't pass so easily. Xie Jinghua looked at Lin Jian. This guy's whole body was injured, but he had a vibrant look of vitality. Not only that, there wasn't even any pain visible on his face. Lin Jian watched with cold eyes. Where was the heart to talk nonsense with them? Hand over my sister. Otherwise, none will be left behind. Lin Jian didn't want to talk nonsense. This father and son already deserved to die. If anything happened to his sister, Lin Jian would never let them go even if he spelled out his life. Seeing Lin Jian directly picking his words apart, Xie Jinghua also laughed. Since they're all smart people, it's a good thing. That sister of yours is seriously ill. Honestly, she's of little use to my Xie family, a waste. But you're different. Your life-changing master is very good. As long as you submit to my Xie family, not only will I provide you with resources, I'll also spend money to help cure your sister. Xie Jingwa spoke openly, yet he made a beneficent expression as if he was rewarding Lin Jian. People from the lower strata of society like Lin Jian could only live in a dirty and dilapidated small building for the rest of their lives, and even if they awakened their priesthood, they couldn't compare to them all the same. Some people were born in Rome, while others were born in hell, destined to suffer for the rest of their lives. In Xie Jingwa's eyes, Lin Jian was the latter. 2. Are also worthy of making me sell my life? Lin Jian watched with cold eyes. Xie Zishuan wasn't enough to fear, it was this Xie Jingwa, who was already level 16. That meant that he was able to transfer, and once he did, his strength would increase greatly, and his priesthood level would also increase. He himself had only hit level 13 with the blood strengthening agent. Not a small mouth, it seems that it's really a good idea to teach you a lesson so that you obediently sign the priesthood contract. The so-called priesthood contract was a master-servant contract between transmutants. Standing within the priesthood, once it was violated, the priesthood that was violating it would dissipate, and not only that, it would also suffer a brutal punishment. Xie Jingbo was planning to use Lin Jian's sister to make Lin Jian sign the priesthood contract. Kid, but newcomer, even if you ranked first in the trial, you're not my opponent. Even though life changers can exchange lives for lives, it depends on the rank gap. Xie Jingbo snorted coldly, just in time to strike to teach a lesson and recover some interest for his son. Watching Xie Jingbo about to make his move, Lin Jian wasn't ambiguous either. Taking a step ahead of him. Divine Chain Binding, Hell Whale. The skills opened at the same time. It directly bound father and son together. No matter who attacked Lin Jian, they would receive 13 times the damage. Lin Jian didn't believe that without the ability to heal themselves against the heavens, how would they be able to block it? Xie Jingbo wasn't the least bit panicked when he sensed the life-changing master's energy enveloping him. Instead, he backhanded his son and pushed him out, trying to avoid Lin Jian's range. But, Lin Jian's life-changing mastery was carried on a SSSS-ranked priesthood. If it was an unusual life-changing division, it would be ineffective if it was too far away. But Lin Jian's wouldn't. Chapter 15 Life for Life, do you dare? Once bound, as long as one attacked within the skill's time limit, they would be harmed. Thus, at this moment, Xie Jingwa did not notice this gap at all. Thinking to himself that Xie Zishuan was already safe. Lin Jian looked on coldly. Xie Jingwa, on the other hand, laughed contemptuously. Kid, even though I'm a C-ranked priesthood, I'm a combat type and my level is higher than yours. You're only 2 or 3 levels right now, aren't you? Xie Jingwa said contemptuously. Although he was a C-rank priesthood, he was not a low rank, reaching level 16. With this strength, even Qin Xiu's SSS-ranked Divine Priesthood Weapon Master would not be able to fight against Xie Jingwa at this moment. After all, the level difference was too great, and today's Qin Xiu was only level 2. You think I'm afraid? Lin Jian snorted coldly. Xie Jingwa no longer hesitated, raising his hand and directly exploding out with a strike of wind blades. In response, Lin Jian didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it. Boom! The wind blade struck, and the skin on his shoulder instantly split open. Blood flowed out, but Lin Jian didn't show the slightest bit of pain. An attack from an outsider was not nearly as painful as having his own organs removed with his own hands. Xie Jingwa, can you carry it? Lin Jian laughed coldly, and Xie Jingwa's eyes gaped as he was just about to open his mouth when he actually realized that he had violently sustained additional injuries on his arms. And, with ease, a bloody scar cracked open from his shoulder. In a flash, blood flowed out, and that injury was even worse than the one Lin Jian had received. White bones could be seen. Hiss, brat, I forgot about your life-changing master's ability. However, this injury is nothing to me. Xie Jingwa obviously did not care, but directly took out a plate of capsules and directly ate one. Kid, this is a divine medicine for healing injuries, something that a bottom-tier trash like you wouldn't be able to afford in a lifetime. Just this injury? It can be recovered in a matter of moments. I'd like to see what you can fight me with. Xie Jingwa's face was full of smugness. The injury on his shoulder had healed quickly as the capsule was taken. Seeing this, Lin Jian was not the least bit flustered. Yeah? You think getting high on drugs will help? Lin Jian snorted coldly, and the next moment, Xie Zishuan, who had retreated far behind him, instantly screamed miserably. Ah! My hand. Dad! What's going on here? Xie Zishuan screamed miserably and rose. Xie Jingwa turned around and instantly his pupils rose in shock. One of Xie Zishuan's arms was actually cut off alive. And that injury was clearly caused by his own wind blade. You think that it's alright if you stay away? Xie Jinghua, hand over my sister, otherwise, your son will be buried with you. Lin Jian angrily rebuked, not wanting to waste time. Although Lin Jian had the ability to heal himself against the heavens, because of the blood strengthening agent, and the injuries caused by others, even if it would heal itself, the pain was still there. Therefore, Lin Jian was also enduring it. Little. Really underestimated you. Anger presented itself in Xie Jinggua's eyes as he decided to ruthlessly teach Lin Jian a lesson. Son, take the medicine and hold on. I don't believe this can last. Xie Jinghua blurted out a sentence that almost made Xie Zishuan faint. This broken is his own hand. How come this old dang doesn't feel any pain at all? Wind strangle. The skill was unleashed, and in an instant surrounding Lin Jian's body, hurricanes swept up and wind blades emerged like giant teeth. It kept attacking on Lin Jian's body. However, the more he attacked, the worse Xie Jinggua's face became. On his body, the same injuries appeared, and they were even more powerful than Lin Jian's. As for Xie Zishuan, standing far away from him, he was currently covered in scars and collapsed in a pool of blood. Dad! I am dying. Xie Zishuan couldn't stop wailing. This severe pain, the horrific injuries were too much for him to bear. Xie Jinghua gritted his teeth. He really couldn't figure out why leaving so far away was still effective. Even more so, he couldn't figure out that Lin Jian's level wasn't as high as his own, and even if it was a life-changing master skill, it shouldn't have caused such a serious injury to him. Disarm the skill immediately. Otherwise, I'll have someone kill your sister. Looking at his son's dying appearance, once he launched his own attack, he would surely die. This time, Xie Jinghua panicked. However, Lin Jian never gave in to weakness. I've said it before, release him. If you dare to make a move, I'll take your son's life for sure. Lin Jian watched with cold eyes as he stepped out of the wind stranglehold. That face full of gloom, the coldness and madness in his eyes made Xie Jinggua's heart very unhappy. You disarmed the skills on my son first. Xie Jinghua angrily rebuked, and clearly had no intention of letting go. But Lin Jian was not accustomed to it. Raising his hand, a blood chi gushed out and coalesced in his palm. It was aimed at his chest at the same time. I forgot to tell you, the damage you guys are receiving right now is 13 times greater. Even if you can carry it, that son of yours is afraid that he won't be able to hold on. Chapter 16, Unknown Destination, Hypocritical Priesthood Academy. When it came to things like threats, Lin Jian didn't bring any fear. He was a life changer, a life for a life, and it wasn't he who was afraid. To deal with these guys was to be even more desperate than them. That was the only way to suppress them. How dare you? Looking at Lin Jian about to strike, Xie Jinghua immediately spoke up to stop it. If this blow went down, not to mention that he himself would be injured, his son would definitely not survive. You think I don't dare? Lin Jian snorted coldly and poofed. The palm of his hand was like a sharp knife, instantly penetrating his chest. At the same time, Xie Zishuan burst into a deathly scream, his entire face pale. Xie Jinghua similarly had a bloody hole appear in his chest, severe pain coming from him, making his face embarrassed. This person, even if he is a life changer, under the level suppression, he is actually still able to hold on for so long. So many injuries were on him, but he was like a person who was fine. Completely do not care. Not only that, but this guy was also ruthless with himself. Lin Jian didn't hesitate and yanked on the heart. At this instant, Xie Jinghua was terrified. Are you really going to die? Stop it. Jianlin, I won't make things difficult for you and let you leave. Xie Jinghua panicked. He could feel that his heart was being held, and with a slight movement, his entire heart would shatter. And he would die as well. I said, give my sister back. Lin Jian's cold eyes and bloody pupils, even though there was blood flowing from his body, he couldn't see the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he was showing ferocity. Dad! Suddenly, Xie Zishuan in the distance let out a wail. Blood continued to gush out from his entire chest. He was already severely injured. Even if Lin Jian didn't crush his heart, 13 times the damage, it wasn't something that he could carry with a level 2 profession. Watching Xie Zishuan die, Xie Jinggua's face twisted and his anger surged up, wanting to kill Lin Jian with his own hands, but there was nothing he could do about it. Zi Xian. My son. Xie Jinggua's face was filled with pain and anger, but when he looked at Lin Jian, the madness in the guy's eyes was what made him chill. Life-changing masters, to be so terrifying. Those life-changing masters from before were just minions, but Lin Jian was different. Xie Jinghua, if you don't want to die, release my sister. Lin Jian spoke again. If Xie Jingwe didn't let go, he would directly send him to heaven. Looking at Lin Jian being ruthless once again, Xie Jingwe was afraid, blood spitting out of his entire mouth, sustaining 13 times the damage, even with the level advantage. He couldn't support it either. Your sister isn't here with me. Xie Jingwe said through clenched teeth. In order to survive and seek revenge on Lin Jian again, he could only compromise. Otherwise, he would be finished, and everything in the Xie family would be finished. Bull. You guys brought people to kidnap my sister, and you dare to say you didn't? Once Lin Jian heard Xie Jingwe's words, he instantly rebuked angrily. If anything happened to his sister, he would want all those surnamed Xie to be buried with her. As the words fell, Lin Jian's hand also pushed up, and in an instant, the sharp pain coming from his heart caused Xie Jingwe to spit out blood. Stop, stop. Stop. Xie Jingwe staggered and fell to his knees, his face pale. He was afraid that Lin Jian hadn't grasped the force properly and directly crushed his heart. In that case, he wouldn't be able to survive. I didn't lie to you. The person was captured by my Xie family, but he was taken away. Xie Jingwe hurriedly said, and while Lin Jian listened, his eyes were skeptical. Just as Lin Jian was about to continue to make a move, in a split second, Lin Jian realized that he couldn't move. Not only that, he couldn't even blink. Everything around him was as if it was standing still. Time stands still. A voice rang out, and in the next moment, several silhouettes appeared, walking in from outside the manor. Hearing the voice, Lin Jian's heart sank. This voice was none other than those guys from the Divine Office Academy. Only to see a few people from the Divine Clergy Academy come forward and look at the entire manor, which was littered with corpses. Even Xie Zixuan had died tragically in a pool of blood. If they had come a moment later, I'm afraid that Xie Jingwe would have died as well. They had all underestimated Lin Jian's madness. Enough, cancel the skill, you're still young, don't be impulsive. As for your sister, the old man probed just now, there really isn't one inside. The old man in charge spoke, then raised his hand and waved it, instantly returning to normal. This scene shocked Lin Jian's heart. A skill that could actually stand still in time. This old man from the Divine Clergy Academy, what kind of strength was he? What profession? Being able to manipulate time was too perverse. With this kind of strength, there was no way he could do it in front of people even if he was a life-changing master. Thinking of this, Lin Jian had no choice but to let go of his hand. At the same time, the injuries on his body were slowly healing. Of course, this was Lin Jian deliberately controlling the speed of self-healing. If he were to self-heal at the original, heaven-defying speed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Worthy of being an SSSS-ranked priesthood, even a life-changing master has been given such a heaven-defying ability. Lin Jian, you've caused a big trouble this time. As soon as the words left his mouth, another man opened his mouth to reprimand. It was all in an accusatory manner. As for Xie Jingwe, he also got up with the help of the people and hurriedly took the capsule treatment. Only, looking at Xie Zixuan lying in a pool of blood, Xie Jingwe's anger in his heart was hard to quell. Professor Han. This guy, blatantly killing transmigrants and killing my son. He's a freshman in your Divine Clergy Academy. Xie Jingwe angrily rebuked, clearly intending to use the Divine Ordination Academy against Lin Jian. He, who had been tortured half to death by Lin Jian, didn't have the guts to face Lin Jian alone at this moment. However, after he said this, the professor at the head, Professor Han, immediately waved his hand. I, the Divine Clergy Academy, will make my own decision on this matter. Professor Han said, then his gaze fell on Lin Jian. Killing dozens of transmigrators, and even killing a freshman from my Divine Occupation Academy, Lin Jian, do you know that you violated the laws of the Alliance? This is a capital offense. If you're willing to join the Divine Clergy Academy, I can consider pleading on your behalf and saving your life. Professor Han spoke, such a profession was not worth pulling in. But Lin Jian's life-changer was clearly different from the norm. And SSSS-ranked priesthoods were rare in the world. Plus in today's situation, a newcomer who dared to single-handedly break into a place like this. A dozen or so transfiguration masters couldn't do anything about it. It was also true that there was a value worth pulling in. However, when Professor Han's words left his mouth, Lin Jian laughed. The Divine Clergy Academy is really moralistic. Before, when I approached you guys, you said private grudges, what? Now that I'm resolving my own personal grudge, you guys are coming out instead? He kidnapped my sister, even if everyone here dies, it has nothing to do with you guys. Lin Jian didn't back down. At this moment, the side effects of the blood-strengthening agent in his body had begun to appear, and time was almost up. Even so, Lin Jian still forced himself to endure the severe pain. The whereabouts of his sister hadn't been clarified yet, so he couldn't be careless. How dare you! The Divine Clergy Academy was established by the Alliance government, and all transmigrators around the world must abide by the rules. Lin Jian, don't give your face away. Chapter 17 I say, he shall die. Lin Jian's reply was tantamount to provoking the Divine Clergy Academy. This caused the man who had befriended the Xie family to instantly become angry. He reprimanded Lin Jian on the spot. Hearing this, Lin Jian smiled. Even after awakening the priesthood and becoming a transmuter, his life still remained unchanged. These damned guys were still arbitrarily trampling on those of them who came from a lowly background and had no power or influence. What a Divine Clergy Academy, what an alliance government! If something happens to my sister, this matter will have your share. As for the Xie family? Move my family, you guys, you can't protect them. Lin Jian's eyes were scarlet. In the face of power, in the face of someone stronger than himself, he was powerless. But if it was a fight for his life, Lin Jian was never in fear. As the words fell, Lin Jian raised his hand, instantly penetrating his newly healed chest. In just an instant, Xie Jinghua instantly collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably as the bloody hole in his chest continued to present itself. If I want him to die, he has to die. Lin Jian's face presented ruthlessness, and in the next moment, without hesitation, he crushed his heart. Puff! Blood exploded out of Lin Jian's mouth as his entire body fell backwards, while Xie Jinghua was instantly killed. Only the chest that was constantly exploding with blood was left behind, as well as the face with a face full of fear. The moment he collapsed, Lin Jian only felt his life stop for a split second, and then the overbearing self-healing ability within his body instantly repaired the broken heart back. Puff! Lin Jian fell backwards, but instead of falling on the ground, he was helped up by Qin Xiu, who rushed over. You crazy person, don't you want to die? You'll die like this. Qin Xiu looked at the appalling injuries on Lin Jian's body, and then looked at the Xie family manor, corpses all over the place. No matter if it was Xie Zishuan or Xie Jinghua, all of them had fallen in a pool of blood. But despite the appalling scene, Qin Xiu only looked at Lin Jian. How dare you? How dare you kill in front of us? I'll abolish your priesthood today and make you pay for your life. As soon as Xie Jinghua died, Professor Han was also instantly enraged, originally thinking of pulling the strings a bit, and had even sold Lin Jian a favor in face. But the other party dared to be so rude. The strike was ruthless and extremely fast, not giving them a chance to react at all. Professor Han thought that Lin Jian had cancelled his own skills, but he didn't realize that he had only cancelled others. Xie Jinghua had been inflicted with skills by him. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Divine Clergy Academy. Professor Han was furious to the extreme and raised his hand, wanting to make a move against Lin Jian. However, Qin Xiu directly protected Lin Jian behind him and gazed at Professor Han with a cold face. Professor Han, do you want to kill the transmogrifier? You've thought this through. Making a move on a newcomer with your status won't go over well with the public. Besides, this is within the borders of Daxia. It's not yet a place where the alliance government can act recklessly. Qin Xiu spoke sentence by sentence, and Lin Jian, who was being protected by her at the moment, also heard it clearly. Even though he had crushed his heart, he quickly recovered under the heaven-defying self-healing ability, only because the time limit of the blood-strengthening agent had arrived, causing Lin Jian's entire body to endure unimaginable pain. There was no way to speak for a while. Looking at Qin Xiu with such an attitude, Professor Han's face was even more stiff. Student Qin Xiu, you're going to be admitted to my Divine Office Academy. Is it possible that you want to destroy your own future for the sake of a piece of trash? Professor Han coldly grimaced. How could he have never imagined that in a tiny city in Daxia, there were actually people hitting the Divine Vocational Academy's face one after another? This made Professor Han's heart very unhappy. Seeing Professor Han lashing out, Qin Xiu did not know what to say for a while. Entering the Divine Profession Academy was what their Qin family wished for, and there was no way for Qin Xiu to disobey. Facing Professor Han's words, Qin Xiu knew that even if she entered the Divine Office Academy afterward, she wouldn't have it too good. Seeing that Qin Xiu was in a difficult situation, Lin Jian also slowly got up, forcibly suppressing the side effects brought about by the blood-strengthening agent as he looked at Professor Han with an icy gaze. The Divine Clergy Academy is really a surprise, and you guys are worthy of saying that it's a place that transmigrants aspire to? Dogs that only bully others. This matter has nothing to do with her, just come at me with whatever you want to do. Lin Jian said, even though he knew that there was no way he could resist in the hands of these people, and he couldn't do the same. But Lin Jian also didn't want to drag Qin Shou down because of himself. Seeing Lin Jian speak in an overbearing manner, Professor Han instantly laughed and was about to retort, but he didn't want a loud voice to instantly ring out. The Divine Vocational Academy is so powerful. How dare you openly threaten the citizens of my Grand Xiao within its borders? As soon as these words came out, Professor Han, who was originally ready to lash out, instantly froze, and then looked to the back with a displeased face. Only to see a man, with a light pace, with each step, his figure disappeared for an instant, only to be 1 point closer in the blink of an eye. Ji Wuyo? How did you come here? Professor Han spoke almost through gritted teeth, clearly very indignant at the visitor, and at the same time incomparably fearful. Ji Wuyo stepped forward and did not respond to Professor Han, but instead, his gaze fell on Lin Jian and then looked at Qin Shou. The SSSS ranked priesthood is indeed different, the self-healing ability is too perverse, not bad. Ji Wuyo opened his mouth and praised, directly leaving the few people from the Divine Clergy Academy out to dry. The little girl from the Qin family is good, she has backbone. Transmigrants aren't the one place where the Divine Clergy Academy can choose, my Great Xiao State Clergy Academy can as well. What the Divine Clergy Academy can give, the Grand Xiao State Clergy Academy can also give. As Ji Wuyo uttered one sentence, Qin Shou and Lin Jian also froze. Qin Shou knew about the State Vocational Academy, but Lin Jian was confused. In contrast, the few people from the Divine Vocational Academy on the side were already furious and green in the face. Ji Wuyo, you are too unbridled. If the Vice Academy of my Divine Profession Academy was here, would you dare to act like this? Professor Han spoke furiously, but Ji Wuyo was listening ridiculously. That old thing, you think I would be afraid of him? Hurry up and get lost. Today's matter, since you, the Divine Clergy Academy, said that it's a private matter, there's no reason for you to interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Wuyo's eyes were thievishly cold, revealing a murderous aura that scared Professor Han's few people back, their faces clouded. Yet, they could only hold their tongue. At this time, I, the Divine Clergy Academy, have remembered. The Alliance government will also definitely ask the Grand Xiao government for a statement. Putting down his harsh words, Professor Han and the others left in disgrace. This trip, the face of the Divine Vocational College could be said to have lost all its face. It was only until the people left that Principal Su Yun and Mayor Jiang Hai arrived. Looking at the scene here, the two of them instantly went numb. Lin Jian's madness had really shocked them. This was just a newcomer who had just awakened his profession, with only 2 or 3 levels. How did he manage to be so crazy? A Xia clan with dozens of transmutants had been destroyed by a group just like that? Little Su, just in time to come, have someone clean up this place. Also, tomorrow you'll go to the State Vocational College with Lin Jian. Ji Wuyo arranged, and only then did Su Yun come back to her senses, even though she had thus arrived at the State Vocational Academy and was considered promoted. What Lin Jian had done was still heart palpitating. Moreover, there was no sign of Lin Jian's sister, not to mention that she didn't know how Lin Jian did it. Chapter 18 Unknown, Mystery Guilt. Ji, Vice-Yard Ji, where is Lin Jian's sister? How come we haven't seen his sister? Also, how did Lin Jian do it? Did you help him do it, Vice-Yard Ji? Su Yun still couldn't help but inquire. After all, this kind of thing was really unbelievable. Xia Zishuan and not to mention, but the Xia family had quite a few transmigrators and their levels weren't low. Xia Jingguo was even level 16. Lin Jian, a newcomer who had just entered the threshold, even if he was a SSSS ranked priesthood, he wouldn't have such heaven-defying strength. Su Yun's words also caused Lin Jian and also Ji Wuyo to each change their faces. This trip, Lin Jian had come for his sister, but he had learned from Xia Jingguo that the person wasn't here. At this moment, Lin Jian somewhat regretted that he should have kept Xia Jingguo's breath to force out the specifics. Ji Wuyo, on the other hand, looked helplessly at Qin Shou and then at Lin Jian. Sighing, he said, his sister is in a special situation. She was indeed taken away by a group of people, and the Xia family has some connections with these people. However, brat, you don't have to worry too much, your sister won't die. This is not the place to talk, leave first. Besides, this body of yours, can you still carry it? When these words came out, Lin Jian's heart was also startled, learning that his sister wouldn't die. Lin Jian was originally slightly relieved for a few moments, but Ji Wuyo's next words were clearly knowing that Lin Jian had taken a blood-strengthening agent. Several people didn't stop and quickly turned back to the school. Inside the school infirmary, After being bandaged by a D-ranked cleric physician, only Qin Xiu, Su Yun, Mayor Jiang Hai, and Ji Wuyo remained in the room. Looking at Jin Lin, who was lying on the bed, Ji Wuyo also sighed. Taking a blood-strengthening agent at such a low level and still being able to hold up, you're the first. It seems like it's really a benefit from the SSSS-ranked priesthood. But that's where the trouble lies. Ji Wuyo opened his mouth, and everyone was also confused. Qin Xiu, Su Yun, and the girls were even more puzzled. Vice-Yard Ji, since Lin Jian has already carried it, doesn't that mean it's fine? And it's also a blessing to improve his strength due to the disaster, so how is there still trouble? Su Yun was filled with puzzlement. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo didn't hide it. Strengthening blood agent, the use of which is expressly prohibited, was promulgated by the alliance government, and the transmigrants of all countries unanimously agreed. The matter that this girl gave him a strengthening blood agent cannot be hidden. The Divine Clergy Academy, and even the alliance government will come to the door. Accompanying Ji Wuyo's words, everyone also understood. The alliance government, the global powerhouse formed to specialize in the management of transmigrators. Led by Lighthouse Country, Eagle Country, it could be said to have absolute authority. Since the universal transmutation is the world has broken out once in a sizable transmuter world war. Even if there were wild monsters interfering, they couldn't stop the strife of people. Senior, it was me who asked Qin Xiu to help me, regardless of her affairs. Lin Jian stood up. The side effects of the blood strengthening agent were still lingering, but at the same time, Lin Jian could feel his level rising. Together with the perverted self-healing ability, he was already able to speak. No, it's my own fault, it's none of Lin Jian's business. Before Lin Jian could finish his sentence, Qin Xiu directly interrupted. There was a stubbornness on his face, but there were still a few points of guilt in his eyes. If he had been able to stop Lin Jian, he wouldn't have become what he was today. Alright, you two little guys, what kind of love drama are you playing in front of me? There's no delay in the matter. Follow me to the National Vocational College. As long as you enter, the trouble won't be that big. Ji Wuyo opened her mouth. A love drama made Lin Jian embarrassed. Qin Xiu also shyly lowered her head. Only, Qin Xiu rebuffed it. I'm sorry. Vice Academy Ji, I can't go to the National Vocational Academy. You know the situation of our family, I can only go to the Divine Vocational Academy. You can just let Lin Jian go, he has good talent, when he has strength, he will definitely be able to find his sister. Qin Xiu said continuously, but Lin Jian froze. Although he didn't know what Qin Xiu's family was like, it certainly wasn't simple. And this vice president of the National Vocational Academy in front of him was equally unfathomable. But when they were talking, they clearly had some evasions. These evasions let Lin Jian know that because of himself, he had brought them all no small amount of trouble. Qin family girl, you've already offended the Divine Clergy Academy. If you go in, I'm afraid your situation won't be too good. Have you thought about it? Ji Wuyo frowned and asked. Seeing Qin Xiu firmly nodding her head, she was really helpless. That's just it. Have a good rest, set off early tomorrow morning and leave Jianghai. Qin Xiu's firmness made it impossible for Ji Wuyo to say more. After all, that was the Qin family's matter. It was not good for him to intervene too much. Lin Jian looked on and just wanted to open his mouth to dissuade Qin Xiu, but in turn, Qin Xiu beat him to it. Lin Jian, you have a good rest, I'll leave first. But don't forget that I still have to fight with you, we haven't even split the victory yet. As if she was inspiring courage, Qin Xiu said this and turned around to leave straight away without looking back. Letting Lin Jian call out as much as he wanted, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Lin Jian knew in his heart that Qin Xiu and himself were two classes of people, and if it wasn't for Qin Xiu's help, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the Xie family. But now, the need to bear the consequences of impulsiveness was being carried down by Qin Xiu alone. This made Lin Jian feel bad in his heart. It was originally just a small bet between the two, but now Lin Jian owed so many favors. Kid, it's better to talk about your business, you can't control her. Ji Wuyo could see what was on Lin Jian's mind and immediately opened his mouth to interrupt. Although your sister was captured by the Xie family, however, she was taken away by someone else. This time, firstly, it was Su Yun who informed me about you, and secondly, it was also because of your sister. Ji Wuyo's words came out, and Lin Jian instead became even more confused. In Lin Jian's memories, he and his sister had depended on each other since they were young. When his sister contracted a serious illness, he himself could only rely on selling blood, organs, and other means to maintain and prepare for the medical expenses. In this world of universal transmigration, it was a struggle to survive. But he had never heard of anything else about his sister. Elder, what's wrong with my sister? Just what kind of person took her away? And where is she now? Lin Jian hurriedly asked after her. Not being able to retrieve his sister, and even involving Qin Shou, caused a sense of frustration to rise in Lin Jian's heart. Because of his lack of power, because of his lack of strength, he couldn't do anything. Even if he had a priesthood and became a transmogrifier, the result was still the same. The bottom, can you really only live at the bottom? Lin Jian, unwillingly. Your sister suddenly fell seriously ill a few years ago, right? Her illness was unusual, and to be precise, it was also a type of transmutation awakening. This type of awakening is long and can make a person as sick as if they were seriously ill, and that group took her away because of this reason. Ji Wuyo's words almost caused Lin Jian's brain to go straight down. Obviously, he hadn't realized that his sister had been seriously ill for so long, and he had taken care of her for so long. It didn't feel like an awakening either. Furthermore, the program for awakening wasn't like this. Obviously, what Ji Wuyo said was extraordinary. Chapter 19, Traveling to the National Vocational Academy. Elder, I don't quite understand what you're saying. My sister is seriously ill, how could it be an awakened priesthood? Also, a divine priesthood awakening doesn't seem to be like this, does it? Lin Jian inquired in puzzlement. Ji Wuyo, however, only responded briefly. What you don't know is still much more, raise your strength properly and you'll naturally know in the future. Your sister won't be in danger for now, doesn't mean she won't be in the future, you'd better think more about yourself. Ji Wuyo didn't say it explicitly, but left Lin Jian with a mystery. But as he watched Ji Wuyo leave after he finished speaking, Lin Jian couldn't ask more questions. He could only secretly pray in his heart that his sister was safe and sound. That night, lying on the hospital bed, Lin Jian's muscles all over his body were aching immensely, and the torture of the blood-strengthening agent seemed to be coming to an end as if it was beginning its final catharsis. Despite the pain, to Lin Jian, as a life-changing master and with the ability to heal himself against all odds, this bit of pain was nothing. Ding! Strengthening blood agent absorbed successfully. Ding! Leveling up by 5 levels. Physical strength, 0.08%. Spiritual strength, 0.08%. Lin Jian also let out a sigh of relief. The blood-strengthening agent was too terrifying and the damage it caused to the human body was too powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed an unbelievable self-healing, I'm afraid that the moment he took it, he would have burst into flames and died. Not to mention having a chance to pull through and even gain benefits from it. The blood-strengthening agent allowed Lin Jian to raise 10 levels in a short period of time. And after the statute of limitations passed, Lin Jian received 5 levels back from it, and now his professional level had reached level 8. Even with the credit of the strengthening blood agent, there weren't many people who might be able to carry the strengthening blood agent. Skills have not increased. According to the transfer profession characteristics, 3 skills can be acquired before level 10, each appearing randomly at different levels. And after level 10, only 1 can be acquired before level 16. After level 16 transmutation, the divine profession skill will appear. Lin Jian pondered, in order to be able to become a transfigurator and bring about a transformation in his life, so that his sister could recover as she was and live a good life. Lin Jian had done a thorough job of preparing for all the transmutations. But he hadn't thought that he had succeeded in his transformation, and it was still a SSSS level priesthood, but his occupation was a life-changing master. In the eyes of others, Lin Jian's pairing was Lubu riding a dog, and was a bit off the charts. That's why he was looked down upon by those guys in the Divine Clergy Academy. Gotta hurry up and upgrade. Lin Jian's heart was firm. People with Ji Wuyo's kind of status wouldn't make fun of themselves. Lin Jian wouldn't slack off even more on his sister's matter. It was just that, at the moment, Lin Jian was worried that Qin Shou's situation had become difficult because she was helping herself. Thinking of this, Lin Jian planned to go find Qin Shou first thing in the morning, no matter what to persuade him or her. The next day. At first light, Lin Jian left the infirmary. He was just about to go see if Qin Shou had come yet when he was blocked by Su Yun. Principal, what are you doing? Has Qin Shou come to school yet? Looking at Su Yun who appeared, Lin Jian also inquired. She already went to the Divine Office Academy last night. Lin Jian, we have to leave immediately as well, or else you'll be in trouble if the Alliance government's people come over. As for her, you don't have to worry. A few words made Lin Jian become speechless. The trouble was caused by himself, but it was Qin Shou who suffered. There was also the matter of the blood enhancement agent, and the alliance government would definitely be looking for her as well. This made Lin Jian feel bad in his heart. "Hurry up and get ready, we'll leave right away," Suyun urged, and Lin Jian could only nod. There wasn't much luggage he could pack. Living in a place like that, there could be anything of value. The only thing that was there was the reward for being first in the previous trial. But it was all placed inside a spatial ring and given to Lin Jian along with the reward. Touching the ring on his hand, Lin Jian's heart was complicated. It was hard to earn enough money, but his sister was gone. It even implicated Qin Xiu. Despite lamenting, Lin Jian wasn't discouraged by this. As long as he was strong, with the ability of a life-changing master, there would be no more obstacles. Soon, the car arrived. Under Suyun's urging, Ji Wuyo personally escorted it and left Jianghai together. Looking at the Jianghai city that was gradually fading away, Lin Jian was silent all the way. Only until Jianghai city disappeared from sight did Lin Jian open his mouth. "Principal Su, what is the National Vocational College? Can it be compared to the Divine Vocational Academy?" With regards to all of this, Lin Jian wasn't clear. Suyun also patiently explained. "In the future, you can just call me teacher. If you can't call me sister, I'm not much older than you guys. This National Vocational Academy is the Great Summer's Transmigrator Academy. Although in some ways it is not as good as the Divine Vocational Academy, it is still the top of the Great Summer. At the same time, it can provide the best resources for the transmigrators to help grow, and if they have outstanding talent and strength, Grand Xiao will also give them heavy responsibilities." After Suyun explained, Lin Jian had a general cognizance. If you wanted to grow and improve your strength, you needed resources, and there were many things that an individual couldn't have. For someone of Lin Jian's status, if he didn't have help, he wouldn't be able to grow up even if he was a SSSS-ranked priesthood. 3 hours later, the car entered a large mountain, and soon, another huge building was presented, like a city. Inside, there were tall buildings and a sea of people traveling to and from the city, and at the very front, the 3 big words of the State Vocational College were clearly presented to the eyes. Finally arrived. Suyun got out of the car, stretching her waist, her marvelous figure unfolding like a scroll, making people feast their eyes. Lin Jian, however, didn't have this in mind, but began to look around. Compared to Jianghai City, this place was more prosperous, but Lin Jian also noticed that there was also a status gap here. "Let's go, as you're a special enrollment student, I'll take you to the special enrollment dormitory first, after that I have to report to the academy." Under Suyun's greeting, Lin Jian followed and left. Only at this moment, Lin Jian hadn't understood what the so-called special enrollment meant. Even more so, he wouldn't have thought that his idea that the State Vocational Academy was different from the Divine Vocational Academy would be completely shattered. Where there were people, there was a jianghu. Even if it was a universal transfer, it only made this jianghu even more unfathomable, and also mixed with fish and dragons. Lin Jian, however, was nothing more than a shrimp who had mistakenly entered the jianghu from the slums. Chapter 20: Changing Places Without Changing Lives. The bottom is sad. Entering the State Vocational Academy, brand new things, transmigrants everywhere, and at the same time, ordinary people. Lin Jian followed Suyun all the way to the location where the special enrollment students lived. The State Vocational Academy was huge, so just the location where the special enrollment was located was a third of the size of Jianghai City. However, stepping into it, Lin Jian saw a completely different scene. When he first entered the National Vocational College, what Lin Jian saw was bustling, a scene unlike any other. But once he entered the special enrollment area, the buildings here were disorganized, and the streets were cluttered. It was as depressing as it could be, and was out of place with the outside. When Suyun led Lin Jian in, some people saw Lin Jian come in, but their faces didn't have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, they were indifferent, and some of their eyes even cast pitiful glances. Perverse. It was really too abnormal. The first thing Lin Jian noticed was that the place where this special enrollment was located was practically a slum compared to the entire National Vocational College. Furthermore, there weren't many people here, and every single one of them looked thin and spiritless. As a transmigrator, one shouldn't look like this. With all the people transferring, the status of a transferee was higher than that of an ordinary person, no matter how bad it was. Not to mention that it was the National Vocational Academy. Since it could compete with the Divine Vocational Academy, how could it be this scene? "Teacher Su, what exactly is this special enrollment? Why is the gap between inside and outside so big?" Lin Jian still couldn't help but inquire. Originally, he thought that by going into the National Vocational Academy, he would be treated fairly and be able to raise his strength without worry. But with the situation in front of him, Lin Jian really found it hard to believe. In response, Soo-yun was also quite helpless. The special enrollment isn't admitted through the normal channels, but rather, it's selected from all over the world, some of the more common professions, with high priesthood-level transmutations. It's kind of like the National Vocational Academy making a mindless move. In case someone can stand out from it, they're naturally qualified for cultivation. Lin Jian, I know you have high self-esteem, but I believe in your talent more, and there's nothing much a teacher can do to help you. Soo-yun naturally understood Lin Jian's feelings at the moment. Ben was dependent on his sister and had come out of the slums. It was not easy to take the first place in the trial, but it ushered in such a result. Anyone's heart would be unbalanced. Teacher, don't worry. Lin Jian didn't directly voice out the dissatisfaction in his heart. For Soo-yun, who had helped him, Lin Jian didn't want to bring her trouble. Well, your room is right in front, I'm going to report to the academy first. After greeting her, Soo-yun also turned around and left. At this moment, within the special enrollment area, Lin Jian walked into his residence, and as soon as he entered, a strong smell of blood immediately hit his face. Looking around, there were 4 beds in the room, and 2 of them had people lying on them. And these 2 were covered in blood, some even had their legs broken. There was 1 person left, sitting on the side with a helpless face. This is? What's going on? Lin Jian opened his mouth and asked, only to see that person slowly raise his head and look at Lin Jian, only to lower his head again. New here, right? Once you're in here, don't even think about leaving. Sit down and rest, we're just sandbags for those regular students at the National Academy. Seeing this person speak, his tone was filled with despondency, and even carried a few moments of numbness. This aggravated the speculation in Lin Jian's heart. Sandbag? My name is Lin Jian, I'm also a special enrollment student who just came here. Isn't this the National Vocational Academy? Why is there such a big gap? Lin Jian inquired in disbelief, only to see the man stagger up, and Lin Jian realized that one of the man's legs was actually a prosthetic. My name is Zhao Feng, a knight of the S-ranked clergy, ordinary knight profession, so I became a special enrollment, and I've been here at the National Vocational Academy for a year now. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, his words, however, caused Lin Jian to directly freeze. Now it's level 16. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Jian also froze. The Zhao Feng in front of him was actually level 16. In Zhanghai City, the kind of person Xie Jingguo was mixing it up with is level 16. But in this National Vocational College, Zhao Feng was this appearance. Level 16, Senior Zhao Feng, you're close to transferring, why are you in this state? And what's different about the special enrollment? Lin Jian continued to pursue the question. Zhao Feng froze at Lin Jian's sentence of senior, then reacted. The special enrollment professions are all like you and me, the divine rank is high but the professions are terrible, so the National Vocational Academy put us special enrollment students here to spread out. During normal times, no matter if it's going down a copy, going to a secret realm, or even if a regular student needs to cut and join forces, we can't refuse. In other words, we are their whetstone, cannon fodder, understand? And the National Vocational Academy is just taking our chances. With these words, Lin Jian was completely silent. Was this sort of going from one devil's den to another? His own treatment was still like this, so wouldn't Qin Qiu be even more miserable in the Divine Vocational Academy? It's not the same who bullies who. Lin Jian spoke in a low voice, but it made Zhao Feng laugh. Such words had been said by every special enrollment student who came here. But what about reality? Reality was cruel, and soon they had to put away their flailing tails and had to hold their tails between their legs. Bang! Suddenly, just as the 2 were talking, the door to the room was kicked open. Who's called Lin Jian? The door to the room was kicked open, only to see a robust man with a tiger's back and a domineering face. His voice was like a gong, and his eyes were tigerish, scanning the room. Looking at the person who came with an aggressive air, Zhao Feng immediately lowered his head and stood aside with a terrified face. As Lin Jian watched, his eyes gradually turned cold. You don't know how to knock? Lin Jian's cold eyes gazed, since they all wanted to press themselves down to the bottom in this quagmire, then let them see just how capable the life-changing masters they couldn't look down on were. You're Lin Jian? A raw face is right. What? Do I still need to knock on the door? Cut the ing crap, it's not your turn to lecture me. The man chided one after another, blatantly not putting Lin Jian in his eyes. Looking at Zhao Feng's state on the side, Lin Jian knew that this man was a veteran student of the National Vocational College. This is the quality of the students of the National Vocational College? Since no one taught you respect, I'll teach you. A murderous aura erupted from Lin Jian's cold eyes as he looked at the man in front of him, and was about to make a move when he saw the man's attributes present themselves, and at the same time, a sense of oppression instantly swept over him. This was the second time Lin Jian had felt oppression on a transmogrifier. The last time was still the ones from the clergy academy. Although the sense of oppression brought about by the person in front of him was far inferior to the ones from the divine clergy academy. But it could also be seen that this person's rank occupation was not simple. Chapter 21 Level 20 Provocation? Is life hard enough? Tosun's attributes were presented at a full level 20. Above level, it could be said that he had completely crushed Lin Jian. Nowadays, Lin Jian was only level 8, putting aside the priesthood level, there was a huge gap in just this occupation level. Furthermore, life-changing masters belong to the sewer, cannon fodder type of professions. Blast masters, on the other hand, were cutting-edge, combat-oriented professions. It wasn't even in the same class as a life-changing master. Kid, dumbfounded? I heard that you're still a SSSS ranked priesthood. It's just a pity that it's only a life-changing master profession. Being able to be a special enrollment, you're quite suitable. Tosun had a face of contempt in his eyes. Even if it was a never-seen SSSS ranked divine priesthood, the occupation was still trash. As Tosun's words left his mouth, Zhao Feng, who was silent on the side, froze. SSSS ranked divine priesthood? Life-changing master? Wasn't this the person that had been rumored around Dixiao recently? A newcomer who had just awakened, yet he dared to directly destroy a local clan in a group. Was this really the life-changing master profession? You guys really know me well. Lin Jian narrowed his eyes and surveyed, and in his heart, he was already calculating. It was a pity that there were no more goodies like the blood-strengthening agent, or else Lin Jian would have had complete certainty. But even if there wasn't, Lin Jian didn't see the need to retreat. Life for life, whatever your profession. Cut the ing crap and come with me to the wrestling ring. The lives of your special enrollment students are used to make sandbags for us. But I've heard that you life exchange masters are quite resistant to fighting, so I came to find you after I specially leveled up. Kid, you should be honored. Tosun was all over the place, and the words he spoke were in a commanding tone, as if Lin Jian being chosen was an honor he bestowed on him. Lin Jian had had enough of this kind of stance, this kind of tone. When he was in Jianghai, Xie Xingguo was able to use his status to take action against his own sister, and even the alliance government, which should be defending the rights and interests of transmutants, was defending them. Simply because they had no dependence, no strength, and a profession that didn't work. Should be inferior. Coming here, I hadn't thought that it was just a change of environment, but the rest was set in stone. But Lin Jian was just going to use the identity of a life changer to spell out a path. Honored? Oh, you goods who think you're superior, have you ever thought that there's also a time when you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Jian gazed with cold eyes. Even if there was a 12-level difference, Lin Jian didn't have the slightest fear. Hearing Lin Jian promise, Zhao Feng on the side wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, but he saw that Lin Jian had already walked out. There was nothing he could do, so Zhao Feng could only rush to follow. Rushing towards the sentence of senior that Lin Jian had given in respect, Zhao Feng felt that even if he couldn't persuade him, he should still go and collect his corpse. After all, in the special recruitment area, it was already the norm for people to die every other day. Fighting Arena. A venue specially set up by the National Vocational Academy, the grounds were large and could accommodate at least hundreds of people fighting here. Of course, the wrestling arena was meant to be a sparring ground. And this sparring was only for regular students. For special enrollment students, their lives were not worth much. Just after arriving at the wrestling arena, Lin Jian saw 3 or 4 people being blasted straight out of the arena. The whole thing slammed down hard on the ground, bleeding profusely. Even so, the people who had struck out, the onlookers, none of them came forward. Lin Jian didn't either. At this moment, he wouldn't care about how others were in their situation. Not to mention strangers. It wasn't that Lin Jian was indifferent, but rather, he had as much responsibility as he could handle. Everyone, come and take a look, there's a new student in the special recruitment area this year. SSSS ranked Divine Priesthood Life-Changing Master, I'm sure you've all heard of it. Just after taking the field, before the fight even started, Tosun pulled out his loud voice and started yelling. As soon as he said this, countless people quickly gathered around. It was obvious that they had heard of Lin Jian. He's Lin Jian? That's the guy that caused the alliance government to put pressure on us, resulting in our state academy having one less place in the secret realm this year. More than that, it's rumored that the Grand Xia government was also forced to back down a bit. Damn it, a SSSS ranked priesthood that's actually a life-changer profession? What up? There were more than a few murmurs from the people around them, but they were all slamming Lin Jian. From their voices, Lin Jian also learned some news. No wonder all the way over, the Alliance government and the Divine Vocational Academy hadn't come over to make things difficult, so it turned out that the Grand Xia government and the State Vocational Academy had already negotiated a settlement with the other side. Although Lin Jian was considered to have taken their favors, but favors are favors, but it's not like he had to trample on his own dignity. You guys talk too much nonsense, Lin Jian said in a cold voice. Just this? Even if you're the same level as me, how can you compare to me as a support profession? Tosun didn't put Lin Jian in his eyes at all. Moreover, the characteristic of a life swap master was to exchange lives for lives. The only way to attack was this. With that alone, Lin Jian didn't have any chance of winning to speak of. Next, it's time to show you the gap. Tosun laughed out loud, then raised his hand, instantly condensing a small turret in his hand. Immediately afterward, an astonishingly powerful cannonball instantly coalesced in the turret. Bang! A sound rang out, and it was instantly fired, actually running directly towards Lin Jian's head. It was a killing move, without any hesitation at all. Although the cannonball wasn't the most powerful, but with a strength of level 20 against level 8, even if it wasn't the most powerful, it could still seriously injure someone. Everyone watched, with expectations on their faces, expecting the cannonball to grant Lin Jian damage, and some even couldn't wait for Lin Jian to just die. Chapter 22 Killed on the spot. Tosun struck quickly, and Lin Jian didn't even cast a skill. In front of a life changer, it could be said that such an attack was the most effective. However, this group of people didn't realize that with the reverse self-healing ability and having grown to level 8, Lin Jian's physical strength had increased a lot. Although the damage of a level 20 blast master wasn't low, similarly, Lin Jian wasn't an unusual life-changing master. Boom! The cannonball arrived and instantly exploded. Dazzling sparks instantly bloomed out in front of Lin Jian's body. However, the scene everyone was expecting didn't present itself. After the explosion, however, only Lin Jian's arms were seen in front of his body, even though the explosion was not small, and it did cause Lin Jian's arms to bleed profusely. But in an instant, the injuries had recovered. Ha! Worthy of being an SSSS-ranked priesthood, no wonder the academy would still specially let you in for a mere life-changing master, so you can still heal yourself? Good. This way old me can have a good time. Tosun grinned broadly. Even though he could tell that Lin Jian had the ability to self-heal, he confidently believed that under his own terrifying firepower output, Lin Jian's little self-healing ability wouldn't be able to keep up. It was true that SSSS-ranked divine priesthoods were rare in the world, but one couldn't remember that a divine priesthood of such a level was paired with an unremarkable profession. This was the gap. Just by you? Lin Jian sneered, and in the next moment, he stopped holding back. Change of life divine chain binding. Life change, hell whale, gravity imprisonment. In an instant, Lin Jian unleashed his skills consecutively, targeting Toussaint's body. After noticing the life-changing master's energy fluctuations, Tosun was not panicking at all. Kid, you don't think that I don't know about the life changer's abilities, do you? I'm wearing equipment. Toussaint mockingly laughed, and then raised his hand to send a few more cannonballs over. The cannonballs were so fast, and Lin Jian didn't have any intention of dodging. He just watched the cannonballs come over. However, when the shells landed, even though Lin Jian's body was blown to pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere. But Tosun was also unlucky. He thought he had defense, but he, who had resisted the life-changing master skill, had also suffered attack after attack. And the power was terrifying. Originally he just casually attacked a few times with ordinary attacks, but when it came to himself, the power was even more terrifying than a big move. Poof! Toussaint spat out a mouthful of old blood, his entire face became black. Not only that, the body's equipment armor became shattered at this moment. Damn! It's really weird. Toussaint spat, and then unleashed his skill so far. Directional Cannonball. The skill was activated, and in an instant, an even more terrifyingly powerful cannonball was fired out, so fast that only remnants could be seen. The power of this skill was not something that could be compared to earlier. In everyone's hearts, they all felt that this time, Lin Jian would be killed outright. Even though he had locked onto Toussaint with his life-changer skill, once he was killed in seconds, that skill would lose its effect. The Life Changer's lock was obvious, although the advantage was being able to exchange wounds for wounds and lives for lives. But once it was broken and killed in seconds, the situation was completely different. Boom! In a flash, the cannonball exploded. The loud sound brought up endless flames, presenting smoke that formed a mushroom cloud. It looked particularly frightening. It engulfed Toussaint and Lin Jian altogether. It's so scary. Tosin deserves to be an S-ranked cleric. This blast master is really terrifying. Now Lin Jian is dead. With such a terrifying power, there's no way he can survive. The onlookers were talking to Lin Jian. They didn't hold any hope. Instead, they hoped that it would be best if Lin Jian just died. Quick, listen. Whose scream is that? Is it Lin Jian? Is he still alive? If he's not dead, then. At this moment, everyone instantly reacted. If Jian Lin hadn't died, even if he had one breath left, then because of the life-changing master's skill, Toussaint would have suffered 8 times the damage. A whole 8 times. Even if it was a normal attack that was stacked with 8 times the damage, that power was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that this was Toussaint's skill. Ah! My hands, my legs. How could this happen? The next moment, the smoke dispersed, but the ring was covered in blood, like a pool of blood. Not only that, was blown into pieces of the hands and feet, scattered around, see everyone's scalp numb up. There were even some girls who directly vomited on the spot. This scene was even more frightening than a car accident. Tosin was screaming miserably, but on the contrary, Lin Jian, despite being covered in blood, despite his arm being blown off, he was still rapidly healing himself. That speed was simply chilling. Lin Jian walked towards Tosin step by step, no pain on his face, only ice coldness. Oh my god. When did this life changer become so perverted? That's a whole 12 levels difference. Even if it's a SSSS ranked priesthood, it's not so scary, right? Lin Jian's self-healing ability is so terrifying. This high divine priesthood level actually brings such a perverted ability. Tosin is finished. The melon eaters had been shocked by Lin Jian's every move, and simply couldn't believe that this was something a life-changing master could exert. The entire time, Lin Jian hadn't unleashed a single tool, just bound skills, and the rest was all Toussaint's attacks alone. But his attacks were withstood by Lin Jian. He himself, on the other hand, was not able to carry it. 8 times the damage, even if the level was greater and the difference was even greater. To Tosin that would be fatal. So your so-called regular students can scream miserably? Not treating the special enrollment students as equals, have you ever thought that you would have today? Remember the saying. Those who condescend to others are constantly humiliated. Lin Jian looked at him indifferently, and his cold, bone-chilling words traveled into the ears of every regular student, making them shudder. Tosin screamed miserably, his face white, his eyes even more horrified as he looked at Lin Jian. How could he not expect that a mere life changer would bring such horrifying damage? Thinking back to his earlier frivolity, Tosin couldn't wait to slap himself. What do you want to do? I'm a regular student, if you dare to mess around. Lin Jian approached step by step, that face full of blood, his steps flowed together with this blood, like an evil ghost that crawled out of a pool of blood. He was claiming his life. Ha! Laughter rang out. At this moment, Lin Jian's voice was like that of a devil, and it sent chills down one's spine. Regular born? And what? As the words fell, coldness exploded in Lin Jian's eyes, and in the next moment, Lin Jian directly raised his hand, which resembled a sharp blade, instantly penetrating Tosin's chest. This time, Lin Jian didn't choose to do it to himself. Instead, he directly penetrated Toussaint's chest. Killed on the spot. Chapter 23: The Uncrossable Gap. Poof. Hands like sharp blades, instant death. Toussaint had never thought that originally it was just a matter of sandbagging, but to his surprise, the ending was directly reversed. Not only that, he was directly killed by a life changer. As Toussaint died, the surrounding regular students all stared in disbelief. And those special enrollment students who had been used as sandbags similarly had their mouths wide open, not knowing what to do. Zhao Feng watched, dumbfounded as only shock remained in his heart. A level 8 life-changing master had directly killed a level 20 demolition master single-handedly? This was something that was simply impossible, but now it was truly presented before his eyes. Special enrollment, how dare they kill a regular student? This is simply a rebellion. This Lin Jian, is he that terrifying? With that level of attack, he actually didn't die. For a moment, the regular students completely panicked. For the first time in the history of the National Academy, there was an example of a special student killing a regular student. This was a provocation to the regular students. With Tosin's death, the entire wrestling arena was instantly in chaos. Although the regular students were shocked at Lin Jian's strength, they still unanimously surrounded him. To the side, Zhao Feng watched, his brows furrowed. In the next second, he still didn't hesitate and directly activated his skills, hard squeezing in through the crowd and walking over to Lin Jian's side. "You guy, you really don't want to die, are you thinking of sending yourself to death just like that?" Zhao Feng approached, his expression was grave, eyeing the regular students. Even if he stood next to Lin Jian, he had no chance of winning against these regular students who were already strong and powerful. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Jian also grinned. "And why did Senior come over?" At this question, Zhao Feng fell silent for a while before he opened his mouth to respond. "It's a big deal to die. Instead of living a humiliating life, it's better to die a painful death." Seeing Zhao Feng say this, Lin Jian also laughed. "Senior, it's not possible to die. Most of these regular students were above level 16 and below level 20. Lin Jian wasn't sure that he could get them all killed, but likewise, he could make them crippled." One by one, the regular students forced their way over, their auras constantly exposed. Not only that, some of them even had their professional weapons out. It was clear that they wanted to get Lin Jian killed. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Just as the situation was getting tense, a chorus of voices came from the back, causing the entire fighting arena to become quiet. Only 3 middle-aged men were seen walking with majestic faces. The regular students stepped back, each with awe on their faces. "Teacher Qin, this special enrollment student killed Tuzin. He must be made to pay for his life." As soon as the trio arrived, some regular students immediately began to complain. Teacher Qin, who was in charge, glanced at Tuzin on the ground, dying in a miserable state. A level 20 demolition master would turn into this state in the hands of a life-changing master who wasn't even level 10. This Lin Jian was indeed not simple. "You're Lin Jian? Sure enough, there are some tricks. We're from the law enforcement department of the National Vocational Academy. Even though you're a special enrollment, you shouldn't kill each other even if you're dicing." Teacher Qin started with a greeting, followed by a cold brow down as he began to reprimand Lin Jian. The regular students watched one by one, their faces throbbing with excitement. The law enforcement department stepped in, so Lin Jian, a special enrollment student, wasn't dead? Daring to lay a deadly hand on a regular student was just asking for death. No one could help him. Here, the lives of special enrollment students were worth nothing. It's not even worth mentioning. Even if Lin Jian's previous display of strength was frightening, so what? Professions, the further back you go, the more powerful they become. But there were professions that became more and more useless at the end. Without a doubt, this type of profession was exactly the kind of life changer. But on Lin Jian's face, not the slightest bit of fear had surfaced, and even a pair of eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness. "It's just a dog, just kill it. When they killed the special enrollment students in the name of sparring, why didn't you guys step in? Is the National Vocational Academy such a place? Only harboring fights?" Lin Jian didn't have any politeness. He admitted that before he came, Lin Jian was still quite grateful to Ji Wuyo. After all, he was the one who told him about his sister's situation. Even Lin Jian had fantasies about the National Vocational College, but after arriving, the reality was a painful blow to Lin Jian. Lin Jian's retort directly made the scene awkward. The special enrollment students watched one by one, but there was no expectation in their eyes. "So what?" Teacher Qin looked at Lin Jian with a cold face, but he didn't expect that such a newcomer would have the courage to say such things to himself. "You special enrollment students, that's how it is. To be able to hang on to the name of the National Vocational Academy is already a great honor for you. The Academy gave you the opportunity, then you have to abide by the Academy's rules." Teacher Qin reprimanded one after another with full momentum. It was clear that this matter was Lin Jian's fault. It was clear that the regular students had killed many special enrollment students as well, but this was the only thing they could see in their eyes. "Rules? What if I don't follow the rules? The National Vocational Academy is still planning to kill me? Haven't you guys ever thought that the mole crickets you look down on will one day be able to shake an elephant?" Lin Jian likewise didn't show any weakness. The matter had already reached this point. Lin Jian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with killing Tuzin. Instead, Lin Jian only hated that he hadn't killed a few more. Arrogant. Teacher Qin's face had lost its face after being lectured by Lin Jian one after another. With a shock of anger, his attributes were also presented, and a terrifying aura came crashing down like a mountain. On Qin Shouqing's attributes, the bewildering number of skills, as well as a variety of explosive attributes, as well as that dazzling level, all shocked the entire audience. As Lin Jian watched, his eyes became even more grave. This Qin Shouqing had actually reached level 50. Although Lin Jian didn't know what level Ji Wuyo and those people from the Divine Clergy Academy were, this person in front of him was indeed the highest level he had ever seen. Level 50. For an occupation to reach level 50, it could be said that it had already reached the level of denizenship. With such a sense of oppression, Lin Jian had absolutely no room for resistance. And, in the first moment, Lin Jian tried to cast a skill, but the result was futile. There was simply no way to bind to exert it. Because the difference in levels was too huge, it was an abyssal difference, a chasm that couldn't be crossed. Unless Lin Jian's level was similar to the other parties. A mere life-changing master, it's your turn to question the rules of the National Academy? Qin Shouqing's cold eyes crossed as he raised his hand and blasted out with a fist. Bang! The punch was 10% powerful, nearly killing Lin Jian on the spot. If not for the fact that Lin Jian's physical body strength had been improved, and also had a heavenly self-healing power, it would have been impossible for him, a level 8 profession, to carry this punch. Chapter 24, Letting Special Enrollment Students See Hope. The sudden punch made Lin Jian's entire brain buzz, but the fiery pain on his face made Lin Jian's heart bring up anger even more. This Qin Shouqing was clearly using himself as an authority. With a level 50 rank, he had the face to make a move against a level 8 hit life changer. It was a pity that even though Lin Jian was a SSSS ranked priesthood, he still didn't get any attention. To be able to take first place in the trial, Lin Jian relied on the fact that he wasn't afraid to die to take it. Being disdained by the Divine Priesthood Academy, Lin Jian relied on the strength and ruthlessness he had shown. Being targeted by the Xie family, Lin Jian even used his actions to prove it, using the Xie family's entire clan to maintain his dignity. Lin Jian slowly raised his head, but the marks on his face had long since disappeared. Although Qin Shouqing's fist had a lot of power, it was insignificant in front of the reverse self-healing power. Is that all the power? Lin Jian raised his head and looked provocatively at Qin Shouqing. Even though he knew that he couldn't do it, Lin Jian still didn't retreat in any way. Nor did he have the slightest fear. Zhao Feng on the side had been stunned with fear, completely unable to imagine that Lin Jian didn't even bring the teacher of the National Vocational College with him to be afraid. He even raised his voice to provoke him. Listening to Lin Jian's words, Qin Shouqing's eyes also twitched at the corners of his eyes. Being provoked by a special enrollment student like this. Where would he put his face as a teacher? Speaking out of turn. Breaking the rules and even killing a student of the National Vocational Academy, no matter how you got in, you will die today. Qin Shouqing snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his palm formed a fist, revealing a shocking amount of power in an instant. It was as if he intended to directly kill Lin Jian with a single punch. A level 50 demon swordsman, himself belonged to the category of powerful physical body. Even without using the demon sword, he would be directly whacked to death with this punch, even if he was level 20. Seeing that the fist is about to fall, Lin Jian's eyes are ruthless. Big deal, fight to the death. Relying on his own self-healing ability, even if Lin Jian couldn't kill him, then he would make him regret it. As the regular students watched the scene, excitement danced on their faces, wishing that Qin Shouqing's fist would smash down faster. However, the moment the fist was about to fall, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire arena. Everyone was unable to move. Even Qin Shouqing, at this moment, stiffened in place. When they looked again, they only saw Ji Wuyo's silhouette appear, clearly hundreds of meters away, but he walked to the front in 3 or 2 steps. Between transmigrators, life and death have their own destiny. The Academy's restraints on regular students seem to have loosened up a lot in recent years. Qin Shouqing, you who are in charge of management, what are you doing? Ji Wuyo appeared and raised his hand, the previous suppression instantly dissipated. Qin Shouqing's face was also ugly. Facing Ji Wuyo, he didn't dare to contradict him. Vice Dean, this guy Lin Jian killed the regular student on the cut, shouldn't he be punished? Not to mention, denigrating and insulting the National Vocational Academy and not following the rules, the law enforcement department has the right to deal with it. Even in the face of Ji Wuyo's pressure, Qin Shouqing still couldn't help but retort. Being swept off his face by a special enrollment student like this, if he was still left unharmed, where would he put his face? As Qin Shoucheng spoke, Ji Wuyo just glanced at him blandly, instantly scaring Qin Shoucheng so much that he didn't dare to speak. Sure enough, having strength is different. The National Vocational College is also a virtue. Lin Jian looked at Qin Shoucheng acting in such a manner and instantly laughed. Strength was honored, and the weak were the strongest. Even after being reborn here, this world was still the same. Strength is capital. Lin Jian, you're still too weak right now. It's easy to break when you're too strong. Even though special enrollment students are not treated with the same status as regular students, if you take the outside conditions as injustice and think that anyone should give you respect, then you'll stop here. Ji Wuyo said word for word, and his words, too, struck hard at Lin Jian's heart. Just as Ji Wuyo had said, no matter how the outside world was, it was the outside world. If you wanted to change, there was only one way to do so, and that was to keep getting stronger. The outside world wasn't going to adapt to anyone. From now on, a sparring match is a sparring match, and if you are found to cause injury or death again, you will be severely punished. The National Vocational Academy is a hole, not a place for you to strut your stuff. All disperse. Ji Wuyo gave the word, and the group of regular students didn't dare to stay and ran away. Qin Shoucheng was also upset, his eyes looking at Lin Jian in an unfavorable manner. With Ji Wuyo's words, he didn't dare to continue to make a move against him. But between Lin Jian and him, there was a huge difference not just in strength, but also in status. These alone were not something he could compare to as a tiny life-changing master. Qin Shoucheng, take care of yourself, Ji Wuyo said, flashing and disappearing. Only leaving behind Qin Shoucheng, who was furious but had nowhere to vent his anger, as well as a group of special enrollment students who hadn't slowed down yet. I didn't expect the vice dean to step in, boy, you're lucky. But this is the National Vocational Academy, I won't go back on my words. Qin Shoucheng was still gazing at Lin Jian grimly. Only because of Ji Wuyo, he didn't make another move. Otherwise, Ji Wuyo really wouldn't let him go. Facing Qin Shoucheng's naked threat, Lin Jian was equally unwilling to show weakness. I've also memorized this slap of yours. In time, I will definitely return it. With the same ruthless words, after he finished speaking, Lin Jian no longer paid attention to Qin Shoucheng, but turned around and left directly. Ji Wuyo's words had eased many of the emotions that Lin Jian had been suppressing in his heart. In other words, he, who had once been a bit of a bullseye, became much clearer at this moment. As Lin Jian left, the rest of the special enrollment students coincidentally followed suit and left the wrestling arena. For so many years, the special enrollment students themselves had been pressured by the regular students and allowed to be bullied. They simply didn't have the strength or guts to fight back. The dead are dead and the mutilated are mutilated. How miserable. Now, once Lin Jian came, not only did he directly kill a regular student, he even dared to threaten the teachers of the National Vocational College. It even led the vice dean to step in to defuse the situation. This allowed a group of special enrollment students who had no support and were numb at the bottom to see hope. Accommodation. Lin Jian Zhao phoned back, outside the door is also a grand piece, all special enrollment are gathered over. Looking at these special enrollment, Lin Jian heart is actually quite helpless. Born in the slums, Lin Jian understands best that there is a disease that has no cure. That was the disease of poverty. And here, having become a transmogrifier, even though the situation was the same, it wasn't like they didn't have room to fight back. Instead, they were willing to endure and fear power. Let them all disperse, go back and cultivate well, improve your strength, and when you run into things again, don't think about relying on others. The extra words, Lin Jian didn't want to say. He couldn't be the backbone of this, nor was he interested. Ji Wuyo made Lin Jian realize that he cared too much about external factors, which was obviously an unwise move. The only thing that could be done, that was to raise his strength. Chapter 25, Finding the Heart, The Path of Madness. Strength is fundamental, the source of everything. Strength was honored, and in the world of transmutators, strength was supreme. Ji Wuyo had already used it twice presenting it in front of Lin Jian, clearly telling him that this world, that was the way it was. What respect, what self-respect, they were all just floating clouds. As long as one had enough strength, then all problems would be solved. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Jian also sat down and let out a long breath. With the reverse heavenly self-healing ability in place, Lin Jian wasn't worried about his physical condition. It was just that Qin Shoucheng slap that Lin Jian couldn't forget. That slap, one would definitely return it. And, return it tenfold. Jian Lin, it's fortunate that the vice dean came, or else you'd be dead this time. That Qin Shoucheng, he's a notorious pickpocket villain, he's never been kind to our special enrollment. You've sort of offended him to death this time. Zhao Feng said in succession, not expecting Lin Jian to be so fierce. Crossing that big of a rank, he was able to kill a regular student. And in terms of guts, it was really admirable. Doesn't matter, that kind of person, sooner or later I'll kill them. Lin Jian casually responded with a sentence that seemed casual, but his words were filled with ruthlessness. Senior, it's better to talk about the rest of the situation. Transfigurator promotion, what are the conveniences we have as special enrollment? Lin Jian sidetracked, it was useless to discuss this matter any further, just as Ji Wuyo had said. Lin Jian only had the path of raising his strength to follow. For a transmigrant to improve, it's through two ways. 1. Going to replicas, secret realms, and killing wild monsters to gain experience. This is also the fastest way, but of course, it's also very dangerous. 2. Is to use materials. The materials on some wild monsters also have the same effect, only the experience that can be obtained is not much. Also, with materials, you need to spend money on them, and the price isn't low. As Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Jian also fell silent. When a transmuter improved, apart from the experience value, there was also the priesthood level, and the higher the priesthood level, the more experience value it absorbed and the faster it improved. Of course, it would also change due to the influence of the occupation. Lin Jian was now level 8, but it was also because of the blood strengthening agent he had injected earlier, which gave him the strength he had today. Thinking about this, madness also surfaced under Lin Jian's eyes. Senior, this place, is there a blood strengthening agent? Or something with a similar effect? Lin Jian opened his mouth and asked, directly dumbfounding Zhao Feng. A blood strengthening agent, that was expressly forbidden, even if there was one, it couldn't be used casually or else it would kill you. This boldness of Lin Jian really made Zhao Feng admire him. That thing is very expensive, the National Vocational College should have it, but it's not something we can access. As for the market, that's even more unlikely. However, there is a thing that is also similar to the blood strengthening agent. It's just that this kind of thing is more dangerous, and most of them are used to make equipment. Seeing Zhao Feng say this, Lin Jian was also curious. His own flesh had an extremely terrifying self-healing ability, even if it turned into powder, as long as there were cells present, a piece of debris, it could come back to life. Even though Lin Jian hadn't tried it so far. But there was a great deal of trust in the self-healing ability. Because, these dangerous things in the eyes of normal people, for Lin Jian that was a tonic. The body held up anyway. Since there were benefits, the risks could just be ignored. This stuff is magic crystals, which can only be found in some secret realms when you run into magical beasts. Magic crystals were originally used to enhance the quality of equipment. If taken directly, although it can enhance the level, the risk it brings is no less than a blood strengthening agent. In severe cases, you will lose control and become a killing machine. In light cases, your strength will drop and your priesthood will be damaged. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, Lin Jian probably understood. After briefly inquiring and gaining a general understanding of the State Vocational Academy, Lin Jian directly got up and left. The entire National Vocational Academy, in fact, the real core of the place was in the deepest part, which was the range where the regular students were. There was another academy there, and that was the real National Vocational Academy. As for the special enrollment area where the special enrollment students were located, as well as the other locations, they all belonged to the outer city, and there was no difference between it and an ordinary city. There should be everything. As such, ordinary people transmigrants were all there as well. Previously, in Jianghai, the trial was number 1, and Lin Jian received a reward from the city and country, both of which were a huge amount of money. Since he was going to raise his strength, Lin Jian had to prepare everything, and then go to the copy secret realm or something afterward. In the outer city, there was a wholesale market. It was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. There were stalls set up by regular students, and there were also foreign clans. But here, only one thing was recognized, and that was money. Money was hard currency, it was the economy, and even the most powerful transmigrator had to choose to rely on power. Pat. The wholesale market. Lin Jian walked in and heard countless yelling voices. And the wholesale market was so crowded that it was almost shoulder to shoulder. Take a look, fresh magic crystals, you can't lose or be fooled, only $300,000 for one. In the crowd, Lin Jian listened to the shouting, and his entire heart was shocked. One magic crystal cost $300,000? The price of this material, it was really ridiculously expensive. When he first thought about it, in order to raise money for his sister's treatment, he had only saved a few $100,000 by selling his own blood and organs. Now a single magic crystal would cost so much. After becoming a transmigrant, the world that he came into contact with was completely different. Obviously they are all in the same world, but many people are living out the feeling of two worlds. Lin Jian didn't bother sighing anymore, but instead went straight up and bought 3 magic crystals in one breath. Of course, externally it was for making equipment. Transmigrants, no matter what profession they were in, needed equipment, and aside from armor, it was weapons. There were special weapons, such as the SSS ranked divine position of Weapon Master. Jin Shou's profession didn't need to be so complicated. Weapon Masters were able to craft weapons, and they were also exclusive weapons. Of course, the materials required were also extraordinary. The rest of the professions more or less needed them. Among the equipment, there were the following colors to differentiate the strengths and weaknesses. Respectively, white, green, black, purple, orange, several kinds of equipment. The higher up you go, the rarer the materials you need, and the transmutator who is able to use it is bound to be strong. But for Lin Jian, the profession of a life changer didn't need these things at all. One would be able to save a large amount of money. After all, defense would only affect Lin Jian's output. If one wasn't injured or attacked, how would one deal damage to the opponent? This was all accordingly. After wandering around for a while, Lin Jian left the wholesale market, and his next destination was the Divine Realm Plaza in the outer city. The Divine Realm Monolith was the path to the replica, the secret realm. There were many of them in many places around the globe, and there were a lot of them. The National Occupation Academy was established here, also because of the Divine Realm stones. It was a product of the era of universal transmigration, not something that could be molded by human hands. And at the Divine Realm Square in the outer city, there was a bounty quest office. Chapter 26 Misty Forest, Big Brother's Gambit? Bounty quests were specially established by the National Vocational Academy, not only for the supply and demand of materials in the market, but also to provide a place for transmigrators to experience training, as a way to enhance their strength. Although the Divine Realm tablet led to a copy secret realm, and the place it entered was different from the original world, it was also in crisis under the universal transfer. There would be some Divine Realm stones that had problems, causing wild monsters and magical beasts to disrupt the city. Pet. Divine Realm Square. The Bounty Office. Lin Jian walked in and looked at the huge silver screen at the front of the hall, constantly scrolling a list of various quests. There were also copies of the Divine Realm Stone Tablet's secret realm and so on. And in order to go in, one needed to pay a certain amount of premium. After all, the materials required on the mission, after arriving, were required to be handed over to the bounty office at cost, which was also a way for the State Academy to hoard wealth. And the rest is owned by the person. Lin Jian scrutinized it carefully, recalling how he had entered the Divine Realm Novice Realm back in Zhanghai City. According to his current level, what he was able to enter was still the Novice Realm. There was a clear distinction within the Divine Realm. They were the Novice Realm, Spirit level, Ghost level, and Dragon level among them. The copies within the latter three were extremely difficult, and the wild monsters were strong. The Spirit level also needed to reach at least level 16 before they could enter. Therefore, Lin Jian still chose to enter within the Novice Realm. I'll go, isn't this special enrollment Lin Jian? This guy, he's actually going to enter a copy alone? This kid is really bold, but he's also really a ruthless person. Tosin was even killed by him. Not even giving face to Mr. Qin. This year's special enrollment is really outrageous. A life-changer profession is actually so powerful. Suddenly I feel that my profession is a bit weak. On the plaza, one by one, the transmuters watched as Lin Jian walked into the Divine Realm Monolith, and was still alone, and immediately talked about it. When entering a copy, the most basic common sense was to form a group. Few could enter a copy alone. And the only ones who could do that were those who were S-ranked divine priesthoods and had very powerful professions. The life-changing master was originally a cannon fodder profession, and it was impossible to survive entering it alone. After Lin Jian entered, on the other side of the square, on the balcony of the tall building. However, 2 figures appeared. One of them was Ji Wuyo. Old Ji, you're so attached to this kid, there has to be a reason for it, right? This time, because of him, the National Vocational Academy and the Daxia government have suffered a loss. Even if he's a SSSS-ranked priesthood, with this reckless and impulsive look, I'm afraid there's not much to count on. The man beside him opened his mouth. He was also quite puzzled by Ji Wuyo's recent actions. Lin Jian had privately slaughtered over a dozen transmigrants, and had even used something explicitly forbidden like a blood-strengthening agent. Such a person should have been executed. But Ji Woyo had vouched for it. "Old Chang, this kid is not simple. I've seen many transmuters, and there are many geniuses among them, but no one can have the determination that he has." Ji Woyo said, his eyes admiring Lin Jian. However, he never showed this in front of Lin Jian. Instead, he would respond to Lin Jian with an indifferent attitude. "Firm? I think it's recklessness. Killing the regular student is more or less not giving face to the trainees, and, going into a copy alone, he's only level 8, isn't that sending him to his death? Entering the novice realm this time, but it's completely different from the first time he went to the trial." Old Chang gave a spat, and between his words, he was very foolish about Lin Jian's actions. "Is that so? Then let's make a bet that he'll come back unharmed, maybe there'll even be a surprise. How about it?" Upon hearing about the bet, Lao Chang was also happy to agree. Two vice deans, resounding figures, were now betting for a life changer who was only at level 8. If it was spread out, it would only be unbelievable. However, it wasn't just them. Those transmuters in the Divine Realm Square were surrounding each other one by one, and for Lin Jian to enter the copy alone, they had the same attitude of eating and watching the show. Everyone looked at the copy display on the Divine Realm monolith, looking at the copy that Lin Jian had entered. It's actually the Misty Forest? This copy is one of the most difficult copies below level 16 in the Novice Realm. The wild monsters inside are at least C rank. And the Misty Forest's boss is also extremely terrifying. Lin Jian is dead this time. Everyone was shocked when they watched as the copy Lin Jian chose to enter was the Misty Forest. A life-changing master, single-handedly breaking into a copy, and it was also a copy that had an extremely high difficulty factor for newbies. Wasn't this just asking for death? This kid, he's really bold. Old G, you still believe him? Old Chang was equally amazed when he saw the copy. In his heart, it was impossible for Lin Jian to get through at all. There was no possibility of coming out alive. We'll see. In contrast, Ji Woyo had a calm face, and this stability made Old Chang very curious about Lin Jian instead. The outside of the God Realm was abuzz, while inside, Lin Jian had already walked into the Misty Forest. Divine Realm Novice Realm, Misty Forest. Stepping into it, the thick fog completely obscured the line of sight, making it impossible to see. There was no way to tell which way to go. Much less to complete the reward quest. This Misty Forest is really weird, but it's useless to me. Lin Jian muttered, and immediately cast the skill directly. Change of Life Night Eyes Exploration. With this skill, even if it was misty, Lin Jian wasn't worried. Even though it was a life swap master, it needed to be bound to the target to release the skill before it had any effect. If it wasn't for this skill being around, Lin Jian wouldn't have been able to act. Of course, with his own heaven-defying self-healing ability, even if he ran into danger, Lin Jian would be safe and sound. The big deal was that it was fine to let the wild monsters beat up some blood first, and then release the skill afterward. The reason why he used his skills earlier was just to save time. With Night Eyes exploring, Lin Jian quickly found the trail of the wild monster. Wild monster, Crypt Black Spider. Level, Grade C. Talent, Armor Breaker. Any attack can cause an armor breaking effect and can apply a bleeding effect. Skill, Spider Spear Penetration. With its strong and powerful Spider Spear, it can penetrate through everything, with a paralyzing effect when attacking. The paralyzing effect lasts for 3 seconds. Skill, Death's Eye, Death Gaze, can put the target in a dazed state, appearing briefly disoriented, lasts for 5 seconds. Abruptly, the wild monster attributes appeared, and Lin Jian was the first to lock onto the Crypt Black Spider. Change of Life Divine Chain Binding. Change Life Hellish Whale. In an instant, the skills were bound, and even Lin Jian didn't even bother to apply gravity. After all, now that he was level 8, releasing multiple skills in one breath was very consuming. Besides, having these two was enough. It's just that Lin Jian didn't expect that. Again, it was the same Novice Realm, a different copy, and a random wild monster that appeared in here was so strong. It was even stronger than the boss of the swampy wet forest back then. Chapter 27, Fighting 7 Wolves. The skill had just been bound, and the Crypt Black Spider instantly attacked. This Crypt Black Spider didn't have a spider web, instead, it moved quickly and its spider spear was sharp and huge. The spider spear waved and ran directly towards Lin Jian. With the life-changing master skill activated, Lin Jian wasn't going to dodge and let this Crypt Black Spider attack. Then with the life-changing master skill, he would make it suffer 8 times the pain. But Lin Jian didn't expect that this cryptic black spider wouldn't follow the routine at all. The spider spear attacked, but instead of penetrating, it directly whipped over. No martial virtues. Bang! The spider spear twitched and directly sent Lin Jian flying. This body was not showing any injuries, but it was also very painful. Although the hellish whale can return 8 times to the crypt black spider, but this is not a fatal injury. The crypt black spider to withstand the damage is just like that. It couldn't cause fatal damage. Lin Jian stabilized his body and watched as the cryptic black spider was planning to do the same trick again, and he was instantly enraged. You want to torture me to death alive, don't you? Lin Jian's eyebrows crossed, and instantly, his eyes brought up madness. Playing with yourself? That shall not play with you to death. You don't dare to do it, I'll do it myself. Lin Jian wasn't polite and directly took out his pre-prepared short dagger and danced around in his hands. Watching the crypt black spider come over, Lin Jian directly stabbed down towards the vitals without saying a word. In an instant, under the 8 times damage of Hell's Whale, the crypt black spider instantly screamed miserably. But this guy's speed didn't decrease, instead it rushed over even faster. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't hesitate, and the dagger flew over his body. It was like chopping and slicing, directly treating himself as a tablet. On the contrary, the terrifying wounds on the crypt black spider's body grew. Even if it was a wild monster with a strong defense, there was no way it could take that much damage at the same time. The wounds Lin Jian received weren't big, but the crypt black spider had to endure 8 times as much. Come. I'll see who you can stand. The crypt black spider was a C-rank wild monster, and by reaching C-rank, the wild monster itself already possessed a spirit, and knew that Lin Jian was a life-changing master. That's why it chose the torture method. It completely avoided causing injuries. The crypt black spider's math was good, but Lin Jian wouldn't rub it the wrong way. The daggers attacked frantically, and the injuries worsened one at a time. Seeing that the injuries were getting worse, the crypt black spider's miserable screams continued to ring out. And the attacks it sent out on its own were simply ineffective attacks that only added to its own injuries for nothing. Then, Lin Jian saw a strange scene. The cryptic black spider didn't continue to attack, instead, it violently turned around and instantly rushed into the mists. It didn't have any heart at all to engage Lin Jian. It was only thinking about getting out of Lin Jian's skill sphere so that it would be exempt from damage just the same. Want to run? No way. Change Life Night Eye's exploration. Looking at the crypt black spider actually intending to run away, Lin Jian didn't intend to be spoiled and directly ran wildly, chasing after it. Outside the divine realm. At the square. The crowd looked at the map of the misty forest and watched Lin Jian's actions, and at first, everyone thought that Lin Jian was bound to be ferocious this time. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had actually changed. I'm going? I didn't see it wrong, did I? That wild monster crypt black spider is actually escaping? Also, Lin Jian is still chasing the opponent. He's a life-changing master, he doesn't have any attacks at all, and he's actually able to chase a C-ranked wild monster around? The regular students were completely dumbfounded. How could they not understand that a mere life-changing master, a supporting profession? Entering the misty forest single-handedly, he was actually able to chase a C-rank wild monster around. Simply unheard of. Unheard of. This scene was truly a small knife paddling his ass and opening his eyes. Too perverted. This special enrollment no wonder can kill Toussaint, original is really capable Now he's only at level 8, wouldn't it be even more frightening if he were to change jobs? What's a life-changing master's transfer? The crowd murmured, dazzled by Lin Jian's actions, and no one could figure out how Lin Jian did it. Just really watching him run after the wild monsters only made their scalps numb. Even a combat-oriented profession wouldn't necessarily be able to do what Lin Jian did. However, when someone brought up the life-changing master's transfer, the crowd fell silent again. The life-changing division itself was a sewer profession to them, no one would pay attention to it. Moreover, most of the transmutations in the life-changing master profession were cannon fodder that either didn't continue to advance. It was really rare to reach a level 16 transmutation. Pet. Divine Realm Novice Realm, Misty Forest. Lin Jian chased after him furiously. While chasing, his dagger stabbed wildly, like a power kid, as if the dagger had turned into a stimulant in his hand. While Lin Jian was chasing after him, the crypt black spider was killing him. This all the way wild chase down, crypt black spider never escaped, finally in the wound constantly aggravated under, with hatred and died. Small sample. Life for life is something you can avoid. Being targeted by me, your life is mine. Lin Jian looked at the corpse of the crypt black spider and immediately brought a smile to his face. Ding! Killed the C-ranked wild monster crypt black spider, gained 800 experience points. Absorbing the experience, Lin Jian collected the materials he needed and then continued to explore inside the misty forest. The misty forest was large and thick with fog, but for Lin Jian, who had the Night Eye's exploration skill, it wasn't a problem. Soon, Lin Jian discovered several dangerous auras. Only 7 wolves instantly popped out of the mists. Each one was huge, 3 times the size of a normal wild wolf. And each one's eyes were as black as ink. It looks very strange. Monster, Mist Demon Wolf. Level, C grade. Talent, Focus, when locked onto a target, all attributes are increased by 10%. Skill, Wind Chasing Claws, speed-based, with a 30% armor breaking effect, accompanied by a 5% bleeding effect when dealing damage. Misty Demon Wolf, a C-rank wild monster, and 7 of them appeared in a row. As Lin Jian watched, he was somewhat helpless for a moment. Although this time, he entered the Divine Realm copy for the bounty quest, and also to level up and strengthen himself. But this misty forest was really looking down on itself. The wild monsters that appeared were all C-rank to begin with. Got to be 7 wolves. It's a pity I didn't bring iodine ambush, or else I'd torture you to death. Lin Jian twisted his neck, and in the next moment his eyes instantly sharpened. 7 wolves, and nowadays the life-changing master's binding could bind 8 targets. That was still affluent. Thus, Lin Jian stopped inking and chose to quickly strike without the slightest hesitation. Hell's Wail opened, and although the 7 wolves attacked ferociously, they couldn't hold up to the 8-fold damage return, directly causing these 7 wolves to die alive underneath their own attack. If it was any other life changer, they wouldn't have this ability to deal with it alone. And with his own self-healing ability, Lin Jian began a route that was exclusively his own. Cannon fodder turned warrior, and crazier. Chapter 28 Flat Push Brush? How dare he? In the misty forest, Lin Jian kept fighting the wild monsters, while at the Divine Realm Square, the number of onlookers was increasing. Half of the regular students from the entire National Vocational Academy had come. Originally, Lin Jian had already caused quite a shock when he had killed Tuzan earlier, a special enrollment student who had committed the following offense. And it was also a SSSS-ranked Divine Priesthood life-changing master. Naturally, he was attracting attention. This Lin Jian, he's simply too perverted. This year's special enrollment is really different, a life-changing master, soloing a copy, facing so many C-ranked wild monsters, and actually being fine. It's not even if it's fine, heck he can still chase wild monsters all over the place. The regular students' scalps were numb one by one. There were freshmen and veteran students among them, and many of them had priesthood ranks above B rank, while their occupations were even far superior to Lin Jian's life-changing master. But even so, they couldn't do what Lin Jian could do. This guy, how much can he level up when he comes out? The misty forest is getting more and more troublesome the further back you go, there will even be B rank and A rank wild monsters. He won't be able to deal with those wild monsters, right? The regular students began to talk. The misty forest was just one of the copies of the novice realm, and to those of them who were in their teens, or even after they had already transferred, it was indeed not worth mentioning. However, to a transferring newbie, it was a nightmare. Although Lin Jian had shown amazing strength now, after facing stronger wild monsters, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. If he makes it out alive, no matter what the outcome is, I'm afraid that the status of the special enrollment will change in the future. At some point, someone in the crowd coldly popped out a sentence, instantly silencing many people. Lin Jian was a special enrollment student, and he wasn't even considered a student of the State Vocational College. But the strength he was showing now was already very stunning. Once he really made it out alive, his status in the State Vocational Academy would also rise. Don't worry, the boss of this misty forest isn't to be messed with, even if you're a combat-oriented profession, there's nothing you can do if you run into it. That's known as the wild monster with the strongest defense in the novice world. The regular students looked at the map and brought up their own expectations in their hearts. The rise in the status of the special enrollment students meant a change in their previous pattern, and it also meant a tighter competition for resources. Misty Forest. These wild monsters, they're too piss-poor. They let me chase them every time. After resolving a batch of wild monsters, Lin Jian smoothly collected his experience, and the materials needed for the bounty quest had already been taken care of. The current him could choose to exit the misty forest at any time. But when he thought about it, he had just chased after a wild monster leopard for half a day, making it seem like he had to ask for emergency syrup from it. Furious, Lin Jian directly inflicted pain on himself and broke a leg, which killed the leopard. Since he had come to the copy, Lin Jian's principle was simple. If you don't pass the level, you don't leave. A copy, isn't that what it's for? Lin Jian's eyes danced as he immersed himself inside the battle for a long time, constantly engaging the wild monsters. Although it had been Lin Jian who had gained victories by exchanging his life for his life, for Lin Jian, the combat experience had accumulated quite a lot. At the same time, the profession level had also increased. Ding! Congratulations on killing a C-ranked wild monster, gaining 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, current level 12. Looking at his profession level up, Lin Jian was also excited in his heart. Level 12, even though it wasn't quite what was needed to change professions, it was still pretty good for Lin Jian. As long as he cleared this misty forest, the experience value he gained might even be able to be raised again. Thinking of this, Lin Jian didn't delay any longer. Instead, he chose the simplest and crudest way, directly leveling through. No matter what wild monsters he came across, he would directly turn on his skills and then wildly zap himself. For a moment, the people outside of Divine Realm Square looked on in disbelief, while Lin Jian was directly flying high. In front of the wild monsters that couldn't directly kill him, Lin Jian, with his life-changing profession and his perverted self-healing ability, was a nearly invincible existence. Ding! Killed the monster, gained 800 experience. Ding! Kill wild monster, gain 800 experience. Boosts rang out one after another, and Lin Jian's experience value was rising. It was soon boosted to level 14. Normally for a transmigrator, the next time they made a copy, they would be able to raise up to 1-2 levels at most, and that was still continuing with the wild monsters they had killed. For one thing, transmuters were basically in groups, and the experience value gained by a group needed to be shared equally. Secondly, there was no way for them to be like Lin Jian, where they could just do it without having to care about their injuries at all. This was Lin Jian's advantage. Divine Realm Square. Lin Jian is too perverted. How many wild monsters has this killed? He's actually still going inside. Quick, look, this guy's gotten to the Misty Forest's boss. This Misty Forest boss is the absolute natural enemy of the Life Changers. Everyone was shocked as they watched Lin Jian's course of action along the way. No one had expected that Lin Jian, a life-changing master, could have such terrifying strength. Even if he had gone into the novice realm, but again, he himself was just a novice. How powerful could a level 8 life-changing master be? But the prowess that Lin Jian presented before their eyes was indeed unrivaled. The boss of the Misty Forest, the Misty Ice Bear, has a powerful defense and belongs to the S-rank wild monsters. Even among S-rank wild monsters, its defense is top-notch, and the deadliest thing about it is that this guy has the same defense inside his body. At this moment, on the balcony of the tall building behind the square, Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chang were also paying close attention. Old Ji, I think you're still too confident. A life-changing master is just a life-changing master, and it's not a high rank, so when you run into a true natural enemy, it's 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Vice President Chang spoke, speaking with a serious tone. Judging from Lin Jian's performance earlier, he was already worth cultivating for the National Vocational Academy. There was no need to prove anything more. But looking at Lin Jian's movements, it was clear that he was running towards the Misty Ice Bear. This was clearly a death-seeking behavior. There's no rush, transmigrators live and die by their own fate, and even if he dies, it'll be because of his arrogance. Ji Wuyo's words directly silenced the entire Vice Dean Chang. Those words sounded as if there was some truth to them. Just as the outsider's speculations continued, in the Misty Forest, Lin Jian had already faced off with the Misty Ice Bear. Misty Forest. Looking at the thick mists in front of him, a huge figure appeared. Dark and shiny fur, robust and incomparable limbs, that pair of blood-red pupils were murderous, showing their teeth, unusually frightening. Just the shocking roar alone could make Lin Jian's figure involuntarily back up. This is the boss of the Misty Forest? It's really terrifying, an S-Class wild monster. As Lin Jian watched, despite being shocked, he was unusually excited. Because, as long as he solved this S-rank wild monster, Lin Jian's level would be able to rise again. Chapter 29. This guy is a madman. The Misty Ice Bear, as a boss of the Misty Forest, an S-ranked wild monster, could be described as incredibly powerful in all aspects of its attributes. Of course, when Lin Jian learned about it, the excitement that had been on his face immediately lowered. It became grave and serious. Wild Monster, Misty Ice Bear. Level, S-Class. Talent, Absolute Defense. The external defense of the physical body is massive, reducing physical and magical damage by 80% and automatically repairing 50% when injured. Its internal organs also have extremely strong defense. Skill, Shock Armor, instantly increases defense by 100%. Skill, Explosive Armor, damage can be accumulated and actively released. Looking at the Misty Ice Bear, Lin Jian realized at this time how terrifying the S-Class wild monsters he had encountered this time were. Compared to the ones he had encountered before, they weren't even on the same level. Even though now that Lin Jian had leveled up and was stronger than before, he was starting to fret. Such a perverted defense, this is basically a shield, right? Lin Jian was a bit speechless. The skill of the Life Swap Master was able to make the target take more than a multiple of damage. But right now, this Misty Ice Bear's defense was just amazing. Lin Jian's target Hell's Whale had a multiplier of 14 times. If it was any other wild monster, getting a random wound would kill them. Therefore, Lin Jian didn't make it a point to get a headache every time. But now, Lin Jian was fretting. Whatever, let's try to see just how perverse this guy's defense is first. Lin Jian's eyes crossed. He couldn't think of a suitable method for the moment. After all, the life-changer profession itself wasn't combat-oriented. This was also the first time Lin Jian felt the feeling of being restricted by his profession. It was indeed very unpleasant. But retreating was obviously impossible. Life-changing Divine Chain Binding. Life-change Hell Whale. Without any hesitation, Lin Jian directly greeted all of his skills. It was just to test how perverse the defense of this S-Class wild monster Misty Ice Bear was. However, when Lin Jian had just cast his skills, the Misty Ice Bear's sharp claws had already slapped out violently. Without even waiting for Lin Jian to react, the slap sent him into the ground. In the deep pit, Lin Jian's body was twisted by the blow, but he quickly recovered under the perverted self-healing ability. Lin Jian also couldn't wait to look at the Misty Ice Bear. However, on the Misty Ice Bear's body, there was only a shallow trace left behind. Not even the fur was damaged. Hiss. Worthy of being an S-Class boss, it is indeed different. With an attack of this magnitude, if any other transmogrifier had come over, they would have already died. Moreover, under Hell's Whale, the Misty Ice Bear was taking 14 times the damage. But even so, this guy's absolute defense completely resisted it. This made Lin Jian wonder if he had entered the wrong place. This thing, was it something that could appear in the novice realm? Depressed as he was, but nevertheless, Lin Jian hadn't given up yet. I don't believe you won't get hurt. Lin Jian made his move and watched as the Misty Ice Bear attacked and didn't fend it off. Instead, he took out his dagger at the same time and dropped it against his arm. The giant claws fell and the dagger swung. Lin Jian's entire was actually cut off at the waist. In that instant, the body separated. But Lin Jian's consciousness was still clear. And his self-healing ability TSK exerted a terrifying effect, quickly recovering. But when this 14 times damage was transferred to the Misty Ice Bear, Lin Jian's entire heart sank. What kind of thing is this? It can only leave a scar even when it's cut off at the waist? On the Misty Ice Bear's body, only a scar appeared on its waist, and it didn't break through the defense at all. This caused Lin Jian's heart to suddenly become heavy. He couldn't even control his emotions somewhat. He himself had suffered such heavy injuries, and he actually couldn't do anything with this wild monster? Lin Jian didn't believe it. I just don't believe that you can still be safe and sound after pulling out my heart and soul with you. Lin Jian clenched his teeth and started dodging the Misty Ice Bear's attacks, and at the same time, he started pulling out his heart. This was a job that Lin Jian was familiar with. There was no other way, the only thing that was familiar was his hands. As someone who often sold himself, Lin Jian could be considered experienced. Naturally, he wouldn't be disturbed by this. But after Lin Jian pulled out his heart and lungs, the entire floor was filled with organs, yet, after 14 times the damage of Hell's Whale passed, the Misty Ice Bear only roared in anger. Even though it spat out blood as well, that terrifying power still didn't diminish. Although this approach had caused damage to the Misty Ice Bear, it didn't achieve the effect that Lin Jian wanted. Looks like it really needs to come in hard. Lin Jian gritted his teeth. There was no way to kill this boss by doing this, so Lin Jian could only choose to go for the most ruthless means. Of course, this was also his first attempt. Although he had a heaven-defying self-healing ability, no matter what damage he received, he could recover. But this time, Lin Jian was really a bit worried. Because the means that Lin Jian was going to use was brain death. As long as it was brain dead, no matter how powerful this boss was, it had to die. Although the Misty Ice Bear had a powerful absolute defense, it was unable to resist this. Of course, Lin Jian wasn't sure if he could recover. But, as high as the risk was, it was still worth taking the risk to try. Come! Lin Jian roared, and the next moment the dagger poofed, piercing through the brain. This injury inflicted from the inside, 14 times returned to the past. Lin Jian didn't believe that this Misty Ice Bear could still withstand it. Only, when this ruthless hand of Lin Jian fell, he himself instantly collapsed on the ground, holding on strongly for no more than a few seconds, and the entire person directly lost consciousness. At this moment, Divine Realm Square. The markings presented on the map instantly dimmed. Quickly look. The Misty Ice Bear's markings have disappeared. Jian Lin did it? How is this possible? Someone exclaimed, and in an instant everyone gazed at the scene in shock. But at the same time, someone else made a discovery. Lin Jian's mark is gone too. He's dying with the Misty Ice Bear? Even if a life-changing master changes his life, the mark won't completely disappear, it will still leave a faint bit behind. How complete is this death? This guy is really crazy. Watching Lin Jian die with a boss, everyone just felt their scalps go numb. Never before had I seen such a desperate transmuter. Thinking back to the way he looked when he killed regular Shang Tuzan earlier, it already made people feel incredible. They felt insane. Now that they saw this scene, everyone was even more incredulous. Even though they had no way to see the actual scene inside, they knew that Lin Jian was bound to be in a fierce battle with the Misty Ice Bear. Old G, you lost. It's a pity, even though this kid is a life-changing master, the advantages that come with the SSSS ranked priesthood are indeed great. It's a strange pity that he died just like that. Although the standing vice president had won the bet, he still felt some pity though. After all, such a person, if he could be cultivated, would be a great killer for the country. Perhaps we have jumped to conclusions too early. Chapter 30, I'm not pretending. I really didn't pretend. Ji Wuyo's eyes were dead set on the Divine Realm stone tablet, looking at the Lin Jian symbol that had disappeared from the map. The sentence that came out of his mouth caused Vice President Chang to directly freeze. Old G, at least you're a level 85, can't you see what's going on and what's the result? That kid is just a life changer, just one life. Even if he's a SSSS ranked priesthood, he doesn't have that possibility of surviving. I know that you look favorably on him. The standing vice president opened his mouth in relief, feeling that Ji Wuyo was more or less a bit emotional. See, hell. What's the situation? How did Lin Jian's mark appear? Isn't he dead? Just as everyone was about to disperse and stop spectating, someone took a look and instantly became fearful. On the map, the mark that had originally disappeared had unexpectedly reappeared. This scene shocked everyone. The standing vice president was also staring with wide eyes to make sure again and again. Ji Wuyo was similarly staring, and the heaviness on the corners of his mouth also loosened at this moment. He had investigated before and had learned something from Su Yun. Knowing that Lin Jian had been in a similar situation amongst the previous trials. It just wasn't as thorough as this one. Now, Ji Wuyo had made the right bet. What is this situation? Old Ji, did you know this already? How is it possible for this to come alive? Isn't he a life-changing master? How can a life-changer have a resurrection? Vice Dean Chang roared like an ape, simply unable to believe what he was seeing. Be quiet, old Chang, the students can all be watching. This time, it was Ji Wuyo's turn to comfort him, and it was still a marvelous feeling. SSSS grade priesthood never appeared before in the world. This is the first of its kind. Naturally, there are a lot of things that we don't understand. One sentence summarized, one sentence answered all the doubts. But Ji Wuyo, he didn't realize that this wasn't what the priesthood had brought to Lin Jian, but rather the abilities he possessed after he was reborn over. Pi. Divine Realm Novice Realm, Misty Forest. Lin Jian, who had penetrated his brain and was brain dead, recovered his consciousness little by little, and his terrifying self-healing ability began to recover. Although it took a bit more time than before to recover a broken hand or something, it wasn't too much different. Who? Suddenly, Lin Jian opened his eyes and exhaled heavily as if he had held his breath. After determining that he had no problems, and incidentally comparing himself to 1 + 1 = 2, Lin Jian was then relieved. Fortunately, restoring his brain didn't affect his IQ. Otherwise it would have been a big loss. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Misty Forest boss, the S-rank wild monster Misty Ice Bear. Killed S-Class wild monster, gained 2000 experience value. Divine Realm Novice Realm Map-wide notification, SSSS rank Divine Priesthood life-changing master, Lin Jian, killed the Misty Forest boss, setting a new record, rewarded with 1000 experience value. Along with the sound of the Divine Realm's notification, Lin Jian also came back to his senses and looked at the corpse of the Misty Ice Bear, but he was also finally relieved. And the people outside the Divine Domain instantly exploded after hearing the notification. The standing vice president was also agitated. This Lin Jian, he's practically a pervert. That's right, he seems to be an SSSS-ranked Divine Priesthood. Heavens! Worthy of being the first SSSS-ranked priesthood, even as a life-changing master, he can be so powerful. Obviously, he was just a newcomer, and what he had entered was just a copy of the novice realm, but the impact Lin Jian had caused and the sensation he had brought about was shocking. It was hard to forget. Old G, no matter what, he should become a regular student and enjoy the best resources. This kind of talent, compared to those careers, is just too much better. The standing vice dean was excited, and a satisfied smile appeared on Ji Wuyo's face. What he was curious about now was what level Lin Jian had reached. Such a terrifying upgrade speed was truly enviable. Although it was true that the further back a transmuter went, the more experience they needed. However, Lin Jian's way of swiping experience was unheard of. Pi. Misty Forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level 16. Ding! The host can start career transfer. Open attributes. Lin Jian took a deep breath. He had waited a long time for this moment and had finally reached level 16. It wasn't in vain that he had poured his heart out to the wild monsters and even racked his brain. There was still a reward for paying. And this reward Lin Jian loved. Name, Lin Jian. Profession, life-changing master. Level 16 in transmutation. Talent, Divine Chain. As the level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases, currently the number that can be bound, 16. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging your life, you can trigger the Undead Genjutsu and permanently increase the strength of your physical body and the strength of your spirit. Skill, Hell Wailing. The pain suffered by the body will be increased by 16 times on the target. Pain multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 500 meters outside of the main body. Range increases with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulates gravity within 50 meters of itself, with a gravity strength of 50 times its own, and can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Physical Strength, 0.1. Mental Strength, 0.1%. Looking at the attribute boost, a smile immediately appeared on Lin Jian's face. All this effort hadn't been in vain. When he was strong enough, he would be able to learn more about his sister from Ji Wuyo, and Lin Jian would be able to bring her back. Thinking of this, Lin Jian was also in a great mood, gathering the materials and directly leaving the Misty Forest. Outside. When Lin Jian walked out of the Divine Realm Monolith, he immediately saw a huge crowd of people. Many of the special enrollment students were rushing over, and Zhao Feng was the first to rush up. Lin Jian. You're really great. One person managed to clear the Misty Forest. Zhao Feng said excitedly. Even though he knew that Lin Jian would most likely become a regular student afterward, he was still happy for him. After all, he was the one who helped the special enrollment win dignity. Senior, isn't it just taking on a mission? Why are you guys so happy? Lin Jian hadn't reacted at this moment, and in his heart, he was calculating to turn in the quest and get some things he needed. Then figure out how to find out about the transfer. That was the top priority. Quest? Hee, young people nowadays are still quite strong at pretending. In the crowd, Vice President Chang couldn't wait to come out, and the onlookers hurriedly quieted down and made way. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Jian also frowned. This person didn't look anything special, but to appear here, his identity shouldn't be simple. It was just that he was just taking on a mission. How did it become a pretense? Where did this fight theory come from? I'm a special enrollment student. Is it any wonder that I can't take on a mission? Furthermore, I'm not pretending? Chapter 31 The Conditions for Transferring a Job. Lin Jian looked at this group of people and immediately said this with an innocent face. Only, when these words were uttered, all the students of the National Vocational College rolled their eyes furiously as they listened. What was this if not pretending? A bounty mission, and it wasn't even of the highest level, and he had single-handedly taken it on as a life-changing master. Moreover, he also killed in the Misty Forest, which was known as the most difficult copy in the novice world. Even the final boss was killed. What was this if not pretending? At this moment, Vice President Chang was also not going to be hold by Lin Jian's words. He was truly surprised that this Lin Jian was actually so modest. Cough cough, Jian Lin, how many levels are you now? Having cleared the copy, the experience you've gotten should be quite a lot. Also, you entered the State Vocational Academy as a special enrollment. Even though you're just a life changer, you're an SSSS ranked priesthood, you have outstanding talent and extraordinary strength. The State Vocational Academy will not treat you poorly. Even though he lost the bet with Ji Wudo, Vice Dean Chang saw Lin Jian as a genius. Even if his occupation was poor, he was still a heaven-defying existence under the SSSS ranked priesthood. This kind of talent naturally had to be cultivated. Level? It's level 16 now. Looking at you, old man, you should be a teacher or something at the National Vocational Academy, right? I happen to have something I want to ask for advice. Lin Jian wasn't stupid. Once this old man came out, even the regular students became peaceful. It was bound to have an unusual identity. It just so happened that even though his level had risen to level 16, Lin Jian didn't know anything about the transfer situation of a life-changing master. Nor did he know what to do. Special enrollment wasn't treated well here, and it wasn't easy to simply rely on oneself to figure out the situation. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Vice Dean Chang also smiled. Okay, no problem. Level 16, pass a copy, level up from level 8 to level 16, from now on, you're a regular student of the National Vocational Academy. Lin Jian, you come with me. The standing vice president was satisfied. The special enrollment was just a process of the academy, that is, an operation of chance. But he didn't expect to really stumble upon a good seedling this time. Lin Jian listened and froze. He had become a regular student? Although he was surprised in his heart, he was more happy, but Lin Jian also knew that he was able to become a regular student because of his SSSS level priesthood and his self-healing ability. Zhao Feng's priesthood level wasn't low, but his occupation was the same as Lin Jian's. It was the most ordinary, and he didn't have Lin Jian's perverted level of ability. Therefore, it didn't get the same treatment. Lin Jian, why are you still standing there? Don't go yet, that's the Vice Dean. Watching the Chang Vice Dean leave, Zhao Feng also hurriedly urged him on. Looking at Zhao Feng, Lin Jian didn't know what to say for a moment. Alright, don't look at me, this is your luck and strength. Besides, you're the one who walked out of the special enrollment. If it wasn't for you, our special enrollment wouldn't have the treatment we have now. Zhao Feng was looking at it very thoroughly with a sanguine face. At the same time, he was also incredibly grateful to Lin Jian. Even though Lin Jian had come for a short period of time, he had done one thrilling thing. It also gave them, the muddled special enrollment students, a different life. Seeing Zhao Feng say this, Lin Jian didn't make any pretenses and directly followed him. It's just that Lin Jian also didn't expect that this Ji Wuya was taking care of himself, and the other Vice Dean was also staring at him. It seemed that they all agreed that the SSSS ranked priesthood gave themselves the ability to self-heal, making the profession of life changer no longer simple. But in reality, the perverted self-healing ability was something that Lin Jian himself possessed, and it had nothing to do with the divine priesthood. At that time, inside the national priesthood. After leaving the outer city, it was also the first time that Lin Jian had entered the inner city, which was truly inside the State Vocational Academy. It was just like a normal university inside. The facilities, the buildings, and so on, weren't all that different. The only difference was that everyone here was a transmogrifier. I am the vice president of the National Vocational Academy, Chang Qingfeng. You were brought here by old Ji, very unusual indeed. Originally, the profession of life changer was not enough even to be a special enrollment, but you are a SSSS ranked priesthood, which has never been seen before. Coupled with your outstanding performance, so the special exception allows you to become a regular student. As for the various affairs of regular students, you will naturally understand them when you go to the dormitory, so I'll just take you to understand the transfer first. Following Chang Qingfeng, the two of them made their way straight to the library. When they arrived at the library, Lin Jian looked at it, which was just a bit larger than the previous school. But the books in here were all related to transferring professions. After all, there were a lot of professions, a staggering amount of them, and a clear division of priesthood ranks. Thus, the things encompassed were incomparably vast. Vice Dean, this transferring, what exactly do I have to do? Arriving at the library, Lin Jian also finally pressed his mind. It was so hard to reach level 16, but this was something that he had only obtained by pulling out his heart and lungs inside the duplicates, and even risking his life over and over again. Only after a successful transfer could he continue to level up and improve his strength. What Lin Jian needed was strength. Lin Jian couldn't rest assured about his sister's situation, which was still unknown, and he wasn't sure how Qin Xiu was doing in the Divine Clergy Academy. Profession transfer, it's where every profession can transfer from their original profession after reaching level 16, in order to reach a higher level. It's not too much to say it's evolution. Of course, there are some low-level professions that don't have a route to transfer, so they can only advance according to their original profession. As for life changers, this is something I really haven't heard of, but you can look for it here. After Chang Qingfeng finished speaking, Lin Jian roughly understood. For example, if you're a professional swordsman, then when you reach level 16, you'll have a few different professions to choose from. For example, ghost swordsman, mad swordsman. But life changers? Due to being too low level and a cannon fodder profession, no one had ever switched yet. Lin Jian didn't complain and began to look through the library. This time, it was a whole day. If it wasn't for his own perverted self-healing ability, this kind of physical exertion would be too much for an ordinary person to handle. After reading countless materials and learning more about the things of a transmigrator, Lin Jian realized. When a low-level profession is transferred, without a profession to choose from, if you want to continue to improve, you need a huge amount of experience value, as well as a special material in order for the career change to be successful. Of course, after a successful transfer, the occupation wouldn't change, it would still be the original occupation. However, it would be strengthened to a certain extent. Blood Demon Essence, this is the necessary material to break the transfer, however, this Blood Demon Essence is not available in the novice realm. Thinking about this, Lin Jian also had a headache. Now that he was level 16, it was reasonable to say that he was already out of the novice realm, and to go to the divine realm after that would be to enter the spirit realm, which was a stronger copy of the divine realm than the novice realm. Despite the greater danger, Lin Jian had no other choice. Let it be a mountain of daggers and fire, then he would have to go on a journey. Chapter 32. Are you guys scratching an itch? After finding the transfer method, Lin Jian didn't delay and found his residence and the message left by Chang Qingfeng. Regular students lived inside a real state vocational academy. The dormitories were also standard 4-person suites that were relatively large. The facilities and equipment were complete. When Lin Jian pushed the door in, his eyes saw 3 people staring at him. This is dorm 201, correct? I'm a new student, Lin Jian. Looking at the 3 people staring out at him, Lin Jian didn't care. Instead, he took the lead in greeting them. After all, they were living under the same roof, so there was no need to stiffen the relationship right off the bat. Lin Jian? You are that Lin Jian who rose up from the special enrollment? My goodness, how did you get through the misty forest all by yourself? You're really a life changer by profession? The 3 of them reacted, even forgetting to introduce themselves, and began to look around Lin Jian. A life-changing master who could enter the National Vocational Academy as a regular student? This was unprecedented. Generally speaking, the life-changing master profession had no value at all for further study and advancement, but in Lin Jian's case, it did. It's me. We'll all be housemates from now on, there's plenty of time to get to know each other, can you let me go in first? Lin Jian looked at the trio breathlessly. A thin man, like a bamboo pole, a fat man, like a leather ball, and the remaining one was fairly moderate, that is, he spoke in a thin voice, and was always crossing his orchid fingers. These 3, one is better than the other. Hearing Lin Jian's words, the 3 also reacted. Rushed to introduce them. The thin man was called Zhou Kai, S-ranked clergyman, occupation black armor master, this occupation, but it was ranked in the top ranks of defensive occupations. It was just that, with his bamboo pole-like figure, Lin Jian also found it a bit comical to say that he was a top defense. And the fat man was called Su Dinghua, S-ranked cleric, occupation dark night killer, belonging to the assassin type. Of course, it was also grossly inconsistent with his body type. The rest of the pussy, also S-rank, occupation chess soul master, this kind of occupation was rare, but the intensity was bound to be above that of a life-changing master. Of course, this life-changing master was someone else's life-changing master. Lin Jian, you're really something, the life-changing master profession can be used like this, marvelous, no wonder the vice dean has his eye on it. But you have to be careful yourself, you offended Qin Shouqing, and that Tuzin you killed, within the regular students, it's a bit of a problem. After a few introductions, Zhou Kai began to remind. Between the transmigrants there were already often all kinds of killings, even if it was the National Vocational Academy that also tacitly recognized such a rule. After all, strength was honored, and at the same time, only killing could cultivate truly strong people. Xin Xiaocheng is also a level 50 person, so it's not as if he's going to do it to me personally, right? Against Xin Xiaocheng? Lin Jian remembered it clearly in his heart. When his strength rose, he would definitely make him pay back for that punch in the first place. As for Toussaint, Lin Jian didn't understand. A level 20 who had been countered by a level 8, he didn't think he was a powerful person. Toussaint doesn't have much strength himself, but he can't help that he's a member of the Tu gang, or the brother of the boss of the Tu gang. The Tu gang is within the National Vocational Academy, a little-known club. In your current situation, they're afraid that they'll be looking for you soon. Zhou Kai continued to speak, and Lin Jian listened for a moment, but didn't put it to heart. After coming out of the Divine Realm, none of the bounty missions had gone to be settled yet. The materials that had been gotten hadn't been cleaned up yet either. Lin Jian still had to go prepare some magic crystals, which were similar to blood-strengthening agents. To Lin Jian, that was good stuff, so of course he had to prepare some more. The next day. Early in the morning, Lin Jian left the dormitory. After being a regular student, it was true that there were a lot of conveniences. No matter where he went, no one would come to his door to pick a fight. And when it came to the special recruitment area, it was even more so that each one of them looked as if they were afraid of a tiger. If it wasn't for the fact that they recognized it was Lin Jian, the special enrollment students wouldn't have dared to approach. Reward Office. After handing over the task and getting paid, the materials were disposed of in one breath and earned more than $2 million. However, once he thought about the price of magic crystals, Lin Jian instantly felt that this amount of money was just that. After all, one magic crystal was $500,000. It was only after reserving some more that Lin Jian was able to go to the Divine Realm and find the Blood Demon Essence to use to transfer. Yo, isn't this Lin Jian? A life-changing master who thinks that just because he walked out of the novice realm, he's not the same? Just a life-changing master, how many lives can he have? Having just purchased the magic crystals, Lin Jian had intended to go back and plan to see if there were any quests that went to the spirit realm copies. But before he arrived, he was blocked by a few people. Taking a closer look, these few people were all regular students. I know you guys? Lin Jian looked at the other party and immediately frowned. Right now, he only wanted to level up and improve his strength, and wasn't interested in hitching a ride on other tedious matters. Naturally, he wasn't interested in hitching a ride with them either. But one didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble would still come up. After killing Tosin, you think you can be safe and sound after becoming a regular student? Kid, even if you leveled up fast, you're only level 16. I'm telling you, you're dead today. Seeing the man in charge say this, Lin Jian probably understood. These people, they were the people from the Tu gang society that Zhou Kai was talking about. However, since they were here to find trouble, Lin Jian didn't back down. I heard that personal grudges between regular students can be resolved on their own. That's a good rule for the National Vocational Academy. Do it, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Lin Jian raised his hand in a gesture. After reaching level 16, he hadn't yet faced off against a transmogrifier. The three people in front of him were all higher leveled than himself, and also higher than Tosin at the time, basically all around 23. But Lin Jian was equally different. Sure is an uneducated guy. Lin Jian's arrogant provocation angered the man in charge. Artifact spirit called Bloodhook. The skill was activated, and the next moment a long, blood-red hook emerged. This was the artifact spirit master profession, similar to a weapon master, but without the intensity of a weapon master. It was a second-tier profession. As the blood hook appeared, the man flung his hand, and the blood hook instantly smashed towards Lin Jian. Seeing this, Lin Jian didn't avoid it, and raised his hand to clasp it, and countless barbs instantly protruded from the blood hook, actually controlling Lin Jian's hand completely at once. Looking at the odd blood hook, although it had caused damage to himself, this injury was not even enough for Lin Jian to stuff his teeth with. Just this? Lin Jian laughed. Why did it feel like the skills of these transmutators were just like that? It wasn't as refreshing as a wild monster's attack. This amount of strength from you guys isn't even enough to tickle me. In that case, I'll be impolite. Change life divine chain binding. Not good. Do it quickly, don't let him continue to unleash his skills. As he watched Lin Jian unleash his skills, the man in charge also reacted, and immediately violently flung his blood hook, hard enough to rip Lin Jian's palm apart into a bloody mess. However, everything was too late. Change of life hell whale. Chapter 33 The two clan crowd wailing all over the place. Change life gravity. It was only when Lin Jian was about to use his third skill that the other two gang members around him reacted. Silence. A woman chortled as she pointed her finger at Lin Jian. Lin Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. He clearly sensed that he couldn't release the gravity confinement skill anymore. Or rather, he couldn't release any of his skills anymore. However, the effect of the skill he had released earlier was still there, so Lin Jian was relieved. As for the neutral imprisonment that he hadn't released, he didn't care. Ah, dumbfounded, you shouldn't have thought that we'd have an S-ranked forbidden master here. The man in the lead shouted excitedly. But we came over to find you after learning about your skills. The forbidden speech master belonged to a relatively rare profession, and at the same time, its intensity was extremely high. Most of the skills of a gag master were control skills, and the most disgusting of them was gagging. Once a gag was used, the enemy was unable to use any active skills at all. It could be said that if they banned Lin Jian before he could use his skills, then he really wouldn't be able to deal with these people. Unfortunately, Lin Jian was one step ahead of the banning master and used his skill out. Lin Jian let out a cold laugh and waved his palm, which had been ripped bloody and torn apart. Don't you realize that something's wrong? Lin Jian's words made the man in charge realize that something was wrong. An intense pain came from his own hand, so intense that he couldn't stand it at all. Ah! The man wailed and looked at his left hand, only to realize that his left hand had long since turned into a puddle of mud. Ah, my hand! Screw him, it must be him. It hurts. Ji Yun, why are you using your skills so slowly? The forbidden master named Ji Yun was also pale at this time. Her forehead was covered in sweat. She also knew that it was because of her own mistakes that led to the current predicament. You feel pain from such a small injury? Lin Jian gazed coldly at the crowd, his tone even more filled with malice. Then what do you guys say? If I crush the heart, will it hurt you guys even more? The faces of the two gangs crowd changed, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Previously, they only knew that Tosin had been killed by Lin Jian, but relying on their high level, they thought that Lin Jian's skills were ineffective against them. Plus, there was the presence of the forbidden wordsmith, which was why they were so confident. Do you think the two gang is that easy to mess with? At this moment, a man holding a staff stood out amongst the two gangs crowd. You're a life changer, what else can you do besides changing lives? Purification technique. A greenish-blue light shone on the bodies of the two clans crowd, and the two clan immediately felt the pain diminish. Healing technique. Another green light appeared, slowly healing the left hands of the crowd, and in just a few moments, the left hands of the members of the two gang had already recovered as before. Ah, Lin Jian, you're out of ideas. The man in charge laughed and pointed at the man holding the staff. This is an SS-ranked holy priest. His purification spell can purify all negative statuses. The skills you linked us to have been purified. Lin Jian snorted and said coldly, really, then do you want to try again? Lin Jian's confident demeanor caused the man in charge to hesitate a bit. Holy priest spoke confidently at this moment. What are you afraid of? It's hard to believe that you don't trust me. He's a punk life changer. I can just purify his skills, it will all right. The man at the head of the group instantly gained confidence as well. Everyone together, leave him a breath. Don't beat him to death, the days behind us are still long, we need to teach him a good lesson. The man in charge held a bloody hook and swung it directly towards Lin Jian. At the same time, the rest of the two gang on the side also launched an attack. Eagle Spirit Wind Vector. This was an S-rank Beast Spirit Ranger, who could summon various beast spirits to attach to their weapons, increasing the power of their attacks. A translucent eagle spirit fused with the arrow and shot towards Lin Jian. Slow Curse. Binding Blade Curse. Armor Breaking Curse. A series of 3 dark black rays shone down on Lin Jian's body. S-rank curse warlocks, who could use all kinds of curses against their enemies, and the 3 curses he put on Lin Jian could weaken Lin Jian's speed, attack power, and armor respectively. At the same time, the blood hook of the leader man and the eagle spirit wind vector of the beast spirit archer hit Lin Jian at the same time. But the eagle spirit wind vector shot straight through Lin Jian's right arm, and the blood hook of the man in charge stabbed into Lin Jian's chest. Die for me! The man in charge roared with a grimace as the blood hook in his hand surfaced with countless barbs hooking onto the flesh and blood at Lin Jian's chest. As the man in charge exerted his force, all the flesh and blood on Lin Jian's chest was torn off, the entire chest became a bloody mess, and even white bones could be vaguely seen. Not bad, Lin Jian nodded appreciatively. This attack, it's a bit more powerful than the previous one. The people of the two gang also changed their faces at this moment. They felt the familiar pain again. The entire 16 times of damage was all returned at this time. Even though these people were 5 or 6 levels higher than Lin Jian, the returned damage was not something they could withstand. Ah! It hurts. Wangi, didn't you say you've purified his skills? Wangi, heal us quickly. The two gang members were all covering their wounds with agonizing faces, all of their right arms were drooping, and the huge wounds almost separated their right arms. The wounds on their chests were even more horrifying, some of them could even see the internal organs inside through the wounds. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were all clerics, they were afraid that they would have died here long ago. Impossible, why is my purification technique ineffective? Wangi shouted angrily. Heh, are you stupid? Lin Jian let out a light laugh, full of disdain as he answered Wangi's doubts. You're trying to purify my SSSS-ranked priesthood skills with a single SS-ranked priesthood skill, then wouldn't this SSSS-ranked priesthood of mine be a little too worthless? Wangi's lips trembled. He wanted to say that the life-changing master was originally worthless, it was a waste profession. However, when he thought that his purification technique didn't have an effect, he couldn't say it at once. The wailing sounds of pain from the surrounding two gang people and the pain coming from his body made Wangi, who was a holy priest, react to the fact that now was not the time to dwell on this. He raised his staff and was just about to cast a healing spell when Lin Jian moved. Snap! Amidst Wangi's horrified gaze, his arm and staff fell to the ground together. If you want to heal them, that's only possible if I agree. Lin Jian grinned as he held a dagger. It was him who had just swung his dagger and cut off his own arm before interrupting Wangi's spell casting. Chapter 34 Entering the Divine Realm Spirit Level Copy. Wangi was sweating from the pain, but it was naturally impossible for him to beg Lin Jian. He was a regular student. If he begged for forgiveness from Lin Jian, a special enrollment student, then would he even want to hang out in the group of regular students in the future? Although the professional weapon had fallen with his arm, it didn't mean that he couldn't cast spells, just that the effect would be weaker. Just as Wangi was about to continue using healing spells, a big foot came into view. Boom! Wangi was sent flying by a kick, and the injuries on his body became even more serious. What, still want to use a healing technique in front of me? Lin Jian laughed and retracted his leg, the kick he had just delivered. Wangi looked at Lin Jian in despair, as well as the two gang members who had all been seriously injured on the side. If there was no one to stop Lin Jian, he wouldn't have a chance to use his skills at all. At this moment, the lives of the people of the two gang were completely in Lin Jian's hands. Lin Jian, you can't kill us. Wangi swallowed his saliva, his face full of anxiety. Vice President Ji has said that any further maiming will be severely punished. If you kill us, no one will bail you out again. Yeah, Vice Dean Ji did say that. Lin Jian grinned like a demon. However, these injuries on your bodies weren't caused by me, these are your own attacks. Furthermore, what's wrong with killing you people, even if you receive some punishment? What do you think, is it more important to have a group of dead people, or a living one? Wangi's face grew paler and paler, and the other two gang members around him were also filled with panic at this time. They all thought of Tuzin, who had been solved by Lin Jian earlier. The man at the head of the group cried out in pain and crawled to Lin Jian's side at this moment. Lin Jian, no Master Lin, please spare us. We also came over to deal with you because of the orders of those people from the two gang. Lin Jian let out a cold smile. He had just learned about the two gang from Zhou Kai, and the two gang had sent people to deal with him. It looked like he had to find an opportunity to teach those people from the two gang a lesson. However, the first order of business was to carry out a transfer. The two gang, as a club of the National Vocational College, must have quite a few high-level existences in it. Only after transferring and leveling up could he hit the door. It's not impossible to let you guys off the hook. Lin Jian looked at the crowd in front of him with a smile on his face. Wangi and the others all looked at Lin Jian excitedly. They naturally didn't want to die if they could live. All of you kneel down and learn how to bark. For every 3 barks you learn, and then yell out that the people of the two gang are, hold on for 3 minutes and I'll spare your lives. Wangi and the others looked at each other in dismay. They all knew how powerful the two gang was, and inwardly they were naturally unwilling to do so. Once they did so, it would be difficult for them to mix in the two gang in the future. With the injuries on your bodies, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on in 5 minutes. If you continue to hesitate, you guys may not necessarily still have a chance. Wangi and the others were pale. At this moment, Lin Jian was the devil in their eyes. Woof woof woof. The people of the two gang are. S-Class Forbidden Word Master Ji-Yun was the first to kneel on the ground and shouted while learning to bark like a dog. The pain coming from her body and the feeling of her life draining away made her not dare to think too much anymore. With Ji-Yun taking the lead, the others couldn't care less and all began to do as they were told. Lin Jian retrieved his dagger and walked in the direction of the Divine Realm stone tablet. You guys continue, I'll be watching you all the time. If anyone doesn't last 3 minutes, you know the consequences. Lin Jian, who left behind a sentence, just left. However, none of Wang Yi and the others who stayed in place dared to stop. They all knew that with Lin Jian's life-changing master's ability, as long as he still linked them, even if he went far away, he could still kill them. In front of life and death, no one dared to bet on whether or not Lin Jian was watching them from afar. Soon, the people from the two gang knew what was going on here. A group of people rushed over, and at this time, Wang Yi and the others had also ended their 3-minute barking, and under Wang Yi's treatment, the injuries on their bodies gradually recovered. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? Zhao Ji, the third in command of the two gang society, asked as he coldly looked at Wang Yi and the others. Wang Yi and the others all lowered their heads in silence. They all knew that what they had just done had angered this third in command of the two gang society. Zhao Ji scanned the others who had gathered around to watch the show. So fond of watching, do you want me to bring you all to the two gang to watch the fun? Zhao Ji's cold voice caused many of the people gathered around to change their faces. The two gang was little known in the state vocational college, and they were extremely overbearing in their actions, and quite a few people had been bullied by people from the two gang. However, there was also more than just one club in the National Vocational College, the two gang. Yo, Xiao Lao-san, take me to the figure gang to see what's going on. A man spoke up at this moment. I'd like to see how many there are in your two gang. Zhao Ji's face was gloomy, and his gaze coldly looked towards the man in the crowd. Feng Yi, is your Flying Bird Society trying to start a war with our two gang? Feng Yi had a hangdog look. He looked very disdainful of Zhao Ji's words. Elder Zhao, with those 3 guarded ones from your two gang, a few random people from our Flying Bird can take care of you alright. Zhao Ji snorted coldly. Although Feng Yi's words were a bit exaggerated, the Flying Birds were indeed stronger than the figure gang. The figure gang was only little known, while the Flying Birds was one of the 5 major clubs in the National Vocational College. He coldly swept his eyes at Wang Yi and the others. If it wasn't for these losers, he wouldn't have lost face in front of so many people. Under Zhao Ji's gaze, Wang Yi could only stiffly tell what happened. Well, what a Lin Jian. Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. In his heart, Lin Jian was already a dead man. Arriving at the Divine Realm stone tablet, Lin Jian looked at the novice realm that he couldn't choose from and directly chose the spirit realm. Hey, isn't that Lin Jian? Yeah, that's him. Why is he here again? Holy, he entered the spirit realm copy alone. What? He went in alone? Doesn't he know that the spirit realm is different from the novice realm? No way, isn't that common sense? It seems like he hasn't changed jobs yet, right? Entering a spirit realm copy alone without a transfer, TSK, that's really bold. The people beside the Divine Realm Stone Monument who were originally preparing to enter the copy all stopped when they noticed Lin Jian's movements. For Lin Jian, a celebrity of the National Vocational Academy, many people had heard of his deeds. Now that they saw that Lin Jian had entered the spirit realm all by himself before he had even transferred, they were immediately interested in seeing how Lin Jian would perform in the spirit realm copy. TSK, this Lin Jian is really bold. He even chose the Scarlet Castle copy. What? You mean the Scarlet Castle that's comparable to the Dragon Realm copy? Chapter 35, The 5 Great Societies Out in Force. The two people's exclamations of surprise immediately attracted the attention of many people. There are many copies in the spirit world, but among them, if you want to say that one is the most difficult, the Scarlet Castle is undoubtedly the most difficult. Unlike other copies that can be teamed up, Scarlet Castle is not teamed up, meaning that Scarlet Castle is an extremely rare single copy. Another thing that makes Scarlet Castle different from other copies is that Scarlet Castle doesn't require clerics to find monsters on their own because the monsters are all in a castle. The entire castle is full of all kinds of monsters. Only after cleaning up all the monsters in the castle and the 5 bosses in the castle can they be considered completely cleared. The difficulty was so high that it wasn't possible for a cleric who had only changed jobs once to clear the level. The Scarlet Castle was thus considered by many clerics that this copy should be a Dragon Realm copy. TSK, is this guy Lin Jian crazy? Even if he breaks into a copy alone, he still picks Scarlet Castle. Isn't this looking for death? Heh, I guess he thought he was bullish after clearing a novice realm copy. Arrogant ones like him wouldn't even survive 2 chapters in a novel. Wow. Just as the crowd by the Divine Realm Stone Monument was talking, a small group of people hurriedly arrived. The leader, Zhao Ji, scanned the surrounding crowd, and after realizing that there was no figure of Lin Jian, he instantly understood that Lin Jian should have entered the Divine Realm. Wait with me for that fellow Lin Jian to come out. Zhao Ji snorted coldly, his tone icy. I'll let him know that our 2 gang isn't that easy to mess with. One by one, the clerics holding professional weapons that were at least S rank directly surrounded the Divine Realm Stone Monument. As soon as Lin Jian came out of the Divine Realm, they would make a move against him. These are the 2 gang's elites, aren't they? Why are they all gathered here? A passerby asked suspiciously. The passerby next to him, who knew the inside story, smiled and explained the cause. Seeing that you don't know, just now a group of people from the 2 gang went to look for trouble with that guy Lin Jian. As a result, these guys weren't even Lin Jian's opponents, and they were directly beaten by Lin Jian in a miserable manner. In order to survive, those guys from the 2 gang learned to bark like a dog while cursing that the people from the 2 gang were. The words of the passers-by quickly spread. The surrounding crowd also understood why Zhao Ji had brought the people from the 2 gang to surround the Divine Realm Stone Monument. Ha, Zhao Ji, your 2 gang is a little too rookie, right? Indulgent laughter resounded through the crowd. Zhao Ji's cold gaze looked straight in the direction the laughter came from. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding people all tacitly stepped aside. They didn't want to mess with the 2 gang for no reason. The crowd parted and a scarred man appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The scarred man didn't seem to care at all about offending the 2 gang, as he looked at Zhao Ji with a teasing face. Zhao Ji, your 2 gang is getting worse by the day, you can't even beat a special enrollment. And now you've even gathered all of the 2 gang's elite. What, are you guys preparing a group of people to surround and beat up a special enrollment student? Zhao Ji gritted his teeth. The words of the scarred man in front of him were simply slapping him in the face, but what the scarred man said was also the truth. As for making a move against the scarred man, Zhao Ji simply didn't have the guts. Nyomu, don't mind your own business. Nyomu picked his nose, his face full of disinterest. A giant axe appeared in his hand at some point, and Nyomu waved the giant axe in his hand. What, Zhao Ji, do you want to spar with me? Or is it that the guy in Tuli who is 98 on the Heaven's Pride ranking wants to spar with me, who is 32 on the Heaven's Pride ranking? Zhao Ji snorted coldly and didn't dare to answer. The Heaven's Pride ranking was a list in the State Academy, on which the 100 strongest people in the State Academy were listed. Among them, Tuli, the leader of the 2 gang, was ranked 98 on the Heaven's Pride list. It was also because of Tuli that the 2 gang was little known. The opposite side, Nyomu, was ranked 32 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. The huge ranking gap meant that Nyomu could easily defeat Tuli. Of course, if it was just Nyomu, a 2 gang could still be dealt with. After all, if they couldn't beat them one-on-one, they could still beat them in a group. What really made Zhao Ji scornful was the Star Ceremony Society behind Nyomu. The Star Ceremony Society is one of the 5 major societies. It is not a small and famous society like the 2 gang that can be messed with. Seeing that Zhao Ji didn't speak again, Nyomu also put away his giant axe in boredom. Although he couldn't look down on the 2 gang, he wouldn't take on the 2 gang just because of Lin Jian, a person he had never met before. Swish, swish, swish. At some point, a group of figures appeared around the Divine Realm Stone Monument. Some were in the surrounding houses, some were hidden in the crowd, and some were even standing in front of the Divine Realm Stone tablet. Old ox, you're looking for nothing to do again, aren't you? Nyomu heard a voice from behind him and turned back in surprise. A person wearing a Taoist robe and holding a floating dust like a child slowly walked over. Good boy, what's gotten your boy all out of action? The man in the Taoist robe let out a light laugh and pointed at the Divine Realm Stone Monument not far away. I'm not the only one who came. The Flying Bird Society, the Tiger and Leopard Society, the Flower Moon Society, and the Empyrean Spirit Society can all be here. Nyomu scanned the surroundings and quickly found a familiar figure. He touched his head, his face full of doubts. Suyu, what's going on here? Why are all the people from the 5 major societies here? Suyu put down the floating dust in his hands and faintly explained. Lin Jian knows, right, the society's analysis report on him came out. Nyomu instantly became interested. He had just argued with Zhao Ji because of Lin Jian. The society's analysis report was actually the conclusion that the society came up with after analyzing the students of the National Vocational College in all aspects. The ones that were highly rated among them, the society would naturally include them. This was also one of the reasons why the 5 major societies of the National Vocational College hadn't changed. Even though the students of the 5 major societies kept graduating, at the same time, there had always been new students with high potentials being pulled into the societies. Nyomu asked with interest. It looks like this Lin Jian's analysis report is highly rated, otherwise it wouldn't have sent out so many people. I remember the last time so many people were mobilized, it was still because of me, right? Suyu nodded slightly, his face very serious. It's not high, it's extremely high. According to the society's analysis, Lin Jian possesses extremely strong restorative powers, and is even suspected to have the ability to resurrect, and coupled with the special nature of the life-changing master's skill, ordinary people are simply not his match. Our society's evaluation of Lin Jian is 95 points, and I guess the other 4 societies are similar. 95 points. Nyomu couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. His rating back then was only 86 points, and according to him, the one he pointed out as number 1 on the Heavens Remarks list only had 93 points back then. This Lin Jian's rating was even higher than the number 1 on the Heavens Pride list? Chapter 36 Scarlet Castle. Divine Realm Spirit World, Scarlet Castle. Under a blood moon, a blood-red castle stood. A light red mist filled the air, making the surrounding vision extremely poor. The corners of Lin Jian's mouth rose slightly as he surveyed the castle in front of him. Before entering the spirit realm, Lin Jian had deliberately investigated a few of the more famous spirit realm copies. Among them was the Scarlet Castle, which Lin Jian had even taken a glance at. The monsters were all gathered in the castle, which, in Lin Jian's opinion, wasn't the same as saying that he didn't have to painstakingly look for the monsters one by one, he could just go directly to the door. As for the high number of monsters, Lin Jian needed more monsters, and the more monsters there were, the more magic crystals there would be. Plus the bounty quest he picked up when he came in, this trip was a straight-up bonanza alright. Lin Jian looked at the castle in front of him, it was actually more like a huge manor. The manor was filled with monsters, including a small boss in the north, south, east, and west, while the castle in the center was the final boss of this copy. Walking into the manor, more than 30 monsters appeared in front of Lin Jian. No wonder so many people said that the Scarlet Castle should be a Dragon Realm copy, there's simply no one who can deal with this many monsters, right? And it's still a single copy, those people couldn't even team up if they wanted to. This had only just entered the manor, and Lin Jian had encountered over 30 monsters, so one could imagine how dense this copy's monsters were. But just because other people couldn't solve them didn't mean that Lin Jian couldn't. Ow. The leading monster let out a wolf howl, and the 30 or so monsters behind him howled up to the sky one after the other. Wild Monster, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. Level, B. Level, 25. Talent, Wolf Pack. When the number of wolves in a pack is greater than 10 and there is a Wolf King present, the attributes of all bloodthirsty demon wolves will be increased by 50%. Skill Dance with Wolves. Let out a wolf howl to inspire yourself and other bloodthirsty demon wolves around you, up to 10% increase in all attributes. Skill, Bloodlust. When dealing damage to an enemy, 1/10 of the damage can be healed. More than 30 bloodthirsty demon wolves were just staring at Lin Jian, and the bloodthirsty Wolf King at the head of them was even a Class A monster. These 30-odd bloodthirsty demon wolves alone were enough to stop 90% of the students of the National Vocational College in their tracks. However, to Lin Jian, these bloodthirsty demon wolves were still too weak. Ow ow ow. With a wolf howl from the bloodthirsty Wolf King, the bloodthirsty demon wolves all methodically rushed towards Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't panic in the slightest, instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. Change Life Divine Chain Binding. Life Change Hell Whale, Gravity Confinement. In an instant, 3 skills were used, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves that rushed at the front were all bound by Lin Jian. The bloodthirsty demonic wolves at the back, on the other hand, had their speed greatly reduced due to gravity imprisonment. Lin Jian's current divine chain could only link 16 targets, so he purposely didn't use gravity imprisonment on the 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves at the front. The reason for this was to first resolve the front 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves before resolving the rest. The slowdown of the bloodthirsty demonic wolves in the back caused the wolves to have some panic. However, under the command of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, the frontmost 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves still rushed in front of Lin Jian. Woo woo! The bloodthirsty demon wolves surrounded Lin Jian, and all of them let out low growls, as if they would attack at any moment. Lin Jian simply raised his hand, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves instantly launched an attack. One by one, their sharp claws attacked Lin Jian, and there were quite a few bloodthirsty demon wolves that even bit directly at Lin Jian's throat and other fatal parts. A shocking wound appeared on Lin Jian's body, and the bloodthirsty demon wolves didn't continue to chase after their attacks were successful, but instead retreated to their original positions. They continued to surround Lin Jian, seemingly looking for their next opportunity. At this moment, Lin Jian looked very miserable. His entire body was almost completely covered in wounds caused by the bloodthirsty demon wolves. The aorta at his throat had been bitten off, and his heart had been penetrated by a wolf's claw. Looking at the bloodthirsty demon wolves, Lin Jian revealed a bright smile. It's your turn, this is a full 16 times the damage. Outside the divine realm. At the square. The people from the 5 major societies couldn't help but smack their lips a little as they looked at Lin Jian's position on the map of the Scarlet Castle. This guy is so unlucky, landing in the west in the opening round. If I remember correctly, the bloodthirsty demon wolf's pack in the west is hard to deal with, isn't it? Is that called hard to deal with? No one of the same level can handle the bloodthirsty wolves alone. Indeed, those bloodthirsty demon wolves are like an army. Not only are they well trained, but they also have a wolf king in command. No, I think the most disgusting thing is the bloodthirsty demon wolf's ability to recover. As long as you can't kill them, they can always recover. The people from the 5 major societies were talking, and their words were all filled with disdain for Lin Jian. They had all read the analysis reports from the societies and knew that Lin Jian's strongest point was his superb recovery and the life-changing master's skills working in conjunction with each other. But Lin Jian himself actually didn't have any damaging skills, relying mainly on his enemies' attacks or self-inflicted wounds. And in order to deal with the bloodthirsty demon wolf, one had to have the ability to kill the bloodthirsty demon wolf in seconds in order to do so. Lin Jian simply didn't have any other way to exchange lives with the bloodthirsty demon wolf other than utilizing his own death. The people from the 5 major societies all suspected that Lin Jian possessed the ability to resurrect, but they didn't think that Lin Jian could resurrect indefinitely. So no one would also think that Lin Jian would use his precious resurrection ability on a small monster. I guess it's coming out soon. The Scarlet Castle isn't humanly passable at all. Look, Lin Jian is surrounded by bloodthirsty wolves. Over 30 bloodthirsty wolves. Now Lin Jian can only choose to exit the copy. It's a pity. If we had bypassed the bloodthirsty wolves and dealt with the boss directly, Lin Jian would actually still have a chance. Amidst the regretful voices of the 5 societies, Lin Jian's mark on the map disappeared. Soon, Lin Jian's mark reappeared, while 16 bloodthirsty demon wolf marks in the bloodthirsty wolf pack disappeared. This is Lin Jian using his resurrection ability? Stupid, too stupid. Using a resurrection ability against a small monster, how can you deal with a boss then? Could it be that Lin Jian can resurrect more than just once? How could that be? Do you think it's easy to resurrect? While the crowd outside the divine realm was bickering, Lin Jian inside the divine realm was all smiles at the moment. Bang, bang, bang. A series of wounds appeared on the bodies of the bloodthirsty demon wolves, and in an instant, the bloodthirsty demon wolves that attacked Lin Jian all wailed in pain. The fatal wounds at their hearts and throats even made it impossible for these bloodthirsty demon wolves to continue attacking or escaping. They staggered and supported their bodies, yet the 2 fatal wounds had already doomed them to no possibility of survival. Chapter 37 More Than One Resurrection. In just a few moments of effort, all 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves lay powerless on the ground and died. Until this moment, the bloodthirsty wolf king not far away didn't even react to what was going on. Ding! Killed level 23B wild monster bloodthirsty demon wolf, gained 2000 experience value. 16 messages popped up in a row, causing the smile on Lin Jian's face to grow even wider. At this rate, the experience he needed to transfer was probably going to come together soon. It's true that it's still good to be in a place like this where monsters are clustered, so I can just take care of 16 monsters in one go. But my level is still a bit low. If my level was high enough, all 30 or so of these monsters could be completely eliminated in seconds. Lin Jian's gaze looked in the direction of the bloodthirsty demon wolf again. His entire body dyed red with blood. At this moment he was more of a monster than these monsters. Ow. The bloodthirsty wolf king looked at Lin Jian with scorn. The sudden violent death of those bloodthirsty demon wolves just now was simply incomprehensible to his limited intelligence. But it knew that the violent death of those bloodthirsty demon wolves was definitely related to Lin Jian. Under Lin Jian's astonished gaze, the bloodthirsty demon wolf brought the remaining bloodthirsty demon wolves and turned around to run. Hiss, these monsters are all so smart now, they run away if they can't beat them? Lin Jian was somewhat helpless as he pulled out the weapon he had prepared, a long knife. Previously, in order to solve those wild monsters, he had stabbed himself while chasing them, so he had long been prepared. After just resolving the 16 bloodthirsty demon wolves, he directly linked the remaining 15 bloodthirsty demon wolves and the Wolf King. At this moment, if these bloodthirsty demon wolves wanted to run, they would have to ask Lin Jian if he was willing to do so. The bloodthirsty Wolf King was running wildly while using its afterglow to look at Lin Jian behind it. It was on guard against Lin Jian's sudden strike, and as long as Lin Jian made a move, it would command the wolves to dodge. Under the bloodthirsty Wolf King's horrified gaze, Lin Jian grabbed his hair with one hand while his other hand gripped the long knife and chopped off his head with a single slash. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's already unintelligent head was instantly stuck. That human killed himself? The Wolf King was puzzled when his vision suddenly swirled skyward. It was not easy for his vision to stabilize, but he saw a group of headless bloodthirsty demon wolves running. As they ran, these headless bloodthirsty demon wolves collapsed one by one. Were there any other bloodthirsty wolves in this neighborhood? Why don't they have heads? The one at the front, why does it feel so familiar? The bloodthirsty Wolf King's final doubt surfaced in his mind, and then he fell into a darkness. Ding! Killed level 24 a wild monster bloodthirsty Wolf King, gained 2,500 experience value. Lin Jian sighed in relief as he looked at the bloodthirsty wolves whose heads were rolling all over the ground. As for himself, his wounds had long since recovered. The bloodthirsty demon wolf's wolf teeth, claws, and skins were all materials needed for bounty quests, as well as weapons needed for many professions' weapon forging. Coupled with the fact that bloodthirsty demon wolves were pack animals, once they were encountered they were a pack, so the price of the materials on bloodthirsty demon wolves was still very high. Lin Jian happily collected the materials from the bloodthirsty demon wolves as well as the magic crystals. Gathering up his things, Lin Jian continued walking in the direction of the castle. He was going to clear out all of the wild monsters and small bosses in the 4 directions of southeast, west, and north before tackling the final boss in the castle. After all, it was still questionable whether or not a monster-intensive copy like the Scarlet Castle could be encountered in the future. Outside the Divine Realm. The people from the 5 major societies just watched as Lin Jian's mark on the map flickered, as if it was in poor contact. This map, it's not broken, is it? A person in the crowd said weakly. Why has Lin Jian disappeared several times, and those bloodthirsty wolves' markings are all gone? Could it be that Lin Jian wiped out the bloodthirsty wolves? How could that be? That's the bloodthirsty wolves, one of the toughest pack monsters to deal with. Then how do you explain that the bloodthirsty wolves' markings on the map are all gone? It's impossible for the map to be broken, this is the god's domain. It should be that Lin Jian died a few times and took care of all the bloodthirsty wolves. Hiss, this Lin Jian even solved the bloodthirsty wolves, will he be able to pass the Scarlet Castle? No way, the bloodthirsty wolves are just small monsters, the Scarlet Castle isn't that simple. While the surrounding crowd of onlookers chattered in disgust, the people from the 5 major societies were only concerned about Lin Jian mark disappearing several times. Generally speaking, the mark would only disappear when one died or exited the copy. However, Lin Jian hadn't exited his copy, yet the mark disappeared several times, and then lit up again. The people present had an answer in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Jian's resurrection wasn't something that could only be used once. As soon as they thought of this possibility, the people from the 5 major societies present all of a sudden had incomparably blazing gazes. They were all well aware of how terrifying the potential of a life-changing master with the ability to resurrect multiple times and a strong recovery power was. AI, things are in trouble now. Suyu sighed helplessly. He was already afraid of trouble, and it was only on a whim that he would come this time, but as a result, who would have thought that this Lin Jian's potential was so high? It was probably difficult to snatch Lin Jian from the other societies, but if he didn't, going back was probably troublesome as well. Hey, it's still really troublesome. Nyomu looked at Suyu, whose small face was wrinkled into a ball beside him, and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. When the 5 major societies had fought over him, they had almost all fought. His rating at the time was still only 86 points, and now Lin Jian's rating was as high as 95 points, plus the ability to be revived multiple times. It was estimated that these people from the 5 major societies were going to fight their dog brains out this time. Look, Lin Jian has already cleared out all the monsters in the west. No way, is he preparing to clean up all the small monsters before going to fight the boss? That mini-boss to the west seems to be a werewolf, right? Yes, it's a werewolf. When Li Chengfeng, who was 18th in the Heaven's Pride ranking, almost died at the hands of this werewolf. Then Lin Jian is probably hanging by a thread. Inside the Scarlet Castle's several mini-bosses, the werewolf has the strongest recovery ability. I heard that Li Qingfeng cut off that werewolf's head and the werewolf didn't even die. Really, is it that powerful? Why would I lie to you? This is what Li Qingfeng himself said. The onlookers of the transmogrifier were talking. Even though Lin Jian had cleared all the small monsters in the west before, they didn't think that Lin Jian was a match for the small boss in the west. No one had cleared the Scarlet Castle so far, and aside from the large number of small monsters, one of the bigger reasons was that the boss was very perverted. Almost all of the people on the Heaven's Pride list had entered the Scarlet Citadel. Before going in, they all think that their strength can pass, but every one of them finally fell at the feet of the boss. That's why even the people from the 5 societies didn't think that Lin Jian would be able to solve the werewolf. Chapter 38 S-Class Boss Dark Knight Werewolf. It's a pity, if Lin Jian had descended on the east side, it would still be possible. It's true that the small bosses in the east are better to deal with, but the one in the castle is even harder to deal with than the werewolf. Hey, I don't know how this copy of Scarlet Castle got leveled as a Spirit World copy. I've heard that it seems to have been classified as a Spirit Realm copy because the monsters inside are of a lower level. Inside the Divine Realm. Within Lin Jian's line of sight, he had already seen his target. Dark but rooted hair that stood up like steel needles, a pair of blood-red eyes, and that robust body, all of them illustrated the power of the monster in front of him. Wild monster, bloodthirsty werewolf. Level, S-Class. Level, 28. Talent, Dark Moon Bloodline. Under the light of the moon, the werewolf's recovery power is increased by 1000% and its speed by 50%. Skill, Demonic Flesh. Defense is enhanced by 80%. Physical damage received is reduced by 30%, and when the body is hit hard it can consume stamina to recover quickly. Skill, Bloodthirsty Tear, clings to the enemy, constantly tearing at them, attacking them while healing itself. Skill, Dark Moon Wolf Howl, absorbs the essence of the moon and lets out a howl that stuns enemies while inflicting mental damage on them. Hiss. Lin Jian sucked in a mouthful of cold air and immediately felt some toothache. He had heard before that the Western werewolf in the Scarlet Castle was the hardest to deal with within the mini-bosses, but it was only after seeing it that he realized that it wasn't generally hard to deal with. Ouch. Without waiting for Lin Jian to think too much, the bloodthirsty werewolf not too far away had already discovered his trail. Accompanied by a wolf howl, a figure instantly appeared at Lin Jian's side. Boom. Lin Jian's pupils shrunk, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. After hitting several trees in a row, he came to a stop on top of a wall. Cough cough. Lin Jian stood up in a cloud of dust. There was a huge wound on his chest, through which his beating heart could even be seen. This werewolf's speed, it's too fast. Lin Jian gazed at the bloodthirsty werewolf standing in his original position, his gaze filled with vigilance. Although that moment just now had something to do with his lack of defense, he really didn't see the bloodthirsty werewolf's attack clearly. The bloodthirsty werewolf's level was a full 12 levels higher than Lin Jian, and his attributes were much higher than Lin Jian's, plus the skill's bonus to speed. It could be said that in front of the bloodthirsty werewolf, Lin Jian's speed was just like slow play. The level is still too low. Lin Jian couldn't help but sigh. If he had the same level as the bloodthirsty werewolf, he wouldn't be so passive. Seeing that the bloodthirsty werewolf didn't move, Lin Jian hurriedly used his skills. Change of Life Divine Chain Binding. Life Change Hellish Whale. Life Change Gravity Confinement. In an instant, Lin Jian used all of his skills, knowing that with the bloodthirsty werewolf's speed, if he didn't use his skills in the first instance, he'd only be able to take a beating as a sandbag afterward. The bloodthirsty werewolf's gaze suddenly looked in Lin Jian's direction. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed a hint of humanized doubt. The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't know how many enemies as weak as Lin Jian he had encountered. Every single time, they had been killed by him in a single strike, which was why he hadn't chased after them to continue his attack just now. Swish. The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't think much about it. If he didn't kill it, he'd just make up for it. A residual shadow rushed towards Lin Jian, and this time, because of the 50 times gravity of the gravity bind, Lin Jian could barely make out the bloodthirsty werewolf's figure. However, Lin Jian didn't fend off the bloodthirsty werewolf's attack. He was now linked to the bloodthirsty werewolf. If the bloodthirsty werewolf hit him, it was like hitting himself. Blood-red wolf claws roughly tore open Lin Jian's chest, and a wolf claw reached into Lin Jian's body, crushing and exploding his heart. Cough cough cough. Lin Jian couldn't control his coughing, and the bloodthirsty wolves on the side didn't spare him. The blood-red wolf claws were like sharp steel knives, directly cutting Lin Jian's body in half. Looking at Lin Jian, who fell to the ground and was cut in half, his heart pinched and burst, the bloodthirsty werewolf was relieved. This should kill this human now. Boom! Without waiting for the bloodthirsty werewolf to react, his heart suddenly exploded open, and an extremely deep wound appeared on his waist. The wound cut off more than 2/3 of the werewolf's waist, almost cutting him off at the waist. The level difference is too big, 16 times the damage didn't even cause the bloodthirsty werewolf to take the same amount of damage as himself. Lin Jian looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf somewhat helplessly. The 12-level difference, coupled with the skill bonus, made the bloodthirsty werewolf's defense very impressive. So even if Lin Jian linked the bloodthirsty werewolf, the return damage was only about 60 to 70%. Ouch! The bloodthirsty werewolf wailed in pain as blood flowed along the wound like a stream. On the other side, the injuries on Lin Jian's body quickly recovered and he was soon back to normal. He looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf in front of him, and the bloodthirsty werewolf, who had originally been deeply injured, had recovered almost as much by now. At the wound on his waist, a bud of flesh sprang up, and the wound was constantly recovering. The recovery speed wasn't as fast as Lin Jian's, but it was still amazing enough. This bloodthirsty werewolf's recovery power is a little too perverse, isn't it? It's going to return to normal so soon? Lin Jian smacked his lips a little. He finally realized how helpless those monsters were when they faced themselves before. I'll kill you while you're sick. If I really let you recover, I'll be the one in bad luck. Lin Jian took out his own long knife and without the slightest hesitation gave himself a slash to the waist. The bloodthirsty werewolf's wound, which had already recovered most of the way, instantly crumbled open, while an even bigger wound appeared at the bloodthirsty werewolf's waist, directly cutting the bloodthirsty werewolf's waist in half. Ow! The bloodthirsty werewolf wailed in pain, his gaze instantly looking towards Lin Jian. He was just as stupid as he was, but he knew that the injuries he had sustained definitely had something to do with Lin Jian. However, on Lin Jian's side, he was acting like an ancient executioner, holding his hair in one hand and a knife in the other, constantly beheading himself. If he wasn't worried that if he didn't grab the head, it would roll all over the place, Lin Jian would have wanted to take turns beheading himself with the knife in both hands. Only after Lin Jian decapitated himself for the second time did the bloodthirsty werewolf's body and head separate. Phew, now you're dead. Lin Jian looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf whose eyes were gradually losing their light, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of boss with high defense and strong recovery was the one he hated dealing with the most. Of course, this was also because the level difference between the two sides was too big. If the levels were the same, bloodthirsty werewolf Lin Jian would still have an easy time dealing with it. Just as Lin Jian was about to put away his long sword, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. If the bloodthirsty werewolf had been killed by him, then why hadn't he heard the system message? Chapter 39 Bloodthirsty Werewolf's Perverted Recovery Ability. Realizing that the bloodthirsty werewolf wasn't dead, Lin Jian didn't even look in the bloodthirsty werewolf's direction, but instead directly swung his sword at his own head. However, Lin Jian was still a step too late. Ow! Deafening howls came from the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf's corpse, and Lin Jian only felt a heavy blow to his head. With a dazed head, Lin Jian couldn't perceive the situation around him at all. At this moment, in the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf's corpse, the bloodthirsty werewolf's head was quickly connecting with its body. The bloodthirsty werewolf didn't wait for the body to fully recover, only just connecting the body, he violently pounced on Lin Jian. At this moment, Lin Jian finally came out of his dizziness. It was bloodthirsty werewolf's skill, Dark Moon Wolf Howl. Lin Jian instantly thought of the bloodthirsty werewolf's skill. And the werewolf that was now pouncing Lin Jian to the ground was undoubtedly another skill that he was using, bloodthirsty tear. Plop plop plop. Pieces of flesh and blood were torn off of Lin Jian's body, while a single wound erupted from the bloodthirsty werewolf's body. However, these wounds recovered at an extremely fast speed, which was precisely the effect of bloodthirsty tear. Although the injuries on Lin Jian's body could return 60 to 70% to the bloodthirsty werewolf's body, the recovery speed of a bloodthirsty werewolf that used bloodthirsty tear was even faster than the speed of the injuries. In just a few moments, the wounds on the bloodthirsty werewolf's body were all healed, and the bloodthirsty werewolf stopped biting. As for Lin Jian, at this time, his entire body was also broken and unrecognizable. This guy is so perverted. Lin Jian lay on the ground and couldn't help but curse out obscenities. All along, because of his sister's existence, Lin Jian would rarely swear. But the bloodthirsty werewolf's perversion made him really unable to hold back from swearing. Lin Jian was just lying on the ground and had no intention of getting up. His body was like a rag now, so it was useless to get up. It was better to lie down and wait to recover. As for the bloodthirsty werewolf standing next to him, Lin Jian didn't care, the other party couldn't kill him anyway. But The bloodthirsty werewolf also seemed to realize that Lin Jian was hard to kill, and his blood-red wolf claws directly slapped Lin Jian's head to pieces. Boom! The bloodthirsty werewolf's head also cracked open, and a hideous wound surfaced on the bloodthirsty werewolf's head. Looking at the unrecognizable Lin Jian, the bloodthirsty werewolf was relieved. He walked to the side of the clearing and absorbed the moonlight to recover from his injuries. This guy is really ruthless. Lin Jian glanced at the bloodthirsty werewolf who was about to recover almost as much not far away, and a sardonic smile appeared on his face. However, I can be even more ruthless than you. But Lin Jian slashed at his own head, directly splitting his head in half. Ow! The bloodthirsty werewolf let out a miserable howl, and his head, which was about to recover, had a huge wound appear at this moment. This wound ran from the top of his head to where the werewolf's nose was, almost splitting the bloodthirsty werewolf's head in half. The bloodthirsty werewolf knew that the injuries on his body were definitely related to Lin Jian, and he wanted to continue using bloodthirsty tear to recover from his injuries in his old trick. However, his eyes had long since been blurred by blood and his brain was as mushy as a pulp after receiving a heavy blow to the head. At this moment, the bloodthirsty werewolf couldn't see the situation around him at all, let alone find Lin Jian's position. After a few moments passed, when the bloodthirsty werewolf's vision had recovered almost as much as his wounds had recovered halfway, he also saw Lin Jian's figure in his line of sight. Lin Jian was holding a long knife in his hand and looked at the bloodthirsty werewolf with a fierce smile. Dog thing, I don't believe you won't die even after this. In the bloodthirsty werewolf's horrified gaze, Lin Jian split his head in half with another slash. Ka-ching! The wound on the bloodthirsty werewolf's head instantly split open, and his entire head was split in half. Phew, this should be dead now. Lin Jian recovered and looked in the direction of the bloodthirsty werewolf, only to see that the bloodthirsty werewolf's head was recovering at an extremely slow pace. This isn't even dead. This guy's brains are out. Is it too much of a stretch to still be alive? Lin Jian gritted his teeth and gave himself a few more slashes until the bloodthirsty werewolf's head split into 4 pieces, which was when he finally heard the system message. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Scarlet Castle boss, level 28S ranked wild monster bloodthirsty werewolf. Killed level 28S class wild monster, gained 10,000 experience value. Divine Realm Spiritual Realm Map Wide Notification, SSSS Rank Divine Life-Changing Master, Lin Jian, killed the Scarlet Castle boss, setting a new record, rewarded with 2,000 experience points. Lin Jian sat on the ground panting, finally dead. No wonder they say this guy is the hardest boss to kill in Scarlet Castle. With all the enemies and monsters that Lin Jian had encountered, whether it was S-ranked wild monsters or those S-ranked clerics from the State Academy, he could handle them all with ease. The bloodthirsty werewolf, however, had given him unprecedented pressure. With its superb recovery and extremely high defense, it gave Lin Jian the feeling that he was at a loss at one point. The only thing that made Lin Jian happy was that although the remaining few bosses were also strong, there were no bosses that possessed extremely strong recovery power like the bloodthirsty werewolf. And at this time, outside of the Divine Realm, the people who had heard the Divine Realm's briefing had long since fallen into a frenzy. What, did I hear it right? Scarlet Castle, bloodthirsty werewolf? Too ruthless. There really is a ruthless person who can kill that bloodthirsty werewolf thing. Didn't you say that if you want to pass through the Scarlet Castle, you have to bypass the bloodthirsty werewolf boss? How come someone really killed the bloodthirsty werewolf? The bloodthirsty werewolf is a bug-like existence. I seriously doubt that guy Lin Jian is hung up. Everyone was discussing the deaths of Lin Jian and the bloodthirsty werewolf. If they had said that Lin Jian passing through the misty forest before had only surprised them a little. Then now that the bloodthirsty werewolf had been killed, it shocked everyone. That was an existence that the Heaven's Pride ranking transmutators were helpless against, and was known as the most perverse boss in the spirit world. As a result, it was killed by a special enrollment student who was only level 16 and hadn't even been transferred yet. If people had only felt somewhat familiar when they heard the name Lin Jian before, then now they were just impressed with the name Lin Jian. At the Divine Realm Monolith, the people from the 5 major clubs all had blazing gazes at the moment, and their gazes were full of mischief as they looked at the people from the other clubs beside them. Swish, swish, swish. In the State Academy, a figure hurriedly left and arrived at the Divine Realm Stone Monument. Among these people, some of them were Heaven's Pride ranking transmigrators, some of them were teachers from the State Vocational Academy, and even Vice President Ji was among them. Suyu, Nyomu, all of you follow me. Suyu and Nyomu, who were standing in the crowd, also heard a familiar voice and fixed their eyes to see that their society's boss was leading a large group of people in the direction of the Divine Realm Stone Monument. The two hurriedly followed the group, and Nyomu asked suspiciously, "Boss, why are you here? What do you think? If I don't come, Lin Jian will have nothing to do with our club." Hearing these words, Nyomu realized that the elites of the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational College had almost all arrived at this time. Chapter 40, The Unwilling to Give Up Tori. The bosses of the 5 major clubs, namely the Staryi Club, the Flying Bird Club, the Tiger and Leopard Club, the Flower Moon Club, and the Empyrean Club, were all gathered here at this time. Tisk, TSK, are all the special enrollment students so fierce now? The leader of the Tiger and Leopard Society, the 4th in the Heavens Pride ranking, smacked his lips. Just that bloodthirsty werewolf guy, I had split him up at first, but it turned out that he recovered from just one bite. This kind of monster, he can still be killed. This Lin Jian, there is indeed something. Suhun, the leader of the Flying Bird Society and 2nd on the Heavens Pride ranking, touched the wound at his shoulder. That was exactly where the bloodthirsty werewolf had left him. "Everyone, how about giving this Lin Jian to my society?" The leader of the Empyrean Society, Su Fu, the 6th on the Heavens Remarkable ranking, spoke with a smile. "All those good seedlings from before, our empty spirit didn't get any of them, they were all snatched away by you guys. It's not too much to give this one to our empty spirit, right? Old Su, when did our club's recruitment turn into an allocation?" The boss of the Starry Club, Zhu Bei, who was 3rd on the Heavens Pride ranking, walked over with Nyomu and Su Yu. "That's right, all the major societies recruit people based on their own abilities, okay?" Suhun said while gripping his professional weapon. As the strongest existence amongst these people, he was still confident in his strength. "Everyone, it's better not to fight yet." At this moment, the Flower Moon Society's boss, Su Linger, who was 5th on the Heavens Pride ranking, said with a smile, "Have you guys forgotten how many people died in our 5 major societies in that battle 3 years ago?" The people from the 5 major societies fell silent. 3 years ago the 5 major societies were also fighting for a student. As they fought, the people from the 5 major societies gradually got angry, and it finally turned into a melee between the 5 major societies. If it wasn't for the dean of the National Vocational College making a move in that battle, the 5 major societies would almost be gone. Little Su is right. Vice Dean Ji didn't know when he came to the side of a few people, and his gaze faintly swept over the people present. "You guys grabbing people is grabbing people, don't give me another fight." That battle between the 5 major clubs back then had almost caused Ji Wuyo and the leaders of the National Vocational College to pass out without taking a breath. Although the National Vocational College usually didn't care about the fights between the students. However, like the 5 major societies, a melee of thousands of people, and all of them were the elite of the National Vocational College, a situation where a large number of people died at the drop of a hat. It was impossible for the higher-ups of the State Academy to sit back and do nothing. Suhun, the warden and the others looked at each other in disbelief. After all, in the hearts of a few of them, they were all still thinking about how they could win when they fought. Su Linger also saw the embarrassment of a few people, and she smiled faintly. "Everyone, we're arguing about this and that here, we might as well wait for student Lin Jian to come out and ask him personally for his opinion." The few people present didn't say anything, clearly acquiescing to Su Linger's approach. Almost all of the area around the Divine Realm Stone Monument had been encircled by the people from the 5 major societies, and the others could only watch from afar at this point. This included the 2 gangs group led by Zhao Ji. When the 5 major societies hadn't come, they could still show off a little bit, but when the 5 major societies came, they didn't even dare to fart before slinking away and giving up their positions. "Lao-san, what's the situation now?" Tuli came to Zhao Ji's side, his face full of displeasure. "But the special enrollment that just arrived, you can't even handle it?" Zhao Ji had a bitter look on his face. If only things were as simple as Tuli said. Now that Lin Jian had been given the eye by the 5 major societies, he now wanted to just take the person away. However, once he thought of Turi's canny character, Zhao Ji still told him all about what happened. "You mean that Lin Jian will probably become a member of the 5 major societies?" Tuli looked in the direction of the Divine Realm Stone Tablet, and in his heart, he believed in Zhao Ji's words for a few moments. He had heard the Divine Realm briefing where Lin Jian had killed the bloodthirsty werewolf earlier, and naturally, he knew that Lin Jian was capable of a few things. Of course, as capable as Lin Jian was, Tuli was confident that he could kill him. After all, Lin Jian was only level 16 right now, and hadn't even made his first transfer yet. Turi, on the other hand, was now level 35, an existence that had been transferred twice. "Boss." Zhao Ji looked at Turi and hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and said, "Why don't we just forget about it, we'll let this Lin Jian off the hook." After saying that, Zhao Ji lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. He knew that what he had just said would probably make Tuli very upset. To put it nicely, it was letting Lin Jian off the hook, but it was actually wimping out. With how much the 5 major societies valued Lin Jian, perhaps all they needed was a word from Lin Jian, and they'd be up to their asses to take care of the two gang. That was why Zhao Ji had taken the risk of saying those words. Tuli gazed coldly at Zhao Ji. Then my brother, wouldn't he have died in vain? You don't have to say much, I'll take care of that Lin Jian guy. Zhao Ji opened his mouth, but in the end, he only let out a sigh. He knew that with Tuli's character, no amount of persuasion on his part would change anything. Within the divine realm. After resting for a moment, Lin Jian got up again and walked in the direction of the northern part of the Scarlet Castle. Unlike the other transmigrants who had entered Scarlet Castle, Lin Jian's goal was to clear out all the monsters in Scarlet Castle. Even the hardest to deal with many monsters in the west, the bloodthirsty wolves, and the most perverted boss, the bloodthirsty werewolf, had been taken care of by Lin Jian. The small monsters and small bosses in the other several directions were also easily taken down by Lin Jian. Unfortunately, the small bosses in the other directions had already been killed by other transmutants before, so there were no first kill rewards or divine domain notifications. Outside the divine domain. The crowd of the 5 major societies surrounding the God's Domain Stone Monument let out a gasp of surprise at this moment. Wow, all the small monsters in the north have been cleared out by Lin Jian. Lin Jian, is he, like, trying to clear out all the monsters in Scarlet Castle? That's too much, there are so many monsters in Scarlet Castle, he's actually cleared them all. Hiss, the other 3 mini-bosses were all solved by him too. Isn't this normal? Even the bloodthirsty werewolf was killed by him, the other 3 bosses aren't as perverted as the bloodthirsty werewolf. Coming, the final boss. The crowds of the 5 societies chattered in disgust, and their bosses had gathered together at this time. What do you guys think, is Lin Jian the opponent of the final boss? Zhuge Yi asked as he scanned the crowd. Hang on, the final big boss of the Scarlet Castle doesn't have as perverse a recovery ability as the bloodthirsty werewolf, but it's superior in that it's well balanced in all aspects of its ability. As a transmogrifier who had once entered the Scarlet Castle, Su Han analyzed very objectively. Although Lin Jian is very strong, his current level is too low, he's only level 16. If he levels up to a level 30, then it's probably possible, level 16 is basically hopeless. Chapter 41 Final Boss Vampire Count. Within the Divine Realm. Lin Jian arrived in front of the Scarlet Castle and pushed open the castle's gate. As soon as the gate was pushed open, the decorations within the castle came into view. Big red carpets, gilded decorations, extravagant furniture and crystal lamps on the ceiling. All of these things, none of them indicated that the owner of this castle was a nobleman who knew how to enjoy himself. The final boss of this Scarlet Castle, it's not going to be a humanoid monster, is it? Lin Jian walked inside the castle and muttered to himself with some doubts. In the information about Scarlet Castle, the description of the final boss was very vague, so Lin Jian only knew that the level of the final boss was level 30 and nothing else. However, over the years, countless transmutants had entered the copies of the Scarlet Castle. Although no one had been able to defeat the bloodthirsty werewolves in the west, there were still some celestials in the 3 directions who could solve it. They didn't need to with Jian Lin, they solved the boss in one direction and headed straight for the Scarlet Castle. There had been quite a few people who had fought the final boss of the Scarlet Castle over the years, but all of these had lost, and none of them had been spared. Lin Jian carefully searched inside the castle, and although he found traces of people living there, he didn't find the final boss. Strange, where did this final boss go? Lin Jian looked at the empty castle in front of him in confusion. Inside the entire castle, not to mention the boss, not even a single small monster had been encountered by Lin Jian. Oh, honorable sir, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from above Lin Jian's head. Lin Jian gazed overhead, only to see a pitch-black coffin floating at the very top of the castle. At this moment, a handsome man wearing nobleman's clothing, holding a red wine glass, his face very pale, was smiling and raising his glass towards him. Wild Monster, Vampire Count. Level, SS Grade. Level 30. Talent, Blood Pool. Enemies killed by the Vampire Count's body will have their blood incorporated into the blood pool, and when the Vampire Count suffers damage, he can recover through the blood in the blood pool. Note, the blood pool cannot be too far away from the Vampire Count and is extremely easy to destroy. Skill, Blood Maid. Through his fangs, the Vampire Count injects the blood in his body into his enemy, and can then manipulate his enemy's body for a short period of time. Skill, Phantom Bat. The Vampire Count can transform into countless bats, each of which possesses 1/10 of the Vampire Count's attributes. If all the bats die, the Vampire Count will not be able to use this skill again for a short period of time. Skill, Compulsion. Using this skill, you can make one of your enemy's skills temporarily blocked. Skills that are in use cannot be blocked. Seeing the Vampire Count's attribute panel, Lin Jian raised an eyebrow. How did he feel that this Vampire Count was going to be better than the bloodthirsty werewolf? Change of life, Divine Chain Binding. Change of life, Hell Whale, Gravity Confinement. Even though Lin Jian felt deep down that the Vampire Count wasn't as good as the bloodthirsty werewolf, he still used all of his skills at the first opportunity. The skill Compulsion that the Vampire Count possessed was still disgusting. If the Vampire Count had used Compulsion on Lin Jian the first time and then blocked the Divine Chain skill, then he would have been in tears. Once he lost his Divine Chain skill, Lin Jian could only use his weapon to level A at the Vampire Count, and then there was basically no chance of winning. When using Divine Chain, it seemed that Lin Jian and the Vampire Count's levels were a bit too different, so he almost didn't succeed in linking. Seeing that the link was successful, Lin Jian was relieved. The Vampire Count was sitting on his coffin, looking at Lin Jian with amusement, and he didn't seem to care what Lin Jian was doing at all. He raised the red wine glass in his hand and slowly drank the blood-red liquid in it in one go. "Sir, it looks like you're ready." The Vampire Count left the coffin and floated in midair. "Then next, it's my turn to attack." Oh. Without waiting for Lin Jian to react, a bloody arrow pierced through his chest. Lin Jian was slightly stunned. He hadn't noticed in the slightest where the bloody arrow had appeared from. Boom! The Vampire Count's chest suddenly burst open at this moment as well, an identical wound appearing on his body. The Vampire Count was slightly stunned as he touched the wound on his body, and the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from rising. "Interesting, too interesting." The Vampire Count looked in Lin Jian's direction, a smile covering his face. "Surprisingly, you can transfer the damage on your body, equally to mine. That's your skill, isn't it? It's so interesting." Lin Jian frowned slightly. The Vampire Count in front of him was very different from the monsters he recognized. Before this, all the monsters he had encountered were basically unintelligent. At best, they were like the bloodthirsty wolves, with a bit of brains, but not much. However, it was the first time he had seen a monster like the Vampire Count in front of him that possessed intelligence not inferior to that of a human. Even if his skills were seen through, Lin Jian didn't panic. "Oh sir, the wounds on your body have actually recovered." The Vampire Count gazed in surprise at Lin Jian's already healed wounds, and at this moment, a ball of blood was wrapped around his chest. "A very powerful recovery. You remind me of a nasty fellow." The Vampire Count said to himself. Even if Lin Jian didn't pay attention to him, he didn't care. Brush, brush. A blood arrow ran through Lin Jian's body, and in just a moment, Lin Jian's entire body was covered in wounds. This time, Lin Jian clearly saw how the blood arrows appeared. These blood arrows, they all suddenly appeared from underneath his feet and then attacked Lin Jian. Similarly, the Vampire Count had sustained the same injuries as Lin Jian. What made Lin Jian feel excited was that the Vampire Earl seemed to have suffered a bit more damage than Lin Jian's because of his low defense. "Oh, such a serious injury, and you were even able to recover from it?" The Vampire Count's entire body was wrapped in blood at this point, except for his head. This was his blood pool skill, which was recovering the injuries on his body. However, it was obvious that the speed at which he used the blood pool to recover was simply no match for Lin Jian's recovery speed. Lin Jian had already recovered all of it long ago, and the Vampire Count had only recovered half of it. With such a powerful recovery, is Mr. interested in going to fight that werewolf in the west? The Vampire Count spoke slowly. Even though he knew that Lin Jian possessed the ability to change lives and a powerful recovery, he still wasn't the slightest bit nervous. "A bloodthirsty werewolf?" Lin Jian smiled slightly, looking very human and harmless looking. "I've disappointed you, I've already finished him off." Chapter 42. Directly exiting the copy? Lin Jian's words caused the Vampire Count to faintly freeze. Afterward, an incomparably bright smile appeared on his face. Well, you've really done a good job, sir. That guy is finally dead." Lin Jian shrugged. He didn't care about the matter between the Vampire Count and the bloodthirsty werewolf. What he cared about was how to kill the Vampire Count. Pulling out the long knife he had prepared, amidst the Vampire Count's dismayed gaze, Lin Jian began to skillfully decapitate him. But Lin Jian's head was decapitated, but he quickly recovered. However, when Lin Jian looked in the direction of the Vampire Count, he was surprised to find that the Vampire Count's figure was long gone there. In its place, there was a swarm of bats flying in the air. Splat! The body of a bat fell in front of Lin Jian, and the bat's head and body had separated. Obviously, the injuries that Lin Jian had just received had all been taken by this bat. As Lin Jian felt the target of the divine chain binding, his gaze went to one of the many bats. He could clearly sense that the vampire count was inside that bat. Lin Jian skillfully gave himself a slash, and the bat he was gazing at fell down as a corpse. However, at this moment, the target of his link had suddenly turned into another bat. Lin Jian took a deep breath. He probably understood that the vampire count in front of him was able to travel amongst these bats to each other. So in order to kill the vampire count, he had to kill all of these bats first. Thinking of this, Lin Jian didn't hesitate in the slightest and kept launching attacks towards his vitals. "Sir, you can't kill me." A bat suddenly spat out human words, and what came out was none other than the vampire count's voice. "I'm not going to make things difficult for you, how about you just leave?" Lin Jian laughed coldly, and the movements in his hands didn't pause in the slightest. Jokes aside, his goal for coming in this time could be to pass the Scarlet Castle, so how could he possibly leave just like that? The scene inside the castle at this moment was extremely bizarre. Lin Jian was constantly killing himself, and the bats in the sky were falling like rain. The bats that were originally densely packed and covered the entire Scarlet Castle were less than a third of them at this point. Outside the divine realm, the bosses of the 5 major societies watched as Lin Jian's mark on the map kept flashing, their hearts incomparably speechless. "Twinkle, twinkle bright, how many resurrections does that guy Lin Jian have that he can use like that?" Nyomu muttered in a low voice. However, the ones around him that weren't transformers, his words were naturally heard by them. The vampire count should have turned into bats, but it looks like those bats won't last long. Suhun shook his head as he watched the densely packed red dots on the map continue to disappear. However, the vampire count should be using that move. I have to say, the vampire count is not a very strong boss, but what he does is probably something no other boss can do. Who says it isn't? If we really want to fight head on, any one of us here can kill him alright. I reckon Lin Jian will be pretty dumbfounded when he comes out in a while. You're talking about people who weren't dumbfounded when you guys came out in the first place. Hey, don't say it, you guys are too shady too. If it wasn't for you guys hiding the information about the vampire counts, I would have definitely been able to pass the level. You're just bragging, that thing can't be prevented, it can't be avoided at all. TSK, I'm really looking forward to what Lin Jian's expression will be like in a moment. The elites of the 5 major societies all looked like they were smiling badly at this moment. Almost all of them had tried to pass through the Scarlet Castle. After all, to be able to become an elite of the 5 major clubs, they were all the top strongest amongst the same group of students. They were all confident in themselves, thinking that they could pass through. It was only the results that gave them a head start. Inside the divine realm, watching one bat die, the vampire count also became a little anxious. But he also knew that Lin Jian's recovery power that could be called perverse, as well as the ability to change lives. It made it so that if he attacked Lin Jian, it was equivalent to attacking himself. It looked like he could only use that one move. Lin Jian was still in the middle of skillfully killing himself. He didn't even bother to find which bat the vampire count was on right now. Anyway, as long as he gave himself a slash, one of the bats would definitely die. When the bats died out, the vampire count would have no place to hide. Lin Jian, who was in the middle of killing himself, didn't notice that behind him, a bat was already close to him. Suddenly, Lin Jian felt a stabbing pain coming from his neck. He casually grabbed it, and a bat appeared in his hand. It was this bat that he had just been bitten by this bat. Lin Jian didn't take it to heart, it was just a bite from a bat, the wound would recover immediately. "Sir, it's time for you to leave." At this time, the bat in Lin Jian's hand spat out human words and said. Lin Jian raised an eyebrow. He knew that the vampire count was on this bat right now. He didn't kill the bat, after all, the vampire count could always change a crow. Lin Jian was a little curious about the vampire count's words. What did he mean that it was time for him to leave? As long as he didn't show, could the vampire count still kick him out of the copy? "Don't dream about it, I'm not leaving," Lin Jian said indifferently as he crushed the bat in his hand. "Today, you will die." "Sir, that's not something you can decide." The vampire count summoned a bat and said confidently. Lin Jian still wanted to retort, but suddenly realized that his body was out of control. However, he didn't care. He had looked at the vampire count's skills before and knew that the other party's blood-made skills could manipulate him. As for when the vampire count had used the blood made on him, Lin Jian knew after thinking about it that it should be related to the bat just now. Having his body manipulated, Lin Jian didn't care because the vampire count didn't have the means to kill him. However, the next moment, Lin Jian completely froze. "I'm going to exit the copy." Lin Jian shouted with his mouth open, and just as the words left his mouth, Lin Jian froze, and he instantly realized what the vampire count was trying to do. All transfigurants could exit the copy at any time after entering the Divine Realm copy when they encountered danger. It was just that if they quit in the middle, all the items and rewards they had obtained in the copy couldn't be taken away. But to a certain extent, this also guaranteed the safety of the transfigurator. The current vampire count was actually trying to make Lin Jian exit the copy by manipulating him. "Please ask if you're sure about exiting the copy." The Divine Realm's beep sounded, and Lin Jian panicked in his heart. If he really quit in the middle, then the materials, magic crystals, and experience he had gained from killing those monsters and bosses would all be gone. However, Lin Jian's face was filled with a smile at this moment. "I did." Chapter 43, Transferring a Job Successfully. With the last word of determination, Lin Jian was slow to speak. The vampire count was shocked in his heart. Clearly Lin Jian's body was still under his control, but he was hardened by his own will, making it impossible for him to say this last word. Now, the vampire count was also anxious, but he was very clear about his abilities. If he couldn't send Lin Jian out, he would definitely end up dying at Lin Jian's hands. The vampire count instantly gave up his control over the rest of Lin Jian's body and fully controlled him to say that last word. Lin Jian was also in a hurry. The materials and magic crystals he had obtained this time could be taken out and sold for at least tens of millions of dollars, and he wouldn't be able to get a single dime if he just quit. Not to mention, the huge amount of experience he had gained in the Scarlet Castle was almost enough to save up the experience needed to transfer. If he went out, he would have to go back to brushing up the experience needed to transfer. At this moment, Lin Jian, who had sensed that he could manipulate his arm, had an immediate note. "It's possible." The vampire count was overjoyed in his heart. He could manipulate Lin Jian to say that last word. But before the words came out, the long knife in Lin Jian's hand directly split Lin Jian's head in half. At the same time, Lin Jian also lost consciousness, and the vampire count could no longer manipulate Lin Jian's body. After all, his skill worked on living creatures, it wouldn't be much use on corpses. With his head cut like this, he should already be dead, right? The vampire couldn't help but mutter a little in his heart as he looked at the white and red expanse of mold on the ground. As perverse as Lin Jian's recovery power was, he shouldn't be able to recover from this kind of injury. Other than bloodthirsty werewolves, the vampire count hadn't seen that creature's head split open and still alive. However, amidst his horrified gaze, Lin Jian's injuries gradually recovered. The vampire count sensed that something was wrong and maneuvered his bat, still wanting to pounce on Lin Jian to use Blood Maid. Lin Jian, however, was prepared for this and directly gave himself a slash, finishing off the bat. "I won't fall for the same trick a second time." Night Eye's Exploration. Lin Jian directly used his only auxiliary skill, and immediately a red light lit up around him. The positions of all the bats were incomparably obvious in Lin Jian's eyes at this point, even the ones behind him. With the Blood Maid failing, the vampire count could no longer get half a step closer to Lin Jian. Lin Jian kept stabbing himself, and in just a few moments, the vampire count returned to his original form as the bats died out. The vampire count wanted to say something else, but Lin Jian didn't even have the heart to talk to him, he just stabbed himself. The vampire count's move just now made Lin Jian's heart palpitate even now. All he wanted to do now was hurry up and finish off the vampire count and leave the copy with the reward. Facing the madly suicidal Lin Jian, the vampire count could only keep mobilizing the blood in the blood pool to recover from his injuries. However, the speed of the blood pool's recovery was simply no match for the speed of the damage sustained. The vampire count ended up collapsing helplessly after struggling for some time. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Scarlet Castle boss, the level 30s ranked wild monster vampire count. Killed level 30s class wild monster, gained 11,000 experience value. Divine Realm Spiritual Realm Map-wide notification, SSSS ranked Divine Priesthood life-changing master, Lin Jian, killed the Scarlet Castle boss, setting a new record, rewarded with 2,000 experience points. After hearing the Divine Realm notification, Lin Jian was relieved. One could only say that it wasn't without reason that so many celestial pride hadn't cleared the Scarlet Castle after so many years. Whether it was the extremely perverse bloodthirsty werewolf, or the vampire count who could make a transfigurator exit the copy, all of them could be said to be bug-like existences. These two bosses, no matter which one of them could have been used as a boss in the Dragon Realm copy, but it turned out to be in the Spirit Realm copy. Outside the God Realm. What? Did I hear that right? Lin Jian actually really cleared Scarlet Castle? Unreasonable, this is simply too unreasonable. That idiot like vampire count, wasn't he able to just have someone send him out of the copy? Why wasn't Lin Jian sent out of the copy? I'm completely convinced of this Lin Jian now. The crowd around the Divine Realm monolith was abuzz at this moment. The Scarlet Castle wasn't a novice copy like the Misty Forest. The Scarlet Castle had made countless celestial pride unable to clear it, and was known as an existence comparable to the Dragon Realm copy. Moreover, the Spirit World copy was allowed to be entered by level 1629 transmutators, and Lin Jian had cleared Scarlet Castle at level 16. The bosses of the 5 major societies were looking at the Divine Realm stone tablet with incomparable fervor at this moment, waiting for Lin Jian to come out. While Ji Wuyo felt happy for Lin Jian, he couldn't help but look around. Nearly 1,000 people from the 5 major societies had gathered here, and a large portion of them from the Heavens Pride ranking had all arrived. If this was a fight, the losses wouldn't be something the National Vocational Academy could afford. In the Scarlet Castle, Lin Jian was packing up the loot, but he found a blood-red crystal from it. An excited smile appeared on Lin Jian's face. This was the blood demon essence that was needed for the transfer. Originally, he had thought that if the Scarlet Castle didn't drop it, he'd have to go to other copies to find it. He didn't expect it to drop directly. And the experience brought by the vampire count's death just made up for the experience value needed for the transfer. Ding, the host has gained sufficient experience in blood demon essence. May I ask whether or not to carry out the transfer? Yes, no. Yes. Lin Jian said excitedly. As long as the transfer was successful, he could continue to upgrade and become stronger. Transfiguration successful. A wave of energy wrapped around Lin Jian's body and was finally absorbed by him in its entirety. Lin Jian somewhat impatiently opened the attribute panel, wanting to see what enhancements he had gotten from the successful transfer. Name, Lin Jian. Profession, life-changing master. Level, 16 first turn. Talent, Divine Chain. As the level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases. Currently the number that can be bound, 16. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, you can trigger the Undead Yuan Shin and permanently increase the strength of the physical body and spiritual strength. Also has the ability to focus damage from all targets bound to one person. Skill, Hell's Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the body will be increased by 16 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration. Can detect dangers within 500 meters outside of the main body. Range increases with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment. Manipulates gravity within 50 meters of itself, with a gravity strength of 50 times its own, and can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange. Sacrifice a random part of your body to gain 1 hour of dominance. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength, 6.9. Mental Strength, 6.9%. Chapter 44. The 5 Great Societies pulling together. Who? Lin Jian exhaled deeply, light flickering in his eyes. He knew that after transferring, his profession would become very strong, but he didn't expect it to become this strong. The first thing was that there was an additional skill equivalency, so that he no longer had to worry about encountering monsters and enemies with some control abilities. It was like the banning master he had encountered before. If that banning master had struck before him and banned him, once Lin Jian couldn't use his Divine Chain skill, it would have been purely and simply a living target. There was also this time the vampire count's blood servant. If it wasn't for Lin Jian being determined enough and reacting fast enough, then he would have really suffered. And with equivalent exchange, Lin Jian wouldn't have to worry about the threat of this control skill to himself in the future. As for the fact that using equivalent exchange would result in the loss of a body part, this kind of cost was nothing to Lin Jian, a person who couldn't move without chopping his head off like a watermelon, right? The second thing was that the Divine Chain and Hell Whale skills had received epic enhancements. The previous Hell Whale could only double the enemy's pain, but now it could double the damage. In other words, if Lin Jian gave himself a slash, it was like giving the enemy 16 slashes. As for the Divine Chain skill, it also gained a focus ability. This ability allowed the damage of all targets bound to it to be focused on one person. To put it simply, it meant that if Lin Jian bound 16 people, then gave himself a slash, and then used the focus ability, he could make one of them take the damage of all 16. Combined with Hell Whale's ability to double the damage, when the two skills were combined, they could directly double the damage 16 times. Even if the enemy's defenses were strong, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of surviving at that point. Lin Jian could now confidently say that even if the bloodthirsty werewolf stood in front of him again, he could instantly kill the opponent in seconds. Outside the divine realm. When the eyes of the people from the 5 major societies were about to blink, the divine realm stone monument flickered slightly, and a silhouette stepped out from it. Swish, swish, swish. A silhouette instantly rushed to Lin Jian's side. Lin Jian had just left his copy when he saw a large group of people rushing towards him with incomparable hunger. His heart was immediately startled, and without being able to think carefully, he directly used the divine chain skill to link the crowd. At this moment, the people from the 5 major clubs who didn't know they had been linked all pulled Lin Jian and talked to each other. Lin Jian, join our Tiger and Leopard Club. Our Tiger and Leopard Club is the strongest club in the National Vocational College. Jian Lin, don't listen to his bull. How about you come to our Flying Birds? I can make you vice president. What's the point of being vice president? Lin Jian, you come to our Star Yi Club. I'll give you the president's position directly after you turn 2. What's so great about being the president? Lin Jian, you should still be single, right? Our Flower Moon Club is full of beautiful women. Jian Lin, if you want to get stronger, you should come to the Empyrean Society. We have a lot of strong people in the Empyrean Society. Each figure pulled Lin Jian and kept talking, causing Lin Jian's mind to become confused. It wasn't easy for Lin Jian to understand what they were saying. These people were all from some big 5 club in the National Vocational College, and their purpose should be to try and pull him into the club. After knowing that these people had no malicious intent, Lin Jian then put away his divine chain skill. He had just seen a group of people rushing over as soon as he came out, and had thought that they were people from the 2 gang trying to make a move on him. Alright. At this time, Ji Wuyo walked over and said helplessly, "Why are you guys so excited? Listen to what Lin Jian thinks before you say anything." Hearing Ji Wuyo's words, the people from the 5 major societies gradually calmed down. One by one, they looked at Lin Jian with anticipation, wanting to know his answer. Lin Jian frowned and said indifferently, "Everyone, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have no intention of joining any society." Lin Jian's words caused the people from the 5 major societies to faintly stare. They had thought that Lin Jian would stand for sale, and they had also thought that Lin Jian would choose one of the societies, but they had never thought that Lin Jian would choose none of them. Just as the people from the 5 major societies were about to persuade Lin Jian, a voice came from behind. "Lin Jian, do you dare to fight me?" Swish, swish, swish. A gaze looked in the direction the voice came from. Turi was holding a staff and looking at Lin Jian with murderous intent. "Lin Jian, you killed my brother, dare you fight me to the death?" Lin Jian was slightly stunned, then he realized that this person should be the boss of the 2 gang. "Tuli, you're shameless." At this moment, Nyomu stood out and said angrily, "You, a 35-second turn frost mage, are going to fight a level 16 to the death. With trash like you, I don't know how you made it to the Heaven's Pride ranking. If you want to fight, I'll fight you." Nyomu's words immediately caused the crowd present to react. One after another, people spoke up one after another. "Hee, Tuli, what do you have to fight with a level 16? Why don't you come with me? I'm only 83 on the Heaven's Pride ranking, just a little bit higher than you." "Pa, a bully is just a guy who is afraid of hardness." Lousy Tianjiao list 15th. "Do you dare to fight with me to the death?" "Tuli, this thing you do is not fair. This is not pure bullying?" "That's right, the fight between their low level, you a high level intervene is not too much." A large portion of the Heaven's remarkable ranking list was here at this time, and their rankings were all much higher than Tuli's tail. At this moment, all of them were filled with disdain as they angrily rebuked Tuli, and there were even quite a few people who had even pulled out their professional weapons. "Turi, you've passed." Su-han spoke indifferently. "If you want to fight Lin Jian to the death, you can wait until he's at the same level as you. Competing now, are you trying to bully the small with the big?" Su Linger also sneered, her tone incomparably contemptuous. "Is the Heaven's remarkable ranking now something that any cat or dog can enter? How come there are still such goods?" Facing the words of the crowd, Tuli remained expressionless as he looked at Lin Jian. "Lin Jian, don't you dare!" Lin Jian suddenly laughed as he looked at Turi, who was holding a staff. If it was before when he hadn't transferred, he really wouldn't have dared. After all, Tuli's level was too much higher than him, but now that he had successfully transferred. And just now, he tried to use a divine chain on Turi, and although it was very forced, it still succeeded. Turi was an S-rank divine frost mage, possessing extremely strong control and killing power. Lin Jian now had an equivalent exchange, so he could not be afraid of control skills in the slightest. Furthermore, Lin Jian was tired of the 2 clan coming looking for trouble 3 times. Since Tuli wanted to die, there was no reason for him to refuse, wasn't there? Tuli, I accept your challenge. Lin Jian's words immediately shocked the four seats. Chapter 45, If you fight me, sign a life and death contract. Various frost attributes, which were control skills in themselves, were at the very least slowing down the effect. So Tuli's bottom line is here, there is control of the profession attributes on the seemingly more perfect. As for Lin Jian's mechanism for getting out of the wound he already fully understood, that was basically a process of attrition. If one could freeze with frost skills, then how could Lin Jian, a level 16, be able to consume a level 35? Fine, let me see what the person who killed my brother is capable of. Wait, Tosin is your brother? Yeah, what, so you don't dare to take it? Lin Jian shook his head. No, I want you all to know that the person who wants to fight me has to have the realization of facing death. Turi sneered, who is this trying to scare, level 16 little weakling? If you're not afraid to die, come. Seeing that this was going to rise to the level of life and death again, Ji Wuyo had to step in. What have I said? Do you all take it as a whisper? If someone perished in every fight, wouldn't the National Vocational Academy suffer heavy losses? Tuli said unconvincingly, Dean Ji, this is what he said. It's what I said. First point, I killed your brother, we're enemies. If I don't kill you when you come this time, there will be a next time, there's no way to tell. Your family's 7 aunts and whatnot will come. I'm not afraid of you killing, but I can't delay things because of you. Lin Jian was experienced in destroying a family, and knew that you had to cut the grass and get rid of the roots. If the hatred couldn't be dissolved, then kill them all, come one and kill the other, and settle it dryly. Otherwise, God knows when you will strike, and what if you threaten someone close to you then? In the case of his sister, it was a bitter lesson. Hatred, if not dealt with cleanly, would involve those around him. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of death, weren't those around him afraid as well? When the words come to this, Ji Wuyo can't really say anymore, killing all of them, how can he persuade to solve it? Tuli's side is to kill the brother's revenge, you take it as a joke. Even if he is the dean, he cannot open his mouth and let people be generous, unless the surname too you have control. Lin Jian, in the State Vocational College, there are the rules of the State Vocational College. Dean Ji, do you know what my profession is? What else could it be? A life-changing master, everyone's seen it before. Isn't it a bit too much of a stretch for you to talk to a life-changing master about friendly sparring and not harming each other? Dean Ji, if the rules are unfair to me then why should I follow them? You guys can bully me based on your power, I also have the right to fight back. Don't forget how I came here in the first place, my purpose is just to find my sister. In the future there will be a lot of people who will look the other way and try to take a shot at me. I understand, what right do you have to a poor boy, right? But you guys also need to know, what is my profession? I only strike out against myself. When the time comes, if I don't take it lightly, it's all my fault. It's not fair. If you fight me, sign a life and death contract. Lin Jian was not retreating from his attacks, he wasn't able to cut through them like others. One day which one who didn't know what to do messed up? Could he afford to take Lin Jian's attacks on the vitals? Not all professions had such thick defenses, some professions were fragile. Ji Wuyo narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Jian. If you're like this, you're not giving me face. Lin Jian hooked up the corner of his mouth and let out a light laugh. I already don't want fairness. When Toussaint provoked me, he was a full 12 levels higher, and you guys still have to impose restrictions on me. That's just wanting me to die, so why should I give you face? Giving you a face, a different person would have lost their life long ago. What about playing? And saying this, Lin Jian had already made plans to leave the National Vocational Academy. Why should you all target me to be spoiled? Lin Jian himself does not matter, he is not alone, there is a sister. What happened to the Xie family must not happen a second time. This kind of hateful seedling, he had to kill it at the root, otherwise his sister would be bullied just the same if he got her back. What about Ji Wuyo, what does he think? This was a SSSS ranked good seedling, and it kept surprising people, no one knew where Lin Jian's edges were. A research sample that was so rare was worthy of the National Academy's bottom line. Lin Jian is also right, murdering brothers if they cut off their hands and feet. Can this kind of hatred be leveled when you say it can be leveled? If Tuli really cannot handle Lin Jian again, then you kill my brother, I kill your sister, fair? This can be touched Lin Jian's scales, turn back to the National Vocational College inside and outside the people. So Ji Wuyo two choices, one is to let the Tuli give up hatred, no longer use this to make trouble. The other. Good, then add one more, due to the special profession of life changer, anyone who wants to challenge Lin Jian should sign a life and death certificate, the challenger is responsible for himself, the National Vocational College will not take responsibility, only do persuasion. Tuli, you must challenge? Yes, I'll sign the life and death contract. Lin Jian has surprised everyone many times, you still want to fight? Of course I do, What's there to be afraid of? I'm a level 35 frost mage. If I can't get him, I'll have practiced for nothing. Ji Wuyo had no choice but to let Tuli sign the life and death certificate. This matter could not be suppressed. In his eyes, this challenge has too much suspense. It's not at all the one-sidedness that Turi expected. SSSS level priesthood. At the moment no one can say what will happen. Lin Jian did amazing deeds not once or twice, even one less time. He can't live now. That's no tolerance at all. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit too bullying. How do you let a life changer keep his hand? Ignorant and fearless young people, always remember the truth of life only when they regret it. Tuli signed the life and death certificate with a great deal of vigor and ambition. Lin Jian also signed it, and every time he fought, it was no different than signing it. Ji Wuyo had retreated to the side. What could he say? Everyone was willing to gamble. At this time, Vice Dean Chang also came to the side. Well, Ji, I can see that you value this SSSS rank seedling so much that you've crossed over to challenge him every time. If you're doing it like this, aren't you afraid of what will happen if he misses? He's right, it's not fair. If he didn't have this skill, he would have lost it last time against Tuzin. And at this moment, Tuli and Lin Jian were ready for a battle. Phase less Shin Ice, freeze. Turi's skills were almost instantaneous, and his second turn skills could completely freeze people into invisibility. And the best way to deal with Lin Jian was to control the skill. Turi wasn't just having a moment of hot-headedness. No matter how powerful Lin Jian recovers, there are skills to consume, and his personal level lags behind Turi, so he uses his personal level to suppress you, and you can't do anything. Even if the life changer skill locks on, what can you do? Turi had already thought of the worst-case scenario, which was that Lin Jian could really unleash all his skills. But his main body had been completely controlled by Turi. Amazingly, he would just fight you hard until the end of his skills. I can afford to wear out level 35, how long can you last at level 16? Chapter 46, Hegemony, immune to all controls. Ice cold was a fatal injury to the human body itself, plus control. That's why Turi usually did it without even using freeze to freeze a large group of people to death. It was a pity that he had encountered Lin Jian, whose two skills, Divine Chain and Hell Whale, had already been sent out before this. Divine Chain locked onto Turi, but that was all. Turi had already completely frozen Lin Jian. Not bad, the skills were released quickly, but it's useless. How long can you maintain it? Oh, you can still expand the negative effects onto me. It's amplified many times over, right? Unfortunately, my attribute is frost, naturally comes with ice resistance. You want to affect me with ice attribute damage, aren't you thinking a bit too much? Oh, my brother folded in your hands. You don't think I haven't thought about anything, right? Turi wasn't stupid. To target Lin Jian, he had already inquired about the situation. And how his brother was gone, he'd also looked into it, and he had to say that the life changer was a bit of a gateway. But it's not so bad that it can't be dealt with at all. This kind of specially targeted battle, it's going to take a bit of intelligence. And the 5 major societies and the 2 deans who were watching the battle from afar, of course, saw it all. Turi came prepared, his skills were emitted so quickly. That's for sure, he's not a stupid person, knowing that the other party is a life-changing master and still letting the other party have a chance to make a move? So, that life changer doesn't stand a chance? It's hard to say. Tuli has a high personal level after all. The life changer's time to maintain his skill is definitely not as long as his. Then aren't we watching a show for nothing today? Personal level is also strength. Talent is just talent after all. Lin Jian, even if he's level 16, there's a gap against it. The level gap was visible to the naked eye, and everyone agreed that people with higher levels had all the means. Old G, I see that signing the life and death contract is rather unfavorable to him. Is that so? Life and death has its own destiny. You're not qualified to intervene anymore. The level gap is too big. Tuli has all the means to play with each other to death. It's a pity. I'd also like to know what a SSSS ranked priesthood means. It seems like he can't get past this hurdle. But he has always come over the level confrontation before. There has been no exception. Ji Wuyo still wanted to see some miracles. After all, the battles of the life-changing masters were too bloody. Basically, the hands were seeing life and death. Dean Chang sighed slightly. Survivor deviation, all you see is him winning. Once he doesn't win sometime, that's the end of it. Just because it could be like this before doesn't mean it can be like this in the future. Every time you fight for your life, it feels like you have to fall once, right? And failing once can be seen as the end. Life exchange division, you can't exchange the other person's life, you're gone too. They do not realize that Lin Jian, this is a true immortal body. But can an undead body really be undead? This is something that Lin Jian actually does not know. Turi had frozen the person completely, and he slowly walked over. Does it feel cold? You can expand to pass negative effects, but my ice resistance is more than 100 times that of an average person. It depends on which one of us can withstand the freezing, the frost mage who freezes to death. Have you heard that joke? Turi laughed out loud. I don't need to attack you either. The difference in level allows me to consume you slowly like this. What can you do? How long can you maintain your body temperature? It doesn't matter, I have the patience to watch you freeze to death. Even if he couldn't freeze to death, it was still possible to freeze Lin Jian into an ice sculpture and imprison him forever. Tuli was fully capable of freezing Lin Jian and sinking him into the deep sea. In this life he didn't care if he could freeze you to death. After all, this was a signed life and death contract, not only deciding between victory and defeat, but also dividing life and death. Lin Jian is naturally reluctant, his sister has not been retrieved, he cannot be subjected to others. Sacrifice organs, equal exchange. Lin Jian activated a new skill, exchanging lives, divine chain binding, focus. He activated the focusing talent again, directly focusing the divine chains of the 16 bound targets onto the body of a person in the figure. A kidney instantly disappeared inside Lin Jian, while Turi felt weakness. The changes in Lin Jian's body would of course be synchronized in Turi's body, and that weakness was even stronger. Do you think that this will work on me? What, you? You can still talk like this. Not only can I talk, I can do anything. This is control-free, dominant? Turi was stunned. Even with the level difference, Lin Jian still immunized his skill control. As for the freezing damage, he didn't care at all. The reinforcement of the undead battle body made Lin Jian not care about this freezing damage either. Lin Jian reached out and grabbed Turi, choking him with one hand. You don't dare hit me, but I can hit you. With his other hand bam, he slapped Turi twice. Lin Jian rarely attacked his enemies directly in confrontations because he didn't do as much damage hitting them as he did hitting himself with the divine chain binding, but attacking his enemies directly had a taunting effect. It was not very damaging and extremely insulting. After the two slaps, Lin Jian used this hand to choke himself again. Still want to continue consuming? Then let's see, which one of us breaks first. What, you? Frost battle armor. Lin Jian's power to strangle his own neck was increased by 16 times by Hell's Whale. Even though his opponent's personal defense was no longer strong, his divine chain that could bind 16 targets to focus on a single person still reached a point of invulnerability. As for Turi's frost battle armor, not only did he put one on himself, he also put one on Lin Jian as well. If Lin Jian harmed himself at this time, Turi's frost battle armor would be useless on himself. However, the ice armor on Turi's neck started to creak and rattle, and it looked like it was about to break. Lin Jian didn't pinch the ice armor on his neck, but he inflicted 256 times the damage on his opponent. Come on, you hit me, don't you want revenge? Adding ice armor to me, thanks for thinking of it, isn't that feeling weak? This is the feeling of weak kidneys, and your feeling is far more than mine, so if you didn't have the power of the priesthood right now, you wouldn't even be able to beat a little kid anymore, no moves? What's the point of being polite? Life changers were like that, they couldn't wait for their opponent to attack them. Turi also realized that playing himself like this would kill him, who knew this guy had a dominant body. The intelligence was incomplete, but it was good that he was well prepared. After all, he was dealing with an SSSS-level genius. Frost Blade. Turi finally unleashed, an ice blade slicing directly into Lin Jian's body. This is the sharp edge of 10,000 years of cold ice, harder than steel, indestructible. He actually broke free of Lin Jian's restraints and raised one hand, flashing the ring on it. See, blocking ring, for you, this thing, any lock you have on me can be blocked. Really, this blocking skill of yours, what level is it? Impossible, this. Turi was surprised to find a large hole in his chest as well. Chapter 47, As it happens, I'm a playful one. This blocking ring was something that Turi had gone to great lengths to prepare. He had spent a huge amount of money in order to prepare this, but now it didn't work at all. Impossible, why is this happening? This is an S-rank blocking defense. Did you forget, I'm a SSSS ranked priesthood, what's the point of having this rank if your low-level skills can block it? You're right, but you should have spent a lot of money on this thing. With a single reach, Lin Jian broke off Turi's finger and removed the ring. This thing was a divine artifact, so don't look at the fact that it didn't work on him, but realize that this kind of thing didn't require the user to have any rank. In other words, the weakest ordinary person who wore it could block the skill lock. This was the benefit of the equipment. After all, there were very few strong people above S rank, and having this could already deal with the vast majority of people. Then Lin Jian smiled and looked at Turi. You weren't prepared enough, now, damn it, under your own skills. Lin Jian said, gripping the ice blade that was stuck in his chest to send it in. Wait. No, I don't want to die, let me go, I won't bother you anymore. The power of this ice blade he himself knew best, and Lin Jian didn't have any defense pressed into his body. He was still afraid that others wouldn't do enough damage to him. This sword would cut off all life. And as a frost mage, physical resistance to injury was not Tuli's forte. Lin Jian wasn't even afraid of a werewolf's kind of natural recovery ability, let alone a frost mage. Lin Jian, wait. This side, Vice Dean Chang also shouted, almost done, let's spare people. Lin Jian looked over, Lord Dean, we signed a life and death contract, do you want to interfere with the results of the competition? This couldn't be interfered with. If things got out, then of course there was nothing on Tuli's side. But the credibility of the National Vocational Academy would be affected. You don't even count when you speak, even when you form an agreement, why would we listen to you? Credibility is a mouthful of spittle and ale. You want to play a rascal after who do not believe you. This is much more serious for the National Vocational College than the death of a few people. But the victory and defeat have already been divided. But life and death are not yet divided. This is between me and him. Do any of you want to make a decision on his behalf? Lin Jian looked at the people gathered in the distance. All of you can come out and say it now. I'd like to see who it is. You all didn't stop him when he wanted to kill me, and when I wanted to kill him, you all showed up. Who is it? This time, even the standing vice president was not in a good position to open his mouth anymore. Showing up to stop wasn't a problem, and Lin Jian was waiting for any of them to stop it. But the loss of credibility was something that no one could make up for. Was the National Vocational College able to block the mouths of the world? If this got out, there were people who would take the opportunity to make waves. Lin Jian is waiting for any of them to come forward. You National Vocational College can really do not want this face. He can also not kill. You want to think that the world you are the most powerful. No matter how they change their minds people have to listen to, then well, the consequences of this you will bear. Obviously, the State Vocational Academy can't afford it. If the Divine Clergy Academy knew that they were playing like this, it would definitely be full of mockery all over the world. There are also those big powers no longer trust them. Can to others a mouth a change of heart? The future to me will also be like this? Look, no one can save you. The dean came and didn't dare. And what about your little brothers? Is anyone coming to save you? Challenging the life-changing master, do you guys think it's fun? Thinking that you guys can be superior when others are fighting for their lives, right? Lin Jian even opened up a taunt to the vice dean, but the two remained powerless. The people from the 5 major societies were all watching. This kid was wildly out of control when it came to taking people's lives. Good guy, making a mockery of the dean, the first ever, right? But people are just holding it. The 2 deans can't do anything about it. So scary, is this the life changer? If life is held in his hands, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't drag it back. Lin Jian was not panicking. At this time, Tuli was already incredibly weak, and any of his attacks on Lin Jian would only be doubled back. The control skills have not been working. In the time of the hegemony, Lin Jian did whatever he wanted to do. At this time, if someone dares to come out to stop, then Lin Jian will give up. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. But the people you stand out have a lot to lose. The State Academy allows anyone to stop it, and that's a stain on the State Academy. The hallowed National Vocational Academy couldn't even guarantee a fair duel? Save me, Dean, save me. How arrogant he was just now. Now Tuli was in such a mess that he didn't even dare to launch an attack. Lin Jian sacrificed a kidney to obtain a hegemonic body, and that feeling of weakness expanded 256 times to appear on Turi, including the pain of his injuries, causing him to not even be able to speak too loudly, but the fear didn't diminish at all. Your name is Turi? Remember how your brother died? Him, by you. No, he was killed by himself, thinking that others are just his sandbags. He is just playing casually, others have to play with their lives, is not thinking that he is particularly superior? As it happens, I'm the one playing with my life, and I'm only fit to play with my life. Lin Jian hooked out a cruel smile. You'll realize that you're just a life in the end. That's why I'm the fairest of them all. Everyone is equal in the face of life and death, same for you, same for everyone else. In the past, you might have only had to move your mouths, and others would have had to go and play with their lives. Now it's me playing with you guys. Think it's funny, level 35 won't save you. Holding that ice blade in his hand, Lin Jian stabbed deep into his heart area. Turi just opened his mouth, unable to say anything, blood gurgling out with foam. You 2 brothers meet and go. There may be others, who knows? I promise to send you all together for a reunion. It was a slow and agonizing death. Little by little, Lin Jian allowed Turi to approach death. Even at level 35, he couldn't carry 256 times the negative effects, and Turi gradually lost his life in great fear. It wasn't until he was dead through and through that Lin Jian threw him down and turned to face the people watching the battle. At this moment, he was like a god of death, with eye-opening wounds left on his body. This guy, he really is a bit scary. It's only level 16, it seems that this SSSS's priesthood level is a bit beyond imagination. A life for a life, and he didn't die, but he can really carry. It's... Lin Jian's image was absolutely shocking in front of the crowd, as if he was a demon crawling out of hell. Even though this was a world of life and death confrontations, they still felt so profound for the first time. This was especially true of the people from the 5 major societies, who hadn't taken it seriously before and felt invincible. Dean Ji, I'd like to take a step to speak. Lin Jian, this injury of yours, don't you need to be treated? There's no need for that, I have more important things I want to ask. Chapter 48 Sisters News. This was the effect Lin Jian wanted, you all watched, but you couldn't do anything. Everyone could feel Turi's despair, but if any of you came out to stop it, Lin Jian could stop. But do you all dare? The 2 vice presidents were here, and the academy didn't allow any out-and-out behavior. And the people from the 5 major societies didn't squeak, including those from Tuli, all chose to remain silent. Life changers, one-on-one life changing, letting you all feel the cruelty of the line between life and death. Not all professions were that bloody, even many professions that directly performed physical attacks, the fight wouldn't be as brutal as Lin Jian's way, which made them once again feel the weight of those words from Lin Jian. You all have priesthoods, do you think you're superior? And the only thing I'm exchanging with you guys is just that life, and you all only have one life. Big brother, what does it say? Regarding this Lin Jian, it's appropriate to take things slowly, we'll figure it out. Right, let's go back first, this is not the time to talk about things. Let's go too. We won't get in the way of the 2 deans, we're here to watch the fun. The 5 major societies left one after another, no one wanted to find discomfort at this time, they all hoped that such an SSSS-ranked genius would join them, because this was all at least a strategic deterrent. Because it really could exchange lives, anyone who wanted to engage in conflict in the future would have to think twice. They didn't know where Lin Jian's ceiling was, but what was certain was that they could at least exchange one. And switching across levels, being able to survive a level 16 against a level 35 was enough of a strategic deterrent, wasn't it? If you could directly deter the life of one of the opposing party at a critical moment, then a lot of conflicts could be stopped. The key was that there were people who didn't believe in evil, and the people from the 5 major societies had left for the time being, but none of them had given up. Of course they all wanted Lin Jian to join their own societies, it wasn't like they had any grudges against Lin Jian anyway, that was a matter for the 2 of them, Tuzin and Turi, only now it seemed like wanting Lin Jian to join would have to be done in a roundabout way. You can't threaten people, just kidding, you threaten a life changer? Then I'm afraid there's no benefit other than hitching a ride on one of your own. Zhao Ji brought a few people from his side and could only leave in embarrassment. Third brother, say something. Their people were still a bit unwilling, this couldn't be forgotten, could it? Otherwise they would have to scatter. What can we do, you guys, who is stronger than Tuli? These people were silent, while at least a little self-aware. After Turi made what he thought were foolproof preparations, he was still exchanged for a life, he didn't even manage to kill Lin Jian, so what could they do? Now that Lin Jian has the dean's attention, the dean won't let them seek revenge. One-on-one? We don't have anyone to replace that guy, but he's not without weaknesses. Zhao Ji also loves to think, one thing that everyone recognizes is that it's impossible for a life changer to deal with multiple targets, even if he can deal with more than one, there's definitely an upper limit, and even the weakest target is still a life. It was a thought, and the group looked at each other in disbelief that this should be the way to go. Never let someone ride on their head. The 5 major clubs is not even, this is a freshman who only came here, and specially recruited, now the boss is gone, in the future let their face where to put it? Go back and slowly think of ways, this matter, no one is allowed to be reckless. Lin Jian knew that this kind of thing wouldn't be over, but after what happened today, at least it wouldn't come up so easily. Level 35 didn't even manage to drain him of a life changer, below that don't send heads. And above this level, it's unlikely to take the initiative to provoke you at level 16. Only Lin Jian and Ji Wuyo were left at the scene, and Ji Wuyo was fine with it, feeling that he was getting more and more correct in finding Lin Jian. The main forces of the National Vocational Academy are here today, from now on, they at least won't take the initiative to provoke you. Or they will do it secretly, right? Sometimes you can't ask for that much, after all, everyone's talent is to fight and kill. So, asking for news about my sister, does that count as asking for too much? Lin Jian asked a direct question, in fact, he could care less about anything else, just for his sister to be safe. If it wasn't for his sister, he wouldn't even care how these people provoked him. It was because there were other people around him that Lin Jian had to consider so much. He hated to think that he wanted to focus all the firepower on himself. It didn't matter, but that was obviously impossible. When others felt they couldn't move you, they would go after your family. Absolutely, even the dumbest of them would think of that. But at the mention of this issue, Ji Wuyo hesitated. This question, it's not appropriate for you to know right now. Dean Ji, if your sister's life and death were unknown, would you be eager to know about her? You don't have the ability to care about that. That's why I'm just asking. As for whether or not I have the ability to care, I'll make my own decision, but you know the inside story, and if you don't tell me, I won't be able to get down to earth, and I'll feel that you're using this to threaten me into joining the National Vocational Academy. For the first time, Lin Jian made his comments so pointedly. Dean Ji, we all know exactly what you found me for, and that's the gold of the SSSS. And today, I think it's enough to prove something as well. If I wasn't valuable to you, you wouldn't have let me come, and I have the right to know about my sister. If you don't tell me, I'll think of something else. My sister comes first in my heart, and I would even spare my own life. This is a general person to say would be enough weight, but from Lin Jian's mouth. Which time he is not exchanging his life with others. But Ji Wuyo also knew the seriousness of the matter, that indeed, wanting Lin Jian to be down to earth, he had to let him know that his sister was safe. If there is no bottom in his heart again, Lin Jian is afraid that he will immediately leave, whatever you hospital. The life of his only relative is not safe. Does he have the heart to do anything else? With this move, Lin Jian has also proved his worth, so you'll have to provide information in order to stabilize me. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? Well, actually, I can only be sure of a few things, and I don't know too much. The people who took your sister away wouldn't have threatened her life, and they wouldn't have bothered to do so. Because they are from the Divine Clergy Academy, taking your sister away is mostly for her talent. Moreover, by taking your sister away from the Xie clan, they were also saving her. Ji Wuyo certainly thought that the SSSS-ranked priesthood was valuable and told Lin Jian about the situation. In order to make Lin Jian feel at ease and stay here, he could also tell him the news now. It's the Clergy Academy? If they want an individual, just recruit them directly. Who wouldn't want to go? There are exceptions. Your sister's situation doesn't meet the selection requirements of the Divine Clergy Academy. Some of them saw your sister's talent and might just take matters into their own hands. Besides, this isn't robbing someone, it's saving someone. Chapter 49 Special Enrollment Without Attack. It was a rescue. Why did Lin Jian sound so awkward? He, as a relative, didn't even know where his sister was going and just took her away. Although it is said to be saved from the Xie family, but I'll also have to tell Lin Jian, have they ever taken their sister as an individual? You have to say that you found something on the side of the road, that thing does not speak, you think you can take that as not wrong. But that's a person. Lin Jian doesn't believe that his sister didn't think to come back and tell him. Dean Ji, is my sister really safe? Don't worry about that, all I know is that the person who saved her couldn't possibly hurt her. Nonsense, that was someone from the Divine Clergy Academy. They wouldn't fight a little girl, and their status wouldn't allow them to do so. However, this kind of not saying anything was more than a little arrogant. Lin Jian didn't care about himself, he didn't care if the Divine Clergy Academy looked up to him or not, but taking his sister without authorization, this was a vendetta. Even if they had saved it, this was a beam, but who dared to pick on the Divine Clergy Academy's beam? I know you're worried, and this practice of not informing the Divine Clergy Academy isn't right. But that's the Divine Clergy Academy, and I've been keeping you in the dark for fear of your recklessness. Here at the National Vocational Academy, you can enjoy more resources, such as the Divine Realm Trial Qualification. But it's all up to you to fight for it yourself, and at the same time, you can keep getting stronger. This time, it was a bit more convincing. Ji Wuyo did have a reason to do so. Lin Jian had also used his own strength to force him to reveal this information. But there wasn't much use in hearing it. There was no way that Lin Jian could ask the Divine Clergy Academy to do anything now. The Divine Clergy Academy didn't care about saving anyone, all they cared about was the sister's talent. That also meant that the sister wouldn't be in any danger, but if the sister didn't have her talent awakened, the Divine Clergy Academy would also abandon her. Don't talk to the Divine Clergy Academy about any grudges, they're just so high and mighty. Then Lin Jian would have to go and see just how superior they were, more than one life? Although this is the art of harnessing the underlings, but currently being in the State Vocational Academy is indeed in my favor. You told me about my sister's news, and I'll take you up on that. At least you told me the truth. I know where to look for people. Just for the news of your sister, not for you to enter the National Vocational College? Dean Ji, even though I'm not old, I know that you won't do anything without benefits. If I didn't have that value, you wouldn't have brought me here. Don't make it seem like I owe you anything in this regard. Ji Wuyo smiled bitterly. You say this seems to be right. It seems that we are not different from the Divine Clergy Academy. Not right, we at least will not somehow take people away, make it look like a kidnapping. This world is like this, what warmth do you want to talk about? Lin Jian is not wrapped up in him, I have value, so you will treat me like that, everyone is just an exchange. But telling him where his sister was going, this was really Ji Wuyo helping out, otherwise Lin Jian wouldn't have known. And wasn't everything in the National Vocational College something that Lin Jian had fought for himself? I don't want to say that much either, now that I'm in the State Vocational Academy, and I don't want to waste time, I'm going to enter the new Divine Realm trial. Only at level 16, what's the rush? Ji Wuyo faintly said, you're right, when you arrive at the State Vocational Academy, everything depends on your own efforts, you don't owe anyone, no one owes you, this entering the new Divine Realm trial requires you to obtain the qualification yourself. Then how do I obtain this qualification? The Divine Clergy Academy will conduct a selection, everyone knows about it, you can ask yourself. Ji Wuyo finished speaking and turned around to leave, her footsteps pausing slightly, go back for treatment right away, it's not good to always look like this. Lin Jian didn't move and kept watching Ji Wuyo leave. He desperately needed to have a trial, as he was bound to improve much faster than others. Whoever was in the Divine Realm wasn't as extreme as he was, so he needed to raise himself to the point where he was strong enough as soon as possible. Divine Clergy Academy, I'll go, saving someone is a favor, but not informing them is a vendetta, I make a clear distinction between grudges. He didn't care how much the Clergy Academy was an admired existence, who wasn't a life. Moreover, his life-changing skills, the speed of improvement is not a level by level in the general sense, the improvement on the skills is a geometric progression, just that focusing ability alone, let him every level up, against a single body's strength to improve the multiplication of the level. For example, if you raise it from level 16 to level 17, the skill strength can be more than doubled. Divine Chainlock Multiplier plus Hell's Whale was a 33x boost. This talent of his would eventually be raised to the level of a supermodel. That's why the value of each level he rose would be much greater than others, and he could basically cross many levels to solo. As he watched Ji Wuyo disappear, Lin Jian didn't leave right away. Come out, you've been listening for so long. From not far away, a girl with tattered clothes actually walked out. This girl was also holding a gun, a long gun, and she asked in surprise, how did you find me? Lin Jian had long ago used night eyes to explore and knew that there was someone else next to him, he just didn't know if they were with Tori. Now that it had appeared, he remained skeptical, who are you and why are you here? I'm also here for the trial, and happened to come across you guys here. Your talent is special, even the dean didn't notice you. Well, but my talent doesn't have any offensive power, so I have to rely on this. She flashed her gun, which was long, before carrying it on her back again. Lin Jian knew that a lot of people awaken talents that didn't have any actual offensive power, like the one that banned people but was good for playing support. In fact, these people were very important and could sometimes play a decisive role. You're a sniper rifle? You can snipe, but it's a combat rifle, it's equipment, not my natural ability, but I can employ special bullets, and it's possible to attack the priesthood, especially when sneak attacking, they won't even have time to activate their skills. She was still a bit smug, but these Lin Jian wasn't interested. What exactly are you? I'm really passing through. Also, I'm also a special enrollment student, I've heard of you, and you're the idol of our special enrollment students. This ability of hers could indeed be used as a special enrollment, even the vice dean didn't discover her existence. It meant that her ability was related to stealthy sneaking, but lacked aggressiveness. However, all of this had little to do with Lin Jian, all he wanted to do right now was to improve himself first, then go to the Divine Clergy Academy and ask his sister what the situation was. A day without clarity was a day he wasn't grounded. Looking at Lin Jian as he turned to leave, the girl was in a hurry. Do you want to know the news? I have a lot of news, all the ones from the Divine Clergy Academy. Lin Jian stopped in his tracks. Then what do you want? I want to enter the Advanced Divine Realm Trials. If you have the chance, can you take me one? Chapter 50 Team up to challenge the Divine Clergy Academy. Lin Jian was a bit interested in this condition, but the question was, how much information could this girl learn? How did you get the news? Is there anything I want to know? Well, if you want to know some lesser known and more remote news, you'll have to tell me first and then wait for a while. Wait a while and you'll get to find out? Not necessarily, who knows what excessive demands you might make, I can't pack my bags. That was true, it wouldn't be believable for her, a special enrollment student, to say she knew everything instead. The question now was, would it work if Lin Jian wanted to bring her in as well? That was her condition anyway, if it was by the way, it didn't matter, if it cost Lin Jian too much, it was hard to say. Can I just bring anyone in there? Of course you can bring in a small team of 5, you wouldn't even know this, a team in is the same as a single person, and a team of 5 is the simplest team structure, of course any more can't be counted as a quota. Of course Lin Jian knew that many people couldn't train without forming a team. For example, some of the auxiliary professions had absolutely no attack power on their own and couldn't kill monsters alone. But many of the auxiliary professions were very sought after, like the forbidden mastermind from before, which gave Lin Jian a deep impression. If her skill was successfully cast, then all of her opponent's skills were nullified. In that case, the difference between that and an ordinary person wasn't too big, it might be a bit harder, but guns and other firepower weren't impossible to eliminate, and ordinary people would attack the priesthood with the help of means, and a single auxiliary weakened the strength of a team of people. So what's your name? Call me Yorin, the leisurely Yoru. It was quite an apt name, but she was still discovered by Lin Jian, showing that she couldn't be completely submerged either. Lin Jian wanted to take a closer look at Yuling's face. She had a rag covering her head, blocking most of her face, making it hard to see clearly, and it didn't feel too clean. Like a small collar. You want to see? Yuling generously lifted the skullcap, revealing a very bizarre face. How to say, originally very beautiful, but a shocking scar on the face, one eye still with an eye patch, seems to be blind one, which makes people very sorry. Lin Jian do not know what to say in high emotion words. Isn't it scary? Not bad. It's even more scary when I perform my skills. Ha, you know why I'm like this, because I'm too good looking. What kind of reason is that? Yuling sighed, in this world, what you have, has to match the strength, if it doesn't then calamity is on you, if I have a beauty that's even better looking than the school flower, it surely doesn't match. She was quite confident, daring to say that she was even better looking than the school flower. But it was useless to say that now, except that Lin Jian thought, as for disfigurement? Then help me inquire about my sister's situation, anything related to her I want to know, at the moment I only know that she's in the Divine Vocational Academy, can you inquire about this? I knew it was this one, it's wrapped up in me, I can inquire more or less. You won't ask who I am and who my sister is? Ask too clearly seems I am incapable, you just wait, in fact. Just now the Vice Dean hit a thing, immediately there is an opportunity to go to the Divine Clergy House, because the two houses want to carry out exchanges, but your level seems to be insufficient. It was hard to imagine that there could still be exchanges between two institutions like this. Lin Jian felt as if both institutions were not too friendly, even though both accepted clergy. How many levels does it take to be enough? At least 2 turns, you're out of the question, this is a sparring match between top students, and the distance is only a few days, and you, the life changer, doesn't seem to be suitable for the sparring match, it's not a good fight to hold. A few days, that wasn't enough, no matter how Lin Jian upgraded. He was fast at upgrading, but it wasn't like he'd be able to get to the second turn in a few days, and he still had to be passed by the school to do so. Just for the school to decide who to let go, it would take a few days of research. Lin Jian felt a little sorry for himself, otherwise he wasn't really afraid before he took out a second turn. That was because his talent bonus was truly too terrifying, right now a level up bonus was dozens of times, and the further back it would be the higher it would be, with this kind of bonus, it wasn't like that priesthood ceiling couldn't be broken through. You seem disappointed? Can't I be disappointed? Fortunately, there's still a way to keep up with the pace this time to go to the Divine Priesthood Academy to cut a deal, because they allow civil groups to make challenges, it's a small group challenge, they're very confident and think their cadets are the best. Oh, anyone? Lin Jian's eyes lit up, with this way to enter the Divine Clergy Academy, he would be able to snoop around. The Divine Clergy Academy had taken his sister away without even a word. It wasn't that he wanted to stop his sister's future, but he was at least letting the Clergy Academy know his attitude. Nothing is something you can impose, not even favors. Anyone can do it, but I think you, the priesthood, more or less have to disguise it. After all, the fight that exchanges lives when it cuts will make people wary. Can you disguise it? This is not considered a foul? Not counting, as long as you don't say it explicitly, they won't look into it in detail, because they are very confident. That's right, the Divine Clergy Academy thinks that it encompasses all the geniuses, it does have this confidence. There wasn't any rule that said it was against the rules for a life changer to compete, since there hadn't even been this profession before Lin Jian appeared. In that case, it was worth a try, and Lin Jian felt that there was a chance. Yurin felt the same way, if you can take care of Turi, I don't think it's actually too much to select as an elite cadet to fight against, since Turi is already considered a top cadet in the National Academy. If you're participating in this challenge, the level should be a bit lower. So it shouldn't be a problem for you, the problem is how to form a team. Lin Jian shook his head. Do I still need to form a team? I can't do it alone? Their challenge rules are that you have to form a team because they're all geniuses and don't want to bully people. They think that with all the geniuses entering the Divine Clergy Academy, the others figuring out some teaming skills might have a chance. If that's the case, then who would want to participate in such a dangerous challenge? Then you're wrong. There are people who want to participate because once they have a high performance, they can gain the favor of the Divine Clergy Academy, or at the very least, they can gain the rewards of the Divine Clergy Academy. Their rewards are no joke, and they can't be taken if they're poor. Lin Jian then had a bit of a headache. Where to find these people to venture out? Suddenly he looked over towards Yuling. Right now he didn't have any acquaintances around him, he wasn't familiar with anyone, and he still had interests with Yuling, so she should be a candidate, and it didn't need her to do anything, just fill in the blanks. Yuling obviously also knew what Lin Jian was thinking, that's still 3 short as well. Chapter 51, Putting together a number of people for a challenge. With a few days to spare, where could Lin Jian find a few people willing to team up? In fact, he was thinking of doing it all by himself. Those other 4 could just act as a filler, surrendering as soon as the wind was blowing the wrong way. And since this was a confrontation geared towards folk, it was estimated that the squads combined wouldn't be as strong as one in Thule. The geniuses have all been taken in by the Divine Clergy Academy, so the ones out there are all trash they don't want to take in, and won't be able to deal with the elites. This is Lin Jian's opportunity to win a few games to enter the Divine Office to find out about his sister, and I guess the Divine Office isn't interested in knowing who they are. The key was that it was too obvious that the life-changing master had made a move, and the Divine Clergy Academy would definitely know when Lin Jian actually made a move. But at that time, he would be able to ask his sister questions. You're allowed to take people away at random, but can't you let me challenge them? The problem was, who was willing to trust Lin Jian and go with him to challenge the Divine Clergy Academy? Yuling had seen him strike thankfully, and had some confidence in him, while everyone else's impression of Lin Jian was only stuck in legend, so Lin Jian planned to improvise people outside the National Vocational Academy if it was reliable. The point was that there were still a few priesthoods that hadn't been chosen, you couldn't make up the numbers with ordinary people. Lin Jian went back and found Zhao Feng, intending to get him to agree to make up a number. You don't have to fight much. If I lose, you can surrender and admit defeat. How about it? Challenging the Clergy Academy? It's me who's challenging, so you'll just help put a team together and come out. You won't be needed at that time. Stop it, I'll go. Lin Jian froze. He didn't really understand Zhao Feng's character, he just thought it was quite honest, but it shouldn't be honest to this extent. Basically he agreed without much questioning, and this kind of challenge people from the National Vocational Academy generally didn't bother to participate. More or less look down on people, our country vocational college at least is regular good. However, Zhao Feng actually agreed with alacrity. Not only did he agree, he also added another person to Lin Jian. Also, do you have enough people? Can I bring someone with me? You have someone else to attend? Yeah, a friend of mine. He wasn't even looked at by the National Vocational College as a special enrollment. I didn't expect a sleepyhead to come to the pillow. That Lin Jian of course agreed in one breath. Okay, you call him here. Tell him that it won't be dangerous, it's just to make up the numbers. Well, there's a reward that will be divided amongst him as well. Zhao Feng, however, said, don't need any rewards, he wants a chance to prove himself. Yes, originally I entered the National Vocational College as a special enrollment is already miserable, he didn't even get selected, so he is also very unconvinced, thinking that it's these people who don't have a vision, one day he will surprise others. It doesn't have to be like this, it's just a walkthrough, forget it, you let him come. There was still one more to go. Lin Jian also suddenly thought that the reason why this challenge from the Divine Clergy Academy existed, there must be a large number of people out there that were trying to participate, surely they were not convinced. Anyone who felt like they were the protagonist, a heavenly genius. And based on the analysis of the actual situation, the Divine Clergy Academy would convince people every time. Lin Jian thought about it, then there's one more missing, and asked, do you know anyone else? No, when I came to the National Vocational Academy, other than you, no one else has paid much attention to me. Zhao Feng laughed awkwardly to himself. Even though it's an S-ranked divine priesthood, my profession is too old-fashioned to be conveniently used in real combat, right? I used to think that your profession was chicken ribs, but now it seems like I'm the most chicken ribs of all. He was a knight, a well-balanced profession by all accounts, and had reached S rank. It didn't make sense that he wasn't an official student, right? Anyone stronger than Zhao Feng was a super genius, and basically anyone who could reach S was a phoenix. So Lin Jian was puzzled, including that Yuling, her hiding couldn't even be discovered by the 2 deans. How can this ability not be a formal student? Isn't it just a lack of attacking skills? Isn't it important to scout on the battlefield? Zhao Feng is the knight. Very cocky? That's not true, it's just because the skills I awakened are too ripped. The night alone is very inadequate. People have the holy night, which can eliminate negative effects. It's very appetizing. In fact, the knight's point of attack skills can't cause much damage. That's also true, if there is no supporting ability, knights are basically chicken ribs too. In terms of attack, the mage's attack surface is too wide, much more skillful than you knights chopping one by one. Even if the monsters had resistance, people would rather use mages equipped with resistance-reducing priesthoods, and it was indeed much more efficient. Alright, you get your friends here, let's get together later. Lin Jian answered, thinking that he'd go to Yuling and ask if she could help find another person. Since she was well informed, there must be quite a few people she knew, providing a reliable one shouldn't be difficult. It doesn't need to be powerful, just follow a team. Is it hard? So he called Yulin's number and the two agreed to meet. But before they even arrived at the agreed place, Lin Jian met someone he seemed to have seen somewhere before. Lin Jian, we're going to challenge you, will you answer? Which one are you? My name is Zhao Ji, I'm a member of the two gang, Tuli is our boss. So it's you. But both of their brothers are gone, and your gang is still around? Lin Jian didn't have any other thoughts, he just felt that this person was quite loyal and was already righteous enough. At this point in time, he hadn't broken up the gang and actually came to find a scene. So Lin Jian smiled, is that all the challenge? No, I'm definitely not your opponent, the boss can't beat me and I can't either, so can you go out with me and settle this grudge? Because I still have to sign a life and death contract to challenge you at the National Vocational College. You don't have to decide life and death if you go out? It just doesn't have to be that troublesome, and I won't hide it, to tell you plainly, I found someone to deal with you. To actually say that beforehand, wasn't he afraid that Lin Jian would ignore him? Not daring to make a move in the National Vocational College, it was obvious that he didn't want to follow the rules. Lin Jian roughly guessed what they meant, they must have thought they could come up with something, right? Good thing too, if they didn't take advantage of this time to dispel their illusions, then there would always be a next time. Lin Jian couldn't always be in the National Vocational College, who knew when this group would be staring to strike? Alright, set a time. You can go out now, I'll wait for you outside the back door of the National Vocational College. I have to meet someone else, so if you guys are so inclined, just wait a little bit. Okay, tonight, we'll wait for you. Lin Jian didn't think it was much of a big deal, but these remnants definitely needed to be dealt with. As soon as Zhao Ji left, Yuling actually appeared right away, he must have prepared a whole bunch of people to block you. Why are you out of sight? This isn't the place we agreed to meet. It doesn't matter, I just want to try, if you don't turn on your skills, you shouldn't be able to find me, right? Indeed I can't discover it, you have such an ability, and you're actually not a formal student either? This was something that Lin Jian couldn't help but ask out, it was easy for Yulin to kill anyone she wanted to awe. Chapter 52 There are still people with second awakenings. Really, you think I'm good? No need to think, if it's an assassination, then you have the potential to take out anyone, because no one has their skills on at all times, you can get close to anyone without saying a word. What kind of expert can't have their skills on at all times, right? This skill of Yoren's is simply deadly, who can block it? Even though she had no attack power, she used a gun, bullets no matter what would damage a cleric in a non-combat state, and if that wasn't enough, she had special bullets that were made from monster materials. Even without all of that, she could instantly restrain a priesthood with just a random knife. At this time, if there was anyone else on the sidelines to take a shot, they were also dead. Yulin smiled, so only you can find out, I won't hide it from you, my sneaking and concealment skill is SSS grade, I'm actually surprised that I can be found by you, but my outwardly proclaimed skill is that of a gunsmith. Gunsmith, is that also considered a priesthood? It counts, even though the firearms are man-made, you have to do the aiming yourself, and I shoot 100 times. It turns out that she became a special enrollment student because of her priesthood as a gunsmith. No, why do you have two divine vocations? This was the first time Lin Jian had encountered such a person, he hadn't heard of anyone awakening two divine vocations. Usually awakenings were one, if there was such a person, wouldn't it be spread everywhere? Yulin laughed again, her one exposed eye narrowed, haven't you heard of it, a second awakening? There's a second awakening? Yes, this kind of opportunity is rare, but it's not unheard of, the Priesthood Academy can perform a second awakening, but it's highly likely that it'll be an empty one. The cost of a second awakening is very high and it's very difficult for anyone to awaken a second priesthood. But you awakened, why don't you want to become an official student? Everyone has their own hardships, this reason has nothing to do with you, I don't want to talk about it. Lin Jian nodded and didn't ask any further, at the same time feeling that Yuling was weird as a person. She was originally very confident in her beauty, she wouldn't lose when compared to anyone, and even felt that she was too dazzling. Then this disfiguring behavior on her face, did she do it herself, or did someone else do it? Finding Lin Jian looking at herself, Yuling said, I know what you're thinking, these pimples on my face are camouflage, no one knows my true colors, I can only tell you this much now, are you still curious about me? Yes there is, but I can hold it in if it has nothing to do with me. Then talk about you, it's better to be cautious about their two gang, they can be more than just a club in the National Vocational College, they are all connected with the outside, do you want me to accompany you to take a look? No need for that, what can you do, snipe out their core characters. Lin Jian felt that even if there were any gangs out there, they were still some underground characters. Any underground characters that couldn't possibly have the strength of these regular academies would have any capable people? If there were capable people they wouldn't be out there waving around, they should come in like Tosin and Turi. I think you're still too inexperienced with this world, been in school before, right? Do you have a lot of experience, but I came here today to ask you to come up with someone, one more to go? Let's not talk about that, you're invited out and finish their business. Yuling took her own gun and checked it, then wrapped it in a cloth. I guess, the trick they came out with, is to have a large number of people, and saturate you with attacks, how many life changers can you change? At this point, Lin Jian was still very confident, many people know that, and I've had experience against multiple targets. Oh, how many, what about dozens or hundreds or thousands? That would be too many, could they really put together that many people? Lin Jian was skeptical, it looked like the two gang had really used forces outside of the school, if there weren't any de facto masters, then the number could still be put together, he could bind 16 now, at the limit, 16 clerics or 16 ordinary people was actually the same. Looking at it that way it was still a real solution. But ordinary people, could they really carry the pain of Hell's Whale, how long could they last? Let's go then, let me see if they can actually do anything. The idea was right, but Lin Jian felt that it was obvious that they had no concept of SSSS-ranked priesthoods. It was true, then, that other than Lin Jian himself, no one else had the concept because they hadn't seen it before. When he got out to the outside of the school, Yulin stopped, I'll just hide in the shadows and help you, sort of keep my hand in. You really want to help me? Don't worry, I know in my heart, you need it, let's put on the headset contact. Yuling appearing in the front wasn't much help, she was good for sneaking around, having someone behind her to set up a gun would always be a bit more down to earth. Then, Lin Jian saw a girl appear, it was that day's banning master. My name is Ji Yun, and I'm a forbidden speech master. They wouldn't expect you to deal with me, would they? No, actually I'm not much use if I can't be effective against you, they asked me to lead the way. Lin Jian looked at her and suddenly asked, there aren't many surnames like Ji, you have the same surname as Dean Ji, you shouldn't be related to him, right? Why would you think that? It's not. Then tell me about you, what exactly do you want? Are you determined to avenge the two brothers, Tu Li and Tu Sen? I'm not, anyway, I'm just teaming up with them, banning masters can't upgrade without teaming up. That should be the case, no matter how righteous the others in the two gang were, they couldn't all be so loyal. There weren't really many people like Zhao Ji, and he might not be acting out of righteousness either. Because he was supposed to be the number 3 person in the two gang, if he could avenge the first two at this time, then he could potentially rise to the top, and sometimes societies couldn't stay in existence when they lost their soul figures. The society is not a fixed organization, what position no one you can choose one up. Why is it called the figure gang? The two brothers with the last name figure are the souls. If anything happens to them, the society ceases to exist, rather than waiting for you to pick someone to be the leader. Speaking of teaming up, if the two gang is gone, would you like to team up with me? Ha? No, do you need me? Ji Yun looked at Lin Jian in surprise, a life changer didn't need her as a banning master, did he? He was still tired of his opponents not hitting fast enough, unless they were still somewhat useful when they used their skills to try and escape. Lin Jian explained, I was recently needing to form a team with someone, I'm just short of people, I don't have to do anything, and it's not dangerous. You're fine tonight before you say anything. So if you guys make it tonight, will the two gangs still exist? I don't know, as long as someone teams up for a trial, I'll join. She was the default, no one refused, as long as there was someone to lead the leveling, the same with Lin Jian, the same with the figure gang. Chapter 53 Are more people useful? Lin Jian was led to a ruined neighborhood where there was actually no one at night. And by this time, Yuling's voice had come through the headset, you're blessed, strong isn't very strong, but there's over 100 of them, how's it going to be, can you handle it? Then you watch first, I'm surprised, are these over 100 people not afraid of death? Not necessarily, they probably think that you can't possibly deal with that many people, and the two gang as a society is also a resource that many people want to maintain, right, especially those who have prestige in the society. Actually, they guessed pretty much the same thing. It was true that a life changer couldn't deal with a lot at once. Although the number of bindings of the Lin Jian divine chain would increase with level, it was still limited. If they really wanted to engage in some kind of saturation attack, they really couldn't handle it at the same time. What are you talking about? Ji Yun, who was next to him, heard that Lin Jian seemed to be talking to someone, so he asked strangely. Nothing, it's just here? It seems like they cleared the field, it's still a bit of a force. Well, they have a lot of people, they are blocking you right in front, you are a life changer. If you run now, it is still not too late. You tell me this, it's the elbow turning outwards. Lin Jian snickered, and then he saw someone coming in front of him. Zhao Ji finally appeared, and he coldly said, Ji Yun, you can leave, anything that happens here is none of your business, and you shouldn't talk too much about it everywhere. Good. Good. Ji Yun timidly stepped back and turned to leave, but Lin Jian didn't move. Lin Jian laughed, you're making it kinda like that. I'm sorry, Tuli and Tosin are both my brothers, I'm going to be righteous? You're just trying to make others think that you're being righteous, and there's a benefit to you being righteous, in terms of inheriting this two gang. Anyway, no matter what you say, are you accepting our challenge? At this time, even if Lin Jian ran away, Zhao Ji had in fact gotten this benefit of being righteous. At least he tried his best, he was avenging his big brother as much as he could, and the brothers all saw it. Even if Lin Jian slipped away, Zhao Ji would in fact become the boss of this society now. What a calculating person, this Zhao Ji had ideas, he even informed Lin Jian that there were many of them. But Lin Jian wasn't afraid. Instead, let's go, let me see how powerful you guys are. Toussaint and Turi are gone, you still have experts? You're a life changer, even an ordinary person is still a life, right? Yes, but whether an ordinary person is enough to change, you'll find out soon enough. So confident? Zhao Ji was a bit flustered, he was quite a heartbreaker, but his strength was definitely not as good as Turi and Tosin. This kind of person wouldn't be too brave, it would be best if he was here to scare off Lin Jian instead. There would be no need to fight, he had in fact gained the respect of the society. But Lin Jian preferred not to, he was immortal, and the experts had fought against him, so let's try what you guys can do with more people. So, you did still agree to our challenge even now, right? Yes, I also learned from you. Learn what from me? Regardless of the outcome, I'll take this aura. Since he was immortal, there was no reason for Lin Jian to cower, there were a lot of things that you couldn't avoid just by retreating. So in addition to the factual outcome, this momentum Lin Jian also wants it. Now even if the opponent runs, Lin Jian has gained the momentum, and in the future they will never have the courage to face Lin Jian again. Fighting with one punch open, lest 100 punches come, a retreat will be eaten to death by others. This is very understandable, right? Even if you can't fight, you have to make this chi, people are afraid of not wanting to die. Good, then don't blame us. Zhao Ji waved his hand, and that was the signal that was sent out, while he flew and dodged to the side. This situation even Lin Jian was surprised, he thought that Zhao Ji would lead the charge, right beside you at least fight first. Sure enough, it's an opportunistic guy with a good brain, but it's very life-threatening. Ahead, Lin Jian saw a group of dozens of people charging towards him in the night. They still have reserves, so many people, if they kill you, they've even thought about the backstabber, right? Yoren said lightly in his headset, with the calmness of a sniper. Really, but there's one problem they haven't figured out, and it's deadly. What is it? How should they kill me? Lin Jian immediately began to act, pulling out the dagger first in his hand, which wasn't for poking others, just for poking himself. Change of life divine chain binding. Life change hell whale. Life change night eyes exploration. Continuously casting his natural skills, Lin Jian had long since become very familiar with them, and the line locked onto the 16 people in front of him. He didn't even use gravity imprisonment, didn't slow these people down to see if they could carry it. With a direct slash, he poked into his right thigh, and twisted it hard. 16 times the pain, let's see if you guys can withstand it, real men aren't afraid of pain? Among these people, there were no priesthood ranks too high, and 16 people fell to the ground wailing on the spot. The sound of wailing carried far in the dark night, and their fall tripped the people behind them. Only one slash and you can't walk? Lin Jian expressed his disappointment and relocked on the other 16, shining another slash down the same leg as his own. The pain of the second slash poking into the wound was far beyond the first slash, and at this point it was increased by 16 times. Ah! The screams were endless as another dozen people fell to the ground in pain, feeling like they had broken a leg. Since these people were low level, they could not afford this damage even more, and soon, dozens of people were lying down in front of them. And the rest of them were blocked, while they all looked at the fallen ones in surprise, dumbfounded. Isn't this a life changer? How come so many people fell to the ground and he himself is still standing? They were surprised to realize that they couldn't exchange for anything. At this time it was time to change the reasoning. The life of a mole cricket was also a life, but they definitely couldn't exchange for the life of an elephant, at least not one for one. Do you guys think that having more people is useful? The level is too low, and you'll even die from the pain? Lin Jian looked over and Zhao Ji froze. For a life changer, Lin Jian didn't make much of a move. Just poking himself twice, a large portion of his side fell. It still wouldn't work without a rank. It seemed that his move to surround himself in numbers wasn't very effective. He didn't realize that if Lin Jian were to focus on him, a little bit of a small injury could kill him with pain. That's more than 200 times the pain. It doesn't even need to be a fatal injury. Now do you still think that being even weaker is a life? Oh, there are still those who want to run. That's what you're afraid of. Talk about righteousness, all come back to me. Lin Jian instead chased up. Want to run? There is so cheap thing. When to fight you say, but when to stop, it is not up to you. Chapter 54, To Kill or Not to Kill, it's all the same choice. Lin Jian dealt with these 100 or so people without much skill, just rebind and poke himself. Afraid that they would run too loose, in the end, Lin Jian also rebound the beginning 16 and threatened them by holding a knife to himself. Move all these people together, or I'll let you experience what it means to be zapped. Those 16 people didn't dare to make a move, and hurriedly went back to move the people who had been ambushed. Without exception, they were poked by Lin Jian and rolled all over the ground in pain. Are they all comfortable? Lin Jian squatted on the street side and played with his dagger. Zhao Ji, come out, you should be the only one who isn't injured. Since that's the case, I'll fight you. Zhao Ji rushed out. He was also holding a knife in his hand and rushed towards Lin Jian's side. He thought that Lin Jian would also lock onto himself and poke a knife to bring himself down. This way he wouldn't stand out so much, otherwise how would he be in charge of so many people in the future? How can you say that when you haven't been harmed by a single hair yourself? You let your brothers suffer, you have the nerve to take over the club? But Lin Jian didn't make a move, and just kept watching Zhao Ji rush closer. When he was still several steps away from Lin Jian, Zhao Ji actually stopped. He was like a clown now. Finally let me try it out, right? Come on, go ahead and strike, I won't fight back. Lin Jian was still provoking, but Zhao Ji was only playing with his heart. He didn't have the courage to stab himself. Zhao Ji knew deep down that his strength was far inferior to Turi's, and Turi wasn't even a match for Lin Jian, so what right did he have? Now if Lin Jian got him down like everyone else, it would be a high moment instead. I'm only one person and I dared to go on all of them too, isn't that brave? But now he was awkward, showing everyone that he didn't have the courage to make a move at all. No, my consideration was not sufficient because life changers are really rare. Really, so you just let the brothers charge and pick up the slack yourself? All the brothers who were struggling in pain were watching. There was no way to account for this. Lin Jian didn't wait for him to react and directly bound Zhao Ji. Your level isn't low, more than 20 levels, so let you feel the pain that Tuli felt at that time. Don't, Lin Jian focused on Zhao Ji, it wasn't something he could handle. Although Lin Jian was only level 16, the natural skills were all geometrically increasing. Further down the line, one level of skill strength was dozens of levels of someone else's, so who could stand it? Lin Jian also only poked a knife into his heart, and Zhao Ji directly fainted at the scene from the pain. It was still possible to wake him up from the pain again, but there was no need to, and this was Zhao Ji's most unsightly end. I'm sure there won't be anyone who wants him to be the leader after this, right? Yoren's voice appeared in the headset. Aren't you going to kill anyone? They're besieging you, you have an excuse. What's the point of killing people? Killing mole crickets won't do me any good. Griffins, well. It seems that you are not unable to hold the strength. They are of low grade, so they hold it well, but I dare not say about those of high grade. Low rank? There are quite a few in here that are at the same level as Lin Jian. They are even official students of the National Vocational College. But a pair of more than 100 still couldn't help Lin Jian. It can only be said to be SSSS contained. The talent increase was too big. Even if all their points were on defense, they couldn't catch up to this damage increase. Still want to continue, I'm still giving you guys a chance. But chances can't be given indefinitely, and people can't be endless, don't you think so? I'll give one last chance. I'll appreciate it a lot if you guys are really that loyal. I won't fight back if you guys attack me, but if someone is going to run, I won't leave him a way out, because I despise people like that. These words embarrassed them again. At this point they really had no choice. Attacking on their own? They had tasted the pain before. Lin Jian was just an easy slash and it was as if nothing happened to him, whereas when it came to the others it was a dozen times bigger, so who dared to poke him? It was more of just hurting themselves. Even if they were also at the same level as Lin Jian, even if they didn't use any undead battle body, they couldn't carry 16 times the pain damage. We were wrong, we don't dare anymore. Finally, someone conceded. They thought that they could offset the Life Changer's attack with a handful of people, but the reality was that all of them couldn't carry it. The pain that was etched in their bones was the lesson. Why would a person want to do something that was beyond their ability? Tuli and Toussaint were gone without them. They weren't any good anyway. We don't even dare anymore. We will quit the two gang in the future. More people realized that they were not going to be able to curry favor with this. What was the value of the SSSS grade gold content? Even if it was a life changer that was considered a chicken rib, they couldn't touch it. Then you guys go. Ah, let us go? Yes, if you don't leave I'm going to start up again and take this leader of yours away as well. Lin Jian gave an order and more than 100 people ran away cleanly. In his ear came the voice of Yu Ling again. This isn't like you, don't you always have to sign a life and death contract? Speaking as if you know me well. You're not like that? Of course not. It's just to minimize the trouble for myself, and also, I know where you are, so don't aim at me. Soon, Yu Ling appeared in front of Lin Jian. Facing the skills of a SSSS-ranked cleric, she had nothing to hide from, unless she hid farther away. The range of a sniper rifle was a long way off, but Yu Ling wasn't sure of Lin Jian's perception range. It seems like you've matured quite a bit. Letting Zhao Ji be brought back like this is worse than a short agony. To kill is to minimize the trouble, not to kill is the same. Lin Jian didn't see any difference between the two choices. I won't care how much pain he suffers, he doesn't deserve it. Killing and not killing seemed like two opposite choices, but to Lin Jian, it was the same. To kill all of these minions would be a hassle for him. In fact, he didn't care about the deaths of these people, he just cared about the people around him in the future. At least one good thing is that you have enough people in your party. Yurin shouted to the back, and that Ji Yun ran out, timidly coming to heal. You won't make a move on me, right? No, I even invited you into my team. I was with them before, and you invited me to form a team? What's wrong with that? It's just a team, it's not like I'm going to do anything with you. She still didn't know that this team of Lin Jian's was just making up the numbers, it didn't matter who it was. And Ji Yun was also deeply jealous of Yu Ling. When did this woman appear? If she knew that this was just a special enrollment, I'm afraid she'd be even more surprised. In fact, Lin Jian was also quite surprised. This Yu Ling definitely had secrets on her. Just by the fact that she'd had a second awakening, she couldn't be an ordinary person. Generally, geniuses in the Divine Vocational Academy were only qualified to make secondary awakening attempts. Yu Ling was actually only a special enrollment at the Divine Office Academy. Chapter 55, Burning Money, can also be very powerful. Once the people were all together, then Lin Jian plotted how to blend in. Participating in the external challenge of the Divine Vocational Academy? We're students of the State Vocational Academy, will it be humiliating? When Ji Yun heard this news, he immediately backed off. That was true, this challenge was the Divine Office Academies targeting the rest of the folk. Quite a few people who had awakened cockamamie priesthoods or weren't at a very high level had been sifted down. It was conceivable that these people would get weaker and weaker because they lacked resources. And the priesthood courts wouldn't be interested in these people, feeling that it wasn't worth wasting resources to train them. What if there are leftovers? Well, the Divine Clergy Academy will organize a challenge like this, and any of you who are not convinced can form a team to participate. And such a challenge would be a disgrace if someone from the National Vocational Academy participated. If you come to the Divine Vocational Academy to participate in such a challenge, are you thinking that your State Vocational Academy isn't good enough? Not only would you be disgraced, but these deans of the Divine Vocational Academy would also be nagging. It's fine, you all participate anonymously. But what about you? Your occupation is so special, anonymity doesn't really work. A life-changing master, or an SSSS grade, is there a second copy in the world? Obviously this news the priesthood academies also knew, although they also felt that this was a chicken rib occupation, but it didn't stop them from knowing about it. It was really too famous, so high priesthood level, actually a life changer. You guys just hide it, my words, I'll have my say in the priesthood academy. He was there to get an explanation for his sister. Of course he had to go. It had nothing to do with what's disgraceful or not. It's disgraceful for the priesthood courtyard to take someone away without informing them. So in this matter, I believe that Ji Wuyo couldn't say anything about Lin Jian. Yuling nodded, but, at first it's something to hide, you're too famous. How can I hide this? Just pretend you're a gunsmith like me, no one will check this profession. Of course no one would check this, because gunsmithing didn't seem to have much to do with talent. It's a person who can shoot, and the power of the gun has nothing to do with you as an individual, it depends on your bullets. So what can be said about this profession? An ordinary person can become a sharpshooter even with diligent training. Okay, I'll impersonate this one. Then try it with my gun. Yulin didn't mind directly handing over the gun. The most important thing for a gunsmith is to shoot accurately. Hitting 100 shots is what makes a true gunsmith. What I mean is that during the finalist tournament, you're going to have to use your gun to solve at least some of the small monsters. There's a finalist tournament? Of course there is. It's not like anyone forms a team and people from the Divine Clergy Academy will play with you. That's right, that's at least a place where geniuses gather. It's hard for you outside to even think about seeing one. And to play against them, you first have to go through a screening process. The Divine Priesthood Awakening is just like a big star. Do you think they'll play with you if you say you'll cut a deal? So the people who teamed up to participate had to go through a shortlisting selection, and would fight some small monsters to get points. In other words, Lin Jian couldn't reveal his identity in this selection. Otherwise the Divine Vocational Academy would probably not let him participate. They certainly wouldn't check your identity, but if it was exposed, they would still reject it for a bit because playing this kind of challenge with the National Vocational Academies was clearly bullying people too much. At that time, the relationship between the two academies would be directly pulled. To put it bluntly, this kind of external challenge was equivalent to a show of superiority, and it would be a fall for you, the students of the State Vocational College, to come and participate. Then I'll try. Lin Jian took it over and shot at a trash can at the end of the street. The sound was small, Yuling had a silencer on, and it was a small caliber, so Lin Jian actually missed. Huh, missed? That's because you're not a good shot. Seeing doesn't mean you can hit. It's the power of your gun that's too weak, right? What do you know, this gun's caliber is small, but the range is very long, and the recoil is small and easy to control. Lin Jian also really felt that shooting wasn't easy, just now this shot wasn't far away. It felt like it didn't do any damage, and there was no recoil at all. It's not like he couldn't see it. This gun isn't calibrated, is it? Who says so? Just watch. Yorin brought the gun over and raised it for a strike that easily pierced through the entire trash can. The caliber isn't that powerful? That's because the bullet is special. How much force do you think it takes for a dagger to pierce a human body? Looks like her bullets are pretty sharp too. Lin Jian gave up. Looks like I can't. Yuling then pulled out another pistol and shoved it into Lin Jian's hand. Dislike the target, you can always hit it, right? Yeah, this works. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of getting hurt anyway. Disliking and shooting directly in front of him was still fine. Yuling nodded. Let's use this excuse. I still have to get you a long gun to pretend. At this time, Ji Yun suddenly spoke. Actually, top gunsmiths can rival other professions, but it's very money-burning. How do you say burning money? It is to rely on equipment, not enough power to make up for the equipment. Many of the bullets that use monsters as materials are so lethal that they can penetrate the defenses of S-ranked priesthoods. I've heard of a legendary gunsmith. Look at us, none of us look like we're rich. Lin Jian laughed. Relying on equipment to smash money was certainly a way to go, but it wasn't suitable for them. Right now it was also just dressing up as a gunsmith. It didn't matter, all he had to do was hold out until he competed with the Divine Clergy Academy's team. Ji Yun issued another question. With a team like ours, can we really go up against the regular team of the Divine Clergy Academy? That's something you don't have to worry about, because it doesn't require you to put in any effort. Yuling smiled and looked at Lin Jian. He's confident in himself. He can single-handedly take on the Divine Office Academy's team by himself, and the Divine Office Academy wouldn't be able to put together an elite team to abuse the vegetables anyway, right? And if Tully can do it, you should be able to as well. The team sent out should be the low end of the Divine Clergy Academy's team, and if Turi could handle it, then Lin Jian really wasn't under pressure. Don't worry guys, when it comes to the official tournament, you don't need to fight against each other. Well, if you beat all the teams, there's also a special reward. Oh, you can mention a condition acceptable to the Divine Clergy Academy. Mention a condition? Anything? I said it's something that the Divine Clergy Academy can accept. You can't go too far, such as letting the Divine Clergy Academy take you in. This kind of condition has been mentioned before. Of course it wasn't agreed to. The Divine Clergy Academy just symbolically allowed him to visit for a bit, added some money and told him to get lost. Visiting the Clergy Academy? This line, to others this didn't seem to have much value, but Lin Jian could accept it. Or, he could just offer to have the Divine Clergy Academy explain the matter. Could they not answer a public question? On the other hand, Lin Jian was also hesitant. Would this ruin his sister's future? Although the Divine Clergy Academy carried arrogance, it was after all going after his sister's talent, at least that's what Ji Wuyo said. Lin Jian felt that he could perhaps use a gentler approach. Chapter 56 Higher Score If You Kill More. The next day, they began preparations. Yuling prepared a complete set of gunsmith's clothes for Lin Jian, long guns and pistols. Because Lin Jian has night eyes exploration, now has 500 meters perception beyond ordinary people, he still used the gun to try, and not allowed to. Results show that can see and can hit are really two different things. Forget it, just follow what Yuling said, dislike the face and shoot. Zhao Feng also found his friend, an S-rank swordsman. This swordsman also encountered the same embarrassment as Zhao Feng, who was only a knight and hadn't awakened any special skills. And this swordsman called Wang Dong was just a swordsman. If it was some kind of magic swordsman, ghost swordsman, mad swordsman, or something like that, it would be worth a lot of money, but he didn't have those skills, and upgrading could indeed be upgraded, but the value of the profession would be very low if all you could do was slash. So these two brothers were as awkward as each other. Really, we're going to participate in the Clergy Academy's challenge? Great, I've been waiting for this day, I'll blow them away. Underestimating me, aren't you? Even though I can only slash, I can slash more magnificently than the average person. Lin Jian felt that this guy was a bit fierce. He shouldn't be bad, right? After all, what he wanted was just a few people to make up the numbers. After they were exposed at the Divine Clergy Academy, they could just disappear. A few other people were not so good at being exposed. Lin Jian could be one person to hold it all together, and this Wang Dong. Lin Jian pulled Zhao Feng aside and asked, "This brother of yours won't go to any extremes, right? How could he? He loves life so much that he's full of passion. Then you can talk to him. This time it's just a filler. After all, he's afraid of danger if he really goes up against the people from the Divine Office Academy." Alright, I'll make it clear to him. Just going for a challenge, Ji Yun and Yu Ling were both very capable of recognizing themselves. Zhao Feng, these two don't get hot-headed. Because no matter how much you disobey, the talents chosen by the Divine Clergy Academy have strength guaranteed. When the time comes, they will have to take off their skin even if they don't die, and they are not Lin Jian, so they can just go and die. After roughly confirming it, Zhao Feng said that there was no problem. Good, then let's arrange the teams. Yuling, do you have any news about the challenges? I can say one thing about the qualifiers, it's that all the participating groups have to go through a Divine Realm trial. The content of this trial is exactly the same, it's all about how many points each team can get in the trial. The same trial content, and there are scores? There are, the highest scores are filtered down and only 3 teams are picked to participate in the challenge. This Lin Jian couldn't understand, and a few of the others didn't quite get it either, because they just hadn't bothered to learn about this challenge. It looked like Yu Ling did have a news doorway. I learned that this challenge is for an S-rank boss monster, the Red Spider Mother. It's confirmed now? Then wouldn't this challenge be simple, just one challenge, or a group fight? Lin Jian knew that there weren't many people like himself who challenged monsters over level, especially boss level, but there was still a good chance if they fought in a group, because a few divine priesthoods could produce lethal kills if they worked together well. Is this one hard to fight? It's not hard to beat, since it's only level 20, this level isn't difficult for many people. Lin Jian had fought it, and he knew himself well. If there were only level 20 wild monsters, it really wasn't difficult. Even if the people outside teamed up, as long as there was a first turn core, along with the right skill coordination, they could all be killed. Wouldn't that mean that all the teams involved would be able to pass? Yes, there must be certainty before they go. Some priesthoods are good enough to even kill alone. Then how does the score increase? Is it based on who fights fast? No, the ability of the Red Spider Matrix is the amazing spawning ability. It depends on who kills more. It turned out that this Red Spider Mother's S rank was from the spawning ability. More pups means more targets, which seemed a bit troublesome for Lin Jian. Because a small spider individual is a target. Is that little monster hard to fight? It's not hard. Even if we use guns, we can shoot one at a time. The level of the small monsters is very low. When Yurin said that, the others also heard and understood that when you go in, you can't tackle the Matrix first. but kill the small monsters first until all the small monsters are cleared, then you can fight the Matrix, so that your score can increase. Otherwise, if you kill the Matrix in a hurry, you probably won't get a high score. Since it was a race against many people, there was a need for some strategy. The difficulty of this question was not whether to kill or not. Does this monster have a limit, the limit of spawning, so that it will produce the highest score? Every year, the highest score is born. Basically, the ones who pass the test are also the ones that produce the highest score. They all kill all the small monsters in the whole field, there is not a single one left, and then go to kill the mother body. Does the Matrix keep spawning? It will, but it's not very fast, so it won't be able to wait much longer with the time limit. Lin Jian was a little worried. Then we'll be a little slow to kill the little monsters, right? Aside from Lin Jian's divine chain binding and Yoling's strafing, the others didn't have much in the way of large area AoE kills, and Yoling's gun might not have much killing power. She was just man-made firearms. No, we have banners, they may not be slow. Yuling smiled. The banning master has a great impact on the skills of the small monsters. The small spiders have a defense function, which is molting. You don't see that it's not really that high, but it's also more laborious to kill it if it's banned from the skills of the small monsters. Right, if it's hacking and slashing, even if it's one by one, we may not be slower than others. Zhao Feng perked up. His attacks were monotonous, but he was at least S rank. Just like his genius swordsman brothers, he just lacked tricks. Yulin nodded. And if we use guns, we can do one shot at a time. As long as the Forbidden Master is successful, the defense of the small monsters will be close to zero, and then only the boss will be left and it will be easy, right? Lin Jian nodded. Let's do it, Ji Yun, it's all up to you now. I didn't realize that temporarily taking in a Forbidden Master had the effect of boosting efficiency. Zhao Feng was a knight, and Wang Dong was a swordsman, and these two were quick to cut up madly. Lin Jian himself and Yu Ling were even more so. If the bullets were effective, it was a direct sweep. After making the arrangements, Lin Jian led the team to sign up. To be honest, the scene was bustling and there were still a lot of people signing up. After all, the Divine Vocational Academy was the highest academy in everyone's mind. Even though some of them were already not too young, they were willing to participate if they could get a high look from the Divine Vocational Academy. Some people just had obsessions, which influenced Lin Jian and the others to participate in this selection. This was because even before they came to sign up, there were already multiple teams that had finished brushing up their battle records. What, there are already several teams that are close to finishing with full scores? Lin Jian was practically dumbfounded when he saw these people's battle scores. Wait, is there a full score in this selection? Chapter 57, Killing Monsters also tests skills. The people counting the scores on the spot should have been muckrakers from the Divine Clergy Academy, but their status wasn't low. They glanced at Lin Jian, and the person counting said, "Why no, someone went in and went straight to a spell, wiping out all the little monsters, and then waited for the mother to lay her pups until the end. That should be the highest score." All the teams that passed were the highest scores? That's not true, there's still a difference. Because very few people can destroy all the small monsters first in the first place, there's an upper limit to the existence of the small monsters. If you destroy them faster, the mother will be able to lay her pups a little faster, but the score bites hard. The person who was counting shot another glance at Lin Jian. If you don't have much else you can do, don't sign up. The very close ones in front of you already have more than 3 teams. I don't see much of a chance for the ones behind you. Lin Jian was literally doused in cold water. How does this make people play? What spell can destroy all the little monsters in one? Fiery fire. Of course the level is too low, it can only kill small monsters, otherwise this spell would definitely become a forbidden spell, but the person who cast it does have hopes of entering the Divine Clergy Academy, and the ones right behind him only use 2 or 3 spells. How is this comparable? Lin Jian looked at Yu Ling, who also shook her head. Even if Ji Yun's banning spell works, we can't even shoot one at a time as fast as they can, and there definitely aren't as many mothers laying babies in the limited time as they can. Sweeping shots couldn't even be done that fast. Zhao Feng's 2 one-shot slashes were definitely slower as well. Then sign up first. What, you're signing up even like this? You think there's a way to kill more? Come all the way here, it's good to kill a monster along the way. I really don't get it, the monster level isn't that high, is it enough for a few of you to share? The person working on the registration muttered, but since Lin Jian and the others wanted to participate, let them. To be honest, the 5 of them were all level 16, and fighting a level 20 monster was indeed trivial. In the spirit of coming all the way, Lin Jian as the captain made a registration with his real identity. That's right, it's real identity, don't worry, the Divine Office Academy is not going to look at it now, they don't care. Let's wait until you guys beat their Divine Clergy Academy team, these people are wasting their time looking at their names. Good, then you guys go in. I say, you few with knives and guns, can you kill them? The few people who registered on the spot laughed. Looking at the weapons, they knew they didn't have monster clearing skills. When you guys slowly kill them one by one, you won't even be able to squeeze into the top 50. Lin Jian didn't care about them and led his team into the trial divine realm. Only after entering, a few people couldn't raise their spirits because it was obvious that they couldn't win. Captain, are we really going to fight? Ji Yun was a bit reluctant. My skills, it's too much of a waste to use them on these little monsters. Of course it's good if we can win, this kind of trial is so much better in our national vocational college. Lin Jian was honestly also a bit discouraged. He couldn't imagine that it was so rolled up outside the academy as well. Looking around again, all of them were cobwebs. This area was covered in cobwebs. And inside the cobwebs were white eggs. Right now the eggs hadn't even hatched out the little monsters yet. The eggs have to be disturbed before the little monsters can hatch. Yu Ling explained, people have large arson skills, they all burned out at once, and then they all burned to death at once. Zhao Feng also frowned, if I rush over to lure the monsters, I'll get caught in the spider webs, right? Yeah, how good would you be if you were a flame knight? Yu Ling's mouth was really poisonous, and she poked Zhao Feng's sore spot again. He was just too chicken-ribbed in his profession. Thick blood and high defense, useless, look at this place, can't rush out far enough to get dipped. Captain, fight? Let's do it this way, go check out the boss first. Lin Jian also shook his head, they were able to kill, they were just slow, they definitely couldn't score with those who were efficient. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong then went ahead and swung their swords to slash and cut the spider silk. At the same time, they woke up some of the small monsters, which hatched out of the eggs and were hacked to death by them again. The monsters are weak, we basically need 2 or 3 swords to kill one, if the forbidden master. Don't think about it, you guys only kill one with 2 or 3 swords, there are hundreds of eggs here, people clear them with one skill. It seems to be unable to enter the top 3, Yu Ling suddenly said, in fact, I still have a way to attract monsters, I can help you guys burn the spider silk, this is an armor-piercing incendiary bullet, a hit is a channel. Wait, this bullet won't be expensive, right? Lin Jian stopped her, but Yu Ling laughed, it's a small price to pay, it's all made from little monster materials. That was okay, Lin Jian didn't want Yu Ling to spend too much here since it was already impossible to compete for the top 3. He came in, just because he was unwilling to come and take a look. Bang bang! Yu Ling kept discharging her gun, bullets dragging fire out and burning through the spider silk in front of her. It feels like we're struggling to walk, they only need one skill. Hey, pay attention, in front is the boss. Without driving out much further, he had already arrived at the boss lair, and the level of this wild monster wasn't too high. Wild monster, red spider matrix. Rank, S. Talent, rapid reproduction, can reproduce young at an amazing speed. Skill, binding field, covers a vast area with powerful spider silk, making it impossible to detach and drive the pups to siege. With this, it can be S rank? Zhao Feng looked disappointed, it's just a slower kill, if there's no time limit, we can actually solve it. Lin Jian nodded, yeah, killing this isn't a problem, it's just that we're struggling a bit. Wait, how did it change color? My gun hit it I think, hey, why did it change color? Yu Ling suddenly froze as well, oh, hidden talent, it has a second form. Lin Jian also realized, second form monsters aren't rare, so what's the second form's ability? I don't know, that won't be displayed until its rage value is raised to full. No one mentioned it before, this thing has a second form? Never heard of it. It suddenly occurred to Lin Jian that since this thing would raise its rage value after hitting it, the people before must have known about it as well. But the fact that they hadn't mentioned it meant that none of them had triggered the mother's second form. And what did that indicate? It showed the opportunity. Quick, you guys hurry up and clear the small monsters. Huh? What do you mean, you're so excited, do we still have a chance? At this moment, Yu Ling also thought of it, that's right, they shouldn't have been able to induce the monster's second form, I guess it should be that this monster's rage value didn't rise to its full level before it was exterminated, it should be very difficult to control, are you sure about this? Lin Jian said indifferently, try it, I don't know what the second form is, what if I can add points? Then don't kill the monster, once it dies, all the little monsters will perish with it. Zhao Feng froze again, this is still a technical skill? Wang Dong couldn't wait at this point, start killing, quick, the forbidden master sends his skill first, kill it with pain. Chapter 58 Red warmed up cubs so fast. Outside the divine realm, the registrants were already getting bored. I think that's it for this year, the team at the top of the line is still a bit of a looker. Neither can it, this is just where it is, the Divine Clergy Academy is not accepted, it's too common. It's also true that it's just a large area of fire, the power isn't enough, chicken ribs. They don't understand at all, they think that this monster is low level, in fact, it's the hardest monster to hit with a high score. A few people chatted, although they were miscellaneous workers in the Clergy Academy, they also had their eyes high. There used to be an old saying that there were 3 officials in front of the Chancellor's door. Although the several teams felt that they had performed well and that taking points was already extreme, they were far from it. They don't know that this monster tests skill control. How could they know those high-end things? Not many people in the Divine Clergy Academy can do it either. That's why it's too hard to come up with this question, it's mainly because the monster is too strange. This red spider mother, the strangest point is that the rate at which attacks take damage is higher than the rate at which it accumulates its rage value. Therefore, trying to get its rage value up before it was destroyed was difficult. Often, you kill the monster by pushing too hard, and then the rage value isn't even halfway up yet. It wasn't like the previous team didn't see it, they seemed to see it, but when they attacked the monster they killed it first. In the world of cleric masters, this was a level that was hard to achieve, and those who could do it were the top ones. And right now, Lin Jian was trying to figure it out. Change of life divine chain binding. Life change hell whale. First, he locked on a divine chain, then Lin Jian stabbed towards his chest. Suddenly, he realized that the monster's status was dropping a bit fast. Is it this rookie? It's already level 20, why is its attack desire so low? Something's wrong, the rage value is going up too slowly, if I go on like this, I won't be able to fill its rage value even if I torture it to death. Looks like there are other solutions to this problem, let's try it first. At this time, the squad had already started to eliminate the small monsters. Slow was really not slow, under the effect of the Forbidden Speech Master. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each killed a bloody path, all of them were 1/seconds, the small monsters were all turned into brittle skin under the effect of the Forbidden Speech Master. Yuling was also killing, and her efficiency was of course much faster than the 2 mangaka. At this rate, several hundred of them were quickly killed, but Lin Jian here hadn't made any progress yet. This isn't working, the killing power is a bit too great. Lin Jian pulled out his own dagger again, this time he couldn't go for the heart, he had to look somewhere else. It was said that 10 fingers connected to the heart, so what if there was no major damage, just irritating pain? Saying that, Lin Jian actually stabbed at his fingertips right on the spot. Roar! The red spider mother began to scream in pain, raising its own front legs as it found Lin Jian and was going to lunge this way. But Lin Jian couldn't let it lunge over, wouldn't that mother body die first if it came over and hurt itself? Change of life gravity confinement. Just as the matrix was getting close to Lin Jian, it was pressed to the ground by 50 times the gravity ben. This monster already didn't have a high desire to attack and was slow to move, it couldn't be seen as a level 20s monster, but now it was even more unwieldy, it couldn't even crawl, even the spider silk it spewed out couldn't reach Lin Jian. One more layer, change life divine chain binding. Seeing that the effect was good, Lin Jian hurriedly added another layer and continued to stab his finger. Doubling up with just pain and stimulating the nerves, there wasn't much substantial damage to the body, but at the same time, it was important to take into account that people had a limit to how much they could tolerate pain. I don't know if this spider had one, and if it did, where was the limit? Lin Jian can only keep increasing the test, because to hurry, cannot yet let the spider die of pain. It wasn't actually possible to determine exactly how much pain the spider had, and what parts would make it feel the most pain, but in the spirit of the other party's struggling reactions, Lin Jian was constantly looking for parts, and those 8 legs definitely had a sense of touch. The most painful thing was definitely not a single chop, but the repeated torture of the pain nerves. Lin Jian used the tip of the dagger and kept scraping at his fingertips. While the mother body that was heavily pressed to the ground struggled desperately, Lin Jian only stabbed his fingers to make sure that this mother body wouldn't die. It had 8 legs, so if it was broken, it would be replaced with another, and anyway, as long as it didn't injure the main body, it wouldn't hurt too much. At this time, the squad has killed hundreds of small monsters, and the spider web is almost cleared. There were still some scattered small monsters that needed to be strangled, which took more time instead. Zhao Feng also chopped coolly at this time, we actually didn't kill them slowly. What's going on? The big guy turned red. Everyone's eyes looked over, the originally black and purple female turned into a red one. Don't clear the small monsters, it's a waste of time. Yuling immediately said, all gather around the matrix, kill any small monsters that come close. Why don't we kill them? There's only a little bit of small monsters left, we've already killed most of them, and the turnaround is only on this big boss, scattering the monsters is too much of a waste of time, our only chance is to hold the second form. Yoren was more awake than all of them. There were at most a few dozen small monsters left. It would be a waste of time if they didn't gather together. Regardless of these dozens, their score was close to the ones in front of them. Whether or not they could overtake, it would depend on whether or not the second form was useful. If it didn't add points, then there was no point in going for loose monsters now. And at this time, Lin Jian's divine chain had already focused over 100 times the pain damage. He no longer dared to go up any further, fearing that this monster wouldn't be able to carry it for a moment to give it GA. Roar! The Matrix's red temperature ended, finally reaching its full rage value, and its second form appeared. With a flash of red light, the Matrix actually carried 50 times the gravity and stood up again. This was the true strength of the S Extreme monster. Wild Monster, Red Spider Matrix. Level, S-Class second form. Level 20. Talent, Ultra Limit Reproduction, reproduces much faster than before, summons small monsters. Skill, Forbidden Domain, can restrict any object that enters the spider web, absolute control below level. At this moment, Zhao Feng cried out in surprise. It started laying eggs again, so fast. Yuling was again the first to react. Hurry up and kill the little monsters, it's a score. When the two melee fighters heard this, they rushed forward to chop. Jiyan called out to them, wait, that spider web is a confinement field, absolute control below level, you guys are lower level than it, you can't move if you go in. Ah, what about Lin Jian? At this moment, the one closest to the Matrix was Lin Jian, but he wasn't worried. You guys find a chance to kill the little monsters, it's okay with me. Thinking about it, Lin Jian was a life-changing master. If the monsters dared to touch him, the damage they would take would be dozens or hundreds of times that of him. This was the most unorthodox thing about a life-changing master. Opponents were even willing him to attack directly. Yuling was already shooting, and at the same time greeted the two melee fighters. You guys guard the outside of the spider web. Jiyan banned, it's not for the boss, it's for the little monsters, and from now on, it's time for us to grab the points. Chapter 59, You Kill Me Directly. The staff members guarding outside the god's domain, of course, also noticed the changes in the god's domain. What? This is impossible. The second form, I didn't see it wrong, right? Is this inside where Dean went in? Why would he induce the second form? Impossible, the people outside can't hold it. Inducing the second form, this is a title that can even be rated in the Divine Clergy Academy. They clearly perceived that the mother inside had entered its second form. In its first form, even level 20 was weak, which was the reason they chose to test it with this monster. But once the Matrix entered its second form, it was quite dangerous, and it was also dangerous to the elite students of the Divine Clergy Academy. Because that spider silk was in absolute confinement, it was very strong, and you would never be able to move it if you weren't as high as the monster's level. No matter how heaven-defying skills you had, but as long as it was bound, the monster wouldn't die or wouldn't be able to move. And at this time, the Matrix's defense would receive an amazing boost, which is what makes it an S-Class wild monster. Is there a possibility that it's the monster itself that has gone berserk? Then should we go in and save it? In the rules we can only wait for the result here. Going in is not fair to the others, right? But I'm afraid the people inside won't be able to deal with the Matrix. None of them are level 20. Levels were stuck dead. This was the absolute limit for S ranks. Even though Lin Jian was SSSS ranked, his ability wasn't to break free of this damn thing. The attributes were different, and he had the advantage that monsters didn't dare to attack him either. Once it attacked Lin Jian, the Matrix would know that it wasn't something it could touch. I think forget it, let's wait and see. There's a death quota every year anyway. I can't afford to sabotage the competition. The people outside had no intention of coming in, and by this time, Lin Jian was completely unable to move. He was completely trapped by the spider web. He couldn't move his arms and legs. There was no way to decapitate himself, chewing his tongue. Captain, are you alright? Where had Jiyan seen this before, she was completely panicked. You guys don't mind me, kill the small monsters first, I'm fine. Really, that's level 20, it's definitely a high level. Then my priesthood level is still higher than it. Don't worry, kill the small monsters and count the points. While Yoling had already killed quite a few small monsters on point, the small monsters that ran out were cut down one by Zhao Feng and Wang Dong outside. Ji Yun couldn't do anything about it now. They were all level 16 and couldn't do anything about the spider webs. So she also tried her best to cast the forbidden spell, but it only reduced the defense of the small monsters so that her teammates could kill them faster. The huge spiders were already crawling along the spider web, and this one wasn't like the previous ones. An absolute boss-level monster, the first to do so was to stab over with a claw, intending to ball up Lin Jian into a ball. But after the claw stabbed into Lin Jian's body, the mother body retreated back as if it had been electrocuted. After wailing in pain for a while, it began to realize that this human was very strange, and that it would be worse off if it moved him. Therefore, for a moment, the mother body was actually embarrassed. Everyone else was outside the spider web, and the mother body circled around Lin Jian, just not daring to do anything. It wasn't good to chase after the few people outside. What if this most terrifying person escaped? Jia Feng had already killed so much that his body was covered in slime, but he still wasn't soft at all. He and Wang Dong were both S-ranked priesthoods. Don't think they were lower than Lin Jian, but as long as they were S-ranked, they were of rare strength, so he was still in very good shape. He was just a bit anxious to see Lin Jian being circled around by the monster. They also didn't know what the monster was up to, if it was really afraid of Lin Jian or if it was doing some kind of ritual. So Jia Feng asked loudly, "Have you killed enough?" I counted the points. It seems about right, it's higher than the first place score. Then let's kill the boss. Anyway, enough points. How is this? Grabbing points is the hardest part, and how to kill the boss, that's too easy. Lin Jian estimated that the time was almost up, so he shouted, "It's not very convenient for me here, Yuling, you kill me directly." I kill you? Yes, how painful. Do you have a way? There. I have blooming bullets here. As long as the defense is not high, it can be killed in one shot. Killing can't be done. What Lin Jian wants is for his pain to be returned 100 times over. Since he was already bound and had enough points, he might as well be more ruthless and seize the moment. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Hegemony was not needed. Lin Jian could still attract the monster's attention here. Anyway, even if hegemony was immune to control, Lin Jian couldn't actually do much, so why not just let Yongwen kill it, so he wouldn't have to put another skill on himself. So I really shoot? Shoot it, we don't have much time, we need to hurry out. Bang! Yoling fired a blossoming bullet, and it hit Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't defend himself at this point, letting the bullet penetrate him, punching a hole in his body, while the bullet exploded inside him, blowing out an even bigger gash as it penetrated. A miraculous scene happened. A large hole exploded in the Matrix's body at almost the same time. This hole was even bigger than the one on Lin Jian's body. After all, it was doubled over 200 times. Obviously, the second stage of this S-ranked Matrix was very powerful, and that shell was probably harder than many level 30 monsters. After all, it was the second form, or it was forced out with great difficulty. But it was no use. The Matrix also didn't have the kind of recovery ability that a werewolf vampire had, and its skills weren't in that area either. So Lin Jian could afford to take a shot, the Matrix couldn't afford to take a shot. Seeing the situation, Yulin fired another shot, bang. Another shot blew through Lin Jian's body. Lin Jian didn't activate his talent. The shot on the Matrix may not see an effect, but hitting Lin Jian directly made the Matrix come out with another big hole. Finally, the Matrix still couldn't take it anymore and collapsed with a bang. Collapsed. Lin Jian, are you alright? She hurriedly withdrew her gun, and as soon as the Matrix collapsed, the spider web lost its effect, and Lin Jian regained his freedom. Lin Jian hurriedly said to a few other people, "Quick, hurry out, time's running out." And after he stood up, the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. This time Yulin had been paying attention. "What's wrong? Go, now is not the time to dawdle." "It's fine, there's enough time, just wait a bit." Then Lin Jian saw that Yulin walked over and actually put away the huge Matrix. She came with storage space on her body, and it wasn't small, and those who had this were usually either rich or expensive. Associated with the fact that just now, Yulin had shot incendiary bombs like she didn't want any money, she didn't seem as poor as she looked. Although she was wearing rags and had a tragic image of her face being blocked up, it was possible that this was something she was pretending to do. Why would she fake it? An ordinary person wouldn't deliberately suffer this, so she must be facing a greater crisis. Thinking of this, Lin Jian didn't ask too many questions and nodded. "Let's go, let's hurry up too." "The bullets on your body don't matter?" "It's fine, look, the bullet will fall out by itself." Lin Jian shook, and the shattered bullet fell out of his body. Chapter 60, I want to win the second round. In this side of the finalist competition at the same time, in the Divine Office Academy, also in the exchange between the two institutions. On the side of the National Vocational Academy, it was the two vice presidents who led the team, while the Divine Vocational Academy came out to receive, it was also the two vice presidents. This is called reciprocal reception. What level are you at and what level am I out of, so that we all don't have much to say. In terms of the trainees brought, both sides also reciprocate. About two parts, one part is the best students of their respective colleges, in their respective side learned the essence of the other part, is just recruited this year's new students, of course, is also to choose the most outstanding a few. Older students reflect the ability of their respective colleges to cultivate, "You see how well I teach, you misguided." And the new students reflect their respective calling power, "You see the most outstanding people will come to us, will not find you." With exchanges like this, it looks like the seminary is better off because they really are the place all clergy aspire to be more. However, if a handful of outstanding players were selected, the State Clergy Academy would still be able to compete as well. Your outstanding students still look like the same ones from last year. What, didn't bother graduating? The vice dean on the Divine Vocational Academy's side was mocking, since he couldn't participate after graduating. So he was sarcastically saying that the National Vocational Academy always kept these few people to exchange, and that our Divine Vocational Academy changed people every year. And the Chang vice dean and G vice dean on the National Vocational College side wouldn't be able to help it, because they were used to it. Yeah, a few people don't mean all, and a brief moment doesn't mean eternity, right? What does Vice Dean Chang mean by this? It means that you have always been the best academy, but who knows in the future? Vice President Chang is very confident, everyone aspires to our Divine Vocational Academy, what else can you have in the future? The National Vocational College side was indeed a bit embarrassed, but what they could show off was of course the new students. The standing vice president glanced at Ji Wuyo, and Ji Wuyo lightly smiled. "I'm sorry, this year, among our new students, there are 2 SS-ranked priesthoods, and of course, we can't bring them all, so we've only brought one." "Oh, you guys actually managed to recruit SS-ranked freshmen as well?" "Hee, this isn't a simple SS rank, you'll know afterward. I know you guys have an SSSS-ranked weapon master, but ours isn't a simple one either. Sometimes you can't just compare priesthood ranks." Ji Wuyo also pretended to be mysterious, because this was their capital to show off. It was also good to let everyone see the strength of their National Vocational Academy, with such outstanding students willing to come. But on the Divine Vocational Academy side, Dean Gu seemed to be smiling even more happily. "Then I have to congratulate you all, but we've included more than just one weapon master." "Oh?" When Ji Wuyo saw how calm they were, his heart was a bit weak. He was aware of Qin Xiu, that SSS-ranked weapon master, and the Divine Clergy Academy side also knew about Lin Jian, so they wouldn't bring the life-changing master. Everyone felt that this one was chicken ribs despite its high rank. So in terms of gimmicks, the National Vocational Academy had really recruited a good one. But the Divine Office Academy was the Divine Office Academy, and people had seen more than their fair share of geniuses. When he wanted to inquire further, someone came to report and whispered a few words in Dean Gu's ear. Dean Gu instantly widened his eyes. What, someone was able to trigger the second form of the red spider matrix? It's still uncertain because that side said it was triggered by chance. Was it luck? How is that possible? You guys keep a close eye on this team. When the person reporting left, Ji Wuyo inquired, "What's so important?" Dean Gugu stated, "Nothing much, it's just that it accidentally triggered a kind of advanced test in our institution." On Lin Jian's side, the people had all come out, and the results were valid within the time limit. The teams surrounding outside were up in arms, the scene was buzzing with excitement as their scores were ridiculously high. How is it possible? Someone must have cheated. How could the scores be so high? We've already managed to shorten the time for any session, it's impossible for someone to score so much higher than us. They must have used cheating techniques, or this is shady. None of them believed it was possible to have such a high score, and the team in first place was even more unconvinced. According to this test, they had already achieved the optimal solution, and it was impossible to hit a score that doubled with any further boost. Lin Jian was calm. How to explain it? That was the staff's business. He looked at a few people on the team and asked, "Are you all okay?" The remaining 4 people on the team all said that they were in good shape, so Lin Jian was relieved. "Next, you guys won't need to make a move, just accompany me for a game and I'll do the rest." "Captain, you're going to take on the Divine Clergy Academy's team alone?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "It doesn't matter to me anyway, why don't we help you put up a fight as well? At least we're also freshmen from the Divine Office Academy." "There's no need, if you expose your identity of the State Profession Academy, it's not good to go back instead." It didn't matter if Lin Jian exposed it, it wasn't good for others to expose it. He was just trying it out on his own, there was no need to hitch a ride on someone else, and he still didn't know how the National Vocational Academy would handle it when he went back. Yu Ling said lightly, "If you can keep hiding your true occupation, it's no problem to easily pass the first round." "How come there are still a few more rounds?" "Of course there are, they're very proud. The ones they send out to fight against in the first round are definitely freshmen. There's no killing power at all for ordinary freshmen for you, right? But as long as you win, they'll let the elites come out in the second round." "What's the argument for 2 rounds? If you win the first round, even if you win the Divine Office Academy, but in the second round they are saving face, you know? On Yuling's side, she told Linjian what would probably happen. There was a reward for winning the Divine Office Academy, and that was the key to the challenge attracting attention. But when the Divine Clergy Academy loses, they definitely can't accept it in their hearts, so they're bound to arrange a match to beat you into submission, they salvage face, and then give you a reward. That means the field they have to get back. I can't afford to lose? Of course can't afford to lose, this is the Divine Office, beat you shall not be convinced? But listening to Yuling say this, Lin Jian smiled, if I can still hide the priesthood in the first round, it's good. What, you're still looking forward to beating them in the second round? In the second round, the ones who came up were definitely elites, to gain face for the Priesthood Academy. But from another perspective, Lin Jian could only really make a big deal out of this if he won this second team. Didn't he have to ask about his sister, and only by being noticed by more people would the Divine Clergy Academy be pressured? It's useless for you to be an ordinary person shouting loudly, people won't listen to what you have to say. It had to be a stage with all eyes on it, racking up the Divine Clergy Academy as well, before Lin Jian could make the Divine Clergy Academy have to pay attention to the issue, otherwise people wouldn't pay attention to you at all. If you're going to expose something, someone has to pay attention to you, right? The problem was that no one in history had been able to win the second round. Chapter 61 The challenge match begins. Have an idea, I'll help you. Yulin actually dared to say this, and Lin Jian was surprised. Why? Because you're a SSSS ranked profession, I think it's well worth helping, right? The combat power she displayed was actually piled up with equipment, practically piling it up with money, and the result of engaging in a vicious battle like this was that it was very likely to directly consume an ordinary person's life savings. The money earned in a lifetime may not satisfy a single battle. See how she's dressed in rags and actually has that kind of backbone? Yuling also looked at the others. What's your attitude, to help him or not? Zhao Feng immediately said, I'll help, I'm a special enrollment anyway, if I don't do something, I won't become a full-fledged student, why not go crazy when I have this opportunity so that the Divine Clergy Academy will remember me? You have to think clearly, if all of them are openly licensed, it is equivalent to coming to the Divine Vocational Academy to smash the scene, both academies will be very embarrassed, this is fine if it is smashed, if it is not smashed. Go back and will definitely be disciplined. Lin Jian told them clearly the stakes, letting them choose carefully. At this time Wang Dong laughed, I'm not even from either courtyard, lousy swordsman, not afraid. Well, in the end, Ji Yun was left, her eyes timidly looked at the crowd, but she actually did not hesitate in answering. I'll help too. Ji Yun, think about it, the consequences of this matter you may not be able to afford. I'm fine. She spoke in a soft voice, but her attitude was not soft, no wonder she dared to participate in a society like the two gang. Maybe she really had some kind of backbone. Right now, it seemed that there was nothing to lose with just Zhao Feng and Wang Dong playing bachelors. Okay, then you guys just help me get through the first level, I'll do the second level myself. The finalist selection ended amidst all the bickering, and Lin Jian's team advanced with first place. They couldn't do anything with the Divine Vocational Academy no matter how noisy they were, they could only go around publicizing what an injustice they had suffered. This was good, attracting more people to watch, and the attention increased significantly. And into the real confrontation, in fact, each team only won on the Divine Vocational Academy students really compete once. This confrontation match, which was live-streamed, was also one of the entertainment programs. So the attention further increased, although it used to be held year after year, making people a bit tired of watching it, but at least it was the first Academy's external rivalry match, and a lot of aspiring youths liked to watch it. Hello everyone, we are broadcasting live, the live broadcast of the Divine Office Academy's open rivalry match. After a day of rest and preparation, the confrontation match had truly begun. There were also special people on the scene to broadcast it live, and it was also one of the hot programs for many years. For this confrontation, an empty divine domain is going to be activated, with no other monsters in it. And both sides of the confrontation are targeting each other in offense and defense. The Clergy Academy has also sent numerous clerics of the healing department to work on safety, to ensure that the injured can be resuscitated in time. The live broadcast event was quite lively, and it was also an entertainment program that could make a lot of money. Only, in recent years, the ratings had always been low because there was too little suspense. Basically, there were very few that could win one game, and the second game was completely without suspense. There were many viewers whose enthusiasm waned. Old Wang, the live broadcast has started, hurry up and watch. What's there to see? Once in a while a team wins the Divine Clergy Academy once, they send out their elites to crush them, they can't afford to lose. Hey, this isn't providing a chance to the ordinary people out there, who all feel like they're the legacy. Still, don't look at it. I participated once a few years ago. There's nothing to compare with the regular academies. The people outside are all left over from the screening. Of course they can't compare. Even if there is an occasional omission, they can't actually win. The resources in other people's academies are better, and gradually the gap will be widened. Ordinary people don't have the resources. And on Lin Jian's side, they were also ready to enter the battlefield. Actually, they didn't have to prepare much. It didn't look like they could do much. Lin Jian planned for them. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong could just shoot. They weren't too suspicious even if they were S-ranked because there wasn't much skill either. Ji Yun was a bit sensitive. Her forbidden master status was worthy of an elite trainee. As for Yuling, she can't attract much attention with her light shooting. Lin Jian himself was a gunsmith as a cover, except that he needed to dislike his face to shoot. Ji Yun, the worst person to hide in here is you. You skills have to wait for the critical time to release them. I know. Ji Yun was also energized. She seemed to be getting more and more excited. Originally she was still quite a reserved girl. It was probably some kind of demonic attribute awakening, their nature, and so on. The National Vocational College came to smash the field. All played like this. If they lost, what would greet them back would definitely be disciplinary action. Well, it's not complicated. There's me to cover for you guys. Yuling finally said, the other two teams will start first. Let's see them fight first. A total of 3 teams were filtered out to fight against the Clergy Academy's team. Lin Jian's team was the one with the highest score, so of course they were the grand finale, and the first 2 teams had already begun their matches. The third place team went first, and after a warm-up interview, set the audience's emotions ablaze. However, the match didn't even go on for 5 minutes, and the third place team lost quickly. Lin Jian and the others were also watching in awe, not to mention the quality of each person. The other Clergy Academy's team was much better coordinated, and after a round of skills, this third place team could no longer see any hope of victory. In the end, the healers swarmed over them and saved their lives. Their team coordination, it's all carefully chosen, unlike us who are so random. Yes, there's a front row that resists damage, a long-range mage, and a sneaky assassin. Ji Yun, you have to hide well, don't get stolen by their assassins. For Yuling, Lin Jian didn't have to worry. Her sneaking skills couldn't even be detected by the vice dean. So Lin Jian focused on keeping Ji Yun. She looked like a proper mage with her svelte appearance. Ji Yun, you don't need to hide. Let Zhao Feng and Wang Dong protect you. Zhao Feng, can you keep it safe? Don't worry, I will defend it with my life. The opponent will not pass unless they step over my corpse. For an S-ranked knight, he still had thick blood and a personality that matched the profession. Lin Jian added to Yuling, you take command. Their hidden professions shouldn't dare to move until you show up. But I haven't commanded a group battle before. Neither have I. You can see best from hiding in the shadows, so you do it. None of them had much experience, so the only person to count on was someone who could see the whole picture, and Yoren was the most suitable. Yuling didn't panic either. He just said, this is your fight, I'm just keeping an eye on you, I guess, telling you the information, decisions you make. Lin Jian always felt that Yuling was more experienced than all of them, especially since the information was still very well informed. Let's go then, it's our turn. Chapter 62 The Smashing Team. While Lin Jian and the others were preparing to go on, the second place had actually already started their match. The second place had lasted longer, so Lin Jian and the others had waited for quite a while. This second place, the team that originally had the highest score when Lin Jian and the others hadn't even had their finalist screening yet, they had indeed come prepared, and it was assumed that there were awakened priesthoods in the team that the academy had missed. So they weren't willing to show themselves. This gave the Divine Clergy Academy's team great trouble, and the two sides actually had a back and forth for a while. The news reached the exchange between the two academies here, and all 4 vice presidents stopped to watch the match. Ji Woyo also watched the broadcast live. This was the Divine Vocational Academy's annual challenge match, which his National Vocational Academy did not have. There's something about this second place team, Dean Gu, your people are being pushed hard. It's also fallen into a decline, but I have to say, there's a core in this team that's pretty good. It seems to be a legacy. After this competition, we'll be specially recruited to enter the Divine Vocational Academy. It's a pity that he can't win either. That makes me curious. What would be the origin of the team whose score crushed them in the finalists? Everyone was curious. Such a team that was actually good enough. They were all 50-50 with the students of the Divine Vocational Academy. There was actually another team whose score crushed them. But the scene and the 2 deans of the Divine Vocational Academy watching together, Dean Chang was very unwilling in his heart. Look at the others, picking a wave and then using this challenge to pick another wave to make sure the geniuses were all in the bag. Ji Wuyo shook his head and didn't say anything. The National Vocational Academy really couldn't compare to the Divine Vocational Academy. Scene. Lin Jian's team had already finished their preparations. They weren't trying to get any equipment, but everyone was covered up. Yuling gave Lin Jian a makeover as well, and Ji Yun was also covered up with a large cloak. This was to avoid being recognized at the start for fear of someone interrupting the match. You guys are the top-ranked team of the finalist tournament, right? I'm a reporter for the live broadcast, may I ask? No comment. Lin Jian coldly threw down a sentence and led his team into the preparation space. The reporter froze on the spot until he reacted to the fact that the live broadcast was still going on, so he smiled awkwardly. What a characterful team. This team's reaction was unexpected, as anyone would want to show off before the live broadcast. Why was there this challenge? Wasn't it to bring attention to themselves, to make the Divine Clergy Academy realize that they had chosen to leave out? And Lin Jian's team was being secretive. What were they trying to do? There was of course this footage on the livestream, and it was seen by Ji Wuyo, who suddenly froze. Huh? What's wrong, old Ji? I don't know if I'm looking at it wrong, it's fine. Standing vice president did not see it. Ji Wuyo did have a familiar feeling. It cannot be. No, this is equivalent to their National Vocational College to smash the scene to come, in the official face is not allowed. More miserable than provocation, or you can't win even if you provoke. If it is really what he thinks, then he should not communicate, hurry to lead the team to gray, go back and then thank you. The second challenge team still lost, but the audience watching the live stream lamented. It's a pity, it should have been able to win. I don't think it can win, compared to the regular team of the Divine Clergy Academy, it's still worse overall. Just kidding, they're the Divine Clergy Academy, fully configured. This team is considered to have strong individual abilities. I'm starting to look forward to the first place team. Their previous scores Cliff crushed the second place. In the midst of the crowd's anticipation, the live broadcast interviewed several people who came out of the second place team. Some of them were already undergoing resuscitation, and therapists were on hand to make sure no one was killed. And with this mysterious team, Lin Jian entered the battlefield. Apart from Wang Dong, he, a swordsman, did not need to cover anything up and appeared brightly. Everyone else more or less covered themselves a bit, wearing white robes with their heads covered. For the final battle, both sides had entered the field, still in preparation time. Remember, our tactics are simple. Ji Yun must be the target of their raid. So Ji Yun is our bait. Zhao Feng Wang Dong guards around her. I'll roam around and prepare to deal with their sneak assassination professions, and attack when all of them reveal their positions. Yuling did not need to make arrangements, she was free to choose the position that she thought was favorable to her. As for the other side, they knew the approximate occupations of the few people they had selected this time. They actually had 3 assassins. A basic squad of 5 people, but the academy would arrange it according to the number of challengers. If you have 5 people, the Divine Clergy Academy would also arrange 5 people. Anyway, they would not take advantage of you, but how to configure it would be up to them. 3 assassins, another healer to extend the duration, and an S-rank real eye. Yuling, will they find you? S-rank? I'll keep an eye out. Yurin didn't say whether he could hide from them or not. The Eye of Truth was the skill that made everyone in the battlefield invisible. It was usually not easy to start a fight until all of the opponents were discovered. This was because in a normal tactical arrangement, the hidden one could often bring about a reversal of the situation. So until Yulin was exposed, they would have at least a little bit of scruples. Over there, the finishing touches of the second match were also finished, and the third match officially began. Lin Jian led the team to burst towards the opponent's field. He had a larger range of movement while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong guarded Ji Yun's side, slowly advancing, that is, pouncing to directly find the opponent to start a fight. It seemed like a very simple tactic. Now let's take a look at the third game. They are guarding a mage to advance. This is a very strange formation. I think it's a trap because they're hiding someone, and now the live stream hasn't found where this person is. The one hiding is a gunsmith. Are they going to use the mage as bait to snipe? This tactic was guessed even by the reporter of the live broadcast, but is it that easy? The healer and the Eye of Truth are standing at the very back, they should be out of range, and the 3 assassins are lurking in the area in front of them. Do they dare to go over there? Just as everyone was speculating how the battle would start, a gunshot startled everyone. Bang! Not only did Yoling not silence the sound, he also used a large caliber, and the sound of the gunshot went out for anyone to hear. It was reasonable to say that both sides hadn't gotten close enough to be within range to hit the other side's back row, but the healer on the Divine Clergy Academy side fell down himself. What, their gunsmith actually rushed to the front? Didn't anyone realize? I thought that their knight and swordsman were the front row, but I didn't expect that the one at the front was actually a gunsmith. This really makes people surprised. The therapist arranged on the spot began to rescue the clergy academy. One person withdrew from the battle. Only after the opening, one was stolen away, and it took all the people watching the match to revitalize their spirits. Chapter 63. The challenger finally wins. What's going on here? The S rank true. I can't actually detect someone lurking close. On this side of the exchange between the two academies, Dean Gu, who was watching the live stream, jumped up. While Vice Dean Chang and Ji Wuyo, who came over to exchange, appeared to be calm, there were strained smiles on their faces. Still, another Vice Dean pulled Vice Dean Gu to a halt. Calm down, probably didn't pay attention, after all, the gun has a long range. Right, Vice Dean Gu, it's not unusual for the sniper rifle's range to be greater than your true eye. Ji Wuyo said in a serious manner, but it was completely unreasonable because who could have discovered the eye of truth first? It was supposed to be a skill that lit up the entire field, and for you to see him first meant that you were even more powerful than the eye of truth. Dean Gu couldn't say anything, sat down resentfully and said, "This person can also stay. Now the live broadcast can't even find the position of the gunsmith. It's a talent. It looks like we can only rely on the 3 assassins now. Full assassin sneak attack is also quite an extreme tactic. You gunsmith can hide, all 3 on my side can hide." In fact, the Divine Clergy Academy didn't need to be in a hurry. Their trainees were all geniuses, and it wasn't impossible for one person to turn the tables. They're all on your side at the moment. Can you spot them? Yu Ling was reminding Lin Jian, who said confidently, "No problem." Right, you can even spot me. There's no reason you can't spot them, so I'll settle the eye of truth and you deal with them. Many people didn't realize how powerful the rank of SSSS was. Yulin couldn't be clearer. Because her sneak rank was also high, Lin Jian was the only one who could spot her. Change of life. Night Eyes exploration. Lin Jian directly unleashed his skill, and even if he didn't change his life, he had multiple ways to use his skill. Within 500 meters, nothing could escape Lin Jian's detection, and he saw 3 gazes rushing over. 3 targets, at different angles. They were really well trained. "Captain, can you spot it? I'm uneasy in my heart right now. It seems like it's too quiet around me." Zhao Feng was at a loss in his heart as he held his greatsword. Unseen enemies were hard to deal with, while Wang Dong was also unsure. "I would think that the surroundings seem to be full of people. This Divine Clergy Academy does have a knack for it. It can't be this quiet." Lin Jian was already aware of this. "You are all S-ranked, at least confrontation won't be a problem, right?" Then he raised his gun and fired a barrage of bullets in one direction. "See, hit it, get on it." There was an assassin who was very close and was hit by one of Lin Jian's bullets. The wounded assassin couldn't hide at once. When Zhao Feng saw this, he rushed up and outputted. He wasn't a knight with a lot of powerful skills, but at least he was S rank. If someone helped to restrict the enemy, then Zhao Feng rushing over and slashing was still very powerful, and he only had this monotonous set. The assassin was stuck by Zhao Feng. This assassin was also S rank and had more skills. However, he was already injured and was in the most unfavorable position, facing a knight. Knights had thicker defenses than assassins at all times, and were not afraid at all of attacking and exchanging blood. The assassin's value was to go away with a single hit, but being found by Lin Jian and also being wounded by a blow, he couldn't realize his value. Zhao Feng had already wrapped around one, while another was approaching, appearing in the other direction. Lin Jian picked up his gun again and blitzed for a while. Wang Dong saw blood bubbling not far away and swung his sword to rush out as well. From a distance Lin Jian was unable to hit, but at close range, the probability of a sweep was high. The second assassin was also entangled by Wang Dong, who hurriedly sent out a warning, "Pay attention, they can spot us. There are 2 strikes, but can they be as fast as me? You guys hold on." The third assassin had already killed and appeared behind Ji Yun. His primary target was still Ji Yun. And at this time, the 4 deans watching the battle also looked dumbfounded. Dean Gu was even more hateful. "How could this happen? What's the point of you guys still attacking that mage? She hasn't even played any role yet and you guys are about to be annihilated by the group. You should be circling around at this time." It was obvious that the one that looked like a mage was actually just bait. She didn't even need to put up a fight and she was already close to winning. There must be a skill similar to True Eye on this side as well. Dean Gu, at this moment, when we get close, that mage and gunsmith, we can at least take them down, right? Yeah, Lin Jian claimed to be a gunsmith to the outside world. He should be afraid of melee combat as well. This was the last consolation. Ji Yun on the scene had a chill down her spine. She even felt the sharp edge of an assassin's blade. "Captain. It's fine, I'm here, you're ready." Lin Jian of course knew that they would fight close to the outbreak. Now need to change lives? There was no need for it at all, he had more skills than just life-changing gravity imprisonment. The space around him seemed to distort, and the gravity increased by 50 times. The assassin was rushing as fast as he could, and with one last leap, he was crushed from the air by the 50 times gravity. Splat fell to the ground, followed by a burst of output from Lin Jian's gun disliking his face. Day. Even an expert from the Clergy Academy couldn't hold up to such output, especially for an assassin with weak defense, so Lin Jian's bullets weren't fatal, but they caused the assassin great damage. At the same time, there was still 50 times gravity on it, and the severely injured assassin couldn't move at all. Oh my god, what did we see? The three assassins all fell into unfavorable situations. They were entangled by two fighters while the third one seemed like he couldn't move, and was given an output by the gunsmiths. Shouldn't assassins be flexible? Holy, real, I got hit by another shot. Healer intervened to resuscitate. Having a healer intervene meant that the person was out of the fight. There was no hope of the Clergy Academy team seeing a turnaround now, with every single one of them under attack. The best case scenario was to exchange blood with Wang Dong's swordsman, but could the assassin really exchange? Wang Dong was also an S-rank swordsman, his defense was qualified, and he was likewise just lacking skills. Battle aborted. At this time, a system tone appeared and aborted the match. Both sides have stopped immediately, and the challenger has won. The audience outside the arena was of course in an uproar, and all those who watched the live stream exclaimed something wonderful. Great, finally seeing the challenger win again. A rare occurrence. I remember the last time I won was 2 years ago, right? This time the challengers won easily, no one even got hurt, only the fighters put up a fight. I think they can still win. Don't think about it. Next, the Divine Clergy Academy will shamelessly send out their experts to this point. The veteran viewers were still familiar with the pissy nature of this show, and the Divine Clergy Academy definitely wanted to get their scene back. They couldn't afford to tarnish their image. Whether it was righteous or not was another story. Their image had to be invincible. Lin Jian was also greeting his teammates and retreated back into the resting space. Chapter 64, Betting on Rewards to Win the Second Game. The Divine Office Academy was indeed a bit careless, but this was nothing. After the ancient dean muttered for a while, he also calmed down. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. Anyway, as long as there were outstanding talents, the Divine Office Academy recruited them inwards, so the challengers would also become their people. It wasn't a disgrace, it was supposed to be a way to screen the legacy. The second last match was to let people see the image of the Divine Office Academy being incomparably powerful. Of course, it was a benefit for the challenger to win and get higher ratings. There didn't seem to be any losers, so the next difficult part was having the challenger lose a match. Congratulations, challengers, you can pick the prize you want. The world has witnessed your success, and the Divine Clergy Academy appreciates your courage. For your prizes, you can choose items or money, and the Divine Clergy Academy can also select some of you to enter the cadets for further studies. This is your honor, and it is also the Divine Clergy Academy's openness and tolerance to the world. Even the words were said with such arrogance. Everyone in the team looked at me and I looked at you. This image should have come out live, right? What kind of prizes did they ask for from the Divine Clergy Academy? Of course it couldn't be something ordinary that could be dismissed. Lin Jian first asked Wang Dong, "What do you want?" Wang Dong was the only one in here who was not from the National Vocational Academy, so that would definitely let him decide first. I don't know, even if I choose someone, the Divine Office Academy shouldn't be looking at me, right? That was for sure. He was too ordinary for a swordsman. The Divine Clergy Academy wanted geniuses. Lin Jian suddenly remembered something. I heard that there's a chance for a second awakening. Go ask. There really is? Wang Dong became excited. Can I choose a chance for a second awakening? Please don't get ahead of yourself. Even in the Divine Clergy Academy, there are only a handful of people who can undergo a second awakening. There is no such option in the rewards, and unlike the first awakening, a second awakening is going to consume a lot of resources. It was also true that Wang Dong was a little downcast. The others were not much of a boost to himself, right? Then the most affordable thing would still be money, but he would be doomed to never have the opportunity again in his life. At this time, Lin Jian asked, "If we can win the second game, can we pick this?" The system was silent. This was truly a shocking question. Someone could actually ask it? His brain won't have burned out, right? You still want to win the second game? There's no chance. The second match the Divine Office Academy will definitely send up a genius. That's right, that's how it was last time. One genius toppled the entire challenge team. Be pragmatic, young man. Any money you choose to take is better than unrealistic ideas. On the dean's side of the exchange, Ji Wuyo seemed to hear this voice as familiar. Lin Jian was already pinching his throat to speak, but Ji Wuyo also seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. It's not good to be sure, and at this time, Dean Gu also laughed in exasperation. Good lord, these people think quite a bit. Don't they know that the second match is going to be against a genius who has studied for at least a year in the Divine Office Academy? Who are you kidding? A second awakening? How many people in the world can have such a precious opportunity? But Lin Jian didn't have any idea about this. He guessed that Yuling had also undergone a second awakening, so even this callow girl had a chance, so it shouldn't be too hard to be reasonable. At this point the system was telling Lin Jian, there's no such option for the second game either. Not even for the second game? You guys at the Divine Vocational Academy don't seem to be very generous. This is the usual rule of the Divine Clergy Academy. The system suddenly made a pause, then resumed its voice. According to the latest decision of the Divine Clergy Academy, if you win the second game, you can choose an awakening opportunity, but if you lose, what you won in the first game doesn't count. This was forcing people to choose. Young people could be spoiled? Threatening with the rewards that had already been won originally, this didn't seem atmospheric either. But Lin Jian did not make his own decision, turned back and asked his teammates. Those who agree first raise their hands. Everyone raised their hands. Okay, since you guys decided to play like this, we'll all agree. If we don't win the second game, we don't want any of them. If we win, you guys have to give at least one of us a chance for a second awakening. I didn't realize that even Ji Yun had a temper. Did they think that rewards were a handout for people? There was actually this kind of betting against each other. The audience outside felt that the Divine Clergy Academy was too ugly. What is this? Aren't the rewards fixed? Can this not be given? The pattern is small. Can it be that the Divine Office Academy thinks they will lose? I think it's a gamble. The Divine Clergy Academy must press the challenger. How childish. Now I support the challengers. Even if they lose, I think they are still heroes. The opportunity for a second awakening was indeed too precious, and the Divine Clergy Academy could have refused. But there was no need for them to bet against what they had originally won. It was indeed a bit unatmospheric. In the view of the Divine Clergy Academy, this was also a means to suppress the arrogance of the pricks. In their view, some of these people had the qualifications to enter the Divine Clergy Academy, and perhaps they could pick one or two people. The system listed the information for the second round of challenges. The team you're going to challenge next has also arranged for 5 people. Wait, how come someone is still a second turn? Zhao Feng saw the Clergy Academy's mind games at a glance. A second turn can beat me by 100. How does this play out? That's the rule. All those who win a challenge have to fight against a student who has studied at the Divine Office Academy for a year in the second round. 1 year to train to the second turn? Yes, this person was a talented cadet from the previous year and practiced faster than the average person. Second turn, the ordinary people out there didn't have the resources to practice this, and probably wouldn't be able to do so in their entire lives. Zhao Feng found it unbelievable. Even if you have this resource, can you fight so many monsters to gain so much experience in a year? Lin Jian came out and said, alright, we accept. Captain, even though it's the Divine Clergy Academy, 1 year to turn 2 is too fast. Can it really be that fast? I think that there are still exceptions. Because Lin Jian himself didn't feel that this was fast, it felt like he could also. Mainly because he had a high natural skill bonus, challenging high-level monsters wasn't much of a problem. He was thinking that since he could do it himself, it wasn't new that others could either, right? Yuling laughed. Zhao Feng, there's always someone who is very special and therefore a genius. It doesn't matter, this one is mainly up to the captain himself, and you have to be careful, Captain. Anyone who's called a genius won't be simple. Lin Jian was able to fight against Tuli's level 35 at level 16, if he can do it, why can't others? That's why both Lin Jian and Yuling took it for granted, and the genius of the Divine Clergy Academy couldn't be taken lightly. It might be even harder to deal with than Turi. I'll pay attention, and with this one, I might not be able to hide my identity. It was time for the life-changing master that everyone felt was a chicken's nest to make an appearance. Chapter 65. You're taking us on alone? They're definitely overthinking it. It's impossible to win this way. A second turn expert. How can they fight when several of them are level 16? The good rewards are gone. They fought for nothing. What do you guys think? Do you think they still have a chance? If they still hide their strength, how will they win? Can't win either way. The individual levels are there. It depends on what advantageous professions are available. Everyone's focus, instead, was on Yoling, as she had impressed people in the first game. A godly sniper that couldn't be defended against, but now she was facing a second-turn profession. The most excessive thing was that the opponent had actually prepared 2 healers. This behavior directly makes everyone think that there is no more to see. because Yuling just adapted to the firearms, itself has no attack power. The firearms will not have any improvement because of your level, unless you drop money to upgrade the bullets. And looking at Yuling's rags, no one believed that she could have any money. Lin Jian and his group had certainly encountered such a dilemma when they entered the battlefield. They're rushing me, 2 healers, I can't get anyone off in seconds. Healers are good, I can ban them. Ji Yun had a new trick on her side, but how was she going to keep herself? In addition to the healer, there were also 2 swordsmen, both of whom were magic swordsmen who had awakened special skills. It was certainly not on the same level as a swordsman like Wang Dong who could only slash, and lastly, there was that second turn mage. That's right, this was a mage, or an ice and fire dual mage. With the dual system skills, it was indeed much more powerful than Tuli, even at a low level. Leave that second turn one to me, can you guys take care of the rest? Originally, when we got here, you guys could have stayed out of it, since it really wasn't convenient for you guys to be exposed. But we agreed to bet against each other, so winning this round is the only way to truly win. After Jianlin finished analyzing them, he then proposed, how about this, you guys don't participate first, if I can't deal with the number of them, then you guys can join in, okay? Ji Yun was a bit dissatisfied, I haven't even released my skills yet, so it's going to end like this? As long as her skills were released, her identity would be easy to guess. There couldn't be an academy that didn't want a banning master, so she must be a student of some academy. Lin Jian still hoped that their identities wouldn't be revealed and that they would just highlight themselves. Wang Dong and Zhao Feng were straightforward, we want rewards. There's no chance of a second awakening anyway, so why don't you guys wait and see? Well, that's what I think too, let's see how the captain and that second turning cross paths first. Yu Ling supported Lin Jian, if he can't beat us, then it's useless for us to join in, he can take care of us by himself, if he can win, then we'll have a chance, so we need to save our strength. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Jian and asked, are you really okay with this? Nonsense, I put up the challenge myself, of course I'll go first, you guys wait at the back and protect Ji Yun, I'll come back after I've made contact with them first, it can't be harder to kill than Tuli, if we win, the prizes all go to you guys. Lin Jian then wasn't here for any prizes, he told Yuling to take the 3 of them to hide and went forward himself. His behavior made the audience very confused. What's wrong with this guy, is he going solo alone, looking down on second turn mages so much? Even if he's at the front, it should be that night, is this gunmage's blood thick? The first one just now shows that this person is a bit of something, he can spot the lurking assassin, but now he doesn't work, there's no attack power, the other party is bringing 2 healers, his sweeping damage might not even be enough. While at the exchange site of the 2 academies, Ji Wuyo, who was watching the live stream, was in deep thought. Through the confrontation he watched before, he felt that this team shouldn't be stupid, so why play like this? Winning or losing was normal, but it would be too disappointing if you made any stupid moves. Dean G, what do you think this person is going to do? I'm not sure, he should still have his bottom card left to reveal. I also found out that he should have special skills that greatly limited the previous assassin. The deans could all see a general idea, and even saw that Lin Jian's skill strength wasn't weak. They could recognize that in fact, Lin Jian's value wouldn't be lower than anyone on the team, so why go up and give it away? This time, the Divine Clergy Academy's team didn't engage in any sneaking around, and directly the 2 swordsmen killed over. The mage from the second turn, waiting in the back, he also had long-range skills to deal with Yolngard. Unable to discover it, it was estimated that he would burn the entire area together. The result was that the 2 swordsmen met Lin Jian head-on, and to be honest both of them froze for a moment. Why are you alone, where's your teammate? Hiding? Did they think they could hide? It seemed that with the second turn sitting around, there was basically no need to worry about any sneak attacks. Lin Jian was honest when he spoke, no, I don't know your bottom line in this one, so the others won't be able to go on for now, I'll explore your strength, and they'll go on if necessary. What do you mean, one person to take us on alone? The 2 swordsmen's mouths were open and round, the Divine Clergy Academy had met a lot of challenges in the past, but this was the first one that was so rash. The students of the Divine Clergy Academy were all the best of the best, and an equal confrontation was already very strong. Now these 2 were freshmen, but they were also geniuses selected from all over, where could they stand this kind of anger? I'll do it, you guard the side against his teammates. Immediately a swordsman stepped forward, a gunsmith was just a gunsmith, this distance was simply useless to him. The swordsmen weren't the assassins from the last game either, their defense was thick and they had a healer behind them. I'm alone, let's try your strength, bloodlust, berserk. His sword swung and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Oh, still a berserk swordsman, this kind of enemy was very dangerous, as this kind of profession was also an unbeatable choice for defeating high-level opponents over the levels, and in the berserk state, his own strength increased many times. Including speed and strength, as well as his own defense, it could be seen that the blood on his body was burning. It was still a self-inflicted form, burning blood to gain combat power, very close to taking medicine. At the same time, Lin Jian saw a cloud of water vapor wrapped around his body. This was a healer casting a spell. One person went berserk, and there was someone behind him to replenish his blood. He had the nerve to say he was alone. Lin Jian looked around and activated his skills first. Change Life Night Eyes Exploration. Then he found that within 500 meters, the rest of their team was already in position, the two healers were clearly positioned, and there was also that second turn mage who was not far away ready to support. Change of Life Divine Chain Binding. Life Change Hell's Whale. These two skills came out, and Lin Jian had finished locking on the two of them as well. Chapter 66 Are You Provoking? As soon as Lin Jian locked on, both of the other two felt it. What is this? They hadn't encountered this before. The first swordsman was a bit inexperienced, and didn't care that much. Attacking the enemy first was usually the right thing to do anyway, and making the other party unable to send out their skills in this situation should be the best option. So he attacked. The speed of the mad swordsman was insanely fast. The sharp sword instantly stabbed Lin Jian. The audience also can't understand. What is a gunsmith doing close to someone? How is the strength not to mention? Your brain is not good, ah? This is quite a berserker style, ah. I'm afraid that this sword can't be avoided even if it's a few levels higher. Well, this gunsmith is in trouble. He can't walk away. It seems that he has to quit the fight. Looking at it like this, the side that arranged the healer is very dominant. Hey, it's not right. This sword poking at the gunsmith, how come the other side hurts a little more? Everyone saw that the sword blade stabbed through Lin Jian's chest, and he also took a stance to make the other side stab a little smoother. Usually this is an act that violates common sense. Isn't it a bad brain to not dodge? Not only did he not dodge, but he also sent it toward the tip of the opponent's sword. The result is what? Is the other two swordsmen all painfully curled body. Kidding aside, this was a 16 times pain enhancement. If he stabbed Lin Jian once, the two of them were each suffering 16 swords. So why would Lin Jian dodge? He wouldn't even take the initiative to attack the other party. It was more efficient to attack himself. It was just a level 16 new student. It wasn't even enough to look at in front of Lin Jian's eyes. In terms of natural skill bonuses, they would have to be at least 16 times stronger to be equal to Lin Jian. But at the same time, Lin Jian still had the focus function, so it wasn't really too hard to take on a second turn. What, you? Life changer? In pain, both swordsmen looked at Lin Jian with wide eyes. After poking their opponents, the two of them actually had even more horrifying wounds. That's right, it's me. Lin Jian didn't hide anymore. It was the second round anyway, and whether or not he could fight would be revealed. He simply lifted his hat, completely revealing his face. I'll let you all laugh. I can't hit anyone at all, so I might as well hit myself. Aren't I being merciful? Then, he reversed the gun and aimed it at himself. Bang! This shot into the body was equal to the other two taking 16 shots each. Heal, quickly heal. The two healers in the back began to power up, striving to make up for all the damage before Lin Jian dealt it. However, a 16x damage burst wasn't something the healers could fix. Their skills just mended and went into cooldown. They couldn't save such a speed of damage. As a result, Lin Jian was still standing, and the two swordsmen were already lying on the ground dying. At this time, the high-level healers set up on the battlefield took over the two. Accepting the skills of an off-field healer was tantamount to forfeiting the match. Seeing that the two had managed to be saved by the healers, Lin Jian glanced to the side. Remember, don't apply any healing spells to me, or else your unauthorized intervention in the match is also cheating. The off-court healer guarding the side froze. Yeah, how would this be judged? Because this was a life changer, he caused the opponent's damage by attacking his own body. He attacked himself while you healed. Wouldn't this hinder the fight? That's what you said. If you lose your life because of this, don't blame the Clergy Academy. Of course I said it. Everyone saw it. There was no way Lin Jian needed a healer. His own recovery was much faster. Any act of healing was a hindrance in his eyes, a stumbling block that prevented him from inflicting further damage. The outside of the arena was already in an uproar at this point. This unexpected situation left everyone unresponsive. What's going on, life changer? I remember, I watched a news story a while ago about life-changing masters. Yeah, at that time, I was still laughing. How can there be such a funny profession, taking a life and exchanging it with someone? Now it seems like he doesn't have any major problems himself. with so many injuries, won't he die? Everyone saw that Lin Jian had quite a few injuries on his body, even though his opponent took 16 times the damage, but his damage like that wasn't actually small, and he actually carried it off. It was two swordsmen. Swordsmen were the warriors who rushed to the front line, and their defense was definitely thick. The two houses exchanged here, and Dean Gu was so surprised that he stood up. What, a life-changing master! After saying this, he looked at the two vice deans of the State Academy. Standing Vice Dean and Ji Wuyo were actually surprised as well. They didn't know why Lin Jian was here. Dean Ji, as I recall, you guys took in a SSSS rank life changer, right? That's him. Ji Wuyo didn't hide it, but the fact that we don't know about this matter doesn't represent the attitude of our National Vocational Academy, and this challenge of yours doesn't restrict him from enrolling, right? And he was still a special enrollment when he entered the National Vocational Academy. Then is this considered a provocation by your National Vocational College students? It depends on Dean Gu's attitude. If you guys insist on saying that we provoked, I'll go and stop him. No need to stop, let him fight. It had to be said that Ji Wuyo's stance was just right, the response was too natural. First of all, it was stated that this was not our official attitude, we were not aware of it, so there was no provocation. Student behavior is also unreasonable for them to control so much, and this opportunity is given by you guys. The most crucial place is that it secretly mocked the Divine Vocational Academy, and this mockery is hidden very deeply. Do you guys think you can't beat them? Can't beat it, then we'll admit our mistake and hurry to stop our students. In such a situation, could the ancient dean admit defeat? Since all the provocative road has come to our heel, let him continue. Interesting, life-changing master. Pity this occupation, such a person did not enter our Divine Clergy Academy, he must be unwilling. Still plastering himself, in fact, Lin Jian didn't care about entering or not entering the Divine Clergy Academy. It wasn't himself that he appeared here for, but it was the ancient dean who misunderstood. Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang glanced at each other, and it was clear that both of them were helpless. Eyes exchanged opinions. They felt that this was a fight that Lin Jian was going to win. Clearly this one that the Divine Office Academy had sent out wasn't that much stronger than Turi. Of course, to others, this dual system mage was indeed stronger than Turi. But in front of Lin Jian, how many faculties you have is just a means of bouncing attacks back at you. And although Turi didn't have this person's attack talent, his ability to carry damage wouldn't be lower than this person's. To Lin Jian, how many means of attack you have has little effect, the key is whether you can carry it yourself. Even more tricks, it is only two kinds of ability, offense and defense. Compared to Lin Jian, only defense is important. You have to be able to carry dozens or hundreds of times more than Lin Jian, before you can barely fight against Lin Jian. Chapter 67. This challenge, regardless of life or death. As soon as Lin Jian made his move, the two talented swordsmen had retreated. And the other swordsman hadn't even exerted his ability, there was no need for it. Lin Jian didn't care how strong his opponent's attacks were, it didn't matter what kind of swordsman you were, the stronger the attack the faster you lost. The off-court healer took the two swordsmen away, Lin Jian continued to wait where he was. Come out, what are you all hiding behind? The only one left on the other side with attack power was this dual system mage, but he was the previous year's Clergy Academy genius, his cultivation speed was first rate, and he was still an SS-ranked profession, the pride of the heavens. For him, he must have thought that he alone could pick off the entire opposing team. Just kidding, that all is only completed the first turn of the team, this second turn is not casually hanged? Now that the other party had easily solved two people, if he didn't show up, it was like he was afraid of him. I said, who is it, life changer? I have seen this news, at that time also for you, sorry. Pity for what, you think you can beat me? Oh, the fact that the Divine Clergy Academy doesn't want you speaks volumes. Does that have anything to do with the fact that you can't beat me? Lin Jian was just directly mocking, no one could hold back this kind of provocation and not make a move, right? Making a move was the right thing to do, a profession like Lin Jian couldn't wait for people to make a move to beat him up. The dual system mage was actually a bit weak inside, who wouldn't be confused by such an act of exchanging lives, but he didn't know Lin Jian well enough. He also taunted, you exchanged two opponents at the same level as yourself, can you still fight now that you're injured like this? No need for nonsense, just come. Really, then I'm not polite, gotta respect an SSSS level opponent. The dual system mage was really nonchalant, and immediately instantly sent out an ice spell, blizzard, icy sky and frozen ground. His choice was basically the same as Tori's, instead of using fire-based skills, he came up and froze his opponent. If he restricted Lin Jian's movement, he thought he was invincible. So he came up and released an advanced spell, it was hard to instantly release this skill, it could freeze an entire area. All the spectators exclaimed in shock, they all felt at this moment that Lin Jian had lost his chance of survival. The point was, at this time, Lin Jian hadn't unleashed his skill yet, and when his opponent froze it was a large area. The two academies exchanged here, and Dean Gu revealed a smile. Not enough experience, this is a freeze spell, it's a control skill, your academy's people can't even send their skills in time, it looks like they don't stand a chance, and the remaining 4 can only surrender, it's a pity, it's a pity. Ji Wuyo didn't say anything as he and Vice President Chang glanced at each other. They both knew that this move would be useless against Lin Jian because Turi had tried it. Although the freezing range of Turi's move wasn't as large, the actual effect on Lin Jian was the same. Vice Dean Chang still wanted to save the day in time. Dean Gu, this student, in fact, is also a prick in our place, those who challenge him have to sign a life and death contract, isn't it a bit dangerous to fight like this? Dangerous what, his profession is like this, not fighting for life and death is taking advantage of him. Dean Gu instead helped Lin Jian, so there shouldn't be a limit to his fight, why are you guys scared? A SSSS ranked priesthood, if it folds in our priesthood academy, that's indeed embarrassing. He was still complacent, in fact, Vice Dean Chang was doing it for his good. Dean Gu, I mean, if he injures your people, we will be very embarrassed. You don't have to worry about that, how many years have we been conducting this challenge, when has the Divine Clergy Academy ever suffered a loss? Dean Gu still felt that it was the other party who had wimped out and spoke for his own students, in that case, someone, contact the scene, I want to speak to the people at the scene and ask them to be merciful. Immediately, someone connected Dean Gu's call to the battlefield. I'm Gude, the life-changing master of the challenging party, you should be someone from the National Vocational Academy, right? As the Vice Dean of the Divine Vocational Academy, I feel sorry for you as well, it's a pity for this profession. But the fact that you participated in the challenge shows that you're still upwardly mobile, I can only let our people stay. You guys pay attention, just leave him alive. How good is this, face is all recovered, and it also looks like he is incomparably forgiving and tall. The live broadcasts were all playing, the audience could see it, the Divine Vocational Academy was taking a big advantage. At this time, the two deans of the National Vocational College both stopped talking, it seemed that they had to give the Divine Vocational College a bit of a lesson before they could do so. What they had to think about was how to wrap things up, their own people had to be brought back, right? If Lin Jian won later, the Divine Office Academy would definitely be furious, and it wouldn't work without the State Academy stepping in. And at this time, Lin Jian sacrificed one of his kidneys and gained the hegemony body. Are you the dean? Once he was free of the control, Lin Jian immediately answered, this was the opportunity he was looking for. What, you're not under control? I'm asking you, my sister, was she robbed by you guys? Who is your sister? What does it mean to be hijacked? We're here in the Clergy Academy, we wouldn't do such a thing. Really, other people do things that you, as the Vice Dean, know about? When Lin Jian asked this, Dean Gu was not in a good position to give a definitive answer. For him to say that he knew all about it was obviously bragging. Even the dean couldn't possibly know what everyone did, what right did he have as a vice dean? In the Priesthood Academy, there are many capable people, precisely because each has their own temperament, so they will secretly do some things that others do not know, some even very excessive, but the Academy in order to save face are harboring. Because the face of the Divine Clergy Academy could not be lost, and the authority of the Divine Clergy Academy was infinite. Of course I wouldn't know everything, but there's no way the Divine Clergy Academy would do such a thing. Listen to yourself what you're saying, do you find it funny? The Vice Dean was even mocked, which angered the ancient dean. Young man, don't give yourself too much of an inch, I heard that you had to sign a life and death contract when you accepted a challenge at the National Vocational Academy, right? Lin Jian also realized what he said, yes, it's fine here too. Our verbal promise counts because everyone can hear it. Good, then I'll have all the healers withdraw from the battlefield, this one is regardless of life or death. It seemed equal, but now Lin Jian had been restrained, and there were still 2 more healers on their team. 2 healers holding up a second-turn mage, it felt like an army coming wasn't enough to send off. However, at this time, Lin Jian had already broken the ice, what I want is for you to say this. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Life change hell whale. Lin Jian threw out his direct talent skill during his hegemony time, binding the second-turn mage. Dean Gu didn't even expect this. What, there's actually a hegemony? Then who would have thought of it? The 2 deans of the state vocational academies next to him thought of it, and they were both shaking their heads. Chapter 68, The Clergy Academy Can't Be Too Bullying. Lin Jian realized that as long as he provoked, the other party would send up all that he wanted. That felt really good, that's what he wanted, otherwise it wasn't really easy to tell if the off-site therapist guarding the side made a move, since the off-site therapist's rank was significantly higher than the two freshman therapists on the field. How did he know that Lin Jian had to sign a life and death contract for accepting a challenge at the National Vocational College? Whatever, anyway, Lin Jian had the initiative now as he walked towards that second-turn mage. I wonder how his ability to carry wounds compares to Turi. Turi might be a bit worse in terms of skill talent, but his defense wasn't bad, and this second-turn mage was a speedy upgrade. Come on, hit me, the only way you can win is to hit me. You're only level 16. 16 level how, does not prevent the fact is happening. These people are really interesting, think they shouted out this will be useful, there is no use at all, what happens in the real world, to use strength to fight. People Tully at least have prepared, but also get a blocking ring. This one was not prepared at all, he didn't even know how to fight a life changer before. Earth Fire Prairie Fire. Genius indeed, this kind of wide-range spell, others struggled to cast it. And this one instantly sent it out, what he didn't know was that the faster he attacked, the worse he got. Almost immediately, Lin Jian stood motionless amidst the blazing fire that sprang out of the ground. The mage, on the other hand, had already burned all over his body, rolling on the ground, wailing in pain. What injuries hurt the most, of course, were injuries where the nerves of the entire body were stimulated at the same time, such as extensive burns. Lin Jian's side was actually able to endure it, while the pain of these injuries on his body had been transmitted to his opponent more than 200 times. Don't be afraid, we'll heal you. The two healers in the back came into play, giving the mage a quick reply. The mage's ground fire was too fierce, but it still worked if the two healers struck at the same time. It could only heal the injuries, not slow them down, and Lin Jian was still in the fire. The second-turn mage was still wailing in pain, only he had people helping to recover from his injuries. Lin Jian shook his head, it couldn't always be like this really hurt people to death. Right, it's not burning to death, it's hurting to death, healing while burning, that pain is repeated over and over again. But someone on Lin Jian's side couldn't stand to watch, and suddenly there was a fluctuation of energy. The two healers' spells actually didn't work. They were banned by Ji Yun at the same time, and Lin Jian were both stunned. Ji Yun, is that you? It's me. Didn't give you any trouble, right? Your headphones aren't burned? It's fine, the headset I covered it. Lin Jian smiled, in fact, Ji Yun did not make a move as okay, this dual system mage will really be his own ground fire to pain. But it was fine, the healer was wasted, the scene was better controlled instead. He walked out of the fire, the horrible burns on his body were actually recovering quickly, then squatted beside the mage on the ground. How is it? This is the power of your own spells, the first time you tasted it, do you still want it? No, you go away. Don't panic, I won't attack you, I'll only attack myself. Lin Jian pulled out his own dagger and poked a slash into his thigh before poking the other one. This one obviously didn't have Turi's resistance and couldn't stand up at all, lying on the ground and rolling around. And at this time, at the exchange office of the two academies, the ancient dean had fallen into silence. In Ji Wuyo's ear came the tiny voice of Vice Dean Chang, that forbidden speech master, is also from our school. I know. Ji Wuyo nodded, the problem now is to keep them from noticing others, they'll only stare at Lin Jian, who's here for his sister, with those two things, they won't be able to notice anyone else. Vice Dean Chang nodded his head in deep thought as well, and at this time Dean Gu also noticed them mingling. Dean Chang, it's not right for you to connive at students coming to provoke, right? Dean Gu, look at what you're saying, we tried to stop it just now, didn't you not let it happen? That's different, what just now, your students are already on the field. Dean Gu, didn't you listen to what he said? At this time, Ji Wuyo had no choice but to speak out in defense of justice, his attention was drawn to Lin Jian, he said that you guys took his sister captive to the Divine Clergy Academy, and as far as I know, there is such a thing. So, this matter doesn't belong to the dispute between our two academies, and it's not like we're trying to provoke you. Rather, it is the sister of this student of ours who was captured by you. Such a disgraceful matter would have nothing to do with what student status he has, this is basic human reasoning. I believe that all those who are watching the live broadcast will understand that it is you who have taken the person away, yet you say that it is the National Vocational College that is provoking you. Dean Gu was speechless, indeed, people were watching the live broadcast. It wasn't like it was something you could change with your red tongue, everyone heard it. Lin Jian was here for a personal matter, purely a personal grudge against you. They are so old, and they are also the dean, but they do not want to play the game of announcing their own victory, when the bystanders are little cuties. What? So the ancient dean's face is green. Come on people, check, who took his sister? Yes. Immediately, someone went to check. Even though he was the vice dean, he could still find out about this kind of thing if he wanted to use his privileges to check, and the proper dean couldn't stop it even if he came, because what Lin Jian had said involved the reputation of their divine clergy academy. Although they hadn't always cared about reputation, they had relied on their strength to bounce back. But this time was still different, because it was openly said so in a live broadcast. Normally, if someone was unconvinced, you guys were too lazy to care, and anyway, these people's voices didn't spread far, and you still had power. Now that Lin Jian's voice had actually reached everyone's ears, it couldn't be shameless. With this attitude of Dean Gu, he knew it was true. To hide it is not out of the question. Internal communication, the caliber of the same that we did not do. In fact, Lin Jian cannot prove anything. But there are two deans of the National Vocational College on the scene. Can they just watch and not say anything? Also, Ji Wuyo seems to know about this matter. The Divine Vocational Academy cannot be completely ignored at this time. At this time, Ji Wuyo was still drawing towards this matter. You clergy academy, you're also too unruly. Although the clergy warriors are very powerful, but after all, they all come from the civil society, and it's not good for you to offend the general public, right? This wasn't even a hint anymore. Ji Wuyo was sticking his face in mockery. Who doesn't know this reasoning? All know it, and Ji Wuyo even deliberately spoke it. You used to be a little arrogant, even if it is. The impact of such a big thing cannot be messed up. In the future, the recruitment of people cannot be recruited. All run to the National Vocational College, that is also the Divine Vocational College cannot afford. It is true that there are people who are profit-oriented, but there are also people who uphold justice. In the future, do you want those who are profit-oriented to come to you? This will have a great impact on the atmosphere. Chapter 69: The Mocked Hegemony Academy. On the field, the second-turn mage had stopped wailing, but he had also become much weaker. He was practically powerless against Lin Jian. He had originally thought that the profession of life-changing master was too ribbed, but now he couldn't do anything against Lin Jian. All those skills he usually practiced, the professions he was so proud of, he couldn't perform them at this time. If he couldn't beat Lin Jian, wouldn't he lose? He had seen Lin Jian walk out of the earth fire with his own eyes, but it was as if he hadn't felt the immense pain. Actually, the pain was still there, and it was the undead battle body that helped Lin Jian carry the pain. And the powerful recovery ability also made it impossible for Lin Jian to die in the earth fire. It's time for us to split the winners and losers. Remember what your dean said, life and death regardless. Then let's compare now, who lives and who dies if I go down with this sword. It's possible that I'll die then. Your two healer teammates won't be able to function anyway. In front of Lin Jian, this genius mage was the first one to pee in fear right then and there. He had thought that he was just here to spar. Who would have thought that he would take a life? Lin Jian then put the dagger at his heart. Such a knife down. He ice and fire mage is also not known for his body recovery ability. This knife is certainly not good long. Will die. All the healers are banned. What to do? Wait. There is no need, brother, we are just sparring. Cutting a deal? Then just now when your dean put the word out, you should have quit, but you didn't. You obviously think you can kill me, think you have me under control and can do whatever you want, huh? There's logic that you get a kick out of when it's placed on someone else, and it's embarrassing when it's your turn. As he spoke, Lin Jian sliced into his chest, and the genius mage screamed miserably. My god, so ferocious? Still a genius, being played like this by a talent one-turner. The clergy academy is this? Don't say people, in my place, I can't think of what to do, there's simply no way to crack it. Yes, it is not to play is not, life-changing division is so insoluble. But if he changed his life, why is he himself still so spirited? Everyone saw that Lin Jian was definitely not acting as painful as his opponent at this time. Isn't it logical that how much pain you have can only be passed on to your opponent? It seems that this life swap master has a secret, and that's the key to life swap. The mage's defense and resistance, of course, there is no way to compare with the warrior. The second turn is no better. So by this time, the genius mage was already covering his chest and begging for mercy. Slow down, are you really going to kill someone and don't intend to save face? The system resounded with the voice of Vice Dean Gu again. He was intimidating, trying to utilize the authority of the Divine Clergy Academy. Lin Jian heard happy. Why should I give you face? What's in it for me? You guys took my sister and didn't even say a word. What should you think if you were in your place? What more face do you guys want? Everyone heard this, and in their hearts they were of course thinking the same as Lin Jian. A normal person's reaction, family members missing of course anxious, and normal people leave home certainly will also say a word. If there has been no news, that must be taken, the family will certainly be anxious. Therefore, Lin Jian still does not believe that his sister is safe. If the person is safe, according to normal people practice, why can't the sister come back to say a word? You could have eased the situation a little bit even if you had asked someone to pass on the message. Normal people's hearts are so big that they can rest assured without asking for news? If Lin Jian didn't want to inquire about his sister's news, that only meant one thing: he didn't care about this sister at all. It didn't matter if there was news or not, it was the same dead or alive. If one cared a little bit about one's own family, how did one manage not to inquire? Okay, we promise to let you see your sister. I don't understand this. My sister was indeed captured by you guys in the clergy academy? According to my information, your sister was captured and was rescued by our people from the Divine Clergy Academy. You should thank the Divine Clergy Academy. According to you, whoever you saved, his life is yours? That's different from being dead? On Dean Gu's side, it's actually not a good idea to push too hard, because the two deans of the State Vocational Academy are still there. And so many people listening, usually we think, to save someone's life, he should be in the same way. But this perception is obviously wrong, that is if he is willing. Apparently Lin Jian's sister didn't even have a chance to go back and report a message, and that's what she was willing to do? This was clearly holding a favor hostage and bullying. The ancient dean couldn't answer well, and at this time, Lin Jian added to the dying genius mage on the ground, according to your dean, if I let you go, your life will be mine. In the future, whatever I want you to do, you have to do, you can't disobey. Even if I let you be a dog, you have to learn how to bark properly, because if I spare you a life, you can live all because of me, right? This was obviously not right, and Dean Gu knew that this would not stand up to scrutiny if it got out. Although Lin Jian was playing even more of a trick with this statement, Dean Gu's explanation wasn't much better. Lin Jian, that's your name right, your sister can get a better future if she stays in the Divine Clergy Academy. I said, provided she's willing, otherwise you're not qualified to define a better future for others. Lin Jian's words made Ji Wuyo very much recognize them, and she couldn't help but say to Dean Gu, maybe, our National Vocational Academy is better able to make use of its strengths. Look, this life-changing master is still studying at our National Vocational Academy. Dean Gu glared at Ji Wuyo, which made it even worse to hold Lin Jian. Originally, the students on the side of the State Vocational Academy shouldn't have provoked the Divine Vocational Academy in such a competition. It should have been an embarrassment for Ji Wuyo's side, but the facts that had been checked out now were because of Lin Jian's sister's affair. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, the National Vocational Academy was able to taunt them in the process. The famous Divine Vocational Academy went around arresting people, not even informing their families. As for them, the National Priesthood Academy had taught what the Priesthood Academy considered to be a waste of priesthood, and today, they even slapped their face back. No matter how you look at it, it was the National Vocational Academy's side that had the advantage. Ji Wuyo could be too good at playing on the topic, shaking his head and saying, let's not communicate. Why, it's a habit we've always had. Standing Vice President even cooperated with the question, obviously letting Ji Wuyo say the conspiratorial words out. AI, what can be done if others take us, the National Vocational College, as that kind of bully mouth? Dean Gu's face turned green. In the past, they had been bullies outside even 10,000 times without blinking. But this time is obviously different, the impact is too great, plus there is the National Vocational College side inciting. The two deans of your National Vocational College are also here. I won't bully you in this matter. Can this fight be over? It's over, classmate, you can surrender now, plus don't forget our reward. Chapter 70 Communication is a human condition. Because of the exposure of the Forbidden Division, the matter couldn't be ignored by the National Vocational Academies. Lin Jian's purpose of expanding his influence had been achieved, and the effect was better than he thought, because it so happened that the two deans of the State Vocational Academy were here, and if it was just Lin Jian alone, they might not have been so enthusiastic. And with the appearance of the Forbidden Speech Master, they realized that this team wasn't that simple. There couldn't be any omissions in a popular profession like the Forbidden Speech Master, and there were definitely still students from the National Vocational College in this team. Therefore, Ji Wuyo stood up for Lin Jian on the spot, stating that he would oversee the promises that the Divine Vocational Academy honored. The competition had only been suspended when Ji Wuyo went to meet Lin Jian's squad. How many members of our academy do you guys have here? By the way, Dean Ji, if it's not alright, I'll just top it alone. Is this something you can top alone? Is our National Academy the kind of place that doesn't care about students? Ji Wuyo even pretended for a bit, and Lin Jian doubted that he would be like this if he was alone. Even though he had won the fight, it didn't affect the fact that many people still thought that the life-changing master was chicken ribs. Because as long as you don't become an opponent with Lin Jian, you'll never realize how terrifying it is to be there. And in this match, Lin Jian had carried it and the opponent hadn't. That only meant that Lin Jian's defense was higher, and the fact that the other party's two healers were banned didn't mean that your life-changing mage was powerful, and if there was help from a healer, people still felt that a dual system mage was better to use. People's second-turn genius mages are a big hit out and have a much wider development direction. What's the point of a life changer if you only deal with a small monster, you also take the life to change? This is very unpleasant in the eyes of many masters, cannot reflect the style of masters at all. Then did they promise me to see my sister? Don't worry, they can't rely on this when it's publicized in the livestream. At the same time, it's an internal matter of their Divine Clergy Academy. Let's wait for them to resolve it on their own, and remember, even though they're all from the Divine Clergy Academy, they're not a whole. Lin Jian understood this argument, which meant that the Divine Clergy Academy would shrug it off. If the National Clergy Academy took this to blackmail them, they would say that it was a certain person who did what they wanted, and that it had nothing to do with the Divine Clergy Academy as a whole. This is already good. In normal times the Divine Clergy Academy wouldn't even bother to take a look at you. That's good. I originally thought that I still have to fight until the third game. What, you have confidence to fight until the third game? Ji Wuyo froze. This kid really dares to think the Divine Vocational Academy wants to play the third game means that they are really anxious. That kind of situation, even if the people from the National Vocational Academy are here, they may not give face. People have anxious eyes. When they are really anxious, people won't listen to anything. The core person in this match is not much stronger than Turi, so I think there is still a chance in the next match, and with all the attention on me, dealing with me as a level 16, how shameless can they be? It was also true that if the Vice Dean was also in a hurry, it was time for the Dean to come out. To be able to make the Divine Clergy Academy completely break defense shamelessly, Lin Jian shouldn't have this ability yet, right? Ji Wuyo then looked at the remaining ones. Who are you all? I'm Special Enrollment, Zhao Feng. Special Enrollment, Yu Ling. Formal Student, Ji Yun. I'm not from your school, ha. It was still Wang Dong who had the least worries. Without the identity of a student of the National Vocational College, he was the purest challenger. But now the focus was no longer on any identity issues, but rather the matter of Lin Jian's sister. In this matter, the Divine Office Academy was indeed unkind. Although Ji Wuyo was a bit angry that these students were a bit too messy, the result was good. Exchanges weren't about fighting and killing, exchanges were about human feelings. This does not prove that the State Vocational Academy is slightly better, good, then this exchange is not necessary to engage in. Public occasions are State Vocational Academy students when the two academies do not need to exchange. Ji Wuyo can bring the student representative back. At this time, even if he said no comparison, we are weaker than you, in the years of the Divine Vocational College is also like a yin and yang. Lin Jian's team was also considered to be fighting for the National Vocational Academy's face. Encouragement was needed. Zhao Feng, Yuling, you two are subsequently official students. And what all of you did today, the National Vocational Academy will remember it, but it can't be proclaimed just yet. Because this is, after all, unorganized and undisciplined, going against the principle of exchanges between the two academies, the next one will not be an example. Ji Wuyo's words were tantamount to a guarantee that they would be rewarded in the future. But it couldn't be said yet, because secretly sending people to participate in this kind of external challenge was against the tacit agreement between the two academies. So Ji Wuyo discouraged it in principle, but it had to be rewarded. Dean Ji, that. Wang Dong is my brother, he is actually very powerful. Let's do it this way, he will follow you to report to the State Vocational College office and follow you. Ji Wuyo also agreed to let Wang Dong join the State Vocational College, which was the most rewarding person among them. Wang Dong immediately grinned happily. Good day, Dean Ji. Ji Wuyo shook his head. Do you guys still have any injuries? I will arrange for someone to treat you. No need, we're in good shape. Lin Jian, you're going to see your sister soon, don't you want to change into better clothes? Oh, did they really promise? It's that easy? Lin Jian felt like there were still some tests to go through. The Divine Vocational Academy was that easy to let go? But in reality, with the National Vocational Academy right here to keep an eye on it, the Divine Vocational Academy wouldn't be stubborn on this matter. Soon, Ji Wuyo brought them to the exchange office of the two academies. The standing vice dean of the State Vocational Academy was waiting here. They had actually brought two more teams of students, but it seemed that they couldn't use them now. They had conferred that now was the best situation for the State Vocational Academy, and they were afraid that further exchanges wouldn't do much good. Seeing a few people, Vice President Chang was also a bit surprised, but he didn't show it. Very well, the few of you are considered to be exchanging on behalf of the State Vocational College, well done. A few people looked at each other in disbelief, and Lin Jian couldn't help but ask, isn't there another exchange? Standing vice president glanced at him with complicated eyes, with these two of you, there's no need for other exchanges. This was called growing a big face and taking it as it comes, of course there was no need to make it so clear. Furthermore, they defined these two games of Lin Jian's as exchanges, so there wasn't any provocative behavior. How else could they explain the provocative behavior of Lin Jian's team? That was going to seriously affect the relationship between the two academies. It seems that your National Vocational College has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Dean Gu appeared, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly feeling that the National Vocational College was being unkind. A serious exchange was disturbed by this unexpected challenge, so what could be done? If the National Vocational Academy agreed, then that was how the Divine Vocational Academy declared it to the public as well. After all, losing to the National Vocational Academy wasn't too fortuitous, after all, that was also a formal academy. Brother! Without waiting for the others to speak, a person appeared behind Dean Gu and shouted out joyfully at the sight of Lin Jian. Xiao Ye. Chapter 71, Disdaining the Divine Clergy Academy. This was Lin Jian's sister, Linya. Now his sister was also quite famous, because Lin Jian had stirred things up and tied up the Divine Vocational College with public opinion. Many people knew that there was such a thing, and the first time they saw Linya they all lit up, a very good-looking girl. Only, Linya was seriously ill, and it was obvious to see the sickly look. Several years in a state of serious illness were very dazzling. Linya pounced over and hugged her brother first, and before Lin Jian could ask her, she started to say, I tried to find you every day, and they wouldn't let me. It's okay, now that I found you, they didn't do anything to you, did they? No, they said they wanted to help me awaken. I don't want to, I want to see my brother. Actually, this wasn't a bad thing, but the Divine Office Academy bullied people too much, not treating them as human beings. Even recruiting students was like robbing slaves, without any freedom. Linya was clamoring to see her brother every day, and they were ignoring it, which was a bit too much. You call this a good thing? How can there be a good thing where not a single bit of news is revealed to the family, and in a world like this, would the family not associate her with being dead? This move would bring a major psychological shadow to any family. But at this time, Dean Gu spoke. This matter, which was mishandled by one of our professors, has nothing to do with the Clergy Academy. But you should also see that she is safe and sound, and the Clergy Academy did not mistreat her. At the same time, if she receives an education from the Divine Clergy Academy, not only will the illness on her body heal, but she will also awaken the divine priesthood at the same time. Isn't that a good thing? When he said that, it made it seem like Lin Jian's group was being too unreasonable. Look, we're treating your sister so well and helping her awaken. Aren't you being a rascal for making a scene? How can I say this, Dean Gu? People always have feelings when they're alive, right? At this point, Ji Wuyo also had to help Lin Jian speak on. You guys taking someone away without asking is robbing them, and not informing the family is extremely bad behavior. It doesn't match the status of your Divine Clergy Academy. As for her illness, and the issue of awakening, our National Vocational Academy doesn't dare to compare to the Divine Vocational Academy, but it's not without a solution. Look, the fact that people's little sisters are anxious to see their relatives every day doesn't show that? Before Lin Jian had stirred things up, Ji Wuyo wouldn't have said that. Because he couldn't say anything as the vice president of the National Vocational Academy if he offended the Divine Vocational Academy, but now that it was racked up and the matter had expanded its influence, the Divine Vocational Academy would more than likely put the matter to rest and he would be able to help out a bit along the way. If Lin Jian hadn't stirred things up so much, it actually wouldn't have been useful for the National Vocational Academy to speak up. That was why, before, Ji Wuyo hadn't dared to mention this matter either. The power of the State Academy was far inferior to the Divine Office, and it could be said that it wasn't on the same level. If the matter wasn't publicized like this, the Divine Occupation Academy would have treated Ji Wuyo the same way and wouldn't have treated him like an onion. So Dean Gu was also very upset, but he could no longer say anything in this matter. Lin Jian, your priesthood rank is very high, the priesthood courtyard isn't looking down on you, but don't you think about your sister's matter. She stays in the priesthood courtyard, she has a better future than anywhere else, talk things out, and it'll be nothing. This matter was tolerated by the Divine Clergy Academy, but the person still had to stay, right? There were professors who had their eyes on Linya. However, Lin Jian wouldn't be weak in this kind of thing. Indeed, the Divine Office Academy is desired by everyone, but you can't make decisions for others in this matter, and neither can I. We all have to respect the person's own decision. With this one, the decision was handed over to his sister. There was no problem if Linya could stay in the Divine Office Academy for the sake of her future, but this had to be her own decision. Brother, I'm not staying here, they're no good, I'm going to follow you. Have you thought about it? This is the Clergy Academy, the place everyone in the world aspires to. Of course I want to be good, brother, I tell you, that professor? That woman is a little perverted. With these latter words, Linya lowered her voice and said, every time I see her, I feel uncomfortable. Lin Jian nodded, okay, Dean Gu, my sister doesn't want to stay, I'll take her away. Lin Jian, ha? You guys are also clear about what kind of opportunity was missed, right? Dean Gu, this is my sister, I will make her happy for the rest of her life. If she can't even be happy, then what future is there? Well said, where else can you all have such an opportunity? Without strength, how can she be happy? I'll use all my strength to make sure she's happy. If I can't do it, that's my own business. Lin Jian was full of confidence, he knew exactly what people lived for. Having money, having strength, that wasn't the ultimate goal. What was the purpose of having money, and what was the purpose of having strength? It wasn't to have a happy life. If Linya felt that he would be afraid here, then to stay hard would be to give up on the end. Next to him, Vice President Chang was also very upset when he heard this. Is this when the National Vocational College doesn't exist anymore? Dean Gu, her illness, is indeed brought about by her talent. Our National Vocational College is not completely helpless. Is that so? Then you'd better not beg to come here to my Divine Vocational Academy again. Dean Gu smiled coldly. Obviously, he had brought Linya from that professor, and there was also an unpleasant occurrence, and that professor was so powerful that he didn't even lose to the dean, and this matter had indeed made it difficult for the Divine Occupation Academy. In order to recruit talent, some personality quirks of the professor they also hard to keep. Talent, of course, have this and that kind of problem the Divine Office can tolerate. But this matter had too great an impact. As the vice dean, he couldn't ruin his reputation for a sickly girl. Don't hurt the peace, things end here. Ji Wuyo came out to round up the situation. Everyone calm down a bit, it's time for us to end the visit. By the way, you guys have to cash in their rewards, we'll slowly talk about other things later. Dean Gu had a hard time, he still had to give the rewards. It's not good if you don't give it. This team that challenged Lin Jian won. What will others think if you don't give it? Then don't do it in the future either, it will adversely affect all the Divine Clergy Institutes in the Alliance. The Divine Clergy headquarters will punish them. Okay, of course there will be rewards. You guys can each pick a piece of equipment or exchange it for money. Also, you guys can make a request to the Divine Clergy Academy after you've fought the second game. But I'm telling you guys, don't go too far, or else the Divine Clergy Academy will help you set that request. There would definitely be favors, but a lion's share of requests would be waived. Lin Jian certainly knew this. What was the position of the Divine Clergy Academy? It was already not easy to do this today. The rest of the team stayed quiet and looked at Lin Jian. He was the captain. So this condition was brought up by Lin Jian for them. Can we strive for a second awakening? No. Then I'll have to ask the team what conditions you're going to propose. At this time, Yu Ling suddenly said, how about, we ask for a chance to try out. Chapter 72 Clergy Academy's Secret Trial Realm. Lin Jian knew that Yu Ling was the one with the idea. She was well informed and knew what to ask for, so listening to her would be right. Zhao Feng, however, asked strangely, what trial? Is it very impressive? Well, it's a very usual divine domain in the Divine Clergy Academy called the Blind Zone. Blind Zone? It doesn't sound like a place to practice anything to me. Contrary to your intuition, it's a good place for Clergy Academy students to practice. When Yu Ling spoke of this, it shocked the several deans beside her for a moment. This place wasn't something that everyone knew about, it was indeed a secret area that belonged to the Divine Office Academy, a place where they trained their elite students. Even many of the Divine Office Academy's own students didn't know what the name of this divine realm was. The Blind Zone, as the name suggests, was as if it was a place that many people usually forgot about. But here, it was a mecca for many elite students to practice, and the human students who could enter here were all geniuses among geniuses. This request from Yu Ling could be said to be very precise. The key was that she even knew about it. Dean Gu froze. Won't you guys choose something else, like staying in the Divine Clergy Academy? Surprisingly, no one was willing to make this request. They could not accept it, but for you guys to not even aspire to this is really a bit of looking down on others' topmost academies. Isn't it a bit offensive to not mention joining them in front of the Divine Clergy Academy? If they mentioned it, then the ancient dean was still in a good mood, although he wouldn't accept anyone other than Linya, but as long as the ancient dean was in a good mood, he could give another generous condition. and this blind area was indeed also the focus of the Divine Office Academy's Divine Region. What, you won't agree to this as well? Yu Ling faintly asked. This condition of hers was just right, stuck at the pain point. It was impossible for the Divine Clergy Academy that was even more excessive than this to agree, and she looked down on those that were worse than this. What is the purpose of joining the Academy? Wasn't it because the Academy had resources, for the sake of these Divine Realm's secret realm resources? Not only the resources for practicing, but also the materials on the monsters, all of which were key targets to obtain. Divine Realm resources were not the same as the dangers in reality, because the levels were controllable. The monsters in the special Divine Realm secret realm you entered wouldn't exceed your expectations, and there would be monsters that couldn't be dealt with as expected, so it was extremely rare for lives to be in danger, and it would allow one to hone and grow. If the monsters were too strong, then they would simply be destroyed and it would be impossible to grow. Promise, this is what you guys deserve, you girl knows a lot. The ancient dean still promised. He also did not want to pull too much on this matter. Go in and practice a level, just nothing unacceptable, also shows the generosity of the Clergy Academy. Otherwise it is too small and petty, also looks ugly. Then you guys prepare, I will let a team from the Divine Clergy Academy accompany you. But let's make it clear first, any accidents you guys have inside, you can't rely on us. Here, it's a holy place for our elite trainees to practice. If you guys are greedy, there will be a huge crisis. Dean Gu wasn't bluffing, safe or not was relative. It was true that no uncontrollable level wild monsters would appear inside, but the intensity of the monsters was high. It doesn't matter, our two vice deans are also watching and will come to the rescue if there is a crisis. Ji Wuyo picked up the conversation. Bottlenecks in leveling often appeared when you weren't up or down, such as this state after the first turn. If your personal level was high, then you could have many powerful skills. If your level is low, the monsters won't choose to be very strong. The state of not being up or down is the most difficult. High-level monsters can't be fought, and low-level monsters don't have much experience value. So this was where the Clergy Academy was ahead of the game, only they could accelerate at this stage. Ji Wuyo also felt that it was a pity if their elite students also had this opportunity. The conditions for practicing were something that Lin Jian, the squad, had fought for on his own, and there was nothing anyone else could do if they were greedy. 5 people in addition to Ji Yun, basically all special enrollment. Wang Dongbi special enrollment is even worse, are not specially recruited. There are too many swordsmen, this is the largest number of all professions. 5 out of 10 of the awakened clergy are swordsmen, and your S rank doesn't make it much of a shock. After resting for a day, Lin Jian led his squad to follow a few deans to the Divine Realm entrance. This is the blind area, it's our Clergy Academy's special god's domain. I hope you guys can grasp the opportunity, and it's the greatest tolerance the Divine Clergy Academy has given you. Also remember, if you guys can't hold out any longer, you can signal for help. The ancient dean handed over a stone sealed with power, which was used to call for help. As long as this seal was broken, the power inside could be sensed by the outside world, and one could go in to save others. But at the same time, the trial would end, and the opportunity would end there. Lin Jian took the stone and smiled faintly. There might not be a chance for this. Young and impetuous, if you don't want to die, then there's nothing left. Trials still have to be a little scientific, life is not guaranteed if the intensity is too excessive, but Dean Gu did not say much. Open the Divine Realm, go in, how to choose is up to you guys. I've also arranged for a team to receive you inside. There's also a team from your Divine Clergy Academy? What are you worried about? They're also freshmen, their first turn like you guys. Lin Jian shook his head and, without hesitation, led the squad into the Divine Domain. Outside of the Divine Domain, there were just 4 vice deans left, and suddenly, they felt quite twisted. What were they in for? If there were any talented students, it would still be worth it for the 4 deans to wait here, but Lin Jian's group was basically special enrollment. Or special enrollment from the National Vocational Academy, and none of the elites they had prepared for the exchange were here. Ji Wuyo suddenly asked, Dean Gu, you still look down on life exchange masters? Dean Ji, you look down on it, then why didn't you let him become an official student in the first place? There will always be doubts, it depends on his own performance. Dean Gu is very competitive. What do you mean by that? You still have a team of your own students in there, don't you still have to compete? Ji Wuyo recognized Dean Gu's climbing mentality at a glance. That's right, Dean Gu was arranging talented students inside. Although they were all freshmen as well, they were definitely geniuses among geniuses. The momentum had to be won back, there were many monsters inside. What could he, a life-changing master, do? This is why the life-changing division is chicken ribs. Do you think that the actual battle is a one-to-one change, but also tell you what is fair? Dean G, this is wrong to blame me, everything is for safety. Dean Gu still had a stiff upper lip, of course, the geniuses of our Divine Clergy Academy are also here for the trial, so it makes sense for them to be inside, right? Those who were able to enter the two academies were handpicked, and those who entered the Divine Office Academy, which one wasn't better than the State Vocational Academy? Every year, the State Vocational Academy only handpicked a few to barely be able to communicate, and the rest were all trash. Chapter 73, Seeing Qin Xiu Again. After entering the Divine Realm, Lin Jian first asked the crowd, "What equipment have you all picked out? I'll see what enhancements are available so that I can arrange what monsters to fight." "I picked a sacred lance, and Wang Dong picked a sword, which is said to be very powerful." Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both chose weapons because their efficiency was really low, and the weapons boosts might be able to give them a hand. Yulin said, "I chose a scroll, mainly for saving my life at critical moments." A life-preserving scroll. Then Lin Jian stopped asking and looked at Ji Yun. Ji Yun raised her hand. "This is also a protection ring that will give me a tertiary shield when I use it." Indeed, there was nothing wrong with her, a forbidden master, needing life-preserving equipment. Lin Jian nodded. "Alright, Zhao Feng, let's try the strength of both of your weapons first." Just as he said this, Yu Ling suddenly warned, "Someone's there." Not only did she have a knack for sneaking, her perception was also at the ready, whereas Lin Jian's needed to turn on the skill. Everyone looked forward, and sure enough, 5 people appeared in front of them. "You're the team from the National Academy, right?" A voice floated over. "We're the freshman team from the Divine Vocational Academy, taking you on a trial." Zhao Feng was unconvinced. "We're all freshmen, what makes you guys able to take us?" But Lin Jian heard the voice was familiar, and he seemed to realize who was on the opposite side. "Qin Xiu?" "Lin Jian, it's me, we can finally meet again." Sure enough, 5 people approached. One of them was Qin Xiu. She swept her gaze over the 5 people, especially on Ji Yun for a few more moments. She didn't know what it meant, but didn't care about Yuling. She probably didn't think it was a good look. Then she spoke to Lin Jian. "You're not simple, you shocked the Divine Clergy Academy." "It's just a random challenge. You guys, this is going to be with us?" "Our dean's intention, of course, is to compete again inside. We're all level 16 as well, let's see who's more efficient." "I see, your dean has a strong desire to win." Lin Jian knew that people who were not convinced were like this, they wanted to compete with you at all times. With everyone watching, of course Dean Gu wouldn't be too much of a scoundrel, but he would think of all to get back. Qin Xiu was one of the powerful opponents. She didn't need to do anything to make people feel inferior. A SSS ranked weapon master. If it wasn't for Lin Jian, a SSSS rank, she would be the highest rank. Still a weapon master, physically it's already all powerful. A few like Zhao Feng Wang Dong are not as good as a weapon master by a hair. "Captain, you know her?" Yuling asked suspiciously, and Lin Jian nodded. "Qin Xiu, an SSS ranked weapon master." He then heard Zhao Feng and Wang Dong inhale, the level and the divine profession, either of which made them salivate. If such an opponent had appeared in the previous challenge, then they wouldn't even need to compare, they would just die of jealousy. What they lacked, others were all powerful. "Is she your girlfriend?" This. Yurin asked another sentence that he didn't know how to answer, saying yes, it was definitely not right. But it can't be too quick to say no. Apparently Qin Xiu was quite annoyed to hear it. "I'm so good and you still dislike it so much?" This awkward question, Lin Jian intended to let Qin Xiu explain, so he looked at her. However, this question of Yuling was also not something that Qin Xiu could answer directly, it always felt like she was being suppressed. "This student, my relationship with Lin Jian, do I need you to ask about it? Who are you?" This appeared to be a bit stronger, but it would be suspected if it was a default relationship? Yuling faintly said, "I'm not known, just a gunsmith, or a special recruit of the National Vocational College, are not official students. With you the pride of the sky cannot be compared to you, will be embarrassed to say it, said you cannot remember." Seems like a bit of gunpowder flavor, also, both sides are freshmen. As for Qin Xiu's team, they were originally planning to have an exchange between the two academies. Lin Jian and the others were a challenge match, and the Divine Clergy Academy felt that they could handle it by sending some random ordinary students. But unexpectedly, everything was broken by Lin Jian, and he even defeated a second-turn mage. This was absolutely amazing. Basically no one could do a level crossing match like this and still win. If there was anyone else who could do it, it would be Yuling, the gunsmith, but for her to win she would have to take on a huge amount of family money, and if she had it. To defeat a second-turn mage out of thin air, it would be enough to consume all of a tycoon's family money. That's why no one is that stupid to directly use money to smash, they all train their own divine priesthood warriors. Alright, since we're all in the divine realm, we don't need to go toe to toe on the surface. At this time, a boy came out from Qin Shou's side of the team and said with a smile. He was a person who made people feel sunny at first glance, but at second glance, there was something indescribably strange in the sunshine. Zhao Feng asked, "Are you?" "I've seen your list, you're Zhao Feng, right? S-ranked Lightbringer Knight." "Actually, our professions are similar, I'm a SS-ranked priest, if you guys had me in that battle, I'm afraid the winners and losers wouldn't have been the same as they are now." There really was something off-putting about Sunshine, and he was still so cocky. But that being said, if his priest skill was strong enough, it wasn't arrogant. Because the priest also had a healing skill, he was still SS ranked, one level short of the highest SSS. That was the highest before, and after Lin Jian appeared, it was raised another notch. "So what's your name?" "My name is Yang Chong, remember that name because I'm the captain of this side, Lin Jian, do you think you can defeat our team?" He pointed his spear at Lin Jian's side again, so Lin Jian was surprised, "Haven't played, not sure." Qin Shou was dissatisfied, "Yang Chong, Dean didn't let us in to fight against them." "I know, you're very optimistic about this hairy kid of yours." "He's not my hairdresser." "Well, we're here to lead the way and give you directions to the monsters, at the same time, would you like to have a friendly competition with us, to see who is the most efficient? This is a good place to practice leveling." Sure enough, it was full of provocation, Lin Jian didn't care, it was obvious that the other party was unconvinced. It's also reasonable, Lin Jian's team can't be efficient, the two whiteboard barebones S priesthoods can only be chopped one by one, Yuling relies on bullets to smash the money, and Ji Yun, the forbidden master, doesn't have a direct attack power. A random mage, throwing in spells crushed their efficiency. As for Lin Jian, he had to level fast and could only find high-level monsters for level crossing kills. There were more of them and Lin Jian's efficiency really wasn't high, so their team was awkward. Just compare, whatever you guys feel like, it's not like this is a regular tournament. Yuling's light words dissolved the other team's provocation, or were her words so lethal that they seemed like children? Just betting on a breath, what can you guys get if you win? Chapter 74, They Must Be Jealous of Each Other. Yang Chong was also anxious once he heard Yuling's words, "Then do you dare to bet?" "Then what do you think? What can you bet on?" "Money, do you guys dare to come?" "Oh yo, you said that to us in the divine realm, who knows if you guys will honor it if you lose." Yuling began to yin and yang again, this time it really pissed Yang Chong off. "You ugly monster, look at the way you're wearing that, it should be me who doubts if you guys can afford the money, so let's do it this way, I'll bet $500,000, can you guys afford to keep up? If you can't afford to keep up, say how much money you guys have on you, and let's sign the agreement." "Then sign, I personally bet with you." "You ugly still dress like this, will you have money?" "Then look at what this is." Yuling said, and suddenly took out a card, which actually looked like it had a special frame inlaid around it. That frame was yellow while the card was black. This guy directly made Yang Chong stutter, "Black. Black Dragon card. Impossible, this will be your thing? You are not talking about jokes, who in this world dares to pretend to be the owner of the Black Dragon card? Who the hell are you? Then you don't care, you just need to know that I can afford this $500,000. This matter confused Lin Jian quite a bit, this card was powerful? He knew that Yuling probably didn't lack money, but he was just guessing, he hadn't thought about how rich Yuling really was. The two of them were really quick to sign the agreement, but Lin Jian was a bit uneasy. "Yuling, you really don't care about this $500,000? "No. Why do you assume that we'll lose? In terms of killing monsters efficiently, we do come up short, even if you use special bullets to strengthen your attacks, it's worth more than $500,000. You have to have confidence in yourself, Captain, you can't let me lose." Lin Jian shook his head, "Why are you still relying on yourself?" To be honest, their team was really not as efficient as other people's mages throwing skills continuously. They didn't even need any mages, they had a weapon master on their team, it was impossible to kill slower than them, and they killed bosses even faster. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of sparring, but he still didn't have much confidence in the efficiency of killing monsters. He saw the smirk in Yuling's eyes, did she have any ideas? "Forget it," she promised. Lin Jian thought that she must have a grasp on it, right? "Since you guys said you're here to lead the way, let's get started. Where do we start?" "See those two canyons in front of us, one on each side, the canyons are proper practicing grounds." Yang Chong pointed ahead, "You guys pick one at random, we'll go to the rest and see who's faster." Lin Jian looked up and saw the two canyons, they were actually two sides of one canyon, they could enter from the center. "So how do we compare? Compare the number of monsters killed." Nonsense, the strength of the monsters here are all the same, with the exception of the bosses, quantity says it all. Lin Jian really didn't know how to choose, he wasn't familiar with this place, but at this time, he saw Qin Shou hinting at the right side with her eyes. That would be that the right side was easier, the divine realm would have a record of kills, so of course the easier the monster the greater the advantage. There were monsters that were good to kill and still had high experience, so of course they prioritized such monsters. Lin Jian knew that Qin Shou wouldn't screw himself over, they still had a bit of love in them originally. But just as he wanted to choose, Yu Ling spoke up, choose the left. Ha? Yu Ling, are you familiar with this place? Not familiar, I feel it should be the left. As she said this, she looked over to Qin Shou's place, this couldn't be two girls fighting, right? Lin Jian didn't know what to choose, but at the very least, he couldn't let there be infighting in his team. Let's go left then. It didn't matter, as long as everyone worked together, Lin Jian didn't think there would be any problems, he was always so confident. If he couldn't kill the small monsters, then he'd just do the boss, he was more efficient at messing with this. Qin Shou saw that Lin Jian wasn't listening to him, a bit angry. You guys will regret this. It's okay, Weapon Master, it's my money that's being gambled anyway. This has nothing to do with money, you guys came in, didn't you come in here to level up? You're the one affecting your teammates. Oh, my teammates don't care, huh? It was as if Yu Ling was really fighting with Qin Shou as she turned back to look at her teammates. Zhao Feng and the others nodded their heads, it didn't matter, they had earned it by coming in anyway. Captain, this Yu Ling seems to like you, fighting with your childhood friend. Wang Dong whispered in Lin Jian's ear, Lin Jian cried and laughed, surely that wasn't the case. What childhood friend, don't talk nonsense. Still pretending, that Weapon Master is so protective of you, they must be jealous of each other. Forget it, no more explanations, Lin Jian wouldn't be so innocent, Yu Ling wasn't such a simple person. There was a vague feeling that Yu Ling actually had a higher vision than anyone else, she was never a woman with vanity. Once she said that she couldn't be too pretty, so she had gotten herself fixed up like this. Would such a person have a strong sense of vanity? The conclusion was that Yurin deliberately created a situation where people thought they were jealous of each other, in order to hide her purpose. Also, she's well informed, so maybe she's familiar with this inside. So there's no chance that the left side was the one she was going to choose in the first place. Well, it's your choice, you can't blame us, it's not too late to regret. Yang Chong even asked them to choose again to show that he was so powerful that he had no need for luck. But Lin Jian insisted, we'll pick the left side. Lin Jian, you. Qin Shou was so angry, he didn't expect Lin Jian to be so ungrateful and ungrateful. Yang Chong sneered, then we'll go over there, you guys have to hurry too, we'll go over to you after the fight. After saying that, he led his Divine Clergy Academy team away, still slow and not at all in a hurry. Lin Jian quietly asked Yulin, now, you should say what's in there, right? It's not much, the monsters in there are cold poison bee swarms, which are really hard to deal with. What, cold poison swarm? Now Zhao Feng and the others were dumbfounded, this was much harder to deal with than the other monsters, small and poisonous. Monsters were actually better to fight if they were bigger, if they were poisonous bees, it would be very hard to deal with, they were too small. And it was very poisonous, this kind of cold poison was nothing with a single attack, but if it was attacked by a group afterward, even a second turn divine would have a hard time topping it. The point is, fighting against such numbers is not their team's strong point. What, do you think I'm a competitive woman now, are you regretting it? You? Hey! Zhao Feng also found it hard, why did he have to fight this with someone? Lin Jian, however, felt otherwise, you're not a competitive woman, just now he said you're ugly, you don't have much of a reaction. But any woman with a bit of vanity couldn't possibly ignore that epithet of Yang Chong. The deadliest point of attacking women was to belittle their looks, even if it was the truth. Chapter 75 Difficult Poisonous Bees. Then the problem came, Lin Jian's group entered the canyon before they truly felt the difficulty. Only after entering the canyon, they had already seen the poisonous wasps in flight, and it was called a despair. This monster is a bit too small, right? Do you guys think I can poke one with a sword? Wang Dong took his new equipment and gestured into the air. The others also froze, no matter how big the poisonous wasps were, they were still smaller than normal wild monsters. Hitting this kind of monster was a big loss because it was hard to hit, even if the experience of each one was a good deal, it actually wasn't as good as the big ones. It's like the difficulty of hitting a mosquito, I'm even willing for the mosquito to turn into a rabbit, it's better to hit. Zhao Feng was also quite difficult, even if hitting a rabbit only has the experience of a mosquito, I'd still prefer to hit the rabbit. Lin Jian laughed, Don't be silly, rabbits can run. Captain, you're still laughing. How are we going to win against them with this? Gee, and even if he can ban the poisonous needles of the poisonous bees, we'll still have a hard time beating them. Poison needle can't be banned, it's like a self-given talent, passive. Ji Yun immediately disproved the rumor. Not everything can be banned, although the poisonous bees don't speak either. But they carry poison, which isn't a skill, but a self-brought talent. It would be too unreasonable for this to be banned as well. Lin Jian faintly said, it doesn't have to be a win. Didn't we come here to practice? The poisonous bees in here are small but have a lot of experience. I think that Yuling definitely has a way for us to upgrade together. Everyone looked at Yuling. Yeah, she picked it herself. The bet was still her money. Yes, I have a way. Yuling didn't pretend anymore. Because the poisonous bees give experience according to quantity, it's cost-effective to practice leveling, but this poison is too vicious, and no one usually chooses it. Now that we're teamed up, let me do it. By the way, the poisonous needles that you guys have collected can be sold to me. Her goal was more than just leveling, it also included poison needle materials. By the looks of it, it was prepared to be used as bullets. This was too poisonous. By the looks of it, you don't lack money? Well, when did I say I lacked money? Yuling asked back. Lin Jian was dumbfounded. She was wearing such rags, she looked like she was poor. I thought this was something that didn't need to be said, I didn't think. She was actually pretending. This is still a rich family's daughter? Doesn't make sense. Then what is she afraid of? The bottom so good a beautiful woman into this? Then you arrange it. Lin Jian let Yuling take command. Since she was familiar with this place and had her own plans, it would be better to leave it to her. Anyway, she had chosen this place. Without her, Lin Jian and the others wouldn't have known about this place. And they, as a team, had a certain amount of trust. None of them had any grudges or interests against each other, and they had even gone through the challenge together. It could be said that they were a very united team. Yuling nodded. Then I'm not polite. I'll buy all the poison needles you acquired for a heavy amount of money, as well as the experience the team shared equally. Don't worry, each of the poisonous bees in here has a large amount of experience. This was also the benefit of the Blind Zone God's domain. All the monsters in it had a large amount of experience. The problem is that generally no one chooses poisonous wasps. Killing a poisonous wasp is indeed equivalent to other small monsters. It seems that the poisonous wasp is smaller. However, the poisonous wasp is more difficult to kill, which is quite understandable. It is because it is too small and highly toxic. The entire canyon of poisonous wasps, if attacked together, no one can stand it. Even if the top experts came, such as those 4 vice deans, they wouldn't be able to carry it. Of course, they wouldn't carry the damage hard and would take the initiative to kill the poisonous bees. Yuling was the same. My plan is like this. Set fire. You guys go to a few points separately, wait with the scrolls. I'll attract the poisonous bees' hatred. Fire them after gathering them together. They have low fire resistance. You're not afraid of poison? Don't worry, the poisonous bees can't find me. I'll hide at the right time. When the time comes, you guys will burn. That's why the others won't come. The poisonous bees usually don't get gathered because a few of them would be enough for the average priesthood to receive a lesson. Yurin just had that backbone. She alone could gather most of the poisonous bees? It wasn't something that could be done easily, as it would require attracting a very high hate value. Just like Lin Jian attracting the Matrix's rage value before, if you do too much damage it's easy for the other party to hang up. If it's too low, the other party can't stand it when they attack you, and the poisonous bees will have to lure the monsters for a longer period of time. And how do you make sure that you don't get stung in the meantime? What about me? Lin Jian knew that Yuling was the most experienced in the team, so he didn't go worrying about her. With your abilities, you can go find the queen bee. It's a boss monster, but the level isn't that high. Queen bee? Normally, isn't the queen bee chubby without much attack power? The queen bee of the cold poison bee is different. Your body's resistance to injury is strong. I wonder how about resistance to poison? I'll try, you guys lead first. Lin Jian decided to give it a try because the queen bee represented a large amount of experience. Since the level wasn't high and there was still a lot of experience, it would be a shame not to fight it. It was said to have more experience than all the high-level monsters he had fought before. The only suspense was Lin Jian resistant to poison or not? He knew he was immortal, but poison injuries were still different from other physical injuries. Generally speaking, fire was considered a legal injury, but what it actually caused was still physical damage. It was just a legal attack that would physically destroy the body. Poison was different, destroying it from the inside. Cold poison is even more metaphysical. This is one of the famous strange poisons. The poisonous bees are not high grade mainly because the dose is too dispersed. There are rumors that 3 poisonous bees sting a person at the same time, that the second turn of the clergy instantly become ill. And this poison is not good to solve, by chance can survive our irreversible aftermath. After the discussion, Lin Jian first looked for a place to hide. Zhao Feng Wangdong and Ji Yun also took their positions. They each took the fire scrolls given by Yu Ling and set up a fire formation in a specific place. This fire formation was only equivalent to the power of an S-rank fire mage. The key to this was whether or not Yu Ling could lure all the poisonous bees into the fire formation. Normal fire mages can't come in cheap, because at most they can only burn a few, and then the poisonous bees will surround them from all sides, and they will also dodge, and the mage's skills won't be able to kill many of them even if they run out of steam. Yu Ling moved, and Lin Jian saw her shoot incendiary bombs in the valley. The gunshots also rang out, immediately attracting a few poisonous bees, and then Yu Ling ran with them. The poisonous wasps actually had quite a bit of intelligence, and didn't immediately swarm on them, but only a few of them were chasing after them. Yu Ling shot, and she actually solved those few poisonous wasps. It was too accurate, except that next, the poisonous wasps started another larger-scale tentative attack. This time there were dozens of them. Not only that, the poisonous wasps in the entire valley moved, but they still didn't swarm. The sea of poisonous wasps seemed like black clouds, flying black and hovering over the canyon. They're so smart, they know they'll get burned if they gather, they'd become refined. Captain, go find the queen bee, this is the most crucial part, I don't need to worry here. Chapter 76 Number 1 Strange Poison. After lamenting the intelligence of the poisonous bees, Lin Jian also started to head deeper into the valley. At this moment, the poisonous bees were all paying attention to Yu Ling. It was a great opportunity for Lin Jian to go deeper. It seemed that the poisonous bees had already been killed with experience. They knew that swarming them was likely to get them burned in a single fire. The poisonous bees weren't weakened any other way, but their fire resistance was extremely low, so they certainly hadn't been beaten up before. Gradually, the poisonous bees have raised such a system of confrontation. It does not matter how many are sacrificed, it is to use the number of skills against you, never swarming, but instead, the trialists have a great headache, and the hair skills and feel the loss. Yu Ling's idea is to draw most of the poisonous bees by virtue of his sneaking skill. The black swarm of bees covered the canyon, and Lin Jian was only able to get around it from the edge. So where would the queen bee be? At this moment, the 4 deans were also looking at their location. How did you get to the Poison Bee Valley? Dean Gu said suspiciously, and Ji Wuyo froze, is this the Poison Bee Valley? Yes, although the poisonous bees are very experienced, they are not easy to fight, they have been burned a few times before and have become very cunning. Your trainees are not very smart, besides, a life-changing master can face 10 million counts of poisonous bees? Obviously the numbers were too large for Lin Jian to deal with. Dean Gu thought, since their core is a life-changing master, you should always find a boss, right? A single target may be powerful, but it's not like you don't have a chance with a SSSS level life-changing master. When the number is large, can you skillfully put it over? The terror of poisonous bees lies in the number and toxicity. They might have their intentions of sending someone to lure the monsters and then decapitating the queen bee? Oh, the poisonous bee swarm is not so good to deal with. Kill the queen bee is also the same attack. They will not disappear, and besides, if the queen bee dies, there will be a new poisonous bee evolve into the queen bee immediately. So complicated, then you have to face the swarm, no shortcuts. Vice President Chang was also shaking his head. It looked like Lin Jian's team had chosen a stupid path. Other than using fire, the cold poisonous wasp swarms weren't good to kill at all, and you'd die of exhaustion from all the knives. On Lin Jian's side, he also stopped caring about Yu Ling and did what he could on his own. He was sneaking around while checking out the swarms of bees, and with the cover of the shrubs, he continued to go deeper into the canyon. The poisonous bees were all flying up, preparing for battle in the air above the canyon. They were truly cunning. At this point, even if there was a massive fire spell that burned the entire canyon, they wouldn't lose too much. But this move was also convenient for Lin Jian. He wouldn't encounter poisonous bees if he moved forward again. Ahead, where the poisonous bees were constantly taking off, was definitely the queen bee's main nest. Lin Jian was still waiting by the side for a long time, watching wave after wave of poisonous bees take off, continuously. Yu Ling, can you still hold up? I'm fine, the more I lure from my side, the emptier the hive will be, and the more chances you'll have. Listening to the voices Yu Ling, Lin Jian began to focus on his situation when a poisonous wasp suddenly appeared around him. In order to avoid the poisonous wasp from signaling an alarm, Lin Jian grabbed it with one hand and crushed the entire thing. It was only a poisonous wasp, its poisonous needles had already stung Lin Jian's hand, and Lin Jian sat down to slowly feel this strange poison. The wound was in severe pain. If Lin Jian wasn't used to injuries, he would normally cry out in agony. Not only was there a powerful pain, but Lin Jian also felt his entire arm stiffen with the cold poison. So powerful, just a tiny poison needle can injure me like this. It had never happened before, even though he was immortal, this injury was still too much. It was more painful than having an entire arm chopped off, as the poison continued to eat away at the body. The power of the ice and cold was fighting against the undead body, and if a few more of them appeared now, Lin Jian couldn't really say. It didn't take long before the cold poison had already eroded into his body through his arm. However, a majestic vitality erupted in his body, fighting against the cold poison that had first appeared. The poison had already attacked his heart, but it was here that Lin Jian's talent came into play and began to push the poison outwards, driving it back into his arm and then gradually disappearing again. The severe pain was still there, but it had begun to recover. With just one shot, this effect had been achieved, worthy of being a legendary level strange poison. But it was rumored that no one could collect this kind of toxicity. Could you Ling do it? Lin Jian raised his head again and looked through the shrubs at the black swarms of bees over the canyon. So many. Even if the immortal body could carry it, I'm afraid it would be enough to drink a pot of it, and if it didn't die from the pain, it would turn into an ice sculpture. It is indeed a bit scary, low fire resistance, but toxicity is huge. Poisonous bees can fight for numbers, people can't, this is the law they rely on to survive. Lin Jian was waiting for his body to adapt to this toxicity. Ordinary people's bodies can evolve resistance to toxicity, as long as they are exposed to a certain kind of poison often, not to mention Lin Jian's immortal body, so it would be beneficial for him to adapt more now. Soon, he touched another place where the poisonous bees were inhabiting. When the poisonous bees all flew up, he grabbed the last one and took another shot. Sure enough, it's resistant, the second shot doesn't hurt as much as the first. Lin Jian had confidence, he had already begun to adapt to this strange poison, and now the toxicity couldn't affect him much. Before it was still able to erode into his body, now the toxicity had been pressed into his arm and eventually eliminated. Then the third one, the poison resistance was actually getting higher and higher. Lin Jian was more fortunate that he could take a few of them to adapt. If a few attacked him at the same time, it would definitely be very hard to bear. It was hard to say if he could challenge the body of immortality, he would definitely have to lie down for a long time. This toxicity could also prevent his body from recovering. Many poisons could dissolve the body, making recovery quite difficult. Seeing that the resistance was almost up, Lin Jian regrouped his mood. Now that he could withstand more attacks from the poisonous wasps, he could go and find the queen bee for a bit, but there was a large black mass in the sky, so it was better not to mess with it. The entrance to the hive was a cave, and the poisonous bees flying out of it gradually decreased. When they thinned out in the end, Lin Jian decisively struck. He blocked the entrance to the cave himself, and there were still a handful of poisonous wasps flying outwards, so he used both hands and came to crush one. And at this moment, the team felt the benefits. Lin Jian had a lot of experience killing poisonous bees. Captain, did you start attacking? There's a lot of experience? Yeah, one has 10 points of experience, if we burn all these in the air. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were very joyful. If they burned them, the experience would be massive. And at this moment, the 4 vice presidents outside looked dumbfounded. How is it possible? The poisonous wasp's cold poison is one of the best. He's not afraid. It's still a close quarters attack. Can he make sure the bee venom doesn't get on him? Dean Gu himself didn't dare to go in like this. Lin Jian once again refreshed his knowledge. Even warrior professions with strong defense, at an advanced level, can't withstand 3 poison needle attacks. Ji Wuyo shook his head. I don't know, we can't see the specifics. Chapter 77. What makes humans have power? The 4 deans couldn't see the specifics, and the situation was even more frightening than they thought. Lin Jian was taking 1 intense poison damage for every poisonous wasp he killed. If any other first-turn divine cleric was here, but if they were hit by 1 shot, they would have to lie down, and lying down was waiting to die. It was that evil. However, Lin Jian's 2 arm senses were numb at this point, and there was no pain. That meant that his poison resistance was getting higher and higher. His immortal body was like a super immune system, and his resistance to toxicity soared violently. Finally, there were no more poisonous bees flying out of the cave. It seemed that the adult poisonous bees had all flown out. The only ones left were also crushed to death by Lin Jian. There should only be some larvae left inside, as well as the queen bee, right? In front was a huge space, and there was indeed a giant wasp inside. Unlike what Lin Jian had imagined before, this queen bee wasn't fleshy and without attack. On the contrary, although this queen bee's body was large, there seemed to be a layer of armor covering the surface. Similar to a beetle's hard shell, but instead of a whole piece, it was covered in layers upon layers. Wild monster, cold poison bee queen. Level, SS grade. Level 25. Talent, soul devouring cold poison, corrodes all life forms, plus freezing effects. skill, poison needle flying, speed flight. To be honest, this level wasn't that high, not as high as the bloodthirsty werewolf level Lin Jian had killed before. However, the horror of this toxicity transcends the werewolf. It's something that no one can really afford. Even Lin Jian's physique can't handle it a bit at first, and the SS level is really true to its name, except that the fire resistance is also really a bit low. And this queen bee actually has wings, and it's huge and can fly. Lin Jian looked down and saw that all the eggs below were densely packed. This guy can lay a lot at once. Luckily, these eggs weren't able to hatch right away, and the survival rate would eliminate some of them. Buzz. The queen bee sensed the crisis, and all of a sudden, her wings vibrated in the hole in the ground. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Life change hell whale. Change of life gravity imprisonment. All at once, Lin Jian released his natural skill, not only binding, but also casting gravity imprisonment. This caused the queen bee's wings to no longer flutter, as its body was simply too large. Lin Jian sighed in relief. The bigger the body wasn't the better. This didn't look like it would be hard to kill. If you have a small body, this 50 times gravity doesn't really have much of an effect, like ants can casually carry objects 50 times their own weight and just walk around, but it's only limited to small bodies, and after they get bigger, this ability doesn't exist anymore. Because they still have to bear their own weight. Lin Jian was just about to unleash Life Swap when suddenly, for a split second, his surroundings seemed to go black. He felt a special kind of energy fluctuation that was strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was a power that was different from the normal priesthood, but it would never come from the queen bee. There was another power. Ha 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 ha. You're finally here, been waiting for you for a long time. Who are you and why do you recognize me? Lin Jian looked around vigilantly. At this point the queen bee wouldn't move and there were no other creatures here. However, there was a black aura rising from the queen bee's body that wasn't there a moment ago. At the same time, Lin Jian also noticed that he had been completely isolated from the team, meaning that his teammates couldn't perceive him now, equating it to an off-team status, and even communication couldn't work. This place was actually isolated. It's strange, isn't it? You have to realize why this place is called the Blind Zone. The Blind Zone means the blind zone of the gods. It's a secret that not many people know about. Human, you're making me angry, die here. What a nonchalant. Yet Lin Jian wasn't in a hurry. Now that his opponent didn't even know who it was, he had to ask for clarification. Was this queen bee being controlled, or was it someone else? If it was that black gas, it was really hard to deal with. How should I exchange my life if I exchange my life? Who the hell are you? Do we have any grudges? Grudges? You humans don't deserve to have any grudges with us either. It's just that you make me too angry. Where are you? Have the balls to come out and fight. Oh, I'm right in front of you, so big, can't you see? Is it this queen bee? No, the queen bee was no longer the original queen bee. It seemed to have been controlled. This voice sounded so strange and distorted that it was impossible to even judge the male and female. Are you a demon? Lin Jian suddenly thought of something, but it was just a legend and there was no official confirmation of this claim. Oh, you still know about the demon race? That's right, since you guessed it, I won't let you die for nothing. I am the demon race, and still have an identity among you humans. Originally, you weren't worthy of my hand, but you've messed with me, and I will let you die in agony. Now the question was clear, but how to kill? Lin Jian seemed to have guessed who this was, who all the people he'd messed with lately were, thinking about it. I didn't expect it, the demon race thing was actually true, there must be a lot of secrets in there. Lin Jian didn't know if he could kill this thing, but he could only give it a shot, and before he did it, see if he could still get some words out. What exactly is the demon race? Can you tell me about it? Want to set me up? Oh, don't have that free time, but such a simple thing, won't you think about it yourself? You weak humans, think about what makes you so powerful? While Lin Jian was isolated from the team, his teammates of course sensed it. Hey, the captain seems to have left the team, what's the situation? Yuling, should we continue? I can't perceive the captain anymore. A few people were a bit flustered, thinking that Lin Jian hadn't had some kind of accident. The key was that the disappearance was so sudden, how could it be gone in an instant? Yuling was also a bit bewildered, but she immediately took over the team. He disappeared from sight in the hive. We can't stop, we can't save him if we stop, we can only continue to lure the poisonous bees, and if we don't, the poisonous bees will go back. That's right now Lin Jian is still in the hive. If we don't lure it, the poisonous bees will go back to the hive. Lin Jian will also have a hard time. The problem was that this situation was too weird. They hadn't received any information from Lin Jian's side, they were really a bit panicked. Then what should we do? There are so many poisonous bees, it seems like we can't burn them clean, right? We can only trust the captain. I'll continue to lure the poisonous bees. The captain won't die that easily, don't worry guys. When Yu Ling said this, she was also a bit worried, but she had seen Lin Jian's vitality. There was no way he could be someone who could die that easily, and it would be even more impossible for him to be seconded in one go, so what exactly was the accident? Although she knew more than these students, she didn't know much more. There was no way to judge. After all, she was also in this age group. All everyone could do now was to believe. The poisonous bees were all staring at the sky. Let's find a way to burn a little more of the poisonous bees, then set the canyon ablaze to drive away the rest. Only then can we go in and find the captain. We can't rush. Chapter 78, Living is Still Up to You. At this moment, the 4 deans outside the divine realm also saw Lin Jian's disappearance. Hey, what's going on? How did the person disappear in an instant? I don't know, Dean Gu, is there something wrong with this divine domain of yours? The 2 deans of the National Academy were the first to ask. This was their student. Dean Gu had his own judgment. What's the problem? Isn't this the life-changing master himself who died by switching lives with a monster? I told you earlier, a life-changing master is not an excellent profession, even if it's SSSS ranked, and your National Vocational College is still treating it as a treasure. In the traditional impression, the perception of life-changing was indeed like this. Isn't it normal for a life-changing master to lose his life all of a sudden, and you're still blaming people for problems in the divine realm? Ji Wuyo and Vice President Chang also froze, but Ji Wuyo shook his head. Impossible. What's impossible? You've all seen Lin Jian's survivability. It's impossible for him to disappear instantly. Do you guys think that cold poison is something that's simple? Not to mention him, even if a few of us go into the hive, we won't be able to come back if we're unlucky. We can't stand that toxicity unless we take the initiative to attack and destroy the swarm. Other than Lin Jian, no one was immortal and couldn't carry much damage. Even if the defense was high, it was still limited, not to mention that most professions couldn't have high defense as long as they had high attack power. Not to mention that it was a cold poison. Poisonous bees were good to kill because of the low fire resistance. It's like humans can fight poisonous snakes too, just take a stick, but a human can't be bitten by a snake. But Ji Wuyo didn't believe that Lin Jian could die that fast. It didn't match his previous impression. Even if it was highly poisonous, Lin Jian wouldn't have disappeared in an instant. It was possible that even the divine realm couldn't sense his presence? Don't think about it, Dean Ji, even though this divine domain of ours is good for practicing, it's not without its dangers. As far as Poison Bee Canyon is concerned, a few Turn 2 elites have died before. It's not strange. If people aren't even a little bit vigilant, then it's no one's fault, right? Dean Gu began to be gloomy. Because of Lin Jian he hadn't suffered a lot in the past 2 days. The Professor Wang who brought back Linya had also gotten into trouble with him. That Professor Wang was of a very high rank. The dean didn't even offend him easily. If it wasn't detrimental to the reputation of the Divine Vocational Academy, Dean Gu wouldn't even dare to mess with Professor Wang. But now, he still stiffly returned Linya and turned against Professor Wang. If Lin Jian died here, Dean Gu would definitely be the happiest person. Ji Wuyo couldn't say anything, and looked at each other with Vice Dean Chang, who said, "We have to go in and look for someone." That's not good to go in. Now that they've entered, the Divine Realm has opened up a level restriction. We can't get in now. Then there's no way out? There is, that's to burn the entire canyon to the ground and drive the swarm away first. If this method was used, it didn't seem to work well. If Lin Jian really died inside, wouldn't a fire burn the scene away? And right now, the 4 people in Lin Jian's team were still figuring out how to burn the swarm. Ji Wuyo faintly said, "Wait and see, Lin Jian has to rely on his own efforts." To be honest, Lin Jian didn't expect Ji Wuyo to do anything. At this moment, he was circling that black shadow. The demon race should logically be a creature as well. It wouldn't be a mass of black shadows. The divine chain binding had been withdrawn, and Lin Jian felt that it was no longer useful to bind the queen bee anymore. This shell of the queen bee had already been taken over by the demon race, and the demon race really did have the power to compel people. But right now, the devil race was just a rumor. It was going to involve secrets from long ago. Legend had it that a long time ago, humans didn't possess this power, and then for some unknown reason, humans were able to awaken the priesthood, and the information about it was all in the hands of the Priesthood Academy, and ordinary people wouldn't know too much about it. Are all the demon race like you, without bodies? Young man, how could the demon race not have a body? It's just that they don't stick to a certain image like you do. It's useless for you to pry into this. It's meaningless to know more when you're dying. Since you are a professor of the Clergy Academy, it's not a big deal to teach more. You actually guessed my identity, indeed very clever, just a pity. It seemed that the other party's killing intent was set. There was no such thing as a fluke. Lin Jian had to find a way to fight it off. For something like this that he hadn't experienced before, he could only try. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Life change hell whale. He re-released his skills at the black aura, only to find that it was still bound to the queen bee's body. Is this occupying the queen bee's body? It seems that the black aura is not the form of the demon race, they can only occupy the body of other creatures to function as well, and they also have their own body, if this move is used on a human body. What? You can actually lock me with a skill. This demon clan was also surprised and hurriedly drove the queen bee's body to attack. Tail stinger flying shot. Whoosh! A poisonous stinger shot over at such a fast speed that Lin Jian couldn't dodge it at all, but he didn't actually think about dodging it. This stinger wasn't as small as an ordinary poisonous wasp, its length was practically the same as a tag. It directly penetrated Lin Jian's body, but he didn't react too much, instead he calmly looked at the queen bee. Ah! What's going on, you? So attacking you like that hurts too, that's good. I was worried that attacking the parasitic body wouldn't work, but since it did, I could attack with all my might. Lin Jian's way of attacking, on the other hand, was to hurt himself first, as he pulled out his poisonous stinger and proceeded to slam it into his body. Ah! Why, you're fine with this kind of damage, but this body of mine isn't? Is it strange, the damage Lin Jian received, but it bounced back more than 200 times, can it not be obvious? Although the queen bee was huge, her defense was not high, so this would be a practice ground. Because it was so easy to kill, there had been many students from the Divine Clergy Academy practicing here before, but the toxicity made them retreat. Once Lin Jian struck, he didn't give his opponent a chance. Using the poisonous stinger, he stabbed himself in again against himself, piercing through and through, and the queen bee's huge body twisted. Actually have such an attack, you. You just don't want to run away, I don't believe that after attacking this body, you'll be fine. Lin Jian was even more ruthless next, taking out a bottle of flammable oil and pouring it on the ground. This was prepared beforehand and didn't need any scrolls to trigger it, Lin Jian directly lit it. After lighting it, Lin Jian stood on the fire and roasted himself. Knowing that poisonous bees had low fire resistance, this was the best way to deal with them, and it wasn't like it was the first time Lin Jian had burned himself anyway. Although it didn't have the damage of a fire spell, a normal fire injury doubled over 200 times in Lin Jian's case. Lin Jian was burned to a crisp, but the queen bee was even worse, crackling and burning directly. How can this be, you this ability? Ah! He heard the screams of the black gas and became even more certain of the validity of his divine chain lock. The smell of scorched air filled the hive. Chapter 79, How can you go up 2 levels in a row? Lin Jian sensed that the other party had disappeared, and the divine chain binding was disconnected. But was this a kill? It was also possible that it was just wounded, this demon race's main body wasn't here. Regardless of how badly the opponent was injured, Lin Jian was curious as to why the demon clan could control this queen bee. This was also a powerful boss monster, not to mention the combat power, having your consciousness completely controlled was outrageous, this control shouldn't be able to target all targets, otherwise why not just control Lin Jian? With curiosity, Lin Jian went up and first searched for loot. The queen bee's fire resistance was really low, in fact, it was also because Lin Jian's life-changing damage bonus was high, so now the shell was basically burnt, and at the tail, Lin Jian took out a dozen long poisonous stingers, as long as a javelin. Put it away first, it should be useful later. Lin Jian realized that these poisonous stings that could be shot out were different from the stings of the small poisonous wasps. The stingers of the small poisonous bees only produced venom on their bodies, because once they died, the venom glands wouldn't work anymore, but the inside of these javelin-sized stingers were able to keep the venom intact. Aside from the stinger, Lin Jian couldn't find anything else on the queen bee's body that could be used. What's this? Suddenly, he found a very small crystal-like thing right inside the queen bee's body. It looked like a black crystal. Was this something the queen bee had eaten in, or was this originally growing in her body? Lin Jian couldn't figure it out, maybe being possessed by a demon had something to do with this as well. Regardless of that, he put it into the storage ring together. By the way, when he got his equipment from the Clergy Academy, Lin Jian asked for a storage ring. This thing didn't seem to add to combat power, but it was very expensive. With this, Lin Jian could also carry more things, and the way he fought like this, it was at least a drain on his clothes. The clothes on his body had burned out before, so Lin Jian took out another set and put them on. Then it was time to open the panel and check his experience gain this time. Name, Lin Jian. Profession, life-changing master. Level, 18 first turn. What, killing a boss and rising 2 levels in a row? Lin Jian was shocked, he clearly remembered that the last time he killed a level 25 monster, it only gave him 2000 experience, and this time, the system actually didn't prompt any information about the kill, including the experience gained, as if he was isolated from this divine realm system. Is it the Magic Clan's tactic? It seemed like this was a domain skill, isolating Lin Jian from the divine realm. Therefore, he wasn't considered to be in the blind spot of the divine realm, and the divine realm didn't react at all. 2 levels of experience for 1 rich experience, this is too much. Lin Jian knew that the monsters in this god's domain were all very rich in experience, but it wasn't possible to reach this level. His current level 1 had to be tens of thousands. Did level 25 monsters have that much experience, or did they count what the demons gave them? Talent, Divine Chain. As level grows, the number of targets that can be bound increases, currently the number that can be bound, 18. Undead Battle Body. After exchanging lives, it can trigger the undead genjutsu and permanently increase the strength of the physical body and the strength of the spirit. It also has the focus ability, which allows it to concentrate the damage of all targets bound to it into one person's body. Live Together and Die Together. Reverse Binding, can bind one of your teammates and completely take the damage taken by your teammate. Skill, Hell's Wail. The pain and damage suffered by the body will be increased by 18 times on the target. Pain and damage multiplier increases with level. Skill, Night Eyes Exploration, can detect dangers within 600 meters outside of the main body. Range increases with level. Skill, Gravity Imprisonment, manipulates gravity within 60 meters of itself, with a gravity strength of 50 times its own, and can imprison enemies. Multiplier range increases with level. Skill, Equivalent Exchange, sacrifice a body part to gain 1 hour of dominance. This skill can be used when controlled. Physical Strength, 7.2. Spiritual Strength, 7.2%. Lin Jian scrutinized the changes in the panel, and some attributes increased with level. Gravity Confinement hadn't changed in strength except for its range, which was still 50x, and the Night Eyes Exploration range had been extended. Wait, there's an additional reverse binding? This meant that Lin Jian could help a teammate take damage and could take it over completely. On second thought, this was still valuable. Lin Jian could be used as a support. For example, the teammates who charged in front were definitely taking more damage. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were in the first line of kills, but their abilities weren't exactly the best, and if Lin Jian, the one who could carry the most damage, could share it for them, they had a qualitative improvement. In addition to output, attracting the opponent's skill fire was also an important part. In the front of the charge, in fact, do not need to provide much damage. Sometimes after attracting fire is enough, the output and so on the back row of the long-range occupations to carry out, after absorbing the skills of our side into a time of advantage. To put it another way, Lin Jian can also save one of his party's relatively more vulnerable teammates. For example, mages and other professions, their physical strength and defense does not grow like a warrior. With Lin Jian, these so-called brittle guys could even go to the front and exchange skills with the opponent. This is very useful. With this, we can eliminate the opposite side's fire crisis. Lin Jian was immortal anyway, he didn't have any problems carrying damage. If it was a team fight at the same level, Lin Jian could even carry all of the opposite side's damage, but it was a pity that he could only bind one person on his side. If you can bind more than one person, it's too heavenly. It's equivalent to a single Lin Jian replicating into many. If you could bind many, then you would see a team of undead mages firing together. This was clearly Lin Jian's current skill with the greatest gain for group attacks, of course depending on the teammates having to have large area attack skills. Captain, are you alright? Suddenly, Lin Jian heard Yuren's call. Teaming up in God's domain had special team contacts. Oh, I'm fine, how are you guys doing? Just now you disappeared straight out of the group. We thought that our side was fine too, and the swarm was burned down by us for the most part, and the rest were driven away by the smoke and fire. They don't dare to enter the canyon anymore. Very well, I'll go over and meet you guys right away. Yuren's side had actually solved the swarm as well. It was very impressive. Could her godlike ability not even find the swarm? Actually, the skill of Yoling's was also very counterintuitive. She had to constantly lure monsters, and she couldn't be surrounded by them. No one else could do it, and Lin Jian was skeptical that her priesthood level was hidden. With an ability like this, there was no need for any attack power at all. It was very powerful as a direct support. Much like Ji Yun's profession of the Forbidden Master, the team didn't need her to provide damage. For such a person to exist in the team and play a role was the same as weakening the opponent's attack power. Lin Jian hurriedly came out of the hive, which also didn't have any adult poisonous bees left, but of course there were still many larvae. Taking one more look, Lin Jian realized that only one of the larvae was still squirming. Is this about to metamorphose? Then I'll take you with me. Chapter 80 Secrets of the Clergy Academy. This time, when he entered the hive, Lin Jian obtained a dozen or so poisonous stings, and also brought a young bee with him. He planned to study these poisonous bees and why they were able to possess the demon race. The demon race must be a dangerous existence as well, and by the way, that black crystal, he didn't know what it was for at the moment. This thing must be related to the demon race. Going back, he planned to see if this would form in the bodies of the young bees. Obviously, the poisonous bees he encountered this time were different from the wild monsters he encountered before. The demon race, was it another powerful race and that they weren't friendly to humans? This matter was something Lin Jian planned to leave alone for now, especially in the Divine Clergy Academy, which had probably already been infiltrated by the demon race. After meeting up with his teammates, Lin Jian saw the canyon that had been scorched by them. You guys burned the whole place? Yuren, just how powerful is that scroll of yours? All in all, it's very expensive. Right now we should be making faster progress than them on the other side of the canyon. If they were able to burn most of the poisonous bees, then the other team definitely couldn't compare. The number of poisonous bees was too huge. Lin Jian asked Zhao Feng and the others again, what about you guys, do you have any injuries? It's fine, we're just burning. These poisonous bees are stupid. Right now we're all still halfway to level 17. We didn't expect to go up half a level with a single fire. No wonder this is the secret realm of the Divine Clergy Academy. The poison needles we collected were all given to Yuling, and she actually paid us. We're all rich now, huh? Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were both nervous people with straight tempers. Lin Jian looked at Yuling. Can these poison needles be used even after the death of the poisonous wasps? Well, even though the poison glands are gone, the residual poison is still very powerful, and anyway, there are enough of them, so if they are made into bullets, a single shot will at least paralyze the enemy, and they can be deadly to those who don't have a high level. The residual poison would be able to create a sharp weapon, so Lin Jian's dozen or so poisonous spikes were complete with venom. He thought about it and didn't say anything about it. The queen bee thing was too weird to talk about within the confines of the Divine Clergy Academy, and... Hey Captain, what level are you at? I got to level 18. Huh? What do you mean? You disappeared for a few moments and directly rose 2 levels in a row. Everyone was dumbfounded. They hadn't seen anything so outrageous either. It was just too outrageous. Yuling was puzzled. The level of the poisonous bee was not high. It's just poison. As long as you master the rules, it's very easy to kill. The level of the queen bee can't be too high. It definitely won't be more than level 30. Where did you get so much experience? Well, the queen bee is level 25, but I don't know how to have so much experience. Lin Jian didn't lie. He really wasn't sure. Where did all this extra experience come from? The system didn't even hint at it. Yuling thought about it and nodded. Anyway, this is something you killed alone. We don't have that even with the whole team, so next, we should go find them to honor the bet. I'll treat everyone to these winnings. Haha, how can that be a good idea? You're the one who paid for the acquisition of the poison needles we obtained. One size fits all, this is what we all won. Zhao Feng also very much recognized this kind of character of Yuling, not to mention, Yuling's current scruffy and grimy look made her blend in better with the team. If it was really as pretty as she said, everyone would definitely be a bit alienated. It's not directed at anyone, anyway, it looks like that kind of lofty fairy image just has a distance. Like Ji-yoon can feel the male team members keeping their distance from her, Yurin doesn't. Yuling was also very good at reading people, knowing that Lin Jian had something he wasn't comfortable saying, so he covered it up for him. Reorganizing the team, this canyon still had to wait for the smoke to clear before the swarm would return to recuperate again. Lin Jian led the team to the right canyon entrance and sent out a message. The fight wasn't over in here yet, and they waited a while longer before the Divine Clergy Academy's team came out from inside. What, you guys solved the poisonous bees that quickly? Yang Chong came out with his team and realized that Lin Jian's side had finished the fight long ago and all had more experience points than them. This was different from what he thought at first. Weren't the poisonous bees harder to deal with? Was it quick? I think it's easy. Let's compare again so we don't say we took advantage of you. What do you mean? The poisonous wasp is simple. Yeah, just use fire to burn it. This you all can't think of. How can this be? Are the poisonous bees nowadays already that stupid? He remembered that poisonous bees were very refined, and no matter how powerful a pyromancer went in, they wouldn't be taken in one pot. Because after years of honing their skills, the people from the Clergy Academy were practicing here, and the poisonous bees were learning to be refined. Don't think that critters are stupid in what to do to live long, they are perceptive. Developed to the point that even if a fire professor went in, he wouldn't be able to burn many of them. Otherwise, who would not want to come here to practice? 10 points of experience, burn a large group. Yuling also ran away a lot this time. She draws monsters is already the limit, reached an unprecedented over the group upgrade efficiency, go in once half a level, that a semester everyone can turn to, a little too scary. Do not so much nonsense, the system will not help us fake, you guys admit defeat? Yuling didn't care about that much, it was time to fulfill the promised bet. Yang Chong also admitted it, no nonsense, he simply wrote the check and gave the money. This was also a tycoon, giving $500,000 when he said so. Lin Jian used to wonder if he could earn that much in his lifetime. So is there more next? We have to come in at least one level up, right? Yuling asked again. Yang Chong didn't even want to look at Yuling's horrified face, and reluctantly said, let's go, it's really cheap for you guys. The two teams continued to set off. Xin Shou walked and talked with Lin Jian because he was an old acquaintance. How are you doing after you went to the state vocational college, is it okay over there? Actually, it's about the same, a lot of people don't have much of a choice. By the way, what other special places are there in this blind secret area of yours? That I don't know, I also only came in this year. Oh, you have to be careful in the clergy academy, I feel like they're not quite right. The demon race Lin Jian had encountered earlier was definitely a secret of the Divine Office Academy. It wasn't clear just how many of them knew about it, but the attitude of the demons was definitely off, at least they didn't treat humans as friends. And they were actually very powerful, so they had to be wary. Xin Shou had helped Lin Jian before, so Lin Jian had to remind her that there was no good way to say that somewhere in here was a pit. The demon he had encountered was 80% the one who had taken his sister, and it was still unclear what more information was available. The only thing he could be sure of was that there was no good intentions, and Lin Jian was even more certain that taking his sister was the right thing to do. Although the priesthood academy was something everyone aspired to and was the representative of the strongest strength, it couldn't be considered a good place just because of that. Lin Jian didn't dare to show too much right now because he wasn't considered strong yet. Chapter 81, Do you really want to fight me? Xin Shou was still kind, she knew that Lin Jian was most concerned about his sister. I don't even know about your sister, but there are indeed a lot of weird teacher-professors in the Divine Clergy Academy, I've heard from other students, but I didn't think that they'd be able to just arrest people, I should have at least told you about it. It's none of your business, I told you to be careful because of that. Me? No way, they can't hurt their own students no matter how weird they are. That's hard to say. There was no such thing as good or evil in power itself, but the person who used it determined everything. In the eyes of ordinary people, being rich was justice, being strong was justice, but there was a premise. The premise is that these so-called justice, there is no situation that exceeds the bottom line of human beings, and the heart of those who are not of my kind will be different. He still clearly remembered the conversation between himself and that demon race. By the way, the professor who captured my sister, what's his name? This matter has also spread in the Divine Academy. I heard that it's surnamed Wang, a female professor who has been in the Divine Academy for many years. Not too many people know her, her students are selected, in fact, there are quite a few professors like this in the Divine Academy. Are there many more? Usually students can't meet them if they don't stand out too much. Lin Jian had even begun to worry about Qin Xiu. She had a very outstanding talent, an excellent profession, the highest priesthood level. It was hard to say about other people. Qin Xiu was bound to meet that kind of professor. The problem now was that she wouldn't believe Lin Jian even if he said it. It sounded more or less outrageous to the average person. Then let's contact each other more often in general. Good, it's such a shame that you're not coming to the Divine Office Academy, I'm sure they'll regret it. That layer of shadow in Lin Jian's heart was getting heavier and heavier, things were unpredictable, good or bad now, he didn't dare to say. At this time, their captain Yang Chong couldn't stand it anymore. What are you guys talking about? Lin Jian didn't even bother to pay attention to him, but with an attitude like his Lin Jian could understand. Because Qin Xiu was the most dazzling girl here, not only was her talent powerful, she was also the prettiest. If he let this new school flower keep pulling Lin Jian around and talking, whoever switched to Yang Chang's position he wouldn't be comfortable either. There's going to be danger ahead, student Qin Xiu, you have to stay with the team. Qin Xiu just don't understand, together peer to say a few words what's wrong, this is still old acquaintance, they also care? It doesn't matter if this is not said, as soon as it is said, Qin Xiu is very disgusted, who is still not a genius. Although we are teamed up, but I am not your subordinate, you are not qualified to order me. Fine, if you have the ability, go to their team and see if there's anyone else willing to take you in the future. What's wrong with that? Then I'll leave the team. Qin Xiu left the team in a fit of rage, then sent out a request to join Lin Jian's side. Just kidding, who isn't already a genius? How dare you speak so loudly in front of an SSS-ranked weapon master? No one is willing to take it, just the labeled weapon master. Countless people will rush to take it, okay? Lin Jian froze and agreed with Qin Xiu's application. You don't have to get so upset with your teammates. It's fine, we're teammates now. That priest thinks he's great, his father is the age director. This was a snake in the ground, but with Qin Xiu's talent, they certainly didn't dare to target it too explicitly. Or the same situation as Lin Jian's sister, following you is a meal, but we are not beggars. You want us to kneel to take it or not to mix with you, the future is kneeling to come? Then rather not. Qin Xiu was originally a proud person, how could she accept this? Yang Chong directly became furious. You hurry over, is this an open rebellion, daring to stand on the side of the enemies of the Divine Office Academy? What are you guys going to do? Seeing the 4 members of the Divine Office Academy's team pressing over, Yuling also aimed her gun at Yang Chong. All of a sudden, the smell of gunpowder intensified, and Lin Jian stepped out to block the front. This student from the Divine Office Academy, what do you mean? You've already declared the State Office Academy as your enemy. If we're enemies, then what we should be doing right now isn't standing here talking. Is anyone responsible for your words? Are you really going to start a fight with us? Right now, Lin Jian was still very intimidating because he had abused a second-turn mage in the challenge match. Yang Chang's team was full of talented geniuses, but they were all only level 16. Faced with Lin Jian, a pervert who could do anything for a second turn, they wimped out. Although Yang Chong had said before that with him as a priest, Lin Jian couldn't win that challenge. But it was just words, the skill didn't fall on him, he could say whatever he wanted. At that time, that second-turn mage had 2 healers behind him, the cure was cured, but the pain endured was not reduced, but also increased, over and over again pain and pain, people would go crazy. What are you doing? This is the territory of our clergy academy. Isn't it you who wants to fight? Whoever comes I'll be there, you all know it, I'm just a life changer, it's not what I'm going to do, never I won't attack others directly, because that's too inefficient. Lin Jian laughed, that cruel smile made the 4 of them shiver at the same time. They had seen the challenge of Lin Jian's, the second-turn mage was in pain in his hands, it was neither a good idea to fight nor not to fight. Humph, let's go. Yang Chong took the rest of his teammates and turned around, the aura was so strong that those few teammates had to follow him. Because he had quite a position in the Divine Clergy Academy, they were afraid of getting their shoes shod. Lin Jian watched them leave without making a move and turned back to ask Qin Xiu, are you really okay? What am I afraid of? This year's Divine Vocational Academy freshman scholar is me, how dare they? That's also right, then in the future but anything, you can come to me. He made a big deal like this, in the past Qin Xiu would have denied it, who are you to pretend? But now Qin Xiu had a different feeling and nodded. There was a time when she didn't think much of this life-changer profession, and she was still competing with Lin Jian. Although she was proud, she admitted when she lost, and at the same time, she recognized that Lin Jian was a good person. Alright, once they leave, what do we do? Zhao Feng was dumbfounded, this. Qin Xiu student, you're the only one who can lead us. Qin Xiu shook her head, it's also my first time entering this place, only that Yang Chong is familiar with it, he's actually not talented enough, level 16 was all spiked out here, so he's been here before to be especially familiar with it. So that's how it is, that's fine, we'll just take our time to find it ourselves. It was said that this was a holy place for leveling, that meant that there were basically no monsters that were too dangerous. At this time, Yuling said, in front is the grassland, and I heard that here, there are herds of savage mangy bulls. You know? I've inquired about the news, this kind of savage mangy bull has a lot of experience and has a low desire to actively attack. If that's true, then it's indeed a good place to practice leveling. Chapter 82 Consuming Level 30 Monsters. Lin Jian didn't think that Yuling was so well informed that she could poke around in here. This secret realm wasn't even known by too many people in the Divine Clergy Academy, but it was actually possible for Yuling to find out about it. Then what do we do next? According to my idea, it's actually the same as dealing with the poisonous bees before, luring the Mangnyo over to kill them. Yuling really had a way, savage Mangnia, this kind of wild monster is very special, if you don't provoke them, they won't actively attack, that's why it's good to level in this secret realm, but if you mess with. Zhao Feng was puzzled, they are very powerful? Yes, when a mangy bull gets angry, it will be one of the most terrifying creatures, they can kill over the level. The mangy bull has always been the most terrifying animal, turning into a wild monster was no different. That's why this secret realm was preoccupied, just like the poisonous bees before, if you had a way to kill it, then practicing would be easy, if you did it the hard way, then all of the wild monsters here were capable of killing over the levels. The cold poison is effective against cleric warriors of any level, and you can avoid it with tactics. Mangy bulls were also not afraid of any creature when they were mad, but they wouldn't even attack you if you familiarized yourself with their temperament. Then how do we kill them? It's still up to me to lure them in. We'll all surround them together and kill them one by one. Trust me, there's a lot of experience, but be careful, once the man cow goes crazy, they'll go straight from level 20 to level 30. Ah. Experience boost too? Yes, so driving them crazy before killing them will gain more experience. Everyone looked at each other. None of them had ever had the experience of killing wild monsters of that high level before. The only person here who had done something like this was Lin Jian. But it wasn't like they didn't have experience when killing in a group. For example, this time around, the Forbidden Master would play a big role. The people sat down together and planned to have Yuling go and lure and make the bulls mad before banning them. That way, with the experience and the ability to ban the skills of the mangy bull, there would only be that one strength to deal with. If you do it right, there's no problem to kill it in a group. Deal with it as a boss. The Mang bull doesn't have an S rank anyway. Everyone nodded. If they lacked the means to attack, then they would fight longer at best. This was the experience, baby. Even if Yuling was hiding in the shadows, he could kill it with a single shot. Lin Jian had heard of people being able to level up with bugs before, but he didn't think that it was even possible here. You're going to go into the herd to lure the cows? Those are all level 20 monsters. Qin Xiu hadn't seen Yuling's ability and felt that this was dangerous. She was only level 16 after all. When the cows go crazy, it's a group of level 30 mad cows, which has to be a Dean level talent to suppress. It's fine, I won't attract the attention of those bison. You guys wait over here in the valley. They found a valley, and there was just one entrance. When Yuling introduced the bulls to this entrance, everyone would then surround it together. It sounded like it would go well. Killing the bulls in the valley wouldn't alert the ones outside, otherwise it would be thousands of bosses. Zhao Feng sounded exhilarated. Then where else are we going to go? Just waiting here to level up is enough. Wang Dong also had to sigh with emotion. This Divine Clergy Academy, it's really guarding a good place. To be able to practice leveling with a little bit of strategy is not a good place. As long as the arrangements are made beforehand, there will not be any danger. They quickly made the arrangements, and Yuling went out to lure the monsters. Lin Jian and Qin Xiu stood at the entrance to the valley and watched as Yuling touched the edge of the herd. These teammates of yours are all very special. Well, there are also those with poor talent, so they'll have to use their own brains more. This gunsmith gives me a strange feeling. Is she really a special enrollment in your national vocational college? Probably has some kind of enemy, that's my guess. Lin Jian could only think so. With Yuling's endowment, she wasn't so much of a special enrollment as just a special enrollment. Her attitude was just that she didn't want to be noticed too much. Otherwise she wasn't an ordinary person just from the generosity of her outbursts, but often the more extraordinary the status, the more trouble she caused, so Lin Jian couldn't be bothered to ask too many questions. It wasn't long before he saw Yuling guiding a cow over this way. The cows didn't even notice her presence, only the provoked cow chased her all the way to this side. After bringing the cow into the valley, Yulin began to escalate her provocative behavior. She drew her pistol and shot at the cow, but not at the vitals. Banshee, get ready, don't let it send out a brute charge. With this wave of banning going on, the mangy cow had skills it couldn't use, so it got even more pissed off. Moo! The man cow was finally furious, and all of a sudden, it exploded into the mad cow form. This was a very special case. The man cow wasn't a boss monster, and this wasn't considered to be a second form, so a lot of people liked to treat it as an experienced baby. But be careful, if you do not realize the arrangement, the mad cow will be very scary. This time, the man cow turned into a mad bull and ran after Yuling, next to Zhao Feng and Wang Dong, who also surrounded it. The two of them looked for an opportunity to sneak attack from the side and back, bleeding out with one slash. The level 30 mangy bull was so powerful that it scared the boss monsters, but it wasn't impossible to kill it as long as they found the right way to do it. Lin Jian and Qin Xiu also jumped down intending to join the fight. Yuling immediately warned, "Captain, you watch, don't use your skills here." "Why?" "You're saving it to prevent accidents, besides we have to kill so many cows, it's too troublesome for you to change lives every time. Wait for us to kill it slowly, even if we're tired we can still tire it out, there's no need for you to make a move." Her words were right, drawing the bull in was to fight consumption. Obviously, now that the mangy bull had lost its intelligence, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong both just needed to bleed it out with a single slash. If it's hard to kill, just kill it a few more times, it's not a boss monster anyway, so coming up to fight for your life isn't going to be. Then I'll do it. Qin Xiu couldn't help but step in as well. She was the Clergy Academy's current first genius, how could she possibly watch the battle? She took out a lance and chased the cow over and stabbed it towards its stomach. The cow was in pain and wanted to counterattack, but Qin Xiu easily dodged it, and the others continued to attract hatred. With this siege, it didn't seem too difficult, except that Wang Dong was a bit puzzled. You also weapon master it, to pull out the anus from the back, no? Wang Dong, you kill you, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, using a lance on the side is easy to stab the heart and lung area. Yuling interrupted, let the girls go to pull out the anus, I really don't know how you guys think. Also, don't use skills, save your strength and kill slowly, we still have to kill a lot of heads. They took turns attracting hatred, mainly due to Yuling. Soon, they put down a cow, the strength of the main cow was indeed great, so great that it was amazing. But it was futile if it couldn't hit anyone, that was how both sides attacked monotonously, putting down a level 30 wild monster. There is indeed a lot of experience, I'm approaching level 17. Yuling, quickly go lure the monsters, let's buy time to wear down a few more, this is a great opportunity. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were both full of energy and fighting spirit, after all, they were both S-ranked divine priesthoods. Chapter 83, The Legend of the Devil Race. Lin Jian was idle and didn't let him do anything, but the experience value of this mangy bull was truly amazing. I'm all upgraded. Ha! How many levels are you now? I'm at level 19. Just now, his level 18 was one that was already close to 19, but the others in the party hadn't even risen one level. It could be seen how much extra experience value the demon race provided, they were really mysterious. But the others don't know that there is this. Qin Xiu is even more dumbfounded, how much are you? No, how many levels were you when you came in? I was the same as them when I came in. All speechless, there's no way to explain this alright, no matter what you encounter it's impossible to be that fast. Qin Xiu looked at Lin Jian in a daze and said, in the Divine Clergy Academy, the most recognized geniuses, going into a trip to the Blind Zone secret realm will only rise a third of the way, and also from level 16, you're eating something right? He hasn't even completed a single trial here. Yuling was not overly surprised, I'll go to lure the cow again, we're also stepping up, after all, there are not many chances to get in here. That cow horn and cow bone have to be left for me, the rest doesn't matter. Good, we have to hurry up as well. Zhao Feng didn't have much of a reaction, he was used to it, people were different anyway. Some people could just level very quickly, as for how fast they could actually be, did it have anything to do with him? Yuling came to the exit of the canyon and suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, I don't feel right. She seemed to sense something, and in the next moment, she was hidden behind the rocks next to the canyon entrance. Lin Jian followed suit and inquired, what's wrong? Did you see that? The herd is stirring, when this herd goes all crazy, I can't think of anyone who has that ability to stop it, it's very abnormal, someone is influencing the herd's emotions and making them restless. How did you sense it? Sensing their moods, it's a hunch. Not a skill? Well, Lin Jian lay down behind a rock and looked out into the grassland, he didn't see anything on his own, and at the same time, his night eye's exploration didn't have that far of a distance. Zhao Feng and the others also came over and inquired, what's going on? The cows are going crazy, I don't know what's going on. Ha! That one we all killed for half a day, it's still skill banned, if this herd is going crazy. Could it be that someone is deliberately messing with it, such as that group from the Divine Clergy Academy just now, they want to deliberately make it bad. All the cattle are crazy, they must not dare to go out. But to say that someone intentionally make bad, Yuling shook his head, they don't have that ability, want this whole herd of cattle to go crazy, also need strength, and spite they don't care, besides how can they run by themselves? At the same time, the herd of cows really went crazy, bellowing sound after bellowing sound came. Moo moo. This sound resounded through the grassland, hearing this sound, any creature did not dare to venture out, even the more powerful wild monsters had to shrink away, a large-scale mad herd of cows running towards their own take what an exciting scene it was. They hadn't even run yet, it felt like the grassland was already shaking. Everyone hide, don't make any noise. And at this time, the four deans who were watching from the outside were clueless. What's going on here? The main cow herd inside seems to have changed in some way? Ji Wuyo was puzzled. Dean Gu, has this situation ever happened before? Dean Gu shook his head, basically, the main cow is considered to be a very gentle wild monster, when students go in to bait and kill them, they tend to only go crazy for one or two heads, there has definitely never been a situation where they went crazy on such a large scale. Then what to do? The mangy bulls are fighting for their lives each and every one of them. They can only hide, wait for the cattle this madness to pass. Yang Chang's team while not close to the grassland, but also have to notify them to stay away immediately. Even if we can go in, we basically can't stop it. Crazy cows are more demonic than any demon race, and this is still a herd. And they were level 30 each when they got mad. One by one they couldn't be killed in seconds. Who else can second level 30 monsters with thick skin? So it's very metaphysical in this blind spot. Lin Jian and the others were hiding in the valley, and they went up the hill next to them to hide. A few mad cows had rushed in as well, charging across the area and looking for any target they could attack with their reddish eyes. But then the mad cows don't attack each other, which seems a bit insurmountable. How long will they be mad? I don't know, because I haven't heard of it happening either. Finally, there was something that Yulin didn't know about as well, and Lin Jian felt that it wasn't simple, so he pulled Yulin aside to ask. He took out the black crystal core. Do you recognize this kind of thing? This is a magic crystal. Yulin froze and stared at Lin Jian. Where did this come from? Was it from the Queen Bee's place? What else did you encounter? Lin Jian was sure she would know something. Looks like you know what this is all about? Yes, creatures with this magic crystal will be controlled by the demons. You've heard of the demons, the legend is widely spread in folklore. I thought it was just a story that was circulating. No, it's true. The fact that you have this means that you met them? Lin Jian nodded. Things were actually going on. He didn't know what was going on. That demon race wanted to target Lin Jian. It was just that Lin Jian's ability was beyond the other party's imagination. But what kind of a group of guys were the demons? At this moment, Yuling looked at the crazy cattle outside. You're thinking that the cattle are also affected by this? Yes, although it's impossible for every cow to have this in their bodies, it shouldn't be hard to drive them crazy. If that's the case, things are a bit difficult. It means that the demon race is still chasing you. It's not a solution for us to hide like this. Then what should we do? We can't even deal with one of the mad cows when we join forces. Actually, Lin Jian was able to deal with it, but it wasn't much. There were hundreds of crazy cows out there. These cows were so crazy and ignored pain and damage that Lin Jian's damage bonus actually didn't affect them too much. Then it had to be tricky. There had to be a way to make this group of crazy cows stop going crazy. Wait, there's a way. It's harder for us, but it's possibly the easiest for you. What way? There's a bull king in the herd. Such a large area of mad cows is probably forced by the bull king. As long as the bull king is subdued, only then can the other mad cows start to calm down. But the problem is that the bull king is harder to deal with than a group of mad cows. Lin Jian found it unbelievable. What else in the world could be harder to deal with than a group of mad cows? If there really was such an existence, wouldn't the bull king be level 50 upwards? It seems like we really need to face it. If it's really that demonic race that's doing this, they definitely won't let them go easily. You can't hide. If you can't solve it this time, it'll come again next time, and it will always be waiting for you in a place you didn't expect it to be. Chapter 84: Sneak attacking a level 40 mad bull king. Things didn't seem to be as tough as Lin Jian thought. That bull king is estimated to be level 40. We can't deal with it. We can only look at you. What? Only level 40? What do you mean by that? Is level 40 low? That's not true. I heard you say that the bull king can tackle a herd of mad cows. It shouldn't be able to do that with only a high level of 40, right? There are thousands of mad cows. Each one is level 30 when they get mad. 1,000 a dozen? Yuling shook her head. It's not what you think. The bull king has bloodline suppression on the other bulls, so it's definitely not hardcore. But at level 40, it's also at the top of the heap for us to enter this god's domain mystic realm. If it was only level 40, it wasn't like Lin Jian didn't have a solution. With his current additions, dealing with level 40 or even a little more was possible. Don't look at the fact that Lin Jian's level wasn't too high, but he had a high talent bonus, and after the leverage of his talent bonus, it wasn't actually hard for him to be able to cross over and fight against a second-turn divine cleric, and even a little bit higher wasn't something that couldn't be thought of. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll figure it out. The question now is whether or not it is indeed the demons who are up to no good. That should be right. We can go and test it out. Can't the demons detect your sneaking either? As long as I pay attention to the distance, it shouldn't be difficult. The problem should be with the bull king. Yurin also intended to go and give it a try. Now he couldn't just sit back and wait to find out what was going on. If it was just ordinary mangy cows that had inexplicably gone crazy, that would be fine. They would always die down. But if it was a demon race that struck, it wouldn't end so easily. The other side was carrying a purpose. Lin Jian went back and explained the situation to the team. Now, Yuling and I are going to go out to investigate and see what's going on. You guys continue to hide and wait for us to come back with news. Be careful not to be discovered by the mad cows. Is it necessary to take a chance? Because we don't know if the cows are just simply crazy or if they carry other intentions. Lin Jian's words made Zhao Feng a bit confused. but he didn't say anything else. Shinsho came over and said, "I'll go with you guys. Just don't go, it's not like we're going to tough out the bulls." "No, this is the Divine Clergy Academy, I'm a student here, so of course there's no reason to hide in the back." Lin Jian nodded when he glanced at Yu Ling. "Alright, the Mad Bull's perception won't be very good, so you guys just need to be careful to hide and it won't be a problem. The question is whether the Bull King will notice." The Mad Bull's perception was drastically reduced when it was on top, as could be seen from before. Shinsho, a weapon master herself, was gifted, and her dexterous stance was also a part of her battle prowess. So it shouldn't be much of a problem for her to avoid the attention of the Mad Bull, but Lin Jian felt that the target of this trip was the Bull King, who wasn't going to be mad, and was still a giant-level boss monster that might manipulate the bull to attack if it was discovered. "It's not like we're going to fight, you weapon masters shouldn't be of much use, right? What if you guys get discovered? I can help you guys get out better." Shinsho couldn't help but say, "Let's go, it's not a solution to always hide like this, we need to know what's going on." Lin Jian had to nod, "Then follow me, don't spread out." Yu Ling touched out first, navigating between a group of scurrying mad cows as she tried out the safe path. Lin Jian followed not far behind Yu Ling, with Shinsho by his side. The scene of thousands of mad cows running across the grassland was truly spectacular. Just the sound of their hooves treading on the ground could shake one's mind, like war drums, thumping everywhere. The power could be heard in the sound alone. A level 30 mad cow, but it had power beyond level 30. Because this was the Mad Bull's strength, coupled with the skill, it was enough to topple a team over. The reason why they were able to consume one before was because Yo Spirit was attracting hate while also banning the Brute Bull charge. The sound was so loud that the Yo Spirit in front could only wave at them to convey the message. Suddenly the Yo Spirit in front stopped and reached out her hand to signal not to go any further. She turned around and came back. "You, take out that stone." Yu Ling said and gestured so that Lin Jian understood what she meant, and Lin Jian took out the magic crystal. Then, Lin Jian also saw the abnormality of the magic crystal. Inside the black crystal, it seemed like a fire was lit up. So that's how it was. This meant that the Bull King was also controlled by the demons. Lin Jian looked at Yu Ling, who nodded at him. "What are you guys talking about?" Shinsho didn't understand what the two of them meant, but now wasn't the time to explain. The three of them crouched down into a pit to avoid the distractions outside and were planning how to deal with it. "Isn't it just level 40? It's a bit harder, it's not impossible to kill." "Lin Jian, when you killed the queen bee before, did you use your life-changing natural skill?" "Of course I used it, I don't have any other skills either." "Then if we do it again, the Bull King is the consciousness of the demon race in his body, there's no way he'll attack you the same way he did, he'll run and let the Mad Bull herd consume us first. How will you deal with that?" Right, if the Bull King learned its lesson and didn't directly start a conflict with Lin Jian. It would let the herd consume us for a while first, and Lin Jian's side shouldn't be able to consume us for long. Definitely, the Bull King had learned its lesson from the last time it was over at the Queen Bee's side, and it would definitely turn around and run when it saw Lin Jian. If Lin Jian's skills couldn't be unleashed by locking onto the Bull King, there was no point in targeting ordinary mangy bulls. Although the mangy bulls were also level 30 each, and were just as difficult to deal with as the bosses he'd encountered before. But there were too many of them, and it was impossible for Lin Jian to deal with that many mangy bulls, even if the Bull King was powerful enough to start with the leader. "What the hell are you guys talking about?" "It's like this, student Shinsho, I don't know if you can understand. It's..." Yu Ling told Shinsho about the demon race as well. In fact, many people have heard the story of the demon race, but they all only treat it as a legendary story. Once this kind of thing is said by more people and hasn't appeared, no one will care about it. It is like hearing a ghost story, who are in hand, and no one can prove it. That is the default, that there is no ghost in this world. The same thing about the existence of the demon race, they are not afraid of you to spread this, the more you spread the more unbelievable. But in reality, who knows, those are true. You said that the Bull King was demonized, and it came against us? That's right, this wouldn't be a normal mad cow, we definitely can't get out without solving it. But we're all only level 16, how can we possibly beat a level 40 Bull King? Lin Jian was also thinking about this. He had the idea to try, but the Bull King would definitely avoid himself. It would be too dangerous for the others didn't have immortality. "Hey, it's not that there's no way, Shinsho, if I let you face the Bull King alone, do you dare?" "I dare is dare, but what's the use? I can guarantee that it can't hurt you. At the same time you come to attract its attention, I'll come around the back." Chapter 85 Super Bull King's Domain. What Shinsho was trying to do was to attract the Bull King's attention so that Lin Jian would have a chance to approach. It was the first time that Lin Jian had used his new reverse binding skill, which was actually the skill that had the greatest increase in combat power. Exchange of lives, live and die together. The skill was cast out, and Qin Xiu immediately felt that special connection. According to the description, this skill could transfer any damage from any attack Qin Xiu suffered to Lin Jian. Test it first to see how effective it is. What are you blushing about? No. Nothing. Qin Xiu didn't know why she suddenly blushed, because she had never felt this way with a man. Or this connection created between a man and a woman, as if the two were one. To be honest, the two had also had the friendship of fighting together before. If Qin Xiu had been replaced by a man, the two would have had to worship each other. She hurriedly suppressed her strange emotions, drew out the short knife on her waist, and made a cut on her arm. A miraculous thing happened. The wound from this cut appeared on Lin Jian's arm as well. Qin Xiu's wound then healed at a rapid speed, as did the one on Lin Jian's hand. This healing ability was something that Lin Jian brought with him, and because of this skill, so Qin Xiu also had it at the same time. I feel as if this knife didn't cut on me. That's fine, you can have no fear when fighting against the Bull King. By the way, don't ever be afraid, I can't die. Really, I am afraid of you. I'm fine, you see this healing speed, this is my ability. Lin Jian also had to encourage Qin Xiu, because once a person can't perceive pain or injury afterward, they will fall into a special kind of fear. Everyone is the same, they can fantasize about a situation where they can't feel pain. Because pain is a protective mechanism, feeling pain is the body notifying you that you've been hurt. If this couldn't even be felt, you would panic. But Lin Jian wanted Qin Xiu to overcome this panic. Lin Jian himself was used to fighting in this way. Qin Xiu wasn't used to it. If she was still tied up, she obviously wouldn't be able to function as she should. Don't worry, I'm a warrior and know what I should do. In this way Lin Jian was relieved. Then prepare yourself, I'll go on ambush, you provoke the Bull King. Saying that, Lin Jian touched into the distance and hid in the grass. With regards to his abilities, Lin Jian had a rough estimate. After defeating Turi before, he was already strong enough to effectively fight against second-turn level professions, and now he had been raised to level 19. Even if it was a special boss, a level 40 or so should be fine. This was thanks to the talent overload, which wasn't synchronized with the level. The previous level 16 could give 256 times the damage, and now that he was level 19, the damage boost it brought was by no means as simple as adding 3 levels. A level 19 counter damage bonus was 361 times. Any damage that Lin Jian received could be countered 361 times onto the bound opponent after being focused. Currently, he hadn't tried the upper limit of this damage, but level 40 should be able to do it. This was considered to be within the range of ability, and if the level was any higher, it would be a bit uncertain. After Lin Jian hid, Qin Xiu started to attract the Bull King's attention. Of course, Yuling brought her to avoid the obstacles of the bulls and directly entered the Bull King's domain. Entering the Bull King's domain, other mangy bulls couldn't enter. Therefore, the Bull King was not worried about the bulls going crazy and even hitting themselves. The Ox King didn't need the sensible approval of the Mang cowherd, it was bloodline suppression. So for Lin Jian to enter this area, someone had to attract the Bull King's attention, and this person had to at least be able to hold their own in front of the Bull King, or else they wouldn't be able to attract the Bull King's attention at all, and Lin Jian wouldn't be able to get close. What was ultimately going to be used was Lin Jian's 361 times counter injury. Qin Xiu had already arrived at the edge of the Bull King's domain, and for some reason, it was faintly bubbling with black gas. Don't you have concerns? If you can't block it, we are all in danger. I understand, take care of yourself. Yuling was dispelling Qin Xiu's concerns, because Qin Xiu knew that her injury would be the same as Lin Jian's injury, and any injury on her body Lin Jian would bear it completely, so she was bound to have concerns when fighting. However, this was the same as the trolley puzzle. If she had hesitation and couldn't top it, everyone was screwed. In her heart, she was worried that the damage she received Lin Jian wouldn't be able to carry it. Yurin nodded, I'll keep a lookout around, only you can go in now. Saying that, Yuling disappeared from view as she began to cast sneak to roam around. Qin Xiu lit up her lance and walked straight inside. The Bull King had already discovered her when she took her first step into the Bull King's domain, and in the distance, the huge body began to move over, as if the ground was shaking. The first thing to be seen were the huge bull horns, towering like a crown. Wild monster, mangy bull chief. Level, a grade. Level, level 40. Talent, power increase, strengthens strength and defense. Skill, brute bull charge, can instantly explode 10 times its strength berserking, can ignore any injuries on its body and savagely attack. It could be seen that such a powerful monster was only rated at a level It wasn't because the manga's values weren't enough, but rather it lacked attack skills and awareness. That is to say, in terms of combat, the manga's talent and skills were not as high as the mighty beast's rating, and the ordinary manga was even more of a gentle animal, and that strength was only shown when it counterattacked. For an ordinary bull, the strength would be more powerful than a tiger or leopard, but no one would think that its combat power was much stronger. In the face of human intelligence, in fact, the manga also lacked the means, and only had great strength. Shin Shou gripped the silver spear tightly and drove straight in, actually arriving directly in front of the Bull King. Oh? A student of the Divine Clergy Academy, good guts. The Bull King spoke, and it was obvious that the boss-level creature possessed intelligence that surpassed that of the small monsters. Shin Shou's gun pointed at the Bull King and said coldly, "Were you the one who encouraged the herd to go berserk?" "Hee, the talent is good, it's just that you're too confident. With even better talent at level 16, you're no match for me." Although the Bull King was not impressed, its attention was drawn to Shin Shou. It was curious, what makes a level 16 freshman dare to stand here? Even if your talent is good, it's just talent, you can't take it out to fight. Does this girl not have enough IQ? Doesn't she know that she is sending herself to death? Not to mention the Bull King, if you put Shin Shou into an ordinary mangy bull herd, she could be trampled to death. Without that level you run to this place, what is it if you're not sending yourself to death? No matter how good your talent is, you won't get far. You know I'm a student of the Divine Clergy Academy? Shin Shou's focus was different. She felt that this Ox King's IQ was a bit too high, and that he also knew information about the Divine Clergy Academy. How was this possible? She was indeed famous among the freshmen of the Divine Profession Academy, known as the First Genius. However, how did all the monsters in this divine realm know about this? Was this monstrous? Chapter 86, Don't be vain, I know who you are. Shin Shou didn't know that this was no longer the Ox King's consciousness. The black gas coming out of the Ox King's body had already shown this. Being possessed by a demon, this consciousness Lin Jian knew who it was the professor who had taken his sister. Her original body wasn't even human. Cut the crap, let's give you a lesson, barbarian bull charge. The Bull King met with a charge. Shin Shou was lucky to defend herself and hurriedly dodged. So this one actually didn't hit her. The Bull King was surprised. Weapon Master? This talent is awesome. The Weapon Master's talent in combat was full rank, and the SSS rank was even more exaggerated. One should know that a master who uses weapons is also a master of physical arts, and the body is even more of an aid to the weapon. That's why Shin Shou dodged away in a flash, but the Bull King only finished and made another charge. Dang! This time Shin Shou was knocked away. She couldn't even imagine that this Bull King could launch skills continuously. Even she herself wasn't prepared for it. There was no way around it. She was only level 16 after all, and a lot of hard indicators couldn't fight against the other side. Shin Shou flew far out and fell to the ground. The Bull King sneered, "Level 16 also dares to enter here, have you received a lesson? Don't get lost yet." But the next moment, Shin Shou actually stood up again. "You don't want to kill me, but what's the point of invoking the bulls? You want to kill them? Then why kill them and not me? Because I'm a student of the Divine Clergy Academy." No, it's impossible for a monster in the divine realm to have that kind of realization. She walked over again, and Bull King froze. This was actually uninjured? Impossible, level 16 is only a turn, it definitely can't withstand this damage, at least it's a ruptured internal organ and a serious injury. The Bull King's level was more than twice as high as Shin Shou's. The fight should have been without suspense. How did you manage to not get injured? Did you use drugs? In short, one of you and I must die today. Shin Shou was not ambiguous. Once again the silver spear pointed at the Bull King and began to launch an attack. Upanishad, 100 Battle Inferno Lance. That silver spear actually carried a fire dragon, stabbing directly at the Ox King, and Shin Shou's speed was surprisingly fast as well. The Ox King's reaction speed wasn't in the first rank, but the defense was thick, and the Inferno Lance actually failed to break through the defense. Shin Shou's shot stabbed through and was actually toppled back by the hard cowhide. Ha ha ha. Now, you recognize the rank gap? Although you're known as the first genius, a low-ranked genius is of little use. If this battle goes on, you're bound to die. The Ox King didn't even bring a dodge. The Mangox's defense was already very high. Defense strength were the two main supermodel attributes of the Mangnu. Other aspects would be low, but these two would be enough. Other monsters with a higher level than the Bull King couldn't carry its strength. Not to mention defense, its thick skin was not afraid of damage. Shin Shou's confidence almost didn't let this shot go. It wasn't that she wasn't good, this shot was stuck in but failed to break the defense. And with just this one strike, her power was greatly depleted. She was an SSS ranked priesthood. Before Lin Jian appeared, this was the highest rank. She wasn't to blame, the difference in rank was just too great. A child with even the best talent would be hung up on by an adult. It's time to teach you a lesson, otherwise there's no one else in sight. The Bull King said coldly, then the attack began, Barbarian Bull Charge. This attack was not once, but continuously, within a specific distance. The Reckless Bull's charge arrived almost instantly. Moreover, the Bull King's attack was also different from an ordinary Mangnox. An ordinary one could only come once. Qin Xiu was instantly knocked away, but before she could land, she was once again chased over by the Bull King with another charge. The entire person had been floating in the sky, and she powerlessly felt that she didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was as if all the bones in her body were broken, but she didn't feel any pain. Because she was bound by Lin Jian's skills, at this moment, all the injuries on her body were transferred to Lin Jian. Living and dying together was actually in the sense that it was Lin Jian who took the damage first. For Qin Xiu to die, unless Lin Jian died first. Oh, you can still hold up even like that? Looks like you have some extra talent? The Bull King was surprised. It could feel Qin Xiu's physical state, and it didn't even manage to fight on. A mere weapon master couldn't do this, and it didn't seem to be a talent in defense either, but recovery. This recovery was too extreme, it hadn't been seen before, as if it had a strong life force. Just as the Bull King was puzzled, an unexpected situation suddenly fired up. Life Change Divine Chain Binding, Focus. Life Change Hell Whale. Life Change Gravity Imprisonment. The consecutive skill locks slowed down the Bull King instantly. This huge force deadlocked the Bull King's movement. Although the force was great, it was also huge and its own weight was very considerable. Even if it went berserk, the Bull King would only gain a 10-fold strength bonus, which would be easily cancelled out by the gravity confinement. What man? The Bull King gave up on Qin Xiu and turned over, then saw Lin Jian. You? Lin Jian felt it since the moment Qin Xiu was attacked. If Qin Xiu wasn't able to deflect the damage, I'm afraid that he would have lost half of his life at this point. Any person who was attacked in such a severe manner would lose all ability to resist. This has nothing to do with rank, you are even higher ranked. A broken bone is a broken bone. Unless it was a werewolf vampire type of creature that had the ability to recover, it was all one death. But Bull King knew that Lin Jian was an exception. At this moment, Lin Jian's body also looked bruised and battered, all from Qin Xiu. But he still stood straight and also completed his lockdown, saying to Ox King, I shouldn't call you Ox King, should I, you're Professor Wang? What are you talking about? Don't be vain, I know who you are a demon race. Now is it very tempting to kill me to silence me? The existence of the demon race was a secret, but it was an open secret because the rumors had been spread for countless years. Once a person heard the same thing more than once, they would develop a strange resistance and no longer be interested in such things. That's why the Ox King wasn't flustered at all. If you have the ability to go out and say it, let's see who will believe you. Yeah, this is useless, people will at best make a big fuss about it and then nothing more. It was like someone saying that they had seen a ghost. If they went out and said it to others, whether they believed it or not, they would at most make a fuss about it, and would soon put it behind them, and gradually immunize themselves against this kind of thing in the future. Besides, Lin Jian was still pointing at the professors of the Divine Clergy Academy, and people felt that you were hacking the Divine Clergy Academy. Fine, I really can't do anything about it, so let's fight. Lin Jian began to close in. It was quite a good fight just now it's my turn, you're more than twice my level, wanna give it a try? This was the demon-possessed Ox King. She had already tried out Lin Jian's strength from Queen Bee before. Obviously, a frontal hard fight like this was something Lin Jian wasn't afraid of. This kid had extraordinary tenacity. So next, the Bull King actually turned around and ran. Chapter 87. The Devil Race actually wimped out. Precisely because of their experience, the devils wouldn't go head-to-head with Lin Jian. With Lin Jian's talent, whoever went head-to-head with him would immediately turn into a numerical collision. No fancy, is to see who can carry more. Basically, in addition to the legendary creatures of the werewolf vampire, there are very few monsters can be in the recovery attribute of the competition. Manga defense is high, but cannot hold that talent bonus. At Queen Bee's place, the demon had learned about Lin Jian's 256 times counter damage. She realized at this time that even this mangy bull S body couldn't carry it, because Lin Jian was not attacking the Bull King S body, but Lin Jian himself. Had nothing to do with the level, and he dropped a leg. The Bull King had to drop a leg as well. Sure enough, before the Bull King could run far, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The huge body piled up into a mountain on the ground, and that was because one of its legs was broken. Lin Jian unloaded one of his own legs. The opponent was unprepared, struggling to get up and still running. Lin Jian unloaded another of his own legs, 361 times the counter damage. I don't believe that the opponent's leg won't stop. Lin Jian also took the bloody dagger and held it to his neck. Luckily, this damage is enough, much higher than the previous 256 times. But realize that 256x counter damage was a level 16 multiplier, it was now level 19. Why are you running? You're a bull king. Lin Jian said indifferently, there are a lot of things I don't understand, if you can tell me, I'll let you go. The Ox King, however, was sneering, I don't need you to spare me yet, but you sure are surprising. She didn't use the Bull King's berserking skill because it was useless. Lin Jian's dagger stabbing down hurt not just the skin, but also the tendons and bones. Berserking just lost the pain, but the real damage to the body was still there. At this point, the Bull King couldn't run away either, and was left with 2 legs. Really, let's see if you can run that fast this time. Lin Jian said, and then stabbed into his own throat, even slashing left and right a few times. The massive black chi was very decisive, and directly chose to leave the Bull King, flying towards the distance. The Ox King was unable to run, but this black chi was able to fly, and was actually locked by Lin Jian, but could quickly escape. Lin Jian also collapsed to the ground as he recalled the binding sensation of the divine chain from earlier. That black chi had been injured before, and now it had been injured once more. The conclusion was that even if it was possessed, Lin Jian attacking the creature she was possessing could cause the demon to be injured. If the black chi didn't run away at this point, this kind of damage could still be passed on, and it was probably no better than the Bull King. Several hundred times the counter injury is indeed powerful, even if the skin is thick. Can your sinews and bones withstand it? At this time, the Bull King's body has been unable to move. It looks like the surface actually has no injury, but inside has been tendon rupture. Coupled with Lin Jian's final throat cut, the Bull King fell to the ground gurgling and spurting blood. This also shouldn't be the life force of a proper Ox King, it was just being controlled by the demons, and the demons weren't willing to fight Lin Jian to the end in a bloodbath, giving up halfway through, causing the battle to end very hastily. After all, I still let her get away. Lin Jian waited for his body to recover. At this time Qin Xiu ran over. Are you okay? How did you get like this? Still okay? Help me, change your clothes. Lin Jian took out a set of clothes from space. Although his body could recover, his clothes couldn't. Because of this particular set of his battle technique, Lin Jian had prepared for it earlier, and preparing a few more sets was just that. After lying on the ground for a while, Lin Jian recovered, but it was also very amazing. Qin Xiu helped him change his clothes, her pretty face red as she sat aside and turned her head to look away. Lin Jian sat up at once and let out a long breath before Qin Xiu turned around. Are you okay? Just now I thought you. It's fine, you've seen it all, right, Big? You. Qin Xiu again red face turned elsewhere. This is not to blame her, the first time to see her like this. Lin Jian, on the other hand, is indifferent, the body principle is enough. Don't get me wrong, referring to the ability to recover. Other people seem to be a phenomenon, but Lin Jian himself can feel it, a majestic life force running in his body, which seems to never run out. As long as this life force is still there, his body will recover no matter what kind of injuries he has. So what was this life force? Lin Jian couldn't explain this strange power. After all, it was SSSS level, and Ji Wuyo couldn't say anything about it. By the way, when you faced off against the Bull King just now, didn't you notice anything strange? I'm too weak. It's not a matter of strength, you're 24 levels off in level, there's no way you could have touched the Bull King. To say it's strange, I feel as if this isn't the Bull King, like it's talking to someone. As expected, Qin Xiu also felt it, but she couldn't say it clearly. The details would only give people a strange feeling, and if it was a real Bull King, it definitely wouldn't talk like this. Lin Jian nodded, that's right, it's not a Bull King, but a demon. If it was a real Bull King, it might be a bit of a struggle to fight it, and this demon I've encountered before, she's the Professor Wang who took my sister. I want to ask, how can you be sure? Because she's the only one who has that much of a grudge against me, and she also has to be that capable, so you'll have to be careful in the future as well. In that case, in this clergy academy. It was a person who could think that if the demon race was real, then they must still be lurking amongst the humans, and there was more than one of them. Thinking behind the scenes was even more terrifying, not even knowing what their purpose was. Lin Jian especially reminded her, there are some things you just have to understand in your heart. You have to be careful everywhere in the Divine Clergy Academy, you can't be too reckless until everything is clear, this matter has to be considered in the long run. We won't expose them? Don't be silly, no one will believe it if we go out and say it like this. Let's go back. Lin Jian wouldn't be so naive as to go and tell everyone without moving. The demonic legends have been circulating for many years. Now if you go out and say it like that, people will just think you're crazy. No one will even look at you more than once. At least you have to have evidence, right? And the devil race is so strong. What evidence can you find? Don't worry, Lin Jian thought that Professor Wang would still beat himself up. He stood up and tried how well his body had recovered. You recovered from this, do you want me to help you? Okay. Lin Jian didn't refuse, so he let Qin Xiu assist him and walked all the way back. Qin Xiu had just helped Lin Jian change a complete set of clothes. That impressive picture was still in her head, and at this time the two of them had contact. So she couldn't help but ramble on, and instantly turned red again, as if her strength was gone. What's going on? Did you overexert yourself just now too? No, I'm fine. Qin Xiu took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jian's arm, leading him away. But as a girl in love, it was impossible to not have a reaction. It was just that Lin Jian didn't know about it. Lin Jian did feel quite comfortable and soft. Chapter 88, Why Are You Blushing? By the time they got back to the valley, the place had calmed down and the team was relieved to see them. Are you guys alright? It's fine, the Bull King is just a hard hit, so much for talent. Only Lin Jian could say that. Wasn't the strength talent enough? That was a talent that belonged uniquely to the mangarecaps. But when it came to Lin Jian, the more power you attacked with, the more damage you would receive yourself. Zhao Feng glanced at Qin Xiu suspiciously. What exactly did you guys go through? Your faces are so red. No, just feeling a bit tired. Take a break if you're tired. We've all gone up a level and are satisfied. Zhao Feng even took the initiative to pick up Lin Jian, who didn't even notice when he glared at him. But going up a level did make them excited. Going up a level after entering the divine realm once, this was the speed of a genius. You come in a few times a semester, then everyone is a genius, everyone can turn 2 in a year. Looking at it this way, the blind zone's secret realm was indeed a great reward. Lin Jian also looked at his own panel. He had also reached level 20, so it was indeed a rich achievement. All of this leveling experience was shared amongst the entire team, but because of the demons, Lin Jian himself had risen 4 levels. Lin Jian didn't intentionally talk about this either, and Yuling asked from the side, what about the Bull King's corpse? It's too big, there's no room in that storage ring of mine. Then you guys rest, I'll go load it up. Yuling went to collect the corpses. Based on the principle of not wasting, she wanted the corpses of ordinary manga bays, not to mention the Bull King. The pair of horns taken out were all highly valued materials, the bull bones were actually very hard, and the bull sinews were all very good materials. Humans have found that this natural material on powerful creatures is better than synthetic ones. The team temporarily repaired and waited for Yuling to return. Lin Jian had a feeling that Yuling wasn't here to practice, but to collect materials. The creatures in this god's domain were indeed special. Looking at the levels, they weren't powerful, but they had a lot of experience and they all had their own special skills, like the poisonous wasp's tail stinger. It was powerful beyond the level, and that was what they got in exchange for their low fire resistance. When Yuling returned, the party was almost ready to leave the secret realm. Because the strength wasn't even, Lin Jian had a strong recovery ability while the others were exhausted. Training that was overdone, instead of being beneficial, would give great disadvantages. When Yuling came back, she also took back the magic crystals from the Ox King. She secretly and quietly showed it to Lin Jian, who wondered, what's the use of this thing? To be researched, but it's definitely useful. If this thing can allow demons to possess it, will it become a demonic confinement? Good idea. You still engage in such research? Because there are many priesthoods that have nothing to do with combat, such as building equipment, refining potions, enchanting equipment, and so on. By the looks of it, Yurin knew a lot about this line of work as well. It also made sense that she claimed to be a gunsmith, so some of the special warheads would have to be built herself. Lin Jian had also seen Yuling's many kinds of warheads. Her guns never pursued caliber kinetic energy. The pursuit of large power would only burden her with recoil, even affecting accuracy, and everything would be for nothing if she couldn't hit. As for wanting damage, you can work on the warhead. Guns actually do not need so much power, such as a knife, to stab into the body. How much power is needed? That's why Yuring tinkered with many kinds of strange warheads, and there were even enchanted ones. The profession of messing with equipment is also in demand, right? That's because equipment is an essential part. No matter how powerful a person is, there are times when they can't fire their skills in an actual battle, and if someone is backstabbing you, they'll definitely create such an opportunity on purpose. Yuling faintly said, that's why equipment is a must-have, sometimes it can save your life. Lin Jian agreed with this statement, because he had felt it before when he fought against Turi. It wasn't like Turi wasn't prepared, he had put a lot of thought into targeting Lin Jian. That blocking ring was a great tactic, it was just that SSSS rank skills were too hard to target, the world hadn't found a higher rank than that. But if he succeeded in blocking, and Lin Jian couldn't send out the skill, wouldn't he be very passive? So at this time, having fallen into the enemy's trap, one had to top it off with equipment. Even the most invincible people had times when they couldn't send out their skills, people needed to sleep, and there were also times when they couldn't release them when their mental energy was depleted. As long as someone is counting on you, always count to this step. This was the time to have equipment to survive, even if it was disposable equipment. So, you came here for the equipment materials? These are money, otherwise where do you think I got so much money? This explanation from Yuling made sense. She saw that Lin Jian was having a bit too many problems, so she bumped him with her shoulder. Hey, if you don't go over and talk to your girlfriend, she's always looking this way, jealous, right? Lin Jian also turned his head to look over. It's not like she's. Eek, could it be that she also recognizes that you're actually a beautiful woman? Yuling's disguise was perfect, it was basically impossible to recognize what she originally looked like. Lin Jian didn't think much of it before, but then he realized that the scar on her face was also pasted on, right? No wonder, thought she was really that ruthless to disfigure herself. Even though I'm not a beauty anymore, I'm still a female, your girlfriend will still be uncomfortable. She didn't say that either, who decided that she's my girlfriend? Seeing Yuling's hard mouth, Lin Jian didn't say anymore. That said, who wouldn't want to have a girlfriend like Qin Xiu? In the Divine Vocational Academy it was also the school flower level, or the top talent. If she admitted it, then Lin Jian would be willing to do it 1,000,000 times over. The point is, the gap between the two is a bit big. Family history is not to mention, Lin Jian can't possibly compare with others, even if it's the priesthood. Lin Jian, this will be considered a chicken rib. He himself didn't know where the limit of his recovery was, and others knew even less. There was a team of 6 people, and they spent the night in the divine realm recuperating before going out. It was his teammates who needed to rest, Lin Jian didn't, that life force in his body was too powerful. The renewal were much longer than the others. If it was just him, then he could have practiced in there for a long time. As long as he wasn't topping out at the limit, Lin Jian felt like he could keep practicing. The next day, he led the team out of the god's domain, and this time, the entire team had huge gains. Entering once and going up a level, this was a speed that many people could only dream of, but unfortunately, this wasn't the divine domain of the National Vocational Academy. A 1-year transfer was not a dream, everyone was a genius, but unfortunately resources were limited. Only just came out, the 4 deans were already waiting outside the divine domain. Lin Jian looked around, the group of freshmen from the Divine Vocational Academy was actually next to them. They came out too? Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang were on the side, their faces expressionless, but anyone could see the air of complacency. This was a talented freshman from the Divine Vocational Academy, their special enrollment from the State Vocational Academy hadn't even fallen short. Lin Jian's group had given the State Vocational Academy a great deal of face. Chapter 89, He's My Boyfriend. People's pessimism is not connected, some people rejoice and some people are upset. Dean Gu was very upset, even though Ji Wuyo didn't show any expression, but the expressionless face is mockery. In front of the Divine Vocational Academy, you are still so pretentious, who is not lowly, but the students behave like this, he can't say anything. Then seeing Qin Xiu come out with Lin Jian and the others, Dean Gu became angry. Qin Xiu, you're the first-day talent amongst the freshmen and the top talent amongst the past students, why are you with these special enrollment students? Can't I do this? Of course it can't, relationship you have to figure out. Doesn't our Divine Office Academy have its own team? Qin Xiu looked at Yang Chong and the others not far away, if she had to find a reason. She pointed at Lin Jian and said, he's my boyfriend, can't we even be together with such a relationship? Ha! Dean Gu and Lin Jian both spoke out at the same time, but the meaning was different. By and large they were both not expecting it, it was just that Lin Jian sensed the atmosphere between the two, but it wasn't good to say anything until they poked through the window paper. But now Qin Xiu actually admitted it directly, worthy of being a great lady, daring to love and hate. Dean Gu, on the other hand, was confused, so what else could he say? All his previous reasons were gone. People don't come to your Divine Office Academy to sell their bodies, right? They can choose their own boyfriends, right? The others were dumbfounded, making no sound whatsoever, staring blankly at Qin Xiu and Lin Jian. Because those in the team knew that Qin Xiu and Lin Jian didn't start out with this relationship. If it was such a relationship to begin with, they wouldn't be talking like that when they met. Be well. Dean Gu also had nothing to say, playing like this is right, saying it again would force his genius over. He turned to Ji Wuyo, the people from your National Vocational Academy, you can take them back, we don't owe each other anything. Wait a moment first, since this is a friendly exchange, can I make another request? Lin Jian spoke up, and even borrowed the name of friendly exchange, see if this is friendly? In the beginning, when Ji Wuyo and the others came, there was still barely an atmosphere, and everyone was being polite. But ever since Lin Jian appeared, from the start of the challenge to now, there hasn't been any friendly atmosphere. You're still making demands? Fine, I'll hear what you have to say. It's not an excessive request, in fact, I also want to do something for the relationship between the two hospitals. I'm going to take my sister away this time, I also have to meet with the professor who brought her. Back that professor, say it clearly, everyone's heart will not have a gap. Lin Jian was looking for an excuse, he could almost conclude that Professor Wang was a demon. Then Lin Jian wouldn't mind meeting her outside of the divine realm, he wasn't afraid in the divine realm, and he was even less afraid outside. This beam wasn't going to end that easily, so meet her to see what else could be gained. Then you'll be disappointed, this we can't do. Dean Gu flatly refused, but didn't specify what the reason was. However, he didn't have any other emotions in his eyes, only boredom. It seemed that it wasn't because of the truth about the demon race, but because of this matter of Lin Jian. It made him have a bad relationship with Professor Wang and fall out just a bit. Then it can only be forgotten. Lin Jian was sorry, he still wanted to know how many demons were hiding in the Divine Office Academy, and the world outside, where exactly were the demons still hiding, what was their purpose, what exactly did they want to do to humans? Listening to the meaning of the demon race, the power of these priesthood, and they are all related. Ancient Dean Humph, you will regret, I did ask your sister's disease, her disease if not awakened, will be consumed by their own power to death, but awakened, she cannot carry the energy of awakening. This was indeed an awkward situation. Lin Jian was a bit skeptical, really? I don't have to lie to you, that's something your Dean Ji can also see. Lin Jian looked at Ji Wuyo, who nodded, yes, because the test for awakening your sister couldn't pass, she couldn't physically withstand it, so there was no way to carry out the awakening ceremony, but at the same time, the power to not awaken her was torturing her. This situation is not difficult to understand. It's as if someone is sick, and the doctor says that the disease is very curable, and that there is a special medicine for it. However, the patient's physical condition cannot withstand this medicine. Then it would be embarrassing, if you don't take the medicine you will die of the disease, and if you take the medicine you will also die. So this is the point of Sister Linya trouble, the general approach is to first make the body a little stronger, at least you have to withstand the medicine, right, when the conditions are met in order to cure the disease, however. If you do not take the medicine, your body will never recover. This got into a closed loop, and it can't be broken. Lin Jian deliberately asked, so, the Divine Clergy Academy has a way? It's too late for you to get your sister back now. What kind of place do you think the Divine Office Academy is? No, I just want to know if the Divine Clergy Academy has a solution, don't be bragging, right? Agitation is useless, who in the world doesn't know, if the Divine Office Academy doesn't have a solution, then no one else will either. It sounded like at least Dean Gu didn't have an exact solution. That Professor Wang didn't seem to have one either, if she did, she would have had her sister awakened a long time ago. Because only by awakening could she cure her sister's illness, and dragging it out all the time would get worse and worse. But where there was a way, it would be done as early as possible, otherwise what was this for, and the Divine Clergy Academy wouldn't have so much time that they would just waste it. They weren't sure at least yet, but Lin Jian also had a way. That was his newly awakened talent, and he could at least make sure that his sister wouldn't be harmed while she was awakened. I'm fine with it then. Dean Gu was angry, and this exchange of vocations felt like a loss for the Divine Clergy Academy. Ji Wuyo and Vice Dean Chang were spirited and brought Lin Jian's squad out. I didn't expect it, in the end, you guys earned the face of the National Vocational Academy. The Chang Vice Dean was very happy and wasn't pretending now, even though we brought the elites of the State Vocational College, the final result is really hard to say, you guys actually. Luckily turned out to be good. Zhao Feng asked again, in addition to the rewards of the previous transfer, are there any other rewards? The Divine Domain of the State Academy also grants you guys more privileges. Since they were earned honors, these should be given, and Vice President Chang was quick to agree. Ji Wuyo also had the same attitude, if this is not rewarded more vigorously, how can it motivate future students? Lin Jian, your sister's illness, I've taken a closer look at it before, and it's indeed the same as what the Divine Office said. Dean Ji, I understand, can you give my sister a special approval for an awakening ceremony? This. You dare, her body is very weak, what if something happens to her? I'll make sure nothing happens to her. Regarding this, Lin Jian was very certain this was his talent. He was able to transfer all the pain and hurt his sister had endured to himself. Chapter 90 The most effective way to target Lin Jian. They had only left the divine office courtyard when Qin Xiu chased after them. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo said to the others, let's go first then, Lin Jian probably still has something to say. Very sensible. Well, Lin Jian was also slightly embarrassed because just now Qin Xiu had said the relationship between the two in front of so many people, as to whether it was true or not, the others didn't know. Lin Jian did not deny that is true. I just said that, you don't mind, right? It's hard to say, I don't know if I should mind. What do you mean? If you said something false, it's only favorable to you because you're going to use this excuse to not let the Divine Clergy Academy have any other opinion about you, while for me, it won't be much of a benefit, and I'm still being used by you. Indeed, if Qin Xiu didn't say this, then the Clergy Academy might have a view on him. You elbowed your way out, and with that relationship in place people could still understand you. If it is false, then this side has nothing to do with Lin Jian, and it also prevents him from chasing other girls. Lin Jian is not a licking dog, guarding a misunderstanding there beautifully. Qin Xiu's voice became smaller, then you want it to be true. With conditions like yours, of course I want it, otherwise wouldn't it be pretentious? Regardless of image or priesthood talent or family situation, Qin Xiu was an excellent girl. If this was all unwilling, then it was indeed Lin Jian who was too pretentious. Wouldn't that be too cheap? What, does that mean it's fake? You see how you behave in the future, you have to come see me often. Before he could say a few more sentences, Qin Xiu turned his head and ran, and Lin Jian didn't even get a word of accuracy. He also shouted behind, hey, what do you mean, in the end really or fake? Really you're serious, fake also don't need to waste everyone's time, lest we make any misunderstandings it's not good. However, Qin Xiu could not hear it and ran out of shadow. A voice from the side interjected, you're really straight, isn't this a default? Lin Jian twisted his head to see that it was Yu Ling. How do you know it's by default? Also, why are you eavesdropping on us? Girls, it's like this, it's impossible to say everything plainly. That's a great advantage, and then you can say that I misunderstood, in fact, she didn't mean it. Oh, according to you, it's also true that it should be made clear. Yu Ling surprisingly agreed with Lin Jian, I've seen a lot of girls like this, turn around and say it's your misunderstanding if you don't like it, and if you like it, say that you're pig-brained and don't know how to imply it. This seems to be the plot of a certain romance movie. Her personality was a bit unlike that of a little girl, being sensible was similar to that of a boy. Lin Jian was also a bit surprised, he hadn't thought that Yu Ling could even agree with himself, no wonder she could be so hard on herself. That's right, the conflicts in romance movies are all done by misunderstandings. Let's go, don't think so much, girls are like that, you shouldn't be some kind of love brain, right? Wait, you are also a girl, so you are right on both ends. Yu Ling was definitely not an ordinary girl, she was definitely hiding a huge secret behind her. She immediately changed the topic, about the demon race, you shouldn't say anything about it in front of people in the future either, people won't pay attention to any demon race just because of your words, they'll instead pay attention to you and secretly target you. Then we can't just wait foolishly, right, besides I took my sister away, the demon clan must have paid attention to me. One or two of them, it's still manageable, let's slowly figure it out. Lin Jian was puzzled, listening to you, you know a lot about the demon race, is there anything else I don't know? Yu Ling also only said here, this matter, the more you know the more unfavorable for you, now it is still only because of your sister's conflict, not too big, later. We will slowly say, this is not a moment can be solved. Lin Jian's sister, Linya, was brought back to the National Vocational College by him, so he lived with Ji Yun. This was Ji Wuyo's arrangement, and I don't know what kind of relationship Ji Yun has with him, they don't even recognize any relationship on the surface. However, living with Ji Yun should be better than Yulin, with Yulin's scruffy appearance. Back at the State Vocational College, Linya's illness was immediately on the agenda. This time, Lin Jian had sort of given the National Vocational Academy a face, and his only request was to cure his sister. Letting your sister undergo awakening isn't a big problem, $500,000 will cover it at the school, but your sister's condition should be clarified first, she's been seriously ill for a few years now, she can't even withstand a little bit of strenuous exercise. Ji Wuyo gave Lin Jian a clear explanation of the stakes, which is where the difficulty of curing the disease lies. The medicine could cure, but it could also poison someone to death, so it was a risk. The Clergy Academy had taken the person away for so long, but they didn't dare to do anything to cure the disease, which was to make Linya awaken. I have skills that can help my sister take the damage. Oh, all the damage? Yes, even if someone attacks her, as long as I don't die, nothing will happen to her at all. That's pretty amazing. A SSSS ranked priesthood talent can even evolve. Ji Wuyo made it even clearer that he was right to bring Lin Jian, that the clergy academy would actually dislike this profession. But he still had concerns. There's one problem: you're bound to your sister. If she awakens on the divine altar, do you have to follow her? By that time, no one will be allowed next to her for hundreds of meters. Will it still be effective beyond that distance? Then I'll follow along up there. Lin Jian wasn't very sure, and being around for protection was certainly the safest way to go. It was a matter of his sister's life and death, and there was no way he was going to use this for testing. Then there's a problem: if you go up to the divine altar again, the awakening ceremony will most likely wipe out your priesthood. What, the priesthood can still be erased after awakening? Ji Wuyo nodded. The priesthood awakening ceremony, which takes place at the altar of the gods, is only for ordinary people who haven't awakened, and those who have already awakened will have their priesthood wiped out, and it's happened before. Lin Jian was incredulous. Then what's with what they said, secondary awakening? Secondary awakenings are very difficult to apply for, as well as being an unspoken secret of the priesthood academy. Then is it okay for me to be underneath the divine altar, a little closer? This is unknown. Basically, no one is willing to risk such a test. That's true, a careless divine detective wipes out a person's priesthood again. That would mean that this life is over. Without the priesthood, what's the difference between an ordinary person and an ordinary person? That's why people who had awakened the priesthood didn't want to lose it no matter what, no matter how cockamamie the occupation was. The second time it will be erased. What about the third time? There was really someone who tried it, the one that was erased, and he paid for a third awakening, with no effect. In other words, after being erased by the divine prospector, there was no possibility of wanting to awaken again. At the same time, this hand was the most effective way to target Lin Jian. Chapter 91, Don't care if I can keep my sister alive. Ji Wuyo said this, and Lin Jian easily associated himself with it. If a cleric was captured and tied to a divine scout for another awakening, then his original cleric would be brushed off. Of course, against other people there was no need for such trouble, a single slash would solve it. But against Lin Jian's immortal body, what if there was no way to solve it with force? Just do whatever it takes to control Lin Jian, tie him up, and swipe him again on the divine altar. Turning Lin Jian into an ordinary person, wouldn't that make it possible to kill him at will? Dean Ji, just how far around the divine altar is safe? I can only tell you this: at a distance of 200 meters, the power of the divine detective awakening doesn't repent to play any role against those who haven't awakened, and whenever this time comes, the awakened will hide far away. Ji Wuyo continued, but you should know that when awakening the priesthood, the divine scout creates a separate godfall space against the awakened. It's unclear if this will cause a block to your binding. Lin Jian's heart began to tangle. This really made it difficult to choose. The moment Linya awakened, he would have to become an ordinary person, as it was simultaneous. But the good thing was, the moment Lin Jian lost his priesthood, Linya would also gain her priesthood, and she would have the ability to defend herself. Now that several professors from the National Vocation Academy had seen Linya's situation, the consensus was that Linya would be able to awaken 100% of the time. Because Linya had gotten sick because of this power, awakening was just par for the course. But at the same time Lin Jian would lose his priesthood, and he was in deep thought. Lin Jian, if you lose your priesthood, it would be a huge loss for the National Vocational Academy as well. But it's not like there's any other way to save your sister right now. Our opinion is to stabilize your sister's condition for now. If it's really not possible, we'll turn to the Priesthood Academy for help and get some life-preserving things for your sister. Lin Jian didn't want to lose the priesthood, and the National Priesthood Academy didn't want him to lose it. It was a clear benefit. But on his sister's side, there was no surefire way. If the Priesthood Academy really has a way, it wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Dean Ji, how long can my sister's condition be dragged out? This is not easy to say. The power that affects her is too strong, and it is estimated that the awakening is also extremely gifted. A talent that even the demon race looked at. Could it be bad? Lin Jian was convinced that his sister was a genius. What about himself? It was a tough decision, because there was no telling when his sister wouldn't be able to carry it. That was after all the power of the priesthood, and his sister hadn't awakened yet, was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person stand up to it? Dean Ji, I am willing to use my priesthood to exchange for my sister's life. What, have you thought it through? Well, since my sister is also a genius, the National Vocational Academy isn't at a disadvantage, right? That being said, but you've already made such progress that it's a shame to lose. Theoretically speaking, the National Occupation Academy hadn't lost out either, as the profession of life changer was still unappealing to many people. If his sister had awakened other divine vocations, she would definitely be more popular than Lin Jian. According to the current assessment of the National Vocational Academy, Linya's divine occupation after awakening would be at least SS or higher. So the National Vocational Academy wouldn't stand in the way, it would just explain the pros and cons to Lin Jian and let him make his own choice. I don't care, it's more important than anything to keep my sister alive, and don't tell her about this. I know. What was Lin Jian? He was a reborn person, but his previous life hadn't brought him any other benefits. The only benefit was being able to look on the bright side, and it wasn't a loss after living 2 lives anyway. The State Council had only told Lin Jian about the situation, and Lin Jian's side had only told Yuling. For some reason, of all the people he knew, the most reliable was only Yuling. What? You're going to be on the divine altar again? Yuling actually knew this as well. I remember that there was an awakened person who went up a second time before, and the result was that the priesthood was washed away and he turned into an ordinary person, so you have to be clear about what the consequences of this are. Lin Jian nodded, I know, but it can be exchanged for my sister to live, and she will become stronger. That's true, you can't go up there without following. When the awakening occurs, there will be a divine descent space that envelopes the altar of the god, and there it will reset the priesthood. If you're outside, your skills won't be able to reach inside. You actually know more than Dean Ji? Lin Jian was surprised. Ji Wuyo wasn't too sure when she said it, while Yuling was sure. Did she hold more information than the National Vocational Academy? Yuling smiled, because I've known people like this, seen them, and of course they understand, but it's you, are you willing to lose it all? Actually, I've accumulated something in the time since I awakened my priesthood, living this life is not a problem. In that case, your girlfriend from the Divine Priesthood Academy might not care about you anymore. Yuling joked, patting Lin Jian on the shoulder and said, alright, it's very respectable that you can be like this for your sister, I can support you in the future. No need, even the materials I fought in the Divine Realm Secret Realm can be exchanged for a lot of money. You need it because you messed with the demon race, I'm the person in this world who knows the most about the demon race. Lin Jian then remembered about that demon race, would she really hold on to it? But in Yuling's opinion, it wasn't impossible to deal with. After she heard what Lin Jian had to say, she was very supportive of Lin Jian's behavior of protecting his sister, and even gave him a promise that he wouldn't be harassed by the demon race. A special enrollment, who was she to guarantee this? Lin Jian only thought of her as joking, and soon after, the National Vocational Academy prepared the awakening ceremony for Linya. There is a price to pay to have the altar of the gods opened, and it is even more expensive to open it for a person alone. This is the difference between wholesale and retail. But because Lin Jian had grown a face this time, the National Vocational Academy bore the cost. On this day, Lin Jian finally brought Linya before the altar of the gods. Watching from afar from the sidelines, there was Ji Wuyo and a few professors from the National Vocational Academy, as well as Yuling with their original squad, and no one else, and this wasn't a high school kind of annual awakening extravaganza. Brother, will I die? I won't let you die, don't worry Sayaka. But I have the feeling of being unsteady, won't it be a problem if you go up with me? Xiaoya, to tell you the truth, your brother I'm immortal, awesome, right? Lin Jian was still bragging to Linya, not letting her know about those things. Linya had also been sick for years, since she was a child, she practically didn't have much cognizance of worldly affairs, she was all at home recuperating from her illness. So she wouldn't think that much, and only chose to trust her brother in this situation. She took Lin Jian's hand and stepped onto the altar, still wearing a sweet smile. With brother with me, even if I die here, I won't be afraid. Don't talk nonsense, this time it's a good thing to completely cure your illness. Apparently, Lin Yuzwal had also become a bit depressed over the years of her illness, and her thoughts were not positive. So this time, would it be the dawn for her? Chapter 92 Lin Ya's Great Prophecy Technique. Arriving at the divine altar, Lin Jian first performed the divine chain binding. Exchanging lives live and die together. This time, his and his sister's lives were bound together, and unless he died, his sister wouldn't suffer any harm. Ji Wuyo, who was on the sidelines, sighed. A professor beside him said, good thing, that girl is also overly talented, let's just see what profession she can awaken. With this kind of talent, how can it be better than a life changer? It's just that up until now, life changers seem to be pretty good too. Yeah, at least it gave us a face in the Divine Clergy Academy, but life-changing masters are still unpopular. This Linya, if we can awaken an SSS ranked profession, our reputation this term won't be weaker than the Divine Clergy Academy. Look, the divine altar has opened. A light flashed, and it was as if a huge eye had opened in the sky, golden light shining down. Ji Woyo also became excited. This is a vision. Such a vision hasn't been seen in how many years? This must be of the highest grade, no worse than anyone else. How could they not be excited? However, there were still visions within visions. At this moment, what happened during Lin Jian's awakening happened again. The sky rumbled and split down a lightning bolt. This lightning actually struck not Linya, but Lin Jian. Lin Jian was right next to Linya, caught off guard. A little bit of mental preparation was not split on the ground again. Ha! Everyone froze. Nothing like this had happened before, no experience whatsoever. At this time, Lin Jian stood up again with a flip, looking up at the sky. Is there any mistake? The one who awakened isn't me, and with this amount of ability it can't split me. I shouldn't be clamoring for attention, right? He didn't want the lightning to attract to his sister's side, but this was his sister's awakening ceremony. By all rights, the celestial phenomenon should act on the sister. No matter who the lightning struck, the damage would end up on Lin Jian anyway, it didn't matter. But if it didn't react to Linya, would she fail her awakening? Lin Jian was a bit bewildered. Did that mean that this wasn't right, that the deans of the National Academy had made an error in judgment? Then another bolt of lightning struck down. This time Lin Jian didn't move and carried it all. There was still a huge gap from when he first awakened, and now this level didn't matter. While still wondering, a soft white light flashed and enveloped Linya. Her eyes were still closed a moment ago, but now she slowly opened them, looking incomparably holy in the white light. Is this a success? It seems like it, and it's also reached SSS level. I should be right, right? Then what priesthood is she? In fact, no one is sure. This awakening is beyond the scope of their cognition. It doesn't matter if Lin Jian receives those few thunder. Everyone has remained calm about Lin Jian's out of the ordinary reaction. The key is what Linya has awakened. Linya just stood there calmly, her dress automatically rising without wind. She stretched out her own delicate hand and pointed at the sky. The heavens have their own way, while everything still passes away. Beginning with one, and divided into up and down, there are three phases: past, present, and future. People can't control it, and neither can the sky. Linya's tone was soft, as if she was pouring out fine words, but everyone could hear it clearly. That voice seemed to be able to drill directly into one's brain, softly carrying on drifting. The moment she spoke, a thunderbolt struck down, but stopped in midair as if frozen. Who had ever seen frozen lightning? That shocking thunder was just a foot away from Lin Jian's head, and it actually stopped alive. Go back, everything will eventually go back to the beginning again. With Linya's words, this shocking thunder actually retracted again. The heavenly punishment and divine punishment that everyone was previously terrified of was actually disliked by Linya with a few words like this. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. It was still Ji Wuyo who muttered, "Great prophecy technique. This is a prophet, this is a prophet." What, a prophet? Dean Ji, we've never seen this kind of profession before. This is another uncharted territory. This pair of siblings have given us too many surprises. Now let's see what the Divine Vocational Academy has to say. Can it still be better than our students? The professors were beaming with joy. This is a huge harvest, 100 Lin Jian they would be willing to exchange. As for the people in the squad led by Yuling, they were also stunned. They just watched the heavenly punishment retract. Wang Dong opened his mouth and did not say anything for a long half day. He did not know what to say. What do you mean, this saying a few words can repel divine punishment? Zhao Feng muttered. This was beyond everyone's knowledge, as people believed that the priesthood was given by God. Therefore, God was supreme and there was no one who could compare to it. Today, this pair of siblings had given everyone a threefold shock. It wasn't like God was nothing that couldn't be carried. Lin Jian directly carried the divine punishment, and his sister directly disliked the divine punishment in a few words. I don't know what the actual meaning is, but the feeling given is this impression. And on the stage, Linya had already jumped to Lin Jian's side. Brother, are you alright? Isn't this alive and well? You've awakened. Well, it feels like my body's gotten a lot better. That's good, at least the promise I made to you, honored. Lin Jian smiled. This was what he had been telling Linya throughout these years. He said that he would definitely cure Linya's illness. Even for this promise, he would do anything. But I feel that something has changed in my brother as well. It's fine, we're all alive, that's the perfect ending. At this time, Ji Wuyo also brought people over. The awakening ceremony had already ended. They had to check what exactly had happened at the scene, because the common sense of the past was no longer enough to judge the situation. Ji Wuyo came up to take a look at Linya first, then smiled. Good, very good. Dean Ji, what is she? She's fine. The previous illness was just a kind of backlash from the extension of this power. Now as long as she's awakened, this power is instead a great help to her growth. Ordinary people can't afford this kind of power. Everyone was relieved, only knowing that Linya would be very powerful, but exactly how powerful was still unclear. For the National Vocational Academy, there was another genius, super earned. And for Yu Ling and the others, the team had an additional powerful teammate. Just by looking at this stance, it must be powerful. Just the SSS ranked priesthood is enough to go against the heavens. In this term's priesthood academy, there was only one SSS ranked Qin Shou. Ji Wuyo looked at Lin Jian again and suddenly frowned. Things were different from what he thought. What's wrong, Dean Ji? My brother will be fine, right? It's fine, but it's his priesthood that seems to have produced a change. Now he's actually a class mage? All gazes looked at Lin Jian again, who said rather embarrassedly, a good thing, after all, the priesthood was left for me. Chapter 93 Fooling the Eyes of God. According to the God's altar, Linya had awakened as a SSS ranked seer. And Lin Jian actually reawakened again. He was now an A rank mage. Everyone felt sorry for Lin Jian, although there were still professors who felt that the life-changing master was too ribald, but now that it had been reduced to a rank, there was nothing worth blowing up, and the special enrollment of the National Academy didn't want this kind of level. Seeing the crowd's expression, Ji Wuyo came out to speak. This is a good thing. Lin Jian at least kept his priesthood and his current rank. It's already out of our expectations. We thought that his priesthood would be washed away and turned into an ordinary person. Now it's the best possible outcome, and also, even if Lin Jian becomes an ordinary person, he's still a member of our National Vocational Academy. That's what I said beforehand. After all, he's made a contribution to the National Vocational Academy. Ji Wuyo sealed the deal. This time it was the National Vocational College that won the hemp and the hemp. The role of a prophet was very magical, and it was a profession that was as rare as a life changer. It is said that there have been prophets in the past, and every time they appear, they are the existence of stirring up the wind and clouds. But there is a saying that it's still the life changer that's more bizarre, and Lin Jian is the first case ever. What, brother, what they say is true? What's true? You knew from the beginning, accompanying me up to awaken, that your priesthood would be washed away? Isn't this still an A rank? It's considered lucky. The next moment, Linya jumped into Lin Jian's arms and cried, brother is bad, don't tell me. If he had told her this earlier, she wouldn't have come up even if she had killed herself. Lin Jian knew it in his heart. Seeing this, Ji Wuyo waved to the others and temporarily left the scene. The situation had stabilized, the divine altar had regained its calm, so things were already stable. Although they had lost an SSSS-ranked student, everyone felt that it was a huge gain. The State Academy intended to publicize this matter as a sort of advertisement for the State Academy, as well as a response to the divine altar. You have SSS-ranked weapon masters, ours is even more overwhelming, a seer who can even repel divine punishment. They would publicize the matter at all, and it would be said to be even more amazing. Creating momentum is the basic operation of a great power. The two siblings who remained on the divine altar were still embracing, with Linya crying bitterly in Lin Jian's arms. Her feelings were just pure, because since she was a child, she had only spent time with Lin Jian, and she would be more sad than Lin Jian about what he had lost, and the general public couldn't understand this emotion because of the great sickness. She hadn't come into contact with anyone else either. Alright, don't cry, in the future you'll be the genius that everyone looks up to. I don't want it. As long as brother is a genius, I want brother to protect me. Who says I won't be able to protect you in the future? Lin Jian knew that it was hard for Linya to stop crying like this. A girl who had been very sick for many years was already prone to depression. This had to be coaxed a bit, otherwise it wouldn't end well. Even for a cleric, crying like this for a long time wasn't good. He looked around, then came to his sister's ear in his arms and said, "Who said, I've been cleansed of my priesthood?" "Ha?" His sister raised her head from her arms and looked at him with a tear-filled face. "Wasn't it Dean Ji who said that?" Lin Jian shook his head, and it was only at this time that he withdrew his talent to live and die together. "Brother, you've been protecting me all along." "That's right, my original priesthood hasn't been washed away, the talent skills are all there, it's just that I have an additional priesthood now." Linya was overjoyed. This was even happier than her own awakening. Her brother hadn't lost his original priesthood. In fact, Lin Jian had always known this, but Ji Wuyo had thought that he had just changed his priesthood from the awakening process. What other people thought was other people's business, Lin Jian didn't stop him, but he was puzzled that he could awaken twice. This wasn't a second awakening, it was a first awakening like everyone else, two first awakenings. Because the first awakening had to take place on the altar of the gods, it was believed that this could not fool the gods. God will not let you awaken twice, once is already grace, twice. What do you think? However, in Lin Jian's case, he actually awakened for the second time, and he actually fooled God. Such a miraculous thing, Lin Jian himself was shocked. If this was told out, it would cause even more of a stir than Linya, the prophet, because Lin Jian had actually tricked God. This was something impossible for humans to do. But why was that? It wasn't like Lin Jian himself hadn't thought about it. The first thing he thought was that it was because he was reborn. Being reborn came with a soul, which was why the god had gotten it wrong, equating it to two identities. But these two identities could only be recognized wrongly on the god side, ordinary people couldn't see it. So the natural skill of this SSSS rank life-changing mage was most likely due to the change in the identity of the divine soul that Lin Jian had brought with him in his previous life, and that's when the divine altar realized that something was wrong with him and punished him divinely. And this SSSS mage should be his own identity in this world. Thinking like that, it made much more sense, in the eyes of the gods, only he possessed a twofold identity. Let's go, cheer up, everything brother does can be for you to be happy. Aha! Unsurprisingly, the National Vocational College publicized this matter as the biggest publicity offensive the National Vocational College had ever seen. Since then, the National Vocational Academy had gotten a lot of notoriety, including gaining a profit. The profit was amazing, but at the same time, why Lin Jian had awakened a priesthood identity again at the divine altar had become a topic of study for the National Vocational Academy. Why would God recognize a mistake and give Lin Jian a different priesthood? There was a secondary awakening in the priesthood academy, but that one didn't go through the divine altar. As long as it went through the divine altar, it was impossible to fool God's eyes. That was the previous knowledge. So what was this about Lin Jian? In the past, even someone who failed their first awakening would be recognized by the gods the second time they went up. Ordinary people who went up a second time would suffer divine punishment and possibly lose their lives on the spot. And those who had already awakened, if they were dissatisfied with their priesthood and went up again, they would also be stripped of their priesthood. Because there was no way a god would be fooled into going up there, and would punish greedy humans. So what's going on here with Lin Jian? For a while, there was a flurry of discussion about this matter in the National Priesthood Academy as well as outside, even in the Divine Priesthood Academy. Of course each had their own perspective, and many girls just reported Lin Jian's behavior of sacrificing himself with great favor. For the sake of his sister, to go so far as to wash away his SSSS-ranked priesthood was simply touching. So Lin Jian's popularity was now polarized. On the boys' side, most of them were disgusted. What qualifications do you have to remain a formal student as an A-ranked mage? They rather completely forgot about Lin Jian's contributions. But on the girls' side, Lin Jian was popular, and what was even more excessive was that love letters were being sent in droves. Women, after all, were very emotional creatures. For a long time, Lin Jian was agonizing over how he was going to deal with the snowflakes of love letters. Chapter 94 Hero or Waste. Is he Lin Jian? Looks weak, hey. That's not true, I really don't know how he's good enough to stay as a formal student. Didn't he drop down to a level for his sister? It's rumored that it's quite a sensation too. The winner is the king, strength speaks for itself, weak is weak, what's there to say? The students of the National Vocational College had mixed opinions about Lin Jian. After all, jealousy was human nature. Originally, the 5 major clubs had planned to continue recruiting after the Lin Jian challenge, but this made them hesitate again. Wouldn't recruiting such a controversial person into a society make people talk? It's just as well that you're the only one, but there are 5 major clubs here, so can you stop the other 4 clubs from chewing on you? Of course, Lin Jian has made a contribution to the National Vocational College, but are you recruiting him as a mascot? Just for the sake of symbolism, the members of his own club would all have a few words. What right does he have to be an A-ranked mage? Who can he contribute more than in the club? And which of the regular students isn't better than him? It was so many naysayers that caused Lin Jian to become a hotspot again. Of course, his sister was also a hotspot, and it was rumored that the 5 major societies had started their second round of snatching people up. These naysayers were heard even by Lin Jian in private, and they didn't even avoid it a bit when they talked about others. AI, people nowadays, they only care about their own interests, they don't care about honor at all anymore. Ji Yun was from the 2 gang, she couldn't even listen to it. The captain is obviously a hero, helping the National Vocational Academy earn its face, now go out and they can hold their heads up in front of the Divine Vocational Academy to rely on who? What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. She was speaking so nonchalantly for a forbidden word master with no attack power. Lin Jian laughed. It's fine, it's fortunate that the National Vocational Academy remembered us and specifically granted us a separate apartment. That's making a statement, and there's no need for us to listen to the gossip. It won't affect anything. Right now, Lin Jian was in this separate apartment with his squad. Challenging that battle of the Divine Vocational Academy was significant and had never been done before, and the National Vocational Academy paid quite a bit of attention to it. So for Lin Jian's convenience, a separate apartment was granted, also to avoid those conflicts. Even Linya was living in it, another addition to their legendary team. If not, even Zhao Feng and Wang Dong would be gossiped about. What made them official students? The National Academy was allowing them to act as a model, and it was also to motivate those in the future to fight for the honor of the National Academy. Rewards and punishments were clearly separated, just so that there would still be people to help the collective in the future. Yuling was the most unique one. She could actually manage to be invisible even in this kind of public opinion storm. Brother, several clubs have come to me. I won't join anyone, and there are people who say I won't talk to them. Linya was also filled with righteous indignation. She was relocating her anger to the 5 major societies. To be honest, the people of the 5 major societies were actually quite restrained, because the one to be recruited was Lin Jian's sister, so the 5 major societies had strictly ordered their members to talk too much and not gossip about Lin Jian for no reason. It was a bit unfair that Linya had branded them all as a gang. Alright, let's discuss our next practicing plan. Yulin was always the most pragmatic one, the kind of words that made no sense to say she wouldn't get involved. The most important thing right now is to practice Linya's level first. When she catches up to our level, it will definitely happen in a bigger way. I'll take my sister on this matter, without delaying everyone's leveling time. Lin Jian spoke up. Now that we've all gained certain privileges given by the National Academy, we can enter and exit many of the Divine Realm's secret realms, but pay attention to how we interact with others and don't start disputes easily. There was no way around it, the storm clouds were just full of topics. Zhao Feng was a bit downcast. Then let's wait for you to bring your sister up. Anyway, if I go, there won't be many people willing to team up with me. In the end, it's not strength that I'm relying on as a formal student. That's right, Zhao Feng and Wang Dong honestly didn't have the strength of a formal student. If they entered the Divine Realm's secret realm alone to practice, other people would definitely not welcome them, including Yuling. Yuling actually had abilities, and right now, Lin Jian wasn't even able to judge her strength, but she hid it too well and still wasn't recognized. The only one who could team up with others was Ji Yun. She was originally a formal student and a forbidden speechmaster and wanted any team. A forbidden speechmaster could double a team's strength, or even double it several times. Why are you all looking at me? I'm already on the team and not teaming up with anyone else. Ji Yun also expressed his sense of belonging. They looked down on the captain for being so sentimental and righteous. I look down on them too. People have to have something else besides strength, otherwise it's pretty much the same as a wild monster. That's very true, but in fact, she's pretty much the same as those girls' view of Lin Jian, right? Now all the love letters Lin Jian received were handled by Ji Yun, who burned them together without mercy. When Lin Jian dropped down to a rank, Ji Yun instead felt more of a sense of belonging, because before she didn't even think she had a chance. Don't forget that there's an SSS ranked weapon master on the Divine Clergy Academy side, so Lin Jian definitely couldn't see her. But now that Lin Jian had dropped down, what if that weapon master couldn't look at Lin Jian anymore? Then we can't be idle, can we? It's so hard to speed up our leveling on the Divine Clergy Academy side, and now we're waiting? Yuling elaborated on the current situation. It's not that we people can't form a team, but we lack a strong offensive core. Before we relied on our captain's change of life. Now, none of us have that ability to attack, right? The others in their team, killing small monsters was fine, but I'm afraid fighting bosses was almost fun. But they had all seen Linya's power, and if Linya could grow up. At this time, someone on Lin Jian's side called, and he picked it up. It's Qin Shou. Once Lin Jian said that, the others immediately looked over, and Ji Yun even asked, is she still your girlfriend? I don't know, I'll ask. What, who is this, who is brother's girlfriend? Linya still didn't know about this, her brother was so good, who had this qualification? Lin Jian picked up the phone. Qin Xiu, is something wrong? I heard about you, are you okay now? It's not bad, it's just that the priesthood has been demoted. Of course there's going to be naysayers, isn't that the state of the world? Then shall we practice leveling together? Who would dare to underestimate you if you have me on board? Ah, are you still going to be my girlfriend? I didn't expect Qinshu to be so proactive this time, so Lin Jian was a bit surprised, and by the way, Qinshu was also a righteous person. The voice on her side didn't have the slightest bit of yin and yang. If I don't admit it at a time like this, then am I not a villain? I took the initiative to say it before, so I should be responsible to the end now. Ah, just for this? I thought you genuinely liked me. Chapter 95, Fishing the Demons Out. Next to him, Yuling heard that Lin Jian was talking to Qinshu and busily gestured to him. Wait a moment. Lin Jian covered the phone and came over to ask, what's going on? Yuling pulled Lin Jian aside to speak. Is it that genius from the Divine Clergy Academy who wants to practice with us? That's what's going on, but that doesn't seem realistic. Can our two houses practice together for a long time? No, that's not the problem. There must be a reason why she can say that. After all, the problems Lin Jian could think of, Qinshu could also think of them. The fact that she could say that meant that it wasn't without a solution. The two academies were only secretly competing, they weren't on the same page. Besides, the Divine Vocational Academy was a much broader organization. It might not really take the National Vocational Academy seriously. So whether or not the students of the two academies can train together, in the end, it still depends on the attitude from above. Even if we can practice together, what's wrong with it? I reckon someone promised your girlfriend that there is a way for her to practice together with you. No matter who this person is, they must have received a benefit from some big shot, and this is most likely related to that Professor Wang. Ah, the one who took my sister captive? You have to be prepared for this, otherwise it doesn't make sense that the two academies can practice together. Right now your sister is the #1 person in the State Academy. You can't afford not to think about it more than once for any connection in the Divine Academy that's related to it. Makes sense. Lin Jian nodded slightly, picked up the phone and added, Qinshu, how could we possibly be practicing together? Qinshu sighed then said, there's a way, my teacher and I said that because of your special status, the Divine Clergy Academy will grant you the opportunity to practice, in reference to the relationship with me. Both you and your sister can practice on our side. This is something your teacher can decide? Ah, she said she asked the dean and he agreed. This is obviously not right. Even if the competition between the two academies won't be put out in the open, it's impossible for the Divine Vocational Academy to let the students of the State Vocational Academy use their own resources. Could it be that they're still staring at their own sister? Linya's body, in the end, what is it that interests the demon race? The prophet is of course powerful, but can't see that there is any relationship with the demon race. There are a lot of things that have to be considered here. Trick the sister back again? The demon race want to turn their backs on the National Vocational College? Maybe it might not necessarily need to flip out. They were having trouble getting these weird controls on Linya. Alright then, let's set a time and see if you guys can agree. By the way, can my team participate? Considering that originally you guys were on the same team, the teacher said it should be okay. I'll go ask and set it up. Qinshu sighed happily, hangs up the phone. Lin Jian asks Yuling, that demon race, Professor Wang, is it something we can deal with now? Yurin thought for a moment and said, you must have been seriously injured after destroying her twice as a doppelganger, and with my knowledge of them, she shouldn't be able to take on anyone for a very long time, but if you've lost your original priesthood and are only A-ranked, wouldn't I be able to fish her out? Yes, she's certainly not afraid of you, a rank mage, no matter how injured she is. I need exact information. Can I deal with her in my original state? Lin Jian's awakening for his sister was publicized all over the world by the National Vocational Academy. Everyone thought that he had dropped down to a rank. Lin Jian had no explanation for this, and by the way, it was also a big favor. The demons would let their guard down. The demons were in the shadows, and had already started targeting Lin Jian. He had to fish someone out. If it was still the original SSSS level, it was likely that it wouldn't dare to move, and would probably inform the other demons that things were starting to escalate, which wouldn't be good for Lin Jian. It was so hard to deal with one demon, how could he fight a few more? So, for the State Academy to publicize like this was actually beneficial to Lin Jian. Yuling said indifferently, I'll only say what I can say for sure. The demon race can attack their enemies with spirit-controlled detachments so that even if they lose, they won't lose their lives, but once they lose in this way, their spirit power will be damaged. Once, they will be seriously injured, and twice, they will not be fit to fight anyone anymore. She carried out it twice. Now the injury must be very serious. It is not necessarily visible on the surface, because the damage suffered is spiritual damage. Surely cannot go through another exchange of life, but you have now lost your original priesthood. Any more injuries, it's still not a problem to hang in A rank, and the A rank state vocational academies won't even want it. Lin Jian thought carefully and said to Yuling, I need to deal with this demon now to avoid her expanding things. If she feels too weak, she will inevitably turn to other demons. Fortunately, I want to be down to a rank. But if you go over like this, aren't you sending death? There's a secret, don't tell anyone, my original priesthood was not washed away. Ha? Yes, the erranked priesthood that I manifested during Rinya's awakening ceremony is not my own priesthood. Can you understand it by saying that? That is to say, I'm now an erranked mage, but at the same time, I'm still a SSSS ranked life-changing master. Yuling was completely stunned. Lin Jian had never seen her so surprised. This matter was actually something that Lin Jian shouldn't tell anyone, but Yuling held the information and Lin Jian had to consult her. So he couldn't not tell her the truth, and looking at the way she was acting, it was unlikely that she was in league with the demons. Is this something that could happen? You've been on the altar of the gods twice and retained your priesthood? Yes, this is reality. How is that supposed to explain that God didn't realize you already had the priesthood? The fact is already like this, I'm not responsible for explaining it. In addition, this is something you don't tell anyone. Yurin also came to spirit. If that was the case, they could possibly catch a real demon race. Of course, if that Professor Wang really believed the propaganda of the National Vocational College, she would definitely do something about it. At this time, Qin Shou called again. I talked to the teacher. She means that only you and your sister can come over. The others say that they dislike their talent and will waste the resources of the Divine Vocational Academy. Lin Jian glanced at Yuling next to him, and without hesitation said, okay, Linya needs to level up anyway, otherwise she won't be able to integrate into our team. I can bring her to you guys to practice until she's above level 16. Fine, I'll bring her to practice up. Qin Shou was so happy that she didn't even realize how excited she was while Lin Jian was laying out a plot on his side. The two of them hung up after exchanging a few more pleasantries, and Yuling said lightly, to be honest, you're a bit of a gamble. Why is that? I can't beat her even though she's been seriously injured twice. Because it's likely that she's not alone if she calls on another demon race. It's not impossible that this is possible, but this possibility isn't very great either, because your sister is her prey. Since there is this danger, it is impossible for me to bring my sister there. There existed the possibility of Professor Wang calling a demon race helper, even if it was 1 in a million. Lin Jian didn't want to let his sister take the risk. Chapter 96, My girlfriend is also cutting in front. Lin Jian said goodbye to Qin Shou and went over to meet the next day. When Lin Jian met Qin Shou at the entrance of the Divine Vocational Academy, she looked behind Lin Jian and didn't see anyone. What, you're the only one? I thought about it, let them take Linya and forget about it. Practicing leveling from scratch is too much of a delay for a genius like you. You're cursing, that's your sister, would I mind? Besides, her priesthood isn't worse than mine, it's even stronger than mine. Prophet is one of the few priesthoods that breaks through the rules, that's more important than anything else. This isn't our date, I don't want my sister to be a light bulb. Lin Jian suddenly such a sentence directly made Qin Shou's face red, shyness made her forget everything. Looking at this state, Qin Shou hadn't been disgusted by Lin Jian's demotion, it was still pure. It's just that I don't know how long this state can be maintained. In the beginning, the feelings between young boys and girls are pure. After seeing the complicated society, they start to be realistic. It's not like feelings can be eaten for food. We just started to confirm our relationship. What is so unseemly? What do you want to do? No, I am thinking, now I am no longer worthy of you, just an A-rank mage. Let's not talk about this. Next time you have to bring your sister, you are not allowed to doubt me again. Okay. Of course Lin Jian did it on purpose. Even without this Professor Wang, he wouldn't bring his sister. From Professor Wang, he realized that his sister was attractive to the demon race. So even without Professor Wang, Lin Jian didn't dare to let his sister appear in front of the devil race, and the question was, who was the devil race? Qin Shou brought Lin Jian inside, and there were a few people over here who had already formed a team to wait for them. At the same time there is a teacher next to them, with a kind face. Seeing Qin Shou only led one to be strange. How come it's just one? Where is that SSS level prophet? My sister the National Vocational College has arrangements for her, now she has not practiced the level. This way In fact, our clergy academy can also practice from the beginning, it won't be too much trouble. Then in that case, teacher, can I still join? Lin Jian saw this teacher's disappointment visible to the naked eye. It was clear that what she was waiting for was by no means Lin Jian, but Lin Jian's sister. Now that the person didn't bring it, the Divine Office Academy side was of course disappointed. They were treating Linya as a student of the Divine Office Academy. Although the means were not good, but after all, it was also captured, wasn't it? They also wouldn't think about the fact that the reason Linya had succeeded in her awakening was because of Lin Jian's sacrifice. If it was that easy, why did your Divine Clergy Academy delay in letting Linya awaken? It's fine, your sister can still come in the future. After practicing the basics, we actually have more resources in the Divine Clergy Academy. If it wasn't for the fact that her sister had become a SSS rank seer, would she treat Lin Jian like this? Just kidding, what does an A rank mage like you have to deserve such treatment from her clergy academy teacher? Lin Jian said meaningfully, in the future, the National Vocational College may just focus on my sister, she wants to come over and may still have to get a nod from the dean, and what does this brother of mine have to say as an A-ranked mage? This teacher seems to have broken his defense? The gloom on her face flickered. Lin Jian looked at her, this has to drive me away, right? Then you can keep practicing, after all, you're Qin Xiu's boyfriend. She squeezed out a smile and put on a look of humanistic concern. Qin Xiu blushed and glanced to the side. She still thought that her teacher wanted to be an adult, the feeling of first love still made her a bit lost, everything was psychedelic at this time. Lin Jian, on the other hand, realized that he had the possibility of fishing success. They couldn't wait for their sister, and would definitely go after themselves. And a rank mage was just a mage, weaker than the wild monsters he was controlling him and then going back to lure his sister here? This teacher symbolically arranged for them to be brought to the entrance of the secret realm and left. Hey, Qin Xiu, if I openly establish a relationship with the Divine Clergy Academy flower, they won't treat me as a public enemy? What are you talking about? Qin Xiu's face was still red. You don't have to worry about this team, they're all very good people. That male mage is still that female swordsman's boyfriend, there's also a female healer, they won't treat you as a public enemy. How sweet, this male mage has a girlfriend, of course it's not good to show anything publicly. Lin Jian even greeted him, hello, I know you lost your priesthood for your sister, you're a man. Not really, haven't I awakened an A-ranked mage again? Yeah, you're an A rank. Then what spell support can you provide when the warriors in front of you spar? This was the awkward part, why the talented ones were unwilling to practice with the less talented ones. It was indeed a kind of discrimination, but inevitably, what strength should be treated as such? I can do beginner spells, well, a variety of them. Only elementary? Yes, the fire system will only have fireball spells, the wind system will have wind blades, and the ice system will have ice spikes. It can be seen that the other party was greatly disappointed. Primary spells actually have little significance in real combat. You throw a small fireball is not as good as the warrior in front of you to slash, the damage is very small, the primary mage is not as good as the primary warrior. Only a large area of high-intensity spells is the significance of the existence of the mage. Forget it, you try your best, my girlfriend is chopping in front, we can provide enough fire support to do so. It's fine, my girlfriend is also chopping in front. Lin Jian is of course talking about Qin Xiu, this weapon master is there, not much support is needed from the mage. 5 people entered the secret realm, such a grouping of front and back rows was obvious. The front row was the weapon masters and swordsmen, the back row was the mages and healers. The students of the Divine Clergy Academy were of course very good, but Qin Xiu, the weapon master, was clearly beyond them by a long shot. Qin Xiu was of course the captain, and went in and said, this time we're dealing with the steppe wolves, this is the wind wolf, although it's fast, it has a strong desire to attack, so we don't need to draw the monsters in particular, just kill them in spite of it, and everyone will practice a little bit of coordination. As a new team, of course they wouldn't choose the ones that were too difficult in the beginning. It was necessary to cultivate a tacit understanding in battle in order to go for the more difficult monsters. Soon, the wolves found them and the battle began. Qin Xiu charged forward with his lance and swung it out as the wolves fell in pieces. On the contrary, Lin Jian, he threw fireballs behind him, this one fireball at best scared the wind wolves. That swordsman's boyfriend mage kept shaking his head as he immediately cast a large ice seal spell, slowing down the wind wolves while inflicting large ice wounds on them, making it easier for the warrior to kill. The female healer next to him looked at Lin Jian in disgust, your fire spells won't work like this, they either have to be able to burn continuously or the strength has to be very high, I heard that you used to be a gunsmith? You might as well use a gun. Lin Jian was then treated like a cripple by them, and he didn't really care. Between battles, Lin Jian quietly pulled out the magic crystal in his pocket to look at it, and it lit up. Chapter 97 Catching the Big Fish. Not far from where they were practicing, a silhouette stood on the hillside. No one paid attention to this side, she was that Professor Wang, she looked to be in her early 20s, but the age of the demon race could not be compared to that of a human being, they might have a long life, or they might die soon. He didn't bring his sister, so he really has a defense. But, to think that I'm too injured to move just because I failed to possess my soul twice? Naive, that's not the kind of confidence you can have as an A-ranked mage. She had watched for a long time, and what Lin Jian had shown was indeed just an A-rank mage. It wasn't that Lin Jian was pretending, he did have a dual priesthood, it was just that the other priesthood was too ordinary. Then I'll be polite, this time I'll attach my soul to you. With a flash of silhouette, she disappeared into the hillside. And in the group that was killing monsters in the distance, Lin Jian twisted his head to look this way. He seemed to have a feeling. The practice of possessing a soul shouldn't be strange to Lin Jian, he himself was born again. Yu Ling judged that this time, Professor Wang shouldn't have called on any other demons because she wanted to have the prey all to herself. Therefore, she would definitely want to attach a soul to Lin Jian and control him to go back and bring his sister. To be honest, Lin Jian felt that he wouldn't actually be possessed even if he didn't bring this magic crystal. Because even the gods had no way of separating his two identities. Now that he had memories of his past life and was in a body in this world, was that considered a form of soul possession? It was impossible to say. This was Lin Jian's ultimate secret. That who, Lin Jian, why don't you do this? Wait in the back for a bit. Me? Why, isn't this not the end of the fight? That's when the healer spoke up. She kept quiet and told Lin Jian to go to the back again when there were only 2 people left in the back row. Because that male mage was already in a hurry to go up and help. Look, you can't help much here, there's a bit too many wolves and you're kind of in the way. You saying that can hurt my pride too much? I'm sorry, it doesn't actually make a difference. You should take a break first. I don't think you have enough spiritual power. Lin Jian felt that there was definitely something wrong with this therapist's evasive eyes. She was purposely letting herself be dragged back. It looked like she was disgusted, but she was actually saying yes, right? Fine, then I'll take a break in the back. You'll have to call me if something happens. Lin Jian went with the flow, retreating further back from the back row, just waiting for the big fish to take the bait. There was a hill at the back, so Lin Jian hid behind it to rest, and suddenly he was isolated from the group. Last time, this kind of thing had been fired as well, and with the black gas filling the surroundings, he knew that the demons were coming. But at this time, the team also noticed that Lin Jian had left the team. Qin Shou resolved a patch of wind wolves with a single shot and turned around to ask, "What's going on? Where's Lin Jian?" It was a hot fight. Why did he suddenly leave the team? He can't even claim his experience. He said he was tired and went to the back to take a break. Then there's no need to leave the team. I'm not sure, maybe he hurt his pride? This was what the therapist said to Qin Shou, and Qin Shou didn't doubt it. It seemed reasonable. Descending from the SSSS level, and now seeing that he can't help himself, he looks like a soft eat. She clenched her teeth. Let's take care of these wolves first as soon as possible and turn back to him. Qin Shou judged that there was no more danger nearby, as they had killed their way here. However, the dangers that Lin Jian encountered were unimaginably powerful for them. Demon clans that only appeared in legends. It was said that every single one of them was incredibly powerful in spirit, and even the top clerics among humans were no match for them. Right now, Lin Jian had encountered it. Wow, dare. The woman who appeared made Lin Jian very awestruck. Compared to that, Qin Shou all seemed too green. This was a woman in her early 20s with a slender figure. Was this body type really convenient for fighting? Lin Jian, I'm not mistaken, am I? Professor Wang, we've met several times, there's no need to be so raw. Oh, you know us? So many years of demonic legends, can I not know? Only that the average person wouldn't believe this. I'm one of the more conspiracy theorists, and I'm inclined to believe it, and now it seems that there really are demons. Unless one knows something inside out, who really believes this is still really strange. It was the same as Lin Jian's previous life. When people said that there were ghosts, there would be people who were afraid, but really no one believed this. Lin Jian didn't move like a mountain, and also observed if there were any other helpers around. Professor Wang. Or what should I call you? You performed 2 possessions and both were defeated by me. I didn't expect you to come back. Didn't the rumors say that demonic possessions would be seriously injured after being struck down? There is this in the rumors? Professor Wang was puzzled at first. You are thinking that since I am seriously injured, you don't dare to show up, right? That's why you're so emboldened, but no matter how much I'm injured, I'm still not something you can deal with as an A-ranked mage. She reached out her hand and suddenly a whip appeared in her hand. It was a very magical whip, with only a handle and a black gas coalescing in front of it. That meant that what she threw out was probably not something physical, and this black gas was some sort of power. Wind blade. Lin Jian suddenly unleashed his magic and struck towards this healed whip, and the wind blade actually went through without any obstruction. Ha ha ha. Really is a beginner's spell. You still dare to come when you're like this? No, you possessed your soul and were defeated twice. What other monsters can you possess to fight me this time, Wind Wolf? This time, you're the one I'm possessing. Professor Wang laughed cruelly, and the whip was flung towards Lin Jian, directly wrapping around him. I tried earlier, this whip couldn't be blocked, it would penetrate through physical objects, favoring the ability to bind people. However, Professor Wang didn't seem to have succeeded either. She should have been controlling Lin Jian by now, but Lin Jian was still acting like he was fine. Then Lin Jian took out the magic crystal. I didn't expect it, I was prepared. Humph, so what, the slightest slackening of your will and your spirit will be controlled by me. Professor Wang pulled hard and the black whip strangled Lin Jian. He immediately felt pain deep into his soul. Young man, you won't be able to withstand this, even if your dean comes, he'll be controlled by me. You still don't know what this means, our spiritual power is naturally stronger than humans. Be my puppet. Was she trying to weaken Lin Jian's will with pain? It seemed like a reasonable thing to do. But Lin Jian was used to it, so what could this be? A good opportunity couldn't be missed. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Life change hell whale. Change life gravity imprisonment. Come on, keep creating pain and see who hurts more. The result of this was that Professor Wang fell to the ground at once, wailing in pain. Ah! You! What happened? Your original priesthood wasn't washed away. Didn't you feel it, this pain? Can you demons carry it? Impossible. It's impossible for you to have two priesthoods on the divine altar. Chapter 98, Catching Alive 1. The shock in Professor Wang's heart at this moment was unimaginable to the average person. This was because she knew too much about how priesthoods came to be, and the more she knew, the more shocked she felt towards Lin Jian. On the divine altar, it was never possible to awaken two priesthoods. A second awakening existed, but it certainly wasn't on the divine altar, and the priesthood used a different means. That's right, it was the means of the demonic race to awaken another priesthood. Once on the altar, God will never let you reawaken again, and the original priesthood is wiped out for you. Because God won't let humans be so greedy. What are you thinking? Once again I'll let you have nothing. However, how did Lin Jian do this? With 50 times the gravity pressing down on Professor Wang, she was already injured. If she was fine at all, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to fight against her right now. Being defeated by possessing a soul twice was very hurtful to a demon. Possessing a soul was a very dangerous behavior. Once the person you possessed died, you had to be seriously injured as well. Any other demon race would not have been able to come twice. Professor Wang was special, so she was still able to appear here. But now she suddenly realized that Lin Jian was also a different person, beyond common sense. Lin Jian didn't let her escape. The first thing he did was take out his dagger and stabbed into his thigh. Yeah. Already seriously injured, and then having Lin Jian come this way, Professor Wang was completely unable to escape. Lin Jian was actually still able to walk, as his opponent had suffered 361 times more damage than him, and he slowly approached. Can't figure it out. I actually haven't figured it out either, but that's the truth. Did you think it was a sure thing? But you also surprised me. The normal demon race was injured by me twice, and now they have long been hiding to recuperate from their injuries. It seems that the rumors can't be believed in full. You actually dared to come after me. Tell me, what are you trying to do by hiding in the humans? Professor Wang's delicate body was trembling. It was just too painful. This blood bar of hers was already crippled. Now it was good. The blood crippled was caught by Lin Jian. She couldn't even run if she wanted to. That black whip was being tugged by Lin Jian to death. It wasn't a whip, it was the tentacles of her divine soul, struck out to control a person. Do you want to know, huh? Think it's okay to carry a magic crystal? You're still too naive. The demon race at all times, the spiritual power is far beyond humans. I can still control you. At this time, Professor Wang's spiritual power surged out. Her pair of phoenix eyes actually emitted a purple glow. What about Lin Jian? Lin Jian didn't react. What happened? Don't you struggle, twice possessed by me and defeated by me. Your mental power couldn't hold up long ago. You still want to control me. All I need to carry on my body is this magic crystal. You're powerless over me. No, not the magic crystal. The light in Professor Wang's eyes disappeared and he froze as he looked at Lin Jian. You're not a primordial soul. What do you mean? You're also a possessed soul. No wonder you fooled the divine eye. She actually found it. She found out that Lin Jian was reborn and still carried the memories of his previous life. What a powerful demon, this can even be discovered. Lin Jian shook his head. This can't let you go. Then Lin Jian tugged on the black whip with one hand and wrapped that black chi around the black magic crystal. In this way, Professor Wang's already weak divine soul was sucked in by the magic crystal. Ha! I'm so stupid. You're the most special person, even more special than your sister. Even the gods I can be fooled by you. Why didn't I think of that? Ah. Don't be like this, we are not enemies. Professor Wang's divine soul was sucked into the magic crystal, but she didn't turn into a walking corpse because of it. The person still looked normal, but Lin Jian withdrew his skills at this time and held the magic crystal in his hand. Someone told me that this will control the demons, I don't know if it's true, you stand up. Professor Wang didn't move, but Lin Jian used a little bit of mana on the magic crystal in his hand. Ah! Professor Wang immediately clutched his head and wailed in agony on the ground. It worked. The most serious attack on a demon race was a mental attack. Unfortunately, Lin Jian didn't have the talent for this, all he targeted was the body. However, this demon race in front of him, her mental power was incomparably strong. Luckily, Lin Jian was immune to her control. Because it was a dual identity, it was impossible for the demon race to control Lin Jian. This is the benefit that comes from crossing over. Yuren's approach isn't completely reliable either. Well, I said, stop it. Then tell me, why are you still so strong now? Can't the damage of 2 possessions make a demon race drain its mental power? Because I'm different from normal demon race, I'm stronger than them. Because of that? You're still a strong person among the demon race. The information that Yuren had obtained could not be said to be incorrect, but it was just incomplete. There were also distinctions among the demon race. Just like people had 3, 6, 9 classes, the demon race actually had classes as well. And this was clearly a high-level one for her. Catching a high-level one, Lin Jian was satisfied. Supposedly, I can receive you into this magic crystal. No. Don't. Professor Wang shouted, let me go, we're not enemies, really. Of course Lin Jian wasn't stupid. If you say that, they wouldn't believe it even if you told a 3-year-old child, you're the one who grabbed my sister, right? You're wrong, I grabbed her because there are words that can't be said explicitly, you guys don't understand. It's right if you don't understand, and you don't need to understand, I'm the strong one now. Lin Jian took Professor Wang and pulled that black whip. Her entire body was actually collected into that magic crystal. It was really a demon race, a pure demon race. It wasn't utilizing a human body, this was her original body. Lin Jian's hand cupped the magic crystal. It was like pinching the lifeblood of the demon race. The demon soul was already firmly bound inside. No matter how right she thinks she is, without an explanation you'll have to bear the consequences. If you don't have the ability to control the scene, you have to be reasonable. In the past she had been very smooth, unfortunately she had encountered the odd man out this time. Lin Jian, let me go, I'm not targeting humans. Your spiritual power is very strong, I think it's good for me yet. I'm helping you guys, the gods are the ones enslaving you, the priesthood is just a scam. Really, then how do you explain what happened to my sister? Lin Jian completely grasped the initiative, so he wasn't afraid of any scams. He could have experienced all kinds of scams in his previous life. Why didn't you say that my sister was hospitalized and needed to transfer 500,000 to the hospital? Because your sister, too, is out of the rules, not controlled by the rules of the priesthood. This priesthood is rule-breaking, prophet. The priesthood will get the power of God, is the biggest lie in this world. She would be burned to death if she let these words out, right? It was already common knowledge that the priesthood gained incomparably great power while being respected. If this was truly a lie, then all the priesthoods had fallen for it? They all worked for nothing? So this so-called truth was to make enemies of all the priesthoods, and Lin Jian didn't even dare to say so. Chapter 99, The Truth of the World, It Doesn't Matter. What Professor Wang told Lin Jian next was even more astonishing. Priesthood was a means for God to control humans. It could indeed make people strong, but all clergy would become God's tools. Their cultivation, their efforts, would be siphoned off by God, so the more clergy God controlled, the stronger they would be. Also, being of the same SSS rank, Qin Shou's priesthood was within the rules. Lin Ya's priesthood, on the other hand, was beyond the rules, so she was very different from Qin Shou. What was within the rules and what was beyond the rules? It's like this weapon master profession. She took a weapon and shattered a rock. That's the rule, I can do this when my power reaches a strong enough level. And Linya, the seer, is beyond the rules, that's why she's called a seer. A simpler example, the stone is in front of your eyes, but you can't see the stone, you can't attack. Such invisibility is also beyond the rules make you can't see the target, you can't attack even if you are strong. I seem to understand. Lin Jian nodded. It's like faith, with people's faith, God is God, God can utilize our faith to strengthen themselves. As for what transcends the rules, that's an accident in the system. You know, right, so don't you still release me? Why should I put you out? At the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. God makes people strong. What's wrong with collecting some benefits? Are you Not afraid that one day the whole world will be controlled? Indeed, there is this hidden danger: the power in the clergy. God is going to siphon off some of it. This was normal and acceptable, but what was unacceptable was to say take it without anyone's consent. It's like when Lin Jian's sister was taken captive, and people were saving people and saying it was for your sister's good. But a person with power says what he wants, he controls everything. This time it is indeed for your own good. What about next time? I can't think that much. It's impossible to fight against the clergy all over the world, let alone against God. Demons, if you had that ability, would you have to hide until now? Hiding amongst humans without a sound is because you guys don't have the strength to openly confront them either, right? Lin Jian had seen through them all. If one day you realize that you're the only one who's right and the whole world is wrong, so what, can you the whole world? Besides, your demon race's purpose isn't pure. It's fine to lie to others. Lie to me? Are the demon race that kind, helping humans out of their predicament? Of course not. They must have other purposes, or to stop the priesthood from growing and weakening that power so they can do something about it. None of it is pure ah. If there was no priesthood, the demon race would have enslaved the humans as well. Because this is how the world's truth is: the big fish eats the small fish. At this time, the team communication in the divine realm resumed. Lin Jian, where are you? This was Qin Xiu's voice. Lin Jian hurriedly collected the magic crystals, along with this Professor Wang. I'm resting in the back. Are you guys done fighting? Qin Xiu immediately led the team over. She was relieved to see Lin Jian. Why are you here? Off the team, you know. Experience you didn't get. What's going on here? The atmosphere around them was a bit weird, but they didn't find any strange targets. Nothing, I'm just tired. Practicing like this is dragging you down. Lin Jian had a pained face and pretended. He had a past life, so he wasn't going to show any strength just to make Qin Xiu look high. If he really became weak one day, would Qin Xiu ignore him? Then who can guarantee that he will always be strong? Every battle is a risk. If Qin Xiu is so snobbish, then it's not a good idea to not have this girlfriend, not to mention the fact that now Lin Jian has messed with the demon clan and is a trouble himself. How can you be like this? Qin Xiu glared at Lin Jian, letting the others rest first and talking to him alone. Did someone say something about you just now? Well, it's normal for them to be like this. I don't even deserve to be in the National Vocational College right now. Don't be like this. I remember you weren't like this before. Why do you seem to have suddenly changed? Before? Right, what would you do if I really just became a loser? I said, you're my boyfriend, even if you're not even an A-class mage, you're still my boyfriend. Lin Jian was not expecting that Qin Xiu was so firm. It seemed like she wasn't a snob either. So what? The most important thing right now is to settle this matter of the demon race first. The practicing was hastily aborted, and Lin Jian went back to the National Vocational Academy, and he immediately looked for Yuling. How's it going? Now that I've captured that demon clan, are things considered over? What did she say? She said that all the priesthood powers in this world are all a scam, which is not our concern whether it's a ghost story or not, so I'm not going to believe her. In fact, it has nothing to do with believing or not believing. Well, then we'll just have to wait and see if there are any other demons looking for us. It was also impossible for Yuling to know too much. The demon race was always a mysterious existence. Her opinion was also the same as Lin Jian's, so what if it was true? Could it change anything? So, the devil race was still the enemy. They couldn't possibly be for the good of humanity. Lin Jian, I realized that this is a good way for you to disguise yourself as an A-class mage, and the demon race will be gullible enough to expose themselves. But you can't keep on disguising yourself like this. You'll be exposed once you fight someone. That's right, it turns out that those people from the two gang are stupid again, so maybe I'll have to do it. You were able to awaken twice on the divine altar. Once this news gets out, the world will be shocked. At that time, Lin Jian would be pushed to the tip of the storm again, which was really agonizing. Because he had to make a move. Those old grudges of the two gang people were still thinking about it. Seeing as you were weak, people would make a move. Then you have a way? There is, but this method is also quite anticlimactic and not easy to explain. Yurin took out a bullet. Do you know about enchantment? Attaching spell power to an object through a special method. You can use this to fight, because it's prepared beforehand. This is better than putting skills on the spot. What kind of magic can I attach? Elementary spells, which can also be very powerful because they can be stacked constantly. This is really counterintuitive. Who would learn advanced spells if there aren't any restrictions? Of course there's a limit. The upper limit of stacking is the extent of the backlash against the enchanter. If the enchanter can't carry the backlash, then that's the upper limit of the enchantment. Usually, stacking a few layers of spells is already the upper limit. Lin Jian understood. Yuling was trying to infinitely stack enchantments through his ability to carry damage. Even an elementary fireball was a super forbidden spell after stacking it countless times. But the problem with this was that the more you stacked it, the more this equipment backfired, and the average enchanter's body would get weaker and weaker just because this backfiring was so severe. They can't, but Lin Jian can. Chapter 100, I'm an enchanter. Lin Jian did what he said he was going to do. In order to prevent any future crises, he had to be prepared. Taking Yuling with him, Lin Jian found Ji Wuyo and got permission to go to the State Academy's possessor. Enchanters were also a profession. It was a non-combat profession, and they were also highly sought after. Why is it in demand? Because the advantage of enchanted equipment is very obvious. The spells on the equipment are already poised to be sent out all the time. Imagine you fight with someone without any consumption. Instantly the whole body can be equipped with spells to fight out. This kind of fight is very costly, but it can set you up to win. If you're willing to drop the money, this hit gives you an outright victory. Of course, a fair game will not allow such equipment to appear, but in a real battle who will tell you what the rules are? People with a piece of equipment on top of all your skill consumption, ordinary people can also carry out top fights. So, the profession of an enchanter must be very popular, right? If you think so, you're wrong. Very few people want to become an enchanter. First of all, enchanter is not a profession awakened on the altar of God. It's an enchantment that a mage can only learn through study. Another profession is alchemist, also not awakened on the altar of God. Both are not combat professions. You can have these skills through study. Then, the lifespan of an enchanter is very short. They could not engage in combat, but still have a short lifespan simply because enchanting causes a backlash. Enchanting on equipment, the damage formed by the backlash absorbed itself, which wasn't as good as an alchemist. But Lin Jian's original job was a life changer, so he wasn't really afraid of the backlash from enchantments. After he would enchant, he would only get stronger. Oh, you youngster, you really want to learn enchanting? In the enchanter's lab, Lin Jian and Yuling saw an old man as pale as a withered tree branch. This look was the National Vocational Academy patriarch, as if he could fall apart when the wind blew, and he still insisted on working like this? Lin Jian nodded. Yes, I want to learn one more craft. May I ask teacher what I should call myself? Call me Professor Yuan. I'm 56 years old. You're 56 years old? Lin Jian was shocked. To age like this, an ordinary person would have to be 80 or 90. How could he be only 56? Professor Yuan smiled. That smile was very scary. Can't see it on the surface, can you? I've already lived a long life in this business. Basically, in my 20s, I look like 50 or 60. The speed of old age is particularly fast. Do you still want to learn now? Then why is this? Because with every enchantment, the backlash damage caused is borne by your own body. So that's it, then I still want to learn it. Professor Yuan froze. Did that not scare the student away? He looked at Yuling next to him and asked Lin Jian, your girlfriend is so good looking, does she want you to learn this? This time Yuling broke the defense. I am not. Not, how do you see that I am good looking? Where am I good looking? This disguise of yours can fool others, it can't fool me. You're better looking than all the women here, but don't worry, I won't say anything about it, huh? Then again, do you want your boyfriend to age before he ages and live a short life? He shouldn't, because he recovers quickly. Professor Yuan were to believe this, the speed of human recovery, after all, cannot reach the speed of the injury that is visible to the naked eye. Once the injury is too heavy, many injuries are irreversible, which is called the metamorphosis, never recovered. This is the same reason as exercise. Proper exercise can strengthen the body, because you recover. But excessive training can cause the body to suffer irreversible damage. As for Lin Jian, Yuling still believed in him. How many times had he struggled back from the line of life and death? Only the speed of Lin Jian's recovery was visible to the naked eye, and if Lin Jian really hadn't lost his original priesthood, then this point of backlash damage from the possessor wasn't a problem. Alright, if you really want to learn, try it first. Professor Yuan brought in a metal stick. This is an ordinary one, we're going to turn it into an enchanted staff. All we need is for the mage to store their spells in reserve and deposit them into this first. When you use it, finish the last steps and you can just attack. But every time you use it, you have to replenish the enchantment once. This kind of equipment is very expensive. Expensive because what you're buying is the life of the enchanter. Sure enough, menacing means, the divine detective gave people priesthoods, but people could think of all sorts of ways to enhance their strength. But the method of consuming life expectancy, most people still stayed away from it. After all, they wanted to live. So, can a rank mages also enchant very powerful equipment? You're an A-rank mage? That's a bit troublesome, because low-level spells have to be stacked to reach the strength of high-level spells, and every time you stack, the backlash you receive is twice as much as the previous one, the next time it's 4 times as much, and so on and so forth. Then how much can the stacking go up to? Depends on how much damage you can withstand. Currently the most you can do stacking from primary spells is 5 stacks, because 5 stacks of primary spells, the damage you receive is 32 times the amount of the primary spell's backlash. The geometrically increasing backlash damage forced wannabe enchantresses to shy away. Lin Jian didn't care about the backlash damage at all, he cared about the actual power. So how much damage can 5 stacks do? A primary spell with 5 stacks can reach the strength level of an S-rank mage. Then what if I stack it 10 times? Do you know what you're saying? Professor Yuan shook his head and pulled out a piece of paper from the side, handing it to Lin Jian. If you fold this piece of paper 5 times, you'll get a very thick piece of paper, but it'll still be the same level of paper recognized by ordinary people. But if you fold it 10 times, it will reach over 10 centimeters, which is no longer the concept of paper, but a board. This reasoning goes back to mages. A spell that you stack 5 times is still a spell. Stacking it 10 times is already beyond the range of spells that the average person recognizes. It would be very exaggerated, the intensity could reach the forbidden spell level. In that case, Lin Jian would be very involved if he were to engage in this line of work. Lin Jian got excited. What about stacking 20 times? Young man, don't talk nonsense, that's not a backlash that people can withstand. This paper is stacked 20 times. Do you know how thick it is? That's no longer a piece of paper, it's a mountain. A mountain and a piece of paper, then the gap, how disparate you know. That's not even a dimensional concept. If the strength of a primary spell is a piece of paper, then a mountain. That one mountain could crush all the worlds of paper. But Lin Jian didn't think that this intensity was much of an exaggeration. Perhaps the demons could reach this intensity, as well as the gods. He wasn't dealing with just anyone, and having been targeted by the demons, he had to prepare to fight them. Alright, I'll start learning right away. Let's see how powerful this backlash is first. This looked promising. Lin Jian didn't know where his limit was, but right now, as long as he stacked 5 times, he was already a top mage. Chapter 101, Easily Stacking Forbidden Spells. Enchanting was actually very easy to learn. Lin Jian would learn it in half a day. And according to Professor Yuan, anyone who learns it won't take more than a day, so this is easy. The difficulty is in how to carry damage, so the enchantment is actually learning how to nourish your life. The principle of enchantment is very simple. Just like ordinary casting spells, you are left with the last step of not sending it, and instead inject it into the artifact. However, this even if the damage is not stacked, there is a backlash damage to the person. Because that last step is not released and held back. The attack that couldn't be released was sealed on the artifact like this. Lin Jian could feel that kind of backlash damage. It was almost as hurtful as taking an attack, so it was no wonder that no one was willing to engage in this line of work. Professor Yuan, so how does it stack up? It's also very simple. You activate it continuously, but don't release it. These accumulate on you, and then seal it in the artifact at once. Remember, it's only sealed once, it's not sealed more than a few times that it can be stacked up. So it's really that easy. That easy? Professor Yuan was exasperated by this young man and laughed. All the unreleased ones have to stay in you, and if these forces are not released, they will hurt you, as if you hold a knife in your hand, which is stirring in the heart of your hand. This hurt to hear, and Professor Yuan had been doing this for decades. Lin Jian's tolerance is different from others. He doesn't need to engage in this training to learn how to take care of his health. So this is like it was customized for him, and at the same time, he can understand the pain of other people doing this. Then Professor Yuan, how many more can you stack now? I used to be able to, but I don't do attachments anymore. You know, your Dean Ji is older than me. It was only then that Lin Jian remembered that Professor Yuan wasn't actually that old, just in his 50s. This look of his was entirely due to the fact that he had aged faster than others due to his constant enchanting. His year was completely different from other people's year. Clergymen didn't have short lifespans, and those like Ji Wuyo had at least a few more decades of life left in them. Professor Yuan, on the other hand, looks like he's all going to come to an end. So Professor Yuan, are there still people coming to learn this? Aren't you? Well, no kidding, the last few years, I have only taken in 3 people, and all of them learned not to use it, who all want to live for a few more years. These 3 people's family is not good, they can't afford to lose their lives. Those were other people's tears of sadness, so Lin Jian didn't ask much. Then let me try the superposition. Under Professor Yuan's guidance, Lin Jian began to stack the enchantments as he built up a fireball spell in his hand. The target artifact was a staff, and because he was going to stack it, Lin Jian didn't seal the power right away. How about that? It's painful, isn't it? Add another one, double the pain. Oh, you actually stacked 2, good, then the third, it's quadruple pain. You actually finished it as well, adding another one would be 8 times as much. One of my best students only made it this far. Professor Yuan hadn't even finished his sentence. Lin Jian had already stacked up, the fireball spell still cupped in his hand. Because of the stacking mechanism of this power, it wasn't a simple addition yet. If you put it one by one, it's weak. If you concentrate it together, the power grows geometrically. It's basically the power of 2. Stacking up to the third time, Lin Jian began to try to continue. This time he took the initiative to stack up. Professor Yuan watched as Lin Jian built up another one, which was 16 times the damage of the backlash. Young man, hurry up and stop, you're hurting your vitality. Isn't that right? Doesn't it mean that as long as I'm holding up, I can stack indefinitely? That's what it says, but you can really hold up? It's fine then, I'll continue. Let's see what it feels like to stack 5 times. Lin Jian came again. He was starting to feel fun. It wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1, the backlash damage was very drastic. The fireball spell stacked behind it made the overall power double all the time. No wonder it was said that playing with this hurt your body. It's already 5 times. Lin Jian felt the 32 times the backlash damage of that primary spell. This seems like it can still be carried for a bit. What, you can withstand 32 times the damage? Youngster, don't hold on hard. No hard holds, this damage is actually okay. It can't be compared to poking a knife in the heart, right? That's not comparable, but no one in their right mind can withstand a stab in the heart, right? Professor Yuan couldn't speak, his mouth was wide open. Yuling saw that he was overly shocked. Fearing that he would be overly surprised and go over, he hurriedly explained, Professor Yuan, he's like this, only his tolerance is a bit stronger than the average person. You call this stronger? Possessor is skillful. General clergy mage don't dare to store energy in hand. Once superimposed on his hand, that hand will have to blow up. How can human body carry spell damage? If you put it on an average person, without the good training of an enchanter, the internal organs in the body are probably all churned up at this point. However, Lin Jian's powerful self-healing ability made up for it. According to the Possessor's tutorial, he couldn't stack it yet, it was something he had to train for. But Lin Jian wasn't afraid, so he just carried it hard with his body. Teacher, I think this can still stack upwards. Ah, what did you say? Professor Yuan froze. He had never done a stack of more than 5 times in his life. Possessors need to practice powerful techniques to not let this power hurt them for a short period of time, and the greater the power the harder it is to control. 5 times or more, Professor Yuan estimated that he would explode at his peak. What he didn't know even more was that Lin Jian didn't use techniques to circumvent the damage. Other enchantresses trained for years and years to avoid this kind of damage. Lin Jian was eating it hard. 6 times now. Stop, don't die on me. It won't, teacher, I've decided to impact 10 times. You don't mess with it, don't mess with it. 10 times, do you know what that is? That's a forbidden spell. Do you know what a forbidden spell is, and why it's forbidden? Because every time this spell is used, it will greatly damage the caster. Professor Yuan was infuriated. How could any young man not take his body so seriously? Then he felt that this stack couldn't be wasted either. You wait first, I'll go change a staff. This would not hold up to your power anymore. By the time he changed his staff and came over, Lin Jian's fireball spell had already stacked to the 7th layer. Stop messing around and seal it in the staff. Lin Jian didn't want to irritate this professor too much, which sealed the 7x stacked fireball spell into the staff. Professor Yuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. 7x stacked, but it can only be used once. This fireball spell is now a quasi-ban spell. Do you know how much equipment like this sells for outside? At least $1 million a stick. Ah, $1 million? Lin Jian was shocked. He casually stacked 7 layers and he could sell it for $1 million? Chapter 102, Just Trying Out the Power. Lin Jian felt like he'd gotten rich. This staff could be sold for $1 million? Yuling nodded and said, it really can, if it reaches the level of a quasi-forbidden spell, and that's still a quasi-forbidden spell against a single person. Then apart from the top powerhouses, this staff can kill a person in seconds, and there's a lot of people worth more than 1 million. It seemed to be the case that this staff was the equivalent of an absolute kill. Of course, actual extinction wasn't that simple. People might be wearing equipment as well. Meanwhile, high-level clerics, whose own defenses weren't low, could possibly carry the blow. However, it was unlikely that they would have the ability to recover like Lin Jian, and if they were seriously injured, they were basically waiting to die. In the case of a deliberate assassination, people still had a backhand. $1 million for a human life was absolutely cost-effective, and it was worth it for anyone who had that $1 million to kill. Then won't I be rich in the future? Hey, young man, you're the lucky one this time. I haven't seen anyone who can withstand this kind of backlash. Thank you, teacher. I'll have to learn more from you in the future. This. You are the fastest learner I've ever seen. I already have nothing to teach you, half a day to graduate. Professor Yuan even despaired a bit. Was there really such a smart person in the world? Actually, no, Lin Jianhenti learned how to circumvent the damage that the backlash did to himself. He was carrying the damage hard. A different person would have to be sent to the hospital without dying. Since it had come to this, Lin Jian excused himself and went back to prepare. Professor Yuan looked at Lin Jian's departing back and lamented to himself. What kind of person did Ji Wuyo send here, learning so fast? Then in the future, the profession of enchanting will have to rely on him to be the backbone. Not bad. Then again, there's only one person in the whole world who can stack up to 10 layers, and he died after enchanting. There are pros and cons to attaching yourself to a normal person, and the cons are definitely hurting your body. The advantages are also obvious. Before the fight, you have all your skills ready. When you start the fight, you just need to release them, then the firepower in this short period of time will definitely be able to suppress people with a higher level than you. This kind of behavior of hurting people and yourself wouldn't be done if you didn't have a deep grudge. But for Lin Jian, this was no problem. His body could recover quickly. After leaving the equipment lab, Lin Jian and Yu Ling headed back. I'm not afraid this time. Can you enchant a batch of bullets in a short amount of time? No problem. I feel like I can still keep stacking them. There's no need for that. You just need a lot of 5 times stacked bullets. This kind of bullets need the most. Can second S-level priesthood, while the advanced ones are a little less, but you can't be unprepared. The key is that the demonic race may want 10 times. 2 to the 10th power is 1024 times this damage. Can the demons really carry that much damage? Lin Jian thinks that if they are so fierce, why do they need to hide? Is it because they are afraid of God seeing them? These are all possibilities, but what Lin Jian is thinking about is getting a 20x stack. That's a bit too much. That's over 1,000,000 times the damage. Lin Jian couldn't even say he could withstand it. 10 times was the highest damage of the forbidden spell. Then what was the damage that exceeded the forbidden spell? Thinking like this, suddenly someone blocked the way in front. It was Zhao Ji and the others. What, you two gang still want to play? Don't want to die? Lin Jian couldn't figure out why they were so unafraid of death. So you're just a few people and you think it's okay again? Hee, let me tell you, in order to deal with you, I've prepared more than that. Even if you haven't been cleansed of your priesthood, I'll still make you lose. Come out, big brother Lei Chuan. He shouted, and a large man walked over behind him. This man had several scars on his face, unusually hideous, and was carrying a large sword. And who is this? This is considered a graduate of our National Academy. He's an S-Class Divine Shield Warrior. Don't know this profession very well. Are you trying to use him against me? His defense, it's not something you can imagine, can absorb all the pin damage from your group. Really that powerful? Lin Jian thought he could give it a try. Looking at the big guy, he asked him, do you know who I am? To challenge me, there are rules in the National Vocational Academy. Since you graduated from the National Vocational Academy, you can't disobey the rules in the National Vocational Academy, right? I know, sign the life and death contract. Do you think I'm afraid of you? It's not a matter of being afraid. Now that I've agreed, you can challenge me if you sign it. A life-changing master is grumbling. So are you, Zhao Ji? What's there to be afraid of? That Lei Chuan mumbled, but still signed the life and death contract. Remember kid, I'm not bullying you, but you've got a grudge against the two gang, and I'm going to get that back for the two gang. It's just a matter of you messing with the wrong person. Lin Jian was curious, is the two gang that powerful? The two Tilatusan, they weren't even in the National Vocational College when you graduated, right? That's for sure. At that time, the leader of the two gang was the big brother of his clan. So that's how it was, but having messed with all of them, there was no room for Lin Jian to back down. The so-called lice are not afraid of biting. How much more troublesome can the two gang group of goods be? How much more troublesome can the demon clan be? Saying that, Lei Chuan put his big sword up. Come on, I'll let you attack first. I'll fight this battle with you no matter if I win or lose. After the fight, I'll clear the grudge. No more follow-up. If you're still alive, you can also look for me to take revenge. Sounds quite an open and honest person, but there is no way to be an opponent now. I'm curious, can you block a quasi-forbidden spell? What did you say? Lei Chuan didn't understand. Lin Jian's side had already taken out his staff, and his 7-layer stacked fireball spell was still on it. Yu Ling also wanted to see how powerful this quasi-forbidden spell that Professor Yuan was talking about was. Zhao Ji was still sneering. Big brother Lei Chuan is level 35, can he still be afraid of you, a life changer? Ha, if you can block me for a bit, count it as a win for you. Lei Chuan was also incredibly confident that indeed, level 35s came to bully the freshmen. there was really no need to knock them to death. Lin Jian looked at the staff in his hand, feeling like he wasn't being a bit of a bully. In that case, if you can block this fireball spell, I won't kill you either. Joke, a fireball spell? A life changer relying on enchanted equipment, you think you'll be able to have a fighting chance? Elementary spells, wanting to use it against an S-ranked cleric bigot? On Lin Jian's side, the fireball had already hit. Chapter 103 Prophet will be punished by God. The power of the fireball that hit that one time was certainly not the same as a normal fireball spell. Professor Yuan said that it could reach the power of a quasi-forbidden spell, but forbidden spells are all about large area damage, and Lin Jian this specializes in hitting a single body. Imagine that much power concentrated on a person. That doesn't make sense to carry it. Next to all the people dumbfounded to watch, this fireball issued a blinding light, pierced Lei Chuan's that big sword, and at the same time pierced his body, but also bombarded on the ground not far from him. Boom! A large crater formed, and Lei Chuan, as an expert of S-Class priesthood rank 35, absorbed a large amount of damage. Otherwise, the crater on the ground wouldn't have been so small. As for Lei Chuan himself, he basically laid down in one shot, and was already on the ground with only outgoing air and no incoming air. This power doesn't seem quite enough? Lin Jian went over to check it out, and Yuling followed suit. She analyzed, you can't say that, an S-rank divine shield warrior, it said that his defense is able to carry forbidden spells, and to be able to hit like this the damage is quite enough. Really, I just think that the movement is a bit small. The reason the commotion is small is that the damage was all absorbed by him, and now he probably still has a breath. Zhao Ji and the others, shivering, watched from the sidelines. Boy, already graduated divine shield warrior, one strike and the person is gone? And he's still here discussing the lack of damage. Are these the words of a human being? Lin Jian sighed. I said, just hit this one shot, if he can carry it I won't kill him. Hey, you guys, said Lin Jian, looking over towards Zhao Ji and the others. This big brother, we also have no other meaning, not to challenge you. I said you guys still froze what to do. Hurry to pull people away to rescue maybe still live. Hey. Zhao Ji and the others carried the person away incomparably nimbly. No one dared to look at Lin Jian during the entire process. Waiting to carry the person away, Zhao Ji only breathed a sigh of relief. Next to the little brother asked, third brother, this guy is really a life changer? Yeah, I see that he also only has fireball magic. Just that fireball magic is a bit perverted. Zhao Ji immediately figured it out. That enchanted equipment in his hand is strong. It's said that those equipments are very expensive. We don't even have them in our two gang. He's rich now, it's really troublesome to move him. Saying that Lin Jian was rich wasn't enough, but it was close. As long as he sells his enchanted equipment, it's impossible to be poor. Thinking about the days he used to live in, it's really one day at a time. In the past, he used to sell his blood and his body parts, all just to put together 500,000 for his awakening. Now, casually enchant a piece of equipment or more than. There is a saying that is true, knowledge is power. On Lin Jian's side, he had already returned to his apartment, intending to go on a rampage and enchant a batch of equipment, just in case. Judging by the reaction from Professor Wang's side, she hadn't informed the other demon races about what happened. But it doesn't mean that the devils won't come looking for them. Lin Jian has to be prepared, and immediately start attaching demons to sell his life. Immortal body, this is just right, this is the maximum use of the ability. But not long after that, Ji Yun came back from their practicing, but brought back bad news. Captain, Ling Yashi seems to be sick again. Lin Jian was shocked. They had brought Lingya to practice leveling, so it was reasonable to say that there was no danger. These guys were all level 17, was it still a big deal to bring a budding newbie to practice? And the ones they went to were the Divine Realm Mysteries of the National Vocational Academy. They were all low-level practicing grounds. There couldn't possibly be any wild monsters that couldn't be dealt with. Lin Jian hurriedly carried his sister back to the bedroom while asking Ji Yun, what happened? I don't know, Lingya was by my side the whole time. There was only Zhao Feng and Wang Dong in front of us. The two of us couldn't even touch the monsters. Then how did my sister get like this? She suddenly got like this. Oh yeah, she used the Great Prophecy technique. Great Prophecy technique? Yurin said suddenly from the side, she can't use it alone. The level of the Great Prophecy technique is beyond the forbidden spells. It will be fatal to the human body, and this is God's punishment for the prophets. Their power is beyond the rules. Yurin, she's like this because she's using the Great Prophecy spell? Definitely, the prophets in history, they couldn't use the Great Prophecy technique more than a few times in their lifetime. God's punishment would be severe. So that was the reason Linya actually wanted to use it to fight monsters? Lin Jian shook his head and said to Ji Yun and the others, in the future, she can't use the great prophecy technique without me present. A few people nodded their heads and Zhao Feng said anxiously, we didn't know about this either, the question now is how is she doing? She's fine, all of you go out. Lin Jian waited for the others to go out before opening his natural skill. Exchange of lives, live and die together. Binding his sister directly, at the same time, his sister took a breath to slow down and her face began to flush. Lin Jian felt the damage from the great prophecy technique, it was quite heavy, ordinary people couldn't afford it. But for Lin Jian, it doesn't matter which time he didn't run towards a fatal injury. Brother, I'm still alive? Linya woke up, she felt herself recovering from her state, and looked at Lin Jian worriedly again, brother, was it you who took the damage? This damage is trivial to me, and I can recover any time, but you can't do this in the future, great prophecy spell, you can't cast it alone without me present, and you can't use it even more when fighting monsters. Spells that exceeded the rules were like cheating, they would be penalized. The prophet's ultimate ability couldn't actually be used more than a few times in a lifetime, and often people lost it. This was even more serious than forbidden spells, and it was said that there used to be people who used forbidden spells often, but too many people died, including the users of the forbidden spells themselves, and then there were gradually fewer people who no longer abused the forbidden spells. Because the backlash damage was too severe, the great prophecy spell was the best in this. Well, I don't need to, that sister before said that my power can deal with gods and demons. Which sister? Oh, that Professor Wang? I don't know who she is, she took me away and kept me locked up. Come out, Professor Wang. Lin Jian held the magic crystal, and by driving the energy of the magic crystal, he released Professor Wang. Those two big thunders were just too eye-catching, waving and waving in front of Lin Jian. Linya, on the other hand, was stunned, she. Brother, how did you catch her? She's a demon, right, Professor Wang, why don't you introduce yourself? Lin Jian, quickly release me, it's not too late. Don't say such nonsense, you are now in my grasp, the only value you have to me is to tell me what I want to know, if you have no value. Well, I won't ask you again. Chapter 104 Unite with us, the demon race. Lin Jian had wanted to threaten Professor Wang, but with his sister present, he couldn't say harsh words. Obviously, this demon girl realized her situation, and Lin Jian was very strong-willed and wouldn't be swayed by a few words from her. Good thing, Lin Jian wouldn't do anything to her either. Both siblings were extraordinary and not controlled by gods or demons, and the demoness intended to be cautious. In fact, what she didn't know was that the reason Lin Jian wasn't under control was because of the reborn spirit. No matter how strong your spiritual power was, you couldn't hold that Lin Jian's soul came from another world. So, what do you want to know? Professor Wang, my sister is now a seer. Hasn't this been rumored everywhere for a long time now? Oh. She's using the great prophecy technique and hurting herself, right? The witch immediately understood what happened. Oh, I told you earlier, your sister has a power that exceeds the rules, it will be punished by the gods, prophets usually don't use their power easily. It wasn't that there hadn't been prophets in history, but prophets gave people a very frail impression. Usually prophets had to be accompanied by an escort, but it wasn't that prophets couldn't fight, it was that they would be punished by God once they used their true power, so prophets had a lifespan and couldn't fight several times in their lives. Are you saying that God still wants to hurt my sister? What's so rare about it, let alone prophets? Forbidden spells are not allowed by the rules, they will bring great repercussions to you humans. Why is it not allowed? Is it because forbidden spells can hurt you gods and demons? You are thinking that humans can resist? Oh, it's true that the forbidden spell can hurt gods and demons, but only just. The witch's words couldn't be trusted in their entirety, as it would hurt them as well. But it was true that gods and demons were afraid of forbidden spells, and that intensity was hard for humans to withstand. Using a forbidden spell was actually exchanging lives in principle, it just wasn't as precise as Lin Jian's exchange. In other words, humans were only barely qualified to fight against gods and demons if they sacrificed themselves. Then what exactly did you want to do when you took my sister captive in the first place? Can't you see this? She's also outside the rules now, and can deal with those ugly-mouthed god race. Compared to us, the god race is even more shameless, they enslave you humans and suck your power. Get to the point, don't always curse. Lin Jian, the only way you can trust me now is if the demon race can help you fight the god race. Are you kidding me, seeking skin with a tiger? Although it was true that humans were now under the control of the god race, this didn't seem like a bad thing. After all, when humans gained power, it was tantamount to working for the boss pays you and you help the boss make money. It wasn't right to say that just because you did the work, all of the boss's money should be yours. Lin Jian didn't know what was right, but at least there was a fixed rule for now. If that rule was broken, could the humans afford it? The devil race was the one who encouraged them to break this rule, and they were hiding it from being discovered by the gods. It shows that they are actually less powerful than the gods, and they are afraid of the gods. In this situation, humans being goaded to go up was just sending them to their deaths, and Lin Jian wasn't that stupid. But if one imprisoned this demoness, or killed her, would she be discovered by the other demon races? Trouble had gotten to him, and Lin Jian couldn't not address it. Releasing was impossible. If he dared to release the demoness now, the demoness would turn around and come looking for trouble again. This was certain. I can't trust you right now, after all. Not my kind's heart must be different. We have a common enemy. Look at your sister right now, she's also suffering from divine punishment. Just don't use the great prophecy technique, I will protect my sister. Oh, is it that simple? She doesn't use the great prophecy technique? Do you believe it yourself? Lin Jian reached out and ran the magic crystal. I have to be in a position to trust you before I can come to an agreement with you. Right now, well, I'm still looking. The witch turned into a ray of light and was collected into the magic crystal again. Lin Yu looked stunned. Brother, that's sister. She can be collected into this stone? Well, she's a demon, you have to be careful in the future. I know, because as soon as I saw her, I knew she was a demon race. How did you know? Oh, you're a seer. Lin Jian knew that his sister had a different perspective and immediately asked, then can you recognize the other demon race? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively. Of course I can, I recognized her when I wasn't awakened. That seer didn't necessarily have to use the great prophecy technique, the other roles were obvious. At least, it wouldn't be like him, a life changer, who was considered a chicken rib. Good, if you find the demon clan, tell brother and let him take care of it. After recovering Lin Jian took her out of the room. At this time, Ji Wuyo came over and asked with a concerned face, is everything alright? I heard that Lin Yu was injured and came over right away. She can't be alright, right now she's the #1 talent of the National Vocational Academy. As expected, the National Vocational Academy only looked favorably on the talent of its students. Dean Ji, it's fine, it's just that she can't use the great prophecy technique. Well, the stories passed down from the previous prophets also say that the great prophecy technique should not be used more than once, and should never be used unless as a last resort. This time, it was my negligence that I didn't tell you guys about this, and it almost caused the National Vocational Academy to suffer a loss. Ji Wuyo frowned and commanded again. In the future, Lin Yu's practicing, all of them should be cleared. You guys have to notify the academy. The academy let the expert professors to provide protection, and the divine realm mystery realm that she enters. Everyone else has to come out. Good lord, such a big row. Lin Yu's treatment on the side of the State Vocational Academy was going to exceed Qin Shou's treatment in the Divine Vocational Academy. That was also because there were fewer geniuses in the State Vocational Academy than in the Divine Vocational Academy. Lin Yu's willingness to come over was already a blessing for the State Vocational Academy. Of course they had to do their best to safeguard Lin Yu, and it was also a matter of the Academy's interests. Even though it stemmed from the interests, it was sincere for them to offer help. Then many thanks to Dean Ji. Don't be polite with me on this one, your sister is also a member of the National Vocational Academy, right? I heard that the two gang found you in trouble again? It's fine, I solved it. No, they said that you used only one spell to second a level 35 Divine Shield Warrior? The State Academy couldn't be said to be impersonal, so it was still taking care of Lin Jian. But he didn't expect that Lin Jian was actually still that fierce. Oh, that Divine Shield Warrior, he didn't die? No, it's rumored to have been resuscitated. What spell did you use to attack him? Dean Ji, have you forgotten, I asked you for permission to go to the Enchanted Equipment Lab before? Ji Wuyo's eyes widened. You were enchanting equipment? But a skill that can second a level 35 Divine Shield Warrior in one go is stacked to say the least, so Professor Yuan gave you such equipment? Not from him, I enchanted it myself. Chapter 105 Unique Pioneering Mission. Lin Jian told him all about what happened at Professor Yuan's place. From Ji Wuyo's point of view, it seemed like Lin Jian was extremely talented in enchanting, but in reality, Lin Jian wasn't skilled, but rather, he ate damage the hard way. The effect of this was the same though. Ji Wuyo found that Lin Jian had a future in many ways. I didn't realize that you still have this, so you guys can go participate in this secret realm pioneering well. Dean Ji, what is the secret realm exploitation? You know that the two major academies have their own divine realm resources. Before these divine realm resources are obtained, they are secret realms that have not been pioneered and must go through the stage of pioneering. Only after pioneering is a secret realm called a divine realm. Ji Wuyo said this because he wanted to give Lin Jian a bit more of a chance, but he also had to be able to do it. Places like the National Vocational Academy, Divine Vocational Academy had divine domains that they had developed themselves. Before they were developed, the dangers of these places were unknown when they went in, so of course it wasn't possible to enter students right off the bat. Instead, the places that were provided for students to practice were all secret areas that had been developed and matured countless times. However, in some of the undeveloped areas, they were filled with unknown dangers. Although it had been developed by the Academy's high-level people, there could still be some hidden dangers that hadn't erupted, but they would be much smaller than in the beginning, and this was the opportunity to train some elite students. This part of the secret realm was also known as the not fully open divine realm, which was even more exciting. It was suitable for elite students who had studied for many years, but of course, there had to be a stronger team. Usually, it was the teams from the 5 major clubs that tried out in these secret realms. Not even experienced students with years of experience, you still had to have a team, and that was the advantage of the clubs in the academy. You could always rely on the members of this club to form a team you needed. It was a bit awkward to go solo. So, can I bring my team in? Actually, although it's not fully open, it's also been developed by the masters of the National Academy, so it won't be constantly dangerous, and at the same time, we're arranging for the 5 major clubs to go in together to further reduce the danger. Then what are the benefits of such a place? The benefit is that there will be more and rarer materials in the not fully open divine realm. Lin Jian came to a realization, so there was this benefit: more development means less materials. Basically, the divine domains that were open to all students, that had already been developed to the point where there was nothing new in there, and a lot of rare materials wouldn't appear anymore. These were for those newbies to practice on. With the abilities that Lin Jian embodied, it was clear that the novices area was no longer suitable for him. Ji Wuyo had always been able to see miracles in Lin Jian, so even if Lin Jian had been reduced to a rank, he still wanted to know what other miracles this youngster could pull off. After Ji Wuyo left, Lin Jian told everyone to get ready and join the secret realm exploitation. Captain, Lin Yu won't go, she's only at level 10. Go together, it's much faster to level up that way, there's definitely better opportunities in there. But she's only level 10, and she can't use the Great Prophecy technique. With me here, she'll be fine. Lin Jian said with certainty. In fact, no matter where he was, his sister was safest when she was by his side. In fact, this was a special treat that had basically been done by the elite of the society in the past. In order to prevent the students from practicing to become flowers in a hothouse, so they couldn't practice without any accidents at all. Those mature divine realm mysteries were only suitable for new students to cultivate, and were called baby carriages. However, the real secret realms that were similar to pioneering realms were also dangerous, and the academy didn't want their students to lose their lives, so Lin Jian and his team's position used to be that of the two clan. The two gang used to participate in such pioneering missions, but now the first and second in command of the two Li are gone. The next day Lin Jian brought his team to the rendezvous, and the people from the 5 major societies were indeed gathered, but the atmosphere was a bit weird. What's going on? The people from the 5 major societies aren't paying much attention to us. Lin Jian felt that it wasn't normal. Hadn't these people been screaming to pull themselves together before? Even if he was claimed to have been demoted to the priesthood by the National Vocational Academy, didn't he still have his sister, and his sister Linya had been read for a while before? So these people, no matter what, should come and say something good, right? Confused, the others in the team were also quite confused, but Yurin understood well. You guys don't know why they have this attitude? I know, because we're apparently going to be a new power here as well, which will definitely be less friendly to their original power. What, my team can become a party force as well? Jia Feng was the first to disbelieve, Wang Dong and I, and... Anyway, we were all special enrollment before, we have no strengths at all, Yuling you still have a submerged skill, and the ones like me are the main force, so they can become a party? That's right, this team is also too weak, these few special enrollment students, none of them came up by their skills. To be honest, the fact that they could be full-fledged students now was completely dipped in Lin Jian's light. Yuling said lightly, you really don't understand, because the soul in a team is the most important thing. To become an influential force in the future, it doesn't lie in the majority of the members, because the members will change very quickly. It lies entirely in the core, Lin Jian. There were many rumors about Lin Jian right now, including his relationship with the strongest genius of the Divine Office Academy or the School Flower. With this layer of relationship in place, Lin Jian's team could definitely grow stronger and stronger. You don't just look at these few members now, you have to look at Lin Jian's influence, and now Dean Ji is giving him so much face. See, that Lin Jian, he's here with the team. Dean Ji really thinks highly of him, coming to a pioneering mission like this? Don't be careless, it turns out that this position belongs to the two gang, and the two gang was sort of wiped out by him alone. Wasn't there a message yesterday that the former big brother of the two gang had come to settle the score with him, and he was seconded in one move? Really? Your news is behind, he is now full of 5-star equipment, is already a person of the Enchanting Academy. Of course these were just rumors, Lin Jian hadn't joined the Academy of Demon Attachment, and there weren't many people there. The so-called 5-star equipment meant equipment that stacked up to 5 layers of skill, which was top of the line for the average person, and even higher enchantment masters wouldn't do it for you. However, what Lin Jian was using was 7-star equipment. Lin Jian listened to the other club members not far away and said a few words, and didn't have much to say. You guys don't move here, first-timers, let's be a bit more reserved. He instructed the people in his team. There were actually only 6 people including him, now with the addition of a sister. I'll go check in with their captain, we'll need to collaborate on this pioneering mission. Okay, Captain. Not far away, a few heads of the 5 major societies got together to confer. Ji Wuya was also there, and Lin Jian had to communicate with them. Chapter 106, Stealing Territory with the Divine Vocational Academy. Lin Jian walked over, and the bosses of the several clubs just greeted each other politely. Several bosses, I'm sort of new here, and I haven't gotten to know you all fully, so if we want to cooperate in the future, I'm here to also state that I'll provide the team from the National Vocational Academy with as much help as I can. This statement was also considered polite and courteous, sounding very courteous. But those few bosses just nodded, not as enthusiastic as before. Lin Jian remembered Yuling's words, and it was true, they were trying to recruit Lin Jian or his sister in to strengthen their own societies, but once Lin Jian wanted to make a separate power, they weren't so polite. The 5 major societies were all in competition with each other, they all had to hook up. And the head of a power, you can never recruit, Lin Jian happens to be such a character. Linya doesn't have to think about it either, that's his sister unless there's some special opportunity. Now that Ji Wuya was here, everyone was just being polite. In reality they were all wary of Lin Jian as a force, although he didn't even have a name right now. Lin Jian had broken up the two gang with a single strike, so the threat in the future was definitely stronger than the two gang. Alright, everyone's brought it, I'll talk about the overview of this mission. Ji Wuya knew what they were thinking and didn't point it out. This was because in the State Vocational College, competition between students was encouraged, as long as you didn't go too far. At any time, competition was a good way to liven up the atmosphere, depending on whether you used it right or not. First of all, you guys have to remember that this time is an adventure, and this place is also different from other Divine Realm mysteries. The other God Realm secret realms have been fully developed, and you can have normal communication in them. But not in this one yet, you can only have teammates and teams to contact each other in an environment that approximates reality. What places and what monsters are there, this is all unknown, you guys have to be vigilant. My first request is that if you guys receive a request for help from the National Academy team, you must step in to help, understand? Ji Wuya looked at them with a serious face, this was no joke. It didn't matter if they made a scene during the week, making a scene at this time would centrifuge the students of the National Vocational College. Several bosses nodded their heads, and Lin Jian also promised, to the best of my ability. Very well, the reason I'm telling you all this is because we're not the only ones pioneering this secret realm. From the other direction, there are people from the Divine Clergy Academy who are also pioneering. At the end of the day, we in the Divine Clergy Academy are definitely splitting this secret realm. It depends on whoever explores a wide area, whoever takes advantage of it. You guys shouldn't be too pressured, the Divine Clergy Academy is stronger than us. So you guys just do your best, don't force yourselves, the Divine Office Academy can just get a piece of the pie. Ji Wuya said this on purpose, saying this the big brothers of the 5 major societies were unconvinced. But they also just secretly held their breath and didn't say it out. Ji Wuya saying this was equal to mobilizing. In fact, this is not the first time that the secret realm is opened up, there have been experts from the academy who have explored it before. The first time to open up the land is not the turn of the students. Ji Wuya himself is also a member of the opening up of the land. After they have swept through, they feel that there is no major threat, before letting the students come to further open up the land, so that the secret realm to completely complete the development. Only after the development of the secret realm is completed can it be called a divine realm. Of course, there would always be accidents, and students were not flowers in a greenhouse, they had to learn to cope. If you encounter a danger that you can't cope with, call for help, and I will rescue you with the professor's team. There will be delays in the rescue as well, so be resourceful and protect yourselves. Several directions have yet to be explored this time. I've assigned the teams of the 5 major societies. Lin Jian, your team is relatively new, I'll assign you a safer direction. Lastly, remember, each of your teams should have one person to keep in contact with the other teams at all times. After the mission was released, everyone's spirits were lifted. The secret realm was more exciting than the divine realm, and this place hadn't finished pioneering yet, so it was most in line with the young people's adventurous mentality. They all gave Lin Jian a disdainful look. This time, Ji Wuyo's arrangement was clearly taking care of Lin Jian. But what's wrong with taking care of it? Lin Jian is the one who has made merit for the National Vocational Academy. Returning to the team, Lin Jian conveyed Ji Wuyo's meaning. We can head in, but be cautious. Ji Yun, you're in charge of contacting the outside world. Ling Yi, you stay close to me. Yes. Without much ado, Lin Jian led the team over in the direction assigned by Ji Wuyo. Because it wasn't a mature divine realm, no one knew what they would encounter in here. It wasn't even known about the mountainous terrain in front of them, but those parts were few and far between. What the national priesthood had to grasp was to grab territory from the divine priesthood, and whoever explored more would be the one to do so. In the same secret realm, it was actually possible to divide up the territory, which Lin Jian hadn't expected. This was of course an important job for the 2 courtyards, because after all their own resources, the strength is all coming out of this yet. The direction they took was the west side in the secret realm. This side of the past would run into people from the Divine Office Academy. When they encountered the team from the Divine Clergy Academy, the pioneering stopped and both sides drew a line. This was the rule. At the beginning, Lin Jian's team encountered quite a few small monsters. The small monsters weren't very high leveled, more than 10 levels, and encountering a group of first-turn clerics was simply a send-off. Captain, there doesn't seem to be any big monsters with high experience over here. Zhao Feng was getting bored. Their progress was fast, and this direction that Ji Wuyo had arranged had basically been explored. Yuling didn't think so. Small monsters don't have a lot of experience, but the monsters here are rare and rich in materials, so gather a little more. Lin Jian agreed with this. Collect more. It's our first time doing a quest like this. It's also a way to gain experience for the future. Only after the words were said, a rumble could be heard in the distance, bursting out with a loud noise. Yuling jerked his head up. It's estimated to be dozens of kilometers. Could it be the movement of the Divine Clergy Academy? They're really fast, worthy of being the Divine Clergy Academy. The speed was too frightening. The speed of the Divine Clergy Academy's land grab was beyond their imagination. According to Ji Wuyo's thoughts, they could probe hundreds of kilometers from this side. Lin Jian also judged, steady, we're not looking for speed. Stability is the main focus. Don't do anything beyond our abilities. But Captain, you often do that sort of thing yourself. I'm me, you guys are different. I'll go check it out. You guys take your time practicing here. What with helping the National Vocational Academy steal territory, Lin Jian didn't care about that. It was just a 1-star benefit. But he did want to go and see how the Divine Vocational Academy could get it going so fast. This progress exceeded Ji Wuyo's expectations. Leaving the team behind, Lin Jian alone began to move forward a few dozen kilometers to scout the situation. Change of life Night Eyes exploration. Using this skill, Lin Jian's detection range was now 600 meters, and this range was enough for him to be able to react before the other side. Chapter 107 Clergy Academy's Elite Team. With Lin Jian at the front, it was possible for the team to get a safe amount of time to practice. Her younger sister Linya followed the team. She was at a great advantage right now because her level was already low, so no matter what small monsters she fought, she could get a sizable share of the experience. It was hanging leveling, follow to turn 1. However, after Lin Jian came over 20 kilometers, she found that the situation was a bit off. Because the environment in front became barren, as if it was a scorched earth, this should be a volcano. Grass didn't grow in many places, so it was judged to be a half-dead volcano. Whether it would be in danger of erupting was still to be determined. It's hard to say if the noise just now was made by the Clergy Academy team. Under the surveillance of Night Eyes exploration, Lin Jian continued onward, sneaking stealthily all the way. His sneaking wasn't like Yulin's kind of sneaking with a talent, it was just ordinary sneaking, which meant that he found the threat first and found a place to hide by himself. It wasn't as magical as Yulin's, but because he had a strong sense of perception, he was able to avoid it in advance. After advancing another 10 kilometers or so, he was the first to spot the Divine Clergy Academy's team. Captain, if you go any further, you're going to be out of communication range. Ji Yun warned from behind, and of course Lin Jian was always aware of the team's status. I understand, but I've only just realized it too, and sure enough, it's the Clergy Academy's people coming. Are they that fast? Do I need to report to Dean G? You tell the dean, I'll keep an eye on them from here. Lin Jian stopped moving forward and found a hidden place to hide. Even if the people from the Divine Clergy Academy didn't activate their skills, they wouldn't casually discover the hidden Lin Jian, and activating their skills belonged to a purposeful search. They didn't know that there was a person hiding next to them. It could be seen that this group of people were all elites, all above the second turn. Putting it on the side of the National Vocational Academy, it should belong to the level of the 5 major societies, but obviously the individual strength was stronger than the 5 major societies. After all, it was the Divine Vocational Academy, and the dozen or so of them had a vigilant look on their faces. Pay attention, that thing doesn't know where it went, it's not easy to catch. Did you see what it was? I saw it, but didn't see it clearly. Monster Atlas doesn't have this kind of creature. Didn't see it clearly, is that powerful? Don't know, ran too fast, just now there was a lava pit, that thing jumped in at once. From their conversation, they learned that they were indeed chasing something, not knowing what it was. This thing was pretty powerful, a team of second-turn divinities hadn't even caught it, and the loud noise that erupted just now was probably from here as well. Lin Jian heard them talking and hurriedly hid some more, fearing that they would unleash their detection skills. It's not good to be discovered, although Lin Jian isn't afraid of a single second-turning divine priesthood, there's a team of them here. Every one of them was stronger than Tori, an elite team of clergy exploring. Through the stone cracks, Lin Jian observed them looking around. Captain, Dean G asked, are they occupying territory to fight here? I can't say. Well, Dean G said that since the Divine Clergy Academies hit here, if we come across them, it's fine to draw a line with them on the ground. Okay, I understand. Ji Wuyo was still sympathetic to their freshman team, but this side shouldn't be the main direction either. It was normal for a freshman team to participate in the secret realm exploration, that would definitely not be able to grab the Divine Clergy Academy. So this first time, Ji Wuyo was just letting them come and experience it. He knew that the Divine Office Academy would come over, he just didn't expect it to be that fast. Lin Jian observed the dozen or so second-turn elites and realized that they weren't out to grab territory either. This side of the turf wasn't important, they should be chasing something over. Thinking about this, Lin Jian suddenly realized that his side was a bit hot, and turned his head to look frozen. There was a crack in the ground beside him, and a red-orange flame actually drilled out of the crack in the ground, and this flame seemed to be alive, and would also jump, and seemed to be watching Lin Jian as well. Was this considered a creature? Lin Jian couldn't say, reaching out towards the small flame, he actually didn't feel hot. The heat was there, but only warmth. This flame actually didn't burn people, it was like a living thing. Lin Jian's hand was just about to touch the flame when the small flame also sent out a flame that ruffled Lin Jian's hand a bit. It was interesting, it wasn't hot, it was as if it was being brushed by something warm. What man? Suddenly, the Divine Clergy Academy team over there also noticed something strange and shouted. The small flame seemed to be startled, instantly shrinking into the cracks in the ground. Lin Jian had to stand up as he sensed that someone had used a skill to lock himself down. I'm from the National Vocational Academy. Someone from the National Vocational Academy? Did you get here that quickly? You couldn't have rushed here to carve out a territory, could you? The leader, a high-ranked student from the Divine Occupation Academy, walked over. He was level 40. Lin Jian estimated that he was now level 20. It wasn't certain if he could use his talent to over this, there were so many second-turn elites behind him. Isn't it normal to grab territory? Isn't that the rule? Lin Jian didn't false him, since it was a rule that 2 academies had, these people from the Divine Clergy Academy wouldn't break it easily. They looked at each other as if they were passing on some kind of message. It couldn't be to silence them, could it? There was still a group of people behind Lin Jian. If these people messed around, the State Clergy Academy wouldn't stop. So it's students from the National Vocational College. This leader relaxed his expression. It's fine, we know the rules, we just didn't expect you guys to be this fast too. The territory doesn't matter, it's fine to just paddle here, but this isn't the time to paddle. Oh, are you guys chasing something? Lin Jian directly asked the doubt in his heart. He had just felt that this group of people were looking for something. The high-level 40 student boarded up his face. This is our business, you guys don't care so much. The words had only just been spoken when the group behind Lin Jian actually followed. Yuling led them, rushing to get here, and Linya was also in the group. Not surprisingly, she was now past level 10 and her body wouldn't be as weak as before. It's the team from the Divine Clergy Academy, Captain. Have you guys demarcated your territory yet? It was impossible for the Clergy Academy to have any more ideas about the team's appearance, not because of how strong the team was, but the large number of people was not easy to control, and if they turned around and said that they were not abiding by the rules, the punishment would be quite severe. The people on the Divine Clergy Academy's side looked at each other in dismay, and were also planning to draw territory first. And at this time, a warning came from the team communications of both sides. Captain, several other teams are calling for help, they seem to be in danger. What danger? They've encountered high-level monsters, it seems like. There's a level 50. What did you say? A level 50 monster wasn't something that they, turn 1, could handle, turn 2 couldn't even manage it. Ji-Yun was reporting the news, this monster has attacked several teams and is now coming our way. Chapter 108, his target wasn't a lava beast. Right after the communication came through, the ground began to shake, rumbling so much that one could not stand still. Quick, take cover. Lin Jian immediately reacted, Yuling, take them and hide them, don't come out. Okay, I understand. Yuling immediately understood Lin Jian's intentions. In this situation, Lin Jian had to act as a maneuvering force. Because level 50 monsters were the same for students from both academies, everyone couldn't beat them. Grouping up wouldn't work either, the difference was too far, so they all had to hide, there was nothing they could do when the monsters came. What would happen this way? The other side could potentially be bad and draw the monsters towards the side of the National Vocational College team. This is entirely possible. That's why Lin Jian had to act as a maneuvering force to deal with these things, the others couldn't move. Yuling, my brother, isn't he going to hide? Don't worry about him, we're going to hide, it's useless for us to take out a monster of this level. Yuling's brain is clear, she won't do those useless things like shouting what friendship live together die together are all boring, in front of the level 50 monsters all will go up in smoke. Lin Jian, after all, has an immortal body, he can run even if he cannot fight. Both sides began to hide, Lin Jian found a place to hide himself, and saw the distant rolling hills, running over a huge guy, this thing is actually as high as a small mountain. There was also a group of people being driven by it, it was hundreds of students from the two academies. What first and second turners are not enough to look at, there are no higher level powerhouses present here for a while. Any more low-level ones would be ineffective. Lin Jian saw this behemoth tear apart a second-turn elite student. Wild monster, lava beast. Level, SS. Level 50. Talent, lava burns, lava heat coming out of its body. Anyone who gets close will be burned by the heat. Rock body, made of rock, hard and heavy, with super strong defense. Skill, lava eruption, can burn enemies with magma within a certain range. Skill, rock shock, impacts enemies with an invincible rock body, ignoring damage. Honestly, this was a bit of an exaggeration, Lin Jian didn't even know how to kill it, this one didn't even know if it was a proper creature. With this defense, I don't know if it can defend against Lin Jian's hell whale. But if you are at level 50, don't think about it so much, right, the difference is a little too far, the more you get to the advanced level the more experience you need, this guy Lin Jian doesn't even know if it will hurt, there is no difference between hitting it and hitting the rock. Soon, the lava behemoth jumped over from hill to hill. Apparently the students on both sides had angered this thing, and it was chasing after these guys who didn't know how to die. By Lin Jian's side, there were also those elite students from the Divine Clergy Academy hiding, and they were also terrified. What should we do? It seems to have grabbed the ice fairy. What, then we have to save her, have we notified the dean, are there no experts coming? Ice fairy don't die, she's the two-time school flower of the Divine Vocational Academy, I've admired her for a long time. Nerve, this 50 level, how can you lick it without killing it? Listening to their conversations, it looks like the situation is dire, this lava beast seems to have killed quite a few people. Lin Jian just saw it tear one apart, next to it many students were bravely throwing skills, but these skills couldn't hurt the lava beast in the slightest, the rocks were broken, it even managed to put itself back together again. The broken rocks reached its body and after being scorched by the lava flames, they fused back together. How can we kill it? Lin Jian saw that the 5 major clubs of the National Vocational College had followed him, and it looked like the lava beast had gone through several areas and killed its way over here, and the lava beast wasn't unintelligent, it had actually captured someone. It seems to be one from the National Vocational College and one from the Divine Vocational College. Lin Jian didn't recognize any of them, and at this point, the lava beast had already run up this hill. Put the people down. The ones from the 5 major clubs were shouting, while the ones from the Divine Vocational Academy side were shouting as well, and the lava behemoth alone was messing with both sides. Nay, these students had no way to deal with the lava behemoth either, they could only shout. Hee hee, come if you have the ability, little mole cricket, dare to invade my territory. The lava beast was furious, and it reached out and grabbed a person from a rock crevice on its body, which had already been burned, and then casually tore the person apart just now, but it was roasted by the lava in the rock crevice for too long. Lin Jian heard a wail from the people of the 5 major clubs, which should be the students of the National Vocational College. He didn't even recognize them, and at this moment, the lava beast reached out and grabbed out another person. This was a woman, and when she was grabbed by the lava behemoth, she even sealed herself with cold ice. But this was still taken by the lava behemoth, and she formed an ice mass in the lava behemoth's large hand. More to come, get out of my territory or I'll kill you all. It used this frozen girl as a threat. The students from both houses who had just been chased were exhausted. The fire-carrying eye sockets looked around and suddenly laughed coldly. Do you guys think that it's possible to hide? The lava beast was a supergiant, and it could end up carrying a person in its hands, and took one step across. Suffered. Lin Jian took a look. Over there was where his team was hiding. The people were all there. They had to be drawn away quickly. Stop. At this moment, Lin Jian stood up and stopped hiding, and the few clergy academy elites around him all looked at him in horror. You're crazy. They all refused to reveal their hiding places. Lin Jian couldn't, his sister was still over there. Despite being level 50, it was still okay to rely on immortality to pester them, right? If they really let the monsters pass, Linya's situation wouldn't be easy to say. Captain? You guys take my sister and evacuate farther away. Lin Jian commanded in the team channel, directly blocking in front of the lava beast. You release the people. He didn't say it was for his team either, as it was also attracting hate. What if the lava behemoth was intelligent enough to see that you could stand up for these people? So, Lin Jian made an excuse to keep its attention back on the ice lump in his hand. Who are you to order me around? Lava eruption. The lava beast got angry and roared, flames actually coming out of the stone cracks throughout the mountain. All of the students from the 2 academies hiding in the surrounding area were all in a state of chicken flight, and those who were shouting for help just a moment ago all ran away. The defenses of these second-turn elites also bottomed out instantly. Lin Jian couldn't even handle the high temperatures, but right at this moment, he spotted the small flame again. The lava beast seemed to have seen it as well, and it hesitated a little for a split second. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Change life hell whale. Life change gravity imprisonment. Lin Jian decisively came out with a set of combos. He couldn't suffer on his own, he had to bring others along. But his target wasn't the lava beast, it was the small flame. Chapter 109 I won't rest with you until you release me. Lin Jian 1T bind the lava beast because this is too strong. But this little flame seems to be involved with the lava beast. Whether it is or not, bring it and try it out. In case it's not much use, Lin Jian has an undead body to fight with, and he can slip away when the team is safe. But the hatred cannot be on their own team. So Lin Jian pointed to the person who was trying to save the lava beast's hand. Let go of this person, or I won't spare you. Another layer of meaning in this way of speaking is that you can use this person to pin me down. The more the enemy cared about something, the more it was his soft underbelly. He didn't know if the lava beasts had the intelligence to understand this level, but Lin Jian only cared about the safety of his team. However, when he spoke these words, students from both academies were present. The lickspittles who had just shouted to save the others had all lowered their heads at the moment, very ashamed. What kind of licking dog is he himself? Look at that one, he can even not want his life. Captain he. 1TB okay, right, Dean G's team hasn't arrived yet. Ji Yun was worried, but this time it was Linya who answered her. My brother will be fine, you guys don't let him worry. Zhao Feng and the others were surprised, this little girl was instead the calmest one. But on second thought, this was a prophet. She had a premonition, surely she wouldn't talk nonsense. The truth was actually the same as what Linya had predicted. Lin Jian had his own cards. He couldn't kill level 50 monsters, but monsters couldn't kill him if they wanted to, and he was able to escape. In such a situation, as long as the team didn't become a drag on Lin Jian, he would be fine. However, this scene, in the eyes of the others, had a bit of a different meaning. This fierce man from the National Vocational Academy actually wanted to save the schoolgirl from the Divine Vocational Academy. Was there actually someone who licked to the point where they didn't even want their life? Are you really not afraid of death? The lava beast hadn't seen a creature that wasn't afraid of death, and it was instinctive to live and die. So it didn't even realize that it was necessary to threaten Lin Jian with the girl on its hands? Then it swung the fist that the rocks converged into and smashed at Lin Jian. You don't deserve to make conditions with me. That huge rocky fist, with magma blazing fire still flowing from its fingers, just smashed into Lin Jian's head. Boom! Sparks erupted from the ground, magma burst out, and everyone let out another gasp. Is that someone from your National Academy, only a first turn? That's dead. This second turn can't even be carried by Nima. Right next to him, there was an older brother from the Divine Vocational Academy who jumped to conclusions, but he didn't finish his sentence and got stuck. Because the next moment, Lin Jian stood up from the flames. No one could describe the image of Lin Jian at this moment, it was too great. In the blazing fire, his body was burnt to a crisp, and he was even caught in the lava and still had fire coming out of it, nastily scalding his flesh and emitting thick smoke. However, this couldn't affect Lin Jian's gaze firmly in the slightest. Let her go. Don't say, the girl who was pinched in the hands of the lava beast is really something. Her ice shell even carried until now, although the lava beast did not take the initiative to attack her, but just to be able to withstand the flames of the beast's body, it's very impressive. At this moment, she was also filled with despair, thinking that she might not be able to hold out any longer. However, it was at this moment that Lin Jian jumped out and with great perseverance asked the lava beast to release her. Although she didn't recognize this person and it was a bit nonsensical, the kind of emotion in her heart was beyond words. You students, you should go. I won't go, nor will I give in. If I don't let go, I'll tangle with you to the end. It's too moving. Lin Jian carried a thick smoke and flame on his body and once again walked toward the lava beast. There were a ton of tearful eyes down there. However, Lin Jian's attention was on that little flame. That little flame had just started shaking after Lin Jian took that punch, and it kind of felt like it couldn't hold up. The little flame was a fire attribute, it shouldn't be afraid of fire. Instead, the lava beast's punch had caused the little flame to take quite a bit of damage. Fire is also afraid of being extinguished, it depends on whether you have enough force. The lava beast's force is definitely enough. And this force expanded 361 times, bounced back to the small flame. Just now, that one time, it was almost like snuffing out a candle to get rid of the small flame. Lin Jian also saw the lava behemoth's hesitation, its body froze as if it had turned into a stone sculpture for a few seconds. Useful. Lin Jian was even more certain of his thoughts. Sure enough, binding the small flame had a threatening effect on the lava beast. This was its soft spot. Could it be that this was its child, the little lava beast? This looks like it's not a monster either. There's no gross damage. Lin Jian doesn't know what that is. Again, are you releasing it or not? If you don't, I won't stop with you. Lin Jian yelled, charging towards the lava beast. The lava beast actually didn't dare to hit him hard. And as long as Lin Jian got close, he would be scorched by the high temperatures on the lava behemoth, and the lava behemoth didn't dare to let him get close because any damage on Lin Jian would bounce back to the little flames. So the lava behemoth only dared to reach out and push Lin Jian away. But how could Lin Jian let him go? Pushing away and continuing to charge, he was still addicted to playing. But this hand of Lin Jian really brought the audience below to tears. Is he really that infatuated? Impossible, his girlfriend is the school flower of this session. He's Lin Jian, don't you guys recognize him? 2 feet in 2 boats, both still so crazy, don't want to die? Isn't this a scumbag? He's going to die soon, it's fine, I don't like this kind of person. The boys below reacted to everything, and some also recognized Lin Jian, the guy from the challenge. He was also the public enemy of the Divine Vocational Academy's boys, the boyfriend of this year's school flower, Qin Xiu. With this buff alone, the boys below couldn't wait for him to die, and they didn't feel miserable at this point. However, the girls' reactions were completely different. Everyone's eyes were red with excitement. So, he's such an infatuated man. Hey, what do you mean by this reaction? He shouldn't know our ice fairy, right? You don't know her, and you can trust her with your life? Too touching. You. Well, I have nothing to say. The boys turned into exasperation, while Lin Jian moved up another notch in the girls' minds. But this misunderstanding was so big, Lin Jian certainly wasn't doing it for the girl at this point, it was sort of incidental. He was trying to see if this could threaten the lava beast, and it seemed to work. You couldn't win a fight, but right now, the lava beast's soft underbelly was in Lin Jian's hands. His body was on fire and he didn't look alive at all, even his arms and legs were burned through by the lava. But still stood up and advanced towards the lava beast. If you don't let go, I'll keep pestering you, I'll keep my word. Once again, Lin Jian charged towards the lava beast, and all the girls at the bottom of the mountain covered their mouths. This is so good to cry about. Chapter 110, That Brave Man. The Divine Vocational Academy girl who had been caught by the lava beast, she had certainly never seen such a moving scene. Lin Jian's aura of giving up everything and being resolute, looking at her all the time with tears in her eyes, sometimes sentimentality was just like that. She knew that this boy didn't even know himself, and still felt that this person was fighting for his life. Don't come over, just go away. She didn't know what to say anymore. Absolutely no one had ever seen her like this normally. The nicknames were all Ice Fairy, so she knew that she had always had a high and cold persona, but no girl could top this scene. Lin Jian still supported himself and stood up again. His arm was burned through. How much would it hurt to have lava searing through? I'm not going to give up. The life force in Lin Jian's body began to erupt, and the vigorous vitality began to make up for it against the burning of the magma. Now could be said to be the moment that tested Lin Jian's immortal body the most. He had never been hurt in such an all-encompassing way before. Before that was just a little bit of injury. Now, he was injured all around him at the same time, with temperatures that could melt rocks. The girl was surrounded by an ice shield that she had condensed, so Lin Jian had no protection at all. But at the same time, Lin Jian saw hope. Although he hadn't done a single bit of damage to the lava beast, at this point the lava beast was mad. He didn't know why this monster was in such a hurry, and with a loud roar, the entire mountain began to sprout lava. All of the people below were forced to retreat once again. No one could get close to the mountain anymore. It had turned into a volcano. Although it wasn't as terrifying as an erupting volcano, the bubbling magma wasn't fake. Let's go, let's retreat farther away. Linya suddenly spoke. My brother is fine, don't worry guys. Yu Ling looked at the Crimson Mountain and nodded. Retreat, we have to wait until Dean Ji comes over. Lin Jian's team also withdrew. It was actually useless for them to stay. Linya was a seer, and at the same time, she had Lin Jian's divine chain bound to her. There was a connection between the two of them. The students from the two academies at the bottom of the mountain instantly retreated to nothing, and those who were unwilling to do so were half pushed and half led. The dozens of kilometers around the mountain were burned to a scorched earth. Let's go, don't look, we can't beat that lava beast. Hey, it's a pity, the two-time school flower. Don't you get any ideas? People have never reacted to any man. That's also a pity. The students of the two academies all withdrew dozens of kilometers away, and at this time, the lava beast went crazy again. It roared furiously and was actually disintegrating on its own. It was important to realize that from the beginning, Lin Jian hadn't even attacked it, and the divine chain hadn't bound the lava beast. The charred and blackened Lin Jian hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged. That little flame was the key. The lava beast cared about this was its weakness. Aiming at the crack in the ground next to him, the small flame once again sprang out, seemingly watching the lava beast solve the problem. Lin Jian grabbed it as soon as he could, not caring about the flames burning. The problem was that the small flame didn't have much of a temperature. It was very gentle, and it didn't enter Lin Jian's arm as soon as he grabbed it. Then Lin Jian lay on the ground, waiting for the life force to repair his body. Frost Snow, Ice Seal Field. That ice fairy started casting spells, extinguishing the magma flames on the mountain top piece and lowering the temperature. She came out of the ice sphere, her beautiful eyes looking at the scorched earth around her, and then at the sea of fire at the bottom of the mountain. It was all gone, and for the first time she was that close to death, and there was no one there with her at the end. Only this man, who was desperately trying to save her in his last moments before dying. She walked over and was suddenly surprised to find that Lin Jian was actually still alive. You. Not knowing what to say, she just squatted beside Lin Jian, who was lying on the ground with nothing left of his body burned, but could see the exuberant vitality constantly repairing and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you okay? Lin Jian, actually still able to speak, the girl's big eyes with fog, nodded. My name is Long Kier. I'm out of clothes, if you don't mind, help me change a set, I'm afraid it's not decent for someone to come over later. Good. The girl didn't mind in the slightest and took the clothes Lin Jian took out. That was all the trouble a life changer had. But she didn't give Lin Jian clothes right away either. Instead she looked at the injuries on Lin Jian's body. Could he wear clothes right away like this? Should these injuries be treated? These were all things a normal person would have to consider. Long Core was very hesitant. Her large eyes were azure blue in color, as clear as frozen ice crystals, but she was looking at Lin Jian's body with a blink. Lin Jian also sensed the difference and realized that this girl was very bold, daring to stare at his body parts. How is it? Is it big? Well. Your scar is shedding, does that not matter? If you're free, you wait until it comes off before you wear it, it's cleaner that way. Lin Jian is also lazy to say anything, lying still, at least it is also considered to have saved people. To help themselves to be decent is also desirable, right? The girl knelt down and sat beside Lin Jian, very quiet, watching Lin Jian's wounds grow and his scars fall off. You're still a life changer, your priesthood hasn't been washed away. Well, how about that? Haven't seen a man in full like that, have you? Well, you don't have to worry, I'll wear it and clean you up first. What kind of words are these, this iceberg beauty in the eyes of others, at this time, although there is also not much expression, but unusually well behaved. In fact, the iceberg beauty is the stereotype of others, she is just joyful and angry. At this time, the professors and deans of the two hospitals had rushed over, each inquiring about the status of the damage. And when Ji Wuyo heard that Lin Jian was still over here, he came over this way again, and there was another person following behind him. That was Professor Han from the Divine Vocational Academy, who he had met with Lin Jian before when they were at the Xia family, and Long Kor was his student. The two of them rushed over to this volcano without saying a word, and saw that the surrounding dozens of kilometers had all turned into scorched earth. The high temperatures were still there, but the two experts weren't afraid, and when they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw Long Kor and Lin Jian. "Ku Air, are you alright?" "Professor, I'm fine, don't come over yet, he's not wearing any clothes." "What does this mean?" Professor Han and Ji Wuyo glanced at each other. Ji Wuyo also saw the vitality in Lin Jian's body from afar. He said to Professor Han, "It's fine, that lava beast is gone." "Really, what do our two academies say? Since something happened here, this is our dividing line." "I agree, but what's with my students dressing your students?" Ji Wuyo probably knew that Lin Jian hadn't lost his priesthood as a life-changing master, and at the moment, he was snorting, "Young people, they're young, they always have their own ideas, haven't you ever been young, and you'll do something ridiculous too." Chapter 111, Do you like him? Obviously Ji Wuyo was being snarky, in fact the two didn't have that kind of effort to have anything happen. But with his attitude like this, Professor Han instead didn't say anything. This man's bad temper, Lin Jian had seen it before, but at this time, he had a stern face and didn't say anything. Every professor in the Divine Clergy Academy wasn't simple, even Ji Wuyo he might not give face. Suddenly stomped his foot, a burst of cold air spread out in all directions, and the remaining magma flames all began to go out. Ji Wuyo glanced at Professor Han and didn't speak again. The two houses had reached a consensus. Over here, Lin Jian was actually healed. After the scars came off, Long Kor helped him put on his clothes and even helped him up. There was actually no need to help, and Lin Jian didn't want to refute the other party's good intentions. "They call you the Ice Fairy?" "Well, I'm probably usually rather cold. But you're warm, not cold at all." "Thanks." The two were very close to each other. No one expected the Ice Fairy to be so nice to talk to, and she wasn't even shy? Actually, she was shy, but she was different from others, and generally didn't show it easily. This Ice Fairy was also a very unique priesthood. She was the SSS ranked Ice Mage. Such an attribute wouldn't be enough to be SSS ranked in anyone else's place, but she was different, purely a single ice spell she could utilize to the extreme. Single system, but she could master all ice spell skills, even forbidden spells. The reason for not sending out forbidden spells was that it was pointless, because forbidden spells were self-injury skills, and she couldn't survive even if she sent them out. Such a genius was one of the most outstanding in the Divine Clergy Academy before Qinqiu arrived at the Divine Clergy Academy. Of course she was still the schoolflower for 2 terms, and she still was now, except that her entire person looked as lacking in temperature as an ice sculpture. The boys of course could only look at her from a distance, not too many people dared to get close, and her family lineage was still very powerful. Long Kor helped Lin Jian over. Ji Wuyo and Professor Han were already waiting. "Lin Jian, are you alright?" "It's okay, Dean Ji, that lava beast disappeared for some reason." "Oh? There's still this kind of thing, we'll have to mark this side in the future to prevent students from coming over." Ji Wuyo looked at Professor Han again. "Although something went wrong this time, the students of our 2 academies are united and united against the enemy. It's a friendly witness, I hope we can share this secret realm amicably." He was obviously babbling, nothing like what he said had happened, but it didn't matter. Professor Han recognized this as well, and as he looked towards the ground, he wasn't sure why the lava behemoth had collapsed on its own. So he asked Lin Jian, "You didn't kill the lava behemoth?" "I didn't gain experience, I definitely didn't kill it, it collapsed on its own." "Why is that?" "You're a professor, why are you asking me?" Lin Jian didn't treat Professor Han too politely, because this guy he had seen in the Xie family and didn't have much of a good impression. Now that Ji Wuyo was beside him, Lin Jian wouldn't be polite to him either. How could he flip out now? Sure enough, Professor Han didn't speak anymore, and Ji Wuyo came out to speak. "Let's go, this place is set as a forbidden zone for now, lest the students suffer more casualties. Even though the clergy are facing battles, they can't die for nothing." "I'll go return to my team then." Lin Jian said, patting Long Kor by his side. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'll see you later. Long Kor let go of Lin Jian and watched him wave his hand before running wildly down the mountain, truly a man like the wind. Ji Wuyo also excused himself. I have to go back to pacify the students, it looks like we've lost some of them. Professor Han nodded and watched Ji Wuyo leave. He asked Long Kor, what just happened? Just now he didn't want to die to save me. Long Kor could see that scene of Lin Jian as soon as she closed her eyes now, and she probably couldn't forget it in her life. Professor Han estimated that he could not ask for any clues, and now that the onlookers could not see it, he could see that this student of his had already fallen. This ice fairy's emotions were generally unintelligible to the general public, and the changes in her expression were all very small. You like that boy? Aha! But he's Lin Jian, he's very famous, and he's said to be the boyfriend of freshman genius Qin Xiu. But he didn't want to save my life. Does it have anything to do with me if he has a girlfriend or not? Professor Han couldn't say anything for a while. This kind of genius student thinking are very special, precisely because of the maverick, so any aspect is different from the ordinary people. The strong, of course, they are dominated by themselves and take it for granted. Alright, as long as one student is happy, Professor Han is also an unreasonable person. As long as the student is happy, it's okay to be good with anyone. Strong people never complain about the conditions, so what if you have a girlfriend, can't you like it? This was the world of the strong. There was no such thing as a regular romantic relationship. It's good that you know that Qin Xiu is very good, you have to be better than her. Lin Jian didn't know about this side of things. He had already returned to the team and his teammates came up to shush him. Ji Yun came up and squeezed. Really okay? Captain, you have a really good body. These clothes are worn by yourself? Linya directly exposed. No, it's that sister who changed it for my brother. Yeah, wouldn't that let her take advantage of it? Seeing this body of the captain, she wouldn't be looking at it, right? Sister Ji Yun, what's so strange about looking at my brother? All girls should look at my brother. Linya that justified unconditionally on the side of his brother, is the mentality of all children. My brother is omnipotent, you all should like. Who does not like that is a hard mouth. Yuling on the other hand found something different. She saw that Lin Jian's right hand account had a flame mark. Alright, Ji Yun, you don't move your hands either. The captain is fine. Yuling dispersed them, and at this time the heads of the 5 major clubs of the National Academy came over to inquire. Lin Jian, where's that lava beast from earlier? It's gone. What do you mean it's gone? Such a big monster that disappeared while fighting. Then how can I explain it to you guys? That's a level 60 monster, I haven't even seen it before, you should ask Dean Ji about that. Lin Jian brushed it off and didn't know anything about it. The truth was that he didn't quite figure it out either. It should have something to do with the small flame in his hand, but it wasn't clear what exactly. The teachers and professors that Ji Wuyo had brought with him were calming the students and treating the injured. The people from the 5 major clubs looked at each other, and one of them spoke up again and asked, Lin Jian, are you planning to start a club? I don't know. As I see it, you and your sister can just join our society. Our old society has a lot of resources, you'll have to start from scratch with another one, it's not cost effective, you guys can come in and become core members and enjoy the highest treatment. Hee, you say this, do they agree? When Lin Jian said that, the man shut up because the other bigwigs from the other clubs were looking at him. You're just digging people up in front of us? Even if Lin Jian wasn't going to form a group, everyone had to compare notes. Chapter 112, The Most Famous Man in the Divine Clergy Academy. This time back, Lin Jian was still level 20, but Linya was already close to 16. This was the benefit of being low-leveled. Following along and practicing grew quickly, and was close to ushering in the first turn for his sister. And Lin Jian himself wasn't in a hurry, so he was busy helping his sister level up first. But before that, Lin Jian had to figure out what was going on with this little flame that had attached itself to him and didn't react. It had formed a flame-type marking scar on his hand, and he couldn't wash it off. For this reason, Lin Jian felt the need to figure it out, and the first person he asked was Yurin. Regarding the origin of priesthood power, very few people know about it now, and I only know a little bit about it. So little? Then why are we able to obtain these powers and no one is curious? There is, but there's no answer. At the moment the only place I can guess where I can find the answer is the library of the Divine Clergy Academy. Even the National Academy doesn't have any relevant information. The person who grasps this part of the knowledge is very mysterious. Hearing Yuling say this, Lin Jian was more or less discouraged. The more intrinsic something was, the greater the gap between the national orders and the divine orders. Generally coming to train to upgrade or achieve a clergyman, the State Clergy Academy was also competent, but going further would be difficult, and it just so happened that Lin Jian was poor in this aspect. If it was purely just about training one's own clergy rank, did Lin Jian need the State Clergy Academy? As long as someone provided him with the Divine Realm's secret realm, he could train on, no need for the State Job Academy. And the related deeper knowledge was the thing that really advanced a cleric. The only way to understand where your power came from was to know how to improve yourself even further. This is the gap between the State Clergy Academy. So is it possible for me to enter the Clergy Academy's library to access relevant information? Don't you have a girlfriend over there, or a first genius? You're joking, right? Indeed I'm joking. The ones who can really access this information can never be these students. Even those vice deans don't have this qualification, only the few professors who specialize in this. This was difficult. Lin Jian's access to knowledge had hit a ceiling. He was not willing to be like this. If he continued at this pace, he could even predict his future. Achieving prestige in the National Vocational Academy, reaching an achievement that everyone looked up to with immortality. Because as long as you don't die, you can have extremely high achievements. That's how it is in the world of the strong. There were countless geniuses in the past, and most of them could not go to the end because they died. Is having everyone look up to you the highest achievement? In Lin Jian's opinion it wasn't. At least, he topped it off by only being able to make the people of the National Vocational Academy look up to him. Due to his half-understanding of power, in the end, Lin Jian wasn't even sure what happened to his immortal body. Playing with a limit, Lin Jian didn't allow himself to be ignorant of power. That's why he went to the Clergy Academy to find Qin Shou again. Once again coming to the Divine Vocational Academy, Lin Jian was already very dazzling. Truly, even in the National Vocational Academy, his reputation might not be that great, while on the Divine Vocational Academy's side, he had repeatedly stunned the eyes of the Divine Vocational Academy's teachers and students, and he had established himself as a legendary story just from that challenge match alone. But it wasn't enough to just be a genius who crossed the challenge, not by a long shot, who wasn't already a genius. What Lin Jian really made the Divine Vocational Academy students find little to no superiority in was still his legendary nature. As Qin Shou's boyfriend, he was more famous in the Divine Vocational Academy than the winner of the challenge match. Because the challenge match only showed strength, it showed that you were also a genius, but it lacked legendariness. Becoming the boyfriend of the first genius of the freshmen of the Divine Vocational Academy, the topic of conversation was pulled full circle. Countless people were curious about how Qin Shou saw Lin Jian, and at the same time why the Divine Vocational Academy disliked him. The high visibility was right there. And this time, Lin Jian saved their ice fairy, pulling his popularity up again. At the same time being involved with two well-known schoolgirls from Divine Vocational Academy, Lin Jian's popularity was momentary. So when he came to Divine Vocational Academy again, he was greeted with countless gazes. He had agreed to meet with Qin Shou, but he first encountered a large number of Divine Vocational Academy students crowding around him. This is that Lin Jian. If he's really that powerful, why isn't he recruited into our Divine Office Academy? Because he's a life changer. Who would want this ribbed profession? A life for a life. Isn't the Divine Office Academy training for nothing? No, you're lagging behind. He's not a life changer now, he's an A-class mage. You're the one who's wrong. Someone analyzed it. If he's only an A-rank mage, how could he save the ice fairy? There were many different opinions, and Lin Jian didn't care what they said. It could be said that Lin Jian was the only one who wasn't from the Divine Clergy Academy and dared to strut and flail about in the Divine Clergy Academy. He even asked those people, "Classmate, have you seen Qin Shou?" How arrogant, a student of the National Vocational College, daring to come and tease their schoolgirl. At that time, someone was infuriated and stood out. Even if you're a SSSS level life-changing master, it's only one life. Dare you accept my challenge? I don't believe you'll survive every time. This student, are you for real? Lin Jian didn't care at all. Although the Divine Profession Academy was powerful, the rules were also big. He asked, "You guys should have heard about me in the State Profession Academy. Anyone who wants to challenge me has to sign a life and death contract." This one was enough to scare off a lot of people, because Lin Jian had literally ed people to death. Even though this world was a real fight even in the divine realm, but dueling a stranger to the death needed motivation. So this one could dissuade a lot of people. Why would I fight you to the death? But the boy in front of me was also a bit reckless. Just sign it, I'm still afraid of you? Rather, it's you who can't rely on me after signing this. Oh, really? Lin Jian didn't want to further provoke the Divine Vocational Academy, as long as they were polite. In fact, Lin Jian didn't want to complicate things. But as soon as there were more people, there would be people who were not convinced and had to fight you to the death. No need, whoever wants to challenge him, go through me first. At this time, someone stood out, and magically the temperature of the scene instantly and steeply dropped several degrees. Ah, the ice fairy is here. It was Longcore. She had appeared, and of course she wouldn't allow anyone to challenge her benefactor here. High and cold or not, she recognized the fact that she had been saved by Lin Jian. Let's go, don't look here, it's hard to believe that you're really going to fight Longcore? Hey! This cheap won't let this foreign student take advantage of it too, right? What's the use of you saying this, as if the foreign school student doesn't take advantage of it, you'll have a chance. As soon as Longcore appeared, she immediately dispersed the onlooker students of Divine Vocational College. It wasn't that they didn't want to gather around a beautiful woman, but Longcore was the old school flower of two terms, and they knew the temperament of this ice fairy. She didn't take offense to anyone who wanted to challenge her, and she took them all. Worthy of being an SSS ranked past genius, she hadn't lost even when dealing with challenges. Strength was the hard truth. Chapter 113: The Hierarchical Library. Lin Jian was also surprised by Longcore's behavior. You're so good looking, why are they afraid of you? Because I haven't lost a challenge. You have such a single attribute, only the ice attribute, isn't that a good target? Because I'm the limit of the ice attribute, they can't target it. I have a way to break the ice resistance. Various priesthoods sometimes appeared to be mutually exclusive. It was possible for a fire expert to be defeated by an ordinary student of the ice system. This was a normal phenomenon because of being overcome, and priesthoods with a single attribute were prone to being overcome. Longcore was a single attribute, while many priesthoods naturally had high ice resistance. Using ice spells against those people, it was possible that if you used 10 points of power, only 1 point would work. That meant a 90% reduction in damage, and if you weren't absolutely level powerful, it would simply be impossible to fight. However, Longcore was an ice subversion, so of course she had the unique ability to break ice resistance. Lin Jian wasn't interested in asking her about this, it should be her secret. I came to look for Qin Xiu. Did you see her? We said yes. She's not coming, I just heard about it, I don't know why. She seems to be angry with you, because of me? Ha? That doesn't make sense. Lin Jian felt that it was unlikely. He had dropped to a rank and Qin Xiu didn't dislike it. Just because Lin Jian saved someone else so Qin Xiu cared in her heart? Don't be ridiculous. If Lin Jian chose to have the ability and not save, that's what Qin Xiu should dislike, right? You'd be willing to get along with a man who saw death as a way to save others? But Longcore had said so. It wasn't like she was lying. She might have an odd personality, but she just wouldn't lie. Rumors about Longcore could be heard outside of the Divine Clergy Academy. So this time, Lin Jian's fame was also influenced by her. Even if they hadn't heard of Lin Jian as a life-changer, they knew that there was such a person like him because of Longcore. After all, she had saved the Icebird Beauty's life. That's what I heard. If you want to help, I'll help you find her. As for why he said yes and then didn't meet, Lin Jian couldn't really guess. However, his relationship with Qin Xiu was actually forced out by words. At the time, Qin Xiu was just using this relationship between the two as an excuse in order to deal with the situation, and Lin Jian felt that this attitude wasn't clear enough to be taken seriously, and since he had now become a public enemy attracting so much fire, it wasn't a good idea to involve Qin Xiu again. If you don't see it, you don't see it. Lin Jian, a poor man, is not good at climbing up to people. There were many rumors about Lin Jian right now, and being his girlfriend was also stressful, not forcing this. No need, actually I came for something else. Oh, then tell me, maybe I can help you. Longcore, you know I'm rather unpopular with your school, there will be gossip if you get involved with me. I know, but I won't care about that. You have saved me, I should help you in the sense of reason. What other people say is not in my consideration. A genius was just confident. When had gossip ever affected this ice fairy? Public opinion wouldn't put any pressure on her because she was such a unique person. On the contrary, it was the people who spread gossip about her who faced her with more pressure, always feeling unworthy. That would be great, I happen to need help, can you help me get into your library? Lin Jian immediately made the request and wasn't polite. This was helping Longcore, because she always felt like she owed Lin Jian, always thinking about how to pay it back, it was a burden. Lin Jian felt that she was a good person and made the request early so that she wouldn't have the mental burden of owing a favor sooner. It's like if I do you a favor and you treat me to a meal, psychologically it feels balanced. But the favor can continue. Buying a meal is of course a small thing, but it shows attitude. If you don't let people express such an attitude, they will feel uneasy in their hearts. Just this? It's simple, you use my card to go in. Ah, is this okay? I'm not from the Divine Clergy Academy. You can enter even if you're not, we have graded requirements for the library, my grade isn't that strict anyway. And graded? Thanks in advance then, I'll just go in and have a look around. Lin Jian immediately accepted Long Kor's help and got her contact information. Don't get the wrong idea, Lin Jian didn't think in terms of any men or women, it was purely an exchange of favors. Can't there be pure friendship between people? Long Kor was very quick, you don't have to hurry to pay it back, you can use it for a while, I have another way to get in, and also, we'll be friends from now on, you don't have to be so polite, call me Kor. Good. Lin Jian got Long Kor's card and went straight to the library of their Divine Clergy Academy. This whole way until he entered the library, no one noticed him, he was a boy who paid attention. And the students who went to the library were all very focused, there wouldn't be anyone staring specifically to see who the others were, if they found out Lin Jian's identity then it would probably be a bit of a highlight, after all, Lin Jian was currently the most famous person in the Divine Profession Academy, the public enemy of the Divine Profession Academy. If there was a current heat list, Lin Jian could be number one here. When no one was paying attention to him in the library, he could look up the information he wanted without worry. However, after Lin Jian used Long Kor's card to go in, he realized that the Divine Clergy Academy library was highly hierarchical. In the students' permissions, Long Kor had already reached the highest, but above that, there was the teacher's permissions. It was divided into many more permissions according to the professor's rank. And the last level of permissions was identity confidential, no one knew who had the highest level of permissions in this library. Overall, there were 3 major levels, the student level, the teacher level and the final mysterious level. Long Kor had only reached the maximum permissions in the student level, and Lin Jian had searched for it and had no relevant information. Ah, it's you. Lin Jian was thinking about how to access the higher levels of permissions when a girl exclaimed softly beside him. He turned his head to see that it was an acquaintance, the healer from the last time he teamed up with Qin Xiao. Hello? Lin Jian was just about to greet him in a friendly manner when this girl panicked and ran away. Wasn't this a problem? Lin Jian remembered that the last time he teamed up with her, she had deliberately asked Lin Jian to leave the team. To have a fling with the demons? Thinking about this, Lin Jian realized the relevant knowledge, why didn't he ask Professor Wang? Now that he had complete control over Professor Wang, this demon race definitely knew the most. Professor Wang, can I ask you a few questions? You let me out. Lin Jian touched the magic crystal again, but didn't activate the energy to release this demoness. If I wasn't seriously injured, could I be captured by you like this? If you don't believe me, let me out and we'll do it again. Professor Wang, I'm also an adult, can you not use such childish fighting words and techniques on me? Then what do you want? I want to ask, what kind of person has access to the highest level grade in the library of your Divine Clergy Academy, do you have it? Chapter 114 The Origin of Power is very simple. Lin Jian's guess wasn't wrong, this witch did indeed have the highest authority. What information are you looking for? I have the highest access in this library, but if you're sincere, you don't actually have to look it up, ask and I'll tell you, as long as you promise me some conditions. Release you? That won't work. Or give me some limited freedom as well, I can't always be trapped in this magic crystal. Then what do you want? The witch was luring Lin Jian, letting go of the restrictions step by step, of course there was a plan. But Lin Jian also had something he wanted her to help with, depending on the situation he could slowly give conditions, but he couldn't let her out, that was the bottom line. Any conditions, and not as valuable as this witch, Lin Jian wouldn't let go of this. If you want me to let you go, forget it, I'll think of other ways to get in. There's no way for you to get in, this place is heavily defended, unless you have the strength to break in hard. Really, I can look for other demons, such as the healer who worked with you in the last team, she might know other demons, I'll work on her, do you think I can find it? You. Do this, release a trace of my demon soul. Lin Jian refused without hesitation, that won't do, I can't do anything if you ask for help. The witch actually started to beg, just put a little bit out, I can't leave the magic crystal too far, otherwise the magic soul will dissipate as well, you can try, I'm too lonely in there, I can't stand being alone. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of me asking for help, you can take me as a hostage. I'm a magical girl, the importance of my identity cannot be compared to other magical races. Wait, which is actually a proper identity? Like a holy son or daughter who has a high status in a certain tribe? Then the women of the demon race couldn't be demonesses, they could only be demons, so Lin Jian had even caught a high-value target? This was good, if she really was that important, Lin Jian wasn't even afraid of being known by the demon race. Because he could use the witch to negotiate with the demon race, but not yet, negotiation also required strength. Then I'll try. Lin Jian really did release a sliver of her divine soul, and the great Thunder Woman appeared at this moment, standing right next to Lin Jian. But it was just an image of nothingness, because the released demonic soul was too weak, only Lin Jian himself could see it, and even when Lin Jian looked at it, she was just a looming demonic soul that would dissipate when she got far away. This way, if she tried to run, she would only be injured once more, and Lin Jian held it to his advantage. You really just put a little bit of I'm more cautious. If this is how you can communicate with other demons to release information, I'll just have to take you as a hostage. This risk was worth taking. The witch definitely knew more information. She was more important than this library. The problem was that Lin Jian wouldn't be able to believe anything she said, and would still have to cross-reference the information from the library. Thinking with his heels, he knew that the witch wouldn't tell him the truth, but she was tempting Lin Jian. With me here, why do you need to go into the library? I can tell you whatever you want to know. No, I'm going to go into the library. If you don't have a way, I'll take you in. Don't do that. You walk over to the access door and I'll open it for you and no one will question you. Oh, are you trying to use the power of the demons? No, there is no password? To open the doorstop, she would be able to recognize it by using the power of a magician, but in that case, it would be noticed. Professor Wang had already disappeared, and at this time, if someone suddenly used her power to open the passageway, the demons would surely surround the library. If there was a code to open it, even if it was discovered, Lin Jian would have something else to say. If there's no password, then forget it. I'm not going to risk your power to open the door ban. Fine, count on you, I'll tell you. There really was a password. Lin Jian learned that this was the privilege of professors in the Divine Clergy Academy. They could use their power to open the door barriers to go up themselves, while their passwords were for their own students. In other words, their licensed students could also use their passwords to access higher privileged materials. There were some special passages here, and Lin Jian casually found one and entered the password the witch had told him. The doorway did open, and the system didn't alarm, so Lin Jian hesitated slightly before walking in. The passageway went inside and was a special room that was very secretive. Lin Jian even saw that this secret room had an extremely high security level. If someone forced their way in, the information data connected inside would immediately disconnect, and the person who forced their way in would see nothing while the system alarmed. When he entered the secret room, Lin Jian saw a large screen with information retrieval. What do you want to know? The witch's silhouette was still standing next to Lin Jian. She was very fragile right now. I want to know everything, including gods and demons, including the origin of power, why we gained all this power. What the hell is going on with the priesthood? Is there a record of all of this? Some do, some don't. Then this seal on my hand, do you know about it? Only then did Lin Jian light up the small flame mark on his tiger's mouth. The witch was surprised when she took a look. You actually have this. Actually, you don't have to go to that much trouble, I can tell you. I'm sorry, I don't believe what you said. There must be official information against it. The witch couldn't help it, then retrieve the power essence. Is this thing a small flame that seems to be alive? Lin Jian opened the retrieval and followed the witch's hints to find it, and soon found it. Fire essence, like other elemental forces, it's a pure power essence. Actually, it's what's recorded on here that's false. There's no point in you believing this. What does it mean? The origin of power in the world, there are many sayings. Some people tell you it's gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Some people tell you it's ice, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. That's not true. There's only one origin of power in the world, fire. Lin Jian couldn't be sure if the witch was fooling people. There was only fire as the source of world power. That's a bit too monotonous. Is this deeper knowledge or did she make it up? You're lying to children. How did the ice system appear then? The ice system appeared by removing the manifestation of the element of fire. At the same time, the thunder system, water system, and even the earth system are all manifestations of fire, and I'm also telling you that if the power of fire is completely withdrawn, then the ice system will usher in the ultimate skill, absolute zero. Lin Jian suddenly felt that it made a bit of sense. It was something he understood through the knowledge of another world. He had learned in his previous life that energy could be converted into matter, and all matter was in motion. Motion was also energy, and when it lost its energy and couldn't move anymore, then all matter was close to absolute zero. This fire is energy, representing the most original power. If she made it up, then it's too reasonable. At this time, Lin Jian's phone rang, and it was actually Qin Xiu. Chapter 115 Demonized Cleric. From the phone, Qin Xiu didn't say anything, only saying that she was delayed due to something. Lin Jian then met her for dinner and then made a copy of the desired information himself first. In fact, the more one got to the higher end of the knowledge, the more uncertain they became. Lin Jian had found out, just like the witch said, that there was no standard answer to what he wanted to know. Some people said that the root of power was the various elements, others said that the root of power was God, and there were all sorts of other academic conjectures. This wasn't the same thing as what students had to learn anymore. So many conjectures, which one do you believe? Lin Jian also couldn't help but ask this question to the witch, but she said, there are all sorts of smoke bombs in here, just fake information that we put out in order to blur people's perceptions. Do you believe me when I say this? Not really, it was highly likely that it was true. And now the words of the witch, Lin Jian wouldn't be the first to believe them, but he couldn't absolutely disbelieve them either. It was also to provide a reference. Ultimately one had to understand exactly what gave you the power to be strong. The information was all copied and complete before Lin Jian left the library. But as he was leaving, the small flame mark on his tiger's mouth jumped a little. Lin Jian's heart fluttered and he hurriedly checked his surroundings. Someone was following him? This was just a little hint from his heart. He immediately didn't move again and continued to act as if nothing was wrong. When he saw Qin Shou, before Lin Jian could speak, she apologized first. I'm sorry, we said we'd meet, I was delayed. It's okay, I actually wanted to go to your library. Then how come you met Long Kor and took her card into the library? You didn't wait for me? This. I thought you were busy with something else. Lin Jian was embarrassed instead. This made it seem as if the true echidna would be like he was only there for the library from start to finish. But if he said that, it would be a bit impolite. It would seem like he didn't take Qin Shou seriously. Qin Shou's mood seemed to be a bit low. She actually apologized again. I'm sorry, I'm the one who came late. I shouldn't have said that about you. No, you've encountered something, right? No, don't think too much. If you think Long Kor is not bad, you can consider her. Something was getting wrong with these words. Lin Jian wondered, was this jealousy? It wasn't enough to be jealous for himself. Did he have this status? At this time, suddenly a person came over from the distance. His hoarse voice said, sure enough, another private meeting, a person from the National Vocational Academy, daring to run to our Divine Vocational Academy to dig in. Can you really do whatever you want? The person who came was a boy who looked a bit strange. The looks weren't strange, it was the expression that was strange, as if he was a bit stiff. Was he playing it cool? Why are you here again? I said I don't like you. Qin Shou was in a hurry. Lin Jian heard the clues. She said again, she must have been pestered by this boy before. This wasn't really hard to think of. How could the boys from the Divine Profession Academy let Lin Jian do whatever she wanted? They would definitely show something, and would use all sorts of means to make trouble out of it. Who is he? Lin Jian asked Qin Shou, who hurriedly explained, he's Zhao Ku, he's the son of Director Zhao of Freshman Management, he's the one who's pestering me so much that I'm late. Let's go, he doesn't dare to do anything. Qin Shou got nervous. What, a freshman management director with a strong background? Lin Jian hadn't seen Qin Shou so nervous. She was spirited before as if she wasn't afraid of anyone. Then it seemed that this had to be resolved. What do you want? Lin Jian asked that Zhao Gu, who looked unsuspecting at first glance. It's not appropriate for you, an outsider, to lay your hands on our two schoolgirls, is it? Oh, if they're willing, what's it to you? Lin Jian asked rhetorically. He's just angry at you. How about that? He's a public enemy in Divine Vocational Academy anyway. Ha, that's going to be based on skill. I know that you can defeat a level 35 second turn S rank student at level 16. I happen to be level 35 as well. Do you want to give it a try? Your clergy academy allows private fights? We can go to the gladiatorial arena to try our luck. You shouldn't be afraid, right? This was the place that the Divine Vocational Academy provided for students to compete, so it seemed like this one was up to no good. But Lin Jian felt strange. Since the other party knew that he could cross levels to fight against each other, why did he still dare? Have you thought about it? I was able to defeat a level 35's priesthood opponent when I was level 16, now that I'm level 20 and you're also level 35, do you really dare to challenge me? You know, you have to sign a life and death contract to fight against me, do you dare? Sign, life and death regardless, it's also allowed in our Divine Clergy Academy. He actually really wasn't afraid. This must be something to rely on, right? Lin Jian perceived that the small flame symbol on his tiger's mouth was pulsing one by one, indicating that the other party had a problem. This was by no means a simple level 35 cleric, there was something extra on him. He's demonized. At this time, Lin Jian heard the witch's voice. Those who are demonized can take more damage, they can be humongous and turn into the purest fighting machines, or they can fight over the levels. Meaning turned into puppets? It's the same as you controlling those monsters with your demon soul? It's not the same, he's not controlled by anyone, but his spirit is demonized, and his tolerance to damage is extremely high. It's also the same as using medicine. Demonized people can often boost their powerful fighting strength. The same as taking medicine? Taking medicine is only short-lived, he can keep it up all the time. No wonder there was this undercurrent. In the magical girl's description, being demonized was indeed just like The Walking Dead as well. There's a saying that the soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of those who don't want to die. Demonization was presumably taking advantage of this, so they were also able to cross levels against each other. Those who are demonized have side effects, right? There are. In the end they will completely lose their consciousness, in our experiments anyway. You guys experimented on people? Is it strange? We also want to be like God and give you humans power, huh? This was using people as tools, wasn't it, spoken in such a grandiose manner. The magical girl was not at all afraid of Lin Jian saying it, no one would believe him anyway. Then this demonized boy is very interesting. Lin Jian wants to try what the effect of demonization is. Is this what they call the second awakening? Is this what they call a second awakening? This is a unique ability of the clergy academy that strengthens the clergyman's abilities. Xinxiu pulled Lin Jian to leave. Don't pay attention to him, he can't do anything if you don't accept. No, I'll accept it. Huh? Xinxiu didn't expect Lin Jian to be so uptight as well, not rational at all. Was there any point in such a sparring match? Could it be that it was for himself? She had to think so. Lin Jian still had her in his heart. Thinking this way, Xinxiu's face turned red. She was still upset about Long Core just now. You don't have to be like this for me. This kind of thing, even if I don't face it now, I'll face it in the future. I can't hide. Lin Jian was very firm. Chapter 116, A Duel to Provoke the Clergy Academy. It was still the same saying, if you throw one punch, you can't avoid 100 punches. Lin Jian couldn't hide. He could hide for a while but not for the rest of his life. There would always be someone to pick a fight. Although he didn't think too highly of his relationship with Qin Xiu, and the fact that she was a schoolgirl was probably just an excuse, but who decided that he, Lin Jian, couldn't be good with the schoolgirl? That was a completely different meaning. There are things that I cannot do, but you cannot limit me. It would be another thing to say that it's all a sham right now, and that in fact neither of the two schoolgirls ended up looking at Lin Jian. But if someone comes out and says that you just can't be good, with the school flower of the Divine Vocational College who gave you the power to set it up like this? Someone came out and disallowed it, then Lin Jian would have to fight for it. In the Divine Vocational Academy's gladiatorial arena, suddenly many students gathered to see what was coming. Did you hear that Lin Jian from the State Vocational Academy is going to duel with one of ours? With who? That Zhao Ku. He's only going through his second turn. You guys have heard of him, right? Oh, Zhao Ku ah. This person is very evil. After a second awakening, he defeated many classmates whose ranks were higher than his own. Then in that case, I don't think that Lin Jian is a match for him. He hasn't met a real genius yet. They had all heard about Lin Jian. There was no way the fame was too great. Including Lin Jian's victory over a second-turn mage from their Divine Clergy Academy, that was a true first turn beating a second turn. But coincidentally, Zhao Gu also had that kind of skill. Based on the fact that Lin Jian seemed to be having an affair with both of their school girls alone, this duel had attracted a lot of attention. They had been looking forward to having such a fight for a long time, and Lin Jian's appearance was too buggy. With the nature of the Divine Clergy Academy, they should have found fault with Lin Jian a long time ago. There was no way they could have waited until now. But Lin Jian's characteristics of fighting over levels made it not good for some people with high levels to make a move. If you make a move with too high a level, if you can't beat them, they'll all fall apart, and even if you can beat them, then they won't take advantage of anything. Isn't this bullying? Even before the challenge in the second turn mage, he won in fact also as a loss. You are 2 turns, beat people just 1 turn, win, what is the matter? Therefore, the high-ranked ones couldn't make a move, and the low-ranked ones had to look at their skills, so weren't you just giving away food? Now, the right person for this appeared, which was Zhao Gu. In that case, Zhao Ku is the most suitable person to challenge, otherwise it will be said that our Divine Clergy Academy is bullying people with high grades. Right, are you guys betting? I'm betting on Zhao Gu's side. You're here to open the betting? Good, I'll bet on Zhao Gu as well. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I'll see who dares to bet on the National Vocational Academy. Don't worry, this field, Zhao Gu can get it back for us, everyone trust me. They were very confident, and they made a big deal out of this challenge, and it spread instantly. In the gladiatorial arena, a large number of people had actually gathered, and Lin Jian himself looked confused. What's going on? I don't think we should fight, you're not from the Divine Clergy Academy, it's nothing if you don't participate. Even Qin Xiu felt weird, she was a freshman, but she also knew the inherent pride of the Divine Academy. Could people let Lin Jian win on an occasion like this? No matter how powerful Lin Jian was, he couldn't help that the Divine Academy was a recognized talent pool, and there was always a way to win against you. Don't worry, if I don't fight, I'll be in real trouble in the future. This kind of situation, Lin Jian had already thought about how to deal with it. Looking towards the hosting stage, there was actually an older student who appeared to host the scene. It seems that the Divine Clergy Academy's dueling system is very mature. There are still people betting on it. Now, please ask both sides of the duel to sign. Upon request, you should sign the life and death contract. The player on my Divine Clergy Academy's side, level 36, Berserker, Zhao Ku. Please sign, and remember, once you sign your name, life and death will not matter, and grudges will not be brought outside the arena. The host announced, and Zhao Gu angrily stepped forward, writing his name with a large brush and pressing his handprint. The arena was filled with cheers, and actually gathered more than 2,000 people, and the number was still increasing. How much did the Divine Vocational Academy value this competition? Lin Jian was their public enemy. Even if the school flower didn't have anything to do with these boys, they were willing to see the outsider student get crushed. There were quite a few girls coming in as well, and compared to the boys, the girls were almost always curious. There was also a part of Lin Jian's reputation that was gaining favor with the girls, as he went back up to the altar for his sister. Lin Jian watched from behind Zhao Gu, so this kid was a berserker. It did seem a bit of a counterpart. A berserker's berserking, higher defense than a berserker's swordsman, and a little bit higher attack for a berserker's swordsman. Isn't this just the right way to deal with the life swap master? Zhao Ku was prepared according to this. Your turn, kid. Name, priesthood, level. Lin Jian, life changer, level 20. Didn't you say you lowered your priesthood? Aren't you an A rank mage now? How come you're still a life-changing master? Then would you guys rather write a rank mage, or SSSS rank life-changing master? Lin Jian asked the host with this sentence. This is intentional, right? Writing a ranked mage doesn't need to be fought, so what if you win? SSSS rank life changer is different. Even if the rank is low, there is still gold in winning. After all, this is the highest level priesthood, the gold content is there. Degrading your enemy wouldn't gain you any benefits and would lower your own gold content. Well, it's the life changer. This trash occupation, and it's given a highest level. The presiding student was very disdainful and had Lin Jian register and then press his handprint. In fact, this is all procedure, so many people saw it, it can be used as evidence, both sides are agreed. Lin Jian and Zhao Gu walked up to the field. This field was reinforced and the sides were safe. Any other requests? What weapons do you need? Zhao Gu even asked Lin Jian. At this time he put on a generous face, just so that Lin Jian wouldn't be able to find an excuse if he lost. The only doubt was, why could he conclude that he would win? The demon race behind the curtain, how much backbone could they give him? Lin Jian was still most interested in this. It looked like it was for the sake of intent and fighting over women? Actually, it wasn't. What Lin Jian was interested in was the demon race behind the curtain, and Zhao Ku should have brought the demon race mission to test it out as well. Just now, Lin Jian had used the permission of a magical girl to enter the library, and it was impossible for the demon race not to have sensed it. Although it wasn't the power of a magical girl that was used, she was the only one with that authority, and the demon race definitely had an idea. I don't need any weapons to beat you, do you? Ha ha ha. Don't pretend. What do you need you say? I let you take it, otherwise you'll regret it at the beginning. Berserker, is it really that crazy? Lin Jian was curious, this one can fight or not, it's only past the second turn but already, how many means can the demons give him? The host immediately announced, take your positions, once you start, you can't regret it. As the one who issued the order, he closed this gladiatorial arena, and at this time, no one could come up to the stage to interfere with them. Change of lives, divine chain binding, focus. Life change, hell whale. Lin Jian used these two skills, since his opponent couldn't escape, there was no need to use any other skills. Chapter 117 Berserkers, only this level? The two of them were very hot as soon as they started to do it, charging up and going straight for a hard fight. Bang! The sound of fists to flesh resounded throughout the room. However, Lin Jian's real damage came from his opponent, so he didn't dodge at all. Since his opponent was a warrior, he had a lot of strength, so let him fight, without holding a weapon. Just the first round of exchanges, Lin Jian was punched in the chest by his opponent, the force penetrated, and even hit the back of the clothes also burst open. However, his opponent was even more injured than Lin Jian, and flew straight backward. Lin Jian only staggered a few steps before standing still, while his opponent was ragged from his own punch. The current Lin Jian was at level 16, his divine chain binding could focus damage up to 400 times. Level 20 had 20 divine chain bindings, and each binding had 20 times the damage. Therefore, if Zhao Ku punched Lin Jian, it was the same as punching himself 400 times. He staggered to get up, seemingly hurt so badly that he was having trouble breathing. So that's how it is, no wonder you can fight against a second turn. Anyone can't fight against their own 400 punches. Lin Jian didn't have to put in any effort himself, he just doubled his opponent's attack and rebounded it. At the same time, the life force in his body was rapidly in the process of regaining its vitality. The difference of 400 times in the damage that each of them had endured wasn't something that could be wiped out by this level. But Lin Jian also knew that his opponent's strength was more than that, because Zhao Gu was a berserker. Berserkers were able to cross levels against each other because they had great explosive power the moment they fought. At the same time, they also possessed body domination as well as great damage reduction. Since that's the case, then you'll have to use some real skill. Fine, as you wish, rock body, berserk. Zhao Ku roared, his body suddenly fired changes. Not only did his bones and muscles become powerful, his skin also became rough as a rock, and powder slag kept fluttering off of it. This was true petrification. Let Lin Jian think of that lava beast, that was also made of stone, but that was real stone. And the lava behemoth could also turn into magma, so it wasn't an existence of the same level. If it was just a normal sparring match, Zhao Ku definitely wouldn't be able to carry Lin Jian's talent, it had been proven many times. But all of a sudden, he went straight into a berserk state, and the situation on the field changed again. Berserked. In this state, it's possible to have nearly half damage reduction and ignore control overlordship, while not being able to perceive pain at all. It's really powerful, no wonder he can fight across levels and basically win. But why didn't Zhao Ku use it right from the start? He had to wait until he was injured. That's what you don't understand, because he can't perceive pain in the berserk state, so he has to estimate the intensity of the sparring match at the beginning. Not being able to perceive pain makes it easy to ignore death, he has to have it in his own mind to do so. The students of the Divine Clergy Academy who were watching the battle discussed that the extreme state of a berserker was quite a statement. Because the fighting strength all came from the extreme state in a short period of time, it was very difficult to control. Sometimes after the battle, even if they won, they would die from their injuries, and they simply couldn't be collected after berserking. That's why it was necessary to sense the intensity of the sparring at the beginning. So now Lin Jian should be dead, right? He seems to be able to change his life? Changing lives is also judged based on the level of damage between the two sides. He definitely can't change the berserker. Do you know that the berserker's subverted berserk state can reduce damage by nearly half? Isn't changing lives a counter-injury? Can he change it? Those who knew how to do it analyzed it, and everyone had confidence in Zhao Ku again. Defense damage reduction was already very exaggerated if it could reach 1 or 2%. If the two were of similar strength, that 10% damage reduction would be enough to separate the winner from the loser. Berserker is close to half of the damage reduction, which is a bit too exaggerated, but the side effects that come with it are also great. So the berserker, this priesthood, the important thing is not when you fight, but what to do after you fight. So now Zhao Ku had entered a state of invincibility, walking towards Lin Jian with ease. I know, you have the skill to change lives, but my defense is so strong, can you change it? And don't expect to use pain to scare me off, I can't feel pain right now. I'm not a fragile mage. Face-to-face life exchange, you may not be better at it than me. At this moment, Zhao Ku's body was as strong and scary as if it was fake. But Lin Jian still didn't make a fuss. How much can you reduce damage? Hee, at least 40%. That's not much. If that's all you can do, you're bound to lose. Lin Jian's confidence froze Zhao Ku's ears. Was there anyone else who could brag so much? This level of damage reduction, it was already very rare. Even if the damage bounced back, Zhao Ku felt that he could avoid entering the danger line of damage, and if he could withstand what the opposite side couldn't, he could drain his opponent to death. The roll of the fist is the equivalent of blunt force trauma. Even if you had hard armor, a blunt weapon could ignore the hard skin to slam the damage in. You'll die if you don't brag, let's see who can carry it. It was all about who could carry the damage. Zhao Ku stormed over and slammed another punch into Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't dodge at all, he hit as hard as he wanted, his fists swung so hard that they resounded in the air with cracking sounds. Bang 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 bang. Basically, every punch hit solidly, and the damage hit Lin Jian's body completely. Lin Jian was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp, and many of the students had closed their eyes. Although they were all clerics and people who had seen life and death in battle, many of them weren't in this kind of bloody combat profession. Long-range mages wouldn't be able to see such a tragic situation, as well as other non-combat professions. So this scene was heartbreaking for them. It hurt to look at it. 13 consecutive punches. Zhao Ku's barrage of attacks was executed, sending Lin Jian soaring into the air and being smashed into the grounds again. Although Qin Xiu knew that Lin Jian had the ability to carry damage, this sight still scared her. Covering her small mouth and staring in disbelief, she wanted to stop the match. How could a person survive in such a state? It wasn't like a sword. A punch smash could break all the tendons and bones. The attack ended. Zhao Ku squeezed his rock-hard fist and looked at Lin Jian on the ground with a cold smile. Comparing carrying damage with a berserker, you really... Before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, while at the same time, Lin Jian climbed up from the ground again. Some of the students from the Divine Clergy Academy had seen this scene before. It was in the secret realm when Lin Jian fought against the lava beast. As if he couldn't be beaten, he was always able to get up, no matter what kind of blow he endured, as if he believed that he would be able to get up in the next moment. It looked like it was already a bloody mess, but Lin Jian still straightened his tattered clothes. Only this level? Berserkers are still disappointing. You'll have to use some strength. Lin Jian turned on the taunt. That wasn't what he wanted to see. He wanted to see the characteristics after demonization. That should be Zhao Ku's ultimate ability, to see what the demons could turn people into. Chapter 118. Man actually turned into a monster. The gladiatorial arena, which had been clamoring just a moment ago, fell silent the moment Lin Jian stood up. They couldn't believe that under such an attack, the unprotected person was actually fine. There was another thing. They were wondering about Lin Jian's counter-injury. They had seen it before in previous challenges. Even if the berserker's damage reduction was exaggerated and his own defense was sufficient, it couldn't not be reflected on him at all, could it? The next moment, a change started on Zhao Ku. Snapping. His bones and joints seemed to explode, and a crack even appeared on the skin on his body that was as hard as rock. No way, it can be injured like this? Everyone was shocked, although Zhao Ku wasn't too top-notch. But the berserker attribute determined his ability to resist physical damage, and spell damage was mostly immune. After all, hegemony, those core students were struggling to hurt him. At this time, Zhao Guo first mouth sprayed blood. Internal injuries, he was beaten by himself. He actually managed to injure himself internally? On the other hand, Lin Jian was actually getting better and better. Who was the berserker? Lin Jian knows why. 40% damage reduction. Is enough to see? That also has more than 200 counter-injuries, about the same as when you fight Tuli. Never a level 36-second turn can withstand. More than 200 punches, such as his own fight. How can this damage reduction be able to? No, more than that. Just now his instantaneous combo was 13 punches, more than 200 times this. Even a stone body would be broken. Zhao Ku slumped to the ground, spraying blood furiously. Obviously the internal injuries had been very serious. Even if he couldn't feel the pain, all sorts of negative effects followed after his body was destroyed. He didn't have much strength left. Strength came from the tendons and bones, and now that he had shattered himself, his opponent didn't even have to exert any effort. How, you actually? For the first time, he was able to appreciate the power of a life-changing master, and the wounds on Lin Jian's body were actually healing. He had heard it all before. Life-changing masters were chicken. What could a higher level do? People's lives were not equal. Now it seemed true. It was him who couldn't compare to Lin Jian. It means you don't have enough strength, and these defenses of yours, they're nothing. Lin Jian said. Seeing that Zhao Gu was going to stand up, he reached out and grabbed one of his legs himself and wrenched it with force. Ka-ching! A leg was then broken from the knee joint, and the sound of ligaments tearing was very human. The entire audience gasped in shock, because Zhao Ku, who was just about to stand up, stumbled again and fell to the ground. His leg actually also ruined on one side. After all, this was a berserker with high defense, not high recovery ability. Lin Jian had all compared himself to those monsters with recovery abilities, and none of them were as good as Lin Jian. Zhao Ku really couldn't feel any pain because he was still in a berserk state, and he roared angrily as he tried to get up again. Ka-ching! Lin Jian broke his other leg as well, tearing it directly from the joint. Hey! Zhao Ku once again lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lin Jian was also injured in the same way, but he quickly recovered. Now that there was no way to stand up on either leg, Lin Jian didn't make any further moves. He had to wait and see what Zhao Ku's ultimate ability was. Stop fighting, it's pointless to keep fighting in this state. At this time, the referee's chair spoke up, and the student who had been the impartial one just now spoke out to stop the fight. If you say you won't fight, you won't fight? That agreement has all been fingerprinted. Now that the situation is like this, if we continue to fight, people will die, let's call it quits. This is the Divine Clergy Academy. Really, if you want to end it you can, you all have to admit defeat in front of me. Lin Jian is the only one, the thousands of people here are all from the Divine Clergy Academy, they all admit defeat to Lin Jian? Then it would be better to let this one on stage die, right? What's the point of keeping him? The face of all the students is lost. To Lin Jian, this Xiaoku was indeed much more powerful than Turi, but it wasn't beyond Lin Jian's ability. That who, do you admit defeat, and I won't continue beating you? Lin Jian asked Zhao Gu, and the entire room was silent once again, because Zhao Gu admitting defeat was the same as them admitting defeat. Who else could fight Lin Jian? Continuing to let a higher level come to fight, this would spread out that the Divine Clergy Academy would lose its reputation. You're beating people at the second turn, and if you can't beat them, you're still letting a higher level come? The Clergy Academy is shameless, but it can't be this shameless. And the lower levels, can they beat Lin Jian? I'm stuck here. I thought Zhao Gu was quite hopeful. Because Lin Jian had accepted a level 35 challenge, it seemed to be tacitly recognized that he was the one who beat the second turn. If Zhao Gu is undefeated, you guys still have a level 50 expert? Don't make a scene, Lin Jian is only level 20, this gap is just shameless, cutie. Can all see that? Want me to admit defeat, you're dreaming. Quite a backbone, but you can't even stand up now, even if you can't feel the pain, this body of yours can't support you to continue fighting. On what grounds don't you admit defeat? On the basis of a mouth. I'm only level 20. Lin Jian continued to irritate Zhao Ku, noticing that his eyes suddenly changed. Is it coming? Zhao Ku's eyes were originally a little brown, not so black, but now they were getting darker and darker. The black color was gradually expanding, almost covering the whites of his eyes, so black that it was translucent, but it also appeared to be getting more and more bizarre. Zhao Ku started to shake his head. Lin Jian hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. You finally started. A lot of people didn't know what was going on either, they were a bit curious because it was outrageous. Isn't he ignoring the pain? What's the shouting for? Does it mean the skill is failing? It's not that fast, a berserker can fight through an entire normal army. Then what is he shouting about? It's not pain, is he ashamed of himself? As I recall, Zhao Ku went through a second awakening, he still has the skills of other priesthoods in him. Immediately, someone broke the news, telling everyone that Zhao Gu still had means, so everyone shouldn't lose faith. But Lin Jian wanted to see it more than all of them, and didn't even bother to influence Zhao Gu's change process. After the pupils of his eyes turned all black, Zhao Ku's expression began to dull, as if he had turned into a puppet. And at this time, something magical happened, as Lin Jian sought his opponent's attribute panel. Wild Monster, Demon. Level, S-Class. Level, 35. Talent, affected by magic, completely enters a state of demonization. As long as the demonization doesn't end, it's an immortal creature, regardless of any attacks on the body, the individual won't lose the ability to act. Lin Jian was stunned, this wasn't a person, it was a wild monster? Demonized people actually weren't treated as people by the system anymore, yet this wild monster didn't have any skills. Talent. Lin Jian could only think of one thing, zombies. Zombies are such undead creatures, how you attack and what kind of beating you get, you 1t lose the ability to move. Still really become the Walking Dead? Lin Jian is a bit of a whim, so the vitals are not headshots? Because the first time I saw such a, Lin Jian also do not know how to deal with, if he also do not die, then hit and hit is not no end? Chapter 119, Easily Shredding Berserker. Usually when we say someone is a monster, it's just a metaphor. But this time, he really became a monster. Even the system recognized him as a monster, and there were no other creatures in this field. He doesn't know any skills, and his talent is that he can't be incapacitated no matter how much he attacks. This is too interesting, and Lin Jian is still different, is similar to zombies like the situation. Hey, why can't I see? What's that Zhao Ku's situation now? Awakened new priesthood? It doesn't look like it, he doesn't seem to know any skills either. I guess it's further berserking, can't really say, the qualifications for a second awakening are extremely rare, the priesthood is mysterious. Is this really a priesthood? I read less, you guys don't lie to me. Many of the students in the Divine Priesthood Academy could tell that something was wrong, and of course Lin Jian knew even more. At this moment, the first thing he did was ask the witch, is this the creature that went through your demonization? This one? It's just a failed product, look at him, he doesn't even have any sanity left, he's not able to distinguish between enemy and self in this situation. Oh, so he destroys whatever he sees? Lin Jian, our original intention was to be like God and grant you abilities. This was said quite sincerely, but was it convincing? It seemed that the demon race didn't have the abilities of a god, or at least it was at a different level. God can bestow priesthood and give people power. The demon race will turn people into monsters if they do that. And it's not even as good as elite monsters. Elite monsters at least have a bit of intelligence. Zhao Ku looks like a complete loss. No need to say all that nonsense. How do I cope with this? Only by breaking him completely. Break him up? Yes, if he has one hand left, that one hand can still move too. If he has one head left, it can still bite. This is the power taking him under control. If I'm given time, I can do better. Still thinking about being a god, Lin Jian doesn't eat her that way. Then if I tear him apart now and his body can still move, the Divine Clergy Academy shouldn't be able to ignore it. Will your demon clan be exposed because of this? No, it will be taken care of. After the demoness said this, Lin Jian immediately looked to the side of the field. There would be a demon race to clean up the mess, so who would it be? At this point the opponents on the field no longer mattered. Lin Jian had to know who the next demon race he encountered would be, and all of a sudden there wasn't much of an answer. Would the demon race step in to collect the power? Lin Jian still wanted to see more of their devil race's methods, but if this was the effect of the second awakening, it was better not to mess with it. No matter how much power one possessed, if it wasn't under your control, it wasn't yours. Lin Jian was still looking for someone. This time Zhao Gu had already stood up on his own. He twisted his two legs that seemed to be broken. The sound of clicking bones was hair-raising to hear. Although it was crooked, Zhao Gu really stood up. Unable to be annihilated just like that? Lin Jian started to do it again, greeting towards his own legs and twisting them once again. But at this point, Zhao Ku was just staggering, forcing his way towards Lin Jian again. Obviously, Zhao Gu had lost consciousness, and he was now moving, not under autonomous control. Electric shock. Lin Jian suddenly built up his spells, and faint electric light flashed in his hands. The viewing gallery exploded again at once. Everyone couldn't understand what Lin Jian was up to while he continued. Electricity strike. The first one didn't fire, and Lin Jian built up another one in his palm, just like an enchantment. What's he doing? Isn't he a life changer? It's said that he's an A-ranked mage. Could this rumor be true? Then using primary spells won't do much. A battle of this level, he expects to use primary spells against the enemy? This electric shock is a lightning primary. Hitting it will at most numb the opposite berserker for a bit. Hey, it doesn't seem right. He didn't send it out. Can his hands stand it? Lin Jian had been storing up. Basically 2 or 3 primary spells. People couldn't carry the backlash. At the moment, Lin Jian's arm had been hit by a violent electric current, but he forced himself to hold it back and struck a third electric shock. Then the fourth, the fifth. At this time, Zhao Gu suddenly jerked all over. He had also received an electric shock. That's right, at this time, Lin Jian was suffering from the pain of the electric shock, but this pain had also expanded by more than 200 times to Zhao Gu's body. The fifth electric shock buildup was already the intensity of a Thunder S-Class profession. But Lin Jian continued, the sixth, the seventh. The intensity of the electric shocks on his hands grew, and his arms were starting to glow with electricity. Although it didn't go out, the backlash was quite severe, and Lin Jian himself was shaking from the electricity. The entire audience felt the terror of that power buildup, the intensity increasing instantly. What's that? Why do I feel the power of lightning? There's the intensity of lightning to spread through the air. This seems to have exceeded it. If I'm not feeling it wrong, this is the intensity of a forbidden spell. Lin Jian's handful of stored power had already made the students at the scene feel horrified, and if it really reached the level of a forbidden spell, this would be absolutely astonishing, as both academies forbade students from using skills at the level of a forbidden spell. The rhetoric of the academies was to prevent students from being revolted by forbidden spells. But in reality, Lin Jian knew that it wasn't because of this, but because forbidden spells could attack gods and demons. Lin Jian stopped, not to the extent of a forbidden spell. He didn't want to make that much noise yet. But this super electric shock in his palm, was it going to hit himself, or Zhao Gu? Soon Lin Jian decided that this was the 7th level of electric shock, and he chose to hit Zhao Gu. Crack! Super electric light flashed through. This was even more exaggerated than the lightning system advanced spells. Just one strike made the irrational Zhao Gu tremble all over. It was because an electric shock could make a person lose control, and a proper electric shock wasn't lethal. So high-level lightning spells were also a control skill. Lin Jian couldn't use advanced spells, so he directly stacked them with the most elementary ones to form his own control skill, and all of a sudden, he made Zhao Gu shiver madly. While Zhao Gu was shaking, Lin Jian rushed over and grabbed Zhao Gu's hand. The electric shock sensation reached Lin Jian. He wasn't afraid of it and held back the electric shock he released. At the same time, he pinched Ker's wrist with his right hand, and the small fire mark on his hand actually released a little bit of flame. Relying on this little bit of flame, Lin Jian actually tore off Zhao Gu's entire arm. How is this possible? That's a berserker. A berserker's body is so sturdy and has top-notch defense, he actually tore it apart with ease? What is he fighting? I can't understand it at all. More people were dumbfounded. Wasn't this a berserker? Why was it like a block of tofu? Lin Jian was merely conducting a test of sorts, and sure enough, he was allowed to try and make it work, tearing Zhao Gu's arm off. He remained on the ground to see if this arm would move, and the result was that it wouldn't. After looking at it, Lin Jian went around to the other side of Zhao Gu and grabbed the other arm and started tearing it again. Chapter 120 Who the hell isn't human? Smoothly tearing off another arm, Lin Jian saw it clearly. This arm was actually able to move, which meant that it was different from the situation just now, and it was clear where the difference was. At this point, the situation on the field had already fallen under Lin Jian's control, and the whole field was silent. They had seen Lin Jian deal with a second-turn mage last time, and this time it was even more refreshing to know that he had just faced a berserker head-on. Everyone knows that you can't touch a berserker head-on, especially at this stage of berserking. You have to avoid it. But Lin Jian is not. He is to hard up, and finally spelled blood-thick spelled win. Lin Jian had already removed 2 of his opponent's arms, and at this point, the demonized berserker could only rush around. But to Lin Jian, this didn't have the slightest effect. He decided to give the whole scene a shock. It's over, whether you're conscious now or not. Lin Jian cupped his head with both hands and suddenly twisted it. Someone in the audience screamed. It was unheard of for Lin Jian to actually pull this on himself. However, his opponent Zhao Gu's head spun around at the same time and fell off. Lin Jian, however, reset his own head and watched in disbelief that he was actually fine. Is this the life-changing master that the Divine Clergy Academy doesn't look at? Why doesn't he die? It's all about dropping his head. Others will die if they do, he won't. Letting a berserker drop his head, how hard is that? How did he do it? Everyone's head was filled with question marks. They couldn't explain the scene. Berserkers were already the strongest profession in terms of defense that they could think of, especially when they were berserk. They had no fear of life and death or injury. Usually the enemy was to avoid them. The correct thing to do would be to wait for this period of berserking time to pass. But this time, Lin Jian had opened their eyes. Even a berserker in his prime, a life-changer, could replace him. Especially the scene at the end where Lin Jian ripped his own head off. He actually didn't die. That's when he recovered himself and his opponent didn't. The defense is even thicker. It can't stop the damage of physically dropping his head. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demonic creature, gained experience value 20,000. This message, however, froze Lin Jian. What? This is really a wild monster. No, wasn't he a student of the Divine Clergy Academy before, and this gladiator arena was part of the Divine Realm system, and it actually identified him as a monster? So now this person was dead, right? But Lin Jian felt that the crisis still hadn't been lifted. Who would have thought that the system had rewarded the experience value and treated the opponent as a monster? And in the eyes of the entire audience, the battle wasn't over because even though Zhao Gu's head had fallen off, he was actually still able to fight. Zhao Gu's demonized body was still moving, throwing his head to the side and charging towards Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't touch this hard either, but instead cast a blast wind technique and dodged to the side first. What's going on in your Divine Clergy Academy? You can still fight like this, it's really impressive. He looked towards the hosting stage and didn't care about the demons continuing to attack. It's not like he wasn't afraid of these attacks anyway. The students on the hosting stage also froze. They couldn't explain this phenomenon either. By all rights it should be the Divine Office Academy that lost. They didn't want to admit it, but how can you explain it when a person can still be alive in this state? This kind of situation would only be explained by the legendary demon race. But the demon race only existed in legends, and the Clergy Academy couldn't just admit it down. What then? Zhao Gu's remaining demonic body was still rampaging, and Lin Jian's blast wind technique kept dodging. Stop, it ends here. Suddenly a voice rang out, and a person jumped into the gladiatorial arena, casually striking down a pillar of light. The remnants of Zhao Gu's body instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to move a bit. Lin Jian froze, because Zhao Gu was already dead according to the system's judgment, and the fact that he was still moving meant that it wasn't his autonomous will supporting him. It was kind of like a zombie type of existence. No wonder it was called a demonic creature. But this person suddenly blocked it all. What did he want to hide? Or rather, he actually had such an ability to stop Zhao Ku, which was equal to one move in a second. Who are you? Lin Jian stopped and stared at this person. He knew in his heart that Zhao Ku had died a long time ago and was waiting to see who would stop it. The fact that this person jumped out now meant that there was something wrong with him. This man also looked to be in his early 20s. I'm the assistant professor of the Divine Vocation Academy, Chang Cheng. This man introduced himself, and Lin Jian didn't suspect anything. There were so many people at the scene, it was impossible for him to impersonate. Assistant professor, can you explain what happened just now? Just now, student Zhao Gu was fighting with his remaining will. We all need to learn from him. Ha! This unexplainable bad thing has turned into a good thing, and it's actually become a role model? It's clear that it has turned into a demonic creature, which is more exaggerated than taking medicine and should be boycotted by everyone. But admitting this was the same as admitting that there was a big problem within the Divine Clergy Academy. Lin Jian wasn't going to let him off the hook. Then this assistant Professor Chang, I would like to know what part of a person's will exists. Does a person still have a will after losing 2 hands, as well as a head? This is because of the body's muscle memory, which means that student Zhao Gu is a worthy warrior. That's okay? On the contrary, why are you still able to recover under such severe injuries? Lin Jian, I know you're a life-changing master, but no matter what, it's impossible for a person to recover from a fatal injury, yet you recovered so quickly. Is there something wrong with you? It was actually backwards. It could be. He was actually starting to suspect that Lin Jian had a problem. However, judging from the eyes of the others, Lin Jian's performance was indeed amazing compared to Zhao Ku. Zhao Ku was only dead with the remnants of his body still able to move. How could Lin Jian explain that he didn't even die while screwing his head off? As if to match this assistant teacher, someone next to him immediately shouted loudly. Lin Jian, are you a demon? I've heard that demons can be spiritually immortal. There's definitely something wrong with him. It's completely unexpected. This just isn't human. There's a big problem with the students of the National Vocational College. They must come and say clearly why they recruited such a student. Everyone don't let him go. We can't let him get away today. Actually attracting the hatred of everyone, Lin Jian was still quite impressed with this person. Raising demons, wasn't that something the demon race did? This teaching assistant was definitely a demon race. But Lin Jian had to solve his own immediate situation first. Several thousand people on the scene, all students of the Divine Office Academy, every single one of them had skills. Lin Jian could fight no matter how. Trying to single-handedly take on these alone wasn't very likely. If they swarmed, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to get out. Some problems are small, some are big, and if Lin Jian really lets them get their hands dirty, the Divine Office Academy can make black sound white. If you don't die like this, either you're on medication, or you're not human, you're a legendary demon. It was unlikely that Lin Jian would be able to tough it out with a few thousand people, but he wasn't without a way. Moving closer to the young assistant professor, Lin Jian lightly said, "The witch is in my hands, do you want to protect her?" Chapter 121 I challenge all of you. Lin Jian didn't bother arguing with the thousands of people, there was no point. They were all students of the Divine Vocational Academy, and they were filled with preconceptions about an outsider student like himself. They definitely wouldn't be on the same side as him, and no matter what happened today, they were willing to take care of Lin Jian as long as they could take care of him. Even if it was against their conscience, they wouldn't let Lin Jian off the hook. So this time, Lin Jian went straight to the heart of the matter, directly picking out the main point of conflict. If he was a demon, it would be impossible for him to ignore the safety of the demoness. And to the demon race, humans were nothing more than lowly creatures, and a few thousand people were nothing more than ants. He wouldn't care about the thousands of people over there, or Lin Jian alone over here, only caring about the magical girl. Lin Jian gambled right, and although the other party didn't change much on the surface, he next said, "But after all, we lost in the gladiatorial arena, so if we renege, I'm afraid that people outside will say that our Divine Clergy Academy doesn't have the temperament to do so." This reversal caused the thousands of students to freeze again. Are they going to admit it or deny it, give a word? As students, it was unlikely that they would pick this head, and the assistant professor's status was enough. As long as this assistant teacher said that Lin Jian had problems and this duel didn't count, they would all just renege on it, no matter what the outcome was. Anyway, the people watching on the spot were all students of the Divine Clergy Academy, and they were united in their denial of the duel. However, this assistant teacher seemed to have reversed the past. Of course, it's only in terms of the duel that you won, but we at the Divine Office Academy reserve the right to pursue the matter. Evergreen walked over and said, "This student from the National Vocational Academy, may I ask what you say?" Lin Jian looked to the side, and there didn't seem to be anyone else out to stop this assistant professor from speaking. So he asked him, "What's going on? It's the turn of the Divine Vocational Academy for you, an assistant professor, to speak on such a big matter." In the Divine Clergy Academy, this isn't a big deal. The matter of the gladiatorial arena is clear and obvious. In that case, then I would like to ask, whoever else in the scene is unconvinced can continue to come up and challenge. What did you say? Evergreen froze. Haven't seen such a rampant person. You alone want to provoke the entire Divine Clergy Academy? Beating a second turn is indeed magical, but the Divine Vocational Academy has more than just students of Jiaogu's level. Jiaogu is only at the middle level here. There are more elite students at higher levels here than in the State Vocational Academy. You have beaten Jiaogu, but if a few more experts who are even more ruthless than Jiaogu come out, what will you do? Just take it for what it's worth. But not Lin Jian, who continued to provoke in the face of thousands of Divine Vocational Academy students. I know that you guys are unconvinced and think that the Divine Office Academy is marvelous. Then today I'll beat you all until you're convinced. Anyone else on the scene who isn't convinced can come up and fight me one-on-one. No limitations on priesthood, no limitations on rank. I'll take them all today. Lin Jian actually faced the thousands of Divine Priesthood Academy students and opened up in mockery. If you don't dare to come today, then you'll be too vain to try to find trouble with me in the future. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. His move made Qin Xiu outside the arena freeze. So brave? Even though it's just a single fight, can you really stand up to the wheel battle of so many outstanding students? Only after Lin Jian finished his words, there were immediately many students who were dumbfounded. Each and every one of these students from the Divine Clergy Academy were the most outstanding clerics selected from all over the world. They had never had their eyes on the top and had the strength to do so, and they had a reason to be wild. If they really all came up to fight, how much could Lin Jian consume? Lin Jian! Why don't we just forget about it? Qin Xiu reminded him from outside the arena, but Lin Jian favored using this opportunity to lay down his pattern. Don't worry, your boyfriend won't wimp out. I don't mean that. In fact, you don't have to be like this. It seemed that Lin Jian misunderstood Qin Xiu's meaning, and continued to taunt the thousands of Divine Vocational Academy students on the scene. That's right, I'm Qin Xiu's boyfriend, and at the same time, I've saved Kur, and she's very grateful to me. They have a favorable impression of me, so what, you guys don't like it? People don't like you guys because you're not good enough, so who can you blame? Now I'll give you guys a chance to prove that you're good enough. Come up and duel with me. No matter what angle one looked at it from, Lin Jian's behavior was an act of death. But he was being so reckless, and it was out of everyone's expectations. According to the general public, this kind of person must be very stupid, right? And it was obvious that it was impossible for him to fight against so many people on his own. However, in the eyes of many girls, they ate it up. He's so brave, how I wish this was my boyfriend. In the face of so many people's opposition, he's not a wimp at all, he dares to stand up for his girlfriend. It would be nice if my boyfriend was like this, but unfortunately, there are a lot of pretenders nowadays, and there's not a single one who plays for real. That's right, I've seen boys who brag when they're not doing anything, but can't even find their shadows when they're not doing anything. The attitude of the girls once again angered the boys on the scene. Who can stand this? At the moment they were all agitated. Lin Jian was already their mortal enemy, and they all demanded to go on the field to fight for their lives. There's always a time when people get carried away, and Lin Jian just pushed them down this path. Was Lin Jian really seeking death? No. Soon assistant coach Chang Cheng reacted. Everyone calm down, today's duel ends here. Huh? Why? Everyone was asking this question, favoring this despicable outsider's provocation when you stopped? Because our Divine Clergy Academy is the highest academy, and those who come here are the best of the best. We won't take advantage of people's danger, and we won't deny it when we lose. However, we have to recognize that there are still many excellent clerics in the world. With this talking art coming out, the students should have realized that today would inevitably end here. But they were still a bit unwilling. This was just a teaching assistant, his words shouldn't be recognized by the school authority, right? However, the next moment, someone from the school authority arrived and announced the school authority's decision. The Divine Vocational Academy recognizes the duel just now, and at the same time, the duel with Lin Jian ends here. Anyone may not take advantage of the situation, and anyone else who wants to duel with it needs to obtain approval from the school authority. Anyone who duel with Lin Jian without the approval of the school authority is considered to have violated the rules of the Divine Clergy Academy. With one blow, you guys will be violating the rules of the Divine Clergy Academy if you fight again. So this person who came out to read out the resolution of the Divine Clergy Academy was tantamount to announcing that the Divine Clergy Academy was protecting Lin Jian. As long as the Divine Clergy Academy let the students' behavior go, Lin Jian would definitely not be able to walk out of here today. Both pretending and letting him run away? Thousands of students at the scene were bewildered. What did the school mean by this, turning their elbows outwards? And at this point, Lin Jian was even more certain of the situation. The witch hadn't lied, she was an important figure in the demon race. The method of using her to pin down the demon race was feasible, and it looked like the demon race in the Divine Clergy Academy had already compromised. So now Lin Jian was curious, just how many demons were in the Divine Office Academy? Had they all infiltrated in human disguises? Chapter 122, Living in Symbiosis with the Devil Race. The scene was still controlled by the teachers of the Divine Office Academy, and Lin Jian was brought down by Evergreen. He didn't let Lin Jian leave immediately, instead the two of them found a hidden place to talk first. Lin Jian, don't get too carried away. If it wasn't for me stabilizing the scene just now, do you really intend to fight thousands of Divine Office Academy geniuses one by one? I thought we were supposed to talk about something meaningful. Do you really care about any duels? Lin Jian asked a rhetorical question, followed by, are you a demon? What? What are you babbling about? The demon race is just a legend. Since that's the case, there's no need for us to talk about it. Beat around the bush with me and wait to regret it. You wait. Evergreen reached out to stop Lin Jian, only then did he start talking normally. You know where the witch went? All told you, the witch is in my hands. Nonsense, the witch's power is not something you can match. How could you possibly hurt her? You don't believe it? Then we don't have to talk again. You won't believe me if I say anything else. At this moment, Lin Jian took it as a given that he could take the other party down, and if he couldn't, then he would prepare for the worst. The Divine Clergy Academy couldn't use such power to suppress a freshman from an outside school, right? How humiliating it would be to spread the word. Sure enough, Evergreen stopped Lin Jian again. Wait, well, I'm a demon, General Evergreen. General? Very well, then I'll have to ask you if there is one. What exactly are you going to do to the humans? You'll have to prove to me first that you have a handle on where the witch is going. That's fine, just watch. As Lin Jian said that, he released the little bit of the witch's demonic soul, and the image of Professor Wang appeared in front of the two of them. As soon as the witch appeared, she recognized Evergreen. General Evergreen, why are you here? Witch, I. In the next moment, Lin Jian put away the devil soul of the devil woman again and looked at Changqing with a smile. You're bold, daring to treat the demoness like this. So what are you going to do, kill me? Or do you want to try? Lin Jian that was called emboldened, not to mention whether you care about the demoness or not. With my talent, you wouldn't necessarily be able to kill me. After all, your demon race isn't without scruples. If you were really that strong, you wouldn't have been in hiding for so many years. These were all things that could be seen on the surface. The demon race was indeed powerful. But they still had scruples, and that was God. They wanted to avoid letting the world know about the existence of the demon race. If this news got out and people took the existence of the demon race seriously, they would definitely be in trouble. According to normal people's thoughts, if you're so powerful, why don't you just rule over humanity? Since they didn't do it, they must have had concerns. What do you want? What I want doesn't depend on myself, it depends on you. Evergreen's face was cloudy. He should have thought about what Lin Jian would be thinking. Since he could put his chips out there, it must be something to talk about, otherwise he wouldn't be here to show him this. So, what did Lin Jian want? If Lin Jian didn't say, it was not easy for Evergreen to guess, so he could only think long and hard. You say the conditions. If I can do it, I can promise you. I haven't thought of the conditions yet. This matter is only known to me. I dominate the life and death of your witch. If I don't survive, you witches won't survive either. Can you understand the significance of this? Evergreen's face sank again, Lin Jian saying this could be considered trickery. It is to take their magic girl as a talisman. If I have to die, you magic girls can't live, and in the future, if Lin Jian encounters any danger, they magic clans are obligated to help. This is not a trick, and it may not be put away for a lifetime. Evergreen was able to understand. Lin Jian meant to let him gain the benefits of the present. Taking the witch can be used as a talisman. If the witch is released, does this talisman still exist? This was in line with everyone's most fundamental thoughts, benefits, self-preservation. How about this? I, the Demon Clan, promise you protection for the rest of your life. How to protect, verbal. This is nothing to us. Your whole life is only a few years. Our demon race has a long life. That won't do, verbal doesn't count, I want certainty. Lin Jian can't be coaxed well, he's not a 3-year-old who takes whatever others say seriously. But this was also hard for Evergreen. What Lin Jian meant was that he promised an equal amulet in order to exchange the witch. How to guarantee this? Sign the agreement? Tear up the agreement and what to do? To change back the witch is very good. Let Lin Jian believe that he will not be targeted for this, and at the same time to obtain the protection of the demon race. How to make Lin Jian believe? That was a problem. Evergreen thought for a moment and said, "Are you aware of the symbiotic blood oath? Anyone who signs this blood oath will live and die together, and if one party has any disasters, the other party will share the burden, and this blood oath can also be taken between clerics." Why, what are the benefits of me signing this blood oath? First of all, one benefit is that you can also have the same lifespan as the demons. Secondly, the demon's spiritual power is strong and can be reflected in you. At the same time, if you are in danger, the demons will come to your rescue. Then who do I sign this blood oath with? With me. Evergreen said with certainty, "I am willing to share life and death with you, and you enjoy my lifespan. How about it?" It was a very tempting suggestion, and Lin Jian knew about the symbiotic blood oath. It was similar to his divine chain reverse binding, in that it wasn't as clearly manifested. For example, how much damage was received would be manifested in real time on the other person, which was something that a symbiotic blood oath couldn't do, and would only have a corresponding backlash. Moreover, the signing of this blood oath is very complicated. A person could only sign it for one person in their lifetime, and it could not be changed or interrupted. Because it needs to make an oath on the altar of God, once violated will be punished by God. Therefore, there was a notary public for this blood oath, and Lin Jian doubted that the demon race would be able to take such a blood oath. You sign a blood oath, aren't you afraid that the gods will know of your existence? The demon race, they can avoid the eyes of the gods, and the gods won't stare at such trivial matters. Then, how do you sign such a blood oath with your demon race? It's simple. On the same devil crystal, refine it with the power of both sides. While both sides absorb the power of the devil crystal, this devil crystal will disappear, and to form a connection between the two sides, the most important thing is that both sides are willing. Lin Jian heard this and didn't immediately express himself, and searched his heart for a moment. Having the lifespan of a demon race, this wasn't necessarily a good thing for himself. His own vitality was that strong. And his immortality, would it be reflected in the other party? So it's hard to say who takes advantage of it, and also, this blood oath can be lifted. Now that the witch was seriously injured and couldn't resist, when she turned around if she recovered, Evergreen could still reverse it. But since Lin Jian said this matter, it's not like there can't be a consensus, right? Chapter 123 Demon Protector, Double-Edged Sword. According to you, this blood oath is signed with me, you are at a great disadvantage? That's for sure, and it's the greatest shame that I handed my life over to the gods for judgment. So, you are willing to give your life for the sake of the witch? Don't ask so much, answer or not, that's the biggest promise I've ever made. He couldn't answer like that. If he said that he was willing to give up everything for the witch, then Lin Jian would be able to pin him down. Suddenly Lin Jian thought of another funny thing. You've seen the way I fight, right? What's wrong? If I fight someone and get damaged, will it reflect on you because of the symbiotic blood oath? It would, but you have the ability to recover yourself so that you can make up for it. Okay, I'll think about it. Lin Jian nodded. First of all, I have to look into this blood oath thing. It can't be whatever you say it is. I have to have a period of time to think about it, and secondly I have to think about whether or not it's worth it to sign a blood oath with your demon race. Evergreen said in annoyance, you're still picking and choosing. To be able to live with the demon race is the greatest honor for you people. That's not necessarily true, it's what you think. We humans are more willing to accept the honor of God. Then how long do you need to think about it? 1 month, I need to find out the details of the blood oath and make a decision at the same time. Lin Jian was clearly dangling the other party, but it wasn't like he wasn't giving it a chance, and Evergreen was furious. But he couldn't do anything about it. The demon race was a more honorable party to people, and if he used means to deal with Lin Jian, then maybe now he would have to ask the demon girl to trade one for the other. To the demon race this was obviously not cost-effective. No matter what it is called, the demon race is a powerful existence, and humans are not worthy of it. At the same time, the demon race has another way to save the witch, is to drag. That's right, drag it out until Lin Jian dies. Because humans have a limited lifespan, it doesn't take long for their lifespan to end, while the demon race still has a very long time. So as long as you coaxed Lin Jian and let him live out his life, the witch would be free. Only this method seemed a bit weak. Otherwise, could he really make a move on Lin Jian right now, betting on the life of the demoness? The honorable demon race is symbiotic with you, it's already the greatest honor given to you, and it's okay for you to actually think about it, but you have to guarantee the safety of the magical girl, so I'll have to follow you for this period of time. It's not appropriate, you assistant professor of the Divine Clergy Academy, it's not like following me, a student of the State Clergy Academy. Don't you give your face? Then what do you want? Lin Jian didn't show any weakness and glared back. Chang Qing didn't really dare to do anything. He had already seen Lin Jian's vitality during a fight. He might not be able to get Lin Jian killed in one go himself, while Lin Jian could get the witch killed in a minute, because the current witch was too weak, otherwise she wouldn't have been caught. Good, remember your words, or else the demon clan can let you die without even dying. This would be the most vicious thing the devil clan had ever said. They thought that dying without dying was the most painful. Lin Jian had his own considerations. The demon race might not be incapable of uniting. Although they had demonic means of controlling humans, good and bad couldn't be divided by that. As for Lin Jian himself, if he made a bug at the god's altar, would God let him off the hook? If one day in the future, God pursues him about his priesthood, then the only thing that can be united is the demon race. As for demonization, there are humans who are more cruel than that. Lin Jian and Chang Qing agreed on a time limit, while keeping in contact, and came out and went to find Qin Xiu. But at this time, Zhao Gu's father came, his eyes red with anger, and he was holding Qin Xiu for questioning. That kid from the National Vocational College, where is he? Mr. Zhao, thousands of students on the scene saw it, both sides signed a life and death contract, you can't pursue on this matter. Just kidding, the National Vocational Colleges came to us to provoke and killed my son, what makes me not pursue this matter? There wasn't much Qin Xiu could do, there really was a teacher who was playing tricks in front of her. Just in time, Lin Jian saw this scene and immediately contacted Evergreen. An assistant teacher who dared to speak out against the director? Soon, Lin Jian saw the effect. Even though Chang Qing was only an assistant teacher, he was a demon race. What exactly was the role of the devil race in the Divine Vocational Academy, Lin Jian didn't know, but there were definitely privileges. Evergreen came over and directly called Director Zhao away. Lin Jian didn't even need to see him. Where did you just go? Now you have to hurry back, or that Zhao Ku's father will find you in trouble. Oh, him, it's fine, I'm not afraid. Lin Jian immediately realized the benefits of the demonic body protection, but it would be a double-edged sword. Qin Xiu still didn't know what was going on. Personality-wise, Zhao Ku's father is vindictive. I reckon that he will soon be transferred out of the Divine Clergy Academy. Huh? Why? I don't know, that assistant professor told me just now, maybe it's a secret of the Clergy Academy. There could be too many secrets in the Divine Clergy Academy, and with the existence of the demon race, it was impossible to stop. Qin Xiu was still skeptical, so Lin Jian was not in a position to say more. By the time he returned to the Divine Office Academy, the news had already reached this side. News of this magnitude couldn't be suppressed at all, but in terms of the claims, it would be different from the actuality. Lin Jian, you're giving our National Vocational College students a long face now. Zhao Feng had also heard the news, and when he saw that Lin Jian had returned, he immediately inquired excitedly, there's news coming out from the Divine Vocational Academy's side that you've actually single-handedly challenged the entire Divine Vocational Academy by yourself, and no one of them dared to challenge you. Why are the rumors so evil? What does it say? According to the rumors, you defeated them with a forbidden spell, and used a lightning forbidden spell. But I don't know forbidden spells. That's what they all say, and now there are a lot of boys who adore you, they all say they want to join your club. By the way, is this a club? Now of course there wasn't really a club yet, it was just a temporary team. But spreading the word like this would also push Lin Jian into the limelight, he wouldn't be afraid, but what about the people in the team? And at this time, Ji Wuyo also came over, and when he saw Lin Jian, he said, good guy, you went to the Divine Vocational Academy to pick a fight again? It's not like we haven't had any geniuses in the State Vocational Academy for so many years, and this is the first one that's as rampant as you are. Dean Ji, you can't say that, it's them who provoked me. Come on you, this sounds even more rampant, what's going on? Dean Ji, there's something I want to ask you, the story of the demon race, do you believe it? Asking about this matter, Ji Wuyo's face instantly sank, and I don't know what he thought, he just faintly said, this kind of bull has been rumored for how many years, is there really a demon race they will hide and not come out? It's this kind of talk that makes the demon race exist without fear. Dean Ji, if I say that there really is a demon race in this world, I've seen it, you should trust me, right? Don't be confused, how many people say they've seen it, but it's all just talk. Chapter 120 for the future doesn't need prediction. So this matter of the devil race protecting one's body was not good outside of the Divine Clergy Academy. It was also unknown if Ji Wuyo meant what he said, but his attitude was to deny the existence of the demon race. It's fine, actually my arrival at Divine Profession Academy was a misunderstanding. They thought that there was another schoolgirl who had a crush on me. Then you should go over there less often in the future. I'm arranging a new divine realm for you to practice in. Thanks to Dean G, we are in need of practicing. There is also my sister, who is about to transfer her job. The matter of your sister's transfer, the National Vocational Academy has arranged it, and whatever is needed will be provided by the academy. This is the treatment of a genius. When Lin Jian transferred, everything had to be gotten by himself. It was also good that since the National Vocational Academy valued his sister, it would definitely focus on protecting her as well, so Lin Jian had a lot less to worry about. At this time, Linya was still practicing leveling, and she was suddenly hardworking. When Linya's transfer was complete, their team would be able to complete their trials together, otherwise it wouldn't be good for the monsters to be too strong or too weak. That night, Linya came back from the trial, and she had heard about Lin Jian. Brother, you're so fierce that you went to Divine Vocational Academy and seduced 2 schoolgirls? You should listen to less of this gossip in the future. It's all people blowing things up. It's impossible when you think about it. If I'm happy with it, will the other schoolgirls be happy with it? Brother, I often see strange things now. See what? Linya pulled Lin Jian into the bedroom before she said to him, I seem to be able to see people's destinies. I don't know how to describe it to you, but I can't. There's no way to describe it. I can only say a generalization. She was a prophet, and it was normal for her to be able to see some visions. Since they were visions, they were different from ordinary people's perceptions, and there was no way for her to go into detail. It was like telling a blind man who was born without eyes how vast the ocean was. These things, just look at them, don't bother with them. But I saw what happened to you. It seems like there are 2 things that are following you. What 2 things? I can't describe it well, but I'm not really sure. 2 very powerful things, both following behind you, and at the same time, I know that they are enemies to each other, and it's hard to say how they are related to you. She was talking about gods and demons? Surely it was a profession that transcended the rules. This could be seen, and gods and demons could be predicted? But to a prophet, the more you see the worse it is for yourself. This belongs to the backlash, leaking information or all this end. Remember, whatever you see in the future, don't talk nonsense, it's not good for you. Don't say anything about your brother either. Don't say anything. Your brother doesn't need a prophet to say anything. His own future can be decided on his own. Lin Jian was adamant that he didn't need his sister to pay these prices. A person's life, knowing or not knowing, would pass. If there is no impact, he will still be curious, but there is no need to know if you need your sister to pay the price. The next day, the National Vocational Academy made a big deal about transferring Linya. Now Linya was also level 16, and although she was still some levels behind the team members, she would soon catch up. The SSS ranked priesthood trials flew by, and she would quickly surpass Xiaofeng and the others. So Lin Jian didn't want to delay and took the team to the Divine Realm trial first to see the effects. Strength was the hard truth, and Lin Jian had a sense of urgency since he knew he was in trouble. When he arrived outside the divine domain that Ji Wuyo had arranged for him, he happened to meet the team from the Star Ceremony Society, who were also going in. This was Niu Mu leading the team. He had also been quite favorable towards Lin Jian before and was eager to recruit in. Yo, if it isn't Lin Jian, the hottest person in the 2 academies. It was a bit shady, but Lin Jian didn't so much as pay attention to him. What Ji Wuyo had arranged for was of course the best divine realm secret realm, and there were even more chances to meet up with the 5 major societies. If Lin Jian was still the same as before, he would have encountered a lot of trouble. But now that he was famous, many of those who wanted to find trouble with him backed off. The Star Ceremony Club is here too. Our team shouldn't affect you guys, right? It shouldn't. The level of the monsters where we go is too high for you guys to go. Before, he thought Niu Mu was a nice guy. How come he's also shady? But okay, he's very spirited. Lin Jian wasn't going to talk to him anymore, but Niu Mu still said, you're all going to the Divine Vocational Academy to mix up your reputation now. Our National Vocational Academy's Heaven's Pride ranking isn't good. Heaven's Pride list? It doesn't matter, you care a lot? Because I'm curious as to where exactly your strength should be ranked, and it's not like you're not sparring in this courtyard. I'm afraid that you guys can't afford it if I spar with someone. Oh. Lin Jian said indifferently, coming up and exchanging lives. What kind of sparring is this? But as soon as Niu Mu heard this, he immediately realized what was wrong. Wait, you're still a life changer right now. I thought the rumors were off. It said that you reported as a life changer when you accepted a challenge in the Divine Clergy Academy. What's wrong? Still asking what's wrong. This is a big problem. You've been on the Divine Altar twice and your original priesthood is actually still there. Yeah, this was indeed a big loophole that everyone was unsure about. Because none of the rumors were completely believable, Lin Jian was talking about his life-changing master over at the divine priesthood, and when the news came to the national priesthood, the people at the national priesthood thought that it was because the information over there hadn't kept up with the version. But if Lin Jian personally said that he was a life-changing master at the National Vocational Academy, then the meaning would be different. Is this saying that the gods are blind? Realizing this bug, Lin Jian immediately fixed it. What priesthood I am, the academy has its own determination. A rank mage? How can you, an A rank mage, beat a second-turn berserker? Encountered another bug. Now that the demons are hiding, you can't say that the gods are blind, right? Lin Jian didn't move, because I have my own special skills. Really, all the priesthoods are well understood. What skills are there that others don't know? You're dying to know. Challenge me and force my skills out and you'll know. You. Nyomu spoke straight. Being disliked back by Lin Jian was a real desire to start a fight, but on second thought, signing the life and death certificate moved a lot. Even on the Divine Office Academy side, there were people planted in Lin Jian's hands. At this time, suddenly Linya broke the deadlock and dissolved the smell of gunpowder between the two. Stop arguing. In this secret realm today, one person will die. Her words came out and the scene fell into silence. This was a rare prophet. No one would take her words seriously, right? Often at times like this, people wanted to know the details, but now Nyomu was not in a good position to inquire. Because of the few flaming words just now, it looked as if they were scared. Hee, think that will scare us, let's go, we've been in this god's domain many times. Nyomu led the team as if he didn't care, and flew into the secret realm, fearing that if he was slow, he would be laughed at for being afraid of death. And in the team Yuling asked Linya, really, which team will it be in? I don't know, I can only see the approximate ending. Chapter 125 Stone Ghost Temple. Linya's words actually froze her own people. Zhao Feng then smiled, let's go, it's all combat, can we still be afraid of dying and not practicing? That's right, what day don't we face something like this, don't we still have awareness in our hearts? Yuling said and looked at Lin Jian, let's go, all we do is fight and kill, how can we expect to be fine all the time without authorization? In the old words it was called licking blood from the mouth of a knife, those who lived were lucky. Since you fight and kill every day, why do you think you won't die? Lin Jian then led the team into the God Realm, which was a mature God Realm secret realm, that is, one that had been fully developed. Compared to the secret realm that hadn't been fully developed before, the advantage was that you knew in your heart that you wouldn't have too many surprises. You could know what kind of monsters were in what area and do what you could within your means. There would still be dangers, but as long as you had a clear idea in your heart, everything would still be manageable. Which area should we go to? I've heard that fighting orcs is fast leveling, it seems like they've gone over there as well. Orcs can be fought individually, first turn ones can also be dealt with easily, however, orcs all appear in groups, once an army of orcs comes out, none of us can carry it, it's possible for accidents to occur. Several people discussed how to practice leveling, and Lin Jian had to take the idea. After calculating, he said, there are too many orcs, if we have large area kill spells, looking for orcs to practice will be fast, but we lack large area kill skills, so we can only look for places with fewer monsters, which can boost the strength of individual monsters. Yuling also felt that Lin Jian had made the right choice, let's go to the temple, there are stone goblins over there. How is the strength of the stone goblins? It's hard for us to kill the stone ghosts alone, but if we team up, we can easily practice, especially with the presence of the Forbidden Master in the team, we'll be able to inflict effective kills on the stone ghosts. Okay, go fight the stone goblins. Forming a team was a discipline that could bring out a level where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Stone ghosts weren't very friendly to individual first-turn clerics, hard and fast-moving, but with a reasonable group, it was possible to kill them smoothly, it all depended on skill coordination, captains weren't that good. The group arrived outside the temple, all surrounded by stone statues. These stone statues weren't alive until they were startled, but after they were startled, they would turn into stone ghosts. Linya, scout first. Okay, brother. Linya opened her heavenly eyes, which was also one of the seer's skills. She was a seer who lacked offensive power, but her support skills were still very useful. This heavenly eyes was even more useful than the true eyes, and provided a safe zone for the whole team. Within the range of Linya's heavenly eyes, any movement would be detected by her. That is to say, there is no sneak attack on the enemy, and what the true eye cannot see, she can also see, because the principle of her discovery is not with her eyes, but with her precognition skill. So even if she is completely invisible, Linya can still mark the enemy out. In addition, her supporting role was to add the Prophet Blessing. With Prophet Blessing, Zhao Feng could even be used as a paladin, and his defense and dodging had increased qualitatively. In an instant, all the monsters within a few thousand meters around were marked by Linya. Then the prophet's blessing went down, and Jian Lin brought Zhao Feng and Wang Dong together. In the back row were the two Ji Yun and Linya. Yuling roamed to kill. Her sneaking was equivalent to stealth and was suitable for independent combat. Whoever followed would expose her, while Zhao Feng and Wang Dong were the front row, but the kills still had to rely on Lin Jian and Yuling. There was no need to mention that Yuling was a gunsmith, and Lin Jian could actually utilize a variety of firepower. Wah! The stone goblins moved, and Linya's seer heavens I could also draw in monsters along the way. At the same time, banning Master Ji Yun turned on his skills, banning all the local skills he could and also weakening the stone ghost's defense. Zhao Feng in the front opened up to kill, initiating the night charge to kill the monsters, and Wang Dong with his sword kept chopping away. Bang bang bang! Yuling was also continuously killing. Her kills were the most efficient because of the accuracy. As for Lin Jian, he wasn't going to trade lives to bind the stone goblins. The monster wasn't worth it. So Lin Jian hand hit, or stacked 2 or 3 times the primary skills. What Fireball Ice Cone, Wind Blade Ground Stab, stack 2 times cannot break the defense stack 3 times, anyway, just can effectively supply enough. The team kept killing the stone goblins and advancing towards the temple. Having an assist is different, I'm killing them smoothly. Zhao Feng was also excited to fight. He now felt like a true paladin, with skills that were all attached by the prophet. Wang Dong looked at the rising experience and said, "We didn't kill as many as those two, captain and vice captain. Look at the speed of this experience growth. I've never encountered it before. This is what we call leveling." The vice captain, he said, refers to Yuling, who is actually more experienced in commanding the team. Lin Jian can only be the soul of the team. These two killing efficiency is very high. Lin Jian spammed the small skills of the anti-devouring damage stacking to hit anything enough. It didn't take long for them to hit the entrance to the temple. It's okay, with this kind of leveling speed, it's much faster than I used to be in the 2 gang. Ji Yun was also excited. At this rate, we can approach turn 2 in a year. Wang Dong was not that optimistic. What are you thinking about? There aren't many chances to enter the divine realm. If we can enter once and level up 1 level, I guess there is still a chance. We can't enter once to ascend 1 level, otherwise the strong would be running all over the place. Yuling appeared behind her, but we have now gotten the attention of the State Academy. There are many more chances to enter the divine realm in the future. Surely it's all given by looking at Shaya's face. We're blessed to follow her. This point Zhao Feng had to admit, with her assistance, my strength as a special enrollment instantly rose. No wonder they all valued aids. Only a very few talented players could be powerful, such as heavyweight mages. But an assist could make a group of people instantly powerful. If there were enough auxiliary additions, then the weakest special enrollment could challenge a genius. Of course, such a challenge was unfair and usually wouldn't be allowed. Alright, there must be a big guy in this temple. Linya, take a look. Okay, Heaven's Eye, open. Wild Monster, Stone Knight. Level, Class A. Level 20. Talent, Stone Skin, High Defense, High Fire Resistance. Skill, Death Charge, can charge to the end in the face of a large army formation. The crowd then saw 2 stone knights coming out of the great hall inside the temple. They were actually riding horses, also stone horses, also in the same line as the stone statue ghosts, just that they usually only served as stone statues and could only move when they needed to fight. Only level 20, Captain, leave it to me. Zhao Feng, can you do it? You're only level 17 as well. There's a limit to the support skills. I think I can challenge the level 20 monsters. Good, Ji Yun, give the monster a ban as well. Zhao Feng wanted to try and see if he could fight monsters over level with the team bonus. Chapter 126, Millions of Orc Armies. Lin Jian had Zhao Feng and Wang Dong each deal with a stone knight, while he himself dived into the temple. With his sister's Heaven's Eye, there couldn't be any monsters hidden inside. The Heaven's Eye had a larger range than Lin Jian's skill, and it could recognize all the submerged units, so Lin Jian was safe to go in. Nothing could miss the detection of the Heaven's Eye. But he felt strange. In this temple, doesn't it enshrine a boss of some sort? This place might have been knocked out when it was previously developed. Sometimes the development is too destructive for the wildlife to refresh. Yurin also followed. These monsters, they all came through the secret realm, and if it was too destructive when it was opened, it would destroy the secret passageway, and some monsters wouldn't be able to continue to appear. It was probably for safety as well. After all, it was for students to practice. Such a temple would be a bit of a problem for them if it was dedicated to a super boss. There were no more other monsters in the temple. It seemed empty, and Lin Jian found it tasteless. Then let's go out and brush the stone goblins on the other side of the temple. Brother, there's a situation. At this time, Lin Jian heard his sister's voice and hurried out to check. What's the situation? Someone is approaching towards us. My heaven's eyes spotted it. It's the same group that we met outside just now. What do you mean, in a regular god's domain, they still dare to play dirty tricks? No, they're being chased over. Behind them, there's an army of orcs chasing after them. Can't see the head. Lin Jian froze. None of the star ceremony societies were bad, the ones that came were all second turn. Even they couldn't deal with the orc army? Usually orcs turn 1 can fight them alone, but it's not good when there's a lot of them. The high-level ones usually brush a lot of orcs for experience as well. Even though they're low-level monsters, it's a lot faster than chopping them up one by one. But once there were more orcs, it was something that no one could carry. Bad, then we have to leave early. We can't be blocked here. It seems like it's too late, brother. Dozens of kilometers away around the temple are surrounded by orcs. What? How many orcs would that be? Lin Jian found it unbelievable. An encirclement formed dozens of kilometers away. The number must not be 1,000,000? So many orcs, spread out to be able to flood a city. This was a divine realm that had been developed by the National Academy. How could the intensity of the monsters be so high? This was definitely some kind of accident. You guys hide in the temple. Monsters also have territories. Orcs can't enter easily. Lin Jian looked at Yu Ling and said, "You take them, I'll go ask what's going on." Yu Ling wanted to say something else, but nodded again. You be careful yourself. This team of theirs, it's okay to fight a few stone ghosts. If they fight orcs, a few hundred is not a problem, but when it reaches the number of 1,000,000, that would take a proper army to fight against. As Yu Ling said, there are passages in the secret realm. The monsters are the ones that are constantly replenished and refreshed through these passages, but when they are being developed, many of them will be blocked to ensure the safety of the secret realm, and you can't have a constant stream of them, or the students won't be able to carry them. But right now, it seems like something went wrong when it was developed. Lin Jian went out of the temple and ran out a kilometer when he happened to see Nyomu fleeing over with his team. What is going on with you guys? Are you guys here to brush the stone goblins? Yes, how can you guys lead the monsters to our side, so many of them? Are you trying to murder? Don't say so much, we can't carry it either, we're being chased around. Nyomu was also cornered. I killed tens of thousands before, I didn't expect there to be more and more. Their team of second turners was really powerful, killing tens of thousands of orcs right out of the gate. However, the orc army did not care about casualties, and if the secret passage was smooth, they would keep appearing. Then just how many are there? I estimate it's over 1,000,000, which we can't even deal with. I've already called for backup. When will the support arrive? It's not clear, but you guys haven't cleared out all the stone goblins here. I was counting on the stone goblins to hold back for a while. Lin Jian looked behind them. The orc army was so powerful that he could feel the earth shaking at this time. Could the stone goblins really block it? Although the stone statue ghosts were of a higher level than the orcs, there weren't that many of them. The orcs were simply a sea of them, and wherever their army went, even if there were higher level monsters, they could easily be leveled. The rumbling sound was like a tsunami. The orcs in the distance were like a tidal wave. Lin Jian pulled Nyomu. Don't run, the surroundings are all filled with orcs. Dozens of kilometers are surrounded by them. What, the road behind is blocked as well? This is more than 1,000,000, how did so many come out? My sister saw it. Now they all can only hide in the temple. It's only a matter of time before they are trampled by the orcs. Right, your sister. Nyomu immediately lit up in her eyes. The only thing that can fight against the orcs now is her great prophecy spell. The only spells that could fight against an army of more than 1,000,000 were forbidden spells, and the great prophecy spell was clearly the strongest of the forbidden spells. However, casting forbidden spells had a price to pay, and Lin Jian didn't want his sister to use the great prophecy spell again. Although he could take the damage instead of his sister, who knows if there are any other effects. If it's an ordinary forbidden spell, it's just a matter of time, but this is a great prophecy spell that transcends the rules, and it's easy to attract divine punishment. Divine punishment. Lin Jian could also carry it, but the point was, if the god noticed his sister, something more serious might happen. No, my sister can't use the great prophecy technique anymore. What are you saying? Then what do we do? Also, we have a person temple before letting the team escape. If we don't get him back right away, he won't be able to hold back for too long. You're telling me that we don't need to use the great prophecy technique right now? This was Linya's prophecy again. She said that one person would die in the god's domain on this trip. This guy behind the temple shouldn't be able to come back. No matter what the situation was, Lin Jian still put his sister first. She can't use the great prophecy technique anymore. You guys come with me and retreat to the temple first. Over 1,000,000 of them. Lin Jian didn't know how to cope with it. He couldn't bind that many with his life-changing master. Anyone had an upper limit. Such a number exceeded anyone's limit. One would indeed have to step in with a level like the Great Prophecy technique. But now that Lin Jian was already being targeted by the demon race, how could he live if he was further targeted by the god race? He led Nilmu's group first, and came into the temple, where everyone looked grim. Lin Jian recounted the current situation to the team again, and Yu Ling shook his head. We can only hold on and wait for help, but with this amount of people, the rescue won't be taken care of that quickly, and it'll have to be a level like the forbidden spell that steps in. So, how long we can hold out is the question, as long as we hold out and wait until the support arrives. By the way, do any of you have flight skills? We need to communicate the situation with outside the god's domain now. Chapter 127 Prophet's Chessboard Formation. Forbidden spells were extremely rare, and even if the National Academy had such a capable person, they wouldn't publicize it. The reason why it was forbidden, the witch had told Lin Jian, was because it was an ability that could truly fight against the gods. However, the Great Prophecy technique belonged to another tier. The forbidden spells would just backfire on themselves. The Great Prophecy technique was not only high in strength, but also broke through the limitations of the gods in terms of rules, and it was impossible to use it several times in a person's life. Before Lin Jian learned about enchantments, it was said that stacking 10 times would give him the strength of a forbidden spell. Remember, that's just strength. A fireball can be stacked to the strength of a forbidden spell, but it's far from the range of a forbidden spell. So, if a mage can use a spell, he won't be able to use it more than a couple times in his life. Use once will have to go back to recuperate. If there is no special means of recovery, maybe a lifetime in the past. In fact, warriors also had spell banning level skills, and likewise had to burn their life force. At this moment, Nyomu thought of Linya again. Don't you have the Great Prophecy technique? Surely you can deal with the orc army. I used it once before I awakened. Now if I rely on me alone, I won't survive until the Great Prophecy technique is cast. Linya wasn't lying. She wasn't able to use the Great Prophecy technique by herself right now. She had to have Lin Jian to help her carry the damage before she could successfully cast the Great Prophecy technique out. Then what other help do you need? Don't you understand? How can a spell of that level be used again in a short period of time? Lin Jian pushed Nilmu away from him so that he wouldn't pester his sister again. In fact, if they were targeted by the gods, in the future, their siblings might not be better off than being caught up in an army of orcs, with the eyes of the gods staring at them. There was nothing to hide in the sky or on the ground. Nilmu was anxiously trying to think of a solution. Then we have to solve the situation at hand. Yu Ling, you have the wind control technique. You can fly out, right? Don't fly, there are still griffins in the sky. You can't fly out. Linya spoke out again to stop it. Right now her heavenly eyes were the only way for everyone to observe the situation. It was only then that everyone realized that this was a completely desperate situation. The griffins were individually high-level boss monsters. Yu Ling asked Nilmu again, have you guys managed to call for help or not? I notified, but I don't know the follow-up situation. With such a big commotion, it's not possible that no one knows about it, right? The commotion is definitely known, but if the Academy were to react and realize how big this is, it's estimated that the orcs would have already flattened this place, right? Such a scale of the National Vocational Academy might not be able to solve it even if they gathered all their experts. Lin Jian began to think that not only Nilmu and the others, but his own team would have to be saved as well. How should one get out alive then? It's just like fighting a war, you need to know the situation first. He pulled Linya to the side and asked, can you scout the situation of the orc army? I want to know how they're made up and what weaknesses they have. At the back of the orc army, there is a giant behemoth. It is the highest ranked existence of the orcs. It can dominate the movement of the orc army. Killing it, or forcing it back, can disperse the orc army. This behemoth is powerful? Level 35, SS level monster, brother you. Alright, I don't need you to predict this, leave the behemoth to me. How long can you guys hold back the orc army here? At times like this, there was no need for predictions, as if there was no need to fight if you predicted it. If you have to fight anyway, there's no need to find out the outcome. Level 35 monsters. Lin Jian still has a way to deal with them for a bit. It wasn't like he hadn't killed one before, this one was also SS ranked, and it seemed to belong to the legendary level of existence. I just now found this in the temple. Linya took out a chessboard and placed it in front of Lin Jian, who didn't see anything. What is this? It looks worn out. Ordinary people can't use this, but I'm a seer, I can use this to fend off the orc army. It should be fine to drag it out for a while. Then try it first. With that, Linya set the chessboard on the table in front of her and sat herself down in front of it. Lin Jian beckoned towards the team, come over here, protect her. Zhao Feng and Wang Dong and the others then came over to protect Linya, and Yuling came over and was curious when she saw this chessboard. Is this an ancient relic from the secret realm, and what's the use of it? This is the center control of the temple, only the prophet can use it. Linya said, laying out a few pieces on the board, which was strangely enough a small statue. As she laid out the pieces, the front of the temple suddenly shook, and a group of stone knights suddenly burrowed out of the ground in front of the temple. There were dozens of knights, lining up in front of the temple in a defense of the temple. Immediately after that, Linya continued to place the chess pieces, and once again, one by one, stone ghosts drilled out of the earth, spreading their wings and flying, all squatting on the roof of the temple like bats, and some of them even hanging from the beams of the house. These, then, were the army guarding the temple. But this scale, although objective, and the Orc's million army a comparison. The stone knights had a total of dozens of riders, and the stone statue ghosts had a scale of hundreds, not enough to stuff their teeth. I don't know how long I can hold it, but I can buy you guys time to kill the giant beasts. Linya said to Lin Jian. Lin Jian hesitated at this point. He wasn't worried about himself, he was immortal. The main thing was that his sister was here. If he couldn't keep watch, how could he ensure safety? But if he doesn't kill out, the orc army can't retreat. Don't look at one by one turn can be dealt with, but the spelling is the number, piled up to the limit of the number of people, so that it's only a matter of time before it kills over to attack and break through. Yuling seemed to see Lin Jian's hesitation and whispered, don't worry, I'm here. You? I can guarantee Linya's safety, at least if she's alone, I can guarantee it, I'm sure she'll survive. Then I'll leave her in your hands, I'll go force the orcs to retreat. Lin Jian handed over and went over to call Nyomu. I need your assistance, are you capable of killing your way into the orc army? I can, but I'll have to come out soon, otherwise I'll be easily trapped as well. Behind the orc army, there is a giant beast controlling the orc army. What I need to do is to drive the beast away or kill it. It can't be delayed for too long, can you send me there? Nyomu froze. This wanted him to strike through the entire orc front. It wasn't impossible, orcs could be killed at the first turn, he was at the second turn. But to get trapped in an army of orcs, this was something that even the Professor Deans couldn't get out of. Orcs didn't matter, just die, but Nyomu was consuming every second he went in. He hesitated for a moment and looked towards the stone man's formation that Linya had set up. I didn't expect your sister to have this. Is it for us to kill the head of the orcs before they break through the temple? Yes, you are the strongest here, can you send me there? Can, let's go. Nyomu clenched his teeth and agreed. Well, at least Lin Jian thought of a way. A dead horse is a live horse. Chapter 128, Killing Through a Million Legions. Nyomu dared to say this because he was an authentic paladin. Because the talent was thick skin and flesh, his defense was thick and exaggerated, and he was able to take a bath in a pile of monsters and carry them for a while. At the same time, the paladin had an aura that provided various buffs to his teammates. The role played by such a team core was extremely crucial. A team with him and team members who were all second-turn powerhouses could even resist an army of 1,000. However, this was the number of millions, and among the orcs, there were also many high-level orc creatures mixed in. Even if they could resist, it would be a chronic death if they got stuck in. But there was still a chance to help Lin Jian kill his way out, and as the head of the Star Ritual Society, he wanted to save his teammates as well. What, just the two of you will go? That's an army of millions, and the behemoths to be killed are still level 35, or SS level monsters. How can 2 people be enough? Otherwise, let's kill out as a team, after all, orcs aren't high-leveled. The teammates started to persuade Nyomu, but Nyomu had already made his decision. He put on his golden armor, a large shield in one hand and a sword in the other, making it look like a god of war. Zhao Feng next to him looked greedy. This was an authentic paladin. Let's not talk about this anymore, we've all discussed it, we're bound to lose out if we get caught up in the orc army. It's very risky for everyone to go together. If I'm alone, I can hold my own for now. Moreover, Brother Lin is taking on a heavier task. I'll make sure that he's not harassed by the orcs. Both sides were hammered out by the captains, and Lin Jian and Nyomu both went out to make preparations, intending to look for the orc army's weak points and cut to the enemy's rear, while the people in the temple were prepared to die in defense. As the battle began, the stone goblins continued to drill out of the ground and fly into the air. There were indeed griffins in the orc army, flying through the air from higher up. However, the stone goblins did not continue to fly into the air, but instead swooped straight at the orcs directly in front of them. The battle began and the front was the first to break out, so the orc army began to surge towards the front of the temple. Behind them, the stone knights lined up and started charging. Although the orc army was large, the stone sculpture knights were more heavyweight, and dozens of riders could create a powerful impact. As the rumbling hooves of the stone horses passed, the orc army was actually stomped out by the stone sculpture knights. However, the bloody path was quickly sealed by the orc army, who were fearless and desperately blocked the stone riders. The stone knights didn't go too deep, and continued to turn around and return to impact. Another bloody path, killed back to the temple in front of the formation, continued to form up. Taking advantage of this gap, the gargoyles and orcs launched a ferocious fight to the stone knights to form up to buy time. These dozens of stone knights, as well as hundreds of stone ghosts, actually blocked the million orcs army. However, blocking was only temporary, and this situation could not last. Soon enough, the stone knights would be exhausted, and by then, there would not be any troops left to stop the orc army. Furthermore, the orc army was also encircling from the side and back, with their target set at the temple. At this point in time, both Lin Jian and Niumu were hiding near one of the stone statues around the temple. "How's it going? Let's get to work as well, otherwise they won't be able to hold out." "Go this way, the orc line over here is weaker." Lin Jian chose a flanking raid, continuing to draw the orc army on one side away. He had many primary spells stored up in his hands as well, all stacked with triple power, where the orcs could not hold up. Wind Blade. Many blades of chi struck out together. The air-breaking spells easily cut the orcs apart. Orcs weren't high-leveled, they relied on the number of people, and these were stacked wind blades that flew out and couldn't possibly kill just one. So Lin Jian's wind blades struck out in a fan shape, each trajectory of the wind blades slicing through many orcs. A large portion of the orc camp fell, while the two of them, Lin Jian and Niumu, met the millions of orcs and began to impact. "Wow, see, the captain is so brave." The players on both sides were watching from the temple, watching Lin Jian and Niumu storm the huge number of orc armies. Their backs were so thin, but they were bravely charging forward towards the orcs, and the tidal wave of orc formation seemed to be sliced through by them, like broken seawater, as the two plunged straight into the deepest part of the orc army formation. "The captain is really the bravest man, even the paladin beside him is dwarfed by him." Zhao Feng heartily exclaimed. As a knight he was the most enthusiastic about charging like this. But the people from the bull shepherd team next to him couldn't listen anymore. "What's the point of an A-ranked mage charging blindly? It's not because our captain is there that he dared to do it. Even if he's still a life changer, how is he going to change those millions of lives?" "Humph, our captain is not just a simple life changer, he can deal with even more enemies." "You're talking nonsense, right? What does he have to deal with?" "What do you guys know? Our captain can kill all these orcs by himself, he can swap lives with every single orc." Zhao Feng and the other teams were raising the bar, just to power through. As per usual, Lin Jian had killed level 35 second turn mages, or two, and even berserkers. These others didn't dare to say anything, but with a million level number of enemies, how do you exchange lives? The Yu Ling next to him felt that it was really possible. Lin Jian's invincible life force, even if he could only bind one at a time, he would still be able to change them all one by one. Bind one, then another, kill them slowly. No one knows where Lin Jian's limit is anyway. Only the number of millions, you kill them one by one, not to mention whether or not they'll die of exhaustion. The besieged teammates can't wait. At this moment, the two captains were penetrating the siege, and they had also killed their way out. Sacred Shield Strike. Niumu made a ferocious charge, and a path was opened up right in front of him, and the orcs actually fell by the hundreds. A second-turn paladin was just as strong. With this defense of his orcs, even if they attacked desperately, it would still take some time to break the defense. Not to mention that a shield strike would bounce all the surrounding orcs away, followed by a surge skill. "Lin Jian, we're about to break through, can you make it?" "Don't worry, you're in charge of getting through here, I'll be in charge of dealing with the behemoths at the end." "It's only a level 35 behemoth, I can do it too." That's not necessarily true. This is the leader of a million orcs. Even if it's weakened a bit in terms of combat, it still has a special talent. It was difficult for paladins to challenge across levels because their strength was visible at a glance. It wasn't like a berserker, who didn't even know where the edge of his strength was when he went berserk. And Lin Jian was special. His priesthood level exceeded the normal rules, and no one knew his limits, not even himself. The two of them then killed dozens of kilometers out of the orc legions before they finally saw the behemoth. Although it was still dozens of kilometers away, the behemoth was as tall as a dinosaur, was very visible from a distance. Chapter 129, giving you the chance to retreat. Breaking through dozens of kilometers again, and within these dozens of kilometers orc army after orc army. This, think about it, is exhausting. Niumu are a little tired, although the orcs can't break his defense for the time being, but he crashed all the way over dozens of kilometers, tired to the point of exhaustion. Fortunately, he has an aura to replenish. It's not that the orc battle line is hundreds of kilometers thick, but the battle here is fierce, and the orcs are all crowded towards here. all crowded over, is not a congestion. If we just talk about breaking through the defense line, they will not be able to break through even in 10,000 years, because the orcs will still come. Cavalry can break through, mainly because of the speed. The two of them are completely entangled by the orcs. How are you going to get over there? It seems like I don't need to go over, it's coming by itself. Lin Jian still had a way to get over there. Don't forget that he was also an A-ranked mage with a wind guard technique. He could do all the primary spells, it didn't matter if they weren't powerful enough, he could still stack them. The same goes for the wind guard technique, he could fly over like this, but the griffins in the air would cause no small amount of trouble. But now that the behemoth was coming over, it would save himself the trouble of risking his own life. It was better to be in a pile of orcs than in a swarm of griffins. Sure enough, it came over, humph, but it's a level 35 monster, I'm coming. Nyomu raised his shield and immediately went into a long dash. He actually broke through the crowded orc army, as if he was breaking through the water, charging straight towards the giant beast, which was 10 meters tall and had already arrived in front of them. Nyomu rushed over with the light, but after the blink of an eye, he was bounced back by the behemoth. Its defense is so thick, be careful. Just by smashing back, Nyomu also smashed quite a few orcs to death. This showed how thick Nyomu's defense was, but on second thought, the behemoth's defense was even more exaggerated. Wild monster, behemoth. Level, SS grade. Level, 35. Talent, King of Orcs, can lead an army of orcs, defense strengthened. Skills, Roar of Blood, can motivate the orc army to charge bravely. Manic Claws, use their huge front claws to cause sustained damage to the enemy, can strengthen the power when attacking. When Lin Jian saw this giant beast, he had a feeling of insignificance. The giant beast man stood up and also resembled a gorilla with a pair of giant hands to support the ground, while the claws on the giant hands were all longer than one, and were able to easily cut down large trees. Such a behemoth, although it was the type that ruled the legions, but the combat power was by no means low. Level 35 didn't seem high, but in fact, even if a second-turn berserker came over, it would be hard to kill it. Because the surrounding area was filled with its army, and there were griffins flying in the air, which were even higher-level monsters. The berserkers might not be able to break through this sea of orcs, compared to the paladin's defense, which was even tougher. But Lin Jian had his own way. Change life divine chain binding, focus. Life change hell whale. Change life gravity bind. The gravity bind was applied to prevent it from escaping, and at the same time the griffin in the air wouldn't be able to get close, and if it got close it would fall under 50 times the gravity, and there couldn't possibly be anything in the air within Lin Jian's spellcasting radius that could still fly. And the bigger the creature, the greater the feeling of gravity binding it. Because the bigger they were, their own original weight could crush them, and the larger they were, the more unfavorable they were. That's why the gravity bind was only applied before the behemoth fell to the ground unprepared. This time, Lin Jian wasn't afraid and didn't stop the surrounding orcs from attacking himself. Any attack they made would be reflected in their leader with 400 damage. Ow! The behemoth wailed towards the sky, which was obviously an orc attacking Lin Jian with a wolfsbane. Lin Jian didn't dodge in the slightest and was smashed over the head with the club. However, the behemoth was even worse off than him. Nyomu, who was still fighting in the pile of monsters, suddenly realized that the orcs next to him had slowed down their movements, as if they had suddenly entered some kind of sickly state, which was reflected in the 50x gravity. What's going on? They don't seem to have any strength left? You protect yourself, don't mind me, I'll kill this. Lin Jian walked towards the giant beast. It was hard to kill for others, it was different for him. As long as the divine chain was bound, Lin Jian didn't have any little monsters interfering. If you're capable, you'll all come together to fight me. 50 times the gravity, it's hard for such a giant beast to hold up. The bigger it is, the less it can hold up. But after all, it's still a legendary level boss monster. The behemoth roared furiously and still tried to stand up, waving its huge claws, and with this roar, the orcs around Lin Jian all got out of the way. Probably the behemoth also realized that the damage from attacking Lin Jian actually appeared on itself. And at this moment, Lin Jian was smiling badly while walking towards the behemoth. Come on, hit me. That expression was almost like a demon from the abyss, but demons weren't as creepy as him. Obviously the behemoth looked savage, but it possessed sufficient intelligence, otherwise how would it command an army? Faced with this situation, all it could think of was a killing blow. It realized that Lin Jian could trade lives with it, but it had a chance to wear Lin Jian down with its powerful defense. As long as its strike was enough to make Lin Jian fatal and kill it, it would never recover. I don't believe it, so small a human's ability to carry damage can be compared to a top boss like it? With another roar, the behemoth pounced over, extending its claws and slapping across the room. It was going to cut Lin Jian off at the waist. It was impossible for anyone to be alive in this state, right? However, the sharp claws only grabbed in halfway. A huge pain appeared on the behemoth. It actually couldn't grab anymore, as if all of its strength had poured out in an instant. The sharp claws were as good as grasping on it. Roar! There was another wail. It was 400 times the counter-injury. The claws had sliced into Lin Jian's spine. The spine was severely damaged and Lin Jian fell, but the behemoth itself followed suit and his attack couldn't even be completed. Lin Jian had been pierced in the claws of the behemoth, and the slightest tremor of the claws was a tremendous pain. However, this pain returned to expand 400 times. How much defense can you carry? The behemoth rolled on the ground. It threw out Lin Jian on its claws as well, but Lin Jian stood up again after a few rolls. At this point in time, the injuries on Lin Jian's body had already recovered, and at this point the battlefield fell into silence. With its spine broken, the behemoth was already lying down and couldn't move, and the surrounding legions of orcs looked at this scene and didn't dare to come forward. Behemoth's head is very powerful, defense is really high, but recovery ability cannot. Defense could be all about stopping surface damage, and for it to pierce Lin Jian was the same as hurting itself from the inside. Lin Jian walked over, one step at a time, and stepped onto the behemoth's body, standing at the highest point. I'll give you a chance to order your legions to retract, or I'll be rude. Standing on the giant behemoth's body, Lin Jian looked at the millions of orc armies in contempt and gave the order. Chapter 130. The Prophet is the pride of the National Vocational Academy. Lin Jian didn't make any further moves, because if he wanted to control the millions of beastmen, there had to be a leader. There was one characteristic: beasts were different from decent people. They lacked a sense of shame, which meant that they were perfectly capable of succumbing to the strong. You're powerful, then I'll submit to you. This was the simplest beastly nature. People can also have such a character, but not completely, because of the existence of the sense of shame, even if the mouth is hard, but also to the end of the bar. That's why people can't be convinced by fighting, but beasts can be convinced by fighting. At the same time Lin Jian gave the order, he saw all the orcs stop. The griffins flying in the sky also gradually went away. The surroundings seemed to be quiet, and Niumu also stopped and looked at the scene dumbfounded. Didn't see how Lin Jian was fighting with his hands either. Did that giant beast really feel that much pain? Lin Jian observed the situation around him and felt that he had taken control of these beastmen. Of course it wasn't complete control, it could only be said that he had stopped them from advancing. Complete control, that would have to be them doing whatever Lin Jian said. Niumu, you wait here for the rescuers to come. Huh? Then what are you doing? I'm escorting these beastmen back to keep them away from this god's domain. Where to? Lin Jian didn't know where to go. These beastmen weren't supposed to exist in the secret realm. How did they get here? That was why they needed to go and take a look. Lin Jian was thinking of a good excuse. Compared to the others, Lin Jian was more curious about this world and wanted to know what was going on. Why could people have these priesthood powers? Why were there so many monsters in the secret realm? Where did these monsters come from? Why did they still infest humans? And did the people in this world not think about all of this when they were always happily practicing? But Lin Jian sensed that someone in this world was hiding this. So long after arriving at the National Vocational Academy, no one had ever told Lin Jian about this. You just try out and think about it. Why do you think about it so much? Don't worry, I'll pay attention. I'm just afraid that these beastmen will repeat themselves. Lin Jian said, jumping off the behemoth and coming very close to it. Now the behemoth didn't dare to attack Lin Jian at all, because it completely understood that the only one who would suffer from attacking Lin Jian would be itself. Take your legions and leave this place, go back to where you came from. Lin Jian knew that this giant beast understood. It just wasn't like other boss monsters and couldn't dialogue. If the behemoth didn't have intelligence, it couldn't possibly command so many orc armies. Millions of armies required an extremely high degree of organization, which was also a great deal of intelligence. It was possible that the intelligence of these orcs was in a different direction than people, but certain areas could still be similar. The behemoth stood up, its enormous eyes glancing at Lin Jian. Such behemoths were very oppressive and unnerving in front of humans, but this time it was the tiny human who gave it a huge oppressive force, and what it deserved to suffer it had already suffered just now, and now it was all still in a weakened state. Lin Jian was pretty sure that in their simple wisdom, orcs would submit to the strong. To fight to the death for the sake of dignity, this kind of thing only humans would do. The behemoth threw its head back and roared, then turned around and walked away, dragging its weak steps. Lin Jian was curious as to how these orcs received the behemoth's orders. A million numbers put out as a vast area, relying on the roar alone wouldn't do it. It would require a tight degree of organization. How would the message be conveyed? The surrounding orcs follow, and then conduct to the far side. Interestingly, the degree of obedience of the orcs is also extremely high, and the combat power of such a race is extremely terrifying. Shouldn't the unruly ones be more fierce? That was a personal misunderstanding. The more willingly obedient a group was, the more amazing their fighting strength was because they could unite. Lin Jian decided to go follow and see. This should involve some secrets of the secret realm. After Lin Jian left, Niu Mu's side soon waited for reinforcements. Ji Wuyo had personally led the team over, and the ones he brought with him were the elite of the National Academy's professor team. What happened? Where are the others? The reason why Ji Wuyo personally arrived was actually only because of Linya, the highest genius of the National Vocational Academy since its inception. Just the prophet priesthood alone was enough to become a one-of-a-kind. Therefore, Linya must not be in trouble, and the National Vocational College could completely revolve around her now. Dean Ji, they're all over at the temple. With Linya protecting them, they should be fine, right? Linya protecting you guys? No, she didn't use the Great Prophecy technique, did she? That's not true. She seems to have used a chessboard to control those gargoyles. That's good, take me there. Wait. How did the orcs retreat? The first thing Ji Wuyo asked was also Linya. If it was Linya who drove away these millions of orc legions, then it must have been with the Great Prophecy technique. The National Academy is also determined not to allow this kind of thing. Linya's Great Prophecy technique can't be used easily. After asking to understand, Ji Wuyo was also relieved, before thinking of the threat of 1,000,000 orcs. It was Lin Jian who subdued the behemoths and then left with them. Oh. Ji Wuyo looked at the footprints on the ground, then looked out at the direction the footprints left, not knowing what he was thinking. Forget it, take us to the temple first, 2 teams are over there, make sure more people are safe. Actually, it was just ensuring Linya's safety. When Lin Jian's SSSS level priesthood didn't even have this treatment, it was obvious that the importance of the priesthood of prophet. It could be argued that it wasn't a priesthood, because a prophet would break the rules of the gods, and how it was born was still a mystery. Niu Mu brought the rescue team to the temple. The orcs here had also withdrawn, leaving only the mountains in shambles, showing the traces of the siege. And around the temple, Ji Wuyo saw neatly arrayed stone statue ghosts, with stone knights imposing themselves behind them, posing as dead guards, but now not moving at all, as if they were a group of statues. Not bad, this is the power of the prophet to counter-control these demonic units. Dean Ji, are all the monsters of the stone statue category magical creatures? Sort of, since they are different from other monsters and are not creatures themselves. Then in that case, the prophet can counter-control all monsters? Niu Mu also became curious. If he could do this, wouldn't the prophet be invincible? Ji Wuyo shook his head. We still don't have a complete understanding of the profession of prophet, so we need to protect student Linya. She is the pride of our National Vocational Academy, and there is no one in the Divine Vocational Academy who can match her. Unexpectedly, Ji Wuyo's evaluation was so high. Niu Mu was also a bit surprised. Often some priesthoods that didn't know what was going on appeared, such as Lin Jin's life-changing master. It showed that everyone didn't have a full understanding of all the priesthoods, but at least, the prophet had the ability to compel people. Dean Ji, I understand, at least the Star Ceremony Society, in the future, will guarantee the prophet's safety. As the head of Star Ceremony, Niu Mu was very sensible, which was a necessary quality to be a big brother. Chapter 131 A powerful person from another world. Among the many unknown priesthoods, some were sought after while others were not well received. That unpopular one, Lin Jian, was currently following the giant beasts and escorting the orc legions back. To know where they came from, let's see where they return to now. Soon enough, the legions of orcs came to the heel of a huge void gate and walked in as a group. By the time Lin Jian arrived, the orc legion had already gone part way in. Over there, is that another realm? Lin Jian was puzzled. Was there specifically a world of orcs? The giant beasts weren't able to answer him, and Lin Jian didn't have the ability to communicate with any creatures, not this kind of priesthood. Suddenly, the giant void door shimmered, and a ball of light drilled out of it. Lin Jian wasn't thoughtfully prepared and was blinded by the light, but after the light passed, he actually saw a woman. An extremely bewitching woman. She wasn't just good-looking, she had that kind of charm that she carried in her bones. Wild monster, Fox Clan. Level, unknown. Rank, unknown. Talent, unknown. Surprisingly, the Divine Realm system didn't know anything about this. This clearly looked like an extremely beautiful woman, but it was marked as a wild monster. This must be an avatar, Lin Jian understood, because she had come out of the orc world. Human, you're special. Who are you? My seduction works on anyone, but you seem to have 2 souls, and I don't even know which one to seduce. Her voice was also extremely seductive, it was simply crispy to the bone, and she couldn't carry it off just by listening to it. Lin Jian had seen a lot of beautiful women in his 2 lifetimes, but basically they were all just beautiful in appearance. This one was definitely different from previous beauties. Anything on her body seemed to be seducing, making it a little hard for Lin Jian to tense up. But like she said, Lin Jian has 2 lives, and the soul aspect may be more complicated. This was something that confused even the divine altar, not to mention her being a foreigner. Is that why the charm is not working? I don't know why, but Lin Jian sounds and feels pity. To really be charmed by her, how demoralizing it would have to be, with nothing but pleasure, whereas the reality was a lot more to consider. She had probably only just entered the God realm through this void gate, so the God realm hadn't recognized her for what she was. Who the hell are you to fight me? Warrior, I'm not cut out for a fight, and I don't want to. Besides, do you want to give it up? She again hooked a smile, giving the impression that she is specialized in that thing. But the strength was indeed powerful, more powerful than even this behemoth, as the divine realm didn't even recognize her now. Fox Clan? Was that the only generalized identity? Why did you appear here, over there? Is your world? Cluck, young warrior, there are things you're better off not knowing. She lightly moved her lotus steps, her feet actually did not wear shoes and socks, and her crystal-like pearl jade toes actually did not touch the ground. I have you to thank for not killing these orcs and returning them. Then you might be overestimating me. With that many, I can't finish killing them. Oh, you really can't finish killing them? Lin Jian couldn't say, but it would definitely be tiring to kill, and it wasn't suitable for too many targets with his means. Lin Ya's great prophecy technique would definitely be able to exterminate these orcs, but it would be extremely costly. The physical damage Lin Jian could carry, but if Lin Ya was toppled into the wind, it wouldn't be easy in the future. Lin Jian didn't know what to say. Should he fight, or make a friend? The beautiful woman looked at Lin Jian and didn't say anything. She smiled sweetly and walked towards him until she was very close to him. Lin Jian just watched as the beautiful woman approached him. A burst of aroma hit him, and to be honest, almost fainted. And the beautiful woman approached him as if she was all set to throw herself into an embrace, the tip of her tiny nose sniffing at his neck. I remember you, but why are you so calm and not afraid that I will suddenly strike? Didn't you say you wouldn't fight? Lin Jian joked, because he wouldn't be afraid that this woman would suddenly strike, and the first to die would definitely be the giant beast. Because up until now Lin Jian hadn't withdrawn his bindings. If she made a move, he would bind her. If she was really that strong, Lin Jian could at least make her feel the pain, right? That's why Lin Jian is different from others. It doesn't matter if you lean in even closer, I'm just afraid you won't hit me. It feels like you're not ordinary. The future is still worth looking forward to. The beautiful woman said, suddenly pulling on her long hair, cutting off a strand with the sharp jewelry on her white wrist, then pulling over Lin Jian's hand. She actually wrapped a strand of her long hair around Lin Jian's wrist. What are you doing? In the future, if there is a future, I want us to be friends. I'm asking what you're doing like this? Tying up your heart, giggle. Not to tease you, this is a mark. Anyway, it is good for you, where a high-level orc notices this mark, at least it will not actively attack you. She was indeed an orc, but the morphing was a bit too high-end, and Lin Jian was a bit uncomfortable fighting monsters. It would take a hideous appearance to go down, and it was really a bit difficult for her to do so. Not actively attacking me? What kind of favor is that? I still have to fight orcs to upgrade. LOL, feel free to fight, it doesn't matter much, orcs kill each other more than once anyway. Then I don't understand if you are like this, grateful that I don't kill them and allow me to kill them later? Whether we kill or not between us is trivial, the key is why do you want to kill? She smiled sweetly again, and even came over, to kiss like. Lin Jian subconsciously avoided it, then the beautiful woman giggled and flew away, flying towards the void door. The next moment the beautiful woman disappeared into the door. Lin Jian did want to go over and take a look, but he didn't quite dare in a situation like this. Witch, come out and tell me what's going on. You want to know who she is? She's the Fox Clan, don't you know that? I don't know, is that the world of the orcs over there? Can I go over there? Now you'd better not go over there, can't come back. But what does she mean? I know, just now she asked you, why do you kill? It's the god that makes you kill, so that among the constant killing of each other, you will be able to improve yourself, and then go to pay tribute to the god. These words were a bit off-putting to hear, meaning that God raised man like a pig. Pigs provided people with meat, while humans provided God with faith and helped God strengthen himself. The witch seemed to still be compelling Lin Jian. You know how they do it. It's your priesthood. By obtaining the priesthood, you establish communication with the god, and at the same time, the god can extract cultivation from you guys. That's the power of faith. This kind of cultivation is very comfortable, isn't it? There's a world of people who help God cultivate. Each of you are a part of God's cultivation. It's like collecting taxes. But again, you are controlled by the priesthood all the time. You think it's an honor, but it's actually a shackle. Chapter 132 will take this temple. Not to mention, if compulsion was nonsense, there would be no market for it. So what the witch said, 80% of it was true, but the fact that she said it from a different angle gave people a feeling of being enslaved. That was actually the case, enslaved indeed. Lin Jian thought carefully, what did the gods actually do? They gave humans the priesthood, which is to establish a connection with the gods. This priesthood is a bridge for people to communicate with the gods, but the gods won't communicate any thoughts with you, only strength. You have to keep trying to become stronger to gain the gods' approval. At the same time, your efforts, by the god to extract a part. What do you get in the end? People still die, and then the god starts raising the next one. Isn't this just like raising pigs? What do you want by telling me this? Are you willing to be raised like an inferior creature by them? Saying this to me means that you demon race also want to be like them, right? You're right, and I won't hide that. The demonists also stopped pretending. What we are looking forward to is, like them, controlling you humans. It's all about giving slavery to people anyway, to whoever is not the same, and when the day comes that we take the place of the gods, it's just a change of name. Lin Jian nodded. It was also true, who stipulated that gods were supreme. It was all defined by man. God and devil, but just two different words. If someone grows up telling you that God is bad, God is evil, then the devil becomes the supreme being on the devil altar today, and the one who accepts it is the devil position. There's no difference, just a different word. But there is one thing, supreme, why can't it be a human? Lin Jian did not continue to discuss this point with the witch, because the strength is not enough. Not enough strength to say anything is bull. Yelling blindly will only make people laugh. When you have this strength, only then are you qualified to talk about this. Everyone fights for a position. The devils think they are qualified to replace the gods. You can hear me talking to others? Then that assistant professor of your clergy academy. You demon race people, and I said those, you also know it, he wants to replace you out. I'm still considering. What are you considering? Not wanting to have the strong power of the demon race. Let's not talk nonsense. Okay, you and I both know that's a lie. But the symbiotic blood oath, it exists. It's also the same as you exchanging your life, only it's permanently bound. If you were to kill yourself, he wouldn't survive. Isn't that sincere enough? Lin Jian looked around to see that the orcs were almost gone, and turned back himself. As for what the witch said, it was actually compelling and unimportant. Things have to be looked at from both sides. He wants to be symbiotic with me. Is he worthy? Are you kidding me? He's a general of the demon clan. That's because you guys think I'm unimportant as the gods are, high and mighty, and you think you're giving me favors? My perspective is different. I don't think he's worthy, he's just not worthy. When Lin Jian returned to the temple, Ji Wuyo had already been waiting here for a long time. The National Academy experts who had come to the rescue had already circled around several times to make sure the place was safe. When Lin Ye saw him, he pounced over. Brother, are you alright? It's fine. Dean Ji is also here? Dean Ji had a serious look on his face and nodded at Lin Jian. It's good that you're okay. We didn't expect this accident. There are still unsafe places in this god's domain. It seems like we need to step up the restoration work. Lin Jian looked around at the others and asked in surprise, all waiting for me? Yu Ling said at this moment, it's not even Linya that Dean Ji wants to take someone out right away. She must wait for you to come back. That's right, Ji Wuyo never saw Lin Jian as important. He was just curious about that SSSS ranked priesthood. As for Linya, one could see the favoritism of the national priesthood, and everything was centered around her. Even if Lin Jian and Linya were siblings, the State Career Academy wouldn't change anything because of that. The division was clear. Unless Linya specifically requested it, they wouldn't even wait for Lin Jian. Of course Linya's safety came first. However, the National Vocational College taking such good care of Linya was also something Lin Jian was willing to see. Dean Ji, this place has been restored, right? It's hard to say, but we'll definitely restore this divine domain, so please don't worry, students. Then this time, our team is considered to have made a merit in the divine domain, right? Yes, the academy will reward you all. Ji Wuyo also had to admit that Lin Jian's team, even though they were all first turners, had saved another second turners team. Linya had defended the temple so that the orcs couldn't breach it, while Lin Jian had directly made the orcs retreat. Otherwise the other team were all second turns, so what, head on hard against an army of 1,000,000 orcs, it would still be a tragedy. For Linya, they are convinced, even in the first turn, after all, is a prophet. And Lin Jian. is still more or less looking down on him as a priesthood, feeling still chicken ribs. It is not decent to exchange lives with people. Lin Jian doesn't care how they look at it, it doesn't matter. Then can I apply for a reward now? Oh, what kind of reward do you want? I think this temple is good, it's enough for my team to try out until turn 2, so I'm applying for this temple in the God's domain to temporarily belong to our squad's turf until after we ascend to turn 2. In other words, Lin Jian's team was going to hijack this place to practice. This was a divine domain, the academy letting you in once was an extremely rare opportunity. Limited resources were given to geniuses to use, and most of Lin Jian's team was what. However, Lin Jian had emphasized that they should be rewarded for their merits. Besides, there was Linya on the team, she was the most valued current student of the National Vocational Academy, it wasn't too much to ask, right? When Lin Jian said that, the star ceremony clubs beside him all went red in the eyes. What kind of class are you, opening your mouth and negotiating with the academy? The 5 major clubs don't have you so justifiably asking for an occupation. After determining that the temple will be occupied for a long time, Lin Jian and the others will come to practice when they want to. Other people must be envious. Lin Jian can even ignore the arrangements of the academy and enter here at will. Usually the academy wouldn't agree to such excessive requests, but this time was clearly different. Alright, let's fix this God's domain first, and until Linya turns 2, this place in the temple will be yours. Ji Wuyo actually agreed, and the team from the Star Ceremony Society next to him looked dumbfounded. None of the 5 major societies had such a face, but they had to admit that Lin Jian had indeed made a great achievement by driving away the orc legions. Not even mentioning his sister, that was an SSS ranked seer, an existence that even the Divine Clergy Academy didn't dare to compare to. Although the 5 major societies were the elite of the National Vocational Academy, compared to the Divine Vocational Academy, other people's geniuses were even more bullish, right? Therefore, right now Linya is the only one in the National Vocational Academy that can hold a hand and dare to show off in front of the Divine Vocational Academy. Chapter 133. They've finally broken up. Having a fixed piece of land to practice on helped Lin Jian's team a lot. He chose the temple because it was the most suitable place, there weren't many monsters, and the leveling was enough for them to practice. At the same time, Linya had control over the temple and nothing would happen. So Ji Wuyo agreed and made sure that Lin Jian's 1 squad all leveled up to turn 2. Next, the hospital repaired the divine domain, and Lin Jian led the team here to start practicing constantly. If there was another orc army advancing, Linya would still be able to defend this place, and Lin Jian would still be able to expel the orc legions. The risk was manageable, and in fact, such an accident wouldn't happen a second time. Lin Jian also saw his sister's strength, he was only relieved to be able to practice in such a place. As for the conditions on the demon side, Lin Jian hung back for now, indeed, he didn't have much leverage to talk about anything right now. The first point was that his own strength had to be raised. So one would have to keep practicing, although Lin Jian also believed in those words of the Demoness. God gave human strength to kill each other with the creatures of other worlds, right in the God's domain, marking the creatures of other worlds as monsters, and gaining strength by killing them, while extracting the strength of humans. Indeed, they were high and mighty, and did not care about the deaths and lives of humans. But what could he do now? Lin Jian could only go along this path for now. Waiting for the day when he had the strength to be able to properly talk to these strong people, he did think he had the qualifications, but it was no use just thinking it himself. When the strength arrived and really forced them to talk to you, everything would fall into place. On the other hand, Lin Jian did think that the devil race wasn't qualified to be symbiotic with himself. That's what he thinks. What can you demon race do? But how do you explain it on the evergreen side? Lin Jian has to think of a good way, and there is still time. By then, if you do not agree, the demon race may lose patience and have to move the means, because it is impossible to let you keep holding the witch hostage. The self-esteem of the demon race can be much stronger than the human race, and just being coerced by someone they are very irritated. If this thing doesn't play out well, it's possible that the demon race will retaliate after saving the Demoness. Just because of this, Lin Jian didn't agree to Chang Qing's conditions right away, and with the witch in hand, he still had to coax Lin Jian. But in the past few days, Xin Shou began to be out of sorts. She and Lin Jian both seemed preoccupied when they contacted each other and acted inexplicably. While Lin Jian was busy practicing, he received strange messages from her from time to time. Finally, she asked Lin Jian to go to the clergy academy again. Going to the clergy academy seemed to be the norm, and Lin Jian always swaggered over. This highest academy that felt sacred to everyone, now Lin Jian's fame was bigger than even the students of their own school, and walking down the road attracted countless gazes, harder to attract than looking at a beautiful woman, one biting the dust. How did a saying go? I like it when you guys can't stand to look at me and can't me over. Having already been planted twice, no matter how brainwashed the students of the Divine Office Academy were, they wouldn't openly challenge. Those with a high rank, the Divine Clergy Academy wouldn't allow them to challenge them either. That would be a loss of face for the Divine Clergy Academy. So Lin Jian estimated that the next time they were going to come, it would definitely be a dirty trick. This time, Lin Jian waved once more, and Qin Xiu invited him to dinner at the Divine Office Academy, Envy. Everyone else was lining up to invite the school flower to dinner, but only Lin Jian, he was raised by the school flower. What was even more infuriating was that when Qin Xiu went to make the arrangements, Long Kor actually showed up and said a few words to Lin Jian, and she actually laughed. There's no such thing as heavenly reason. Who in the Divine Vocational College has ever seen Long Kor smile before? So Qin Xiu came back from ordering food and asked about this. Oh, didn't say anything to her either, I just told a joke. It seems like you still take the initiative to attract women when I'm around. Hey, I'm like this because I see her with a stern face all day, not to do anything. This you are also sour? Because everyone knows that we have a relationship like this, that's why it's like this. The next moment, Lin Jian was surprised to hear Qin Xiu say this sentence, let's break up. Feelings are not real at all, the two are only perceived as that kind of relationship. In reality, they did nothing, not to mention those superficial things, even if it is a heart-to-heart has not been, such as both sides of the bottom of the people are not clear. Do you call this a boyfriend and girlfriend? To be honest, the two of them should at least say some heartfelt words to confirm their attitude. But even this has not been, you now say break up. Lin Jian has no involvement. Is it because I said so much to that Long Kor? Not really, it's just that I think the two of us are pretty far apart and can't possibly be together. The words were all reasonable, but Lin Jian felt wrong when he listened to them. You said something about the door not being right, and the two of them not having enough of an emotional foundation. That was true. Lin Jian had to admit that he didn't even have the feeling of being in love. At least the relationship between the two didn't get to that point, it was all forced out. There was also a real gap in their status. They were the schoolgirl and the first genius of the freshmen in the Divine Vocational Academy. It made sense to look down on Lin Jian like this, but it just felt a little weird. Can you make it clearer? Is there something I don't know? That's it, I'm feeling tired. Then Qin Xiu stood up and left, throwing down Lin Jian to sit there. The dishes weren't even served. Lin Jian was dumbfounded, not the slightest bit involved. It is reasonable to say that his own feelings right now should be very painful, self-esteem brushed up. There is a kind of shame of being looked down upon by his noble girlfriend. But not at all. If the emotion is there, then certainly we'll say something like don't deceive the youth poor. But now Lin Jian feels that he has no position to say this. What's it to me? As Lin Jian was confused, some of the students from the Divine Office Academy beside him burst out laughing. They finally broke up, huh? I told you, how could the first genius be interested in this Yakuza? This kid is not bad for beating a second-turn berserker, but he's just too flaky and actually dares to step on two boats in public. How marvelous he thinks he is. Hey, in the end he won't get one. These people were doing it on purpose. The mocking words were all said very loudly. If Lin Jian couldn't hear them, wouldn't it be a waste of expression? And Lin Jian was indeed quite embarrassed. Now that the dishes were up, he was sitting here all by himself. Feet in two boats? Lousy hasn't even stretched his legs yet, how is he stepping on two boats? Just in time, he saw that Long Kor was still not far away, so let's step on one. So he reached out and greeted, Kor, have you eaten yet? Want to eat something together? The mocking group of people immediately silenced their voices, their gazes all looked towards Long Kor. This ice fairy was always cold to others, this time she actually rolled up to the tip of this scandal. Was she moved to true love? Now that Qin Xiu had revealed Lin Jian's true colors, the ice fairy should also ignore him, right? However, what the crowd didn't expect was that Long Kor actually gladly walked over and sat down. No heavenly reason. Chapter 134, Giving Lin Jian a Boost. All the students of the Divine Office Academy looked on with itching teeth, not realizing that one had just left and someone would immediately fill in. Lin Jian was already a public enemy in everyone's mind, and now he had turned into a great demon. But none of this mattered. Lin Jian didn't care what they thought. Terrific, and then one-on-one. And Long Kor was actually more innocent than everyone. She was cold not because she loathed anything, but was already like this, so she didn't understand that this was not a good time to go over and sit. She would be gossiped about or something. Since she didn't understand, she didn't need to bother with that. I'm not eating, you eat, I'm already full. Long Kor didn't mind in the slightest, saying that she had already sat down. What she said wasn't polite, but whatever she said was what she had in mind. Just because it was too pure, she definitely wouldn't be polite to you for so long. Lin Jian also didn't care what Long Kuer thought, first asked about the situation. My relationship with Qin Xiao, you know, right? Well, she's your girlfriend. Just now, she suddenly broke up with me, you saw it, right? I didn't notice, why? Long Kuo was also confused. It's not like she knew anything about this, and she didn't know what had just happened. There were people who looked like ice fairies on the surface but were actually very pure. Lin Jian had tricked her into selling her at this point. Probably she wouldn't even realize it, but Lin Jian wouldn't dare. After all, people were powerful behind them. Because I talked to other beauties. Oh, you moved on and looked at someone else? No, it's just ordinary talking. It might be misunderstood? Then that doesn't make sense. She should at least figure it out first. There can't be another reason, right? Who said only straight men talk like this? Straight women also talk like this. Long Kuo's heart wasn't even that bent, and she directly went towards the root of the problem. Lin Jian slammed the table. That's what I thought. No one would be so inexplicable. To say that Qin Xiao and Lin Jian were already in a romantic relationship, that was definitely not true because the two were not in this state. But to say that Qin Xiao didn't have any good feelings for Lin Jian at all, that wasn't right either, otherwise she wouldn't have even bothered to take the blame. Which girl have you ever seen willing to rumor with a guy she doesn't have a crush on? So this was strange. If she didn't have any other pressures, she categorically wouldn't be reacting this way. Look at Long Kuo, this reaction is normal, too rational. If you ignored her looks that made people want to go up and bully her to death just by looking at her, it felt so natural to talk to a brother. I see, I'll ask for you. Long Kuo actually wasn't that typical girl's character. She wouldn't waste time with you, but rather point straight to the main contradiction of the problem. Feeling that this had a problem, she would immediately ascertain this problem. It wasn't like she didn't have power. After a flurry of inquiries, Long Kuo found out the root cause. I asked, she rejected the vice dean's son when she first joined the school. Then you showed up and she announced your relationship. The latest news I received, that big young man put pressure on their Qin family. What kind of rational girl is this? She finished the story logically without any suspense. And before and after are not a bit of nonsense, clear and understandable. Lin Jian listened dumbfounded. It was no wonder, with a personality like Long Kuo's, people in general were probably a bit uncomfortable. So it's like this, then it's not surprising. What's going to happen to her, being forced to be with that what's-her-name vice dean's son? That depends on herself. Normally, the Divine Office wouldn't let this kind of bullying occur between students, but there's no way around it, because the one he's putting pressure on is the Qin family. Outside of the Divine Office, the Divine Office can't control it either. In other words, if Qin Xiao succumbed to that great young man's pressure, she could only resign herself to the situation. After all, no matter what, her Qin family was also a party of power, much more important than herself. Lin Jian wouldn't be some kind of love brain and say something brainless like you are the most important. The actual chain of relationships would be very complicated, and absolute strength was both simple and not simple at the same time. It was reasonable for Qin Xiao to have that kind of choice under duress. She only had a crush on Lin Jian anyway, not to the point of loving him to death, and it also depended on whether or not she had a strong character and would submit. To replace it with one like Lin Jian, the more she pushed, the more she came on. You can't let her go? Why don't I help you, so that the Qin family's side reduces the pressure a little? No, there's no need for that. You saved me. Are you embarrassed to let me help, or do you think that my family's power can't handle this matter? Neither. This matter is complicated to say the least. Lin Jian organized his words, not knowing what to say. First point, she and I aren't together yet, the kind that determines a lifelong life, you understand, both sides still have choices. Secondly, I can't represent her, I can't make decisions without her asking for help. I'm not in a position to make choices on her behalf. Right now all I'm capable of is minding my own business. This is the kind of thing you can't say to the average girl. They're sure to say, you're all indifferent and don't care about me at all. So what? There would be no need to explain this. They would give up their power of choice. If you don't actively fight for it, then I won't follow you. There's really no need to change when it comes to this situation because it's a unification of two people's opinions, and first you have to express your own wishes instead of hoping that a man will snatch you away like something. Overbearing life? No, Lin Jian couldn't reach that level right now. I see. See, Long Kuo accepted this logic just fine. It's a matter of two people. Things will only come to fruition when you choose her, and at the same time she has to choose you. She's hesitant right now, so you don't need to do anything. Lin Jian nodded, almost in tears. This was the understanding. Long Kuo stood up. I still have things to do. If you need help, you can call me anytime. Okay, don't eat some before you go? I am not good at eating a lot of things. Long Kor coldly refused. Of course, it looked that way to others. But Lin Jian knew that she was simply speaking her mind, and on the surface her emotional intelligence wasn't very high. Alright then, you get busy. And if you choose me, I'll choose you. Lin Jian was dumbfounded. Was this a confession she would actually blush too? Long Kor was holding back a strong sense of shame to leave. Lin Jian instead felt more at ease with this one, because the two were too talkative. There was nothing to be said about this character. This was the part that was missing with Qin Xiu. Definitely not that kind of vulgarity. This is not something you can get by spending some money. But Lin Jian looked at Long Kor's back and thought of another thing. Is it a tactic of the demon race? Could it be that they're putting intensity on me here, adding their own chips? Thinking this, Lin Jian dialed Evergreen's number. Chapter 135. You dare challenge the demon race. It was only dialed but hung up again, and at this time, Evergreen walked out from the side. This made Lin Jian even more puzzled. Did you do this? You mean that weapon master? How could it be? Our demon race wouldn't be so boring. Then why are you following me? You're not going to say you just happened to be here, are you? Of course I had to follow you. You still haven't answered about the witch. It shouldn't be him. The demons wouldn't do such a boring thing. There's nothing to be gained by splitting people up. That's not what the demons want. They figure it can be big, but it's also too hard. Thinking of this, Lin Jian twisted his head to look at the altar of the gods not far away. Of course there is an altar of the gods in the Divine Clergy Academy. I just don't know if these devils will be. They are definitely not a match for the gods, and there is this strength to have robbed them early tomorrow. Put it this way, the priesthood courtyard is a bit ironic. As the highest clergy academy that everyone looks up to, it actually hides a demonic mole. This is something I have to think about. You know, if it's not done right, the consequences will be severe. Aren't you just afraid that I'll cross the river and break the bridge, afraid that I'll still make a move on you after releasing the demoness? Isn't that a symbiotic blood oath? I can't possibly kill you. I'll die if I kill you. This binding you should understand. Of course Lin Jian understood, this should exist, and the devils had already lowered their voices enough. It looked like the demon girl was important to them, making this demon general sacrifice so much to save it. However, Lin Jian didn't believe that he would be so honest. They would definitely still be tampering somewhere. At the same time, Lin Jian felt that he didn't deserve to be symbiotic with him. So Lin Jian was still looking at the altar next to him without saying anything, pondering if there were other ways to deal with the demon race. Evergreen was on fire. What kind of attitude is that, not speaking again? I know the mental state of you humans, you just don't believe me. It seems that I really need to use some means on you. This thing about your girlfriend, it's not me, it's too childish. If it's me who does it, it will definitely be directed at your most effective places, such as your sister, don't you think so? That's right, what girlfriend? Now Lin Jian and Qin Xiu are not in the state. As for his sister, she was Lin Jian's real weakness, and once Lin Jian heard this, he turned his head and stared at Evergreen. Killing intent instantly came up. The demon race could sense people's emotions the most. Their spiritual power was very powerful. Oh, I got it right, you've got murderous intent towards me. If you talk about my sister again, I will really kill someone. Ha ha ha. You scare me. I'm not a human, and you're only a first turn. No human can defeat a demon. If the witch hadn't been seriously injured twice, could she have been captured by you? It seems that keeping you is really a scourge. Lin Jian's killing heart was already incomparably resolute. Do you think I can't kill you? I have at least 2 ways to kill you. Evergreen looked as if he had heard some kind of joke. Fine, then challenge me. I can let you try. He stepped out and came to the wide area of the square, drawing his sword and pointing it at Lin Jian. The surrounding people instantly looked dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on as Lin Jian also walked out. Ah, this handsome assistant professor is going to duel with someone? Doesn't the Divine Clergy Academy not allow private fights? All challenges have to go to the gladiator arena. No, his opponent is that foreign school's Lin Jian, you know, that's the one who dug up 2 school flowers. Wow, this has to be mobbed. What's going on? Is the assistant teacher looking at one of the schoolgirls? Assistant professors are also teachers. It seems like they're qualified to duel, as long as they're challenged by students. The crowd was buzzing. Lin Jian walked across to Evergreen and didn't move to look at him. In terms of opponents, what Lin Jian was facing this time was indeed the most powerful opponent he had ever had. Although Chang Qing was an assistant professor, he was a demon, and even a few deans from the Divine Office Academy might not be his opponent. Since this was the case, was it possible for Lin Jian to win? Everyone be witnesses. I'm Lin Jian from the National Vocational Academy, and I'm going to challenge your Divine Vocational Academy's assistant professor, Chang Qing. The students exploded, all excitedly discussing and chattering in a chaotic manner. There was no need to hear what they had to say. There were too many happy people, and many felt that Lin Jian, the prick, was not really easy to deal with if he was looking for a student, because it was dangerous to fight him even if he was the same level as him, whereas to be somewhat sure of himself, he would have to be at least level 40. And more than 40 level is also embarrassed to go to challenge the 10 or 20 level freshman it. So it's awkward here. I didn't expect. Lin Jian actually saw death by himself. The boys are happy to bloom. If this kid is gone here, at least the school flower will not be abducted by a foreign school. People in a collective, more or less a sense of honor, although the school flower had nothing to do with them either. You're still really fierce, out-of-school student, but this time you're considered to be at the end of the line. That's right, you think you're too good to be true just because you beat up a few students who just turned 2? Can you be an assistant teacher without some strength? I heard that anyone who challenges you has to sign a life and death contract. Don't wimp out this time. Yeah, don't be a wimp, let's do it again. Immediately, some boys set fire to the taunts. Let's see how you're going to act this time. All of them were praying that the assistant teacher wouldn't stay back. Lin Jian had already defeated several of their geniuses, and even killed one of them. This time, no matter what, they couldn't let Lin Jian win, or else where would the Divine Profession Academy put its face? It wasn't a matter of winning or losing, they felt that they shouldn't let Lin Jian leave alive this time. Ha ha ha, you're aware of the Demon Clan. Where did you get the guts to dare challenge the Demon Clan? The two of them were close, and Evergreen chuckled lowly. You don't think you're emboldened just because you're holding a demoness? Do you think that the demon race is afraid of death? Dare to provoke like this? I'm only giving you this face because I don't want things to get out of hand. If you think you've taken hold of the demon race, you're very wrong. Even if you threaten the demoness, the demon race won't let humans ride on their heads. I'll use your life to sacrifice the demoness. How about it, or symbiosis with me? Letting the witch go will be better for everyone. It looked like Evergreen was also resolute. Indeed, being taunted by humans like this, the demon race would feel ashamed. If he pushed any further, the demon race would also fight for their lives. He was warning Lin Jian not to get carried away. Symbiosis? With you? You're not worthy. This sentence Lin Jian finally said. Originally he didn't take it seriously on Qin Shou's side tonight, mainly because Evergreen mentioned his sister, which couldn't be forgiven. To actually threaten him with his sister, one could only say that he stepped on the thunder with precision. I take your witch, you threaten me with your sister, fine, then a fight to the death. This battle, life and death, there is no limit. Assistant Professor Evergreen, do you accept my challenge? In an instant, the cacophony of the surrounding Divine Office Academy students stopped instead. They were stunned. This kid is crazy, right? You are able to challenge over the level and fight to the second turn is very impressive, but the assistant teacher of the Divine Office Academy is also a teacher. How can he be even inferior to a student? This kid's brain must have been caught by the door, coming to seek death like this. Chapter 136 Physical attacks are ineffective against demons. Was Lin Jian crazy? He looked crazy to everyone, and he looked even crazier to Evergreen. What kind of existence is the demon race that's going to replace the gods? And Evergreen is also a leading light in the demon race. No matter how powerful you are no match for the demon race, and in the future, you will be your god. If another person didn't know about the real existence of the demon race, then there was something to be said. But Lin Jian clearly knew. He wouldn't think that he could beat the demon race just because he had captured the severely injured demoness, would he? Fine, I'll accept it. I have to say, amongst the humans, you're considered to have balls. After thinking about it all these days, instead of compromising, you're going to fight for your life. I don't want to be like this either, but how big of a joke is it for you, a human, to try to scare the demon race? With any compromise, there was also a bottom line. The demon clan wanted to exchange the demoness back, to compromise with Lin Jian, and hadn't wanted to exchange his cheap human life. But if Lin Jian gave his face, then the devil race couldn't afford to lose this person. You can even scare the devil race. How can the devil race still dominate you in the future? Compared to losing their lives, the demon race does not want to see this joke, so Lin Jian will not turn back until he hits the south wall. When it really came to this moment of killing, the students of the Divine Office Academy were surprisingly quiet. Because they were truly feeling the killing aura this time, which had never been seen in previous challenges. Just a short distance away, Qin Shou also came over because this side was really too conspicuous, and then she saw this scene. What's going on? Could it be that I proposed to break up and he couldn't accept it? Qin Shou blamed herself a bit. She blamed herself. This was a bit too sudden for Lin Jian. No, she had to stop this duel. Just about to go forward to stop it, she was pulled by a hand next to her, turning her head to see that it was actually Long Cour. You? Don't go, that's his fight. He's fighting because of me. Don't think of yourself as too important. At the same time, he won't be a reckless person. If he's that shallow, he wouldn't have the qualifications to be your boyfriend, so he must have thought about this battle. You can see his determination from his aura. Long Kor said indifferently, now, do you still want to go and stop a battle between men? Shinsho froze. Wasn't this for her own sake? She had heard that men would fall into madness after losing their love. But right now, Lin Jian's aura wasn't crazy, it was resolute, without any leeway. But where did he get the strength to deal with an assistant professor? Do you know him well? Long Kor asked again. Shinsho didn't say anything. Indeed, her understanding of Lin Jian seemed to be about the same as everyone else's, nothing too important. Lin Jian's things were spread all over the Divine Clergy Academy. Thinking about the past, Lin Jian really isn't an impulsive person. When he was in the Xie family, Lin Jian that wasn't impulsive, there was no way back. For his sister he could only do this. Then it is the same now, and there are people who touch the scale. The devil, so what? Light as you ponder human. Lin Jian is also pondering them. He was negotiating with the demon race, but any negotiation was based on strength, this Lin Jian understood. So these days, one of the questions in Lin Jian's head was directed at the demon race. Change of life, divine chain binding, focus. Life change, hell whale. The talent was immediately cast, locking onto Evergreen, who stood calmly still. As a demon, he clearly felt that Lin Jian had locked onto him, but he didn't panic at all. Looking down at his sword blade, he said indifferently, this hand of yours really gives many people a headache, but it's useless against me. Really? Then try it, already. To be fair, this talent of yours is enough to make any human fear. No one can afford to be hurt with such intensity. Evergreen took a deep breath. Too bad your opponent isn't human, sorry about that, which? He didn't make a big move. He just jabbed forward so abruptly that it didn't even look like he could reach Lin Jian. However, at that moment, a bloody hole immediately appeared in Lin Jian's chest, piercing through his heart. Wow, so fast. The onlookers of the Divine Office Academy students didn't know what to say. This was strength. Even the most gifted geniuses had to go through years of training before they could achieve such speed and such attack power. This hand of Evergreen's could be described as a simple, straightforward stab, not fancy in the slightest. And Lin Jian was even less fancy, as the 400x damage had already returned. Lin Jian just swayed and immediately stood firm, while his wounds were rapidly recovering. Evergreen also stiffened for a moment. Looking down at his chest, he smiled, not bad, this damage is big enough, no wonder you have the confidence to challenge any opponent, I can feel it, but you're forgetting what the demon race is. Demons aren't humans, we are mentally powerful beings. Physical? If your damage only stays physical, it won't work on me in the slightest. Don't believe me, then go ahead and see if I'll die. Lin Jian's heart stirred slightly as he remembered that berserker from last time, the final demonization stage. At that time, he had already killed that berserker, but the power of demonization still kept his opponent fighting. Meaning that the demon race would be able to ignore physical injuries and continue to fight? They could even treat their bodies as zombies, and any more serious injuries wouldn't affect their mental power in the slightest. At the same time, Evergreen's level was also very high, registering as level 45 in the Clergy Academy's file. None of this mattered, the demons seemed to be able to perfectly avoid Lin Jian's rebound damage. In that case, wouldn't Lin Jian be in danger? Electric shock, stack. He started trying to stack primary spells, but this move was powerful as hell, and the forward swing was too long. Evergreen quickly sensed what Lin Jian was doing. Of course he wouldn't let him stack enough layers. This move is not feasible to use in combat. Do you think forbidden spells are that good to release? Face-to-face combat is like a joke. Immediately after that, Evergreen seemed to be floating over, sword light waving in his hand. He didn't seem to use any skills at all, and the tip of his sword sliced through a wound on Lin Jian's body. Lin Jian wasn't afraid of these injuries either, but it could interrupt any of his other movements. That sword could easily cut off Lin Jian's arm. It wasn't something that could be defended against by a dominant body. Luckily, Lin Jian now also had a corresponding undead battle body with enough toughness, otherwise with these few blows, his level 20 strength would have already been dismantled by Evergreen, and he had never imagined that the gap was that big. So big that it made people feel a little desperate, and Evergreen was bleeding on his body, but he wasn't afraid. One had to know that at this point, the damage that Evergreen was facing was 400 times that of Lin Jian. The onlookers of the Divine Clergy Academy students were even more desperate. They had also never seen such a simple and sharp attack, and the strength of each sword was astonishing, making it look like a breeze, as if Evergreen hadn't put Lin Jian in his eyes at all. Damn it, this time he's met a truly strong enemy. Qin Xiao also felt that helplessness, just swinging his sword brought enough oppression. Chapter 137, I told you, you're not worthy. How big was the gap between the two? In itself, the gap between Lin Jian and the assistant teacher was huge. Even if it wasn't a demon, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. Besides, this was still a demon, and he could crush it by relying on his spiritual power. Relying only on the rebound of physical damage didn't seem to do much anymore, and Evergreen's movements weren't slowed down in the slightest. Evergreen was still a bit surprised, recovering so fast. You're not simple either. His sword chopped through Lin Jian's body, but Lin Jian was recovering with the naked eye. So interesting, but what if my attack is so fast that it exceeds the speed of your recovery? Lin Jian sank his face. He knew that his opponent was capable of doing it, destroying faster than he could recover. The crowd on the other hand saw that Lin Jian didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. In fact, he had already unleashed his strongest attack, which was the life-changing talent. He didn't need to attack himself. Evergreen had already given him enough attacks and was still increasing his strength. At this point, if Lin Jian attacked himself again, it wouldn't seem much of a necessity. People carried 400 times the damage and could still attack fluidly. What other tricks did Lin Jian have that were effective? There were none left, no way for any of the humans to do it. It's all been said, you're not going to do this until you've toasted. The symbiotic blood oath was supposed to be your best option. Was it the best choice? No, absolutely not. Even if Evergreen was telling the truth, Lin Jian had only saved himself. What about his sister? The demon race was going to strike at his sister, and he still had no way to deal with it. It wasn't what he wanted. It was true that humans no longer had the means to deal with this situation, and Lin Jian didn't now either. But what if? Wasn't human? I told you, you're not worthy. Lin Jian suddenly hammed and hawed and lunged towards Evergreen, this time his speed instantly exploding out. What Lin Jian had been storing up just now wasn't some small spell in his hand, but the Royal Wind Art. With his feet on the Royal Wind technique, Lin Jian pounced over and hugged Evergreen. But Evergreen sneered, do you think it's useful? I ate all your damage, did it have any effect at all? Really, let's do it together then, Royal Wind technique. In an instant, Lin Jian soared up with Chang Qing. The two of them leapt high. This was Lin Jian's Royal Wind technique that had stacked 5 layers. What was the point of this? Although Chang Qing wasn't prepared, he obviously wasn't afraid of this. Until everyone saw where they flew. Over there, it was above the altar of the gods. Puff! The two of them fell onto the divine altar together, both looking woefully out of shape, and Evergreen himself was bubbling with blood. After all, he had taken hundreds of times the damage, but he hadn't lost any of his spiritual power, which didn't affect him in the fight. What are you doing? What for? Do you know what happened the first time I stood on the divine altar? Lin Jian laughed, ha 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 ha. God's punishment, come on, God, you're blind, I have 2 priesthoods. Saying that, he hit the altar of the gods with a fireball spell, and the altar of the gods actually activated. The students below couldn't understand. What is this going to do? The divine altar can't open the awakening ceremony like this. Disrespecting the divine altar will only be met with divine punishment. Wait, he can't be trying to die with his opponent, can he? This was the only thought that popped into everyone's head, and divine punishment happened. Boom! Obviously God would get angry at fooling around on the altar of God, and directly sent down divine punishment. A bolt of electricity struck Lin Jian and he was directly knocked to the ground, but at the same time Evergreen was also struck by lightning. Ha ha ha. You're not afraid of my damage, so are you afraid of God's damage? Lin Jian sat up on his butt like it was nothing and laughed maniacally. And at this moment, Evergreen was in a bad way. He was hit and rolled all over the place, and he threw his sword. Ah! Evergreen screamed miserably as if he had suffered a serious blow. The 400 times damage that Lin Jian had bounced back just now wasn't even as serious as this. But why was Lin Jian not hurt at all? Lin Jian hadn't guessed wrong. Divine punishment really did have a huge bonus for the demons. My honey, his arsenic, the same thing, everyone feels differently. Lin Jian stood up at once and met the heavenly thunder with another hard hit. I said, you don't deserve it. He turned around and walked towards Evergreen. At this time, Evergreen was still rolling on the ground. Suddenly another electric light split on Evergreen. This is the power of divine punishment. If you demon race is not afraid of divine punishment, you would have jumped out long ago, right? After receiving several strikes of lightning, Evergreen became weaker and weaker, and he was now completely defeated. On the divine altar, it was as if there was an invisible pressure that made all the power in Evergreen's body disappear. Lin Jian walked over to him and stomped on him. Just like you, are you worthy? Even divine punishment is afraid of you, and you're actually thinking of replacing them? Hiding like rats, every day you just know how to fantasize. How many years have you guys been like this? Save. Help. Save me. I still like your unruly and untamed appearance before. Where is the dignity of your demon race? Save me, let me go down. Evergreen was extremely agonized at this time. Lin Jian guessed correctly, the divine punishment had the power to target the demon race. Below the divine altar, the students all looked on in disbelief. They couldn't figure out what was going on. How did you invite all the divine punishment? That kid did it on purpose, right? Strange, how come he's fine? Yeah, this kid has been struck by lightning many times on the divine altar, yet he seems to be getting more and more natural. What's this called? That handsome assistant coach was struck by divine punishment, heartache. And not far away, Xin Xiu revealed an expression of dawning realization. She clearly remembered what had happened before. On the time that Lin Jian had awakened, he had similarly been subjected to divine punishment. This kid naturally looked like he wasn't treated well by the gods, but he carried it off. I told you, he must have an idea. Well. No, I know him better than you. He was struck by lightning the first time he awakened. Next to long care popped up a sentence. Xin Xiu sour again. Do you understand Lin Jian or do I understand Lin Jian? According to the saying, they are from the same place, which is your turn to interrupt as an ice fairy. But come to think of it, Long Core had just blocked her. It seemed like she knew Lin Jian's firmness better. Thinking about it this way, did this schoolgirl also have her heart set on Lin Jian? Xin Xiu felt very complicated and didn't know how to say it. She had only proposed the breakup, so who cares if people moved their hearts or not? But she has bitter feelings, and she doesn't want this, so she is complicated. And at this time, Lin Jian has occupied the absolute advantage. At the altar of God he is not afraid of any heavenly thunder in the slightest. Picked up the ground. Changcheng is a pounding. First whack a nose and face say. In fact, this hit Lin Jian cannot create much damage, not as good as whacking on their own body, but this is extremely insulting. Because someone watching, Lin Jian cannot whack himself, whacking the opponent's momentum is much stronger. This would remain in the minds of the students of the Divine Office Academy as the final settlement image, I guess. And Lin Jian's actions made them feel more or less crazy. The most unbelievable thing was that this kid even dared to mess with a god? Chapter 138. The assistant teachers were all convinced by his beatings. Lin Jian's pounding didn't actually bring much damage to Evergreen. Instead, he rode on top of Evergreen like a crushing hard hit, causing the heavenly thunder to continue to fall even as Evergreen suffered more lightning strikes, and for some reason, divine punishment was very fond of looking for Lin Jian. The audience could only watch from afar above the divine altar, and Lin Jian's advantage was incomparably huge. Lin Jian finally stopped, and at this point, Evergreen didn't have the ability to counterattack. He still had to carry the constantly falling heavenly thunder. Now it's time to talk about us. What choice are you trying to make? Anyway, I don't want you guys to be out of my control. If you want dignity, I'll let you die on top of this divine altar. That's a bit of respect, isn't it? If you want to live, then we'll have to talk in detail. Lin Jian would see what the other party chose. In fact, if he killed Changcheng here, the demon race would still be looking for him. So what was the way to make Changcheng stop tossing and turning? Couldn't think of any. The demon race had a high self-esteem, and by all accounts wouldn't submit to humans. Since there is this self-esteem then Lin Jian is ready to extinguish the intention, even if there are again the demon race to find, that is also later. Think of a way to solve it again. Well, anyway, the altar of the gods on the demon race will be more damage. And Lin Jian actually carried it off easily. This was a 2-level reversal from under the divine altar. I yield. Evergreen had only opened his mouth to speak when another thunderbolt smashed down, and in contrast, Lin Jian had gotten used to it. It had to be said that everything had a phase, and this reversal came too dramatically. But I don't believe that you can tell the truth. If you guys are really honest, you wouldn't be hiding like this, and you're also engaging in some kind of tactics to confuse the humans. What kind of self-respect does a person like this talk about, and how can I guarantee that you'll do what you say you're going to do? Because the witch is our most important person. In your hands I will have scruples. That's not believable either. The witch has always been in my hands, but you still fought me to the death. I just thought I could win. I didn't intend to kill you. It was still worth believing if you were to say that, because Lin Jian didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. It would be really bad to mess with the entire demon race. The gods and devils were thinking about him, and in the future, even if he practiced to the strongest, he would still be a human. The gods and devils were definitely above that strength, and Lin Jian would still be dead. According to the gods and demons, humans should be subordinate to them. No matter how strong Lin Jian is, he's still only the tallest of the short humans, right? Evergreen's strength, he wasn't afraid of any humans, but he was only brought to this altar by Lin Jian. With the help of the heavenly thunder, Lin Jian had suppressed Evergreen, and the other demons didn't need to think about it, it was the same. So many strong people were a bit desperate if they were all enemies of Lin Jian. Lin Jian's solution was to keep Evergreen quiet, so this matter would be suppressed for now, and he would slowly think of a way out. Actually, we may not be enemies, because there's nothing of interest entangled between us. You guys figure to be the position of a god, and now that you are hiding amongst humans, why bother with me? Maybe in the future, if there's a chance, I can still help you guys out a little bit. Anyway, it's the same for humans if either side, gods or demons, wins. Lin Jian seemed to be planning to compromise as well. He couldn't finish killing the demon race either, he had to find a way. As soon as Evergreen saw that there was relief, he immediately responded, yes, that's it, it's not actually humans we're dealing with. Then what will happen if you guys replace the gods in the future? We'll still allow you humans to have priesthood power, their power, and our power is actually the same. That was indeed the same, there was no good or bad power, it only depended on the person using it. And the demons still extracted power just like the gods did, as the price of faith. This is already good, Lin Jian nodded and got down from him, when another thunderbolt smashed down. Evergreen was already pitch black, the killing power of divine punishment was a bit exaggerated. If it wasn't for divine punishment, I'm afraid that any human attack wouldn't have much effect on him. Get up, I hope you can keep your word. Lin Jian turned around and looked at the students of the Divine Clergy Academy gathered under the divine altar and shouted, anyone who is still not convinced can come up and challenge me. This mighty wind shaking, no one in the Divine Vocational Academy dared to say anything, and this scene was estimated to be a new high in the history of the State Vocational Academy. If it was spread out, in the future, all the students of the National Vocational College would raise their heads a few angles when they walked. No way, the assistant professors were all convinced by him? What's this kid's origin? Go up and fight, I can't carry that divine punishment. Then how did he carry it off? It seems like nothing happened at all, God didn't punish him. Everyone was carrying doubts, in fact, Lin Jian did take advantage of the God's altar. Whoever went up to challenge Lin Jian at this time would lose, because the aftermath of God's punishment would be enough to exterminate the students of the Divine Vocational Academy. Don't look at Lin Jian as if he was fine, just because he could withstand it didn't mean others could, it varied from person to person. Looking under the divine altar again, many of the students had retreated, the best result of beating them like this would be to die together. Look at Evergreen, and he could withstand it because the real power was strong. Now it was a lot weaker, and Lin Jian seemed to have another chance to hold him like he had captured the witch. It was true that the devils were powerful when their mental strength was strong, but it wasn't like they couldn't fight after being seriously injured. Looking at the students of the Divine Office Academy dispersing, Lin Jian was curious again, how come no one in charge of your Divine Office Academy has appeared until now? Evergreen, how many demons are there in the Divine Office Academy? You all have this place under control, right? Yes, the key positions are all our people, they think I will win. Thinking that Evergreen would win, so the Divine Office Academy didn't show up with any of the people in charge and let them fight. Who knew it would end this way? Lin Jian wasn't a fluke, he'd thought about it before. Go down then, if you don't, the divine punishment will still have to split you. Lin Jian was too lazy to spend any more time, as he pulled Evergreen down and jumped directly below the divine altar. It's best if no one comes to disturb them. If the Divine Clergy Academy blocks this today, it's not easy for Lin Jian to do it. But as soon as he arrived at the bottom, Changqing slowed down, changed his mind. Oh, you think I am now seriously injured to deal with, is it? As long as there is no divine punishment appeared, you in any case is not my opponent, I can now immediately recover. It was seen that Evergreen took out a magic crystal and was recovering his spiritual power, looking like he was going to fight again. So you're cheating and don't care about the death of the witch? Now I think that getting rid of you is what the demon race should do, the witch. I will try my best. Since he was so obstinate, then Lin Jian was out of options and had to find a way to control him. The current state of affairs was that the reason the witch was honorable was that she didn't think it was worth dying at Lin Jian's hands. But the more Lin Jian manifested a threat, the more valuable it became, so maybe it would be worth it to take the witch? Hey, as I said, I have more than one means of killing you, at least two. What did you say? Evergreen didn't expect Lin Jian to actually not be afraid at all even at this time. Chapter 139 He was struck to death by divine punishment. Without the power of divine punishment, on what basis could Lin Jian still fight against the demons? This was something that no one could do. Lin Jian was only a first-turn student now. Evergreen, do you think everyone else's IQ is low? If I don't have the means to hold you anymore when I come down from the altar of the gods, I'll let you down alive? If I killed you up there, even if the other demon clans knew about it, they would only think that they were killed by divine punishment and wouldn't suspect me. But I still let you down. What does that mean, that I have a low IQ? Lin Jian laughed, thinking that he had just said his words in vain. The demon race's self-perception was too good. Before, Lin Jian had said that he wasn't worthy of being symbiotic with Lin Jian. Hadn't it ever occurred to him that Lin Jian wasn't actually a braggart? Was there a possibility that he really wasn't worthy? Lin Jian had said again that there were at least 2 ways to get him killed, so now there was at least one more. I don't believe you. You can't even make me truly injured with your attacks on yourself. On what grounds? You can't say too much. Since you're skeptical, then I'll give you a ride. Lin Jian opened his hand as if he was letting Evergreen attack casually again. The reason why I couldn't injure you is because your spiritual power is strong, and my previous attacks could only harm my body. They couldn't affect my spiritual power, right? Now then, it's time to show you my other tactic, flame burning body. This was what Lin Jian came up with, as it wasn't his skill, but rather a small flame came out. Flames emerged from his right hand's tiger's mouth, and then crawled all over Lin Jian's body. In a flash, his entire body was on fire, but the flame didn't seem to be very hot. None of his clothes or hair had been burned away. However, this was no ordinary flame. In the gladiatorial arena before, Lin Jian had tested the effects of this flame on the power of the demon race. And now, the flames weren't felt deeply here by Lin Jian, yet a reaction of power that exceeded divine punishment occurred on Evergreen. Ah! Evergreen screamed again, huge flames coming out all over his body. Physical attacks were ineffective, so they switched to spiritual attacks, and Lin Jian still attacked himself. The flame's power suppression against demons doubled 400 times at once and burned on Evergreen. Lin Jian walked over and snatched the magic crystals in Evergreen's hand as soon as he could, and at this time, Evergreen had no time to care. Why do you have divine fire? Is that called divine fire? Do you know what this is? Help, this fire. Evergreen rolled on the ground again and rolled in pain. This fire burned the spiritual power. After enduring immense pain, Evergreen looked like he was dying, and Lin Jian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This fire doesn't affect me at all, yet he's so exaggerated, it looks like he's got one more means of attacking himself. The divine chain binding had been there all along, waiting for this moment. As long as he didn't pursue any spectacle, Lin Jian was directly attacking himself. What a relief! Lin Jian wasn't in a hurry. The devil race's life force was also very strong anyway, so he'd slowly burn it down and weaken it first. Strange to say, this fire couldn't even burn clothes on Lin Jian's side, and Evergreen was actually scorched all over. Let's stop here, and don't bother listening to you talk nonsense. Lin Jian still used the magic crystal to collect Evergreen as well, but the ground was still left with a pile of burnt ashes. What exactly was the demon race? Lin Jian didn't have a clear idea now. But at least, himself and his sister would have a relatively safe period of time now, burning here where no one else could see it. Only after collecting Evergreen, over here, Dean Gu came over with a large group of people. It's you again, Lin Jian. Why do you always come to our Divine Clergy Academy looking for trouble? Dean Gu, this trouble was found by your assistant professor, all the students could see it, and also, meeting all the challenges. Isn't this exactly the way to reflect the power of your Divine Office Academy? What, are you not confident now? Chang, assistant professor. What happened to him? You saw it, he was burned to ashes just now when the divine punishment struck down. What Lin Jian said was obviously different from what Dean Gu understood. Didn't he come down from the divine altar? How did he burn to death again? Dean Gu checked the pile of ashes left behind by Evergreen with a shocked expression. Lin Jian, on the other hand, carefully looked at Dean Gu's expression, expecting to see something. There are demons lurking in the divine office. Does the institution know about it? If they knew what was going on, and if they didn't know what was going on. But Lin Jian didn't see anything, after all, the old fox. It was interesting to say that Lin Jian had used a special method to defeat Evergreen, who was a demon, and was definitely stronger than Dean Gu, unless Dean Gu was also a demon, and Lin Jian was far from being a match for Dean Gu. That counts as one thing against another, right? Under the proper priesthood system, Lin Jian was also just a first-turn freshman. How did you do it? Assistant Professor Chang is level 45. Dean Gu, your priesthood academy can't afford to lose. Can you? Countless pairs of eyes have seen it. It was divine punishment that cleaved him to death. As for why, then who knows? What if his identity is taboo to the gods? This was already close to explicit. Lin Jian still couldn't see any change in Dean Gu. Could it be that he really didn't know that there was a demon race in the Divine Clergy Academy? Seeing how coincidentally they had come, Lin Jian believed that Evergreen's words that the demon race controlled the major positions in the Divine Office Academy. Otherwise, the people in charge would have come earlier, all thinking that Evergreen could win, so they came a step late. How were they going to toss Lin Jian now? They couldn't find any reason. Who let you ascend to the divine altar? Is that a place to just go? What can I do, with Evergreen, fighting in getting to the top? At this time, Dean Gu was also pondering what to do. Just let Lin Jian go tonight. But what can you do if you don't go? You've lost face, who's going to get it back? Even if you step in and kill Lin Jian now, the face isn't yours. What was lost in the ring must be recovered in the ring. That said, Lin Jian is a calamity. He's the one who has been causing the Divine Clergy Academy to lose face. He won't be allowed to come in the future? Just kidding, how was he going to recover his face if he didn't come, and then look like how much of a dish the Divine Office Academy was? Dean, we all saw it just now, they were a normal duel. Yes, both sides agreed, and there are several hundred people testifying. At this time, Long Kor and Qin Xiu also came over. Once they came over and spoke, the others couldn't say anything else. It was just a matter of when the Divine Office Academy would get its face back. Lin Jian carefully observed the group of people behind the ancient dean. There might be demons inside, and the next time they looked for trouble, the odds were that it would be the demons again, and it would be best if they all thought that divine punishment had cleaved Changqing to death, otherwise Lin Jian's secret would be exposed. Imagine how scary it would be if they knew that it was really Lin Jian who had defeated Changqing. Those who knew about Changqing's devil race identity probably had their three views reversed. The demon race was so powerful, how could they lose to a human? They would think that there must be something wrong with this person. Luckily, Lin Jian had just brought Evergreen up to the altar. Chapter 140: The Newly Appeared Demon Race. Lin Jian was eventually taken away by Dean Gu and the others, but of course it was just a formality. Because after all, such a big thing had happened, it was impossible for them to do nothing, but then again, it was impossible for them to actually do it. Last time, it was said that it was a duel with the students over here, and both sides were going at it one way or the other. And this time, there was an assistant professor involved, so there were more formalities. So the ancient dean's intention is to let the National Vocational College come over to collect people, and it's not good to casually release yourself. This is an explanation that doesn't count as an explanation, right, so that everyone understands the seriousness of the matter as well. Just like that, Lin Jian was under house arrest by them in a room. There was no need to fight with them anyway, so many people had seen it. This matter wouldn't be handled by the Divine Office Academy by any means in private. So next, Dean Gu and the others wouldn't say anything more to Lin Jian, just waiting for the National Vocational Academy to come and claim him. And with the loss of an assistant professor, what kind of internal communication they would have, Lin Jian didn't know. After waiting in the room for a few moments, suddenly the door opened and in came another very seriously dressed woman, who actually didn't look very old, just dressed in an old-fashioned way and wrapped up tightly all over her body. It was a very good-looking person, hard to make people feel uninterested. Lin Jian, you must describe tonight's situation to me again. Oh, did Dean Gu ask you to ask? You'll tell me if I tell you to. You made the matter, you must give an answer. That doesn't make sense, I don't know who you are, and what I should have said just now I said to Dean Gu. I can't do anything if you guys believe me or not, so many people at the scene are watching, it's not like this is something done in private. Lin Jian just won't say it, ask back and forth and don't say it, there is a kind of vocational academy just keep shutting down. Normally this kind of battle is going to scare young people, but Lin Jian is more or less experienced in his previous life. As long as you control the pulse of the whole thing, no matter what posture the other side, it is all a bluff. What can they do about it? What you just said, I grasp some of it. I'm the director of the Divine Vocational Academy who specializes in teacher logistics. You can call me Director Phone. Because of you, our Divine Vocational Academy has suffered multiple losses. Are you thinking you're awesome? Wait, multiple losses? This statement is not right. Isn't an open duel your rule? But you shouldn't put people to death every time. Tell me, how did Assistant Professor Chang die? Many people saw it. Divine punishment. That's right, Director Phone. You said this Assistant Professor Chang, was he a demon? Lin Jian suddenly turned the conversation, drawing it towards the demon race, and then looked at this Director Feng's expression. Why? Because the one who came to ask for details at this time was most likely also a demon race. An onlooker would not be qualified to ask, and they would not let a human inquire about this. Therefore, this Director Phone would be highly suspicious, and Lin Jian didn't know how to tell if it was a demon race or not. Unless both sides made a move, they didn't seem to be any different from humans. What did you say, demon race? Director Feng's expression was surprised, as if he was looking at a little cutie. Look at Lin Jian, don't you talk nonsense to muddle things up. Right now you're still in the Divine Vocational Academy. Do you really think that we wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Mentioning the demon clan at this time was the same as Lin Jian saying that he had seen a ghost in his previous life. If something happened and you were questioned by the police, you say that a ghost did it and see if the police believe you. So Director Feng's expression was normal, as if he didn't believe it at all. In this world, demons and ghosts are just as much a legend, precisely because it is said too much so no one believes it. So what can you guys do to me? Come straight up and show me. Lin Jian said indifferently, if the Divine Office Academy is thought to be unable to afford to lose, the loss in reputation could be much greater than mine. In fact, I'm just wondering why the divine punishment worked so well on him. Could there really be a demon race in the world? Director Feng sank his face. Then how did you survive? Just because he attracted the power of divine punishment, so the damage I received was minimal, which makes me curious. Why am I fine and he reacted so strongly? Do you all not believe that there is a demon race in the world? Don't talk nonsense east and west, there are still serious problems on you. What other problems do I have? The Professor Wang who disappeared earlier, I suspect it has something to do with you. Huh, she actually brought up that witch. Lin Jian was even more skeptical of her identity, because no one knew about Lin Jian's direct relationship with Professor Wang. The only thing that people knew was that Lin Jian's sister was captured by Professor Wang, and the two of them hadn't directly faced each other. How did he get involved with Lin Jian? Anyone who could think that way didn't know the identity of Professor Wang? Who is Professor Wang? Are you playing dumb? She grabbed your sister before, so I have reason to suspect that because of this you took a shot at her. You are the Divine Clergy Academy, and a professor can be defeated by a freshman of my first turn? Who knows if you used any underhanded tricks? This time, Assistant Professor Chang, who was also far stronger than you, didn't he die as well? It's getting more and more like it, or is she just plain godly? It made no sense that this could be suspected on Lin Jian's head, and Lin Jian could completely deny it. There was absolutely no necessary connection. His sister was coming back. Why would Lin Jian even bother? What kind of underhanded trick did I bring that Professor Wang to the altar as well? Lin Jian asked with great depth. It was as if it wasn't her asking, but the two of them testing each other. Unless one knew about the demon race, one would suspect Lin Jian of having a problem. And Lin Jian's side also suspected that this Director Feng had a problem. Normally people wouldn't pull towards such things. Then who knows, you're the one who has awakened twice on the altar of the gods, and you actually didn't get washed out of the priesthood. Ordinary people wouldn't think of that, but I know very well that the gods definitely don't allow anyone to awaken twice on the altar of the gods. Then you shouldn't ask me about this, you have to ask God. Lin Jian refused to answer again, and with reason. What do I know as a freshman? Freshmen know everything. What do I need you guys as teachers for? Do you think there's a possibility that God is particularly partial to me? Obviously Lin Jian was pulling things out of his ass while trying to ask his own question. Director Feng also knew that he had encountered a prick. It was very difficult to deal with, and if he didn't use any tactics, he basically couldn't ask anything. At this time, a person outside walked in and said, Dean Ji from the National Vocational College is here. Coming to collect people. Then Director Feng couldn't ask any more questions because it wouldn't be long before lie. Lin Jian suddenly smiled at her, because at this time, it was unwise to come out and expose yourself. The devils would definitely come again. Lin Jian knew this, but was curious as to who the next devil to appear in front of him would be. Right now, it seemed that it was this person, although it was just a guess, but when it came to matters involving the demon race, they wouldn't let humans get involved. Chapter 141. I'm a freshman and you're asking me? Lin Jian had an advantage in that he counted himself as hiding in the shadows. Those things with the witch, no one else knew about them and didn't dare to act rashly. In case the truth was exposed, of course Lin Jian would be in trouble, so he couldn't say anything. One worry was that the demon race was mentally powerful. Could they or couldn't they sense Lin Jian's mind and use a mind-reading type of tactic? In the legends the demon race could. It was said that nothing in the world could be hidden from them. But Lin Jian is not an ordinary person, even the gods have been fooled. Ji Wuyo came and directly took Lin Jian away. He seemed to have already given the Divine Clergy Academy a good deal. Directly leading Lin Jian out of the Divine Office Academy, he only stopped. What should I say? By rights I should teach you a lesson, don't do it again next time, but I don't seem to have a reason to be like this. After all, the relationship between the State Academy and the Divine Office Academy. Well, does Dean Ji think I'm having a good time ing? You have to be careful, it's not good to be too inflated these days, but I don't think my words should limit you. Ji Wuyo shook his head and didn't bother to talk about that nonsense. I'm curious, I heard that you killed one of their assistant professors on the altar of the gods with the help of divine punishment. Is it true that divine punishment is ineffective against you? Dean Ji can't say that, he can only say that the divine punishment was just directed at him. Lin Jian hurriedly explained, otherwise it would seem like he stood out too much and would easily be captured for study. So this kind of statement from Ji Wuyo was a pit, one must not jump into it, the responsibility was thrown on the loser. The target of divine punishment is an assistant professor of the Divine Clergy Academy? Yes. Has Dean Ji ever heard of the demon race? This legend has been around since ancient times. You're not going to tell me that assistant professor is a demon race. That I don't know, just from this result, inferring that it's possible. Lin Jian wouldn't say such things to Ji Wuyo because he didn't believe anyone right now. Going around looking for someone to complain to when something happens can only be said to be looking for death. Who knows if Ji Wuyo would also have something to do with the devil race? He's the vice president of the National Vocational Academy, and it's even possible that he himself could be a devil race. The devil race had plans, wouldn't they infiltrate the state vocational college? Ji Wuyo shook his head with a strange expression. On the contrary, it's you surprise people every time. I still underestimated you, only. Even if I want to do anything, there will be people within the National Vocational Academy who will question you. This priesthood of mine is too chicken-ribbed well. Right, this priesthood of yours, why is it still there? Ji Wuyo finally noticed the point. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for a god not to notice. That was a god, how could there be a mistake? Absolutely impossible. Lin Jian still made excuses for himself. Perhaps my sister's awakened priesthood was too heaven-defying and attracted the god's attention? Would a god also be negligent? Then who knows, I'm just a freshman. Ji Wuyo couldn't be bothered to ask further, asking a student such a question, are you serious? What kind of god is like who has ever seen, so of course such a question would be unanswerable. Bringing Lin Jian back, Ji Wuyo could only tell him to be careful, and could only be careful. What can we do? If the Divine Office Academy is going to come at us, Lin Jian can't always hide and not go out, can he? From this point of view, Lin Jian should also take some precautions on his own. And the best defense is to get a good variety of equipment. The key moment to take out can be used. In this regard, Yu Ling had the most say. She seemed to have always relied on her equipment. Lin Jian, it's not that I'm talking about you. When you're faced with the Clergy Academy's grudge, you should take it seriously. They can have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Even if you're individually strong, they'll find weaknesses to capitalize on. Indeed, I can deal with a single strong enemy, if there are more. It was also hard for Lin Jian to deal with more. The only way he could think of was to rely on his immortal body to run as much as possible. That would be too passive, but none of his skills had a great range. Last time he was able to deal with the two gangs group attack because they were all vegetables, and the Clergy Academy wasn't vegetables, they could overwhelm Lin Jian. Moreover, right now, the hatred that Lin Jian was pulling was more than just the Clergy Academy. You're like this, I made bullet slugs from the last cowbone. If you're free, enchant all the slugs and stack them at least 5 layers, then a random shot will have the power of a top mage's shot. What if I still want to stack upwards? That won't hold up, that cow bone won't hold up to you stacking too much. The problem with the materials. Meaning there has to be more powerful materials for my enchantments to stack upwards? It was really troublesome to say so. Lin Jian thought that he could casually craft equipment. Come to think of it, when he stacked primary spells on himself, he would suffer a strong backlash. Then the equipment was the same. To enchant it, the materials had to carry it in the first place. Last time that was a level 40 Bull King. The bones could only stack 5 layers? Right, if you're going to stack up to the forbidden spell level, you're going to have to obtain some rare materials. Lin Jian thought he was bored with his own equipment and came out with a million guns. But isn't it, if he stacks a bunch of forbidden spell strength spell equipment on his own, then whoever dares to mess with him will come out with 10,000 shots. Forbidden spell strength, the demon race can't even carry it, right? Now that I hear it, it's not like he can attach it just because he wants to. Then where do I find these materials? This kind of strength material is rare, casually come out is very expensive. Like this, I know an auction is going to be held. It is said that some high strength materials will be auctioned, and there are also the ancient demon god war passed down. What, the demon god war is real? I don't know, it's just a legend. It's always right to go and take a look. The next day, Yu Ling took Lin Jian to the auction house. No matter what world it was, there were always people thinking about making money, and obviously the auction house was a place where prices were inflated openly and honestly. However, the auction house also only made money from the rich and wasn't considered price gouging. After all, the things that appeared here could not be used by the general public. They were all prepared for the tycoons, and these things were not common. No one knew how to price them, so it was a case of the highest bidder getting it, and those who were willing to buy it would pay for it. Yuling, do we have this much money? Lin Jian followed Yuling to the site, which also provided them with hidden boxes. Such a classy place, Lin Jian didn't even dare to think about it before. Yuling was dressed in rags but actually had so much money. Then why did she act like a beggar? There are things that I didn't tell you, I hope you don't mind. Ah? Is it the secret of your birth that doesn't need to tell me, just let you break the bank someone embarrassed? It's fine, I have the money, it's just a matter of my family history. Forget it, I'll tell you. Yuling suddenly unwilling to say, in fact, it's not complicated to say, and your situation is the same. My family messed with the demon race. For humans, they are as God as cannot afford to mess with, so you see me now dare not show people with their true colors. Her family had also messed with the demon race? In that case, they were in the same boat. Chapter 142 Yuling's Family History. According to what Yuling said, it made sense, no wonder she was so scared. After knowing Lin Jian for so long, Yuling could simply be said to be a secret, deep, and unknown. Sometimes it felt like she was like another Lin Jian, who also often messed up things that shocked other people, and the secrets that Yuling hid wouldn't be any less, if not more, because her family had become a secret. My family was originally a powerful family in the capital, but that era has gone on for too long, so much so that young people nowadays don't know about it anymore. Not to mention young people, the elderly have almost forgotten all about it, right? It can't be helped, that's why I know something about the demon race, and all those who are sure that they really exist and can influence a lot, they won't let go of it, and they're also transforming this world. In other words, the forces that are in the open now don't know about the existence of the demon race. Those powerful forces, they've actually changed a batch? It could be seen how many dark battles had been experienced before, and the demon race wouldn't put these things out in the open. Their forces have spread to all corners of humanity? It's like this, that's why I'm only telling you, because you're in the same situation now, but you can't say anything about it. In the face of someone you're not sure of, no matter who he is, you can't talk nonsense, otherwise the demon clan will resolve to solve. It. Lin Jian nodded slightly. This was also the reason why he refused to tell Ji Wuyo. The moment you let the devil clan feel the need to do so, they would exterminate you no matter how much it cost them. Lin Jian would never be able to carry it off, he wasn't inflated to that point. In that case, settling that evergreen last night was also the right thing to do, and thankfully it was done. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and the two immediately stopped their conversation. Yuling went to open the door, a very seductive female handed in something at the door. This is the list of items for today's auction, please keep it for the guests. In addition, do you need any special services? No need, just serve tea. Okay, we won't disturb the customers. After delivering the list of items, the sultry woman left, and Yuling re-locked the door again. Bringing the list of items, the two of them studied it to see what possessed a bit of value. Lin Jian looked at the names on the list, and he barely recognized them himself. Many things are of little value, we are mainly buying some materials for you this time. Materials that can withstand the level of forbidden spells are definitely not available on the market, but they are also not rare in the auction house. These things are indeed rare, but they don't meet the requirements. Oh, no? Wait, this I don't know what it is, a wine cup from the time of the Demon God War. Yurin thought for a moment, she had no idea. It's possible that these things are fake, but some of them are also worthless. Nowadays there are people who collect items from the period of the War of the Demon God, but they're only used as antiques, and they're basically all fakes. That period, too, only existed in legends. Whether there was that period or not, one could only say that if some people believed in it, some people would buy it. Can't we see the real thing first? They will show it, only won't let you get so clear just doing business. You should also understand. Our goal today is this thing, a dragon bone. What is a dragon bone? A dragon's bone. No, this name represents the meaning of something that has a very long ear, possibly the bones of a powerful creature from a long time ago, incomplete, but with unknown attributes. The unknown is the value. Lin Jian suddenly realized that the original auction was actually similar to buying a lottery ticket. There's a possibility of being fooled, there's also a possibility of winning the lottery, there's no way around it. Good things can only be won this way. Yuling, if I have something to sell, can I still participate in the auction now? You have something to auction? It can't be some kind of ancestral heirloom that can fetch a price here? There are, like this one. Lin Jian took out a poisonous stinger from his storage ring. It's the thing I obtained from killing the queen bee last time, I keep forgetting about it. Can this be sold for a price here? Yuling was a bit surprised. This is a good thing, you can keep it. No, I don't want you to come up with the money, that could potentially expose you. Lin Jian was still thinking about Yuling. She was very surprised and froze for a moment. This has to be handed over to the auction house for appraisal, because how much it can be sold depends on the quality. The quality of materials like this are divided into many levels. Then let them appraise it. The public declaration today is that I will pay for it. If it's not enough, you can make it up. Well, thank you for thinking of me. It's a matter of course, you don't need to thank. Soon, Yuling led Lin Jian to the head of the auction house, a thin man wearing glasses. The man with glasses looked at what the two of them were wearing and asked with some disgust, "You two have something to sell as well?" "We're a classy auction house, not everything is up for bidding." Yuling had only spent money before and couldn't encounter such blank stares, but if you want to bid with something, people will have to scrutinize your worth. After all, no one wants to waste time with poor people. "We are also today's bidding guests, can't you guys appraise it?" Yuling spoke up, and didn't bother to pull anything else, just told him that I spent money today. Sure enough, the glasses man immediately stopped talking nonsense, but more or less still had a somewhat disgusted expression. "Then please ask the gentleman to come out." Not long after, an old man was invited out, looking mediocre. Lin Jian took out the poison stinger for him to appraise, and the first time the old man saw it, his cloudy eyes lit up. "This?" He raised his head to look at Lin Jian. "Where did you get this?" "I don't want a bull, just see if you guys can auction it off." "It can, and it can definitely sell for a high price. It's a demonic creature's poisonous thorn." The glasses man's eyes dropped at the side. "What, a magical object?" Lin Jian did think it was amazing. "Doesn't no one believe in the existence of demons?" "You've got it all wrong. It's not like the devil race, it's just the existence of monsters with unknown powers. Just like this heel of poisonous thorns of yours, it possesses a power that far exceeds the level of this monster. It's not simple." "Then can it be sold?" "Can, but our auction house will charge 30%. "Sold." Lin Jian didn't care at all. There were still a dozen or so left anyway. Take one to test the waters first. According to this old man, Lin Jian still had a young bee. Wouldn't it be demonized as well? Right now the young bee was in his storage ring. It had gone dormant. Wouldn't it be worth a lot of money to take it out and sell it? I didn't realize that the monster material had appreciated in value after the witch had messed with it so much. "Okay, guests, you wait a moment, we will sign the agreement right away, to ensure that you are arranged properly." Seeing that there were benefits, the glasses man no longer had that bored expression. He was more positive than anyone else. No wonder it was said that such a talent could be successful. He could change his face at any time, and he didn't have the slightest psychological burden himself. Chapter 143, Getting Rich as you want to be. The process at the auction house went smoothly, what with the agreement process being readily available. After Lin Jian handed over the poisonous thorn to them, he returned to the box with Yuling. Soon the auction started, and I didn't expect that the first piece to go on stage would be Lin Jian's poisonous thorn. "Your guests have been waiting for a long time, the auction will begin soon. But before we start today, I'd like to announce something. There's been a change in the auction. We've just collected a lot, so before we start, I hope that all guests will arrange their budgets for today." The host's voice was loud and clear, and he was still very organized, showing what was not on the single item first. This was because many people had budgeted according to this single item, and if something new had been added, it was likely that they wouldn't have smacked the money. By mentioning it first, it was giving them ample time to prepare. The new lot received today is a poisonous needle of a cold poisonous bee. It's a poisonous needle of a queen bee. The quality is very high. We appraised it as an excellent product. It's been rare for many years. Everyone knows that the cold poison bee is very difficult to deal with, especially the queen bee, because it's so poisonous it's hard to get close. The poison of the cold poison bee is also one of the top strange poisons, but that alone is not enough to describe the preciousness of the lot. This one auction today is a demonized poison needle. The scene suddenly quieted down. There were also quite a few bidders who were openly exposed. The eyes of those in the scene were glazed over as they looked at the poisonous stinger that a few people had lifted out. It was obvious that this was the focus of everyone's attention. Demonization, with a kind of surreal feeling. Because the demon race only appeared in legends, most people's perception of this is not reality. However, the magical creatures were certain that someone had seen them, so how could this be explained? Because of this, the materials for demonization are very expensive. How to say, it is dipped in buff. Regardless of whether or not the demons were real, the power of demonization was truly powerful. "No need for nonsense, I'll take it for $1 million. Immediately, someone yelled. Lin Jian was confused at the time when he heard this voice, knowing that the starting amount signed with the auction house was only 10 million. The first person directly soared 100 times. Lin Jian had never seen so much money since he arrived in this world. You really can't understand the world of the rich, and that's what they're after. The host immediately climbed the pole. Then, the bottom price is 1 million, there is no one to bid higher? The bottom price is just meaning consciousness. In fact, many times the auction house have a bottom in mind. After the host finished speaking, someone immediately raised their cards, and the price began to skyrocket. By the time Lin Jian heard the host drop the hammer, the price had soared to $10 million. Ha! This thing, they're buying it for $10 million? What's so rare? Nowadays magical things are highly sought after because of the unknown power. Whether it's as research or an attempt at a breakthrough, there's always someone who wants a miracle, and magical power is the miracle they're looking forward to. That's right, how much is a miracle worth? That depends not on the price tag, but on how many you have. Today's auction was the first time Lin Jian had ever seen it, and he passed by in a full-on daze. He didn't expect it to be like this either. He only blamed himself for that. Even in his previous life he hadn't seen a scene like this. Now he wasn't sensitive to life and death at all. Because of his immortal body, he had long been numb. And the degree of sensitivity to money, perhaps it is the obsession brought by the previous life. But today Lin Jian didn't make any money. That dragon bone cost $1 million, and Lin Jian wanted to shoot that legendary wine cup from the time of the Demon God War on a whim, and it cost $20 million. So instead of Lin Jian not making any money, Yuling also hitched a ride of $10 million. Yuling didn't have much of an opinion, and Lin Jian wouldn't feel uneasy either. He got rich. He had a dozen or so poison thorns alone. No, he could have unlimited magicalized items. Because he had two devils in his hands, this was an unlimited money generator. With the demoness as an evergreen, what was Lin Jian so reserved about? He would have plenty of money in the future, and he would be able to pay back as much as he owed to Yuling. So when he finally went to settle the bill, Lin Jian man was floating. You seem happy? Of course, we got what we wanted to buy. But don't be happy so early. That piece of dragon bone I don't think is of enough quality. It shouldn't be able to withstand the forbidden spell. And that wine cup, it's probably a fake, because basically no one believes that the Demon God War happened, and the ones who bought this are the ones who have a lot of money and have a problem with it. Luckily no one grabbed the dragon bone with Lin Jian, but what a wine cup from the time of the War of the Demon Gods, it was too fake. Since no one believed in the existence of the demon race, where did this wine cup come from and how could it prove that it was from the period of the War of the Demon Gods? But Lin Jian wasn't discouraged at all because he was too rich now. If he wasn't afraid of causing any unimaginable consequences, he might even sell the demon race directly. At this time, in the auction house, the man with the glasses was also waiting for Lin Jian to hand over. And the old man was in the next room, followed by a woman with a veil over her face. They were all looking towards this side of the room, and from their perspective, the walls were actually transparent. Big. Missy, do you think this is necessary? I have to take a look. This kid can actually fool God's eyes, a bit of a bad rule. But God's power is best not to appear here directly. This is the rule set by the previous king. If there is no such need, he cheated, just cheated. It is hard to believe that he can still change this world. It's hard to say. Even a prophet can be tolerated, but deceiving a god is unforgivable. The woman wearing the veil seemed to have emotions, except that she was also holding back, speaking in a cool and rational manner. The old man couldn't help but let out a sigh. It depends on how you decide, but if the divine power is once directly present here, a lot of things will be difficult to clean up. If he can't make big waves, just leave him alone. It's just a pity that the Wheel of Fortune can't be activated, otherwise I wouldn't be so hesitant. Just wait and see if you're hesitant. You don't have to come over personally. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. I mustn't give the demon race a break now. I won't let them easily perceive divine power. The old man stopped talking and just quietly looked at the situation next door. At this time, Lin Jian brought Yuling into the room as well, making a handover of the money items with the glasses man. The man with the glasses had prepared two boxes, one containing the dragon bone, and the other containing the wine glass. If the money wasn't enough, Yulin would make up for it, but the transaction with the auction house was in Lin Jian's name. At the same time, Lin Jian also had to inspect the goods to make sure that what he got was the same as the auction house's description. Lin Jian first opened a box, checked the dragon bone, and then went to check the wine cup. But when Lin Jian opened the box containing the wine cup, the two people in this side of the room all stared in disbelief. This is Father's skull. How could it be? How could it be here? It's my carelessness. I didn't even check all the items before. It's not your fault, only the influence of the demon race. Chapter 144 God King's Skull as a Wine Cup. Lin Jian did not even know whether it was real or fake after checking the goods. The auction house only guaranteed that it was consistent with their surface description. Anyway, today is happy, it does not matter, 2 demons in the hands of Lin Jian can be said to be spirited. Finish the formalities, on the spur of the moment to go back, wait to figure out a better way to make money and then get a wave, fooled also does not matter, anyway, here is no cost, with money, in order to get more equipment. Who knew that only when he went out to the door, he was stopped by a masked girl. Are you Lin Jian? Lin Jian looked at this masked girl, and then glanced at Yu Ling, thinking that anyone who doesn't allow their true appearance to be seen has a strong background, but this background shouldn't be able to affect himself. The demon clan has messed with him, who has a background as strong as this? If you have something to say, I'm rather short on time. Just now, did you buy a wine glass in the auction? I am willing to pay a high price for it. Then how much are you willing to offer? Open as much as you want, I'm willing to give whatever you offer. Hearing this, Lin Jian instantly lost interest in haggling, pulling Yu Ling around. Hua didn't even bother to say more than one sentence to this masked girl. The girl was in a hurry. Hey, you're going to make a bid. Lin Jian didn't look back and waved his hand. I'm not selling. This time, Yu Ling was also quite puzzled. Why aren't you selling? Are you aware of the value of this thing? I don't know, but for one thing, I can now sell all sorts of demonized items. Lack of money? That's true. Also, anyone who tells you to make a random offer is not doing business with you in good faith. Yu Ling got curious and hurriedly asked, why, at your age, you shouldn't have experienced too much, and your family doesn't look like a businessman. Lin Jian laughed, because just think about it, she hasn't even considered the matter itself. If she did, would she not have an expectation? She could at least give a range that she thought would move me. Indeed, if the other person can't even answer such a question, it means she hasn't considered the matter itself. There was no need to waste time with such insincere ones, and the odds were that the conversation wouldn't work. But Lin Jian probably didn't know that people really didn't have the sense to consider this kind of question. At the same time, it was also true that Lin Jian could afford to offer any price he wanted. Watching Lin Jian move away, the girl was also completely confused. She didn't even know what was going on. The old man appeared behind her and also looked helpless. I've never seen such a strange person. Missy, in fact, you haven't really seen a few humans either. Xiao Jia, can you see through what he's thinking? I haven't tried, I guess I can't, and I'm not wasting that time. The fact that he can trick his way past the altar of the gods means that no one can see through him. This person is very complicated, and different from everyone else, I can't tell. But whenever he makes a price, I can fulfill it. Is there a possibility that he thinks you're bluffing? As soon as Lin Jian returned to the National Vocational Academy, he immediately started arranging the enchantment. Anyway, he was immortal, and the power of the backlash would be endured once by himself first, and he would be able to strike out with a brain when he came to face the enemy. How to look at it is an invincible means. The power can be stacked up as too suitable for Lin Jian. It is like cutting a knife today, first memorize it, and then cut a knife tomorrow. Until 10 days later, you memorize these knives to cut out at once, and that damage is by no means something you can hit out at once. First is that piece of dragon bone, looking for Professor Yuan to identify. This piece of dragon bone, it looks like it shouldn't be ancient enough to withstand your 10 layers of stacking. Is that not good enough either, teacher? You casually managed to come up with materials that can withstand 7 layers of superimposition for me last time, so I'm still wasting such a precious thing of yours. This dragon bone is $1 million. Professor Yuan laughed out loud upon hearing this. That's not the case, there is a slight misunderstanding in your perception. I did give you materials that can withstand higher stacks last time, even stacking 10 layers is fine, but it's not permanent. That's just a material for testing. If you're going to make it into equipment, surely it's a spare, right? That's why truly advanced materials can be made into permanent equipment, instead of having to use them up right away. I see, it's not that ordinary materials don't work, but they don't last long. When you engage in this kind of enchantment, of course, the longer you prepare it, the more powerful it is, and all that accumulates is power. It's the same as saying that it provides you with an external power reserve. You have the strength today, but you have nothing to do today, so you can save it up first, and when you meet the enemy, and you happen to be in a bad state, won't you be able to use it? It's not bad that you can only stack 7 layers, it's just a pity that it can't reach the strength of a forbidden spell. Wait, Lin Jian, are you really planning to prepare that much forbidden spell strength equipment? Professor Yuan was dumbfounded. You're going to war? But on the contrary, Lin Jian had this backbone, he wasn't afraid of getting hurt, the backlash could be resisted. Other people couldn't even do this with 7 layers, not to mention 10. I just lack a sense of security, I always have to have some around to prevent being targeted. Then your sense of worry is quite strong. But the superposition of the intensity of the forbidden spell, can you really carry it? Don't worry, teacher, there's one more thing for you to see today. Lin Jian took out another lot, which was the ancient wine cup. Since Professor Yuan was a high-ranking person in the enchantment world, he must be familiar with a lot of materials. Lin Jian was short of materials. If this wine cup could also be used for enchantment, it wouldn't be a loss. He wasn't a fan of antiques. When Professor Yuan took it in his hand and touched it carefully for a few moments, his face suddenly changed. This is no wine cup, this is a skull. Ha! Is the auction house so pitiful? Even if it's fake, it shouldn't take something so shocking out to cheat people. It's not cheating you, this skull is quite a few years old, I can look at it for at least 1,000 years. Lin Jian froze, it's really an antique. But what's the use of a human skull, and it doesn't record anything? There were a lot of dead creatures in ancient times, and not all of them could be sold at a high price even if they stayed until today. Professor Yuan actually didn't get it, this thing was beyond his knowledge, so he started to come up with bad ideas. Why don't you try enchanting? I've never seen this before, but the materials, they're all tried and true. Lin Jian felt it was right, one dared to say it, the other dared to listen. Anyway, Lin Jian wasn't afraid of backlash, what happens is the big deal is that he suffers a lot. Alright, then I'll go back and try. Wait, speaking of skulls as wine cups, I do recall a story. Legend has it that during the Demon God War, the Demon King was defeated, but he also took the opportunity to kill the God King. He was driven back to the demon realm, and in order to let out his anger, he made wine cups out of the God King's skulls. Teacher, you're also an old man and still believe in this? Lin Jian disdained, so many people don't believe in the existence of the devil race, and there are still people who believe in something even more exaggerated? How ancient is it? No one recorded it at the time, so what kind of person passed down such a colorful story? That's why this kind of thing is fake as soon as you hear it. Chapter 145 Temporarily Enrolled Freshmen. Because of the level gap, Lin Jian now let the rest of the team go and practice. It just so happened that the temple place was very suitable for first-turn novices, and Linya had absolute control over the temple, so it couldn't be dangerous. It was a long time to level up even one level, and a few geniuses couldn't be used as a template. For example, those who reached the second turn in a year were not even considered a majority in the priesthood academy, who could level up one day, and that 1 month topped out. No one in the world was your opponent, no matter how high his priesthood level was. Obviously, gods don't make rules for humans like this. They went to practice leveling, and Lin Jian enchanted himself in his apartment, now that he had the materials. By the time everyone was at the same level, practicing together would be the most efficient. And what Lin Jian was doing now was something that other enchanters could never hope for. Other people's upper limit was Lin Jian's lower limit, 5 stacks? That was just the base. If it wasn't for the material limitations, Lin Jian would want to do it up to level 10. Putting down a cut piece of dragon bone, Lin Jian was slightly relieved. It had been confirmed that this dragon bone could only stack up to 7 layers, and Professor Yuan was right, any higher and it would be unstable. But Lin Jian really wanted to prepare a bunch of forbidden spell level equipment, it would be too late to stack them when he fought. My enemy, too powerful. Lin Jian himself had to lament, he didn't want to mess with such a strong enemy, but what could he do? His priesthood was that contradictory, and his sister's priesthood was even more heaven-defying, able to attract the attention of gods and demons. It couldn't be hidden. The only thing that could counter the gods and demons were forbidden spells, and right now he didn't have any of them. Relying on itself to deal with it was far from enough, and if it wasn't for specific conditions, Lin Jian wouldn't be able to beat the demons. No, we still have to find stronger materials, we must stack 10 layers. Lin Jian looked at the room full of enchanted equipment, there were weapons and defenses, and a whole bunch of bullets. The minimum was 5 layers stacked, which was equal to the attack power of a top mage, and was effective against anyone. 5 layers, that was the upper limit of a regular enchanted mage. And if Lin Jian had died and lived for enchantments in the past few days, anyone else would have had to die hundreds or thousands of times. Yuling letting me enchant so many bullets, she's really treating my life like it's not my life. Lin Jian once again lamented, enchanting was actually not very efficient for others because it could only be used once. After the spell was released you would have to re-enchant it because the power of the original enchantment had already been shot out. There was no such thing as a permanent use of an enchantment here, making Lin Jian feel sorry for it. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and Lin Jian went to open it to see that it was actually Ji Wuyo. Dean Ji, you actually came over personally, what's so important? It's like this, introducing a new student to your team. Ji Wuyo sidestepped, and Lin Jian saw a young girl standing behind him, simply top-notch beautiful. Lin Jian had seen too many beautiful women like this, but with different temperaments. How can I say it? This one's temperament is worlds apart from anyone else, it simply doesn't look like a person. It wasn't cursing, it was Lin Jian's feeling at first glance, like he'd seen her somewhere again. I don't recognize her, why? Because you're famous, people just run to your fame, think you're awesome. Let's not talk about whether it's awesome or not, we don't know her, it might destroy the team unity. Don't worry, she's capable, she's a very powerful healer. Did Lin Jian's team need a healer? In fact, the prophet had some healing capabilities, of course it couldn't be compared to a proper healer, but right now Lin Jian's team had a stable upgrade environment and didn't need any healing at all. If you look good, Lin Jian can't easily accept it, is there less beautiful women around him? The two schoolgirls of the Divine Clergy Academy, the captured witch, which is not a top beauty, Lin Jian's sister is also getting more and more beautiful after fading her sickly face, the wind is catching up with the schoolgirls, and even the seasonal clouds aren't bad alright. It's also just Yuling's image that's a bit worse, but Lin Jian understands that if he could see her posse, he would definitely be shocked as well. Because Yuling was absolutely confident in her looks, otherwise why would she disguise herself? So one more beauty and one less, Lin Jian wasn't that concerned, and there was still the possibility of inviting trouble. This therapist. Lin Jian didn't know how to refuse, Dean Ji had personally come, was the background that strong? If he had a background, why didn't he go join the 5 major societies? Seeing that he had the intention to refuse, Ji Wuyo hurriedly pulled Lin Jian inside, while instructing the young girl behind him, and Li, wait here, I'll have a word with him, I'll be done soon. Then, Ji Wuyo pulled Lin Jian inside without any explanation. Dean Ji, so exaggerated? What do you think? Her family donated a large sum of money to the National Vocational College. Oh. I see. Lin Jian suddenly realized, but why don't you arrange the 5 major societies for her? You can tell her that the 5 major societies can be powerful, and in fact their overall strength is not comparable to our squad. Ji Wuyo was also helpless, you think I didn't say that? He had said so long ago, and since this student was so important, Ji Wuyo's first reaction wasn't that he couldn't let her follow Lin Jian. It wasn't that Lin Jian wasn't strong, but he had too much trouble around him, what if he took another fortune hitch? But people will recognize Lin Jian, young girl, always a little idol worship mind. Lin Jian, you listen to me well, take good care of her, the National Vocational College owes you a favor. Strength is honored in this world, the powerful of the priesthood own everything, that's true, but only the Priesthood Academy is like that. Our National Priesthood Academy still needs some donations to maintain it, you can understand, right? It's not that the National Vocational Academy isn't strong enough, it's that the Divine Vocational Academy is too competitive, so the National Vocational Academy is always dangerous. As long as there were stronger ones, you couldn't say how strong you were. Of course the State Clergy Academy could stand proudly over all ordinary clergymen, but people were holding the Divine Clergy Academy over you. Therefore, if the State Clergy Academy wants to stand, it needs a little bit of management. You say that you're so powerful that you don't put any money in your eyes, does the Divine Clergy Academy promise that? Lin Jian also fully understands Ji Wuyo's hardship, bring more people chant, anyway, in the future you can raise more conditions with the institution, it does not seem to be a loss, he also asked, then this girl, is she honest? Don't worry, the rich family's daughter, educated, no matter how dishonest, can be more capable of causing trouble than you? That's true, let her in. Lin Jian and Ji Wuyo agreed, then immediately raised conditions, Dean, I'm short of materials right now, can you give me some precious materials, at least? Something that can withstand the level of a forbidden spell? Do you know what you're talking about? It doesn't matter if you don't give it, except that I don't dare to make any guarantees. Okay, I'll help you look for it, forbidden spell. What exactly do you want? Ji Wuyo finally compromised, the materials were precious, but the school always had to operate. Chapter 146 Love Enemies Challenge. Ji Wuyo left the man here and left to find materials for Lin Jian. He promised, so Lin Jian felt steady, because the National Vocational College was at least established and could definitely find suitable materials. In the hall of the apartment, Lin Jian scrutinized the young girl who was beautiful to the extreme. What's your name? Li. I've heard of you, defeated the Divine Clergy Academy many times, so I'm not going to the Divine Clergy Academy and asked my grandfather to send me here, and I've also heard that you've helped my sister awaken her divine clergy, I'm so touched. Stop, let's talk about you first, you're a rich family's daughter, to be honest I'm a bit stressed. Lin Jian's head is also very big right now, afraid that this one has been carrying some kind of stink since childhood, let's say goodbye first, since you're running to me, then I'll be your boss in the future, if you don't recognize it and betray it, I'll fire you, now call the boss to listen. Old. It can be seen that Li is now very torn. It seems that she has never obeyed anyone since she was a child. It was normal, the mansion was like this, but Lin Jian didn't say anything, just waiting for her to pay her respects. It's fine if you don't recognize it, then I can also not want this trouble. Of course, it's not so easy to push back after talking to Ji Wuyo, so take it first. If you can't hold it now, it'll be even more troublesome in the future, so Lin Jian told her to go through this hurdle first, and roll if she can't stand the aggravation. Boss. She really shouted. Lin Jian nodded. Then we'll see how you behave in the future. If there's anything you don't listen to, I'm not going to bully you. I can only say that we'll get together. If you listen, no matter who bullies you in the future, I'll help you out. In Li's big innocent eyes, a hint of arrogance suddenly flashed. Are you serious? Of course it's true. As long as you're one of your own, no matter who it is, I won't let him bully you. Good, I believe you. After all, you're not even afraid of the Divine Clergy Academy. And Li smiled sweetly, but the smile wasn't real, and there was no way she could take Lin Jian's words seriously. It's impossible to take it seriously. Who do you think you are? Even if you don't count those strong human beings, there are still gods and demons. Gods and demons were definitely stronger than humans, so how could this be guaranteed? There was no need to take a ridiculous human who liked to brag seriously, but she had her own agenda. It's good to understand. Have you already turned one? I'll let you practice with them. Why aren't you going to practice? I want to be with you. It doesn't have to be like this. Even for heroes, the daily routine is boring. You don't have to follow all the time. This innocent expression also really made Lin Jian flutter a bit. And Li looked around and added, I heard that you were at the auction house yesterday and threw away a lot of money and bought a lot of expensive materials. What are they? I'm just curious. What did you use these materials for? Is it awesome? No, for a magnate like you, that little bit of money is called a throw of money? Lin Jian didn't understand. $20 million only, in the capital such a powerful family would put it in their eyes? And Li immediately sidetracked, I'm just curious about how you utilize these things. After all, I want to make myself strong too. Well, there's a chance for that, only people are different. He was about to say that his model couldn't be applied to others when there was another knock on the door. Going over and opening the door, he saw a strange boy, handing over a letter. Another love letter. You could have put it in the mailbox outside. No, it's a challenge letter, from the seminary. Oh? You're not from our National Vocational Academy? I am, but I also want to see you abuse their Divine Vocational Academy, to give our National Vocational Academy a voice. Come on Lin Jian, I'm watching you. The boy excitedly waved his fist and walked away. Difficult to figure out, Lin Jian did a few big jobs at the Divine Vocational Academy, and the boy started to have worship tendencies as well. It was normal. Those who weren't accepted had low self-esteem, and those who weren't accepted into the Divine Vocational Academy still had low self-esteem as well. The students of the National Vocational Academy had always felt like they were a head shorter than the Divine Vocational Academy, and they hadn't even won any of their matches against each other. Therefore, Lin Jian had been unprecedented every time since the time of the challenge. Now he was not only sought after by the girls in the National Vocational Academy, but also by the boys, and the 5 major clubs were both cynical and hateful. Of course, there is diversity in people, and there are always people who are looking for a fight. Lin Jian came in and opened that letter. The letter is a challenge from a first-turn student of the Divine Vocational Academy. Yes, this is also a first turn. Too High Divine Vocational Academy is also embarrassed. This student is a puppeteer. Unheard of priesthood, so what is the reason for his challenge? Not what for the honor of the Divine Clergy Academy. That said, the Divine Clergy Academy also does not advocate. Seems to be the Divine Clergy Academy, how suffocating like. The excuse was Qin Shou, and it turned out that this was the lewd man who had set his sights on Qin Shou, and it was he who had put pressure on Qin Shou's family. Since pressure was exerted, why challenge it again? It was because Qin Shou's side was stuck at a critical point and didn't agree to be his girlfriend. Qin Shou's attitude was that she broke up with Lin Jian, so everything that happened would never have anything to do with Lin Jian again, but she just didn't agree to go out with this puppeteer, which was 2 different things, and she was still righteous. If she didn't break it off now, then Lin Jian would have a relationship with the Qin family in the name of his boyfriend. Once the relationship was broken up, then whatever happened to the Qin family would have nothing to do with Lin Jian. This is to give Lin Jian exoneration. Qin Shou intends to bear these alone. Lin Jian to say that not touched, that is false. Qin Shou didn't want to involve Lin Jian, she was still so righteous. Since it's like this, it would be unrighteous of me to remain indifferent. Lin Jian nodded. It had nothing to do with men or women. If the one in trouble at this moment was one of his good brothers, could he not step in? The challenge was also very interesting. It ended with a special enchanted symbol at the place where the handprint was pressed. As long as Lin Jian presses the handprint, the challenge will be established. 2 days later, the test will be carried out. The other party also gave the test additional terms: who lost, who was not allowed to Qin show dating. So childish, but it works. Can this be lost? Obviously not. I cannot socialize with her, but it cannot be restricted by something. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. You already have a girlfriend? At this time a voice next to him asked. Lin Jian almost forgot that Enli was still next to him. You have such good eyes? Well, I've had good eyes since I was a kid. A lot of things can't escape my eyes. Are you going to accept the challenge? 2. But I heard that last time, that woman already broke up with you, so if you say you're fighting for her this time, and it doesn't stand up, wouldn't it seem far-fetched to fight like this? How does this little girl know everything? Is she a god, or is she just a little fan who inquires about gossip? Lin Jian thought about it, but decided to educate the ignorant girl and let her know what a man is. You're still young, you'll understand in the future. Man is the most advanced creature. Sometimes fighting is not just for simple survival. For any disrespectful request, man has to have the right to refuse. I'll fight to the death for it.